Chapter 1, The Capybara Traverses the Book. Chen, are you gifting me this villa to humiliate me? Do you think money can buy you anything? Chen sat in the cafe, tilting his head, and with a look of confusion, he stared at the angry man opposite him. He was even more perplexed as he wondered, wasn't I supposed to be at the zoo? Why am I here? Oh, that's right, there was an issue with the railing at the zoo, and a leopard had escaped. When he was fleeing for his life but lagged behind slightly, it ended up biting him to death. Then when he opened his eyes again, he found himself sitting in this cafe. Chen was a capybara. Due to his extremely laid-back and consistently stable emotions, he was very popular among tourists. Compared to the name water hog, the tourists preferred to call him capybara. After figuring out the reason for his death, Chen didn't feel much inner turmoil. Death is death. If he hadn't died completely, then he would keep living. Seeing Chen stay silent for half a day, Danwen furrowed his brows and asked, "Are you listening to me?" "I'm talking to you." I was lost in thought. "Since you don't like the villa," Chen snapped back into reality and seriously asked, "Alright, I'll take it back." Danwen watched as Chen stuffed the villa keys into his pocket so casually, his expression freezing on the spot. Why wasn't Chen groveling like he usually did today? Danwen quickly realized today's plan was about using retreat to advance, and Chen must have been planning to attend his birthday party through this ploy. The birthday feast in 10 days originally wasn't intended for Chen. A nouveau riche like Chen appearing at his banquet would only lower his social status. But considering he was planning to gift him Xiangxia Villa, he reluctantly agreed to let him come. However, during the event, he shouldn't go around greeting his friends, just stay quietly in the corner without making noise, so as not to embarrass him. Danwen took a sip of coffee to calm down before saying, "I was actually going to invite you to my birthday party, but your behavior today has made me very unhappy." Though leaving things somewhat vague, surely the message was clear enough. But Chen still didn't get it fully. Taking in all that Danwen had said before, Chen lazily responded, "Oh, understood." In such situations, Chen recalled seeing this happen in the zoo before, it meant couples were arguing and their relationship had broken completely. Deciding to leave after standing up, he paused mid-step to reconsider something. Recalling how people had resolved arguments in the zoo before. Chen turned back, picked up the cup of coffee from the table, and threw its contents directly onto the other person's face. Startled, Danwen's expression changed drastically. The scorching hot coffee dripped down Danwen's face and stained his black suit. Wiping his face, he roared in anger, "Are you insane?" Before Danwen finished his sentence, Chen slapped him hard. This struck him so forcefully that he spun twice on the spot and fell down. Looking at Danwen dazed and disoriented, Chen softly spoke, "It's my first time hitting someone. I guess I didn't control the strength well, I'll be careful next time." Having said this, Chen nodded slightly, and politely, calmly turned to leave. Danwen couldn't possibly let him walk away like this. Just as he was about to block Chen's path, the shop owner rushed over, and several customers came through the door. Seeing his disheveled state, Danwen hurriedly ducked into the restroom to fix his clothes, his face now blacker than ever. Wasn't Chen crazy? Trying to use force to attract attention was like some wild dream. This only made him despise Chen even more. If not for the few bucks Chen could help him in showbiz, Danwen wouldn't even consider dealing with such a boorish tycoon who smelled only of copper and possessed zero class. Today's events were far from over. As Chen was walking out, a sudden wave of memories flooded him, overwhelming his mind with too much information, nearly causing him to lose his balance. He supported himself against the doorframe, calming his body and organizing the memories in his head. Combined with what had happened earlier, he probably figured it out, he'd encountered a book traversal situation. Back in the zoo, the keeper Mr. Lin used to listen to audiobooks while working, so he was familiar with this novel. Based on the memories he organized in his mind, it turned out he had entered the world of a novel called, after going on variety shows with the domineering CEO, Everyone Went Insane, where he became the evil antagonist. Mr. Fu and Chen's parents had always been good friends. Mrs. Fu and Chen's mother were even closer confidants, both sharing the surname, and Mrs. Fu once joked that seeing Chen was like seeing her own son, which is why they watched him grow up. When Chen's parents died in a car accident when he was 2 years old, they felt pity for him being sent to an orphanage at such a young age, so they adopted him into their home. To ensure that he would not forget his biological parents, they never changed his surname or registered him with the household registration office as per Mr. Fu Changmin's wish, so that at least a seat of his late friend's family would be preserved. Even without official household registration, while living with the Fu family, every single member treated him exceptionally well and never shortchanged him in any way, especially Mrs. Fu, who had even planned to give him a portion of the company's shares. The Fu family was a century-old clan, with the Fu group being one of the wealthiest families in the country. Their business spanned across multiple industries, wielding considerable influence internationally as well. If only the original protagonist didn't bring this upon himself, he could have comfortably relied on the affection built up since childhood and led a carefree life forever. Unfortunately, the original protagonist was love-obsessed, infatuated with Danwen, a no-good man, to the point of losing all sense of reason. To gain his favor, he constantly showered him with gifts, cars, houses, and relentlessly used resources from home to elevate him forcibly. Later in the novel's storyline, under Danwen's provocation, Chen also plotted against his elder brother and younger brother to compete for the family estate. For the sake of acquiring the property, he did not hesitate to leak corporate secrets, nearly driving the Fu group into bankruptcy and committing a series of actions that hurt his family members. In the end, everyone in the family became disappointed in him, and he was completely disowned by the Fu family. This meeting between the original protagonist and Danwen happened because the latter posted a video on social media expressing his desire for a villa in the Xiangxia neighborhood. Happening to have one available, the original protagonist planned to present it as a birthday gift, which led to the opening scene. Neither of them noticed that across the street from the cafe, a black Land Rover had parked on the side of the road. Behind the wheel, Lin Yuan stared with utter astonishment at the scene that just unfolded. Did I just see wrong? Lin Yuan turned his head, intending to ask the person behind him, but then he saw their Mr. Fu leaning forward with his hands shaped into a makeshift binoculars, watching the entire event intently. Fu Chinshuan looked utterly puzzled. And Chen actually hit Danwen, has he lost his mind? Seeing the person about to leave, Fu Chinshuan signaled. Follow him. After walking a small distance with the villa keys in hand, Chen realized he could have simply taken a taxi. He pulled out his phone and stared at it for quite a while. Despite having memories from the book, using such tools still felt awkward. Navigating through hundreds of apps to find the taxi-hailing software proved confusing and overwhelming. A car horn sounded behind him, and Chen turned around to see a black car with its window gradually lowering, revealing a handsome face. Fu Chinshuan, with a charming smirk and a leisurely voice, asked, "What a coincidence, little Ching Ching, can't you get a ride? Want me to drop you off somewhere?" Chen recognized him immediately. This was Fu Chinshuan, the original protagonist's second brother, also the main character of this novel who sought revenge on the original protagonist and eventually expelled him from the Fu family. Chen thought to himself, though he was now an adversary to Fu Chinshuan, the plot hadn't yet developed to that point. As long as he avoided repeating the mistakes made by the original protagonist in the novel, he should be able to maintain a peaceful relationship based on their past connection, right? Moreover, Fu Chinshuan was the dominant male leader of his group. Hydras were known as animals that formed family clusters, each containing a dominant male or female leader. In the novel, Fu Qianyan, the eldest brother, controlled the entire Fu group, while Fu Chinshuan, the second brother, managed the entire N group. Both were leading figures within the Fu family, but with the elder brother overseas, the final say rested firmly in Fu Chinshuan's hands. Approaching the vehicle and trying to open the door, Chen found it locked. Fu Chinshuan's lips curled slightly. "You can't hitch a free ride, you must call me brother." "Second brother," Chen responded. Fu Chinshuan arched an eyebrow, somewhat uninterested. "Today, you surrendered too quickly, I'm getting used to it." The car unlocked, and Chen got in, looking for a comfortable spot to recline before remembering he hadn't closed the door yet. He leaned slightly to close it, realizing that learning how to behave like a human would require much effort going forward. The car fell eerily quiet, so much so that Chen started feeling drowsy again. Leaning back casually, Fu Chinshuan's eyes sparkled as he lazily inquired, "Why did you hit him at the cafe earlier?" Chen, who wasn't particularly fond of overthinking or engaging in complicated interactions, nonetheless felt obligated to answer politely when questioned by a dominant figure. "I plan to gift him a villa in the Xiangxia neighborhood for his upcoming birthday in 10 days, Chen replied honestly. As soon as these words left his mouth, the surrounding air pressure seemed to drop drastically. Chapter 2, Coaxing Me with Your Feet. Chen sneezed twice in a row, hugging himself tightly, he was always freezing easily. Fu Chinshuan revealed his deep eyes with an expression that seemed both amused and serious. But there was a hint of coldness in his laugh as he said, "You're really generous. You just gave away a villa worth hundreds of millions." Lin Yuan, driving in front, tightened his grip on the steering wheel, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. This Champs-Élysées villa was the gift Fu Zong had given to the third young master for his 18th birthday. Fu Zong had carefully chosen a house with the best lighting and feng shui, and all the furniture inside was specially custom-made by Fu Zong's orders. Now, it's been casually given to someone else. How upset and angry will Fu Zong be when he hears about this? Chen said, "I didn't give it away. He thought I was humiliating him." Fu Chinshuan sat cross-legged, one hand tapping lightly on his knee, his long peach-shaped eyes half closed as he asked back, "He thinks this is humiliation?" Chen nodded, affirming with an since that's what the other party said at the time. Fu Chinshuan lowered his gaze toward him, a slight curve appearing on his lips, his demeanor inexplicably devilish. Yet he did not ask any further questions. However, the faint smile in his eyes remained slightly cold. The car slowly arrived at the Fu family estate and stopped in front of the villa. Manager Wang stood by the door with several staff welcoming them, bowing as he said, "Young second master, young third master, dinner has already been prepared." At the mention of dinner, Chen's previously dull eyes lit up immediately, especially after seeing the feast on the table, his joy was unmistakable. After dinner, Chen lay sideways on the swing in the courtyard resting, his posture carefree and relaxed. Fu Chinshuan lazily bit into an apple, lounging back in a wicker chair opposite him. He said, "I have some good news for you, you're on the trending list again." As he spoke, he handed his phone over, showing the Weibo post with a mischievous gleam in his eyes. Hashtag and Chen's unsuccessful confession turns violent hashtag. There it was, a glaring trending topic hanging in 5th place. And Chen lazily glanced at the phone once, then closed his eyes again, as if the trending topic wasn't even as important as sleep. But Fu Chinshuan didn't plan on letting him off so easily. He opened the animated GIF on Weibo and said, not only were photos of your violent behavior captured, but they also managed to record you splashing coffee on someone. Your technique is quite professional, it hit them right in the face. Why does that dog-like Chen show up everywhere? Can't he go away? What kind of demon is this? Assaulting people in public, where's the law here? How can someone like Chen still thrive in the entertainment industry? Is his financial backer so powerful? Fu Chinshuan was extremely thoughtful, reading out these nasty comments for Chen. It didn't matter whether Chen responded or not, Fu Chinshuan enjoyed narrating each comment thoroughly. After flipping through all these comments, I couldn't find even one praising you, Fu Chinshuan added, tell me, don't you think your reputation in the entertainment industry is terrible? Upon seeing another particularly vicious comment, Fu Chinshuan suddenly burst out laughing. Then, squeezing onto Chen's swing and sitting beside him, he said, this one's interesting. They said when you walked out of the cafe and propped yourself against the door looking desolate, it was clear that you were utterly heartbroken, almost considering suicide. Finishing that sentence, Fu Chinshuan suddenly turned serious. Were you? Chen glanced at the GIF image, where he could be seen walking out of the cafe. He was receiving memories from the original owner at that time, but from everyone else's perspective, it looked like he was sad and disheartened after an unsuccessful confession. Coupled with the commentary around the image, everyone assumed Chen was upset because his confession to Chen Danwen failed, causing him to lose control and resort to violence before leaving dejectedly. I didn't confess my love. I just hit him, Chen explained after some thought, adding, I don't like him. Fresh. Are there actually times when you don't like someone? Seeing that Chen didn't respond or argue as usual, Fu Chinshuan leaned forward, wearing a playful grin and saying, do you want to beg me? If you beg me, I'll help you take down that trending topic. No begging, no taking down. Chen figured their insults wouldn't hurt him, they wouldn't make him lose a single ounce of flesh, and therefore there was no need to waste money on such trivialities. Back in the zoo, even the pelican would peck at him constantly with its big mouth, but Chen didn't take it personally either, much less over virtual insults online. Seeing Fu Chinshuan's continuously skeptical look directed towards him, Chen reiterated, I truly don't like him anymore. Fu Chinshuan grinned and asked, since you don't like him, should you still reserve his spot on the reality show, Let's Go Together? Let's Go Together was an outdoor reality TV show that had reached its 4th season. The first season was explosively popular, and seasons 2 and 3 were still relatively successful, making this 4th season a highly sought-after resource for many celebrities. Especially since the director, wanting to secure the popularity of the show, spent generously on guests this time around, inviting nothing but stars with immense traffic and high heat ratings. Originally, with Chen Danwen's connections, she wouldn't have been able to secure this resource. It was him who had told the original owner that he wanted to be on it, so the original owner made a fuss with Fu Chinshuan and got a spot arranged. Chen said, no need to keep her spot. Fu Chinshuan said, you said it. Don't blame me later if the Chen family starts raising hell and goes tattling to mom and dad. Chen was about to ask why he would blame him when the memories in his mind immediately reminded him of past incidents. It seemed like the original owner had done things like this quite a few times. His voice faint as he weakly said, I won't blame you. Fu Chinshuan slightly raised an eyebrow, smiling as he said, good, you said it yourself. Since that's the case, then there's one more slot open on this show. I'll see which of our artists is suitable to fill in. As Fu Chinshuan watched Chen preparing to close his eyes, he suddenly said, why don't you go? Chen thought this sounded off. He opened his eyes and asked, you want me to go? Afraid to go? There was an unmistakable excitement in Fu Chinshuan's eyes as he said, being afraid to go is normal. After all, almost every guest on this show has crossed swords with you. Not going would be the smart choice. Chen said, are you trying to provoke me? Oh, good heavens, you figured it out, how embarrassing. Fu Chinshuan shrugged, sounding apologetic while wearing an expression devoid of any remorse. He continued pressing, will you go? Chen asked, if you tell me to go, I'll go. You just go because I say so. How obedient. With eyes deep like the ocean, Fu Chinshuan looked at Chen intently and said, then go. Chen said, all right. His foot itched a little, but Chen didn't want to get up to scratch it. Out of habit, he used something nearby to rub against it. Just as Fu Chinshuan was about to properly mock Chen, he noticed Chen using his foot to scrape against his leg, leaving Fu Chinshuan's beautiful peach blossom eyes wide in shock. What was Chen doing? Was he being coy with his foot? Chen belatedly realized this behavior wasn't good and quietly withdrew his foot, pretending nothing happened. Being a water piglet was much better, when his body itched, he could just scratch however he pleased. As they left the courtyard, Fu Chinshuan wiped away the carefree smile from his face, picking up his phone and calling Lin Yuan. Jiaxing Entertainment was one of the 3 major giants in the entertainment industry. As Jiaxing's president, Fu Chinshuan switching someone out for a reality show was as simple as making a phone call. After hanging up the phone, the image of Chen using his foot to rub against his thigh flashed back into Fu Chinshuan's mind, and his ears turned unconsciously red. If Chen wanted the trending topic removed, he should have just said it directly. He himself wouldn't have refused, yet Chen still chose to express himself through such a strange act. He called Lin Yuan again and said, remove Chen's trending topic. Also, check something else for me, did anything unusual happen to Chen these past few days? Today, whether it was Chen hitting people or his subsequent actions, everything seemed strange. He wanted to see what Chen was plotting this time. Chapter 3, Show Premiere. Chen Danwen was holding a cup of black coffee in his left hand and an ice pack on his swollen face with his right. Today, the photo of him being hit by that little slut Chen had spread all over the internet. The day after tomorrow, he would be participating in a reality show, and a bunch of people were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. He needed to reduce the swelling on his face before appearing on the show. Chen Danwen asked, Brother Wang, is the reality show, Together We Go, about to officially announce? Wang Liang was coordinating work when he heard this and put down his iPad. He picked up his phone, opened Weibo, and projected it onto the computer screen, saying, official announcement at 8 o'clock tonight, just 2 minutes away. Chen Danwen felt somewhat better and said, when I go on the show, I must cultivate a good relationship with Su Hachin and try my best to make him like me. Wang Liang sighed and said, you shouldn't always have Su Hachin on your mind. He hasn't shown any interest in you. You should focus more on Chen. Your attitude towards him used to be fine, but what's been happening recently? Chen Danwen replied, don't mention him to me. A foul-mouthed nouveau riche like him doesn't deserve me. If it weren't for the fact that he has some money, I wouldn't even bother with him. Once I latch onto a new target, I'll block him immediately. Wang Liang asked, who do you plan to latch onto? Chen Danwen said, do you know about the Fu family of Fu Group? Wang Liang replied, of course I know them. One of the top 10 strongest companies globally, their subsidiaries span across various industries. The eldest son of the Fu family, Fu Qianyan, manages the entire Fu Group. The second son, Fu Chinshuan, manages the Group inherited from their mother, including Jiaying Entertainment Company, which is part of Group. You're not eyeing either of them, are you? I suggest you give up. The elder Fu is a solitary person who never shows emotions openly and despises such small moves. I've heard that in the past, some partners got their daughters drunk and tried sending them to his bed. In response, Fu Qianyan added them to his blacklist and stopped cooperating with them. Other collaborators jumped ship too, and within half a year, that company went bankrupt. But at least Fu Qianyan does things by the book. As for Fu Chinshuan, he's said to be reckless and shameless, lacking any manners. Known as a business thug, he enjoys smiling while sending his opponents to hell. Chen Danwen shook his head and said, you only know part of the story. The Fu family doesn't just have 2 sons, there's a third one. They protect him well, so few outsiders know about him. Shocked, Wang Liang asked, is it true that the Fu family has a third son? Is this information reliable? Chen Danwen said, this is what Mr. Wang told me. A few years ago, during a banquet attended by Chairman Fu, he personally witnessed Fu communicating with his family via video call. There were 3 children in the video, and the nanny called the youngest Master 3. Afterwards, I learned that Master Fu Qinghe, because of his poor health since birth, rarely goes out. A person who's never really been exposed to outsiders and is protected so well by his family is surely simple-minded. If I can get close to him, lure him properly, and make him fall in love with me, won't Fu family resources become mine whenever I need them? Wang Liang thought this wasn't reliable. Even if Fu Qinghe really were simple, others in the Fu family couldn't possibly let someone like Chen Danwen exploit him like that. Besides, he didn't even know what the third son looked like, so how could he get close to him? It'd be better to take advantage of Chen's current feelings for him and obtain more resources from him while he still cared. Wang Liang advised, let's set aside the matter of Master Fu Qinghe for now. For now, stabilize Chen. Even if you don't like him, at least pretend. You still need him. If he truly gives up on you, you'll regret it then. With a hint of arrogance, Chen Danwen said, relax, I've got this under control. He's completely infatuated with me. Believe it or not, if his villa delivery failed today, he'll come up with an excuse to bring it to me in a few days. Just like this reality show spot, I merely mentioned wanting to join, and he immediately arranged it for me. This much Wang Liang agreed with. Everyone could see that Chen's affection for Chen Danwen was obvious. He frequently gave cars and other resources, and the investments in Chen Danwen amounted to hundreds of millions. Even though Chen hit Chen Danwen today, everyone tacitly accepted it as a new tactic for pursuing him. That's why Wang Liang suggested paying more attention, considering how hard it is to find such a generous benefactor, especially since Chen isn't ugly. But Wang Liang couldn't sway Chen Danwen, who disliked Chen's nouveau riche status. Finally, Wang Liang could only say, I hope you really know what you're doing. Just then, it was exactly 8 o'clock. Wang Liang refreshed the page on his phone, and the screen projection on the TV also updated. The Departure 4 official Weibo had released the latest update, and sure enough, the permanent cast list for the 4th season was announced. Although he knew his name would definitely be on it, Chen Danwen still wanted to see it with his own eyes, so he could forward it on his Weibo later to add some popularity for himself. After looking through a line of names, he didn't find his name but instead saw someone who shouldn't have been there at all. Chen Danwen's face turned from black to white, then white to green, before he angrily shouted, "And Chen, you shameless one, you've stolen my spot as a guest." 2 days later, The Departure 4 premiered amidst a mix of anticipation and criticism. The show always adopted 2 forms, live broadcast plus post-production editing versions. Each guest was followed by 2 PDs, production directors, one responsible for carrying the camera and shooting, the other for recording important materials for post-editing convenience. It was 4:30 in the morning, just the right time for sweet dreams. The 2 PDs in charge of following and Chen were heading toward room 805. Xiao Jing held a room card in her hand, slightly uneasy. "Older brother Lu, is it really okay for us to just walk into his room like this?" In the initial guest list, and Chen wasn't supposed to be here, but 2 days before the premiere, he was suddenly added in. They both drew the short straw and ended up being assigned to follow An Chen. Who didn't know that An Chen had a notoriously bad temper? There had been past news reports of An Chen screaming at his assistant in a hotel, shocking all the guests on the floor, causing that assistant to break down in tears and almost develop depression. And all because the assistant reminded him that the interview time was approaching. There had also been incidents where the crew prepared meals didn't meet An Chen's taste, and he directly scolded the person responsible for ordering the food to the point they quit their job. Such kinds of situations were countless. Now, going into his room before dawn to wake him up and film his unmade face right after waking up, both of them were already worried that An Chen might get so angry as to destroy equipment. Xiao Lu rubbed his forehead and said, "We have to go up anyway, didn't you hear what the director said? Get up close shots, the director will only be happier if An Chen gets mad." What the director wanted was ratings, hoping for drama and conflict among the guests. It was just the workers who were unfortunate. Sighing resignedly, they stepped towards the door with a sense of doom and opened it, subsequently turning on the camera to start broadcasting. Touching the wall switch, the light illuminated the entire room brightly, revealing An Chen sleeping soundly on the bed. Veteran fans reporting in. "I've been waiting for the show, and finally, it's here. I heard that the lowlife An Chen joined the program. I'd like to see what tricks he pulls this time. Is there no one left in the entertainment industry? Even scum like An Chen is invited now, this show is doomed." That's An Chen lying on the bed there, still asleep. It looks like the production team is about to stage another surprise. We can predict An Chen's soon-to-be enraged face. "Everyone, prepare your recordings, I'll personally finance 10 marketing accounts to criticize him." The Departure had also once disrupted the peace at midnight during its 2nd episode. At the time, the guests had just finished flying the day before, having slept for only 2 or 3 hours when they were awakened. Some got angry immediately, while others remained grumpy even though they kept quiet, making it hard for them to smile under such conditions. Especially since they were being filmed without makeup. Some stars appear more ordinary without the help of makeup, so normally they avoid showing their bare faces. What the production team wants is precisely their disgruntled expressions, only then do the shows have explosive points. This familiar opening allowed veteran fans to immediately understand what the show intended. Everyone was looking forward to An Chen losing his temper, while some were eager to see how ugly he'd look without makeup. The real intent behind this well-known beginning had been clear to season fans right away. All viewers anticipated seeing An Chen getting angry, while some couldn't wait to witness the unpleasantness of his unguarded appearance. Chapter 4, An Chen is too emotionally stable. As the camera slowly moved forward, everyone saw An Chen showing half of his face. He was peaceful in his sleep, filled with a tranquil atmosphere, completely unrelated to the image of arrogance and recklessness people had of him. The 2 PDs, production directors, didn't dare to trust this surface appearance. If he became angry later, it would be even scarier. They nudged each other, both wanting the other to wake the person up. Finally, they played rock paper scissors. Jing lost. She looked as though ready to die but bravely reached out under the witness of numerous online viewers and nudged the soundly sleeping An Chen. White-collar workers are so pitiful. That young girl won't get scolded or bullied soon, will she? I'm sitting here. If An Chen dares to curse, I'll verbally attack him until I die. In King's Glory Canyon Road, I haven't lost to anyone. An Chen always loses his temper, doesn't it seem strange that he isn't angry right now? I foresee a scene where the young girl cries. Everyone in the live streaming room believed that An Chen would definitely lose his temper, and the 2 shooting PDs were going to suffer bad luck. After being pushed once, An Chen did not wake up. Jing closed her eyes briefly, then decisively gave him another couple of pushes, softly calling, "Teacher An, wake up." Through Xiao Lv's earphone came the director's voice, "Xiao Lv, quickly zoom in the camera, and make sure you catch the expression on An Chen's face when he gets mad." Unwillingly, Xiao Lv shouldered the camera and approached the bedside. In his drowsy state, An Chen opened his eyes and saw a black machine just in front of him. He blinked, looking at the 2 people beside him and asked, "You, who are you?" "Netizens." He's confused from waking up suddenly, still dreaming perhaps. Judging by his looks, it seems like he's not fully awake. Honestly speaking, Chen's plain face looks too good, purely like a little puppy. Indeed, and his confused expression is rather cute. It makes me want to pat his head. What's wrong with that? Upstairs, you're really hungry. How can someone with such embarrassing history be considered cute? No matter how handsome someone is, if they don't have good character, what use is it? Because of his conflict with Chen Danwen, I will never pay attention to him for life. After being woken up, Chen's scattered thoughts gradually regrouped. He realized he had made a fool of himself and stretched out his hand to rub his disheveled hair, saying, "Sorry, I'm a bit confused from sleep." Jing, slightly blushing, said, "It's fine." Struggling to keep his eyelids open, Chen asked, "Then, what do we need to do now?" Jing replied, "Teacherin. Teacherin, the production team has given us a task. You need to go wake the next guest." Chen responded, "All right, let me freshen up a bit." Still sleepy and half awake, he trudged toward the bathroom, only to bump his toe into the doorframe, creating such a loud noise that the two PDs behind him got startled. But Chen showed no reaction at all and continued moving forward to brush his teeth and wash his face inside. Jing questioned, puzzled, wasn't that painful for him? Xiao LV shook his head, saying, "Not sure, but listening to the sound, it seemed quite painful." Stars usually take a lot of time taking care of their images. However, Chen emerged after just 5 minutes. Upon reaching the door, Chen suddenly exclaimed, "My foot hurts." And he glanced at the toe he'd hit earlier. Xiao LV remarked, "Teacherin, your neural response delay is quite long." Jing covered her mouth, suppressing the impulse to laugh aloud. As a professional PD, she must absolutely not burst out laughing. This Chen seemed different from what was expected. Looking at him, his temper did not appear as terrible as imagined. Could he be planning something big? At this thought, Jing's smile instantly vanished, and her face once again revealed a worried look. Chen's stubborn dog-like nature actually didn't show anger. The sun rose from the west. I've seen it already, the sun hasn't risen yet. Incorrect, this is not Chen's personality. He must be scheming something wicked. I need to closely monitor him. Director Fan Ziyuan found nothing unusual about waking Chen from his sleep, which was against his expectations. Fan Ziyuan stared at the footage on the display screen, perplexedly turning to someone beside him, asking, "Who leaked the schedule to Chen?" Assistant Director Yang Jianbo quickly shook his head and said, "Impossible, who wouldn't want their job?" Director Fan said, "Yet his emotions are overly stable." Yang Jianbo said, "Maybe he wasn't that tired. Character cannot change just like that. Dogs can't stop eating shit. Don't worry, when he sees the guest he needs to call, he'll surely be greatly surprised, and sparks will fly." Director Fan, upon hearing this, slightly smiled and said, "That's true." This segment was carefully designed by the production team for Chen, and to prevent leaks, only a few people knew who was staying in room 807, even the accompanying PDs were not informed. The three arrived at room 807, and Jing handed the room card to Chen, saying, "Teacherin, according to the task, you need to wake up the guest in this room." Chen took the room card, opened the door, and entered the room. The light in the room was already on, so as they stepped into the entrance, they could see the person lying in bed sprawled out. My goodness, isn't the person in this room Chen Danwen? His name wasn't mentioned when the guests were officially announced, so I thought he wouldn't come. Isn't it true that just a few days ago, Teacherin made an unsuccessful confession and then angrily hit Chen brother? Now he's rushing over again without any sense of shame. I heard that Teacherin was originally not on the guest list. He must have sniffed around and followed Chen Danwen here. Scheming in Chen is like a stubborn plaster, nauseating. The netizens assumed Chen had been tipped off earlier, but actually, he only found out who the guest in the room was after seeing the person in the bed. Walking to the side of the bed, Chen called out, "Chen Danwen, time to get up." No reaction to the first call, Chen raised his voice and called again. This startled Chen Danwen awake. Being in a deep sleep, Chen Danwen was abruptly woken up by a loud shout. With uncontrollable anger, especially after opening his eyes to see Chen standing before him, he roared angrily, "Are you sick, Chen? Is your brain waterlogged? You chase men all the way into hotel rooms, don't you have any shame? What do you want by intruding into my room?" In response to the questioning, Chen coolly replied, "The program team asked me to wake you up." Chen Danwen's mind froze for a moment. Then he saw the two accompanying PDs behind Chen and realized what happened. He quickly turned away from the camera to smooth his hair and wiped the oil off his face, hastily putting on a shirt to improve his appearance before turning back and saying, "It's the production team's arrangement. Why didn't you say so earlier, Chen? I misunderstood." Chen said, "You didn't give me the chance to explain." Chen Danwen chuckled uncomfortably, saying, "I can't be blamed for misunderstanding you. In fact, based on your past behavior, never mind, we won't bring it up." Chen directly asked, "What did I do in the past? Are you referring to the car and house I once offered you?" Chen Danwen smiled faintly, but his tone carried a warning, "Chen, that joke isn't very funny." And Chen said, your silk nightgown was also bought by me. At these words, Chen Danwen instinctively looked down at the black silk pajamas he was wearing. It truly was a gift from Chen. Just as he was thinking about how to respond, Chen felt hungry and turned to ask the PD, I've already woken him up, can I leave now since the task is complete? Jing shook her head and said, no, you need to wait until teacher Chen finishes getting ready, and then go wake up the next guest. And Chen didn't object, only saying, then I'll wait outside. Jing and Xiao LV were in Chen's following PDs, and they needed to accompany Chen out. The PD responsible for following Chen Danwen came in to take over. As soon as they entered, the PDs zoomed in close-up on Chen Danwen's pajamas. Whether or not the information Chen provided was true didn't matter much, the key was the potential drama in his statement. The PD's job was not to miss any materials that could become highlights. Seeing this, Chen Danwen urgently suppressed his anger, saying, he's talking nonsense. I bought these pajamas myself. When the two PDs showed no reaction, Chen Danwen repeated, I really bought them myself. Chapter 5, You Can Curse Aloud. After completing the task, Chen was pulled into a single interview that lasted for about 10 minutes. The single interview was arranged in a hotel room. Chen sat on a chair while Xiao Jing held the question sheet given by the production team and began the solo interview. Xiao Jing asked, excuse me, Mr. N, why did you participate in our program? Netizen, do we even need to ask? It's definitely because of Chen Danwen, the dog skin he can't get rid of. And Chen, my brother told me to come. Xiao Jing, then do you know anything about the other guests in this show? Netizen, of course he knows, they're all people he's offended or stepped on before, old enemies. And Chen, no idea. Xiao Jing, will you feel nervous or scared when participating in this show? Netizen, definitely nervous. Not to mention others, just Duan Xingyu with his nasty temper won't let Chen have an easy time. And Chen, who had always been emotionally stable, suddenly showed a bit of nervousness, will you not give us food? Xiao Jing was startled, then replied, no. Then will you not let us sleep? That's even less likely, we don't resort to such tactics. And Chen sighed in relief, saying, then there is nothing to be afraid of. As long as he could eat and sleep, everything else was negotiable. And Chen has become smarter than before, now he knows how to pretend, are we seeing a change in character? He doesn't admit to any questions now, indeed he's become smarter than before. Out of nowhere big brother, I've never heard him mention having an older brother before. Daily question, when is Chen leaving the entertainment industry? While the netizens were angry, the director was worried. Every answer from Chen was not according to what the directorial team had pre-rehearsed. Director Fan in the backstage area watched the interview, worried sick, wondering why Chen had suddenly changed his nature. He picked up the walkie-talkie and said, Xiao Jing, ask him about the photo that appeared online 3 days ago, showing Chen hitting Chen Danwen. Ask him why at that moment, was it really because of a failed confession? Xiao Jing, hearing Director Fan's suggestion through her earpiece, hesitated, was this question too sharp? She looked at Xiao Liu beside her, quite unsure. Xiao Liu nodded at her, the director's mission must be completed. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Jing asked, 3 days ago, someone online posted a photo of you hitting Ms. Chen Danwen, claiming that your confession failed and you hid out of embarrassment and anger. I want to ask, is this true? When this question came out, the entire livestream chat was muted for 2 seconds without any comments appearing. Then came a flood of comments. Right, NB, on the screen. No wonder the directorial team dares to ask. This is like being face-to-face slapped, I wonder how Chen will respond. How can he respond? He definitely won't admit to it. Xiao Jing was also curious how Chen would answer. Chen responded, it's fake. Xiao Jing, listening to the tip in her ear, asked, are you saying that you didn't hit anyone? Chen said, I hit, but I didn't confess, nor did I lose control. Now curious and full of gossip, Xiao Jing directly asked, then why did you hit him? Chen thought about it, finding it hard to explain the reason. At the time, he was simply imitating the appearance of arguing couples. However, after doing this role for a few days, Chen gradually realized that his relationship with Chen Danwen wasn't a romantic one either. What was that newly learned word again? Chen remembered, saying, because he forces his way into eating soft rice. Xiao Jing. Brother, this is a live broadcast. You sure dare to say it loud, I wouldn't dare listen. Director Fan over there originally worried because there was no highlight all along, thinking that Chen had gotten smart, unexpectedly here came the big surprise. With excitement on his face, he said, we're good, the highlight of the first episode is here. Just as Director Fan expected, soon after, the hashtag Chen says Chen Danwen eats soft rice forcibly made it to the trending list. Ah. I can't take it anymore, I will curse first since I'm uncouth. Is Chen failing to pursue Chen Gu, and thus splashing filth on him? What vicious scheming. I am so happy to see everyone cursing him. Half of the netizens are cursing him, I'm not very happy about it. What about the other half? Is their keyboard broken? After the solo interview finished, upon learning they were finally going to the restaurant for breakfast, and Chen felt particularly happy. On the other side was a pile of buffet-style breakfast choices available, including both Chinese and Western cuisine. And Chen took a plate, his eyes shining with joy. The breakfast selection in the hotel was too rich, there were his favorite corn, vegetables, etc. Chatting voices came from behind him, but Chen didn't pay attention. Duan Xingyu did not expect to run into someone he absolutely detested as soon as he entered the restaurant. Behind him came chatting voices and complaints, but Chen didn't pay any attention. Hello everyone, I am. Duan Xingyu slid horizontally into the restaurant, in a great mood introducing himself, just when he spotted Chen turning around, and his expression immediately darkened as he said, I'm your dad. Chen's gaze shifted toward his stomach and replied, congratulations on becoming a father. Feng Qinyue, standing behind, couldn't help but let out a poof laugh and also deliberately glanced at Duan Xingyu's belly. Duan Xingyu felt embarrassed by the laughter, trying to fix his awkward facial expression and said, Professor Feng, don't talk to this person. He's crazy. Feng Qinyue smiled without saying anything, picking up a plate for himself and one for Duan Xingyu. Duan Xingyu took the plate and walked over to grab breakfast. As he got closer, he saw Chen holding a plate filled with a pile of lettuce and topped with 4 corns, apparently ready to take more as the plate was stacked high already. Duan Xingyu couldn't resist mocking, are you reincarnated from a starved ghost? Eating so much? Chen pointed to 2 types of apples in front of him, somewhat hesitantly asking, which one of these apples do you think tastes better? Duan Xingyu looked at him as if seeing a mental patient, cursing, are you crazy? Are we even in a relationship where we discuss eating apples together? Chen retorted, not. That's a pity then. Duan Xingyu directly perceived this as a provocation, grinding his teeth and asking furiously, all right. So you're playing this card with me, Chen? Fine, we'll see about that. As Chen placed the last tomato on his plate, he raised his gaze to look at Duan Xingyu and said, you're too noisy. His expression was neutral, indistinguishable between resentment or accusation. Can Chen speak human language? Does he think our Duan doesn't have fans? He used to bully Duan before, and now he even dares to insult him face to face. We can't stand this. Wasn't Chen forgotten during nature's evolution process? Shouldn't the psychiatric hospital lock him up instead of letting him wander outside and harm others? Duan Xingyu's star fans once again brought up all of Chen's past misdeeds to criticize them thoroughly. 2 years ago, when Duan Xingyu had just debuted, a role he was set to play was taken away by Chen. Later, Chen even liked a tweet evaluating Duan Xingyu with poor acting, ugly makeup design, looks uglier, and commented below it, really ugly. Duan Xingyu, being short-tempered, naturally wouldn't sit back idly, so overnight, he created 100 hideous memes of Chen and replied, son shouldn't talk about daddy. Other celebrities might feud privately, but would still keep appearances publicly. The feud between Duan Xingyu and Chen, however, was right there on display. Chen, using the calmest tone possible, spoke words that ignited Duan Xingyu's complete fury. Seeing the situation going south, Feng Qinyue hurriedly held back the about-to-explode Duan Xingyu and mediated, are you hungry? Why don't we eat breakfast first? Being the oldest participant in the program and a veteran actor, Feng Qinyue had previously given guidance on film sets, and Duan Xingyu owed him some respect. While grabbing the breakfast plates, he grumbled under his breath. Chen walked over, placing an egg onto his plate, casually saying, you can curse aloud. I can hear you. Duan Xingyu. Annoyed, Chen now neither soft nor hard tactics worked, making him more despised than before. Chapter 6, The Program Team's Task. At a long rectangular table that could seat over 20 people, 3 individuals were having breakfast. However, Duan Xingyu seemed to be either upset with Chen or just had no appetite, and kept glaring at Chen. Feng Qinyue felt the tension in the air and sighed, realizing that earning their fee for this trip wouldn't be easy. Not long after, Chen Danwen entered. He greeted Duan Xingyu and Feng Qinyue enthusiastically but merely nodded slightly at Chen, not even bothering to ask how he was. Chen Danwen didn't want to sit anywhere near Chen, leaving several seats between them as if it said on his face, Chen, stay away from me. Originally worried that Chen might cause trouble during the program or spout some nonsense. It turned out that Chen was solely focused on eating, which irked Chen Danwen further. Was he not more interesting than those corn cobs? His discontented expression quickly transformed into a smile when he saw someone enter through the door. Standing up immediately, he said, Hua Chen, you've come. Come and have breakfast. Upon hearing this name, Chen, who had been eating quietly, looked up. Su Hua Chen, the main character of this novel. Kind and generous, with delicate features radiating warmth and kindness. This was how the novel described the protagonist. He wasn't the type to leave an immediate impression of breathtaking beauty, yet his presence made others naturally take notice of him. His body emitted a faint aura of gentleness, giving people the feeling of being refreshed like a spring breeze. Su Hua Chen first greeted everyone, then approached Chen with a smile in his eyes and said, Chen, long time no see. Chen was slightly surprised that Su Hua Chen actually addressed him, considering there hadn't been much interaction between them mentioned earlier in the original work. He recalled that Su Huachen liked Fu Chinshuan, so perhaps they really had met before. Chen responded, long time no see. Curious, Chen Danwen asked, Hua Chen, do you know Chen? Su Huachen replied, I've met him a few times before. Chen Danwen wanted to inquire further, but it was clear that Su Huachen did not intend to say anything else. Therefore, he stopped pressing, instead eagerly helping Su Huachen prepare breakfast. While taking care of Su Huachen, Chen Danwen occasionally glanced at Chen, only to find him completely focused on eating, looking rather content. Chen Danwen frowned slightly, thinking that Chen was surprisingly tolerable this time. Together with Su Huachen came Confronting, the sole female guest this season. Now all 6 guests were present. After introducing themselves to each other, they started chatting to familiarize themselves with one another. Of course, Chen did not participate in this activity. Duan Xingyu and Su Huachen talked about their next drama while Chen was chewing coriander. Confronting gossiped about the actor who paired with Duan Xingyu in his last drama while Chen was eating cucumber. Chen Danwen said, Chen, the sound of you eating cucumbers is affecting us. Duan Xingyu retorted, eat, were you reincarnated as a pig spirit? You shouldn't speak like that, being able to eat is a blessing. Su Huachen interjected, glancing kindly at Chen and said, Chen, I noticed you like corn. Here's mine, you can have it. Chen returned the corn and explained, confusingly saying, the guests depart at 6:30, and the travel time is an hour and a half. In the morning task, we must peel 800 corn ears, pick 200 pounds of strawberries, and also 200 pounds of waxberries. Once the tasks are done, we get our meal. The fire in Duan Xingyu's eyes froze as he questioned, where did you get this information? Chen answered, I accidentally saw it on the task list when filming the PB missions this morning. By now, Confronting had already checked her phone to learn how many corn ears and pounds of strawberries a regular person could handle per hour. After finishing the search, she was immediately alarmed and showed everyone the results on her phone screen, explaining, I found out that on average, a normal person can only peel around 40 corn ears an hour. That means we would need an average of 4 hours just for peeling the corn, let alone the strawberries and waxberries weighing 200 pounds each. This meant that it would take them at least 7 or 8 hours of work before they could have a meal. Following what happened in the previous seasons, everyone believed that the production team would indeed pull off something so absurd. Initially, the group was having a lively conversation, but now nobody was interested in talking anymore, focusing entirely on finishing their meals. Director Fan, pulling his hair in frustration, glared at the people around him, which idiot leaked this? The assistant director replied, probably Xiao LV's crew inadvertently exposed the task card when picking it up. What should we do now? Change the plan? Director Fan said, no need. Even if they know beforehand, what difference does it make? They still won't be able to finish all the work anyway, and we'll just watch them embarrass themselves. Fu Family Manor. Fu Chinshuan was sitting in the living room before dawn, barely keeping his eyes open as he sat there despite the waves of drowsiness hitting him. The living room TV was playing footage of Chen having breakfast. Wang, the butler, brewed him a cup of coffee, placing it in front of him and said, young master, don't you know there's a replay broadcast? Why get up so early to watch the live stream? Fu Chinshuan yawned and replied, if I watched the replay, how could I see him humiliate himself in real time? Wang smirked and asked, young master, are you watching this live broadcast solely for the sake of seeing third young master embarrass himself? Fu Chinshuan said, of course. Do you think I'm boosting his live streaming popularity or something? Wang glanced at the more than 100 servants seated neatly on the couches behind them, each holding a phone watching in Chen's live broadcast window. He then firmly replied, no, young master was simply sleepless and woke up early, merely killing some time by watching a show. After breakfast, Chen and the others took separate cars to the filming location for the first episode, Shiming Village. Shiming Village was a minority ethnic village, with picturesque mountain views alongside its simple and tranquil atmosphere. However, none of the guests were in much of a mood to appreciate the scenery. The program team didn't even bother transporting them to their accommodation first. Instead, they dumped them with their luggage by the side of the road. A line of 6 people stood in front of a vast cornfield, feeling utterly powerless. Su Huachen received the task card from the director's group and began reading out the task, Dear starting team guests, welcome to the beautiful Shiming Village for the recording of the first episode content. Here, life is peaceful and harmonious, away from the hustle and bustle of the city. To help everyone better feel the warmth of nature, we've prepared a few farming tasks so that you can immerse yourselves into country life. You will need to pluck 800 corn cobs. At this point, everyone nearly burst out laughing through frustration. Su Huachen looked helpless as he said, Director Fan, whose experience of enjoying the warmth of nature includes doing farm work. Fong Keqing despairingly asked, do we really have to pick 800 corn cobs? Director Fan smiled slyly, saying, you're wrong. 2 of you will be responsible for picking 800 corn cobs, while the remaining 4 will follow me to harvest strawberries and waxberries. Fong Keqing frowned and asked, Director Fan, when did you start becoming so inhumane? Director Fan grinned broadly and said, I've never considered myself human. Who wants to come over and take the task card? Duan Xingyu clicked his tongue disapprovingly, in this world, how can there be such shameless people? Feng Qingyue quickly interjected, I'm 54 years old, with my aging arms and legs, how could I possibly handle such hard labor? Director Fan laughed and replied, no, brother Feng, you're still in prime condition and capable enough. People say one child could bring 8 blessings. I trust you can do it. Everyone was busy defending their rights, but Chen had locked his gaze onto the cornfields in front of him, his eyes lighting up unconsciously. Such a wide expanse of cornfield. So many corns. Chapter 7, Rival Team-Up. No matter how much everyone protested, there was no escaping this mission card. The production team had arranged 3 farming tasks, picking 800 corns, harvesting 200 pounds of strawberries, and picking 200 pounds of waxberries. Everyone needed to pair up in twos. Furthermore, the order in which each task was completed would determine what they ate for lunch. As soon as they heard about forming teams, Duan Xingyu immediately stepped forward and said, Hua Chen, why don't you team up with me? I'm strong and a great worker. Chen Danwen said, why don't you team up with me instead? I've done farm work when I was young, so none of this will be a problem for me. And Chen tilted his head and looked at the group, thinking that Su Huachen was not only the main character but also the son of destiny, so he must have good luck. If he followed him, could he benefit? And Chen quietly moved closer to Su Huachen and whispered, would you team up with me? Su Huachen smiled warmly and replied, sure, I'll team up with you, Anan. Upon hearing this, the 2 people who were arguing earlier both turned around in anger and glared at Chen. How shameless, intercepting someone mid-process. And Chen silently retreated behind Su Huachen, looking at the 2 with innocent yet annoying almond eyes. Su Huachen patted his hand to reassure him and then said to the others, don't be mean to him, you might scare him. Duan Xingyu said, he has so many tricks up his sleeve, he's intentionally exploiting your kindness. Chen Danwen said, Hua Chen, don't let him fool you, he's not the type to get scared easily. Seeing them about to argue further, Director Fan stepped forward and said, there's no need to argue. This time, we're drawing lots to form teams. Duan Xingyu drew a number 2. Excitedly, he approached Su Huachen and asked, Hua Chen, I got 2, what did you get? Su Huachen revealed the paper, saying, I got 3. Feng Qingyue laughed and said, looks like Hua Chen is going to team up with me, the old man. Disappointment showed clearly on Duan Xingyu's face. He then looked at others, who all revealed their numbers, none had drawn a 2. All eyes turned to Chen. He unfolded his paper strip and, sure enough, it read 2. Though slightly regretful for not being in the same group as Su Huachen, Chen shrugged mentally, it was all right. Duan Xingyu frowned in refusal, I disagree, I want to redraw the lots. Director Fan coldly replied, proposal rejected. It was truly fate, of all the people, Duan Xingyu had the worst temper, plus he had past grievances with Chen pairing them up sounded entertaining already. The final grouping results were, Su Huachen with Feng Qingyue, Chen Danwen with Feng Qicheng. Though unwilling, Duan Xingyu had no choice but to partner with Chen resentfully glaring at Chen, it seemed like he wished he could burn 2 holes through Chen's face. After teaming up, it was time to assign tasks. All 3 tasks were strenuous, but relatively speaking, strawberries inside the greenhouse could shelter from the wind and rain without sun exposure, making it better than the other 2 options. Next came waxberries, which had trees blocking some of the harsh sun. The cornfield was the most exhausting, not to mention how the corn stalks brushing against one would cause itching. Another round of lot drawing took place. Su Huachen, the one bestowed with divine fortune, naturally drew the strawberry task. Chen Danwen and Feng Qicheng got the waxberries. And Chen, the supporting villain, inevitably ended up with corn. Even after everyone else left, busy working on their respective tasks, Duan Xingyu still stared at him antagonistically. Director Fan quietly asked the assistant director, do they plan to glare at each other until when? The assistant director shook his head and said, who knows? Director Fan grabbed a handful of melon seeds and munched on them, saying, they should just fight it out. Thinking about having to work alongside Chen, Duan Xingyu grew restless and couldn't help complaining, I knew from the moment I saw you that misfortune would follow. And Chen suggested, or you can go alone and I'll just watch from the side, that way it doesn't count as me being on your team. This and Chan's calculation hits my face directly. What a cunning bastard. Unacceptable. My breasts can't take it anymore. I want to reach through the internet and slap both of them. Our star is having such a rough day, paired with Chen the lunatic. I deeply feel for our star. May Chen explode right there. Clearly sensing Chan's intention, Duan Xingyu laughed bitterly and said, how shameless you are to make such suggestions. Thinking about skipping work, nice try. Today, you have to work with me. Not a single ear of corn less. Still fearing Chen might avoid the work, Duan Xingyu grabbed a nearby basket and sunscreen hat and shoved them into Chan's hands, saying, come with me to the field. Chen pursed his lips slightly, regretting that his little scheme had been seen through by Duan Xingyu. Resigning himself to fate, he slung the basket over his shoulder and followed Duan Xingyu silently. Neither Chen nor Duan Xingyu were accustomed to farm work. Although they hadn't stopped moving, their pace of picking corn was slow. While Duan Xingyu grew increasingly frustrated as time passed, Chen, surrounded by a field of his favorite snack, seemed unusually cheerful. The corn cobs and even their husks smelled appetizing to him. Too bad he had eaten too much for breakfast, or else Chen would have already plucked one and munched on it right there. Little corn, oh little corn, I want to send you to everyone so we can all share happily. Little corn, oh little corn. Duan Xingyu had originally planned not to talk to Chen even if they were in the same group, simply ignoring him entirely. He thought Chen might soon ask for help with those tiny arms and legs of his, but he wouldn't fall for it. However, no request came from Chen, only a song, which at first didn't seem bothersome at all. Half an hour later, Duan Xingyu finally snapped, shouting at Chen, "Are you crazy? For 10 minutes straight, all you've done is repeat this one line. Is this harassment?" Chen's head popped out from behind a cornstalk. "I wish I knew more lyrics, but this is all I know. I'll teach you." "No, who would want to teach you anything? I heard you say you teach me to sing." "You're mistaken." "Oh." Chen didn't argue further, acting as though his previous question was truly just a casual inquiry. But this nonchalant attitude only made Duan Xingyu angrier. Walking over to check the content of Chen's basket, Duan Xingyu saw only 4 corn cobs inside and immediately exploded, "For corns. An hour has passed, and you've picked only 4 corns. Were you reborn as a turtle spirit?" Though he went over looking for fault, the sheer number, or lack thereof, was glaringly obvious. There was no need for intentional nitpicking here. It was simply infuriating. Chen glanced briefly at Duan Xingyu's full basket and remarked lightly, "Wow, your basket is already filled. You must be really fast at picking corn." "It's because you're way too slow. My hands ache, and it's too hot." Duan Xingyu narrowed his eyes threateningly. "Aching or not, you still have to do it. If you don't pick the corn, I'll snap your head off." Chen lazily glanced at him. He wasn't deliberately being lazy, he was just struggling to break the water-hogging habit of spacing out frequently. Moreover, he didn't see any issue with it himself. Especially in such heat, all he wanted was to find a pool and soak there, doing nothing. But knowing it wasn't appropriate, he told himself he had to work. Facing Duan Xingyu's glare, Chen smiled and said, "I have a way to finish picking all the corn within an hour without us having to lift a finger." Chapter 8, Who Calls Whom Daddy? Inside a temporary shack, Director Fan was seated inside, fanning himself while sipping on bubble tea, leisurely watching the live broadcast. Several production crew members beside him also looked relaxed. They noticed that each group of guests in the live stream were having a tough time. Celebrities who hadn't done much manual labor were finding it hard to adapt to rural farm work. The other 2 groups were slightly better off, but Chen and Duan Xingyu's group stood out significantly. The assistant director, looking at the lazy Chen, shook his head. "I really thought Chen had changed his ways before, but he's still so problematic. He slacks off right in front of the cameras, it's like he's not even trying anymore." Director Fan said, "This is exactly the kind of topic and hype we need. See how the number of people in the live stream has gone up again." The assistant director nodded, "That's right." Chen and Duan Xingyu's live stream suddenly surged with many viewers. Even though most were there to criticize Chen. Director Fan said, "Their persistence didn't last as long as I imagined. Anyway, you send someone to inform the guests that each person gets one chance to ask for help. But once a team seeks assistance from the production crew, all the food harvested by the crew belongs to them as payment. Half of what the teams gather must also be handed over to us." The assistant director replied, "All right, I'll have Xiao Hu go tell them. Hold on, don't forget to emphasize that everyone gets only one chance, individually." "Understood." Just as he was about to leave, the monitor relayed Chen's claim that he could finish harvesting corn within an hour without doing any physical work. This made the assistant director curious enough to stop and ask, what method could he possibly use to finish harvesting corn within an hour without using his hands? To prevent them from asking villagers for help, the program explicitly banned guest stars from seeking aid from local residents at the start. Director Fan said, "He doesn't have a clue. He probably just saw Duan Xingyu get angry and wanted to buy some time. Or maybe he's planning to violate the rules and ask the villagers for help." The assistant director said, "If he does seek help from the villagers, then he's going to be disappointed." The crew had already informed all the villagers in advance to avoid rule breaking, so no one would assist them. Director Fan said, "Let them figure it out. Let's see what they come up with. After they struggle, then you can mention the option to ask for help. That way, it will seem more valuable." The assistant director agreed, both wanting to see what tricks Chen might try. On the other side, after hearing Chen's words, Duan Xingyu asked instinctively, "Do you have any plan?" Chen nodded, then squinted his eyes towards a distant tree and said, "See those monkeys on the tree?" Duan Xingyu narrowed his eyes and shaded them from the sunlight with his hand, saying, "So what if you see them? You're not suggesting getting the monkeys to help pick corn, are you?" Chen looked at him, complimenting, "How smart are you, you figured it out already." Duan Xingyu didn't feel happy after being complimented. Instead, he retorted, "Are you insane? Asking monkeys to help pick corn, how could you come up with such a ridiculous idea?" After saying this, he glanced at Chen disdainfully and stepped back a few steps, feeling his intelligence drop when he was near Chen. Chen didn't defend himself but carried the basket outside. Initially, Duan Xingyu intended to persuade him further but decided against it, saying, "I'm too lazy to care about your nonsense, you idiot." Viewers in the live stream seeing this scene started criticizing. And Chen is desperate for fame, thinking of such attention-seeking stunts. This fool and his foolish actions, our brother is so unlucky to be paired with him. Monkeys are actually very smart and can understand human language. Maybe it might actually work. Doghead.jpg. Letting monkeys help pick corn is ridiculous. Does he think those monkeys are pets under his control? I'll eat 1 pound of feces while doing a handstand if he manages to make the monkeys help. I'll eat 2 pounds. I'll eat 3. Director Fan, observing the scene, rarely felt something akin to guilt and asked, isn't the task we set too difficult? Look, it's driven and Chen crazy. Director Fan, why are you worried now? This is clearly another stunt by Chen to grab attention. If he can actually get the monkeys to help, well. As the assistant director was about to say something harsh, he spotted a comment in the chat box mentioning eating feces while upside down and immediately added, then I'll eat 2 pounds of crap while doing a handstand. Director Fan recoiled slightly, repulsed, saying, who knew you have such weird interests? The assistant director. Everyone thought Chen had gone mad. However, amidst the, Chen walked out of the cornfield and headed towards a pine tree by the roadside. Shimming Village was backed by a large forest, which housed quite a few wild monkeys, squirrels, and more. Sometimes, these animals would come down from the mountain. Chen stood under the tree and looked at the 3 monkeys on it. He took out 3 cobs of corn from his basket and waved them, saying, come and eat the corn. The 3 monkeys immediately jumped down from the tree. Each grabbed a cob of corn, but instead of running away, they began rubbing against Chen. One monkey even kept poking around near Chen's butt. Chen knew what they wanted. Back when he used to be a water boar, many animals loved eating his droppings due to their high protein content. At the zoo back then, the neighboring monkeys always sneaked over to munch on his rear end. At that time, he didn't think anything of it, but after becoming human, Chen inexplicably felt some shame. Chen picked up the mischievous monkey and seriously said, no, you shouldn't do that. The monkey still wouldn't give up and again tried to poke under Chen's pants, sniffing hard. If Chen hadn't acted fast, the monkey would have pulled down his pants already. Chen tightened his grip on his pants and lightly tapped the monkey's head, saying, there's none left. After being refused by Chen, the monkey looked somewhat disappointed and cast him a sulky look. Monkey, there isn't any at all. Not even a tiny lump. Chen adjusted his pants and squatted down again, patting its head gently. He shook his head to indicate there wasn't any left and consoled the monkey, there is none left. But I do have corn. Will you help me if I treat you with corn? Chirp chirp, chirp chirp. Chen said, I need to pick so much corn. Do you have any family or friends who can help? After we're done, I'll give each monkey 2 cobs of corn. Deal. Chirp chirp, chirp chirp, chirp chirp. All 3 monkeys were thrilled and started rubbing against Chen again. Chen stroked each monkey's head once more, and then the 3 monkeys reluctantly left. Chapter 9, Let's Duel. What's going on? Chen seems to be able to communicate with the monkey. What kind of animal language are they speaking? I don't know if it's an animal language or not, but I just saw that monkey keep going into Chen's pants. Could this be a female monkey? Whether it is a female monkey or not, I'm sure it's no ordinary monkey, whose monkey would strip someone's pants off. Judging by the resentful look in the monkey's eyes, it seems as though Chen has done something against it. Chen, you scoundrel, have you messed around with this monkey too? What? In that case, does it mean Chen is so mischievous? You upstairs are spouting some wild words. This is a proper live stream room. Don't make us get banned. However, I must say that although Chen's character isn't great, his face really makes up for it. I also think so. Even in the entertainment industry, such a handsome face is hard to come by. The tone of the netizens' chat gradually strayed further off topic. Meanwhile, Duan Xingyu was still breaking corn cobs, all the while sneakily looking at what was happening near Chen. He couldn't hear what Chen was saying anymore, he just saw him give out 3 corn cobs, then the monkey ran away. When Chen returned to the cornfield, Duan Xingyu sarcastically said, didn't you say you wanted to ask the monkey to help pick corn? Where's the monkey? Chen said, they went back to call more friends to help. Duan Xingyu mercilessly teased, still pretending here, do you really consider yourself an animal trainer? Asking friends for help. You can't even come up with a better excuse. Chen tilted his head and watched his mockery silently without any ripple inside. It was Duan Xingyu who, seeing Chen's calm demeanor, after laughing for a while, started feeling a bit uninterested. It made himself look cheap. Covering his mouth with a clenched fist, he coughed lightly twice to cover his inner embarrassment. Then Duan Xingyu said, let's make a bet. If you cannot summon the monkeys for help, you'll have to call me father. Otherwise, I'll call you father. After 2 years of online rivalry where both had their wins and losses, the idea of forcing Chen to call him dad made Duan Xingyu extraordinarily excited. Chen asked, do you want to be my son? Duan Xingyu retorted, it's not that I want to be your son, it's that you want to be my dad. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Xingyu realized it and couldn't help slapping his own mouth. How could he slip at such a critical moment? Chen, with an expression of resignation, said, since you want to be my son so much, I'll agree. But first let's make it clear, I don't have much money, so I won't support you. Duan Xingyu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, worry about yourself first. By the end, we'll see who calls who father. Don't cheat if you lose. Chen confidently said, I won't lose. 20 minutes later, Duan Xingyu looked at Chen and asked teasingly, 20 minutes have passed, and no monkey has shown up yet. Quickly, call me Dad. His face revealed uncontrollable excitement and anticipation. Chen said, wait a bit longer. Duan Xingyu said, alright, I'll wait another 10 minutes for you. Let's see what magic you can conjure up. While verbally mocking him, his hands never ceased peeling the corns. He then thought of something and added, you're not intentionally delaying to be lazy, are you? Just letting you know, if you lose, you will have to peel 100 more corns. Chen said, alright. It felt too smooth, making Duan Xingyu rather uneasy, as though Chen was plotting something sinister. Yet thinking about hearing Chen call him Dad, Duan Xingyu felt satisfied internally. Laughing to death, our stars finally gets his revenge. I am waiting for Chen to call Dad, I will record it then. Chen, this fool, is surely going to lose, I wonder if he will cheat. In my opinion, Duan Xingyu is still too kind. If Chen loses, he should kneel down and call Dad. As the 10 minutes came and went, there was still no movement. Duan Xingyu prompted again. Duan Xingyu said, you didn't specify a time, we can't keep waiting forever, can we? Chen, however, smiled and said, they are here. Duan Xingyu looked at the distant, still forest and said, who's here? Not a single monkey in sight. Chen wasn't worried. He repeated, I said they're here. Shuiduan's vision was relatively poor, but his sense of smell and hearing were very acute. Although Shuiduan's vision improved after crossing the book, his sense of smell and hearing remained intact. Chen heard a group of monkeys coming over fast. Duan Xingyu mocked, even now, you're still trying to hold on. What difference will pretending 1 or 2 more minutes make? If it were me, I wouldn't even have the face to. Before Duan Xingyu finished his sentence, he heard the sound of zhi zhi, zhi zhi. Looking towards the mountain forest, he saw a monkey running towards them. Then came 2, 3. So many monkeys, a large group of monkeys were dashing down the mountain. At first glance, there were at least 100. This sight of hundreds of monkeys rushing down was incredibly awe-inspiring and exaggerated. Standing in the cornfield, Duan Xingyu saw a swarm of monkeys heading straight for him, which made him scramble to climb up onto the field ridge out of fright. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and patted his chest nervously as his heart still raced. He wasn't scared of monkeys, but with hundreds of them charging at him, that image was indeed a bit terrifying. Even when he watched those monkeys helping break corn cobs in the field, Duan Xingyu still found the whole scene rather surreal. Could Chen possibly be the kind of character from a novel, equipped with a system, understanding animal language, and commanding the beast's king? Or maybe even the overpowered protagonist type? Duan Xingyu glanced over and noticed Chen sitting on the edge of the cornfield peeling and eating a cob. A squirrel leapt onto his head and sat there snacking on nuts, but Chen didn't even react, he just kept on munching on the corn. Duan Xingyu thought too much, Chen, the guy whose head can be ridden by squirrels, how could he possibly be the almighty main character of an all-powerful fantasy? But Duan Xingyu wouldn't let go so easily, walking over and squatting down to ask, do you know animal languages? Chen shook his head. Duan Xingyu then said, then why do the monkeys listen to you? Lifting his head while peeling the corn, Chen said, maybe because I'm likable. You dare to say, responded Duan Xingyu. The entire entertainment industry knows you have the most black fans and rivals. Chen looked up at him briefly and then declared, you lost, call me father. Duan Xingyu stood up immediately, forcing a laugh and saying, I'll also go pick some corns then, more people means more hands. Chen retorted, you don't keep your word, you're a little dog. Just as Duan Xingyu took a step forward, he pivoted around and smiled sheepishly, saying gently, let's settle this, no grudges about it, and I'll forget everything from before. After biting into another mouthful of corn, Chen's almond eyes looked at him calmly as he addressed him, Duan dog. Clenching his teeth, Duan Xingyu said, Chen, let it go already where possible. Chewing another piece of corn slowly, Chen said once again, Duan dog. Though Duan Xingyu had the upper hand morally, no matter what, he would never call Chen dad, even if they beat him until death. Fearing Chen might force him, Duan Xingyu simply jumped into the cornfield and began working, thinking to stay away from the issue at hand. However, when he reached out to pluck some corns, a monkey jumped onto the corn stalk, bending it under its weight. It quickly pulled the corn down with both hands. Afterward, the monkey let out 2 zhi zhi sounds toward Duan Xingyu and gestured for him to leave. Although Duan Xingyu couldn't understand what the monkey was saying, from its disdainful look, he understood it found him troublesome. He was being shooed away by a monkey. Alright, losing the bet to Chen was one thing, but now, even a single monkey disrespected him. Defenses shattered, Duan Xingyu turned and challenged the monkey, saying, let's duel. Chapter 10, Chen gains fame. 10 minutes later, Duan Xingyu lost to a monkey. Duan Xingyu returned to the edge of the field, feeling completely deflated as he sat there with a despondent look on his face. How could this be? I've lived over 20 years, how could I lose even to a monkey? Turning his head, he noticed Chen staring at him. Thinking that Chen would force him to call him dad again, Duan Xingyu, who was still reeling from his loss to the monkey, decided to go all in. With his hands on his hips, he walked up to Chen and said with a defiant, irritating smirk, I'm not going to call you dad, what are you going to do about it? A person can't afford to lose face twice in one day, right? Chen had forgotten about that entirely. After pondering for a moment, he remembered what it was all about. Nonchalantly, he responded, if you won't call me dad, then no big deal. In the future, I'll just call you, Xiaogo, puppy, dot. Chen thought it made perfect sense. Duan Xingyu went back on his word first, so calling him a puppy wasn't an issue. But Duan Xingyu couldn't let that stand. How could he possibly call himself a puppy in front of Su Huachen? When Su Huachen eventually found out why, and Chen recounted the whole story, wouldn't that just make him appear like an untrustworthy man in Su Huachen's eyes? It was just a matter of calling someone dad, right? It wasn't even like he disliked calling Chen dad, after all. He'd already lost face once, losing it again wouldn't matter much. Yelling out, dad, in front of a bunch of monkeys was better than doing it in front of a crowd of people, anyway. After consoling himself with that thought, Duan Xingyu weakly called out, dad. Chen looked up and asked, what did you say? I didn't hear you. It was true, Chen hadn't heard it because he had been focused on the fields. But Duan Xingyu assumed he was deliberately playing games. Once again consoling himself, Duan Xingyu figured he'd let Chen have his little moment of triumph, for now. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Closing his eyes for a second, he yelled louder, dad. Almost immediately after his shout, a thud sounded behind him. Looking back, Duan Xingyu realized that standing on the cement road were over 100 people, and more kept coming. Everyone had heard his shout of, dad. Duan Xingyu, am I still in time to reincarnate? Ha 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 ha, Star's expression was too funny. Duan Xingyu, there was no warning that so many people were behind me. Though I feel a bit sorry for the kid, it's still really funny, ha 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 ha. Who can save our stars? I think he's falling apart. Finally, Duan Xingyu covered his eyes with a corn leaf in sheer embarrassment. A classic case of sticking leaves in your eyes to ignore reality. Director Fan stared at the scene on the monitor, a mountain full of monkeys rushing down into the frame, and felt frozen in place. It took a while before he came to his senses and turned to the assistant director whose eyes were also wide open. With an unctuous smile, Fan teasingly asked, would you prefer fresh droppings or ancient ones? The assistant director couldn't miss the smugness hidden in Fan's gaze but retorted, Director, compared to my trivial problems, shouldn't we consider something more serious? Like whether the stunts pulled by Chen will land us in social news or entertainment news? Or whether relevant authorities might see this as promotion of superstitious feudalism? Fan's smile froze, and he quickly grabbed his phone to check. Hashtag Chen takes monkeys to pick corn hashtag. Hashtag monkeys doing farm work attracts 100 villagers hashtag. Hashtag Chen monkey hashtag. Hashtag Chen and Duan Xingyu make a bet for him to call him dad hashtag. Hashtag Duan Xingyu about to fall apart hashtag. Multiple trending topics appeared, and the comments beneath them were nothing short of lively. Is this some kind of special effect by the production team? More than 100 monkeys actually came down the mountain, to pick corn. The world seems increasingly incomprehensible. How much money must Chen have contributed to get the program crew to fund such a massive stunt to accompany his performance? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Do you believe I'm Chinshuan, or that Chen really controls these monkeys? Genuinely speaking, this is real. My relatives live in Shiming Village, and they confirmed that what happened wasn't special effects, it was exactly what the live stream showed. I was there. On the grave of my ex-boyfriend, I swear this scene was genuine. Is it possible that Chen is a wizard? I think he might be a fairy incarnate, maybe even a monkey spirit reborn. Weakly, I feel that the chemistry between Chen and Duan Xingyu was interesting. They seem to pair well together. Absolutely agree. Especially when Chen forced Duan Xingyu to call him dad, I laughed so hard. So easy to ship them. Is the person above serious? Ships can be niche, but not bizarre. Don't ship everything. Shipping everything only makes my nutrients balanced. Online, there were all sorts of speculations about Chen being able to command monkeys to work, with some guessing that he might be a fairy reincarnated or a wizard and so on. Mostly, these were jests and jokes. But this video did indeed quickly sweep across the internet, and Chen became an overnight sensation. Usually, when something trended, Director Fan was very pleased, but this time he was quite worried. He didn't want to give up on the trending topic's popularity if he took it down. He simply had the PR team monitor the online comments closely, reporting any extreme irrational posts and guiding public opinion toward more positive directions by deploying some social media operatives. Jiaxing Entertainment Company. Fu Chinshuan sat in his office, where his computer was playing Chen's live stream. Watching over 100 monkeys picking corn, even someone as well-traveled and experienced as Fu Chinshuan felt a little shocked. More and more people flooded in, the barrage of the live stream brushing by rapidly. At first, Fu Chinshuan wasn't paying much attention. He even picked up an apple and started munching away as he watched the commotion. Until he noticed some comments like, "And Chen and Duan Xingyu look great together." Fu Qianshuan frowned, annoyed, saying, "Is this person blind? Where are they a good match?" As he said this, he wanted to report the comment, but the barrage flew too fast, and before long, it was gone without a trace. Just then, another similar comment brushed past, and Fu Qianshuan swiftly clicked to report it while filling out the requirements and commenting, "They look great together. What a ghostly match." After a quick report, he returned just in time to spot a few more such comments amidst the swarm. For every one Fu Qianshuan found, he reported it. 10 minutes later, Fu Qianshuan received a reply, "The comment you reported does not contain obscene vulgar language, this report is invalid." Attached to these replies for invalid reports was another message, "Due to frequent reporting, please try again after 24 hours." This made Fu Qianshuan so angry that his face turned green, and he angrily took 2 large bites of his apple to calm himself down. No sooner than 10 seconds had passed when Fu Qianshuan furiously called his assistant, saying, "Set me up with 10 alternate accounts, and make them Weibo accounts." Chapter 11, The Wise Do Not Fall in Love. In less than an hour, the monkey that had been sent out by the team had picked all 800 corns as required by the directors group. When handing over the task, the directors were there counting the number of corns. Director Fan was cunningly plotting something with his eyes rolling around. As expected, after they confirmed there were more than 800 corns, Director Fan started making excuses, "This can't count. We said from the start no help from others is allowed, you're violating the rules." What a joke. The director's team had originally planned to grind these guests' patience during the day, but before 10 o'clock, and Chen's team had already finished their tasks. Isn't that equivalent to having rest for the whole afternoon? Then how could they continue shooting materials? And Chen sighed and said to the monkey behind him, "How unfortunate, the directors say the corn you picked doesn't count." After this statement, the hundreds of monkeys on site immediately stared at the director's team. The monkeys began advancing step by step toward the director's team. Seeing many of the monkeys glaring at them, Director Fan looked like he was about to be torn apart. The assistant director trembled as he pulled Director Fan's sleeve and said, "Director, this situation doesn't seem good, why don't we just let it pass?" Director Fan replied, How can we let it pass? I'm not someone who would be threatened by mere monkeys." The assistant director added, "Besides, these are protected animals by the state. These monkeys can hit us, but we cannot retaliate, it would be pure one-sided abuse." Director Fan persisted, "That also can't." But before he finished his sentence, the monkey that had been following Chen closely rushed towards Director Fan, scaring him into running away, shouting, "Wrong, wrong, wrong. Brother monkey, we can still negotiate, how about I treat you to some bananas?" These monkeys were incredibly entertaining. Among so many monkeys, only one pursued Director Fan alone, clearly siding with Chen. Duan Xingyu, seeing this scene, stood there laughing heartily. He finally wasn't alone in being bullied by the monkeys anymore. Director Fan could neither outrun nor fight the monkeys, and soon surrendered. Seizing the moment, Duan Xingyu shouted loudly at Director Fan, "Director Fan, do our corns from just now still count?" While running, Director Fan shouted back, "They count, absolutely they count." Duan Xingyu grinned and asked, "Then, are we ranked first? There will be a big meal for lunch, right?" "Absolutely the first place, and definitely a feast," Director Fan cried out with tears in his eyes, "And Chen, I beg you, please stop the monkey, make it stop chasing me. I have old legs, I truly can't run any longer." And Chen called out, "Mao Mao, come back." Not knowing what to call the monkey, and Chen named it on the spot, this name belonged to a monkey he once knew well at the zoo. From now on, this would be its name. Mao Mao instantly understood and returned. Bending over with hands on his knees, Director Fan panted and said, I never imagined I'd be bullied by a monkey one day." As soon as these words came out, Mao Mao stared at him again. Director Fan quickly retracted, No bullying. What we had just was friendly jogging for exercise." The assistant director smacked his forehead covering his eyes and exclaimed, "Where's your backbone? Director Fan, you've given up too easily. People in Shiming Village usually didn't like outsiders entering. This program filming was agreed upon by the village chief against everyone's objections. And the guardian spirit of Shiming Village was none other than the monkeys. There was even a temple dedicated to monkeys on the mountain, where, according to legends, 1,000 years ago, a monkey had saved the entire village. The incident of hundreds of monkeys descending from the mountain to pick corns not only caught the attention of the villagers of Shiming Village, but also attracted neighboring villages and reporters. Fortunately, the director's team and the villagers managed to block them, otherwise Chen might already be surrounded by the crowd. It wasn't good for so many monkeys to stay in the village, so Chen sent them back. In the end, only Mao Mao stayed. Before leaving, those other monkeys surprisingly lined up orderly and saluted Chen respectfully before departing. This sight left all the villagers speechless, they had never seen such disciplined and human-like monkeys throughout their lifetime. And Chen, who could make so many monkeys obey him, naturally became a favorite among the villagers, who took out their best food to give to him. Thus, there appeared a scene wherein Chen was snatched and fought over by villagers from various households. Finally, the village chief invited Chen home. Initially, the program arranged tasks like picking corn and strawberries for celebrities to experience life, capturing their struggles when encountering difficulties. However, at the moment, Chen and Duan Xingyu were enjoying the air conditioning, eating watermelon, and watching TV. Their relaxed demeanor made Fan Dao's teeth grind in envy. Initially, Fan Dao had also wanted to go inside to freeload on the air conditioning but was chased out by the village chief's wife. Now he pitifully sat under his temporarily erected iron roof shed. In such hot weather, no air conditioner could be installed, all he had was a sorry little oscillating fan that moved back and forth. From time to time, it emitted an annoying creak-creak sound as it turned back and forth. At 4 p.m., in the red bayberry grove, Chen Danwen struggled to stand up, massaging her lower back, and said, "With this basket, we should have collected about 200 pounds of red bayberries. My waist feels like it's going to break." Seeing Fang Keqing moving the red bayberries, Chen Danwen quickly stepped forward to take them over. To maintain his image live on camera, he still needed to appear as a gentle, well-tempered good man. Fang Keqing waved her hand, saying, "Big brother Chen, there's no need. I am super strong." As she said this, she deliberately tried to lift the basket of red bayberries higher but almost fell over. Luckily, Chen Danwen rushed forward and stabilized the basket. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Fang Keqing said, "I almost knocked the bayberries down." "Thank you, big brother Chen." Chen Danwen replied with a soft smile, "Why so formal? You're a girl, and I should naturally look after you more." Fang Keqing tilted her head curiously and asked, "Big brother Chen, I saw online many marketing accounts saying that Chen has been chasing you for the past 2 years and even attempted to declare love, which failed before turning violent against you. Is this true?" Chen Danwen responded, "Matters of the heart cannot be forced. I want someone who shares my soul and reciprocates my feelings willingly. As for violence, let's just say it might have been a moment of anger, though this isn't the first time something like this has happened." Though not clearly answering, these words indirectly solidified Chen's guilt. Fang Keqing gossiped further, "Then, isn't it awkward for the two of you to record the show together?" Chen Danwen replied, "It wasn't me who did anything wrong. He must be feeling the awkwardness." Fang Keqing gave him a thumbs up and said, "You're absolutely right." Chen Danwen continued, "And what about you? Do you have a boyfriend?" Fang Keqing laughed and said, "The wise don't fall in love. I'm single and working towards my master's degree." Chen Danwen remarked, "Do you not plan to get married or have children? Who will take care of you when you're old? Women are still best off marrying and settling down." Fang Keqing responded, "Big brother Chen, your thinking is really outdated. Why does a woman have to marry? Being alone is fine too. Moreover, dating oneself is quite boring anyway, watching others date is far more enjoyable." Seeing that Chen Danwen was about to continue discussing this, Fang Keqing hastily changed the subject. "Big brother Chen, the production team mentioned earlier that whichever group finishes their tasks first decides the quality of the meal. Do you think we'll end up being the last group?" Chen Danwen said, "That's impossible. Our picking speed is pretty fast. Even if we aren't first, we'll definitely be second. There's no way we can be the last one." Fang Keqing nodded, "That's true. Clearly, the corn picking task is much harder and more demanding." Chen Danwen added, "Don't worry. The last place will definitely go to the corn group." Chen Danwen was so certain not only because the corn group's task was the hardest, but also due to one very important reason. Chen was arrogant and domineering, always creating trouble everywhere. Even though he put up a show pretending otherwise during the program, when it came to doing the work, he would definitely expose himself. How could a person like that ever willingly do the work? Moreover, sharing the same group was Duan Xingyu, with whom Chen had unresolved personal grudges. Duan Xingyu had a rich boy's temper and wouldn't possibly indulge in Chen slacking off, let alone avoid a quarrel. Two people whose hearts weren't aligned, how could they possibly complete the task smoothly? Chapter 12, Elementary Chickens Arguing. The first episode of Depart Together 4 was recorded over 2 nights and 3 days. The production team rented a small courtyard in the village, naming it Together Courtyard. Chen Danwen and Fang Keqing, dragging their exhausted bodies, returned to the courtyard only to see Su Huachen and Feng Qinghua sitting under a jujube tree, sipping tea with weary expressions, their dirty clothes still unwashed. Chen Danwen looked around but didn't see Chen's group and smiled. It seemed they were in second place. Su Huachen pointed to the house outside and said, "That kitchen has signs on it. Go eat quickly." Fang Keqing, touching her belly, said, "I'm starving." She rushed into the kitchen with Chen Danwen right behind her, both expecting a good meal. Instead, they only found 2 bowls of congee, 2 steamed buns, and a plate of pickled vegetables. Chen Danwen went to ask the director's team, his tired voice tinged with questioning, "If second place can only eat congee and buns, isn't this treatment a bit excessive?" Fang Keqing chimed in, "Exactly, we're not asking for a feast, but at least give us some home-cooked dishes and rice, or we'll surely be hungry at midnight." Director Fan said, "Who said you're in second place?" "You're last." Chen Danwen, shocked, asked, "And Chen is in second place?" Director Fan replied, "They are first, and finished all the work by before 10 o'clock in the morning." Chen Danwen retorted, "Did you take bribes from them? With so much corn, how could those 2 thin-armed individuals possibly finish within less than 2 hours? I'm not someone who gets easily bought." He even took the risk of losing his reputation to resist a bit. Director Fan patted Chen Danyan's shoulder earnestly and said, when you have time, check Weibo. Chen Danyan didn't understand, what did this have to do with Weibo? He soon realized, couldn't Chen have made the trending list? Fong Keqing had already taken out her phone to search. Upon seeing the trending content, she exclaimed, wow, and Chen is just too strong. Made 5 or 6 trends in succession. Chen Danyan quickly moved closer to look. When he saw the trending content, he was stunned. And Chen led monkeys to pick corn. This wasn't some fantasy movie, how could that be possible? Fong Keqing clicked on the trend, and inside the video were numerous monkeys picking corn in an orderly manner across a cornfield. They even knew how to use the relay method to transport the harvested corn to the stacking area beside the road. By the pile of corn, and Chen sat there, wearing a sun hat, leisurely munching on a corn cob, looking far from like someone who came here to work, rather as if he was on vacation. Seated next to him, Duan Xingyu fanned himself with a leaf plucked from some unknown tree. Though these two were once mortal enemies, now they sat peacefully chatting. Unfortunately, their conversation wasn't recorded in the video. Upon seeing how relaxed they appeared, Chen Danyan somewhat irritably said, doing farm work like in Chen makes labor lose its meaning. What then about us spending the entire day picking strawberries in the greenhouse, working ourselves until we couldn't straighten our backs? Fong Keqing said, yes, we've been unlucky. Just as Chen and Duan Xingyu entered from outside, they happened upon the still uncomposed expression of frustration on Chen Danyan's face. Both held popsicles in their hands, and more strikingly, there was a monkey hanging on Chen's shoulder, looking pretty at ease. Chen Danyan scrutinized them. When had they become so close? Could it be Chen developed feelings for Duan Xingyu again? But Chen Danyan believed more in the possibility that Chen deliberately did this to provoke jealousy. Unfortunately, this method only caused Chen Danyan to dislike him even more. Seeing the bag still in Chen's hand containing several popsicles. Under normal circumstances, such items would never catch his eye, but after a whole day of hard labor in hot weather, Chen Danyan really wanted something cool and refreshing. Seeing that Chen wasn't offering them proactively, Chen Danyan had to find an excuse, saying, Chen, I heard your group didn't work much today, quite nice indeed. Unlike us who were sweating in the sweltering greenhouse picking strawberries all day, almost breaking our waists. His gaze shifted to the popsicle in Chen's hand. The hint was rather obvious. Chen took a bite of the popsicle and, glancing at his waist, said, a bad waist is usually due to kidney deficiency. Eating more lamb and leek might help strengthen your kidneys. Duan Xingyu let out a laugh, then said without any reserve, Teacher Chen, at your young age, you already suffer from kidney deficiency. By the way, I happen to have some kidney tonics. How about I give you 2 boxes? Although he disliked Chen, Duan Xingyu also didn't like Chen Danyan, always finding him particularly pretentious. Chen Danyan could no longer maintain his feigned gentleness and somewhat angrily replied, there's nothing wrong with my waist. Don't talk nonsense. Didn't you say it yourself that your waist is about to break? I said my waist would break because I was tired. Don't twist my words. Moreover, why do you even have kidney tonics? Is there something wrong with your waist too? I bought them for my father, isn't that okay? You keep making things up. Finally understand what it means when elementary chickens argue. It's almost unbearable to watch, the sum of their maturity is less than 3 years old. I somehow feel like the way Chen Danyan talks to Chen seems rather sarcastic and makes me feel uncomfortable. Apparently others think the same. I've long noticed this Chen Danyan has a strange way of speaking. Saying he dislikes Chen, yet shows a sense of superiority towards him. Impossible, right? It looks like Chen actually has brainless fans who defend everything about him. I said it before, this show has a script, trying to whitewash Chen. The PR army is already preparing to act. Casual comments by random internet users got labeled as being Chen's fanatics, causing arguments in the live stream comment section. Meanwhile, in the live stream, Chen looked puzzled at the two of them. If someone's waist hurts, taking care of it will fix the problem. Why are they arguing over this? Su Huachen beckoned Chen over, saying, come sit under the tree. It's too hot standing there. Indeed, it was very hot. Chen immediately went over, sat down, and placed the black bag on the wicker table, saying, here, have some popsicles. Su Huachen opened the black bag, seeing there were 4 more popsicles inside, and asked, where did these come from? Uncle Chen gave them. Chen added after thinking they might not know who Uncle Chen was, the village chief's wife. Su Huachen said, you're really great. You've already become so familiar with the village chief and the villagers. Chen handed a popsicle each to Su Huachen and Feng Qingyue. Feng Qingyue took the green grape popsicle and told Chen, you're not quite what I imagined. At this moment, Feng Keqing also came over to sit and said, not quite what I expected either. Chapter 13, How a Lickspittle is Made. 2 years ago, during an interview, Chen had directly commented that Feng Qingyue's acting was subpar. This caused Feng Qingyue to be trolled by marketing accounts for a while. Chen recalled that it really wasn't the original host's fault. Though the original host could be somewhat troublesome, they wouldn't have said something completely unfounded. The original words from the host were, Feng Qingyue is a veteran actor with many years of experience, his acting cannot possibly be bad. But this was edited by the media to say that Feng Qingyue's acting was poor. Unfortunately, Chen had always had terrible public favor since his debut, and when the media presented it this way, everyone immediately believed it, firmly believing it was the fault of the original host. After hearing Chen's explanation, Feng Qingyue nodded and said, "Ah, I see. Sometimes some unscrupulous media will go to great lengths for traffic. So it was like this? Then it was my misunderstanding of him back then. Who knows? It might have been deliberately arranged to whitewash Chen. Who arranged it? Teacher Feng is known for being upright, and besides, with Teacher Feng's status in the entertainment industry, does he need to specifically help Chen clear his name? I just went back and reviewed Chen's interview 2 years ago, and it really shows obvious editing. Yes, frame-by-frame viewing makes it pretty clear. Even if it was unjust towards him, isn't it what he deserves? Isn't it because of all the bad things he did before? Are you mistaken? Chen's bad public image wasn't solely due to one event. He bullied crew members on set, insulted assistants, and sexually harassed Danwen, among other incidents. Surely not all of these are false accusations, right? He'll never be cleaned up in my eyes. Not talking about others, didn't Chen once say Chen looks ugly? Could this also have been misrepresented? Curious netizens' questions intrigued Feng Qichen, a gossip lover, who asked curiously, "Then I've heard before that you said Chen was ugly. Is that also a fabrication?" Chen shook his head and said, "It's not entirely fake." During the quick question and answer segment on a program, the host asked me, "Please name 3 celebrities in the entertainment circle who you think are uglier than you." Feng Qichen immediately understood, laughing and asking, "Questions like these are usually answered by naming friends within your circle or by choosing present guests to diffuse tension. You couldn't have actually blurted out 3 names, could you?" Chen nodded, and among those 3 names was Chen's. This incident was also intentionally cut and edited by marketing accounts. Given that Chen's statement was already controversial, the manipulation further intensified its effect. Back then, this incident got Chen's fans and bystanders angry at Chen for quite a long time, even trending as a hot topic on Weibo. To retaliate against Chen, Chen's fans photoshopped him into several ugly images, and some more radical ones even photoshopped his obituary and bloody pictures. Later, Chen responded on Weibo, "Teacher Chen indeed looks good. I also know my appearance is relatively ordinary in the entertainment industry. I'll strive to enhance my looks through clothing to avoid disappointing my face fans. And fans who like me, please stop attacking Teacher Chen." He merely told the truth. Wishing Teacher Chen success in his future endeavors. This eloquent and mature reply earned Chen much goodwill from bystanders, yet his fans only pitted him more, feeling that their beloved idol had been wronged but still had to clean up the mess. Upon hearing this, Feng Qichen gave him a thumbs up and said, "You're really bold to say such things." Chen replied, "At that time, I didn't think too much about it." The host gave 5 seconds to consider, and coincidentally, the milk box of the brand sponsoring the show just had Teacher's face printed on it, so I blurted it out without hesitation. Feng Qichen burst out laughing, saying, "What a simple and straightforward reason." Sitting nearby, Chen was munching on a popsicle, saying, "Since I ate your food today, let's call it quits regarding past issues." Feng Qingyue added, "Then it seems I can't avoid resolving this either." The dispute between the two ended up with Duan Xingyu winning. Danwen mainly lost because of saving face. In front of the camera, he couldn't abandon himself as easily as Duan Xingyu could. He had always cultivated a persona of gentle, courteous, and polite behavior. Today, slightly pushed by Duan Xingyu, this persona took a slight hit. Luckily, it wasn't a significant issue, so as long as there was a chance later, he could mend his image. Just after the two sat down to rest, the director's team came again to distribute task cards. Feng Qingyue received the task card and jokingly acted as if his hand was shaking, saying, "Why do I always get a foreboding sense?" After opening the task card, Feng Qingyue read its contents and said, "Firstly, congratulations to everyone for perfectly completing the morning tasks. Next is a warmth-giving activity. In Timing Village, there are many elderly people who live alone, as their children work in other provinces all year round. Some of these seniors find daily living difficult due to their age. The program would like to ask our guests to cook them a dinner. The requirement is 20 servings, which must be completed before 7 p.m., and this does not include your own dinners that you need to calculate separately. Furthermore, all ingredients will need to be sourced on your own, the production team will not provide any." Chen glanced at his watch and said, "It's already 4:20. Even with ready ingredients, it might not be enough time. And we have to prepare ourselves, and we don't even know where to find the ingredients." Director Fan, waving a small fan, said with a smug look, "That is something you'll need to resolve yourselves. I believe you can complete it." Truly worthy of being the director, cruel and ruthless, Duan Xingyu raised his thumb and then looked at Chen saying, "Chen, let Mao Mao scratch him and pull down his pants." Chen cast a glance at Mao Mao squatting on his shoulder, and Mao Mao immediately stood straight, looking ready for battle. The previously overconfident director Fan suddenly turned pale with fear. He still hadn't fixed his last pair of torn pants, and he couldn't afford another ruined pair. Clutching tightly at his pants and running away clumsily, he yelled while fleeing, "You still need to complete the task. The elders are waiting for your dinner." Though the director had fled, their tasks were indeed ongoing. After consulting around, Feng Qinyue realized he was the only one who knew how to cook. Moreover, the earth stove in the small courtyard needed firewood to burn, which also required chopping. Thus, the 6 members split into 3 groups. Feng Qinyue and Duan Xingyu stayed in the courtyard to chop wood and start the fire, while Chen and Chen Danyan formed one group and Su Huachen and Fang Keqing formed the other to search for ingredients. When assigned to Chen's group, Chen Danyan's face fell, but as this arrangement came from senior Feng Qinyue, Chen Danyan could hardly say anything against it. Chen was always agreeable and didn't mind working with anyone. Why did teacher Feng put Chen and Chen Danyan in the same group? Doesn't he know they have grudges against each other? What grudge? It's just one-sided sexual harassment by Chen Danyan. Chen will definitely stir up trouble during this solo encounter. I'm waiting to see some drama. Guy friends, come quick, let's watch the live broadcast of inexplicably. Chapter 14, Chen oversteps his bounds. Time was too tight, Shiming village was far from the city, and everyone was too rushed to go buy vegetables, so they decided to first visit a villager's home to get some alms. Fortunately, every household in the village grew vegetables, so everyone thought this shouldn't be too difficult. Chen went out with a basket, while Chen Danyan walked all the way with a dark face. He was annoyed about being grouped with someone he didn't like, fearing that Chen might cling to him desperately, and he certainly couldn't give Su Huachen a wrong impression of being fickle on the show. Looking back, he found that the person who had been walking ahead of him at some point had fallen behind, squatting by the roadside motionless. Chen Danyan furrowed his brows and said, "What are you squatting there for? We're not here to play around, we have a task to complete. Can you stop being so reckless and act responsibly?" But Chen pointed to the grass by the road and said, "This is edible." Chen Danyan glanced at the grass, which looked just like an ordinary weed, and scolded, "What do you mean eat? It's just a weed." Chen shot him a look and replied, "This is called Malon too. It has properties such as heat clearing and detoxifying, blood stasis dispersing, stopping bleeding, and aiding digestion. It's a common medicinal wild vegetable." Chen Danyan. He consoled himself that it was normal for most people not to recognize wild vegetables. Only rich people like Chen would know these things so well. Chen Danyan wanted to squat down to pick the wild vegetables but saw Chen stride past him. Chen Danyan shouted after him, asking, "Didn't you say this is edible? Why aren't you picking it?" Chen said, "We don't have time to pick wild vegetables, and most importantly, we don't even have tools for picking them." Chen Danyan. Chen looked at him, his eyes tinged with disappointment as he said earnestly, "Mr. Chen, how can you not even know such basic common sense? Stop thinking about attaching yourself to rich people all the time and focus more on something important." Chen Danyan's face turned grave as he angrily snapped, "Chen, you're being too excessive in your speech." As he spoke, he moved forward, only for the monkey sitting on Chen's shoulder to jump onto his head, snarling at him and tugging at his hair. Zzz. Ah. Chen Danyan's hair hurt as it got yanked, anger rising within him as he wanted to grab the monkey off his head and throw it. However, Chen reminded him, Mao is a protected animal under the law. Striking it would be illegal and punishable with over 5 years in prison. The originally determined Chen Danyan instantly froze his hand mid-motion, distracted momentarily as Mao seized another clump of Chen Danyan's hair, ripping it off. Chen Danyan's hair visibly thinned in the blink of an eye. Seeing his plight, Chen felt Chen Danyan, who was at least a celebrity, being treated this way by a monkey wouldn't reflect well on his image. He was just about to speak up and tell Mao to come down when the completely defenseless Chen Danyan shouted in frustration, "Chen, don't think using this trick will divert my attention. Let me tell you straight, there's no way I'll ever like you." Chen tilted his head, puzzled by his incomprehensible statement. Monkeys are smart animals. A little friendly interaction between teacher Chen and the monkey might help enhance his intelligence. Was it agreed to watch the live stream for saps? This doesn't seem right either. Honestly speaking, the way Chen looks at Chen Danyan doesn't carry any affection-filled gaze. Like hell. Chen may sound mild in words, but did you notice how much he's been sarcastic toward Chen Danyan? No love there, just disdain. Seeing Chen Danyan unable to fight back as the monkey climbed on his head was both heartwarming and hilarious. Ha. How could you find it funny? Chen is obviously bullying him, and the show producers aren't doing anything about it either. Brother Chen is really suffering, and Chen oversteps too much. After being taught a lesson by Mao, Chen Danyan became notably subdued. When the two arrived at a villager's house, Chen Danyan's competitiveness flared up again. "I've always been a woman killer. Those aunties, grandmothers, all adore me," Chen Danyan confidently proclaimed, sneaking a glance at Chen with a challenging tone, saying, "If I take charge, asking for vegetables will be a breeze. I'll ensure both baskets are filled to the brim." Being bullied by the monkey earlier, Chen Danyan now desperately needed to reclaim his dignity in front of his fans during the live broadcast. Chen wasn't quite clear about Chen Danyan's thoughts and remained lazily aloof as usual, simply replying, "Oh, good luck then." Chen thought that if Chen Danyan alone managed to secure all the ingredients required, finishing the task without his own effort would be ideal. Evidently, Chen Danyan had overestimated his own charm. After being turned away by 5 households in succession, he started to doubt himself. Could it be that I've become ugly recently? Or is my skin sagging? Otherwise, after this episode's recording finishes, I'll go get a facelift. As he looked up and saw Chen giving him yet another disdainful glance, Danwen retorted, it's just that the villagers here are too difficult to deal with. It'd be the same for anyone, you should give it a try if you don't believe me. And Chen, carrying the basket, knocked on the door of the house that had just driven out Danwen. Danwen stood off to the side, waiting for Chen to be humiliated. Among these families, the old lady from just now was the fiercest. He was looking forward to Chen getting scolded, and the harsher, the better, ideally so much that Chen would cry. I already said we don't have any extras, and you still. The door opened, revealing Auntie He, wielding a broom with an imposing demeanor. Upon seeing Chen standing obediently outside, her expression instantly softened as she said, aren't you Chen? What brings you here? Is there something you need from Auntie He? Her voice was gentle, careful not to startle Chen, leaving Danwen dumbfounded. Chen explained his difficulties to Auntie He. Auntie He smiled and said, oh, such a trivial matter. Don't stand out here in the heat. Come inside and rest with Auntie. Auntie He lived alone in a small yard, where chickens were kept on the left, flowers grew on the right, and everything was meticulously tidied up. She asked Chen to sit under the tree in the yard to cool off, and soon enough brought out 2 apples, saying, do you want some apples? Chen nodded and replied, yes. Auntie He's face, lined with years of wisdom, broke into a kind smile as she said, that's good. Eat up, they've already been washed clean. There will be more once you're done. Chen took the apple, took a bite, and commented, it's very sweet. On the side, Danwen extended his hand toward the other apple, saying, thank you, Auntie. But Auntie He avoided putting the apple in Danwen's hand, making a dismissive remark, you're already grown up but still so greedy. This one isn't for you. Right in front of Danwen, Auntie He gave the apple to Mao Mao on Chen's shoulder. Mao, upon receiving the apple, jumped onto the ground, then onto the table, his monkey eyes gleaming with smugness as he looked at Danwen, angering him considerably. Even the monkey gets fed, why doesn't he? Danwen felt like all the elders in this village had a problem and had particularly strong opinions about him. Auntie He led Chen to the kitchen, saying, take a few eggs, these are laid by the chickens I raised myself. Also take some cured pork, it was smoked during the New Year celebrations, it's incredibly fragrant when stir-fried. You can also take some carrots and cabbage. Oh, though Auntie usually lives alone, so vegetables aren't quite sufficient in the house. Would you like Auntie to kill a chicken for you now? Saying that, Auntie He grabbed a kitchen knife and went straight to the chicken coop. The chickens seemed to sense danger and let out continuous gg noises. Chapter 15, 13 Depart, 1 Returns. Chen hurriedly stopped her, no, it's unnecessary, Auntie He. This chicken needs to be kept for laying eggs. Auntie said, don't be so polite, Auntie raises a lot of chickens, one less won't matter. Chen said, Auntie, I'm not being polite, it's just that there isn't enough time. We need to prepare dishes for more than 20 people before 7. Oh, that's true, Auntie nodded, patting her chest and said, then there's no time to kill the chicken. Let me handle this dish, I promise to fill your 2 baskets. As she spoke, Auntie took out her phone, opened a group chat, and sent a voice message saying, Jin Feng, Gui Feng, Spring Auntie. Do you have any extra vegetables? Chen needs some vegetables now. If you have any extras, please send them to my house. Chen is waiting here. The group quickly responded with many messages. Auntie put down her phone and said, rest assured, they'll be here soon, just wait a moment. Speaking, Auntie sat opposite Chen, picked up the needlework from the chair, and began embroidering again. Chen moved his chair closer and said, Auntie, the lotus flowers you embroidered are really beautiful. Auntie laughed and said, of course, let me not boast too much about myself. My embroidery skills rank top in the entire Shimming village. Do all the people in Shimming village know embroidery? Most of the older generation do, but very few young people can, and even fewer want to learn. Auntie continued idly chatting while embroidering, but we can understand, this embroidery takes several years of practice, and cannot be easily mastered. Even a small handkerchief takes at least a day to embroider, which naturally won't be cheap. But machine embroidery is convenient, and machine-made handkerchiefs aren't inferior to ours, so people prefer to buy machine-embroidered items. Those things we painstakingly learned and embroidered, but if nobody buys them, it's natural that fewer people will learn, and most young people have gone outside to work. Chen shook his head and said, they're different. Machine embroidery is lifeless, humans are alive. The advantage of machine embroidery lies in its speed and ability to mass-produce to satisfy high-volume merchants, something hand embroidery cannot achieve. However, truly exquisite works cannot be achieved by machines, especially in detailed handling. Basic color gradient processing in hand embroidery still cannot be solved by machine embroidery, let alone double-sided embroidery. This is also why products made by machine embroidery lack flexibility and vitality. And he was just chatting casually and venting complaints, but she didn't expect Chen to actually understand these things, thus asking curiously, do you understand these things? Chen paused, puzzled himself how he knew all this, and decided not to think about it further. He casually replied, I read it in a book once. Smiling warmly, and he said, "You're such a well-mannered child, it's obvious you're a good learner." Danwen, who was listening nearby, couldn't help but roll her eyes. She thought, just a nouveau riche. And Chen was also unclear, although his consciousness had merged into this body, he only had a rough idea about many past events of the original owner. Details were completely blurred. For example, Chen knew which elementary and middle schools the original attended, but he couldn't remember teachers or interesting activities during that period, especially anything before the age of 18. This feeling was like knowing the general plot of someone's life story, yet lacking details to fill it in. Chen asked, "Auntie, I noticed that the villagers don't seem to like outsiders. Why is that?" Auntie stopped her embroidery and sighed, "You've probably noticed, most people in the village are elderly or children, there are very few young ones." Chen nodded. Auntie continued, "In the past, everyone lived off their crafts. Although life was tough, it could get by. Later, people said money could be earned elsewhere, and increasingly more young people went out to make money. As a result, the village was left mostly with elders and children. Originally, these situations wouldn't cause the villagers to dislike outsiders, but mainly because 3 years ago, on the eve of the spring festival, 4 outsiders came to the village claiming they could take everyone abroad to earn money. Earning in a year there would equal 4 or 5 years' income at home. Many were swayed and followed them, but among the 13 who went, only 1 returned. When she mentioned this later part, Auntie's eyes became red, and tears dropped onto the embroidered cloth. Shocked, Danwen recalled, "I remember, 3 years ago, there was a human trafficking case exposed. It was said that some people in China lured others abroad, claiming they would earn money, but none ever returned. That case was quite a big deal. Even Danwen, who didn't pay much attention to the news, had heard about it." Auntie's eyes were red as she said, "My eldest son originally planned to work outside for 2 years and then come back home to farm with me, but he never returned. I've also read that news. 13 people went out and only 1 came back. The person who returned was severely injured, even missing a kidney. It was too tragic. Before, I thought how could all the villagers have such poor quality for being so hostile towards Danwen and other guests from the program. Now I understand why. To be honest, if this happened to me, I wouldn't like outsiders coming in either. Who knows if they are scammers again? Was the deceitful scammer caught? People like him deserve to go straight to hell. After this incident, they still allowed the show to be filmed in their village, which shows they still have gentle hearts. The elders of Shiming village will live long lives and be happy in their remaining years. Chen wasn't very good at saying comforting words, so he just reached out to hug Auntie and used the corner of his clothes to wipe her tears. Mao Mao next to them sensed the sadness and jumped onto Auntie's legs. As the sound of footsteps drew closer to the door, Auntie quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, pulling a smile, "Let's not talk about these things anymore." Chen turned toward the door and saw Aunt Chun with 2 fish in her left hand and a basket full of various vegetables in her right. Behind her, the other aunties were also carrying chickens, ducks, fish, and meat, looking extremely. "Chen, Aunt Hua has brought you some vegetables, take a look if there's enough." "Chen, your auntie made red braised pork just now and brought it over in case you're hungry. These tomatoes and cucumbers were just picked by Grandma. They're so fresh. You take them all." Chen looked at the enthusiastic faces and remembered the reason they resisted outsiders entering the village. His heart felt a little sour. If the village could develop on its own, those people wouldn't have been scammed for money, and now the young people in the village wouldn't have to leave home to make money, leaving only the elderly and children behind. 10 minutes later, Chen held a tomato and bit into it as he slowly walked towards a small courtyard, still thinking about what had happened before. He rarely liked to think deeply, and after 10 minutes of doing so, his brain already felt as if it were filled up, giving him a headache. He would ask go later, and stop thinking about it for now. Danwen had both hands full of vegetables, 2 fish hanging around her neck, and she walked without an ounce of grace, finally unable to resist speaking when she saw Chen looking so comfortable. "Chen, how can you be so carefree with empty hands? Can't you come help carry a basket? We are a team, and I'm the one who managed to secure the vegetables. It's fair for you to carry them." Chapter 16, Danwen's reputation is damaged. In a small courtyard, after Feng Qingyue and Duan Xingyu finished chopping wood, they began to light the fire in the kitchen. Duan Xingyu, this young master, had never touched such an earthy stove before. He was very excited to participate in lighting the fire at first, but soon ran away because he was choked by smoke, obediently going to fetch water. Su Huachen and Feng Keqing each returned with a basket. They saw Duan Xingyu using his handsome face with an extremely funny expression, laboriously carrying well water. Seeing them return, Duan Xingyu put down the bucket in his hand and came forward to ask, "Let me see, what vegetables do we have?" Su Huachen's basket was relatively full, while Feng Keqing's basket only had a few green vegetables, forming a shallow layer. "Is this enough for 20 people?" After slightly checking the basket, Duan Xingyu asked, "Are they all vegetable dishes?" Feng Keqing scooped a handful of water, washing her hands while saying, "It's great that there are even vegetables, you don't know how hard it was for us." She then shouted, "Brother Feng, come out and take a look, are these enough?" Duan Xingyu picked up the branded water next to him, opened it, and handed it to Su Huachen. After receiving it, Su Huachen said thank you. Duan Xingyu, somewhat embarrassed, said, "Don't thank me, drink quickly. You must be thirsty after walking so far." Fong Keqing, who walked just as much, stood silent. Could there be any possibility? They went out and came back together, yet the treatment was way too different. Feng Qingyue came out from the kitchen, checked the basket, and said, "These vegetables aren't enough, not even close to 10 servings. Not to mention they need to prepare not only for 20 people but also for their own group of 6. Fong Keqing picked up the fan next to her, fanning while saying, "I found that the villagers of Timon village really don't like us. We didn't get a single vegetable from this village. We later went to the neighboring village and barely managed to get some, but it wasn't easy. Elder brother Su did slightly better. As for me, a pretty, beautiful, and cute girl, I completely failed this time." Su Huachen said, "If so, I'll go out one more time." Feng Qingyue said, "There's no time left, let's wash the vegetables first. Let's check in Chen's situation later, perhaps they could bring back a lot of vegetables." Duan Xingyu said, "I think you shouldn't expect too much from him. And Chen is lazy and stupid. It would be strange if he managed to bring back any vegetables." Su Huachen stopped him, saying, "Xingyu, don't say that about Chen. I think he is actually quite nice." Almost right after Su Huachen finished speaking, Chen entered the house, closely followed by Mao Mao, who was eating a cucumber. Everyone couldn't help but look at his hands, finding that he hadn't carried anything. Having witnessed how xenophobic the villagers were, both Fong Keqing and Su Huachen thought he had failed to obtain any vegetables. "Fong Keqing and Chen, did you not manage to get any vegetables?" Duan Xingyu said, "I told you, he can't do it." Su Huachen comforted him, saying, "It's fine, I know you've done your best." Feng Qingyue said, "All right, I'll make a few more soups. It will work if we combine everything." With fewer ingredients, things were indeed quite combined, and they likely wouldn't have many vegetables for themselves since even 20 portions weren't enough. Before Chen could respond, Chen Danwen finally arrived, late but holding 2 baskets, with his hands already red from the strain. Moreover, 2 fish hung from his neck, making his clothes messy. "I'm exhausted, quick, someone take the vegetables." Chen Danwen panted heavily, even considering lying on the ground. Everyone rushed over to see and were shocked by the abundance of vegetables in Chen Danwen's 2 full baskets. Fong Keqing was astonished, exclaiming, "Teacher Chen, you're incredible. How did you manage to get so many?" Su Huachen also praised, "Our team fell short compared to yours." Upon hearing Su Huachen's praise, Chen Danwen immediately straightened himself, saying, "It's okay, mainly because the villagers were too." What does this mean? Sounds like he's claiming all the credit for himself. Does he have even a sense worth of relation to these vegetables? Without Chen, he wouldn't have even gotten through the door. If it weren't for the live broadcast, would he claim the credit all to himself? I didn't expect him to be such a person. You guys make it sound like Brother Chen didn't contribute at all. Weren't all the vegetables along the way carried back by him? His contribution is significant. No one said his contribution was insignificant, but each thing has its place. He shouldn't mislead others like this. He could have simply clarified that the vegetables were obtained by Chen and carried back by him, and no one would criticize him. But his words easily caused misunderstanding, making it seem like both obtaining the vegetables and bringing them back were entirely done by himself, which made it appear as if Chen did nothing at all. Even in front of a live broadcast, Chen Danwen dared to play word games. Do you think the previous claims about Chen sexually harassing him and other public statements might also be false? Watching this variety show all day, I didn't feel that Chen had any intention towards him. I've noticed this long ago, every time I try to speak up for Chen, C-surname fans accuse me of being his hardcore supporter. For goodness sake, this world isn't just about fandoms, there are still plenty of bystanders, okay? Duan Xingyu was among the few who knew how exclusive the villagers were and how much they welcomed Chen. He claimed that Chen didn't get the vegetables because he was lazy, always moving only after a push or a pull. By comparison, Chen, with his less appealing face, would surely find it even harder to get the vegetables. Some doubted Duan Xingyu and directly asked, "Chen Danwen, were these vegetables all obtained by you?" Chen Danwen glanced at Chen, noticing he stood silently against the tree without uttering anything, then said, "Pretty much." Duan Xingyu again questioned Chen, saying, "Chen, were these vegetables truly obtained by him?" Ignoring the suggestive look sent by Chen Danwen, Chen replied, "No, all the vegetables were obtained by me, but he carried them back." He stuck to the truth, neither exaggerating nor deliberately belittling. "Chen, I'm literally crying my eyes out. Even under such circumstances, you're still trying to protect Chen Danwen. He's so lovable. And darling, listen to your sister here, a man like Chen Danwen is not worth it. Let's go find something better. It's reasonable to suspect that Chen has endured so much humiliation before, resulting in all those rumors about him shamelessly sexually harassing others. Let me put it bluntly, compare the faces of Chen and Chen Danwen side by side. Who would possibly harass whom? You people sure know how to spin the story. Could the video of Chen hitting Chen Danwen also be fake? The edited clips without head or tail make it impossible to know the truth. Perhaps the truth is indeed what Chen says, that Chen uses someone else's help to get his way. Duan Xingyu glanced at Chen Danwen, giving him an extremely disdainful humph, leaving the silence thunderous. Chen Danwen read from his gaze that he'd been cursed terribly and angrily shot back. Didn't you hear what Chen said? It was me who carried the heavy baskets of vegetables all the way back. Duan Xingyu, sarcastically clapping his hands, said, "Oh wow, you're so capable, so manly." Chen Danwen. His face turned red with anger. Every time he argued with Duan Xingyu, he lost due to insufficient shamelessness and wanted to beat him. Chen Danwen initially thought this was not a big deal and even hoped for a good outcome that could be used for program effects. Unfortunately, things clearly didn't go according to plan. Not only was the carefully cultivated reputation he had built earlier beginning to crumble, but he unintentionally helped Chen clear his name, improving his likability among the general public. Chapter 17, Saving Someone. Feng Qinyue came out with a cloth in his hand, and his timely appearance stopped the argument between Duan Xingyu and Chen Danwen. He saw the dishes and Chen and the others had brought back, praised both of them first, and then instructed, "Everyone, hurry up and get to work. We don't have much time. Chen, come in and help me prepare the food, the rest of you quickly wash the vegetables and bring them inside." Everyone sprang into action, including Chen who also went to help. With so many people's assistance, this dinner took a full 2 hours to cook before all the meals were ready and divided into portions. 2 people per group were responsible for delivering meals to the elderly according to their addresses. This time, Chen was again paired with Duan Xingyu. Both carrying several thermal containers in their hands, they delivered dinners door to door based on the list's indicated addresses. "Alas, why am I paired with you again? I've been grouped with you twice today, how unlucky can I get? I wanted to be paired with Chen, but why can't I ever be placed in his group? Just thinking about recording so many episodes with you has me worried." The whole way there, Mr. Duan's complaints never ceased as he kept muttering about Chen. Chen just walked along, adopting an attitude that didn't bother to listen or respond to Duan Xingyu's incessant chatter. His half-deadpan and emotionally stable demeanor attracted the attention of many netizens. "You all said Chen had a bad temper, right? Is this what you call a bad temper? I feel like his temper is too good, Duan Xingyu is being so naggy, I'd slap him already. I'm a fan of Duan Xingyu, aka Stars, but Stars has said they would not hold grudges about past conflicts, and for this I apologize to Chen on behalf of Stars. Suddenly feels like my husband isn't presentable anymore, bro, don't you care at all? This is a live broadcast. Say less, alright? All this will become fuel for negative comments later." Chen always gives me a sense of slight lethargy, as if whatever happens around him doesn't matter unless it's excessive, and even then, it still wouldn't matter. Looking at him like this, he doesn't seem like someone who bullies others. Instead, it seems like others might bully him. Chen's Buddha-like demeanor and super stable emotions caused many casual viewers to start doubting the authenticity of previous videos involving him. Upon revisiting the old videos wherein Chen clashed with Feng Qinyue and Su Huachen, they discovered that many had been maliciously edited by marketing accounts, making other videos suspicious now too. Some casual fans who had positive impressions of Chen began digging into previous clips for analysis. Meanwhile, Duan Xingyu's incessant chatter had already started to irritate his own fans, yet he continued his tirade. "Do you think there's any possibility you stop filming the show starting tomorrow?" Duan Xingyu noticed Chen had stopped walking and asked puzzled, "Why are you stopping? We haven't delivered to the last house yet." Chen said, "I actually had something I wanted to say to you earlier but held back because I didn't want to hurt your feelings." With a smug face, Duan Xingyu replied, "What is it? Was my excellence making you jealous? And so, you finally decided to hurl insults at me?" Chen said, "You have halitosis." Duan Xingyu. His expression changed faster than turning a page. At this moment, the live stream chat was flooded with ha 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 messages. Everyone watching the program burst into laughter seeing Duan Xingyu's immediate change in expression. "Duan Xingyu, there's your day, ha 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 ha. Chen should have done this earlier, I admire your patience." To silence a chatterbox man in seconds, observe Duan Xingyu's face change. The simple word halitosis silenced Duan Xingyu for the entire journey. He himself walked behind, occasionally covering his mouth with his hand to check if it really smelled. That naive look of his triggered laughter from netizens once more. The last household was Uncle Lee's, located far away. By the time the two arrived, the sky was gradually darkening. They knocked on the door for a while but received no response. Duan Xingyu was about to speak when he remembered something and stepped back a couple steps, covering his mouth partially saying, "Isn't Uncle Lee visiting friends?" Chen shook his head, saying, "I don't know." Neither had eaten dinner, and Duan Xingyu's stomach was growling uncontrollably. Rubbing his stomach, Duan Xingyu said, "Then why don't we leave the meal at the doorstep and go back first? When Uncle Lee comes home from visiting, he'll see it. The thermal container keeps warm for 14 hours, no problem at all." But Chen remained silent. An unsettling intuition arose in his heart, an instinctive sensitivity animals have towards dangerous situations. Chen said to Mao Mao who was following behind them, "Mao Mao, go in and see if Uncle Lee is at home." Mao Mao obediently climbed onto the tree near the door, and jumped over the courtyard wall in a couple of moves. Not long after, Chen heard the squeaking monkey cries from inside. Even through the phone screen, the netizens could tell that Mao Mao sounded anxious. And Chen's expression became unusually tense as he said, Uncle Li must have met with some trouble. We need to go into the house. Duan Xingyu also picked up on Mao Mao's anxious tone, stepping back a few paces and leaning his body slightly to one side before saying, I'll break the door down. However, no matter how hard he rammed against it, the imagined forced entry did not occur. It felt like Duan Xingyu had hit a stone, his arms went numb. When he was about to slam again, and Chen's voice called out, there's a ladder. Following in Chen's gaze, Duan Xingyu saw a ladder propped up on the wall not far away. After climbing the ladder to enter the room, Duan Xingyu found no one in the yard, quickly opened the door from inside. Once inside, Chen shouted, Mao Mao. Mao Mao came running out of the house, tugging at the bottom of Chen's trousers, pulling him towards the inside. It was dim inside the house as the light was off. However, using the weak outside light, they could see someone lying on the floor. Chen turned on the light switch. After a brief inspection, Duan Xingyu discovered that Uncle Li must have fallen while walking, unfortunately hitting his head on the bedpost. Blood was flowing from the back of his skull. Duan Xingyu put aside his usual cheerful demeanor, and seriously said, I'm going to carry Uncle Li to the hospital. Help me support him. Chen helped steady him and grabbed a nearby towel to press on Uncle Li's bleeding head. The wooden door at the front blew shut due to the wind without anyone needing to give an order. Mao Mao bounced ahead and reopened it. The PD, who had been continuously filming them, immediately informed Director Fan when he realized the situation. Xiao Jing, who received the reply, approached Chen and told him, Director Fan said the road up here cannot be driven through. He wants you to carry Uncle Li to the next intersection, where the vehicle is waiting. Understood, Duan Xingyu responded. Chen swiftly pulled out his phone to use the flashlight app while jogging beside Duan Xingyu to illuminate his path. Such a commotion naturally drew attention from the villagers. Many people came out with flashlights to find out what happened once they learned about Uncle Li falling unconscious at home. I've heard Uncle Li fell at home. If Chen hadn't gone to deliver the meal, nobody would know. The elderly are most afraid of falling. Sometimes, they may seem healthy, but one fall can be fatal. Last year, Grandpa Chen fell in winter when it was really cold. Since there was no one at home, he froze to death overnight. How pitiful. Who says otherwise? But what can we do? Their children work elsewhere and can't return, so the elderly have no choice but to take care of themselves. It's often said that raising children is for support in old age, but what does this prevent? In the end, they're still alone when they get old. You can't say that. Nowadays, young people face great pressure. Staying in the village won't bring them money, so they have to leave. Chen helped place Uncle Li into the production team's prepared car. The village chief and his wife followed the ambulance to the hospital. Listening to the murmurs around him, Chen appeared deep in thought. Chapter 18, Chen Danwen wants to confess. Hashtag Chen and Duan Xingyu rescue someone hashtag. Hashtag elderly people left behind in Shiming village hashtag. My goodness, look at all the blood streaming from the back of his head. Will he be okay? Normally, when blood flows out like this, it's a good sign. What you should really worry about is if there's no blood coming out. Elders truly fear falling the most. If nobody notices, one fall could mean death. My grandmother passed away like that. Yes, fortunately Chen and Duan Xingyu were delivering meals. The main thing was Chen noticing something was off in time. At first, Duan Xingyu wanted to leave. Can you imagine? If they had walked away, that elder might have perished right here tonight. Just because of Chen saving someone today, I completely forgive him. Me too. The incident involving Chen and Duan Xingyu's rescue efforts became a hot topic online. As a result of their actions, Chen's reputation started improving dramatically. Neither of them knew that their names were on the trending topics list. Chen Danwen, upon learning of the news, bitterly regretted not being with Chen for that meal delivery assignment. Had he been there, wouldn't he also have gained attention and traffic? At the moment, all Chen Danwen could think about was capitalizing on this wave of attention, unaware that as Chen's reputation grew, the implications would be significant for him. During dinner, Duan Xingyu seemed distracted, constantly thinking about Uncle Li's situation, while watching Chen eating calmly. Duan Xingyu asked, how can you eat so calmly? Aren't you worried about Uncle Li's condition? Chen replied, I'm not a doctor. Worrying won't help anything. Duan Xingyu wanted to say something derogatory but stopped himself, remembering how fortunate it was that Chen noticed something wrong, insisting they go inside and ultimately discovering Uncle Li unconscious. Even though technically, nothing that happened to Uncle Li would have been Duan Xingyu's fault, his conscience wouldn't have let him off easily. Thankfully everything turned out well. Thinking about it, Duan Xingyu pushed the dish of vegetables towards Chen and said, eat more. Chen glanced at him, showed no particular expression, and continued eating. On the other hand, the rest of the group was taken aback by Duan Xingyu's sudden gesture. After dinner, word came from the production team that Uncle Li had been sent to the hospital in time with no major issues. A few days in the hospital should do. Also, the village chief informed Uncle Li's son who was working outside the village, and he would be taking tomorrow's high-speed train to return. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the live broadcast ended, and it would resume at 7 o'clock the next morning. As soon as the broadcast finished, Danwen received a call from his agent Wang Liang. Danwen, be very careful what you say during the live stream. Stop trying to act clever. It doesn't matter if you're usually careless in daily life, but this is live broadcasting. Do you know how much effort I put into getting the PR to suppress those messages today? Wang Liang had always known that Danwen lacked emotional intelligence and wasn't particularly sharp-witted. His rapid rise to fame over the last couple of years was mainly due to Wang Liang shielding him while also relying on Chen spending money to promote him. Previously, when he expressed interest in participating in reality shows, Wang Liang strongly opposed it, fearing he would say something inappropriate. But since this show included Su Huachen, he insisted on joining despite Wang's objections. Sure enough, problems arose even on the first day of live streaming. Danwen said, "Got it, I'll be more careful." Wang Liang continued, and Chen saved someone this time and has garnered a lot of public goodwill. His reputation is reversing course quickly. You need to be prepared because once Chen's reputation improves, you're likely to be attacked by netizens. If Chen managed to restore his image, all the press releases Danwen had released accusing Chen of sexual harassment and stalking would boomerang onto him. Danwen responded, saving someone will just turn his image around. That's not so easy. Even if he does manage to rehabilitate his image, we're not without a PR team. What do we have to fear? An exasperated Wang Liang said, do you really think PR is this simple? If we miss our chance, everything could go up in flames. So many entertainers have been crushed by such scandals and never recover. Are you willing to risk your career like this? Wang Liang gave another heartfelt speech before finally convincing Danwen to cooperate. Wang Liang instructed Danwen to accept Chen's confession and start a relationship with him. Without a second thought, Danwen rejected, "No way, I don't like him." Wang Liang said, "How many times do I have to tell you? You don't need to like him. All you need is to keep him steady, as it serves as a backup plan. If Chen's reputation completely improves, just expose the fact that you two are in a relationship and your reputation can also be salvaged. But now what worries me is whether Chen still likes you." Wang Liang had noticed while watching the live broadcast that there wasn't a shred of affection in Chen's eyes when he looked at Danwen. Danwen said, "This is where you should rest assured. He definitely likes me, after all, didn't he join this show just for me?" Hearing the confident tone in Danwen's voice, Wang Liang was far from feeling the same confidence. After hanging up the call, Danwen stood by checking his phone at the trending topics, amazed by how many times Chen had made it onto the list within one day. It was indeed like Wang Liang had said, the comments section no longer had the one-sided criticism seen before, instead, there were many praising Chen. After meeting Chen this time, he seemed to have changed quite a bit, giving Danwen the feeling that he was slipping out of control. Furthermore, with the possibility of a turnaround in Chen's reputation, Danwen believed there were certain matters he needed to heed his agent's advice on. After Chen came out from his shower, he felt refreshed throughout. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a shadow leaning against the doorframe. With poor lighting late at night, someone else might have been startled by the unexpected presence. Chen remained unperturbed by the sudden appearance of this person, simply bypassing him while holding the basin, but was stopped when Danwen abruptly grabbed him and demanded, "Didn't you see me?" Chen shot him a glance, looking at his restrained arm and asked, "I did. So what?" Danwen quickly glanced around, making sure no other guests were nearby before saying, "Tomorrow, go tell the production team you want to withdraw from this reality show." Danwen continued, "Isn't your participation in this show all about me? I've agreed to start dating you." Chen. Seeing Chen not respond, Danwen assumed he'd been stunned speechless, and kept going, "However, we need some ground rules, our relationship must stay private, not publicized. You're not allowed to interfere in my personal matters, nor cling to me too much. When I don't reach out to you, you shouldn't seek me out, but when I do call, you must appear immediately." Chen asked in confusion, "Aren't you into Su Huachen? You even competed fiercely with Duan Xingyu last night just so you could sleep in the same room as Su Huachen. Now you want to date me? Are human feelings all this complicated?" Chapter 19, Danwen gets slapped. Danwen frowned and said, "I just told you not to meddle in my private affairs. Didn't you hear me? Do you know why I didn't agree to date you before? It's because you're too superficial. Adult relationships aren't that simple. I like Su Huachen, and it has nothing to do with dating you. As long as you're my boyfriend, that's all that matters." Chen. Why did he feel like he didn't understand anything? Danwen continued, "The things you did today, though I know you were trying to get my attention by playing hard to get, I've already said that your behavior made me very unhappy. You need to compensate for it. Next month, Duan Xingyu will have a brand endorsement. I hope the spokesperson is me. Also, after this recording ends, bring me the key to the Xiangxia villa." Chen asked, "Is there any possibility that I don't like you?" Danwen replied, "Chen, some things can happen once or twice, but not 3 times. I've already agreed to date you, so you should control your temper. Be careful not to overplay your hand." Danwen, no longer being monitored by live cameras, clearly wasn't pretending anymore. His attitude was 10 times worse than it had been during the day, much like when Chen first met him at the cafe. Looking at his firm demeanor, Chen deeply reflected on himself. After what happened these past 2 days, Danwen still thought he liked him. Was it that his intelligence was an issue? Or had he not been clear enough in rejecting him these last 2 days? Could it be that the slaps from last time weren't hard enough? Chen thought for 2 seconds and concluded that he hadn't rejected Danwen clearly enough, and those slaps were too light. He put the basin aside, looked seriously and earnestly at Danwen, and said, "Stay here and don't move." Danwen froze, asking, "What are you going to do?" Under the moonlight, Chen tiptoed, placed his hands on Danwen's face, and brought their faces exceptionally close. Close enough for Danwen to smell the fragrance of his post-shower body, which carried a faint scent of oranges. Danwen had always known that Chen was good-looking, but he had always looked down on his nouveau riche background and never gave him a proper glance. He despised nouveau riches the most. When he was little, his mother ran off with one. This was the first time Danwen looked at Chen so carefully and closely, noticing how beautiful his eyes were, clear black and white, like stars flickering in their depths. His eyelashes were long, curled upward, and his skin smooth and fine. When the agent suggested he accept Chen to stabilize his resources, Danwen had refused. But now, seeing this pale, calm, and handsome face, Danwen felt that dating him might not be such a bad idea after all. Chen was good-looking and wealthy, capable of providing resources. Currently, besides Mr. Fu, he was indeed a good choice. With him getting so close, was he about to kiss him? Danwen didn't dislike this idea, closing his eyes and even anticipating it somewhat. What Danwen didn't know was that Chen stepped back 2 steps, then jumped up abruptly, raising his right hand high. Slap! A loud slap resounded. It was so loud it startled the birds perched on the nearby tree. Danwen spun around in place twice from the impact, his hair flying, and his ears ringing. Chen shook his sore hand, regretting slightly not having grabbed a tool. He muttered, not sure if one slap is enough. Chen sincerely asked, "Can you understand my rejection now? I really don't like you." Danwen was still dazed from the blow, unable to respond. Seeing Danwen didn't answer, Chen said, "Looks like one slap isn't enough. Let me try another one." Danwen's face turned panicked, wanting to speak up, but Chen already swung his hand, landing another slap from behind. Danwen only felt the whole world spinning, seeing double images of Chen. Chen held his sore hand, looking at Danwen seriously and asked, "Do you still think I like you?" After receiving 2 slaps, Danwen immediately shook his head, saying, "No, I don't like you." Chen said, "That's good. I was worried you still thought I liked you, that I came on the show for you, intentionally playing hard to get, etc. We still have several more episodes to record together. It's not great to have this misunderstanding. It needed to be clarified early." Danwen's face burned painfully. The veins in his eyes were bloodshot, and fire seemed to burn fiercely in their depths. He lunged forward, intending to retaliate. Just then, Mao Mao appeared, jumping onto his head and pulling his hair. Danwen was flustered, not that he didn't want to hit Mao Mao, but the critter was too agile. Danwen couldn't catch it at all, instead losing a good amount of his own hair. The commotion naturally drew the attention of the production team and other guests. A group of people in pajamas rushed out and saw Danwen being bullied by Mao Mao again. The production crew, fearing trouble during the recording, urged director Fan to step forward and persuade Chen to make Mao Mao come down. Chen called out, "Mao Mao, come down." Mao Mao leaped onto Chen's shoulder. Chen said gently but seriously, "Danwen, let me tell you one more time, I truly don't like you anymore. I'm not here for you either." With so many people watching him, Danwen knew without looking how disheveled he must look, feeling like he had lost all face. Ashamed and angry, he shouted, "Chen, I'm going to sue you." Chen calmly nodded and said, "All right." Then he picked up the basin from the ground and left. Director Fan looked at the 2 obvious handprints on Danwen's face, rubbing his forehead with some headache. Initially, they had planned to have Chen attract attention and fire, but they hadn't expected him to go off in another extreme direction. Danwen's face swelled severely from the slaps and was sent to the hospital by Director Fan. Director Fan wanted Chen to go along, as it was his fault after all. Chen thought for a moment and said, "I'll cover his medical expenses." Director Fan, is this just about medical expenses? Chen retorted, "Isn't this about medical expenses?" In the end, Director Fan didn't force Chen to go since Danwen wouldn't want him there anyway. He drove Danwen to the hospital himself. Director Fan was somewhat relieved that this wasn't happening live, otherwise, it would have been a broadcasting accident. At the hospital, Danwen kept shouting about suing Chen and even called Wang Liang to notify him of the incident. Chapter 20, Vanished Memories. Chen returned to the house. Tonight, he was sleeping with Su Huachen. Su Huachen, who had witnessed everything, looked rather shocked. He probably didn't expect Chen, who seemed so quiet, to hit so hard that Danwen's face had swollen up like a bun. Su Huachen sat by the table, applying a face mask while thinking about what just happened. Eventually, he asked Chen what exactly had happened and why he hit him. Chen briefly explained the matter. Su Huachen, somewhat surprised, asked, "Are you saying he said he liked me?" Chen glanced at him and nodded with an According to the original plot, the previous protagonist actually didn't know about Chen Danyan's feelings for Su Huachen. Su Huachen said, when we were filming before, I thought he was quite nice and considerate, but I never thought of it that way. I didn't know he liked me, but I don't feel the same way. And Chen replied, He wasn't particularly concerned about this matter either. Seeing that Chen didn't care much, Su Huachen reiterated seriously, really, I have no feelings for him. I already like someone. And Chen responded with, oh. Although he didn't understand why the other person felt the need to emphasize it again, and Chen deliberately gave a heavy affirmation to indicate he had heard. Su Huachen opened his mouth several times as if wanting to say something, but seemingly didn't know how to start. Just then, Chen's phone rang. It was Fu Chinshuan calling. Chen picked up the phone and stepped outside to take the call. Hear that Chen Danyan hit you? Fu Chinshuan's tone feigned lightness but couldn't conceal his tension and anger. He dared hit you. I'll have someone deal with him. It was me who hit him. What? Not the other way around? No. Chen was puzzled. The incident had just happened. How did Fu Chinshuan already know about it? After hearing this, Fu Chinshuan glanced at the message on his phone again and found out the content the other party sent indeed read, and Chen put Chen Danyan in the hospital. Fu Chinshuan rubbed his forehead and closed his eyes, clearly relieved after reading the wrong simple information due to nervousness earlier. His lips curved upward, and there was a smile in his eyes. You beat him again? What for this time? Chen replied, he said he wanted to be with me. I think my rejection last time at the cafe wasn't clear enough, so I added 2 more slaps. Fu Chinshuan said, didn't you always want to be with him? You've been chasing him for 2 years, finally got him to agree, and now you're not happy. Chen said, I've already said I don't like him. You've said that before. Fu Chinshuan paused and continued, when you lied to get me to invest in his project. Chen. Don't bring up embarrassing history over and over. Chen once again said very solemnly, this time is real. On the other side of the phone, Fu Chinshuan tried hard to keep his rising smile in check and maintained a somewhat annoying tone. He teasingly said, oh, so this time it's finally real, huh? If one day I beat up Chen Danyan too, you won't be mad, will you? Chen curiously asked, why would you beat him? Did he confess to you too? Fu Chinshuan replied, what thing is he to even have a chance to meet me? Do you think I'm some random nobody who can see anyone? Chen indifferently answered, oh. Chen thought about asking his second brother anyway, so he took the opportunity to ask tactfully, second brother, did you watch my live stream today? Fu Chinshuan looked at the recorded broadcast paused on the side, closing the tablet computer, and said, why should I watch your live stream? Chen said, then check it out when you're free. The place I filmed today is called Shimming Village. The scenery here is amazing, with mountains and waterfalls. The villagers are also friendly and warm-hearted. The elders here are also skilled at traditional embroidery, truly remarkable. Fu Chinshuan asked, what do you want to say? Chen replied, I remember you mentioned wanting to develop tourist attractions, right? Why don't you consider this place? Fu Chinshuan sat in his chair and changed his phone to make another call, asking, is that all you want to ask? Chen replied, Fu Chinshuan said, you want to improve the income of the local villagers, so those working away from home can return. Chen replied, Fu Chinshuan said, developing a tourist attraction isn't something that can be decided by a couple of sentences over the phone. A specialist needs to assess first whether it's worthwhile. We also need to consider the local characteristics and evaluate the investment potential. You're the CEO now, and you still need to assess. Don't you just directly allocate funds? In the novels that old Lin used to listen to, CEOs would casually hand out 5 billion or 10 billion just for fun. I may be the CEO, but my money doesn't blow in from the wind either. Of course, a project needs an assessment of its return on investment. Chen said, oh, then when will you send people to conduct the assessment? Fu Chinshuan replied, at the earliest, it will take half a month. Disappointment was evident in Chen's voice as he said, oh, okay. Fu Chinshuan asked, did you call me just to tell me this matter? Aha. Nothing else you need my help with? Nope. Chen, I am your second brother. Yeah, I know. Good night, second brother. After Fu Chinshuan hung up the phone, he sighed, sending someone to the hospital and still thinking everything is fine. There's no way Chen Danyan would let him off scot-free. Fu Chinshuan called Lin Taizhu, his assistant, and instructed him to prepare dirt on Chen Danyan. After hanging up, Fu Chinshuan looked at the paused image of Chen on the tablet and couldn't help but crack a smile, saying softly, I'll believe you once more. When Chen returned to the room, Su Huachen was sitting on the other bed playing with his phone. Upon seeing him come back, Su Huachen casually asked, were you just talking to your brother? Chen confirmed with a nod. Su Huachen asked, is your second brother doing well? Chen flicked the blanket and said, he should be pretty good, probably about to go to sleep by now. Su Huachen said, so early to sleep? Doesn't he usually work until very late? Ah. Chen was somewhat puzzled, thinking about it. Both his elder and second brother were workaholics in his impression, but he felt sure that while his elder brother was indeed a workaholic, his second brother was more into health preservation, going to bed early and rising early. Chen lightly tapped his head, perhaps it was some kind of side effect from being transported into the book, making his memory feel a little jumbled. Seeing that Chen seemed troubled, Su Huachen asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Chen rubbed his eyes and said, "I just feel a bit uncomfortable in my eyes." Su Huachen gently lifted Chen's chin and said, "Let me check if there's anything in them." Chen stayed still without moving. After examining closely, Su Huachen noticed that Chen's eyes had turned slightly red because he hadn't taken out his contact lenses, resulting in inflammation. Chen. He didn't even remember that he wore contact lenses, so had he been wearing them all these days since he entered the book world? Seeing that Chen made no move to remove them, Su Huachen asked, "Aren't you going to take them out?" Embarrassed, Chen admitted that he didn't know how to, but Su Huachen figured it out and said with a chuckle, "Let me help you take them out." "Thanks." After removing the contact lenses, Chen found that everything before him went blurry again, and his old vision, familiarly poor, had returned. Previously, Chen had been puzzled why after entering the book world, he retained his hearing and sense of smell, yet his sight remained unaffected, but now he understood. Su Huachen asked, "Judging by your condition, it seems you didn't bring along a case for your contact lenses. What are you going to do tomorrow?" Chen thought for a long moment before suggesting, "How about I order a delivery service to bring me a new pair of contact lenses?" But with such a remote location and such a late hour, it was questionable whether anyone would accept the order. Picking up his phone, Chen couldn't read the text clearly unless he brought it very close. Seeing this, Su Huachen picked up his own phone and secretly snapped a picture of Chen, sending it to Chinshuan with the message, "Senior, brother Chen forgot to bring his contact lenses. The way he squints to see things is so cute." Waiting for a reply, Su Huachen eventually felt somewhat disappointed when none came. Chapter 21, A Storm is Brewing. At the hospital. Chen Danwen, who had been slapped twice again, felt increasingly infuriated, with a fire of anger burning in his chest. He called Wang Liang to tell him about the incident, but of course, his version was that Chen confessed to him when no one was around at night and got rejected, which made him lash out again. "I'll definitely get the production team and Chen to give you an explanation for this," Wang Liang said, because it's clear that the production team bears some responsibility since he was beaten during filming and sent to the hospital. But thinking of the character of his client, Wang Liang couldn't help but ask carefully, "Are you sure what you're saying is true? You're not holding anything back, right?" Chen Danwen said firmly, "Of course it's true. His feelings towards me have been there for quite some time. I've said before that he only joined the show because of me, and as expected, he revealed his true colors just after one day." Wang Liang remembered the relentless pursuit of Chen over the past 2 years, so he chose to believe Chen Danwen. "Relax, I'll handle this." With such a major incident happening during the program, Wang Liang naturally needed to fight for a solution on behalf of Chen Danwen. Before hanging up, he reminded Chen Danwen to wait for his call and avoid any rash moves. He also advised against meeting with anyone from the production team if they come for negotiations. Wang Liang needed to seize the maximum initiative. After the phone call ended, Chen Danwen thought more and more about it. After the events of tonight, he realized clearly that Chen really didn't like him anymore. This realization only fueled his anger even further. On what grounds could Chen stop liking him? What entitled him to do that? Sitting in VJP's ward, Chen Danwen scrolled through the trending topics related to Chen online and noticed many people praising Chen in the comment sections. It was clear that Chen's public image was turning around. Here he was, hospitalized after being beaten by Chen, yet Chen's reputation was improving. This infuriated Chen Danwen. Chen should always be despised and disliked, he should be endlessly chasing only him, begging for scraps of attention. If Chen became liked by many, then he wouldn't crave Chen Danwen's gaze anymore, and Chen Danwen didn't want to see that happen. Using a fake account to argue with those who praised Chen, he found himself losing the argument. Being unilaterally attacked for half an hour, Chen Danwen switched to his main account in frustration. He took 2 selfies and added a doctor's diagnosis report, composing the following post on Weibo: "I thought my tolerance last time would make some people reflect, but apparently, I overestimated their ability to change. Some people, no matter how much they change on the outside, can never get rid of their inherent vices. Tonight, I was confessed to again, and though I didn't reject the person carelessly because of matters of love, I got hit again." By this point, Chen Danwen had completely forgotten Wang Liang's instructions. Though the post did not directly mention Chen, the words, confession, and got hit again, were enough for everyone to understand whom he referred to indirectly. Oh my god. How could the face swell up like this? The punch must have been brutal, it seemed aimed at disfiguring. I'll start the cursing first. Chen confessed to Chen Danwen again. Somehow, I find it hard to believe. Looking into Chen's eyes today, there wasn't the slightest trace of affection. Could the injuries on Chen's face possibly be self-inflicted, a fabrication to frame Chen? I'll keep quiet on this matter. I don't want to inadvertently hurt allies. All of you are weird, why would brother Chen fabricate such a lie? If it wasn't Chen, then did Chen beat himself and blame it on Chen? In the past, regardless of whatever story Chen Danwen concocted about Chen, the public would blindly believe it without question and mercilessly criticize Chen en masse. But after everything that had happened throughout the day, Chen's popularity among the public improved significantly. Consequently, the Weibo post drew not only curses but also doubts about the authenticity of the event. Seeing this scene, Chen Danwen turned green with rage. On the other hand, Wang Liang, who had been on the phone negotiating with the production team, also wasn't making much progress. Conflicts between guests on a variety show weren't unusual in showbiz circles. Most people maintained a superficial harmony while harboring deep-seated animosities. Generally, issues of this nature were handled privately to maximize mutual interests. However, Wang Liang planned to use this situation to secure better resources from the production team, requesting more screen time for Chen Danwen in the edited episodes and demanding a private apology from Chen and the crew. Instead, director Fan sent him a video clip along with a message: "No apologies. The show will air with or without their participation." What director Fan had sent was footage from surveillance cameras. Even though the live stream was interrupted when the incident occurred, given the nature of a reality show, cameras covered every corner of the courtyard except for bathing and restroom areas. Director Fan initially believed Chen Danwen's claims, thinking it was exactly as he had described. However, after reviewing the surveillance footage, it became clear that the entire time, it was Chen Danwen who had been instigating trouble. The contempt and entitlement in his words toward Chen perfectly mirrored the morning's separate interview segment, where he was revealed to be someone living off others' goodwill yet still trying to take advantage of them. Director Fan despised people like this the most, even though he himself wasn't a saint and often used controversial tactics for the show's sake. Still, he would never stoop so low as to live off another person's generosity while simultaneously disrespecting them. Next month, Duan Xingyu will have a brand endorsement deal, and I hope that spot can go to me instead. Additionally, after this recording ends, please send me the keys to the Villa Champs-Élysées. Wang Liang watched the video sent by the production team, feeling utterly disheartened, wishing he could grab Chen Danwen at once and berate him properly. This wasn't a situation wherein Chen had confessed to Chen Danwen only to be rejected, it was quite the opposite. If the netizens heard these words, all of Chen Danwen's previous character setups would collapse, and he'd be targeted with harsh criticism from Duan Xingyu's fans. After all, Duan Xingyu had just gained massive fame from a popular TV drama a few months ago and was now enjoying high popularity. His fanbase was fiercely loyal, and no one in their right mind would provoke them. In light of the turning tide, Wang Liang pleaded with director Fan to refrain from exposing the recording, suggesting any issues could be resolved privately. Director Fan eventually agreed. Such an exposure would benefit neither him nor the program. As soon as the call ended, Wang Liang discovered he received an email, and the sender was none other than Chen. Inside the email was no explanation, just attached long screenshots filled with shopping lists. Wang Liang naturally recognized the items listed. They were all things Chen had bought for Chen Danwen over the years. From something as small as a suit button to as big as a sports car, every item came with a price tag clearly marked. If these lists were exposed, it would irrefutably confirm Chen Danwen's reputation as someone who lived off others' generosity. Wang Liang never expected that Chen, whom he thought was easy to bully for the past 2 years, would wake up and turn the tables on Chen Danwen. He truly underestimated him before. At this moment, Wang Liang received another email, this time containing several compressed video files. As soon as he viewed the contents, his vision darkened. It was footage of Chen Danwen entering hotels with different individuals, some showing him kissing passionately outside the hotel entrance, while others included intimate bedroom activities. There were even partners in the videos that Wang Liang didn't know Chen Danwen had connections with privately. Chapter 22, Black fans forced their way in. There were no extra words above, but the timing of the email sent to him by the other party was very clear, it was meant to avenge Chen. Wang Liang was so angry he wanted to pull his hair out. What on earth was happening tonight with all these things happening at once? However, since the other party had sent the information to him without choosing to expose it directly, it indicated that there was room for negotiation. It mostly depended on Chen's attitude. Thinking about this made Wang Liang even angrier. Chen Danwen had indeed kept things from him again. If she had told him the truth when asked, he would have had time to respond, avoiding such a passive situation. Now the only option was to endure it, not only to endure it, but also to act in the upcoming reality show as if Chen had no grudge. First and foremost, Chen's forgiveness needed to be secured, ensuring the video wasn't spread and the impact minimized. Just as Wang Liang was preparing to call Chen Danwen, a notification came through on his Weibo. This was the alert for special attention, and Wang Liang suddenly had an ominous premonition. When he opened Weibo and saw the content posted by Chen Danwen, Wang Liang felt as if the world went dark, quickly calling Chen Danwen in an attempt to have the post deleted. On the other side, Chen Danwen noticed many new fans of Chen leaving comments defending him, questioning the matter. Seeing these comments, Chen Danwen either retaliated angrily or blocked the users, his face growing darker by the minute. Upon seeing Wang Liang's call, he assumed that his manager had found out about the Weibo post and intended to scold him. Currently in no mood for criticism, Chen Danwen ignored the call outright. After several calls went unanswered consecutively. Looking at the comments section of Weibo where replies by Chen Danwen kept popping up, Wang Liang knew exactly what was going on. At this moment, only one thought remained in his mind: what an idiot Chen Danwen is, always causing trouble. On Weibo, the negative trending topic about Chen held its high rank as time ticked away. Initially, there were still quite a few passers-by defending Chen, but after his side didn't issue a public relations response for so long, the wind slowly shifted. I actually believed in Chen before. Since no one has spoken up after so long, it looks like it's true. Slapping someone is an insult, Chen Danwen can sue him. And Chen is definitely guilty, too embarrassed to come out and address it. What do you expect him to say? Would Chen Danwen dare to openly blacken Chen if he didn't slap him? Suffering injuries, and Chen becomes a coward while the program remains silent. Poor Chen Gu is genuinely suffering. A horde of people rushed to Chen's latest comments section on Weibo to curse him out, accumulating tens of thousands of floor-level comments in just a few short hours. Little did they know, the actual subject Chen was sleeping soundly, completely unaware of the battle outside. The next day, Chen was awakened by Mao Mao. Breakfast was provided by the production team, which consisted of simple items like buns, soy milk, porridge, etc. After Chen finished washing his face and came out, both Duan Xingyu and Feng Qingyue were already eating. Duan Xingyu sat on a small chair in the yard, munching on a bun while browsing hot topics on his phone. When he noticed Chen come out, Duan Xingyu immediately went over enthusiastically and said, Chen, you're on the hot search list again. Chen, oh. Getting on the hot search list was less important than eating breakfast. Noticing the corn in the breakfast, Chen took one. Duan Xingyu followed behind and continued, all the comments are cursing you. Aha. Chen responded casually, gnawing on the corn while intently staring at the last ear left on the plate. When Feng Qingyue finished his bun and reached out for breakfast again, Chen swiftly snatched the last corn off the plate into his arms. The speed caught everyone off guard, contrasting starkly with his usual slow and unhurried demeanor. Feng Qingyue hesitated mid-air before laughing and saying, I'm not competing with you, I don't digest corn well, I prefer staple foods. Then, he grabbed another bun to eat. Duan Xingyu originally was interested in teasing Chen, but seeing how Chen cared more about a single corn than the negative hot search, lost interest and asked him, you're being cursed at, aren't you going to react? Chen looked at him, opening his mouth under the other's expectation and asking, can you let me use your little chair? Duan Xingyu. Even in a situation like this, he still thinks about eating. Might as well let him choke on it. I won't give it to you, Duan Xingyu flatly refused, then curiously asked, did you really confess your feelings last night and end up slapping Chen Danwen out of embarrassment? Feng Qingyue, who was biting into a bun, slowed down his chewing and perked up his ears to listen. Feng Kejing, holding a glass of soy milk, bit her straw and looked toward Chen. Su Huachen, the last one to come out, slowly approached. Among them, only Su Huachen knew the reason why Chen Danwen had been hit. The others only knew that Chen Danwen had been struck, learning the alleged reasons from what was posted on Weibo. However, after spending the day together yesterday, most of them didn't really believe Chen Danwen's one-sided account. Just then, Chen Danwen walked in from outside. He had spent the night in the hospital and upon returning, saw that all the guests were in the yard, evidently discussing his situation just now. Director Fan's already dark face grew even darker at the sight of Chen Danwen's return. He had originally wanted to handle this matter quietly, but this idiot Chen Danwen made it public on Weibo, escalating the issue significantly. Director Fan was contemplating whether he should take the chance to let Chen and Chen Danwen talk privately, to resolve the matter discreetly. Before he could voice his thought, the assistant director rushed over with an anxious expression and said, Director Fan, something's happened. There are a lot of Chen Danwen's fans gathered at the village entrance, all there to seek justice for him. The staff is having a hard time holding them back. Chapter 23, Fans causing a fuss at the production team. From the assistant director, they learned that more than 30 fans of Chen Danwen had gathered at the village entrance, shouting furiously for Chen to come out. Director Fan never expected the situation to escalate so much, so he could only pause the live broadcast. This decision was initially made to address the issue before informing netizens, in order not to stir up even more trouble. But the uninformed netizens became even more convinced that the production team was covering for Chen. Initially, I still had doubts, but now my heart is finally at ease. Chen did hit someone. Yesterday, his rescue of an elder moved me quite a bit, but now it seems scripted. I support Chen Danwen taking legal action against him. I study law, and if needed, I can contact her. In recent years, I've seen too many scandals in the entertainment circle. I think we should all stay rational and be careful about possible twists. Fellow netizens, who understands this? Yesterday I started liking this idol, but today I find myself disappointed. More rumors spread online, and the number of people cursing Chen grew. All the positive reputation he had accumulated was gone. Director Fan brought Chen Danwen to the village entrance, asking him to persuade those fans to leave. Chen Danwen appeared indifferent, asking, why should I persuade them? Chen hit me, I'm the victim here. If the show ignores the issue, it's understandable that my fans stand up for me. If I stop them now, wouldn't I lose their trust? Director Fan said, you know the truth about last night's incident clearly. The place where the argument happened yesterday was fully captured by surveillance cameras. Chen Danwen's face changed slightly as he retorted, how dare you still film video footage? You're violating personal privacy rights. Are you out of your mind? This is a reality show. Director Fan rolled his eyes helplessly. I didn't upload the video online because I don't want to make things too messy. But since this mess is caused by you, you must resolve it. Also, delete that Weibo post from last night, and post another one stating that it was all a misunderstanding. Seeing Chen Danyan's attitude, Director Fan guessed that he might have no idea that the video existed or what issues had occurred between him and his agent. After all, the video had already been sent to Wang Liang the previous night. Wang Liang had told him beforehand that everything would be handled well, yet instead, he ignored the matter and let it develop into this situation. Director Fan wanted the show to gain popularity, but not at the cost of bad publicity. Conflicts between guests were acceptable and could add drama, but physical altercations were not preferred. Eventually, investors might get concerned and withdraw funding, and higher-ups could decide the program wasn't suitable and halt its broadcast. This has happened in the entertainment industry before. With so many people gathering there, it would be more troublesome if anyone got hurt. Chen Danyan stayed silent, still showing defiance on his face. Director Fan regretted allowing Chen Danyan to stay in the program after Chen joined under Wang Hua's request. On one hand, Wang Hua was the largest investor for this reality show, and on the other hand, Chen Danyan and Chen had pre-existing conflicts, which meant putting them together could definitely create some explosive moments. Judging from yesterday's hot search trends, the show indeed attracted a lot of attention right from the start, full of explosive highlights. However, Director Fan hadn't anticipated such a backlash. Seeing that Chen Danyan wasn't responding, Director Fan directly threatened him, "This mess is entirely your fault. No matter how you explain things to your fans, you need to disperse them and inform them that it's all a misunderstanding. We can't let this escalate further. Do you really want the recordings from last night to be exposed?" Chen Danyan replied, "I understand." Upon hearing his response, Director Fan felt somewhat relieved. When Director Fan arrived at the scene, they saw around 30 to 40 fans gathered at the village entrance, with staff members desperately trying to stop them from entering the village. These were all fans of Chen Danyan. Many danpaos, a term used for Chen Danyan's fans, felt furious about the incident on Weibo the previous night, and several called for others to confront Chen and seek justice for their idol. As a result, nearby fans gathered together and rushed to the site early in the morning to corner Chen and the production crew. Furiously, they shouted, "Chen, come out. Mr. Chen is here, Mr. Chen is here." A sharp-eyed fan noticed Chen Danyan arriving at the spot. Director Fan stepped forward first, gesturing for them to stop, then addressed the crowd, "Everyone, please calm down. I know you're agitated, but don't worry just yet, it's all a misunderstanding as per the posts on Weibo." Cao Ziqi was holding her phone for a live broadcast, shouting, "What is there to misunderstand? Mr. Chen's face is still swollen from the slap, and the mark hasn't faded yet. He is your program's guest, and he got beaten up in your program. If you don't care about him, then us danpaos will. Right, just hand over Chen. Hand over Chen. If Chen doesn't show up today, we won't leave." Seeing everyone becoming more agitated, Director Fan shouted again, "You can ignore me, but at least listen to what your idol has to say, right? The incident yesterday was indeed a misunderstanding, why not let him explain?" Chen Danyan stepped forward, and those people immediately quieted down. Cao Ziqi, with determined eyes, said, "Mr. Chen, don't be afraid. Tell us how Chen bullied you. We danpaos are with you." Others screamed, "Danpaos are with you." Director Fan rolled his eyes subtly, feeling so awkward that he thought he might develop social anxiety disorder just by their yelling. He hated those obsessive fans who would do anything for their idols. "Everyone, please calm down," he interjected. Immediately after his words, everyone became silent as Chen Danyan continued, "Last night's matter was actually not Chen's fault, it was all my mistake. I've already deleted the post on Weibo. Just consider it like I was drunk last night and lost control. Let's all disperse now. I'm fine." Chen Danyan's explanation sounded reasonable enough, but his facial expressions and tone made it seem like he had been bullied but decided to bear it silently for being magnanimous. Director Fan frowned and questioned, "Chen Danyan, what nonsense are you spouting?" With an expression of helplessness, Chen Danyan responded innocently, "Wasn't it you, Director, who asked me to apologize? I'm simply doing as you asked." Director Fan felt. What the heck, are you turning into a manipulative, green tea, girl now? After so many years in the entertainment industry, he had never encountered someone so skilled at acting. Director Fan narrowed his eyes, revealing dissatisfaction in them, and said, "Chen Danyan, you must take responsibility for what you say. Are you sure you can bear the consequences of making things up?" Looking pitiful once more, Chen Danyan asked, "Director Fan, isn't it right for me to do what you asked? Tell me what else I should do, and I'll follow through accordingly." Director Fan felt anger surging within his chest, storm-like and unrelenting, but he found no way to vent it out. The fans were also furious. Their eyes burning fiercely, they turned green from rage. Cao Ziqi shouted angrily, "Do you think we danpaos are all dead? There are so many of us here right now. Yet, when we're present, you bully and threaten him. What if we weren't here? How much worse would Mr. Chen be bullied? Guys, let's give this production team a lesson. Report them. Spam report them. Make sure their show doesn't survive. Since the crew won't let us in, we'll force our way in ourselves and drag Chen out to apologize. If the production team dares to block us, then let's beat them too. After someone led the charge, everyone tried desperately to rush inside, and the staff members from the production team worked hard to hold them back. The tension between both sides was akin to a fully drawn bow, needing just one trigger to erupt into violence. Chapter 24, Chen Danyan's reputational ruin. The fans were egging each other on, but Chen Danyan made no move to stop them. Director Fan was so furious that his liver ached. So they figured out I wouldn't dare to replace him at random, huh? That's exactly what Chen Danyan thought. Chen Danyan wasn't aware of the developments after last night. He didn't receive Wang Liang's call and missed the first-hand information. Now it's already trending online, and there's no way for him to retract the news in time. The director not replacing him immediately indicated there was some restraint. Later Chen Danyan slightly pondered and concluded it must be due to Mr. Wang. After all, he was someone Mr. Wang had pushed into the team. With this realization, Chen Danyan decided to take a gamble. He wanted to see if Director Fan would choose Security Officer Chen or protect himself, right in front of so many fans and cameras. On the one hand, the fans were pressuring for answers, yet Director Fan couldn't possibly bring Chen over, and radical fans could cause any kind of chaos. Beads of sweat covered his forehead as he knitted his eyebrows, his mind in turmoil, unsure how to decide at that moment. When both sides seemed locked in an impasse, someone suddenly shouted, "And Chen is here." Everyone turned to look and saw Chen strolling over, munching on a tomato leisurely, with a monkey hanging around his neck. Tao Ziqi, angry, pointed her phone at Chen from afar and said, "He actually dared to show up. We're waiting here just to see what he'll say." Chen Danyan hadn't expected Chen to really come over. If only he were to soften his stance towards himself, perhaps he could help speak well for Chen too. After all, Chen was quite wealthy and easier to control compared to others. After the events of last night, Chen Danyan realized that he might also have some feelings left for him. Seeing Chen approach, the fans simply stopped shouting to save their energy and intended to curse him to death soon. But who could tell why Chen was walking so slowly? It was like he had no idea where he was going, making others think he might just be there for sightseeing. Director Fan walked over, pulling Chen aside and asking, "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to stay away?" Chen said, "I heard a lot of people are looking for me, and I thought it'd be rude not to come greet them." Fan replied, "Is this the time for politeness? Go back immediately." Chen said, "No need, I can handle it." Fan stared at him speechlessly for a moment. Chen strolled past Chen Danyan, without even glancing at him, directly approaching the group of fuming fans, quietly taking out his phone. Tao Ziqi said, "You've finally decided to call the police. Let me tell you, calling the police won't do you any good." However, Chen opened the camera function on his phone and said, "Would you mind if I took a group photo?" Tao Ziqi responded with disbelief. Chen continued cheerfully, "This is the first time so many people came to see me, and I'm quite excited about it. Could you guys give me a, yay, pose for the photo?" Tao Ziqi and other Chen Danyan's fans along with Chen Danyan and the director's staff remained silent in bewilderment. Confused, Director Fan turned to the assistant director, asking quietly, "What's his plan?" The assistant director shrugged, showing he didn't understand either. Chen's thoughts were too offbeat. Before anyone could comprehend, click, and the group photo was taken. Seeing this, Tao Ziqi gestured to someone nearby who promptly shoved a box into Chen's hands with ill intentions and said, "Chen, this is a gift for you." Ha 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 ha. Everyone just wait and see Chen get embarrassed. Chen is about to get what he deserves. I can't wait to see the look of terror on his face. He'll definitely scream in fear. It serves him right. Director Fan tried to intervene, "Don't open it." But Chen had already opened it and, seeing a dead pigeon inside with blood dripping, stared silently at it for 2 seconds. There was no screaming, no signs of fear, causing some netizens to wonder if he was scared stiff. Just when everyone was confused, Chen looked up and said casually, "What a fat pigeon. Now we can have extra lunch today. Thank you." Numerous fans holding phones ready to capture Chen's panicking moments froze. Shocked, Tao Ziqi asked, "Are you going to eat this pigeon?" "Can't I?" Chen asked, puzzled, "Did you poison it?" Tao Ziqi answered hesitantly, "No, this." But who would eat a dead pigeon meant to scare someone? Originally, she wanted to explain that this pigeon wasn't for eating, but then reconsidered, why should she bother explaining all that? Today, they came for Chen to account for everything. Tao Ziqi glared angrily and said, "Chen, don't say I didn't give you a chance to speak. Tell me, was it you who hit Brother Chen?" Chen said, "Yes, it was me." Tao Ziqi said, "So it was you. What gave you the right to hit him? Who do you think you are?" Chen said, "Perhaps his sugar daddy, I guess. Is this online term used correctly or not?" However, Chen's words incited immense anger among Danyan's fans. They clamored for justice on behalf of Chen Danyan, demanding that Chen kneel down and apologize. Chen Danyan said, "Chen, given that we're in the same show group, I can forgive you one more time, but please be careful about what you say." Chen looked at him gently and said, "Sometimes I actually think that being able to leech off someone and live as luxuriously as you do is also a kind of talent." Chen's repeated provocations finally made some hot-tempered fans lose their patience. One of the younger fans picked up a stick from the roadside and swung it at Chen. With her leading the way, other fans started pushing forward as well. They all wore expressions that made clear they intended today to make Chen pay dearly. The crew members were desperately trying to hold them back, Director Fan on the verge of tears, regretting having believed in Chen's nonsense that he could handle the situation. Director Fan urged Chen to leave, but he stayed there unmoving, continuing to look at his phone. When Tao Ziqi rushed over with clenched fists, Chen placed his phone in front of her, and a dialogue played from within. I just told you not to interfere in my private affairs, did you not hear me? I like Su Huaqing, and dating you has no impact on it, as long as I remain your boyfriend, that should be fine, right? Chen Danwen recognized the voice as soon as he heard it, it was last night's recording. He had no idea how Chen managed to get this recording, but he knew one thing, it couldn't be leaked. He quickly tried to grab the phone, shouting while doing so, Chen, you're framing me. You're framing me. But Momo jumped onto him, furiously pulling his hair, preventing Chen Danwen from grabbing the phone. Momo was agile, jumping from his head to his back in seconds, infuriating Chen Danwen, who wildly thrashed around, yet unable to catch him. Next month Dwaning you will have a brand endorsement. I hope that the spokesperson next time will be me. After this recording session is over, deliver the keys to the Xiangxia villa to me. As the recording continued to play, Tao Ziqi and others stood in stupefaction, completely unable to process what they saw, shocked to the point where she nearly dropped her own phone. Chapter 25, Fu Qian arrives. Tao Ziqi is a big fan of Chen Danwen, and she herself is also a minor online celebrity with several 100,000 fans. She had been live streaming on her phone just now. However, after seeing this particular recording, she was so shocked that she almost dropped her phone. As a result, the audience in her live room could only hear sound without any visuals. They were all anxiously flooding the comments section like ants on a hot pot. Chen moved forward very considerately to stabilize Tao Ziqi's phone, ensuring the live broadcast could capture the footage on his phone. Director Fan has no idea how Chen got this video. He never sent it to Chen in the first place. But now that the video has been broadcasted, there's nothing he can do to stop it. Director Fan pulled at his hair worriedly, while the assistant director kindly handed him a chilled tea saying, Director Fan, don't worry, cool down a bit. Director Fan sat down on the side of the road, adopting an attitude of giving up completely, not caring anymore. The video ended when Chen slapped Chen Danwen. Chen put away his phone and asked, did everyone see the video clearly? Tao Ziqi. She was still struck by the shocking news about her idol, unable to recover. Chen kindly asked, do you need me to play it again? Tao Ziqi looked up at Chen, then glanced over at Chen Danwen, who was still entangled by Mao Mao, jumping around nervously. She suddenly burst into tears. My idol is ruined, my idol is ruined, woo-woo. Chen comfortingly patted her head, helping her hold her phone for live broadcasting. Life is long, we will always experience ups and downs. Subsequently, other fans started crying too. All the fans who especially came over to stand up for justice for Chen Danwen were hardcore fans, which was why they weren't tired despite rushing over here. Now witnessing this scene, they naturally became the most saddened. What? What situation? I missed many frames. Although I only heard the sound, I still have difficulty believing. Although I didn't see all the images, I heard the voice clearly, it was indeed Chen Danwen's voice. I like Su Huaqing, and dating you does not affect anything. As long as I'm your boyfriend, it's fine. My God, what a stunning declaration. It overturns my understanding of scum men's bottom line. Not only scum men give money but talk no feelings. In Chen Danwen's case, he takes the money and avoids relationships too. Do you know how much one Xiangxia villa costs? He really dares to ask for it. He even wanted to snatch resources from our star. Are you qualified? Su Huaqing, stay away, ominous. Just then, Mao Mao finally stopped. Chen Danwen's hair was scratched out yet another circle. He clearly knew what had just happened. The video was live streamed by someone, thoroughly ruining his image, leaving his face pale white like paper. Then he remembered Wang Hua. Wang was the largest investor in this reality show. As long as Mr. Wang stood by him, things wouldn't be over, or worse, he would agree to let him act more outrageously. Thinking of this, Chen Danwen rushed over, snatching the phone from Chen's hand that was live streaming, and threw it to the ground, shattering it into pieces, cutting off the live stream. Chen Danwen's violent move shocked all the other fans present, making them forget to cry. Chen Danwen glared angrily at Director Fan and said, you just let him run amok, arbitrarily finding a fake video trying to smear me? You shouldn't forget who is the biggest investor in this program. Would offending me make you unafraid of Mr. Wang withdrawing investment? Director Fan was furious. He said, Chen Danwen, you don't have to use this to threaten me. At worst, I'll start re-recruiting sponsors, our program is very popular, there won't be a shortage of sponsors. Only it might not be as generous as Mr. Wang, but it would be better than being publicly threatened by Chen Danwen right now. Chen Danwen said, to recruit sponsors again, if you even can, remember that Wang Hua is the vice president of a branch company under a group corporation. Offending him equals offending Fu Chinshuan. Offending Fu Chinshuan is as good as offending the entire Fu Group Corporation. Upon hearing the familiar name, Chen raised his eyes. He did not expect Chen Danwen to have this connection. Director Fan frowned upon hearing this name. Naturally, he knew who stands behind Wang Hua, and this was precisely the reason why he hesitated earlier, unwilling to break faces entirely. Seeing Director Fan hesitate, Chen Danwen became more confident in his gamble. He said, "It seems Director Fan is a smart person. Matters coming to such a conclusion is not something I desired either. How about we all take a step back? You expel Chen from the production team. Then we announce that the video was forged by Chen, and I'm the victim of this incident, alright?" Director Fan said, "So many people have seen that video already. Do you really think they will believe your story?" Chen Danwen said, "Of course they will believe us. Netizens are all fools, whatever we say, they'll believe. That video didn't finish playing earlier, so there's no way for them to verify it." Seeing Director Fan not saying anything, Chen Danwen continued pressing, "Director Fan, I advise you to think carefully before speaking. Do you still want to mix in this circle? And what about your team? Are you sure you want to gamble with everyone's future just for Chen?" Tao's Qi was completely shocked, likely never expecting that the idol she had fangirled over for years could be someone like this. This revelation was more shocking than seeing the video earlier. Chen consoled from beside her, feeling a bit surprised, "Aren't you?" With tears still hanging on the corner of her eyes, Tao's Qi asked incredulously, "Has he always been like this?" Chen nodded and said, "Yeah, enjoying my treats while framing me." Tao's Qi, who was initially devastated by her idol's downfall, suddenly didn't feel so bad upon hearing this. She turned around and comforted Chen, saying, "You've got it worse than us." All the fans behind her nodded in agreement. They at most were deceived emotionally, but unlike Chen, they weren't both swindled out of money and emotions. Tao's Qi asked, "What if he screws with you now, what do you plan to do?" Chen shrugged and replied, "Let him try." If possible, Chen wasn't too keen on participating in the show either, wouldn't lounging at home eating and basking in the sun be far better? If this mess really made it impossible for him to attend the program because of Chen Danwen, he'd still count himself as having tried his best. Surely second brother wouldn't scold him for this, would he? Director Fan tightly clenched his hands, slightly furrowed his brows, and looked towards Chen just as he was about to speak. A line of cars appeared driving this way, the lead one being a black Range Rover. Tao's Qi wiped her tears away and curiously asked, "Isn't that car up there worth nearly 10 million? Who's rich enough to drive a Range Rover worth over 10 million here?" Chen said, "Fu Chinshuan, the second young master of the Fu group." Tao's Qi, "Impossible, why would young master Fu come here?" The car stopped, revealing a pair of long legs stepping onto the ground. Fu Chinshuan stepped down in a black suit. He removed his sunglasses and held them in his hand, leaning the other hand against the doorframe. With a smirk that barely curved his handsome face, he said, "Well, what a lively scene. Is this some kind of group outing?" Chapter 26, Punishment. Fu Chinshuan's appearance came as a surprise to everyone. His impeccable attire made him stand out even more in this place. The Fu family has always been pretty low-key, but no matter how discreet they are, with Fu Chinshuan's background, he is still photographed by the media. Quite a few people present have seen his face, and soon after, the car behind him opened its doors. Wang Hua, holding an umbrella, went forward with a pleasing expression to open it and said, "Mr. Fu, it's too hot today, you can't risk sunstroke. Let me hold the umbrella for you." Lin Yuan, who was pushed aside, rolled his eyes and then politely stepped back 2 paces, making room for Wang Hua to take center stage. Chen Danwen and Director Fan never expected that Fu Chinshuan would show up. The assistant director standing beside Director Fan asked quietly, "Is Master Fu the second young master here with Mr. Wang? Could they be here for Chen Danwen?" Director Fan said, "What is Chen Danwen compared to Fu Ershao going to such lengths?" The assistant director replied, "Chen Danwen may not deserve it, but Wang Hua does. He followed from the father's generation of Fu Ershao and is a key figure within the company." Director Fan found it hard to associate Wang Hua's sycophantic expression with someone referred to as a long-term loyal member. Others were also gossiping among themselves. Naturally, Chen Danwen standing nearby overheard these conversations. She couldn't suppress the smile on her face. Moving quickly, she approached and said warmly, "Mr. Fu, I've heard a lot about you, and meeting you today proves you're truly extraordinary." Fu Chinshuan gave her a sidelong glance, looking at her extended hand and directly ignoring it by saying, "Who are you?" Noticing the disdainful look in his eyes, Chen Danwen didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, he explained, "I'm an artist from Guqing Entertainment, and we're shooting the reality show, Setting Off Together. By the way, your company, Jiaying Entertainment, is the biggest investor in this project." Fu Chinshuan glanced at him and asked, "So what?" Chen Danwen smiled cheerfully, "Young Master Fu, you might not recognize me, but I've heard a great deal about you." "Oh yes, I'm pretty familiar with Manager Wang from your company. We've collaborated a few times in the past." Manager Wang was startled by this comment and felt like having a heart attack. Why did he have to bring him up? Fu Chinshuan glanced at Wang Hua, whose sweat was flowing profusely, and chuckled, asking, "You two have such an age gap, yet you're friends?" Chen Danwen replied, "An intergenerational friendship." Wang Hua now wanted nothing more than to strangle Chen Danwen as he felt an icy chill run down his spine under Fu Chinshuan's watchful eyes. Even though Fu Chinshuan appeared to be smiling, it was precisely this that made him feel even more terrified. After all, the nickname Business Rogue was no joke, smiling while stabbing others in the back. By this point, Wang Hua could only go along with the statement, nervously saying, yes, an intergenerational friendship, mainly because I find him quite talented in acting. Director Fan, upon seeing this, had lost all hope. He hadn't interacted much with Fu Chinshuan before and wasn't aware of these matters, assuming that the young master took manager Wang on business trips outside because he valued him highly. Even Chen Danwen thought the same, that with the support of General Manager Wang and young Master Fu, previous minor issues would be insignificant. Fu Chinshuan laughed and said, I don't care about your relationship. What interests me is why so many people are gathered here. Can anyone explain? Chen Danwen started, Master Fu. Fu Chinshuan interrupted with a laugh, shut up, I don't want to hear anything from you. Despite the laughter in his voice, Chen Danwen felt as if death had gripped his throat and retreated immediately, too frightened to say another word. Fu Chinshuan looked around the group before his eyes settled on Chen. Holding up his sunglasses and pointing at Chen, he said, the little potato. Come here and tell me what happened just now. Reluctantly moving closer, Chen told the truth to Fu Chinshuan, saying, they're not just an intergenerational friendship, but they're actually colluding together. Earlier, Chen Danwen threatened the director, saying that offending him is equivalent to offending Manager Wang, and offending Manager Wang is equivalent to offending you, which is equivalent to offending the entire Fu group. Chen Danwen. Fan director. Other former fans of Danwen who recently unsubscribed. Are you serious with these accusations? Fu Chinshuan laughed, his charming half-closed eyes slightly narrowing as he said, I had no idea that in my company, the final decision-maker is actually General Manager Wang. Manager Wang became frightened instantly, quickly bowing and protesting, Mr. Fu, no such thing. Don't listen to his nonsense, he's just. Fu Chinshuan raised his hand slightly, causing Wang Hua to stop speaking immediately in fear. Fu Chinshuan smiled and questioned, Uncle Wang, do you contribute to your pension fund regularly? Wang Hua, no. I haven't paid it. Why would a general manager with an annual salary of several million yuan bother to buy a few hundred yuan pension insurance? Fu Chinshuan feigned regret and said, that's unfortunate. You might lose your job, because I want to replace the general manager. Wang Hua's face turned green as he hurriedly said, Mr. Fu, you can't fire me just based on this young man's words. You know my character. Fu Chinshuan nodded, looking contemplative, then said, you have a point. Lin assistant, I think we still need a proper charge against him. At least let him die with his eyes closed. Lin Yuan took out a file and adjusted his glasses before saying, Wang Hua, this year you embezzled a total of 23.6 million yuan from the company using your position and received kickbacks totaling 11.8 million yuan. Last year. Lin Yuan reported for 3 consecutive years, and the amounts added up to tens of millions. Fu Chinshuan involuntarily drew in a breath, looking surprised, and said, so much money. If we report this to the police, you'll probably never be able to come out again. Wang Hua dropped to his knees with a thud and pleaded for mercy, young Master Fu, I was wrong. I will return all the money, please forgive me. I've truly repented. I've been following the company since your father's generation, even if I don't have any merit, at least I've endured the hardship. Please forgive me this time. I beg you. Fu Chinshuan said, Uncle Wang, you've reminded me, I only checked 3 years' worth of records. Haven't you been embezzling since my parents' era? I should thoroughly check into it. Lin Yuan said, Mr. Fu, I'll start investigating the previous accounts. Fu Chinshuan looked at Wang Hua and said, Uncle Wang, I think if I were in your place, right now I would quickly go say goodbye to my family. After all, the police are already on their way. A casual remark caused Wang Hua's face to turn as pale as paper, his entire body feeling like it was locked in a freezing cellar. At this moment, the sound of sirens rang out. Wang Hua helplessly fell back down as the cars approached. Simultaneously, Chen Danwen also paled in fear. In less than 5 minutes, how could his backing have disappeared? Without Mr. Wang's support, wasn't he finished? Chapter 27, Black and Red are also traffic. After dealing with Wang Hua, Fu Chinshuan had someone move the car to a nearby place where it could be parked. He then entered the village with Lin Yuan and the others. As they passed by Chen's side, Fu Chinshuan gently patted his head and said, Little potato, you were very brave just now. Here's a candy for you. Lin Yuan looked at the lollipop on Chen's head and tried hard not to laugh, making some facial stretching exercises, and managed to suppress his laughter. Director Fan approached Chen and asked, do you know Mr. Fu? Chen shook his head, no. If they knew each other, there would definitely be a lot of trouble, and Chen was the kind of person who disliked trouble the most. Director Fan asked again, then how did he tease you just now? Chen shook his head again, I don't know. The assistant director stepped forward and said, I know, this second son of the Fu family has an unpredictable temperament and a strange personality. Just now, while he was calling Uncle Wang, he also called the police to send him in. Director Fan listened and thought that made sense, but then he was confused as to why the second son of the Fu family would be here. Even if it was to deal with company personnel, there was no need to come so far. It couldn't be that he was driving halfway when he happened to deal with the worm in the company, could it? Seeing the lollipop still on Chen's head, Director Fan reached out to take it, peeled off the wrapper, and was about to put it into his mouth. But before he could, Chen intercepted it. Director Fan, who didn't get to eat the candy, frowned and turned his head only to see Danwen. His arrogant expression immediately turned obsequious. Director Fan furrowed his brows and, without waiting for the other party to speak, mercilessly said, Danwen, our production team will terminate the contract with you, and furthermore, due to the losses caused to our team because of you, we will have our lawyers sue you. Chen, eating the lollipop, kindly reminded them, I forgot to tell you, I've already sent out last night's video clip. Teacher Chen, your trending topic is currently high on the search list. Teacher Chen, you're famous now. Danwen became short of breath and quickly grabbed his phone to check. Sure enough, he found his trending topic online. Hashtag Danwen and Chen hashtag. Hashtag Danwen like Su Huaching hashtag. Hashtag Danwen wants to seize the Xiangxia villa hashtag. Hashtag Danwen Duan Xingyu hashtag. Multiple hot searches went up all at once. When clicking on them, one would find that nearly all comments inside were cursing him, except for a small number of people who were still in contact with him. Good heavens, are my ears malfunctioning? So it turns out that Chen wasn't wronged after all, Danwen really was living off someone else. Letting Chen hand over the keys to the Xiangxia neighborhood, that guy truly dared to think. That house is worth hundreds of millions. In the past, whenever Danwen claimed Chen sexually harassed him, the truth is that while the Chen family used Chen's money and resources, they also looked down on him and slandered him. My goodness, I can't imagine how much Chen endured during this period. Just half an hour ago, the Chen family was still crying poor and framing Chen. Baby what's bothering you so much? Why did you have to fall for such an awful man? Must my point of focus be so strange? Chen actually owns a property worth hundreds of millions. I am too, freely offering a property worth hundreds of millions. Wealthy brother loves me. Does it necessarily have to be ugly trash like Danwen? Can't good-looking men do it? Brother, I am your long-lost sister. Please quickly recognize me as family. Looking at those scathing comments one after another, Danwen trembled all over. Then, with a flick of his eyes, he fainted directly from anger. Director Fan looked at this scene with disdain, telling the assistant director to arrange someone to send him to the hospital, and then have someone come back to pick him up later. Anyway, after this incident, Danwen was definitely unsuitable to be a guest on this show anymore. More and more people online were scolding Danwen, and less than an hour after Chen posted the video on Weibo, his followers increased from over 30,000 to over 40,000. It's unclear who leaked the information first, but people found out that the second son of the Fu family from the Fu Corporation was also in Shiming Village. When Su Huaching heard this news, he was so surprised that the bucket in his hand fell straight back into the well, making a loud bang. Su Huaching asked somewhat incredulously, you mean the second son of the Fu family is here? Feng Qingyue said, yes, that's what the director said. Duan Xingyu sat on a small chair washing dishes and, looking at this scene, curiously asked, Huaching, why are you so agitated because Mr. Fu came? Do you two know each other? Su Huaching said, he is my senior in school. Feng Qingyue remembered something and said, now I remember, you and Mr. Fu's second son seem to know each other. At a gala in the past, I saw the two of you talking. Could he have come specially for you? Su Huaching smiled and said, impossible, senior is someone who's very passionate about his work. I guess he's probably just here on business. Feng Qingyue, what kind of work could there be in this mountain village? Su Huaching shook his head. He more or less knew, but since Senior hadn't made his connection with Chen public, Su Huaching felt it wasn't appropriate to mention it. When Feng Keqing heard this, her curiosity was piqued. She leaned forward and asked, did you two date before? Duan Xingyu paused in her hand motions, straining her ears to listen. Su Huaching shook his head and said, no, don't say nonsense. Feng Keqing playfully pushed Su Huaching, grinning in an intimate manner and saying, if not, why were you so flustered earlier? Just hearing Mr. Fu's name made you so jumpy that you couldn't even hold a bucket steady. Su Huaching hurriedly went to grab the bucket. Feng Keqing chased after him and said, are you blushing? Su Huaching said, there really isn't anything. It's just that Senior helped me a lot in the past, so I've always respected him. I didn't expect him to be here, which surprised me a bit. Feng Keqing covered her mouth and giggled, saying, I get it. No need to explain. Su Huaching. Pong pang. The sound of a broken bowl echoed. Everyone looked over to see Duan Xingyu had somehow shattered one of the bowls in her hands. Duan Xingyu looked down at the broken pieces in the basin, feeling somewhat embarrassed. In listening to their conversation, she must have subconsciously applied too much force. Su Huaching worriedly asked, Xingyu, are you alright? Duan Xingyu replied somewhat awkwardly, no, I'm fine, just slipped a bit. Reaching out to clear the shards, she accidentally cut her hand in the process. Feng Qingyue rushed over to stop her. Don't move. Go deal with your wound first. I'll handle this here, Huaching. You take her inside. Su Huaching took Duan Xingyu into the house to treat her wound. In the meantime, Chen and Director Fan had returned. On the way back, Director Fan had already called the PR team, instructing them to post a statement on the official Weibo account, briefly explaining the ins and outs of the situation. They would also terminate their cooperation with Chen Danwen. If all Chen Danwen had done was bleach off others, Director Fan might not have expelled him from the set. After all, he wasn't afraid of scandals. Didn't Chen have enough black material on him as well? Black and red still equates to traffic. What Director Fan truly couldn't tolerate were the threats Chen Danwen hurled at him afterward. Chapter 28, Betting Again. By the way, how did you get that video last night? Director Fan sat down, took a sip of water, and suddenly remembered the video Chen had shown earlier. I got it from the surveillance room. Chen found a chair, lazily sat down, and basked in the sun. Director Fan was startled for a moment and quickly turned to ask the assistant director, wasn't someone supposed to be guarding the surveillance room? The assistant director shook his head and said, didn't everyone go to stop the fans at the village entrance at that time? We were afraid something would happen if they rushed in. So no one was left to guard the surveillance room. Who would have thought Chen would take advantage of that time to retrieve the video footage? Director Fan pursed his lips, sighed, and wanted to say something but eventually helplessly grabbed his hair. Seeing his anxious appearance, the assistant director lightly patted the dandruff off his shoulder. It seemed that all directors were destined to go crazy. In the morning, due to some delay, the show resumed live broadcasting. Many people flooded into Chen's live stream to apologize to him. Chen Bao, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have doubted you, I apologize to you. When Chen said that Chen Danwen was being overly clingy, I didn't believe him. Chen, I can apologize to you, but you should also apologize to me first. How could such a handsome and cute face like yours end up liking Chen Danwen and getting manipulated by her? My goodness, what we said about her before was terrible. Chen, you didn't use to talk about me like this. I now believe that all other negative rumors about Chen are wrong. They might have been spread by Chen Danwen to mislead us. From now on, I will be Chen's hardcore fan. No matter how others try to defame him, I won't believe them anymore. Most people are attracted by appearance, career achievements, or as husband powder, fans treating celebrities as virtual husbands, but Chen opened up a new niche in Chinese entertainment. He gathered many guilt-driven fans. For a period, the popularity in his live stream overshadowed everyone else's. Director Fan began to re-release the overdue task. Feng Qinyue held the task card and read the task aloud, please go to the fish pond to catch fish. The guest team followed the director's instructions and headed toward the fish pond. When they arrived at the fish pond, everyone was somewhat shocked. It was incredibly large, stretching over dozens of acres. The director team invited the owner of the fish pond to explain things to everyone. Huang Ming appeared with a dark complexion, dressed in fishing gear, and greeted everyone, hello, my name is Huang Ming, and I manage this fish pond. Feng Kejing laughed and said, so you're the pond master, that's impressive. Huang Ming, who had originally been quite serious-faced, immediately blushed upon receiving compliments from the young girl. Feeling slightly awkward, he muttered, and nothing much. Next, Huang Ming taught everyone how to catch fish. The water in the pond reached waist level, so the guests had the option of either wearing fishing suits to wade in and scoop fish directly or sitting on bamboo rafts using fishing nets to catch fish. Chen, seeing the bamboo raft, raised his hand and said, I want to sit on the bamboo raft. Huang Ming asked, Teacher Chen, are you afraid of water? Chen replied, I'm not afraid of water, I just want to sleep conveniently on the bamboo raft. Duan Xingyu laughed and said, Chen, stop trying to act tough. You're definitely afraid of water, aren't you? Can't swim too, right? Chen glanced at him and didn't bother arguing. As a result of his silence, Duan Xingyu felt even more confident that he had guessed correctly and smugly said, don't worry, Chen. Considering we've decided to let bygones be bygones, I'll make sure to save you if you fall in. Chen glanced at him again and simply said, oh. After Huang Ming finished teaching everyone how to fish, everyone put on their fishing suits. Director Fan stated that they still needed to work in pairs, and each pair must catch over 200 pounds of fish to complete the task. Duan Xingyu said, another teamwork task. Then this time, I don't want to be paired with Chen. Feng Kejing retorted, isn't being paired with Chen a good thing? How much effort did you save yesterday? Grinding his teeth, Duan Xingyu replied, do you know how much I sacrificed? Thinking about the nationwide embarrassment of calling Chen father, Duan Xingyu regretted it deeply. He added, and besides, last time we could rely on the monkey to help with the corn. This time, the monkey can't dive underwater to help with fishing. Feng Kejing then said, since you don't want to be a team with Chen, then I will be paired with him. She looked at Chen, asking for his opinion, and Chen nodded absent-mindedly. Truthfully, he didn't care who he was teamed up with. Feng Qinyue said, then I'll team up with Hua Chen. At hearing this, Duan Xingyu quickly stepped forward and grabbed Su Hua Chen's arm, saying, I'll be paired with Hua Chen. Feng Qinyue, with a look of helplessness on his face, clearly understood Duan Xingyu's intentions and said, all right, then I will team up with. He glanced around but realized there was no one left. Feng Qinyue turned to the director and asked anxiously, hey, director, you're not leaving me alone here, are you? We would never leave Feng teacher all by himself, Director Fan responded as he pulled Huang Ming over again and said, we've arranged for a partner, the pond master. He'll be your teammate. Duan Xingyu, who had just taken hold of his fishing net, froze in shock at this announcement. Fan Kejing shouted loudly, "That's unfair. The pond master is obviously an expert at fishing. How are we supposed to compete with them?" Director Fan replied with a smirk, "Why didn't you think carefully before picking your teammates?" Fan Kejing pouted angrily. And Chen saw this and after some consideration, tried to console her, "Don't worry, Kejing. We won't lose." Excited, Fan Kejing asked, "Can you ask the monkey to help again? I heard there's such a thing as water monkeys." Duan Xingyu burst into uncontrollable laughter, "Ha ha ha, Kejing, how can you still believe in that? Don't you know that water monkeys are actually referred to as water ghosts in folklore?" Though Duan Xingyu was initially regretful about not being paired with the pond master, after comparing himself to Fan Kejing, he thought it might not be so bad after all. While his own loss was regrettable, seeing his opponents fail cheered him more. Fan Kejing glared at Duan Xingyu's irritating laugh and said, "He's asking for a beating. I want to hit him." And Chen remarked, "You can't beat him." Fan Kejing sighed, feeling defeated. Su Huachen gently nudged Duan Xingyu and said, "Xingyu, don't bully girls like that. Moreover, we're not even sure if our group can win. You'd end up embarrassing yourself later." Duan Xingyu responded arrogantly, "It may be difficult to beat Feng Teacher's group, but winning against Chen and Fan Kejing's group will be easy peasy." And Chen stared at him and spoke softly, "Is that so? Then if you can't win, do you want to call me Dad again?" Duan Xingyu paused briefly, remembering the last incident. This time he was cautious, only for 2 seconds, before quickly responding, "Fine, let's make a deal. Winning your group counts as winning overall. If we win, you have to call me Dad. But if we lose, I'll call you Dad." And Chen nodded, "All right." Chapter 29, I should have known better than to say anything. Su Huachen tried to dissuade him, "Duan Xingyu, maybe you shouldn't compete." "Huachen, you must have faith in me." Duan Xingyu patted his chest confidently and said, "This time, I will reclaim everything that belongs to me. Anyway, the monkey can't go into the water, how couldn't Chen ask Bailu to help him catch fish?" Looking at Xingyu's confident expression, I always get a bad feeling. Me too. I notice that every time Chen seems careless about everything, but he never seems to be at a disadvantage. I think Xingyu will win this time, Mom believes in you. And Chen is always so lazy, and besides Fang Kecheng, a girl, their chances are slim. Victory will definitely belong to our Xingyu. Then why don't we bet on who will win? Duan Xingyu chose to wear fishing gear and dive into the water directly because it was more convenient. He let Su Huachen sit on the raft and steer. Feng Qinyue and Huang Ming used the same strategy, one person in the water, the other on the bamboo raft. And Chen and Fang Kejing stepped onto the bamboo raft one after another. The raft swayed a bit. Seeing that Chen didn't seem ready to enter the water, Fang Kejing hesitated and asked, "Chen, I'm afraid of water. Can I not go in?" Chen replied, "Of course, we can just catch fish from the boat." Fang Kejing remained silent for a moment. She looked at the other two teams, noticing how those underwater could skillfully control the boat and were very efficient at catching fish. Fang Kejing thought that Chen might not have fully understood her meaning, so she bluntly said, "What I mean is, someone from our team needs to dive into the water, otherwise, we won't have a chance to win." Chen said, "Of course, someone from our team will dive to catch fish." Almost as soon as Chen finished speaking, a large group of people walked over. Seeing them, Director Fan's face turned tense, and he quickly moved forward to intercept them. "Why did you come back?" Tao Zichi reluctantly complained, "Do you think we wanted to come back? Chen made us do it." At this point, Director Fan realized they were holding sets of fishing gear and nets. With a look of shock in his eyes, Director Fan thought they wouldn't possibly. To confirm his suspicion, after they put on the fishing gear, they all dived into the pond one by one. The originally peaceful pond instantly became murky after these people jumped in. Are these not the fans of Chen Danyan who blocked the village entrance before? Why are they here? After Chen Danyan was caught, I thought they had dispersed. Where did they get these neatly prepared fishing gears? Did they just go to the county to buy these? I wonder how Chen convinced them to help. Fishing is not an easy task. Is the fan circle really this strange? They were arguing fiercely 1 second and suddenly become loving like a family the next. Fan circle, don't mention us. Similarly curious, Fang Kejing directly asked Chen, how did you convince these people to help? Chen said, they came to apologize. Fang Kejing looked at them, noticing their unhappiness and reluctant expressions. Are they really here to apologize? It feels like they were forced to work. Suddenly, more than 30 people dived into the pond, making it lively. A flock of egrets standing still on the surface took off and flew away. Duan Xingyu shouted upon seeing others helping, "That's unfair. Chen, this is cheating." Seeing this, Fang Kejing immediately stood up on the bamboo raft with hands on her waist and shouted, "Where exactly is the cheating? The director never said that we couldn't call for help. If you're unhappy, why don't you also gather 100 or so people? We're not stopping you." Standing in the pond, Duan Xingyu argued fiercely with Fang Kejing. On the side of Fang Kejing, Chen was sitting there, apparently starting to feel sleepy. Then the live-streaming viewers saw a strange scene. On one side, the two were shouting fiercely, while on the other, Chen lay on the bamboo raft taking a nap. Ugh, Chen said he'd sleep on the raft. He really fell asleep. How does he manage to sleep despite all the noise? Chen sleeping looks so cute, like my cat when it sleeps. I want to stroke him. A white egret flew over and stopped on Chen's head, but it didn't wake him up. Fu Chinshuan arrived just in time to witness this scene. Chen closed his eyes, ignoring the noise of the outside world and immersing himself in his own. Fu Chinshuan took out his phone and captured this moment. The village chief of Shiming village behind him saw that Fu Chinshuan wasn't leaving, and curiously asked, "Mr. Fu, is there any problem?" Fu Chinshuan's eyes fell on the direction of the pond, and Lin Yuan obviously knew what was on Mr. Fu's mind, so he looked at the village chief and said, "Village chief Lei, this pond looks pretty good." With a hint of pride, the village chief said, "This pond is contracted by my son, he has always wanted to boost the agricultural development of our village." Putting on his sunglasses, Fu Chinshuan said, "Let's go take a look." Since the production team paid to use the location for filming, the village chief opened his mouth to stop them but realized Fu Chinshuan was also an important guest. Offending either side wouldn't be wise. Furrows appeared on the village chief's face due to his hesitation. Lin Yuan patted the village chief's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, this show is also invested in by our Mr. Fu." The village chief went silent. This morning, Mr. Fu had come to Shiming village, saying he wanted to invest in the village but needed to first examine the overall situation. Upon hearing this, the village chief was extremely delighted. The people of Shiming village were rather unwelcoming to outsiders, yet despite objections, the village chief insisted on allowing the production team into the village to film and fully cooperated with their work, all in hopes that the reality show would become wildly popular, bringing visitors to the village and boosting its overall economy. As long as the villagers could make money, the young ones wouldn't have to struggle so hard to leave anymore. So when the village chief saw Fu Chinshuan arrive, he was very hopeful about convincing him to invest in the village. The village chief thought their village had beautiful natural scenery, just no money for development. He never expected that this reality show was also invested in by Fu Chinshuan. So wealthy. He must be treated well. Director Fan had been watching the competition earlier when he saw Fu Chinshuan walking towards the venue with his entourage and the villagers. After dealing with company issues in the morning, Fu Chinshuan left, but now, unexpectedly, he showed up here. Director Fan greeted him, "Mr. Fu, how did you end up over here?" Fu Chinshuan replied, "Came for work, I saw you guys enjoying yourselves so much, so I came to check it out." Oh, Director Fan responded. Director Fan usually enjoyed chatting, but at this moment, he found it difficult to start a conversation with Fu Chinshuan. Seeing Fu Chinshuan continuously observing the fishing competition at the pond, Director Fan tentatively asked, "Mr. Fu, our production team is currently competing to see who can catch 200 pounds of fish first. Would you like to be the referee?" Feeling some pressure standing beside Fu Chinshuan, Director Fan simply wanted to make small talk. Besides, Fu's second young master was so busy, how could he possibly be interested in becoming the referee? Just catching 200 pounds of fish alone would take at least a few hours. There was no way Fu Chinshuan would stay here waiting. But Fu Chinshuan responded with a smirk, "Sure, why not?" Lin Yuan took out a folding chair from the bag for Fu Chinshuan to sit on, then unfolded a palm-sized umbrella to shield him from the sun. From the bag, he handed him a bottle of apple juice. In no time, Fu Chinshuan was seen leisurely sipping on his drink. Director Fan. Chapter 30, Punishing the Black Fans. Duan Xingyu looked at the 2 baskets of fish he had worked hard to catch all morning, but Chen just lay down for a nap on the bamboo raft and caught a full 12 baskets of fish. Even Feng Qinyue, with the help of the pond owner, managed to get 4 baskets. Without a doubt, Duan Xingyu and Su Huachen's team caught the least. This stark contrast made Duan Xingyu so angry that he puffed up like a pufferfish. Chen blinked his beautiful almond eyes at Duan Xingyu, making his meaning very clear. Duan Xingyu quietly turned away, trying to evade the matter by pretending nothing happened. Chen stepped forward, standing in front of Duan Xingyu and tilted his head slightly downward to look at him. Embarrassed by the gaze, Duan Xingyu turned instead to look at the dozens of fans, asking incomprehensibly, "Why are you helping him?" Tao Jiqi said grimly, "He's threatening us." This morning, they had gone as a group to block Chen's way and presented him with a dead pigeon. This was actually considered hooliganism. Hooliganism usually resulted in a warning, fine, or several days of public order detention. They were prepared for the worst when they came here, but who would have thought the situation would reverse? Willing initially, but now to be detained and fined for such a man as Chen Danwen, this would spread, how could they still exist within the fan community? It would be a dark history that could never be erased. After Tao's Qi was devastated by her idol collapsing, Chen specially consoled them without bearing any grudge. When Chen proposed adding her on WeChat, Tao's Qi did not refuse. Unbeknownst to Tao's Qi, after becoming friends, Chen soon sent her a message saying they should all buy fishing gear and return to the village to help work. Tao's Qi refused, and Chen sent her a group photo from earlier along with the image of the dead pigeon, accompanied by text, "Even though you're unwilling to help, I still thank you for today's gift." Tao's Qi realized then, it's blackmail. That's blackmail. Thus, Tao's Qi and her group returned reluctantly. After catching the fish, Tao's Qi and her group were drenched in fishy smell, some fell into the water and ended up looking entirely disheveled compared to their arrogant and polished appearance in the morning. With wet clothes clinging to her body, Tao's Qi looked at Chen and asked, "Can we leave now?" Chen said, "Are you leaving so soon? I was reluctant to part with you. I wanted to invite you to pick pears at Uncle Lee's place." Tao's Qi cried out in surprise, "What? Still picking pears?" Another fan said, "Catching fish all morning has left me smelling entirely of fish and feeling sick, and you still want us to go pear picking?" Chen replied, "I'm inviting you to eat pears, incidentally plucking some pears. Uncle Lee is injured, and I believe your kindness will make you willing to help, won't it?" "No," Tao's Qi responded firmly. All Dan fans resisted, unwilling to go. Chen looked regretful and said, "How regrettable, I was originally thinking of offering you turtle dove soup after everything is done." Tao's Qi clenched her teeth and said, "All right, we'll go pick pears." Chen smiled and said, "I knew you guys were good people." Chen glanced over at the village chief, gesturing for him to arrange things. The village chief was naturally delighted, as Uncle Lee had fallen yesterday and was still hospitalized. With these students' help, Uncle Lee could rest assured in his recovery. So he quickly arranged for villagers to take them there. Tao's Qi and her companions left with resentment in their hearts. Chen waved at them and said, "Thank you for your effort. If you're tired, I'll stew turtle dove soup later for you to restore strength." Tao's Qi nearly tripped and fell, filled with regret for antagonizing Chen inside. Laughed to death, is Chen starting a new approach to handling black fans? And yet it's Chen. By using this method to let them atone, it both helps Uncle Lee and lets them receive punishment, a win-win. I thought letting them leave would be too lenient, but didn't expect it to end up like this. So this punishment is good, better than just calling the police. Sitting on a small chair, Fu Chinshuan watched this whole scene with his handsome peony eyes. The guy seemed to have quite many ideas. A shadow appeared in front of him, blocking Fu Chinshuan's line of sight. Fu Chinshuan lifted his gaze, seeing Su Huachen standing before him. "Su Huachen, Senior, it's been a long time." Su Huachen had noticed Fu Chinshuan's arrival all along, but couldn't conveniently greet him while fishing. Now she approached to say hello. The live broadcast camera, following Su Huachen, also swept over to Fu Chinshuan. Those who had been watching for entertainment suddenly turned into screaming fans upon seeing the handsome man on screen. Who is this handsome guy? He's so good-looking. Holy cow, his appearance truly brightens my eyes again and again. This man has caught me, a woman like an eagle, in just 1 second. I want all his information within 3 minutes. I want him cleaned up and delivered to my bed within 5 minutes. Brother, what flavor are you? I'll mark you down first. Is this handsome man also from the entertainment industry? Why have I never heard of him? Is he a new talent under any company? I'm about to start searching him. Did Su Huachen call him senior? Are they university classmates? Fu Chinshuan stood up, appearing laid back as he placed one hand in his pocket and said, "Long time no see, Huachen." Su Huachen said, "The last time I saw you, senior, was 2 months ago. By the way, why are you here, senior?" Fu Chinshuan replied, "The company wants to develop a tourism project, so I've come to examine this place." Su Huachen said, "Oh, the scenery here is indeed quite nice." Director Fan took the opportunity to step forward and introduce him. "Everyone, let me introduce you, this is Master Fu, the second son, and also our show's investor. Since we met him by chance today, I've invited Master Fu to be the judge for our fish catching competition." What did the director say? Master Fu, as in the Fu family? Can it be that one? Ladies, I just checked online, and it really is the second son of the Fu group. Although there aren't many pictures of him online, some of his university event photos have leaked. Oh my goodness. Besides being stunningly good-looking, he's extremely wealthy too. Do men like this actually exist? In the past, horses and carriages were slow, and people only loved one person for life. Now, the internet moves too fast, 1 minute I've already fallen for 5 men. For those of us who are married, it feels like eunuchs visiting brothels, powerless. Online speculations about Fu Chinshuan's identity were rampant. Meanwhile, Fu Chinshuan started acting as the judge. The 3 groups began weighing their catches one by one. Chen's group had 12 baskets totaling 1,208 pounds, Feng Qingyue's group had 4 baskets totaling 392 pounds, while Duan Xingyu's group had 2 baskets totaling 199 pounds. Duan Xingyu shouted loudly, "Impossible, absolutely impossible, this scale must be broken." Of course, Duan Xingyu knew he couldn't match Chen, but he refused to believe it could be such a coincidence that their 2 baskets were only off by 1 pound. Fan Kijing said, "Even if it wasn't off by that 1 pound, Duan Xingyu, you should still call Chen Dad." Chapter 31, Tastes Good. Duan Xingyu, you shut up. Feng Qingyue, laughing on the side, said, "Xingyu, as I see it, you've called him before. First time awkward, second time familiar." Duan Xingyu looked at Su Huachen with a pitiful expression and said, "Huachen, you will definitely help me, right?" Su Huachen sighed and said, "I tried to stop you back then. Fine, none of you will help me. Duan Xingyu turned to Chen, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Father." Chen's lips curved upward and he responded, "Ah." "Duan Xingyu. You actually answered." Chen said, "Kid, since you called me father, let me give you 2 fish." Chen held up a fish with both hands and tried to pass it over, but the fish wriggled out of his grip and leaped up, smacking right into Duan Xingyu's legs. Instantly, Duan Xingyu cupped his hands in pain. Everyone around burst into laughter. Fu Chinshuan watched the scene with his arms crossed, amusement evident in his eyes. Chen stood there looking somewhat awkward. It wasn't intentional. Duan Xingyu got hit by a fish hashtag. Chen Duan Xingyu hashtag. 2 hot search topics quickly climbed the rankings. Exhausted, everyone returned to a small courtyard. Fu Chinshuan also followed them back to the yard and casually glanced around at the scenery. Duan Xingyu plopped down onto a chair and asked, "Director Fan, surely you're not going to make us do something else this noon, are you?" Director Fan said, "Of course not. Considering everyone worked hard this morning catching fish, we have prepared 20 local specialties for lunch." 4 tall girls wearing white Qinghua porcelain cheongsams entered the yard, each carrying a tray with a covered dish on it. The first waitress lifted the cover, releasing a fragrance of crabs. She explained, "This dish is called steamed crab stuffed oranges. Fresh crabs are steamed until cooked, then the crab meat is removed and stir-fried together with orange flesh, orange juice, ginger, soy sauce, and brown sugar. Once thickened with cornstarch, the cooked crab meat is placed back into the orange halves and steamed for another 10 minutes. In this way, a beautiful and delicious steamed crab stuffed orange is completed. Normally, this dish costs 68 yuan per serving." Next, the second waitress came forward and revealed her dish, saying, "This dish is called clear soup fish balls." Each waitress introduced the process, names, and prices of their respective dishes. After the first 4 finished introducing their dishes, the second batch came up. These young waitresses were elegant and confident while explaining the dishes, speaking slowly so that more than half an hour passed before they were halfway done with the introductions. Everyone had gone from being ravenous to completely numb. Duan Xingyu, appearing almost dead, muttered, "Director, maybe we can skip the introductions for now and eat first." Feng Qingyue said, "I'm already old enough as it is, making me starve is unacceptable." Su Huachen laughed and said, "Director Fan, even if you don't consider us, you should at least consider our senior." Fan Keqing chimed in enthusiastically, "Exactly. Fu Ershao is our financial supporter. You dare let the financial supporter go hungry?" Fu Qianshuan looked at them. Coincidentally, sitting next to him was Chen, who appeared to be rubbing his stomach pitifully. Fu Qianshuan said to Director Fan, "Director, I see everyone is indeed starving. How about speeding up the procedure? Skip some unnecessary parts." The investor spoke up, and Director Fan, naturally obeying, said smoothly, "All right, then we'll just announce the price and the name of the dishes. As for the cooking methods, I'll leave notes for editing when producing the video to promote the local specialties." Skipping long-winded explanations, the subsequent process was indeed faster, finishing in under 3 minutes. Just as everyone thought they could start eating, Director Fan played another trick, saying, "Okay, I'm sure everyone is hungry, but whether or not you can eat these dishes depends on your own abilities. Let's split into 2 groups and answer questions. Correct answers win the dish for your team. If wrong, that dish goes to the director team." All guests stared in silence. The director required teams of 3 based on seating arrangements. Team Fu Qianshuan and Chen and Su Huachen versus the other remaining 3. Fan Keqing scratched her head in despair. "It's all ruined, I was so focused on the food that I didn't even memorize the names." Feng Qingyue admitted, "Same here." Duan Xingyu confidently declared, "Don't worry, with me on our team, everyone will get to eat." Feng Qingyue, "Then it's all on you." Su Huachen turned his head and asked, "Did you guys remember?" "I didn't write much down either." And Chen shook his head with wide eyes. Right at that moment, his stomach let out another growling sound. You 2 are really something." Fu Qianshuan asked helplessly, laughing, "Which dishes do you 2 want to eat?" And Chen's eyes lit up immediately as he asked, "Did you remember?" Su Huachen said, "Our senior has an excellent memory. When we were studying, anything he read once, he could remember. In past debate competitions, he even won without using notes." And Chen exclaimed, "Wow, that's so cool." Su Huachen chose a few dishes without hesitation. "Alright," Fu Qianshuan then looked at Chen and asked, "What about you, which dish would you like?" Chen replied, "There are 2 dishes made from tea leaves, one made from bamboo shoots tips and shrimp paste, and one kind of fish, just the non-spicy one." Whenever Chen mentioned food, his eyes sparkled as if full of stars, and his expression was very adorable. Fu Qianshuan's fingers twitched slightly, restraining the urge to ruffle his hair, putting both hands behind him as he said, "Alright, I'll definitely make sure you get to eat them." Duan Xingyu had some doubts. Is he really that capable? Su Huachen affirmed, "If senior says he can, he definitely can." Fu Qianshuan glanced at the other side, recalling those comments left by netizens online. The fans who crazily shipped in Chen and Duan Xingyu had given them a CP name, Starry C. Each team received a buzzer from the director. The competition began. Initially, the first two dishes were buzzed in by Duan Xingyu's group, but unfortunately they failed to answer correctly, allowing the dishes to go straight into the director's team's stomachs. Fan Kicheng teased, "Didn't you say for sure you'd win?" Duan Xingyu, always competitive, refused to give up easily and stubbornly insisted, "Accidents, I will surely succeed next time." But alas, the third dish was buzzed in by Su Huachen, who turned to look at Fu Chinshuan and said, "Senior, it's up to you now." Fu Chinshuan responded, "Fresh shrimp cucumber pancake, priced at 38 yuan. Director Fan shouted, "Correct. This dish goes to Su Huachen's team." Su Huachen jumped excitedly, and Chen also beamed happily, while groans emerged from the opposing side. As the dish was served, and Chen quickly grabbed his chopsticks in preparation, picking up a piece of cucumber ready to bite into it. Suddenly, Su Huachen picked a shrimp with his chopsticks and placed it into Fu Qianshuan's bowl, saying, "Senior, since you earned this shrimp is for you." Fu Qianshuan politely said, "Thank you." Though he thanked with words, he did not move his chopsticks yet. His gaze rested on Chen. Feeling somewhat uneasy under the prolonged staring, Chen ended up taking a detour with his chopsticks and also put the cucumber slice into Fu Qianshuan's bowl, saying, "Mr. Fu, please have it first." "Thank you." With equally polite gratitude, Fu Qianshuan finally lifted his chopsticks, placing the cucumber into his mouth. His beautifully shaped almond eyes curved slightly as he said, "It tastes good." Chapter 32, Fu Qianshuan being jealous. The newly served orange crab roe was not something Chen liked, so he didn't touch it. Fu Qianshuan said, "I love crab meat." Chen didn't react much, and Fu Qianshuan kicked him under the table. Chen looked at him in confusion as Fu Qianshuan's eyes signaled towards the dish of crab meat. Chen slowly scooped a spoonful for him, not quite understanding why his second brother insisted on having him serve the dish, but since all these dishes were won by him, naturally, he had to take care of serving them well. Fu Qianshuan glanced at the crab meat in his bowl with an alluring smile and a lazy tone emerged, "Not bad." It was unclear whether he meant the crab meat was good or if Chen's service was excellent. For the next few dishes, whenever Fu Qianshuan was around, Chen's team always answered correctly after successfully ringing the bell. Chen ate with joy, however, Fu Qianshuan appeared somewhat incapacitated beside him, needing Chen to keep serving him food throughout. On the neighboring table, Duan Xingyu's group was starving and their situation was vastly different. Feng Qingyue looked utterly dispirited watching them. Fan Kicheng exclaimed admiringly, "Wow, Second Master Fu is really a scholar. Handsome, rich, and intelligent, this is what we call the pinnacle of intellectual romance in novels." Feng Qingyue laughed and said, "Kicheng, now isn't the time to obsess over couples." Duan Xingyu said, "I just stared at them, my titanium alloy-like eyes glued to them, waiting for them to feel embarrassed enough to offer me a bite." Laugh till death, Xingyu's determined gaze is like someone trying to join the party, yet his words sound so chicken-hearted. He speaks the hardest words while doing the softest deeds. Could this also be called eating softly? But hasn't Second Master Fu got an amazing memory? Without deliberately remembering, he still notices every single dish name and price. How do you know he didn't deliberately remember? As the investor, wouldn't he want to know the procedure in advance? Are the people upstairs stupid? Celebrities create personas for traffic. What does Second Master Fu gain from entering showbiz and creating a persona? And with Second Master Fu's status, what kind of resources would he lack that he needs to act here? I don't care if he has a persona or not, doesn't anyone else find Second Master Fu a little indulgent towards Chen? Sis has sharp eyes. I noticed too, I've always seen Second Master Fu acting only when he's in the mood, except towards Chen where there's a clear response. Moreover, I found out some school-related stuff about Second Master Fu. Someone mentioned he has a cleanliness obsession. Yet, he ate everything Chen served him. Su Huachen's servings, he left untouched. He only ate what Chen offered. The comparison is painfully obvious. Aya dead already. Is there any sister willing to stay up all night writing fanfiction? As the dishes dwindled down to the last 5, not a single one had reached Duan Xingyu's group. Normally, people at least pretend in front of live streams. Second Master Fu clearly didn't intend to leave anything for them, and Chen along with Su Huachen were solely focused on eating. Duan Xingyu coughed lightly, subtly hinting with his gaze firmly fixed on Chen, specifically on the delicious food inside his mouth. That shrimp truly looked scrumptious. Fu Qianshuan glanced over just as he saw Duan Xingyu staring at Chen intently. His beautiful gaze carried both laziness and danger. Fu Qianshuan's thin lips parted into a dazzling smile, asking, "Younger brother Duan Xingyu, is there any particular dish you have your eye on?" Caught in hunger, Duan Xingyu failed to notice being called younger brother and even thought Second Master Fu was approachable. Excitedly, Duan Xingyu asked, "Can I choose any?" Fu Qianshuan's eyes gleamed as he nodded. Duan Xingyu replied, "Then naturally, it's all of them. Only fools make choices, smart people choose everything." Fu Qianshuan said with a playful twinkle in his eyes, "Agreed." Upon hearing that, Fan Kicheng and Feng Qingyue jumped excitedly knowing lunch was assured. By then, both Su Huachen and Chen were full and no longer intended to ring the bell. Director Fan, seeing the time was appropriate, decided to play big, so let's test Second Master Fu's memory. Can he recite all 5 remaining dishes' names and prices? If even one is wrong, these dishes will all be taken away, alright? Duan Xingyu said, that's not fair. Director Fan shrugged and said, no choice, the rules are clear that no other teams can help. With the director's decision spoken, Duan Xingyu and others could do nothing but accept. Fang Kecheng and the others all looked at Fu Chinshuan with anticipation, watching him calmly recount every price and dish name. Everyone then turned their gaze to the director. Director Fan said, answer, correct. Duan Xingyu, Fang Kecheng, and Feng Qinyue stood up excitedly. Duan Xingyu couldn't even wait for the waiter to bring the dishes and rushed forward himself. Fu Chinshuan said, hold on, these were the ones I answered correctly, right? Director Fan replied, that's correct. Duan Xingyu blinked and asked, Second Master Fu, weren't you helping us? Fu Chinshuan said, I never said that. Duan Xingyu. However, our team is already full, Fu Chinshuan said, glancing at Fang Kecheng and Feng Qinyue. The food should not be wasted, so the remaining dishes are up to you too. Duan Xingyu's face lit up with joy before hearing Fu Chinshuan deliberately stress, you can't eat them. Why? Duan Xingyu didn't understand as he asked, Second Master Fu, have we ever had a feud? Fu Chinshuan replied, no, I just think you might not be hungry. Duan Xingyu. He was famished enough that his chest nearly touched his back, but Duan Xingyu realized that Fu Chinshuan was clearly targeting him. Duan Xingyu had no idea where he went wrong, but since the dishes were won by Second Master Fu, he couldn't forcefully take them. He felt incredibly aggrieved. Upon receiving the food, Feng Qinyue and the others ate while exclaiming in admiration, delicious, truly delicious. It's such a pity that Xiao Duan can't enjoy this fantastic meal. Fang Kecheng chimed in too, serving Feng Qinyue a piece of meat, Teacher Feng, try this dish, it's very tasty. The two began munching away loudly, showing off blatantly without caring about Chen, whose intent to flaunt was very obvious. Duan Xingyu bit into his collar, jealously saying, it's probably not good, must be sour and stinky. Laughed my head off, Star's resentment could almost overflow from the screen. Why does Second Master Fu target Duan Xingyu? That's too unfair. I'm going out on a limb to guess, maybe it's for Chen. Didn't you forget Duan Xingyu was always picking on Chen earlier? Good point, seems like Duan Xingyu stared at Chen first, and then Second Master Fu started bullying him. Oh no, I'm becoming obsessed. This is turning into such great shipping material. Relaxed beauty bottom X possessive and lovesick top, sounds like such amazing OTP. After lunch, the guests had 2 hours for a siesta. Chen immediately yawned and wanted to go sleep after the meal. Fu Chinshuan glanced at Lin Yuan, who being the most considerate assistant, naturally understood the implication. He walked over to Director Fan and asked him to pause filming Chen momentarily. Director Fan looked curiously at Fu Chinshuan, wondering if Second Master Fu had truly taken an interest in Chen. But it wasn't something he dared question when it came to the financier, so he immediately redirected the camera to the sky to capture an empty shot. Fu Chinshuan reached out and pulled Chen, who was about to go sleep, leading him outside. Chen did not resist and obediently followed along. Chapter 33, Danger is approaching. The two of them came to a small stream. Chen looked at him, confused, and still had no reaction as Fu Chinshuan suddenly leaned in close. They were very close, Fu Chinshuan's breath brushed against Chen's face. Chen didn't dodge, asking, is there something dirty on my face? Fu Chinshuan stepped back 2 steps and smiled, saying, no, I was just checking how your eyes are doing. Last night when Su Huaqing sent him a message, he was already asleep. In the morning, after seeing the message, Fu Chinshuan immediately prepared contact lenses. Fu Chinshuan asked, why are you still so stupid? You forgot to take off your contact lenses again. Where did you get these glasses from? Chen said, I had someone deliver them last night. Take them off. Why? I spent more than 50 yuan for delivery. The quality is not good, your eyes are a little red. Fu Chinshuan shoved a box of contact lenses into his hands, saying, change and wear this one. Don't end up with swollen eyes and then complain to our parents. Chen, I won't, okay. He originally wanted to say that he wouldn't complain to their parents, but remembering the previous habit of complaining, he felt like even if he said it, Fu Chinshuan might not believe it anyway. He simply agreed. Chen stretched out his hand to take off his contact lens, feeling some itchiness in his eyes, and everything seemed blurry. Fu Chinshuan had prepared daily disposable contact lenses for Chen. When Chen tried to put them on, he found it quite challenging. He originally wasn't very skilled at wearing contact lenses, and earlier that morning, it took him quite some time to finally put them on. On his 4th attempt to put them on, his palm was seized. Fu Chinshuan took the contact lens from his hand and said, let me do it. If you keep going, you'll poke out your eyeball. Fu Chinshuan placed the lens on his index finger and took a step forward toward Chen, saying, I'm going to hold open your eyelids. Try not to blink. Chen, Fu Chinshuan used his left hand to stretch open Chen's upper and lower eyelids and used his right hand to help Chen put on the contact lens. Ah! Chen let out a startled cry as Fu Chinshuan accidentally poked his eye. Fu Chinshuan somewhat awkwardly said, just now I wasn't ready yet. Let me try again. After 5 minutes, even the most laid-back Chen couldn't help but rub his own eyes, softly pleading, "Big brother, maybe I should try doing it myself." This single call of "Big brother" rang out in Fu Qianshuan's heart, the soft voice scratching through his mind like a feather lightly gliding across it. It had been a long time since Fu Qianshuan had heard Chen calling him in such a tender manner. "Big brother, this school bag is so heavy, can you carry it for me? Big brother, I want to eat this cake. Can you buy it for me? Oh no, I haven't finished my homework, can you help me? Please, big brother." In the past, Chen always liked following behind him, calling him "big brother" repeatedly. It was unknown from when Chen had become less clingy, no longer liking to follow behind him. Even worse, the moment they met, they argued, probably starting from that day. Thinking about the scene from that day, Fu Qianshuan's expression became slightly uneasy and unsteady, and his complexion turned pale white. Without his glasses, Chen's vision was blurred, and he failed to notice Fu Qianshuan's rather disheveled and unstable expression. With fists clenched tightly, Fu Qianshuan forced himself to relax and said, "Let's go, I'll send you back to the small yard first, then we'll ask the production team to find someone skilled to help you." Chen sighed in relief and said, "Okay." On their way back, they encountered Su Huacheng, who was out looking for him. Fu Qianshuan handed Chen over to the other person. Without his contact lenses, Chen was like a blind man, needing guidance. Chen Danwen sat drinking while looking at the trending topic of Chen and Duan Xingyu on her phone, her face dark as the bottom of a pot. There were scratch marks on her face originally, making her look even more terrifying now. When Wang Liang entered the room, he saw Chen Danwen sitting on the ground, a few empty bottles beside her feet. On the coffee table, an iPad was playing the live broadcast of "Come On Together." Wang Liang pinched his eyebrows and then said, "Even if you're angry, it's useless. Right now, Master Fu is dealing with Mr. Wang. You should be grateful that Second Master hasn't taken action against you, otherwise, you wouldn't be able to sit here safely." Chen Danwen angrily said, "Why should I? I'm the one who got beaten, but I'm expelled from the production crew, getting scolded by people online. And the person who caused all this trouble, Chen, gets onto hot search lists and gains a good reputation. Why should it be like this?" Wang Liang said, "It's because you're stupid. I warned you so many times before, but you never listened. If you had told me the truth yesterday, things wouldn't have escalated like this. If only you had heeded my advice and not posted that Weibo, the situation wouldn't have blown up as it did. You even ignored my calls and missed the best time for public relations." Chen Danwen's face turned an ashen gray as she replied, "What good does it do to say this now? You're my agent, you should protect my rights. Seeing how I've been bullied like this, instead of comforting me or thinking about how to help solve this problem, all you do is criticize me. Is this how agents are supposed to behave?" Wang Liang responded, "I want to help you, but you have to listen. When have you ever listened to me? Forget it, I'm too tired to talk anymore. From now on, there's no more connection between you and me." Chen Danwen abruptly looked up and asked, "What do you mean? Are you abandoning me too?" Wang Liang said, "Not abandonment, it's just that I can't drag you along anymore. Yes, I will get the company to issue a termination letter. Afterwards, let some other agent take over handling you." Chen Danwen's face immediately darkened further. Enraged, she grabbed one of the empty bottles from the floor and hurled it at Wang Liang, cursing, "Go. Get out, what makes you so great? All of you, just leave." Wang Liang placed Chen Danwen's recent work schedule on the coffee table and said, "Here's your schedule for the coming days. I'm leaving." Even before Wang Liang reached the door, the enraged Chen Danwen seized the document and tore it into shreds. Hearing the commotion behind him, Wang Liang sighed deeply but didn't stop walking. He gave one final warning, "In the interest of our past working relationship, I'll remind you one last time, don't antagonize Chen or Duan Xingyu again. Right now, you've got enough problems on your plate, so the priority is restoring your reputation." Chen Danwen threw another bottle at him, shouting, "Get out." As the sound of the door closing echoed in the room, once again, only Chen Danwen was left alone inside. Today, several brand sponsors had already informed her that they wanted to terminate their contracts with her, and a few collaborations that were previously agreed upon had also fallen through. Now even Wang Liang, her agent, was going to break the contract with her, yet the person ultimately responsible for her misfortune was currently having fun recording a live stream. Chen Danwen's eyes narrowed dangerously as they fixed on the iPad screen. Chen, you think you've won? Just wait and see." After tidying herself up and disguising her appearance, Chen Danwen headed directly to Shiming Village. The night began to fall, casting a shadow over everything. Chapter 34, An Ominous Feeling. Cao Ziqi and the others were picking fruit in the pear orchard under the blazing sun. The weather was scorching, and several girls were so exhausted that they burst into tears. "This is outrageous. First, we catch fish in the morning, then pick pears in the afternoon. And we don't even get lunch. Who would treat us like this?" Xiao Tao sobbed while continuing her work. "If you're hungry, just eat a pear first," said Tao Ziqi as she looked at the endless sea of pears on the hillside, feeling overwhelmed herself. "When will this end? Why did they plant so many?" Xiao Tao bit into a pear fiercely and said, "Who knows? I can't do it anymore, my hands are trembling from exhaustion." She dropped the basket on the ground and sat down to eat the pear. Seeing Xiao Tao lead the way, several people nearby also sat down under the trees to cool off. They complained, we're not doing it either. Why should we listen to Chen? What right does he have? Tao Jiqi placed a pear in the basket and replied, because he has our group photo, and that dead pigeon, which means he could send us inside for a few days and fine us too. If you're okay with this becoming your dark history in fandom, then go ahead and mess up. She continued picking pears while speaking, in the future, whoever you support or join in their fan club, if someone says, oh, you're the one who got arrested for Danwen back then. Where would you hide your face? During arguments with rival fans, if they say, you're the one who got thrown in jail for being a Danwen fan back then. Your taste is still awful, think about it. How could you win them over? They all considered it, imagining the situation vividly. Instantly, they stood up again to continue working. Absolutely no way. Supporting Danwen, such a parasitic male, was already black history enough. If word got out that they had traveled all the way to the village because of him and ended up getting arrested for him, they'd never be able to face anyone in the fandom again. Hey, isn't that Danwen? Xiao Tao's sharp eyes spotted a shadow far away walking stealthily. Tao Jiqi looked and saw a person dressed in black despite the sweltering heat. Even though it was far, being former hardcore fans, they could recognize the figure from just his silhouette. It's him. Didn't he leave already? Why is he back? Asked Tao Jiqi. Xiao Tao advanced cautiously, could he be planning something else? Tao Jiqi put the basket aside and said, I'll follow him. Xiao Tao said, Sister Jiqi, I'll go with you. Immediately, the others called out, wanting to go along too. Tao Jiqi refused, no, having too many people isn't good. We also need to keep picking these pears. The others thought it made sense. With a pear tucked in her pocket, Tao Jiqi quickly ran toward the direction where Danwen was. After lunch break, the production team announced the task for the afternoon, to sell the fish at Wangyang Town. Every 1st and 15th day of the lunar month, Wangyang Town would host a market where villagers would bring what they've grown or handcrafted goods to sell. The roads within the village couldn't accommodate vehicles, so Chen and the others needed to carry the fish themselves outside. Chen was pushing a cart borrowed from the village chief when Duan Xingyu, after holding it in all morning, finally found an opportunity to mock him as he saw Chen struggling red-faced while moving the fish. Chen, look at you sweating and straining. Need me to help? His sarcastic tone would obviously make any normal person decline. But Chen actually stopped, putting down the fish crate and turned to him, sure, it's yours now. Duan Xingyu. Fan Keqing was trying hard not to laugh, saying, there you go boasting. Since you offered to help, step up. Duan Xingyu lifted his chin arrogantly, replying, do you think I'm that easy to call upon? You'd have to beg me at least. Chen simply said, all right, I beg you. Fan Keqing burst out laughing, clutching his stomach until tears streamed down, Chen, you're killing me. You really don't play by the rules. Duan Xingyu was caught in an awkward spot, helping wasn't good, but neither was refusing. Seeing his hesitation, Chen earnestly questioned, can't you lift it? Duan Xingyu lost his temper, shouting, who said I can't? How could I not lift it? To prove himself, Duan Xingyu approached and carried 2 baskets of fish onto the cart by himself. Though nearly tipping the cart over, he managed to stabilize it through his powerful core. Duan Xingyu turned around triumphantly to look at Chen and said, you see that? I'm pretty amazing, huh? Chen generously praised him without holding back, that's truly impressive. Duan Xingyu. Why did he get the feeling of being taken advantage of? Ah. Family, does anyone understand this? They were arguing just now, but I can't help laughing creepily like an ant. My lips curl more uncontrollably than AK handling pressure. It's unbearable to watch. Duan Xingyu, you really shouldn't be so spoiled. Are they shipping already? Don't you think Chen is too over the line? It's their relationship. Mind your own business. The setup is so clear, it's mutual consent. What's wrong with you guys? Clearly our star doesn't like Chen. CP fans should back off far away. At that point, a fight had broken out between the CP fans and Duan Xingyu's loyal fans. Meanwhile, it dawned on the slow-witted Duan Xingyu that Chen had tricked him. After that, no matter how Chen praised Duan Xingyu, he refused to give in and help. Duan Xingyu complained, Chen, don't try to escape hard work this time. You were so proud in the morning, right? Now carry all 12 crates of fish yourself until you die. Chen didn't respond. His small frame was struggling alone to carry the fish and push the cart. Seeing his figure look somewhat pitiful, even Duan Xingyu started to feel sympathetic. Duan Xingyu secretly pinched his thigh and crushed the sympathy rising within. He couldn't sympathize with Chen, absolutely not. To show his cold heart, as Chen kept pushing the cart, Duan Xingyu mocked him along the way, constantly provoking him. Unfortunately, regardless of how much trouble he caused, Chen remained unperturbed, which only made Duan Xingyu appear childish for continuously instigating. Because of concerns that the production crew might not know the market rules and risk conflicts with locals, the village chief would guide them there. Most of the paths in the village were narrow lanes, too tight for large vehicles. Their pickup truck stopped on the opposite side of the ancient bridge. Crossing the bridge would cut half the distance compared to walking to the entrance of the village. On the way, Duan Xingyu grumbled non-stop, and his mouth was working like a machine gun. And Chen quietly pushed the cart onto the bridge. When his feet touched the wooden surface, the bridge creaked slightly. His eyelid twitched furiously, giving him a sudden ominous feeling. Chapter 35, and Chen jumps into the water to save someone. And Chen gazed at the ancient bridge spanning the Mirror River. It was 26 meters long, and this bridge had endured the vicissitudes of time, bearing witness to historical changes and the passage of years. Curious, and Chen asked, "Village chief, what's the name of this bridge?" The village chief replied, "It's called Zai Qingxi Bridge. 300 years ago, a kind-hearted person named Qingxi built it and named the bridge after himself." And Chen inquired, "I see that the bridge is made of wood. After so many years exposed to wind and rain, how has it not deteriorated?" The village chief was initially taken aback before laughing and saying, "It won't. Beneath this bridge, there are stone pillars that support it. For hundreds of years, it has never been damaged. During the floods of 1998, many houses in the village were submerged, but this bridge remained completely unscathed." Seeing in Chen with a solemn expression, Duan Xingyu teased him by asking, "What's wrong? Are you afraid of water, and Chen?" And Chen looked at the flowing river without replying. Duan Xingyu said, "In the morning when we caught fish, you didn't go into the water. You wouldn't be actually afraid of water, would you? Don't worry. If you accidentally fall in, I will surely rescue you. I started learning to swim when I was 10 years old and have swum for over a decade now. My swimming skills are very good." And Chen lazily responded, "Oh." After placing the 2 baskets of fish onto the cart, everyone else had already finished moving them, but Chen still had 12 baskets left, so he needed to go back and carry more. Feng Qinyue offered to help voluntarily. Su Huachen and Duan Xingyu also joined in willingly to help out. And Chen glanced at him, and Duan Xingyu said proudly, "Don't misunderstand, I'm not helping you, I'm doing it for Kicheng. We can't possibly let her work so hard alone as a girl, right?" With everyone's help, and Chen's task speeded up considerably. On his 3rd trip across the bridge, and Chen noticed that the water level of the shallow river had risen at least 2 meters and was continuing to rise. The current flowed extremely fast. The village chief, seeing Chen standing on the bridge motionless, sensing his confusion, explained, "This must be due to the upstream reservoir releasing water. Usually, every few months the reservoir releases water, especially during the rainy season like now, increasing the frequency of discharges. However, there's no need to worry. This happens every year. Once the water flow passes, it'll settle down. It usually lasts for a few hours." Duan Xingyu glanced at the rapid and murky river and joked, "And Chen, you'd better take steady steps. If you fall here, I might still be able to save you with the previous water flow, but with this one, even I wouldn't be able to save you." And Chen looked at him, about to speak, when suddenly, the sound of cracking wooden boards beneath Duan Xingyu's feet could be heard. This subtle sound may have gone unnoticed by others, but Chen, who possessed excellent hearing, clearly detected it. While running towards Duan Xingyu, Chen shouted, "Duan Xingyu, quickly move away from there. This bridge is about to collapse." Laughing, Duan Xingyu was just about to say something when, in the next moment, the sound of the broken wooden board was followed by Duan Xingyu vanishing along with the fish basket. This happened too fast for anyone to react. And Chen, who usually acted the slowest and reacted the slowest, was now the fastest one, shouting loudly at everyone, "Everyone, quickly leave the bridge surface. Head to the main road, the bridge is going to collapse." Hearing his shout, everyone reacted and began rushing to the other side of the bridge, forgetting about the fish entirely. Every guest had at least 2 accompanying filming PDs following them, plus the people from Shiming Village, making the situation quite chaotic for a while. Soon afterward, several more parts of the bridge collapsed, some just moments after people had run past. And Chen turned his gaze toward where Duan Xingyu had fallen. At the moment of the reservoir's water release, the current was exceedingly strong, almost instantly submerging Duan Xingyu's head. Several times he tried to stand up but was repeatedly knocked down by the water flow. In such an intense current, even professional swimmers would be immediately overwhelmed if they went in. A search and rescue team would be required. But if they waited for the rescue team to arrive, Duan Xingyu probably wouldn't survive. And Chen's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he thought deeply, then wasted no more time and leaped into the river. People who had only just fled from the collapsing bridge hadn't yet realized what had happened. Su Huachen was closest to the bridgehead and reached the road the quickest. Turning back, he saw Chen voluntarily jumping into the river, his face changing dramatically as he yelled, "Chen, don't do anything reckless." Everyone who heard the shouts turned around and also witnessed Chen's voluntary jump into the water. Everyone saw Chen, who normally acted slowly in everything and always exhibited a laid-back attitude, swim remarkably fast underwater. However, because the current was too swift, it was unclear whether Chen swam quickly or if the current merely pushed him rapidly along. Feng Qinyue anxiously grabbed at his hair, muttering, "Has Chen gone mad? Is he not valuing his own life? Hurry up, does anyone have their phone? We need to call the police." After speaking, he immediately sprinted along the riverbank in hopes of catching up with them, followed closely by Su Huachen and other staff members. Unfortunately, the current was too fast. No matter how hard everyone ran, they couldn't keep up with the speed at which the water carried them away. Helplessly, they watched as the two disappeared from sight. On the other side, Fan Keqing shakily fished her phone out of her pocket. Due to her extreme tension, she entered the wrong password twice in a row. Finally unlocking it, she immediately called the police, hoping the rescue team would arrive quickly. The accompanying PD filming nearby also realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly contacted the director, who was still unaware of what had happened. Although the earlier scenes were chaotic, the production team had multiple live streaming windows for different guests. By piecing together fragments from these streams, it wasn't hard to reconstruct the entire sequence of events. That was terrifying. The village chief just said there wouldn't be any problems, and then the bridge collapsed right after. Oh my god, I didn't even realize what happened before Duan Xingyu vanished from the live stream. Why are all these people standing there? Jump in and save him already. This current is far too fierce, jumping in would be almost certain death. How many people survive after being swept away by this water? Jumping in under such a current is practically suicidal. Still, Chen jumped in to save Duan Xingyu. Let's pray they both come back safely. Praying +1. When Chen jumped into the water, he didn't hesitate, knowing that if he didn't rescue Duan Xingyu, the latter surely wouldn't survive in this situation. Everyone thought of water deers as calm, laid-back creatures. Back in the zoo, no matter who teased or bothered Chen, he always maintained his composure, let others move while he stayed still for the day. As a result, most people assumed that water deers did everything slowly. In reality, water deers were simply somewhat absent-minded and lazy. On land, water deers could run at speeds of up to 35 km per hour, and water was their comfort zone where they moved even faster. Even after becoming human, Chen retained many of the water deer's habits and abilities. He swam swiftly underwater, but others assumed he was being carried by the current. In fact, he was moving rapidly toward Duan Xingyu. Chapter 36, Chen goes missing. Duan Xingyu knew how to swim, but under the impact of this enormous current, he couldn't muster any strength. The river water crashed repeatedly against his head, disorienting him. Duan Xingyu struggled desperately to grab onto something, but all he could touch was water and grass. Even worse, Duan Xingyu saw that the river ahead flowed straight into a waterfall. On the first day, when Duan Xingyu arrived here, he had seen this waterfall. It was more than 10 meters high. Falling from such a height would either kill him or leave him unconscious. Neither outcome was good. A deep sense of despair surged within Duan Xingyu. He had once admired the beauty of this waterfall, not expecting it to be the place where he'd die today. Just at that moment, Duan Xingyu noticed something approaching him. The constant pounding of the river water in his eyes made it impossible for him to see clearly what it was. Would there also be sharks in this river? This absurd thought had barely crossed his mind when someone grabbed his hand, and a familiar face emerged from the water. Duan Xingyu looked at Chen with shock, thinking he must have fallen in as well. Before he could express anything, Chen tightly embraced him around the waist. As the sound of water grew louder by his ear, Duan Xingyu felt his body suspended in midair. He and Chen both fell off the waterfall together. Fu Chinshuan had an important project to attend to tomorrow. This project had taken nearly a year to negotiate, and he had to be present personally, so he needed to take the plane back that afternoon. Sitting in the business lounge at the airport, there was still some time before boarding, and he gestured to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, who understood immediately, pulled out Bluetooth headphones from his backpack and handed them over. After putting on the headphones, Fu Chinshuan opened the live stream on his phone. Watching Chen struggle awkwardly carrying fish, Fu Chinshuan couldn't help but chuckle, muttering sarcastically, "Look at those skinny arms and legs, he's truly useless." When he saw Duan Xingyu teasing Chen, Fu Chinshuan slightly narrowed his eyes. It seems like he's eaten too much. Lin Yuan sighed silently. Young Master Fu was extremely hypocritical. While he himself enjoyed criticizing Chen, he wouldn't allow anyone else to do so. His protective nature was evident. Next, Fu Chinshuan watched Chen and Duan Xingyu exchanging words, with Duan mostly provoking and while mostly responded indifferently or not at all. Still, even with this minimal interaction, the comments section of the live stream was full of fans obsessing over their chemistry. As Fu Chinshuan read through the comments, jealousy practically seeped out of him. The accident happened too fast. Fu Chinshuan didn't foresee Duan Xingyu falling into the water. His expression changed slightly, worrying that Chen might not escape the bridge in time, but the next second he saw Chen jump into the water voluntarily. Seeing the image of Chen disappearing beneath the water, Fu Chinshuan's face turned stark white instantly, his large hand clenching tightly around his phone, his body trembling slightly. Lin Yuan witnessed this scene too and wasted no time taking out his own phone. "I'll cancel my flight and arrange a car to return immediately to Shiming Village," he said as he started operating. Having followed Fu Chinshuan for many years, Lin Yuan was aware of how important Chen was to his master. No matter how crucial the project was tomorrow, nothing compared to the safety of the young lord. Hashtag Duan Xingyu falls into water hashtag. Hashtag Chen jumps in to save Duan Xingyu hashtag. Hashtag Duan Xingyu and Chen unknown survival status hashtag. Several hot search topics suddenly landed on Weibo's trending list. Many curious netizens clicked through, especially since it was already being broadcast live, and many users had recorded the video clips. In no time, footage of Duan Xingyu falling into the water and Chen jumping in to save him spread across various platforms. This current is terrifying. I'm someone who fishes regularly, but even I wouldn't dare to go in under these conditions, and yet Chen dared to jump in to save someone. I'm local to that area. Reservoirs release water only every few months, and each time the water flow is immense. People playing in the river before were once swept away during reservoir releases and never rescued. Yes, especially because downstream of Mirror River is a waterfall, which splits into multiple smaller rivers. It's incredibly difficult to figure out which branch they've been carried into. I don't get it. Even professional rescuers wouldn't dare to jump in. Why didn't Chen? Why? It's clear, he risked his life for friendship, showing true devotion. The safety of Chen and Duan Xingyu weighed heavily on many people's minds. Director Fan almost lost his balance upon hearing about the two going missing after falling into the water, quickly organizing a rescue team. Under the strong demand of netizens, the program did not close all live streaming windows. The original group of PDs assigned to follow Chen stayed on, accompanying one of the search and rescue teams as they streamed their efforts live. Upon learning about Chen's accident, many residents of Shiming Village voluntarily joined in the search. Familiar with the local terrain, the villagers' help allowed them to lead staff members from the show into different groups for a more effective search. What Director Fan hadn't expected was that Mr. Fu, who had already left, returned and brought professional rescuers with him. The moment Fu Chinshuan saw Director Fan, he directly asked about the situation. How is it going now? Seeing this major sponsor return, Director Fan was momentarily confused but reasoned that since the program was funded by their company, it made sense for him to stop by and inquire about the serious situation. Director Fan projected a map onto a large screen and invited the village chief to explain the geographical features downstream of the Mirror River. The village chief said, "We have dispatched over 100 people to search along the riverbank. 3 kilometers downstream, the Mirror River splits into multiple smaller tributaries heading in various directions." Director Fan added, "We're unsure if Chen has been swept to any of those branches. If we find no trace of them at the split, the difficulty of the search will increase dozens of times. We'll need to divide the manpower into over 10 groups, sending someone down each river." As netizens had noted, the downstream section of Mirror River was divided into several rivers, making the search extremely difficult. Even with everyone dispatched by Director Fan, including the villagers and rescue team members, there simply weren't enough hands. Fu Qinshuan's voice carried traces of suppression when he said, "We must find them, no matter how difficult." "Of course, we have to search," Director Fan replied with a slightly furrowed brow. "With such a strong current, the biggest fear is that they've been knocked unconscious." The search continued uninterrupted for 5 hours, involving nearly 200 people, yet not a single clue was found. As time went by and the sun began to set in the west, the mood grew heavier among all involved. Everyone understood the longer time passed, the less likely it would be for Chen and Duan Xingyu to survive. Many began to believe that they had met an unfortunate end. The Shiming villagers who initially helped were now physically exhausted. With nightfall approaching, they needed to go home, leaving only the village chief still persistently searching. Without the villagers familiar with the terrain, the search effort became even more arduous. Chapter 37, You Are My Godfather. Director Fan, who had been searching for hours as well, had chapped lips. The assistant director handed a cup of water to Director Fan and said, "Director Fan, drink some water and rest a bit." Director Fan took the cup, drank a little, and then shook his hand. "No, we have to find them quickly. Every minute delayed increased their danger. Besides, young Master Fu was still searching. How could Director Fan possibly rest?" Fan originally thought young Master Fu was just casually asking about the situation, but unexpectedly, he was fully involved in the rescue, with concern clearly written on his sharply angled face. Fan hadn't given it much thought at first, but now he remembered the jokes made by netizens in the comment section during the day. Back then, young Master Fu obviously treated Chen differently, pulling him aside before leaving to whisper something. At the time, Director Fan didn't think too much of it, just assuming that young Master Fu perhaps had some interest in Chen. After all, wealthy young masters like him often kept several mistresses. Looking at the current situation, it seemed unlikely that young Master Fu was simply playing around. If so, everything that happened earlier today, young Master Fu appearing in Timon Village and dealing with Wang Hua and Chen Danyun, would make perfect sense. But right now wasn't the time to dwell on such thoughts. They had to urgently find them. If anything were to happen to these two, his career as the program's head director would be over. Another hour passed, and the sky became completely dark. The other villagers, unable to endure any longer, went back home, leaving only Mayor Huang continuing to search. Unfortunately, they still had no leads. Fu Qinshuan's expression grew even more grave. Lin Yuan tried to console him from the side, "Mr. Fu, don't worry. Third young master will be fine, good fortune favors the righteous. Lack of news means good news. They've probably been washed away somewhere and are just stuck. We'll find them." Fu Qinshuan remained silent, but his brows knitted together. At this moment, the village chief approached, almost losing balance due to the slippery road. Lin Yuan helped steady him and said, "Mayor Huang, you need to be careful." Leaning against a tree, the mayor wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "I'm fine, but finding the children is what matters most." What worries me most is that they might have been washed into the Chinshuan forest. Looking up at the moon rising in the sky, the mayor frowned deeply and said, we must hurry, I fear they've been swept into the Heifeng forest. Fu Chinshuan asked, what's the Heifeng forest? The mayor explained, Heifeng forest is essentially an unexplored primeval forest. It's full of snakes, insects, rats, ants, not to mention large pythons and tigers. The trees block out the sky, and compasses don't work there. Local villagers rarely manage to escape if they accidentally wander in. Upon hearing this, Fu Chinshuan's complexion darkened further. He asked, how do we get to Heifeng forest? Take me there. The mayor immediately shook his head upon hearing this. No, it's too dangerous. In the past, many teams of geologists attempted to explore inside, but none who went deep ever returned. Besides, it's already late at night, it would be too dangerous to go into the Heifeng forest now. Fu Chinshuan looked directly at him. I have to go. There was a hint of suppression in young Master Fu's voice, and the handsome face usually filled with amusement now bore nothing but cold darkness. In such an emergency, the chances of survival were slim. The water force was immense, making swimming impossible. Furthermore, there was a tall waterfall back then. But Fu Chinshuan couldn't bear to consider those possibilities. Every time the thought crossed his mind, sharp pains gripped his chest. Under the moonlight, his sharp facial features stood out, casting lines of light and shadow across his face. His strong jawline flowed smoothly, and his lips were tightly closed. The last time he experienced such pain was 6 years ago when he witnessed Chen lying in a pool of blood. On the other side, after Chen jumped down a 15-meter waterfall while holding Duan Xingyu fainted from the impact. Chen adjusted his falling position and managed to avoid serious injuries, but afterward, holding the unconscious Duan Xingyu, he was helplessly dragged along by the current. Carrying another person, he was nearly overwhelmed by the waves multiple times, almost letting go of Duan Xingyu. Finally, he tied their clothes together just in case. After being carried by the water for over 2 hours, when the current slowed down, Chen saw some branches leaning against the riverbank. Using every ounce of strength left in him, he dragged Duan Xingyu onto land. After dragging Duan Xingyu to safety near the river bank, Chen checked his pulse and sighed in relief upon discovering he was still alive. Chen recalled the methods used by Mama Shui done years ago when he himself had almost drowned while being small. Without hesitation, he slapped Duan Xingyu twice and shouted, "Wake up!" Duan Xingyu was indeed awakened by the 2 slaps. He coughed out some water from his stomach, then looked at Chen in confusion as he recalled what happened before he lost consciousness. Duan Xingyu sat up and asked, "How did you end up in the water too?" Chen replied, "I didn't fall in, I jumped down to save you." Duan Xingyu exclaimed in surprise, "You jumped in to save me?" Recalling the speed of the current at the time, jumping in was almost certain death, with a survival rate close to 0. Moreover, their relationship wasn't particularly friendly, there were even past grudges between them. In such a dangerous situation, Chen had still been willing to jump in to save him. Why? Duan Xingyu directly voiced his question. Chen twisted his wet clothes and said, "For no particular reason. If I hadn't saved you then, you would have definitely died. I didn't think too much about it." At that moment, action took precedence over thought. Duan Xingyu was deeply moved, hugging Chen tightly while sniffling, "Chen, you're so moving. You were willing to die for me." Chen clarified, "I never said I was willing to die for you." Although he wasn't sure if he could save Duan Xingyu, after all, as the king of water, a water hog, he couldn't possibly drown. His own safety was still secure. Duan Xingyu wiped away a tear and said, "You don't need to explain further, I understand everything. From now on, you will be my brother who shares life and death." Chen asked, "Am I not your father?" Duan Xingyu replied, "You are my godfather." Chen glanced around and noticed that the surrounding light was rather dim and the nearby trees were towering and massive. It seemed they'd been washed quite far away. Chen said, "We should leave here as soon as possible." Duan Xingyu asked, "Where exactly have we been washed to?" Chen shook his head, "I don't know." Duan Xingyu reached for his pocket but found his phone missing. He looked at Chen, who also shook his head, "My phone got washed away too. Even if it hadn't been swept away, it would have surely been ruined after being soaked in water for so long." Chen looked through the layers of leaves overhead at the sun and said, "We need to hurry up and go." Duan Xingyu tried to stand up but collapsed back onto the ground due to weak legs. After attempting it twice, he gave up, saying, "I have no strength left in my whole body, there's no way I can move. Let's just stay here. The production crew and rescue team will surely find us." Chen plopped down casually and said, "All right." His calm acceptance made Duan Xingyu uneasy instead. Chapter 38, Riding Tigers as Transportation. Duan Xingyu became anxious and said, "Why does everything always fall on you? Look at this forest, it's all eerie. We should leave as soon as possible." As he spoke, Duan Xingyu rubbed his hands, feeling all the hair on his body stand up. Looking around, a chilling sensation overtook him. Even in broad daylight, the area exuded an atmosphere like that of a horror movie set. Chen did not object but simply said, "Okay." Duan Xingyu sighed and said, "Why do you agree to everything?" And Chen replied, because I think everything is fine. Duan Xingyu said regretfully, unfortunately, all our phones are lost. We can't even tell east from west. How are we supposed to get back? And Chen pointed at the riverbank and said, we were washed down by the river. If we go upstream along the riverbank, we will definitely find the way back. Duan Xingyu's eyes widened brilliantly, and he gently tapped his head and said, that's right. Why didn't I think of such a simple solution? It must be you, father. And Chen didn't say anything, it was the instinct of animals. Water hogs divide their territory based on the rivers. Duan Xingyu picked up a decent stick nearby, making an effort to prop himself up and got up, saying, let's go. There's a bug. Just moments before feeling tired, Duan Xingyu was scared by a flying insect and hid behind Chen immediately, his face turning pale. And Chen calmly turned his head, looked at the bug that had flown in front of him, and killed it with one hand without hesitation. He remained calm throughout, without any trace of hesitation. Duan Xingyu patted his chest and walked out from behind Chen, somewhat embarrassedly saying, I usually have quite a big heart, but I'm just a bit afraid of these bugs. And Chen responded, You're not allowed to laugh at me. Alright. And don't talk about it outside. Good. The two continued moving forward. However, after walking just a few steps, Duan Xingyu's scream of alarm rang out again. This time it was due to seeing a caterpillar crawling on the ground. The moment Duan Xingyu saw it, he freaked out, instinctively grabbing onto Chen's shoulders and jumping up with a swift movement. His leg straddled Chen's waist. One hand clung to Chen's shoulder as the other pointed, there, on the ground, there's a bug, a really big bug. It was evident he was genuinely terrified, his voice trembling with fear. After glancing at the abnormally large caterpillar, Chen chose once more to step on it, calm and merciless. Upon reaching a safe spot, Duan Xingyu jumped down from Chen's back, his face red as a liver. Just as he was about to explain his behavior, Chen calmly said, let's go. This time, Duan Xingyu behaved obediently, responding affirmatively and following quietly behind. However, throughout the journey, the shrieks continued incessantly, and every now and then, someone would jump onto Chen's waist. After walking for roughly 3 hours in this unfamiliar forest, they began to lose stamina. At first, Duan Xingyu couldn't walk anymore, and eventually, even Chen was running low on energy. Duan Xingyu slumped on the ground, exhausted, and said, no, can't go on anymore. He felt like all his strength was being drained away. His feet were heavy as if filled with lead, each step weighing 1,000 catties. Chen glanced at the sun that was almost gone and said, if not, let's spend the night in the woods tonight. Recalling all the creepy crawlies he'd seen so far, the caterpillars, the flying insects, and even a snake hanging from a tree branch, spending the night here might as well mean his death sentence. Absolutely not. There's no way we're spending the night here, Duan Xingyu pleaded, looking hopefully at Chen. Father, is there any chance that you could carry me out? Chen quietly stared at him, continuing the gaze without breaking. Embarrassed under Chen's gaze, Duan Xingyu raised his hands in surrender, saying, I'm sorry. Stop staring at me like that, it's scary. Trying to stand up but falling back down due to weak legs, Duan Xingyu said, it's not that I don't want to go, but my legs won't obey me. What am I supposed to do? Chen said, when I don't want to walk, I generally find something to carry me. While pounding his legs to relax his muscles, Duan Xingyu said, you mean taking a car, right? Forget about it. Not only do we not have our phones now, but even if we did, what good would it do in these deep mountains? Chen replied, it's not about taking a car. When I don't want to walk, I ride things like crocodiles, pelicans, turtles. Duan Xingyu chuckled and said awkwardly, you're quite humorous. Chen said, I'm being serious. Duan Xingyu said, alright, I believe you ride crocodiles and pelicans. As the sky grew darker, Duan Xingyu said, I feel like we really won't be able to make it out today. Before it gets completely dark, we must start a fire. Even though Duan Xingyu lacked wilderness survival experience, he knew how dangerous it would be in this forest at night. Whether continuing forward or staying put, they needed a torch. Duan Xingyu tried hard to recall how to start a fire in the wild, like creating fire by drilling wood, and began looking around for something suitable for that purpose. After half an hour, Duan Xingyu looked at his hands, rubbed raw with blisters forming, and tenderly blew on them. Watching the last bit of sunlight disappear, Duan Xingyu said with tears welling up, when will the production team find us? Are we going to die here tonight? The moisture in the woods was too heavy, even the branches and leaves on the ground were damp. In these conditions, starting a fire with a lighter might not even work, let alone creating fire by drilling wood. Cold, hungry, and exhausted, Duan Xingyu started to feel a little sleepy. Looking at Duan Xingyu's condition, Chen saw his face turn slightly red unnaturally. He reached out and touched it, then slapped him across the cheek, saying, you have a fever, you can't sleep. Woken by the slap, Duan Xingyu touched his face resentfully and said, Chen, do you have to slap me for everything? It's embarrassing and painful. You could have just called my name to wake me up, or pinched my arm. That one slap had sobered him up, it almost felt as if he were about to get hit into idiocy. Had they not been such close friends now, Duan Xingyu would have thought Chen was deliberately bullying him before. Chen replied nonchalantly, "Oh, sorry, I'll pay attention next time." Among animals, they usually use feet to kick bodies or heads, so he was used to doing things this way. Duan Xingyu said, "No, I still need to try making fire by drilling wood." There was only a sliver of light left. Soon the forest would be enveloped in complete darkness. Unable to leave during the day, the pitch-black night made it even more impossible to get out. Without a source of fire they'd either freeze to death or be eaten alive by animals. Most importantly, he was afraid of the dark. Duan Xingyu grabbed a bunch of grass to make one final attempt when he suddenly heard a sound. Having already been scared witless earlier, he immediately tensed up and looked around. Chen, did you hear any strange sounds? I heard something, tiger growls. Chapter 39, Risking One's Life. Duan Xingyu's expression was somewhat awkward as he said, "At a time like this, don't joke around. I'll take it seriously." Chen seriously replied, "I'm not joking, and there's more than one." Duan Xingyu, who was already pale, now looked even worse. He vigilantly glanced around. Not long after, the grass in the woods started to move, and from behind the tree branches emerged a white tiger. Its stature was majestic, its coat as white as snow, and its sharp eyes were like ice, revealing an unapproachable air of authority. Duan Xingyu's heart seemed to stop for a moment. He wanted to run, but his legs trembled, as if nailed to the spot, unable to move. However, Chen, watching the white tiger, had an unreadable expression on his face but with glimmers of interest in his eyes. The white tiger roared, and another white tiger emerged from behind it. Then came the third and fourth. How can there be so many white tigers here? Aren't they rare animals? The fear of death once again enveloped Duan Xingyu, and he asked in despair, Chen, you've said you've ridden alligators and pelicans. Chen remained as emotionally stable as always and responded, yes. Swallowing hard, Duan Xingyu asked, have you ever ridden a white tiger? No, Chen, looking at the fierce white tiger in front of him, said, but I want to try. Duan Xingyu. How is this possible? Risking one's life? Around 1 a.m. The rescue team was still actively searching, and the live stream originally broadcasting in Chen's journey was still open. Many online viewers were concerned about their safety. Previously, fans of these two would often clash daily. Today, however, they had gathered together to cheer them on and support each other. They stayed by their computers, watching the staff and rescuers repeatedly search through the night. Every time something stirred, everyone hoped it might be them, only to have their hopes dashed again and again. Today is XX/XX/2023. I hope both Chen and Duan Xingyu will return safely. Chen, if you return safely, I will become your lifelong fan, focusing on you forever. Come back quickly. I am a fan of Xingyu, star, before I was annoyed by fans who pair Chen and Duan Xingyu. I swear that if they return safely, I'll write the wedding couplets for their matrimonial home. If they return safely, I'll handle their children's clothes. I learned this from the trending topics. Although I haven't met you, I sincerely hope you will come back safe. From what I can see, the area nearby has been searched. The waterways will split more further down. If they just got carried away to other streams, they could still survive. But if they ended up in the river leading to Black Maple Forest, it would mean certain death. Nothing bad will happen to them. They won't be okay. It had been over 10 hours since the disappearance of Chen and Duan Xingyu, and the golden search window had passed. Additionally, due to the geographical complexity, many thought there was little hope, yet people continued to hold on to the faint possibility and wait for updates. Moving forward would lead to the outer rim of Black Maple Forest. Even the rescue team wouldn't dare venture deep into it without locals leading the way, let alone during such dark conditions. The program staff involved in the rescue decided to return first and resume the next day when it's light out. Just as they were about to leave, a sound came from the distance, mixed with the growling of animals. Doesn't that sound like a tiger? I heard that the animals in Black Maple Forest are exceptionally large, and there are white tigers too. Could they have encountered a white tiger? Even if there really are white tigers, we're not in Black Maple Forest territory. How could the white tigers come out here themselves? Animals deep within forests rarely wander randomly. Could it be possible that they're bringing Chen and Duan Xingyu back? Can't communicate with monkeys? Perhaps he can also communicate with white tigers, and they might bring them back. That's plausible. What you're saying is far-fetched nonsense. Monkeys are smart enough to understand human speech, plus lures them with corn. Tigers eat meat, encountering Chen would just be free food. And you're imagining them returning the favor like in some movie. Sigh, I was just speculating, but of course, I know it's impossible. All we wish is for their safe return. The netizens in the live stream room were chatting lightly. However, no one expected that as the shadow slowly appeared on the live stream lens, a total of 8 white tigers emerged. The scene was quite spectacular. Especially the leading one, with a natural, character mark on its forehead, and deep-set eyes flashing with cold and sharp light. Every step it took exuded the majesty of an apex predator, demonstrating its supreme authority among all beasts. Everyone present gulped, not daring to breathe a word. Compared to the appearance of the white tigers, what surprised everyone more was that there was a person sitting atop the king of the forest. Fu Chinshuan's eyes were bloodshot, and his long period without food had caused his lips to peel and turn pale. He deeply regretted at this moment why he had let Chen participate in this reality show to test if he truly let go of Danwen. If he hadn't let Chen participate in this show, today's incident wouldn't have happened. Director Fan, leaning on his cane, said, "We've searched all around here, only the black maple forest mentioned by the village head remains unvisited. Second Master Fu, let's search again tomorrow." Fu Chinshuan's face turned dark, his voice icy cold. "And Chen went missing during your show, now his life is uncertain, and you tell me to search tomorrow?" Director Fan replied, "Second Master, you've heard what the village head said about the black maple forest. Even its outskirts can be dangerous without local villagers leading the way, let alone for us outsiders who are completely unfamiliar with it, especially at night." Director Fan wasn't unwilling to save them, but he couldn't send everyone to certain death either. He tried to reason, "Second Master Fu, rest assured, I won't give up on Chen and Duan Xingyu. I won't stop searching until they're found. But the locals familiar with the black maple forest have returned home, and it's too dark tonight to enter. Even if we decide to enter the forest, we'll have to wait for daylight." Fu Chinshuan said indifferently, "I won't stop you from leaving, but don't get in my way." Director Fan didn't expect Second Master Fu would go to such lengths for Chen. But in this situation, how could he possibly let Second Master Fu rush into the black maple forest? If anything happened to him, 10 lives wouldn't be enough to make amends. Lin Yuan also couldn't just let Fu Chinshuan act recklessly and wanted to stop him. But at the same time, he understood better than anyone else what 3 Master meant to Mr. Fu. If 3 Master were really lost today, Mr. Fu would be ruined as well. He wanted to say something to stop it but didn't know how to start. At this moment, Lin Yuan's phone rang, and after picking it up, he said, "Hello, what do you mean? They really found Chen?" Before he could finish speaking, his phone was snatched away. Fu Chinshuan grabbed it, his voice hoarse, "Did they find Chen? Where is he? I'm coming over immediately." Chapter 40, Do you like him? Chen and Duan Xingyu were sent to the hospital after being found. Chen's physical condition was fine, but he was quite exhausted, getting some glucose would be enough. However, Duan Xingyu had a high fever, and after the doctor gave him a fever-reducing injection, he fell asleep. This incident caused quite a stir, and in order to let them both rest properly, the entire VIP ward on the top floor was reserved for them. When Fu Chinshuan arrived, Chen was already resting. Seeing the person lying quietly in bed, Fu Chinshuan tremblingly touched his face. Only when he felt the warmth of the other's skin did his nervous heart from the whole night gradually calm down. Chen is safe, that's good. Chen felt some movement and drowsily opened his eyes, seeing Fu Chinshuan standing right in front of him. He sat up slightly and said, "Elder brother." After being dehydrated for a long time, Chen's voice sounded somewhat hoarse. Fu Chinshuan reached out and hugged Chen tightly, with the familiar earthy smell surrounding him. He buried his head in Chen's shoulder, and his solid and muscular chest rose and fell because of unstable emotions. Smelling the familiar scent on Chen, it filled the void in his heart. Hot breath sprayed out from his nose. Chen was held too tightly, with Fu Chinshuan's sweat and the earthy smell assaulting his nose. It wasn't a pleasant odor, but Chen didn't care. The problem now was that his face was pressed into the chest, making it hard for him to breathe. Chen struggled to lift his head and revealed his face, saying, "Elder brother, loosen your grip. I can hardly breathe." Actually, Chen didn't want to remind him at first, but obviously, Fu Chinshuan's arms were tightening even more. He gently patted Fu Chinshuan's arm, holding him. Fu Chinshuan loosened slightly, but still didn't let go, hugging him and muttering with a muffled voice, "You made me very worried tonight. I thought you wouldn't come back." Chen lightly patted his back and said, "No worries. Didn't I come back safely?" Fu Chinshuan released him, looked at Chen's serene face, frowned, and asked, "How dare you jump with such a swift current? Don't you value your life?" Chen replied, "I didn't think much about it at the moment. And I was sure I wouldn't get hurt." Fu Chinshuan said, "How can you be sure about this kind of thing?" There was obvious displeasure in Fu Chinshuan's voice. His angular face showed a very serious expression. Chen looked at him, lowering his head slightly without speaking anymore. As a water hog, there naturally would be no danger underwater. But Chen knew clearly that he shouldn't say this. Chen hung his head like a child who has been scolded for making a mistake. The light shone on his pale face, making him look pitiful. Originally, Fu Chinshuan had a lot more accusations to make, angry at his lack of cherishing his own life, angry that he risked himself for an outsider. But seeing his pitiful appearance, Fu Chinshuan couldn't bring himself to scold him. Sighing both irritably and helplessly, he patted Chen's head and said, "Next time you encounter something like this, don't joke around with your life. Understand? No one is more important than yourself." Chen nodded. Seeing his absent-minded look with half-closed eyes, Fu Chinshuan bent down to face him eye to eye seriously and solemnly, "Did you hear what I just said?" Chen raised his eyes, blinked innocently with his clear almond-shaped eyes, and said, "I heard." Still half asleep, looking somewhat confused, his voice came out soft and delicate. Fu Chinshuan coughed twice uncomfortably with an unnatural expression, stepping back 2 steps. The air remained quiet for 2 seconds. Just as Fu Chinshuan wanted to say something else, the comment by a netizen named "Surely stars and oceans are real" suddenly flashed through his mind. Once that comment popped up, all the other comments related to stars and oceans came rushing out like after rain sprouts. Fu Chinshuan spoke, "You." He wanted to ask Chen if he jumped without thinking about his safety because he really liked Duan Xingyu. Chen blinked his almond-shaped eyes, waiting for him to continue. Fu Chinshuan asked, "Are you hungry?" Chen touched his stomach and said, "Yes." Fu Chinshuan said, "I'll buy you some congee." Chen said, "Add some green vegetables, please." "Vegetable congee?" Fu Chinshuan asked, "Corn too?" "Yes," Chen responded quickly and even stretched out his fingers to indicate, "Too." Just as Fu Chinshuan walked out of the ward, his whole body leaned against the wall in weakness, emotions swirling beneath those deep black eyes. The hand that was leaning against the wall clenched tighter and tighter until the knuckles turned white. All night long, he had been searching laboriously, all the while wanting to ask him why he jumped into the river. Was Duan Xingyu so important to him? But now, he didn't even have the courage to ask, fearing he might hear an answer he didn't want to hear. At the mall across from the hospital, even though it was the middle of the night, many late-night eateries were still open. Fu Chinshuan went to get a takeaway pack of congee and 2 corn cobs, and on his way back, he also bought some apples at a fruit stall. When he returned to the ward, the previously oppressive expression was gone, replaced by the usual relaxed demeanor. Chen's eyes followed Fu Chinshuan's every movement with anticipation, like a dog eyeing its bone. Fu Chinshuan opened the lid and handed over the congee, just about to warn Chen that it was hot, when the latter took the first sip and got scalded. Shaking his head helplessly, Fu Chinshuan said, "Even eating congee gets you burned." While complaining in words, his hand stirred the congee to cool it down as he said, "Eat some corn first to pad your stomach." "Okay," Chen replied and started munching on the corn. Chen hadn't eaten anything all day and was indeed hungry. By the time he finished most of the corn, Fu Chinshuan's congee had cooled down enough. He handed the bowl over. Chen tasted a mouthful and said, "Delicious." Looking at how obediently Chen drank the congee, Fu Chinshuan couldn't help but smile. Just like when he was little, everything about him, eating manner included, was cute, right down to each strand of his hair. Before he knew it, hearing his own stomach growl reminded Fu Chinshuan that he hadn't eaten all day either. Naturally having sharp hearing, Chen also heard the rumble and asked, "Are you hungry?" "I haven't eaten all day, and I forgot to buy my portion just now," Fu Chinshuan replied. Chen looked at his empty bowl and said, "I've already finished mine. Otherwise, you could go buy another portion." "I'm too tired to walk," Fu Chinshuan said. "Then, how about ordering takeout?" Chen suggested. Seeing his nearly empty bowl, Fu Chinshuan took the remaining half sip in the bowl himself, saying, "No need. I've starved past the point of hunger, and I don't feel it anymore." There was a knock on the ward door. Fu Chinshuan stood up to open it. Outside, Lin Yuan held 2 bags and said, "Mr. Fu, the clothes for changing are inside." Fu Chinshuan received them and nodded, saying, "All right, rest well." After closing the ward door, Fu Chinshuan placed the change of clothes on the table and began unbuttoning his shirt with one hand, doing so right before Chen's eyes. Chen asked, "Are you going to shower here? Is there a problem with that?" Fu Chinshuan responded. Chen said, "It's not that there's a problem, but I just wonder why you don't shower at the hotel. It would be much more convenient than in the VIP room at the hospital where we lack so many things." Before Chen could finish speaking, Fu Chinshuan stared at him with an expression full of sorrow and said, "You were missing for more than 10 hours, and I searched for you non-stop for 10 hours without eating or sleeping. Even after buying you congee, you wouldn't even let me take a shower." Chen tried to explain, I didn't mean it like that." "So then, let me shower," Fu Chinshuan said. "All right," Chen replied. Chen's eyes focused on one spot, and his mind gradually went blank. Feeling drowsy after the meal set in. Chapter 41, Jealousy. Fu Chinshuan came out after taking a shower, only to find Chen was already asleep. His tall and slender body was completely covered by the quilt, with only half of his head sticking out, looking particularly quiet and obedient. His long and dense eyelashes looked like 2 small brushes, casting a shadow on his white and clean skin. Fu Chinshuan couldn't help but reach out and gently caressed his face. At this moment, those slightly seductive peach eyes were full of tenderness and longing. He hadn't quietly watched him for such a long time. It had been exactly 6 years since the last incident. Thinking about the events from back then, Fu Chinshuan's fingers trembled slightly as painful memories made his whole body shiver too. 6 years ago, when he saw Chen lying in a pool of blood, Fu Chinshuan felt as if the entire world had collapsed. When they pushed him into the emergency room, every minute and second waiting outside was a kind of torture. At that moment, Fu Chinshuan vowed that if he could wake up safely, he wouldn't ask for any emotional response from him. Therefore, during these 6 years, he had deeply buried his feelings and tried to avoid excessive contact with Chen. Later, Fu Chinshuan found that when he faced Chen again, he no longer felt the same heart-pounding feeling, and he thought that he could finally let go of him and treat him as a younger brother. But tonight's event made Fu Chinshuan realize that he had never let go, he had just buried the love deep inside. It would immediately revive and sprout at the right moment. 6 years had passed. Since he couldn't let go, then he wouldn't let go anymore. The next day. And Chen was still sleeping, and someone pushed the door open from outside. "I'm Hu Sanson, I'm alive again." Duan Xingyu wore a set of hospital gown, holding 2 bags of food, and rushed into the room boastfully, shouting, "Father, look what delicious things I brought you." However, as soon as Duan Xingyu went in, he saw Fu Qianshuan pulling the blanket over Chen, and his appearance seemed as if he had just come out of Chen's bed. Duan Xingyu was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped, and the items in his hands also fell down. Pointing at them, he said with amazement, You. What's going on between you two?" Fu Qianshuan stood up, and the look in his eyes toward Duan Xingyu carried a trace of displeasure. "Be quiet, and Chen is still sleeping." Duan Xingyu quickly covered his mouth, but the shock in his eyes didn't lessen one bit. And Chen woke up startled by the commotion. He yawned lazily, leaning on one side, and asked toward the doorway, "Duan Xingyu, are you fever-free?" "It doesn't matter whether my fever is gone or not, you explain first why you're with him." Duan Xingyu hurriedly walked to the other side and anxiously said, "I think you're young and some things don't need to be rushed. Haven't you forgotten your previous deceived relationship?" Meanwhile, he cast a very defensive glance at Fu Qianshuan, making it clear what he meant by those words. And Chen yawned and said, "He's my second brother." Fu Qianshuan frowned and said, "Why do you need to explain our relationship to him?" And Chen looked curiously at Fu Qianshuan. It wasn't really an explanation, just a simple fact-telling. Animal emotions perception detected that Fu Qianshuan was in a bad mood now, but Chen didn't know why he was in a bad mood. Instead, Duan Xingyu laughed immediately upon hearing this, saying, "Oh, he's your second brother? Then are you the third son of the Fu family?" Duan Xingyu himself was a rich second-generation heir, though he didn't participate in the family business. He knew that the Fu family actually had 3 sons, all following their mother's surname. Moreover, the whole family doted on this youngest son to an almost indulgent degree, rarely attending various company parties in public, so very few people had seen him. Living a life within the rich and powerful family yet being allowed to live freely without engaging in family businesses was indeed quite rare. And Chen nodded, saying, He still wasn't used to the title of Master Fu III, and he was more accustomed to everyone calling him Chen. Duan Xingyu was immersed in this piece of information, and then thought of another question. "You're already so wealthy, how could you be interested in someone like Chen Danwen?" And Chen. He didn't know how to respond to that. He couldn't say that the novel's setting was like this, could he? Duan Xingyu looked at Fu Qianshuan and said, "Second young master, it was all a misunderstanding before, just a misunderstanding. That's why Fu Qianshuan of such status appeared suddenly in Shimin village back then and even participated in live broadcasts. That's also why Fu Qianshuan clearly showed special care for Chen during the recording. He was his real second brother, naturally he should give special care. So at that time, his actions dealing with Wang Hua and Chen Danwen were all for venting anger on behalf of Chen. Fu Qianshuan put aside his previous dissatisfaction and said with one hand in his pocket, "It's fine. I actually know a little about you." Duan Xingyu asked excitedly, "Is that so? Have you seen the TV series I acted in?" "Actually, it's okay. My show from 6 months ago broke the platform record, but..." Fu Qianshuan said, "I remember you cursing at Chen online before." Duan Xingyu. Fu Qianshuan added, "You're also good at making memes." Duan Xingyu. "Those buried memories are attacking me now." Fu Qianshuan continued, "You could make over 100 memes in one night." Duan Xingyu. "Stop, please, second young master, spare me." Fu Qianshuan went on, "I've also seen your trending topic. It was called, 'A son should not talk about his father,' quite a creative trending topic." "I was wrong, second young master, it was all misunderstanding." Duan Xingyu quickly wrapped an arm around Chen's shoulder and earnestly declared, "That was because I used to be ignorant and was misled by some clickbait accounts. He saved my life, and from now on, I will treat Chen as my real brother. Whoever messes with him is messing with me, even my future wife must come after Chen." Fu Qianshuan looked at Duan Xingyu's hand hugging Chen's shoulder and found it very irritating. He stepped forward, pulled down his hand, and asked, "What food did you bring?" Duan Xingyu glanced at the scattered breakfast on the ground and said, "Oh no, what a pity. I specially queued up at Fuji building for this, and now it's all spilled. I'll go buy it again." Fu Qianshuan said, "No need, I can get it. I know what Chen likes." Duan Xingyu sat down next to Chen's bed and said, "Good, then trouble you, second young master." Fu Qianshuan. If he leaves, they would be left alone together, which felt like digging a hole and jumping into it himself. Fu Qianshuan said, "I thought about it. It's hard for one person to carry breakfast for all 3 of us, so you should come with me." Duan Xingyu said, "It's fine, don't bother buying for me, I've already eaten. But I eat a lot." "That. Alright, let's go together." Chapter 42, Star CP Trends on Hot Search. Fu Urshuai is about to foam at the mouth with jealousy. The 4th floor of the opposite mall was full of snack shops, offering various regional specialties. They said they were buying breakfast, but in fact, it was already close to noon when they realized this upon arriving at the mall. Duan Xingyu had just entered the mall and encountered a fan wearing a pink dress. When she saw him, she was so excited that she covered her mouth to prevent herself from screaming. Everyone who watched last night's live stream knew about the perilous situation Duan Xingyu and Chen found themselves in. After their escape, they needed rest, and the program team posted an official microblog shortly after finding them to reassure concerned netizens. But how could a cold official microblog post match the excitement of seeing someone safe with your own eyes? Seeing him return safely, the fans' eyes welled up with tears. Duan Xingyu reached out his hand uncertainly, unsure how to comfort her. Xingxing, you've just escaped danger, why aren't you resting more before going out? I'm fine now. And Chen is hungry, so I came to buy him breakfast. The fan, who was initially worried about Duan Xingyu's health, immediately stopped crying upon hearing this. Her eyes lit up, and her voice carried a hint of excitement. You're buying breakfast for Chen? Duan Xingyu, yes. The fan wiped away her tears and suddenly spoke earnestly. Xingxing, they say hardship reveals true feelings, you must treat Chen well afterward. He's younger than you, so let him have his way. Don't always be harsh on him. Duan Xingyu thought the fan was genuinely concerned and responded, understood. My life was saved by him, and I will certainly treat him well for the rest of my life. For the rest of your life? The fan became even more excited, covering her mouth with both hands as she said, good, good, good. That's wonderful. Duan Xingyu didn't understand why the fan suddenly became so excited. Duan Xingyu said, then, if there's nothing else, I should go first. And Chen is still hungry. Right, and Chen can't be kept hungry. You'd better hurry and buy him breakfast. The fan urged, then thought of something else and asked, can I take a picture of you? It's not for anything else. In the fan group, many sisters are concerned about your safety. Duan Xingyu naturally agreed. He was also going to ask if she wanted a photo together with him and a signature. However, after taking the photo, the fan urged him to leave quickly and started sending some messages on her phone, looking like an auntie with a broad smile. Duan Xingyu. Did she look like a real fan, urging him to leave so urgently? What Duan Xingyu didn't know was that as soon as he turned around, this fan sent the photo into a large group chat for fans of the CP. She was indeed a fan of Duan Xingyu, but also a fan of the CP between him and Chen. In the group, she repeated everything that happened during her encounter with Duan Xingyu and what he had said. At first, the members of the group only cared about his well-being upon seeing Duan Xingyu's latest photo. However, learning that he had come to the mall specifically to get food for Chen made all the CP fans erupt in jubilation. Ah! I declare today as the happiest day for our CP fans. Ah. I knew it, stars and oceans, a metaphor for the couple, must be real. This feels like novel plot coming into reality. Stars and oceans one moment without speaking makes it too sweet. Today's sugar content is off the charts, I need insulin. Soon, the photo and screenshots of the group chat were posted online. Hashtag Duanxingyu buys meals instantly trended. Initially, everyone wondered why such a meal buying topic would emerge so soon after the recent danger. Once they clicked into it, the CP fans went wild. Stars and oceans must be real, we've exceeded our sugar quota today. Xingxing, if you really like Chen, bring him back. We as Xing fans accept this sister-in-law. That's correct, we Xing fans are very inclusive. With how much you're shipping them, it seems marriage is unavoidable. If they don't marry, it'll be hard to settle the shipper crowd. Duan Xingyu still looks a bit exhausted, he clearly hasn't recovered yet. And yet, even while ill, he insists on coming out to buy food for Chen, this has to be love. CP fans are celebrating a big year today. I'll sponsor a free raffle for 5 mobile phones. Everyone who retweets this post and leaves a comment stands a chance to win, limited to Stars and Oceans fans. Meanwhile, Duan Xingyu was completely unaware of the CP fans' joyous celebration. He was inside the mall, thinking about what Chen might eat. Duan Xingyu pointed at a pile of boiled corn and said, buy Chen some corn. I see he loves eating corn. Fu Chinshuan said, he's not a pigeon, he doesn't have to eat corn every day. Isn't he fond of corn? I see him gnawing on it daily. It's just that the production team didn't have much food for him, so he could only nibble on corn. Duan Xingyu thought about it and agreed. Soon, he spotted some rice noodles and said, how about getting some rice noodles? Fu Chinshuan replied, these are hard to digest. How about having fried dough sticks then? Too greasy. What about old hen chicken noodle soup? Who knows how many years this chicken has been dead? Fed up, Duan Xingyu asked outright, Mr. Fu Urshuai, why don't you pick something then? Fu Chinshuan looked around but found everything unsatisfactory. Alas, time was short and Chen was already hungry, they would just have to make do. Finally pointing at the noodle shop they had passed earlier, he said, let's get old hen chicken noodle soup. Duan Xingyu. Would he not get beaten if talking like that? Before leaving, Duan Xingyu still packed 2 ears of corn and 2 eggs. He felt Chen really liked corn. Seeing what Duan Xingyu was doing, Fu Chinshuan gave a slight smirk. There was an expression of confidence in his face, and Chen would surely eat the noodles he picked. Just then, a Weibo account under special follow sent a message. Previously, he had used a minor account to follow several of Chen's biggest fans and station sisters who often took beautiful photos and videos of Chen. He assumed there were some more stock pictures of Chen. But upon opening the message, it turned out to be a retweet with a comment saying, "Stars and oceans is definitely real, my CP is definitely real. Fu Chinshuan." That little smile which was just beginning disappeared, replaced by a deep scowl. Without a word, he unfollowed and blocked this blogger. 15 minutes later, Fu Chinshuan was staring coldly as Chen chewed on the corn. How could it be corn? With a steaming bowl of noodle soup in front of him, how could anyone prefer corn? Fu Chinshuan asked, "And Chen, aren't you choked eating just corn? Why not try some noodle soup?" And Chen replied, "I'm fine, I like eating corn. Second brother hasn't eaten either, so the soup can be left for you." Duan Xingyu slightly raised his chin, adjusting his collar. A strange sense of satisfaction washed over him. He opened his mouth and said, "Second young master, or you should save this bowl of soup for yourself." Fu Chinshuan cast him a sidelong glance. His lazy peony eyes held a touch of coldness. Duan Xingyu pulled his neck back a bit, stopped talking, trying to lower his presence. He somehow felt Fu Urshuai was annoyed with him, but had no evidence. Chapter 43, What are you two doing? Not long after Chen Danwen returned from Shiming Village, she saw the live broadcast of Duan Xingyu and Chen falling into the water one after another. Seeing that they were not found all night, Chen Danwen excitedly opened a bottle of champagne to celebrate. For Duan Xingyu, Chen was jumping into the water and getting more stupid day by day. Besides celebrating, Chen Danwen also had some jealousy. She was jealous that Chen was willing to do this for Duan Xingyu when he used to only have eyes for her. That night, Chen Danwen drank a lot of champagne, laughing and crying all night, and didn't fall asleep until almost dawn. When she woke up in the morning, she saw that the official Weibo of Depart Together had posted a message saying that they had returned safely. With such a strong impact of water, how could they both come back alive? Are they reincarnations of water boars? The heavens are really unfair, why don't they both die outside? Chen Danwen was so angry that her face turned green. Soon after, she saw that Duan Xingyu was trending on Hot Search. When she clicked in, she found out it was his fans who encountered him at the mall and learned that he was buying food for Chen. Such a simple matter made their CP fans so excited that they pushed it onto the Hot Search. Chen Danwen's expression became even worse. She saw all those comments below, which were all blessing them. The more she looked at these comments, the angrier she got, and after flipping through several pages, she finally found a comment criticizing them. This is obviously a setup, they just want to use gay undertones to attract fans to boost commercial value. Maybe they've signed some bundled agreement privately. Gay undertones are disgusting, might as well s outside after being washed away by water yesterday. When Chen Danwen saw this comment, her mood improved a lot. She watched it repeatedly and accidentally gave it a like. When she noticed, she quickly cancelled it, but she still couldn't escape the keen eyes of the netizens. In just 1 second, screenshots flew everywhere. Not long after, the hot search about Chen Danwen liking a negative comment about Chen also climbed into the top 10. Is he sick or what? Why does he hate others so much? His mind is truly malicious, hoping that Chen won't return. How big is their grudge? Even if there's been acquaintance and conflict, it's not to the point of life or death. There's no need, really no need. Recognizing each other once, maybe because Chen didn't give him the set of Xiangsha villas, so he holds a grudge. Liking Chen Danwen is probably an erasure that Chen can't get rid of for a lifetime. Chen Danwen's like made many people go to comment and scold him on his latest tweet, and his private messages were also bombed. Unable to bear the barrage of attacks, he quickly issued a clarification post on Weibo. Just now, I accidentally liked it, but I've always cared about their safety. It's great that Chen and Duan Xingyu came back safe and sound. After sending out this Weibo, it was still useful. Although those netizens who should scold still scolded him. However, Chen Danwen's core fans all believed he did not do it on purpose. Moreover, in their eyes, in the entertainment circle where killing occurs, without fighting, where would there be resources? Not striving was a mistake in itself. Especially on Chen's side, core Dan fans even think it was Chen himself chasing people like a dog wanting to follow someone, and Chen Danwen refusing is certainly not acceptable, right? Saying our brother Chen grabs Duan Xingyu's resources, I ask, in the entertainment industry, who doesn't grab resources? A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Also, don't see how Chen before was constantly sticking around like a plaster, giving our brother Chen huge psychological pressure. Exactly, I'd say that the villa should be given, as compensation for emotional damages. It's just a villa, key thing is it wasn't even gifted, yet everyone talks non-stop about it, making our brother Chen seem like he eats soft meals when has he ever eaten well. I even see some people say that Chen previously bought a lot of things for brother Chen, amounting to tens of millions. Where are these items? Why haven't I seen them? That's right, show us evidence. Anyway, Chen Danwen's fans believe that he did nothing wrong in the entire event. After taking the beating and being kicked out of the cast, the person being cursed by so many people, Chen Danwen is the one who suffered injustice. Or rather, followers follow their main character. Chen Danwen's core fans' thoughts were indeed exactly like the main characters. The incident got bigger and bigger, with Dan fans even going to the bottom of Chen's and the program group's Weibo to create a fuss. That particular Weibo trend about buying food greatly increased the number of their couple CP fans, angering the solo fans. Initially, Chen's solo fans and Duan Xingyu's solo fans were battling the couple CP fans. However, when Dan fans went to provoke, the three groups stopped the battle and united against them, tearing apart Danwen's fans until they had no power to fight back. Chen is no longer the one surrounded by black fans and left unprotected like before. Chen learned from Duan Xingyu that he had made it onto the hot search again and also knew about the fan battles between various parties. Seeing Chen constantly looking down at his phone, Duan Xingyu comforted him, "You don't need to care about Mr. Chen's fans. They're all irrational people. Just ignore them." But Chen shook his head and said, "I'm not sad. I'm looking for a list." "What kind of list?" "A shopping list." Chen pointed at a private message on his phone and said, "This person wants to see the shopping list of things I bought for Chen Danwen. I'll try to find it and send it to him." Duan Xingyu leaned over to take a look. It was a netizen named Danwen Loves You Forever who sent him this message. "Didn't you say you've bought a lot of things for Chen Danwen? Why not show them off if you dare? 2 minutes have passed and I haven't seen anything yet, right? Are you just choosing your favorite font to make a better impression?" Duan Xingyu said, "This person clearly came here to pick a quarrel. Why bother with him? But do you really have a shopping list?" Chen nodded, "Yes. I even want Chen Danwen to return these items to me. He hasn't returned them after 3 days. Chen thought to himself, since he had traveled into this novel, according to its ending, he might very well meet a tragic death. Although he didn't plan to follow the original plot and do those malicious things, unforeseen plot forces could still come into play. Just in case, he should start saving some money. If one day he were driven out, having some savings would allow him to survive old age. Therefore, getting back what he gave to Chen Danwen was necessary. "I found it." Chen smiled. Duan Xingyu approached and took a look. His entire body froze. Such a long shopping list, all for that good-for-nothing Chen Danwen. The prices of the items ranged from tens to millions, and even included houses worth over 10 million yuan. Duan Xingyu let out an "Ayo" and suddenly hugged Chen, shouting, "Godfather, can you support me? If not, how about you marry me? I am very easy to maintain, 2 meals a day will suffice." Fu Chinshuan, who had gone outside to make a call, happened to hear the latter half of Duan Xingyu's shout as he walked back in. Opening the door, he saw Duan Xingyu with his arms around Chen, half his body hanging on him, and both of them appeared to be exchanging very intimate expressions. Fu Chinshuan's face turned dark instantly. With a tone of restrained irritation, he asked, "What are you two doing?" Chapter 44, Retribution. Duan Xingyu was startled by the voice and quickly sprang away from Chen, hastily explaining, "We too." Then he realized it was wrong, why should he explain? Chen blinked his eyes at him and asked, "Second brother, were you just yelling at me?" Fu Chinshuan instantly wore a carefree smile and said, "No, how could I possibly yell at you?" Chen handed over his phone and said, "Second brother, take a look at this. I want Chen Danwen to pay me back, is that okay?" Fu Chinshuan was the dominant male of the family, turning to second brother for help when in doubt seemed natural. Seeing Chen rarely ask for his help, Fu Chinshuan's smile became even more gentle as he said, "Of course you can get it back." When he saw the shopping list, Fu Chinshuan's expression darkened slightly. A few years ago, Chen seemed possessed, frequently pestering him to give resources to Chen Danwen, which Fu Chinshuan couldn't bear, so he indeed provided quite a bit to her. He knew Chen often bought things for Chen Danwen, but what exactly, Fu Chinshuan wasn't very aware. At a glance, it covered everything from clothing, food, accommodation, to travel, making Fu Chinshuan's heart churn with sourness. After the incident 6 years ago, Chen never gave him anything again, why should a mere Chen Danwen have such favor? "Did you buy her underwear?" Seeing all those watches and cars before, Fu Chinshuan could still hold his temper, but this was something he just couldn't ignore questioning. Chen said, "Not me, oh." Thinking about refuting that it wasn't himself who bought them, yet realizing there wasn't much point in denying. Chen's silence made Fu Chinshuan even angrier, but he cherished Chen too much to direct his anger at him. He could only sulk inwardly. Chen asked, "Second brother, can these funds be reclaimed? Or half of it, a third would do." Fu Chinshuan reined in his emotions, his eyes glinting with a trace of laughter as he said, "Yes." Not leaving a single piece of underwear for her. Chen revealed a smile, wrapping his arms around Fu Chinshuan happily saying, "Thank you, second brother." Fu Chinshuan stiffened, then extended his hand to pat Chen's head, saying, "Why thank me? You're my brother, it's only proper." Duan Xingyu looked at the two embracing figures ahead and couldn't help but feel somewhat extraneous. Fu Chinshuan arranged for Chen the services of Mr. Chow, the lawyer. After understanding the situation, Mr. Chow indicated that Chen Danwen's actions did constitute fraud, and most of the money could indeed be recovered. Initially, knowing Chen was wealthy, Chen Danwen had been rather servile, offering countless confessions of love and hints of lifetime commitments, until she realized she could manipulate Chen easily, making her progressively less concerned about him and starting to scold him upon meeting. She even openly declared on the internet to boost her exposure that Chen sexually harassed her. Repeating these claims so many times, she herself came to believe them. All these clearly involved deceitful behavior. When Fu Chinshuan viewed their chat records over the last 2 years, his stomach hurt with anger. Although he wasn't surprised to know Chen was supporting Chen Danwen financially without restraint, previously he didn't feel much about it either, otherwise, he wouldn't think he had let go of his feelings. But now, looking at these chat records made his heart bubble with sourness. Had he felt nothing at all, he wouldn't have considered his feelings to be let go of. On the internet, Chen Danwen's fans were still criticizing Chen. Chen posted the long, multi-page shopping list on Weibo, causing an instant explosion online. He merely posted the shopping list, along with a few chat records, proving that throughout, the one lying wasn't him. The masses on the internet are all modern-day Sherlock Holmes, using those shopping lists to compare against Chen Danwen's entire itinerary, videos, and pictures from the past 2 years, unearthing plenty of evidence. For instance, the time mentioned on the shopping list, having purchased a pair of shoes worth tens of thousands the day before, Chen Danwen appeared on the show the next day wearing those shoes. Also, a watchlist Chen Danwen from before suddenly began wearing an expensive wristwatch one day, not being famous enough at that point, the watch worth hundreds of millions clearly exceeding her income level at that time. Looking through the shopping list, it turned out a few days before Chen Danwen wore that particular watch, Chen had bought an identical one. Details like this surfaced increasingly more. What, am I really shocked, bro, you really did give. Before, I thought Chen Danwen wanting the Shosei mansion was audacious, who knew these guts came from you constantly spoiling her. I remember there was also once online rumors suggesting Chen was a gold digger, see what he buys. Turns out he himself is the big shot. Big brother, I don't get it, I really don't. You are handsome and rich, how could you possibly be interested in someone like Chen Danwen? Looking at those chat records, Chen Danwen is really good at PUA. She pretends to be one way but acts another, secretly taking all kinds of resources from Chen, while publicly acting like she's being harassed by Chen, creating a false image for herself. Brother, I am your long-lost blood brother. Why don't you support me instead? Dad, I am your son, acknowledge me. Husband, why don't you respond? Say something. Under Chen's Weibo post, many people expressed confusion as to why Chen would have taken an interest in Chen Danwen. Though he wasn't bad-looking, Chen was obviously much more handsome and also rich, so why on earth had he chosen her? The other half of the comments were filled with people claiming family ties to him. After Chen sent out this Weibo post, the fans of Chen Danwen who were previously very active online seemed to have disappeared altogether. Sunshine Law Firm also issued a lawyer's letter. Today, we have been entrusted by Mr. Chen to fully represent him in this case. When Chen Danwen saw this news, she felt numb all over. Being a dog wasn't anything to be proud of, did Chen really not care about his reputation anymore? How dare he expose this kind of thing? Not long after the incident broke out, Chen Danwen began receiving phone calls one after another. Previously, after the videos were released, she already received several notices of contract termination, with some originally scheduled work all being notified as uncooperative. However, some of them were still waiting to see how things would turn out, but now they've completely lost hope and quickly terminated their contracts to cut their losses. Dog eyes looking lowly at people, when I rise again in the future, even if you beg me to cooperate, I won't look at you, Chen Danwen angrily cursed at home, breaking down emotionally. After a short while, she received another call from the company, and Chen Danwen quickly picked it up, urgently saying, Mr. Chen, the current online discourse against me is very unfavorable, you must help me. As long as I get through this phase, I will definitely come back up. Instead of hearing that the company planned to manage the public relations crisis for her, she got a notice of contract termination. Her current image was too tarnished, affecting other artists within the company, and seeing that there was no chance for her to make a comeback, the company decided to sacrifice her to protect the others. Of course, the breach of contract fees caused by Chen Danwen would naturally have to be paid by her. Chapter 45, Making a Move. Bang! Chen Danwen threw his phone against the wall. A piece of the paint on the wall chipped off, and his phone's screen shattered. Chen Danwen's expression looked somewhat sinister as he then laughed, you want back what you've given me? No way. Even if they sue, so what, he wouldn't return it anyway. What could Chen possibly do? Just at that moment, a message came through on the broken screen. Chen Danwen glanced at it and realized it was from the person he'd had investigate Fu Third Master recently. The person had replied to him. Fu Third Master stays at the Rose Garden Villa for 2 days every May 21st. The address of the Rose Garden Villa was also attached afterward. Chen Danwen was about to ask what Fu Third Master looked like. Very soon, another message arrived. Send over the remaining payment, and I'll send you a photo of Fu Third Master. Chen Danwen hesitated over the money but eventually sent it over. Sure enough, the other side then sent a picture over, but it was a back view. Under the sunlight, there was a teenage boy crouching down teasing a dog, looking only about 16 or 17 years old from the back. Chen Danwen immediately messaged back, why is there only a back view? No front view? Do you think Fu Third Master is someone I can just take pictures of whenever I want? This photo was obtained by chance. Chen Danwen, this is fraud. Without a front view, why did you ask me for money? Return my last payment. Money that's entered my pocket, you can forget about it. Moreover, who can scam better than you? Chen Danyan's face turned green with anger, quickly editing and sending a message, only to receive a red exclamation mark. The other party had blocked him. Fuming again, he wanted to throw his phone once more, but remembered that he hadn't saved the address above yet, so he swallowed this anger down. Looking at the back view photo, Chen Danyan felt like the figure and it seemed familiar somehow, though he couldn't recall where he had seen it. Unable to remember, he simply stopped trying. Anyway, it would be May 21st in just a few more days, and at that time, he'd go create a chance encounter with Fu Third Master and seduce him. With the position of Fu Third Master in the Fu family and the financial resources of the Fu family, making himself appear clean would surely be an easy matter. Meanwhile, Chen Danyan didn't yet know that Tao Ziqi was heading to the hospital with evidence that could land him in serious trouble with the law. Online, people were criticizing Chen Danyan all over the place. Meanwhile, Chen, who was just about to be discharged from the hospital, met someone brought by the show production crew. Tao Ziqi, upon seeing Chen, burst into tears with a wah sound, complaining tearfully, "Didn't you promise you'd come call us? It's been 2 days and you haven't shown up." After his incident, Chen indeed hadn't thought about this. He hesitantly asked, "You weren't staying up there on the mountain the entire time, were you?" Tao Ziqi wiped her tears away and said, "What else? You told us to pick pears and promised to send someone for us. With you not coming, how dare we leave? Everyone's phones had no battery left. We only found out about your disappearance after descending the mountain today." Chen was momentarily speechless and said, "Then, did you finish picking the pears? After the efforts of our 34 people over 2 days and 2 nights, we've picked all the pears on that mountain." Tao Ziqi proudly lifted her chin, wiping away tears from the corner of her eyes and said, "Today, we're here to discuss a deal with you." Chen wasn't really interested in business. All he wanted was a laid-back life. But seeing Tao Ziqi's eager anticipation, he still asked, "What kind of deal?" Tao Ziqi said, "Your drowning wasn't accidental. Chen Danyan deliberately caused damage under that bridge beforehand." At the time, Tao Ziqi noticed Chen Danyan sneaking around in Ming village again, suspecting nothing good, so she followed him secretly. She saw him intentionally smashing around underneath the Qingxi bridge. She was far away at the time and didn't know what he intended to do, but now reflecting on it, wasn't he clearly sabotaging the bridge? Tao Ziqi even recorded this scene on video. Now she planned to use this video to exchange for the large group photo Chen had taken at the entrance of the village before. That was shameful evidence of their group of Danwen fans and needed to be destroyed. Once that photo was deleted, from now on, their group of 34 people would be able to proudly chase stars in the fan circle. Naturally, Chen agreed and deleted the photo right in front of her. Still, he couldn't help but wonder why these people were so fixated on this particular photo. Was it because he took it too poorly? Feeling relieved, Tao Ziqi left the ward, taking out her phone to send good news to her other friends. However, she didn't realize that there was someone standing in the nearby safety passage. Fu Chinshuan went to arrange for Chen's discharge from the hospital. As soon as he returned to the ward, Chen told him about this matter. Fu Chinshuan's enchanting almond eyes slightly narrowed, but when he looked at Chen, they were filled with warmth as he said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of this." Chen, Fu Chinshuan had never intended to let Chen Danyan off the hook, it was just that Chen's incident delayed things. Who would have thought that behind Chen's fall into the water, there was also Chen Danyan's involvement? Originally, Chen Danyan's soft eating hard was merely a moral issue, but now with this video in hand, the attempted murder charge alone could land him in jail for years. Fu Chinshuan had Lin Yuan send a copy of the evidence to Duan Xingyu since he was the main victim in this matter. Duan Xingyu's entertainment company, upon knowing this, immediately decided to sue Chen Danyan. Fu Chinshuan also had Jiaxing Entertainment's general manager sue Chen Danyan. Chen was part of his entertainment company after all, and they couldn't be bullied so easily. Simultaneously planning to sue Chen Danyan was the Depart Together production team, as Chen Danyan's actions resulted in 2 regular guests being hospitalized, seriously affecting the shooting schedule. Naturally, legal action was necessary for compensation. However, when the police arrived to arrest Chen Danyan, they found he had fled. Lin Yuan reported this matter to Fu Chinshuan without delay. Fled? Fu Chinshuan slightly furrowed his brow, then laughed, "He sure has a pretty good network of information. Very few people knew about this." Fu Chinshuan pondered for a moment and then instructed Lin Yuan to retrieve the hospital surveillance footage. Sure enough, they saw Tao Ziqi coming to the hospital, with Wang Liang trailing behind her. Perhaps meeting by chance, there was no cover on his face. Lin Yuan immediately recognized him and said, "This is Chen Danyan's former agent. His former agent still cares for his past client like this, seems he values sentiment." Fu Chinshuan tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, his eyes carrying an amused smile. "Such a sentiment-driven person, I'd actually like to see who he chooses between the artists he currently represents and those he used to represent." Lin Yuan said, "Understood, Mr. Fu, I'll handle it right away." Wang Liang originally represented 3 artists. After his contract with Chen Danyan ended, he added 2 more, bringing his total representation to 4 artists. The 2 artists he signed earlier weren't megastars, but they were fairly well known and generally had gigs lined up. With his extensive connections, he managed to secure some resources for the newly signed artists too. However, these past few days, every single one of the artists under Wang Liang had run into issues with their engagements. Chapter 46, Such a good-looking guy and yet. Chen and Duan Xingyu were hospitalized for 2 days, and the production team paused filming for 2 days. Whether it was Duan Xingyu or the other guests, all of their schedules had been set in advance. They couldn't immediately return to shooting, so additional time needed to be coordinated to resume filming later. Among these guests, Chen was actually the least busy one. The original host joined the entertainment industry solely for Danwen. After Chen came through, he focused on living like a carefree retiree, declining all work opportunities. Even his participation in this reality show was at Fu Chinshuan's request. Currently without work, Chen started living a carefree, unambitious life. He would eat, sleep, watch short videos when awake, and when tired, lie under the grape trellis in the yard to take a nap. In contrast to his leisurely lifestyle, Fu Chinshuan was extremely busy with piles of accumulated work needing immediate handling. Lin Yuan knocked and entered to report, "Mr. Fu, Wang Liang wants to see you." Fast enough. Fu Chinshuan handled the paperwork on his desk, never lifting his head as he said, "Ignore him for 2 more days." Lin Yuan said, "All right, I'll deal with him." A text message came in. Fu Chinshuan looked up to see that manager Wang had sent him a photo. It was of Chen asleep on a wicker chair under the grape trellis. In a white t-shirt and blue jeans, with his hands folded behind his head, sunlight filtered through the leaves of the grapevines, casting a golden glow over Chen's relaxed face, adding a golden sheen to his originally fair skin. Fu Chinshuan's lips instinctively curved upwards. After finishing the work, he could go home and have dinner with Chen. After a long while, Fu Chinshuan, who hadn't rested well after working continuously for 2 days, couldn't help but shout loudly, "Am I not the president? Why do I have to do so much work every day?" Feeling irritated, Fu Chinshuan sent a message to Fu Qianyan, "Big brother, are you working? Why haven't you replied? Are you sleeping? It should be early morning your time, sleeping this early is wasting time. How will you ever become the part-time president of a corporation like this?" Overseas, Fu Qianyan, who had just finished a 6-hour meeting and was about to sleep, received this rare concern from his younger brother. He glanced at it and calmly replied, "Go away." Fu Chinshuan, seeing that message, slightly narrowed his eyes and angrily said, "As the eldest son of the Fu family, he doesn't know how to make an effort at all. Who knows when Chen and I will be able to depend on him?" Fu Chinshuan continued to focus on his work, harboring a little resentment in his heart. He didn't want to work. He wanted to go home and rest together with Chen, sleep. These past 2 days, Wang Liang truly experienced what it felt like to be completely blocked. Not only were all announcements for the artists he represented stopped, but even friends who used to have good relations with him avoided him, afraid of being implicated. Wang Liang deeply regretted helping Danwen. After all, that person wasn't grateful anyway. He heard by accident the conversation between Chen and Tao Jiqi, thinking that he might as well help an artist he used to train. Even if they went separate ways, he could still lend a hand. He didn't expect to offend the Fu family because of this, nor did he expect that Fu Chinshuan, the second son, would personally issue a blacklist against him and the artists he managed. For 2 consecutive days, he came to Jiaxing Entertainment Company looking for Fu Chinshuan, but failed to meet him each time. On the 3rd day, he still didn't meet him, but received a message from Fu Chinshuan's assistant Lin Yuan. Danwen has fled. If you can find a way to capture him and turn him in, that would count as redemption. This was very clear. Either redeem yourself by capturing Danwen, or forever, the artists under you will never receive any announcements again. A broker's income is inherently tied to the artists, and if the artists get no announcements, where does he stand? Even switching industries wouldn't be possible since Fu Corporation's businesses cover almost all sectors, making career changes impossible. At this moment, a call from an unfamiliar number came in. Wang Liang answered it, hearing Danwen's voice through the phone, "Brother Liang, I need your help with something." Wang Liang gripped the phone tightly in his hand and asked, "What kind of help?" After hanging up the phone, Wang Liang's eyes turned cold. Considering the demands Danwen made earlier, all hesitation vanished from his mind. Some people simply aren't worth anything from him. Today, Fu Chinshuan left work a bit late. The sky was gradually darkening. Seated in the car, his elbow resting on the window, he watched the urban landscape rush by outside. Why are there so many people selling flowers by the river today? Fu Chinshuan, seated in the car and watching the riverside scenery, noticed that there were particularly many street vendors tonight, especially flower sellers. There were also many couples holding hands. Fu Chinshuan, a single man, found these images of couples going together somewhat glaring. Lin Yuan glanced at the scene and said, "Oh, today is Valentine's Day." Fu Chinshuan asked, "Isn't Valentine's Day on February 14th? Lin Yuan explained, "It's different. February 14th, the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, all count as Valentine's Day. In recent years, May 20th has also started being celebrated, with 520 sounding like I love you in Chinese." Fu Chinshuan replied with a hint of disdain, "These are all gimmicks created by capitalists to make more money. The prices of items on such holidays go sky high." Lin Yuan thought to himself, "Before you say this, didn't you forget that you yourself are part of the capital?" Fu Chinshuan said, "Pull over." Lin Yuan parked the car by the roadside. Fu Chinshuan walked up to one of the flower vendors, looking at various flowers in buckets, mostly roses. Fu Chinshuan asked, "How much are these flowers?" The vendor was a young woman in her 20s. Her eyes lit up when she saw Fu Chinshuan. What a handsome guy. Her service became even warmer with a smile at the corner of her lips. She said, 15 yuan per flower. Fu Chinshuan replied, "These usually only cost a few yuan each normally, and today they want to charge 15 yuan each. Capitalists do indeed create chaos." Lin Yuan thought to himself, "Do you really have to say this so directly in front of the vendor?" Fu Chinshuan said, "Who would buy at this price?" The vendor thought silently, "A good-looking guy who talks nonsense." Almost immediately after his words, a couple approached and said, "Boss, we'd like a rose." The vendor, putting away her previous admiration, started bundling the flowers while saying, "Still plenty of people buy them." Fu Chinshuan watched as the small couple far ahead bought the flower. The girlfriend kissed her boyfriend on the cheek happily after receiving the flower. He cleared his throat slightly and said, "Give me one too." "No, make it a bouquet." The vendor. At the Fu family estate. Chen stood under a mulberry tree, looking up at the black fruit hanging above, inhaling the fruity aroma, muttering to himself, "If Brother Pelican were here, it would be great. He can fly, and his mouth is big, he could pick so many in one go." Trying to stretch up and reach the mulberries, he attempted several times but failed to touch them. Then jumping to try again, his landing wasn't steady, causing him to lose balance and fall backward. Even though he was about to fall, Chen didn't react quickly enough to scream, falling back calmly. The expected pain never came. Instead, he landed on a firm chest, enveloped in a faint minty scent. Chen turned around to meet a pair of sensual, slightly enchanting peach blossom eyes filled with laughter and tenderness. Looking into the eyes smiling down at him, Chen felt surrounded by warmth. Chapter 47, he actually cried. "What are you doing?" Fu Chinshuan's sensual and alluring voice sounded in Chen's ear. "This. I can't reach it." Chen straightened his body a little and pointed to the mulberries above his head. Fu Chinshuan stood behind him, reaching out to pick the nearest small bunch of mulberries, and said, "Open your hand." A well-defined hand opened, fingers long and slender, with a few red and slightly purple mulberries placed on the palm. Chen picked one up and put it in his mouth to taste. Fu Chinshuan looked at how close Chen was, his round head, long eyelashes curling like two little fans. When Chen was a child, he was already cute and often mistaken for a girl. After entering junior high school, when his features developed more clearly, no one mistook him for a girl anymore, but he still had a soft and cute appearance. Fu Chinshuan remembered during the recent surfing online, people called guys like Chen with gentle and soft looks sweet girls. He once thought calling a male sweet girl was quite strange, but now he deeply understood the meaning of that word. It is pretty sweet. Sweet? Chen looked up, revealing a face full of woe and said, "Not sweet, sour." Fu Chinshuan. Chen fed the mulberry in his hand to Fu Chinshuan, saying, "Then you eat it." Fu Chinshuan opened his mouth, eating the mulberry, furrowing his brows tightly. It was indeed very sour. He would cut this tree down tomorrow. Seeing Chen about to leave, Fu Chinshuan followed with flowers in hand and asked, "Chen, do you know today is 520? Chen asked, "What is 520? Fu Chinshuan said, "It's May 20th. Chen, oh. Fu Chinshuan looked at the flowers in his hand, pursed his lips, and said, "Actually, this May 20th is a somewhat special day." Chen, oh. Fu Chinshuan continued hinting, "Look, the weather is nice today, and I saw a lot of couples shopping by the river." Chen recalled when he used to ride water turtles, he also enjoyed shopping. But back then, it was the turtle brothers and the crocodile brother who walked while he just sat on top. This Fu family estate was so large, each walk left him exhausted. Chen turned around and asked, "Second brother, can we keep some animals at our house? Do you want to raise rabbits or cats and dogs?" Fu Chinshuan said, "We'll go pick them out another day." Chen said, "I want to keep turtles." Fu Chinshuan, turtles. How ugly they were. From the casual disdain revealed by the other party, Chen felt keeping turtles might not be feasible and asked again, "Then what about crocodiles?" Fu Chinshuan. For a moment, he didn't know how to reply. Little did Fu Chinshuan know, Chen wanted to keep these animals purely because he liked to ride them. Just as he didn't know how to continue the previous conversation, the housekeeper Mr. Wang came to call them. "Second master, third master, the master and mistress have called." Chen walked ahead, and as Fu Chinshuan passed Mr. Wang, he gave him a glare, blaming him for disrupting his confession rhythm. Mr. Wang showed no fear at all. Both second master and third master grew up under his watchful eye. How could he fail to understand their personalities? Second master lacked the courage to confess. Indeed, Fu Chinshuan lacked the courage to confess, memories of the past flooding his mind. He took a few steps forward, then turned back, handing the flowers to Mr. Wang, saying, "Get a vase and put these flowers in it. Then place them in Chen's room later." The next day, Chen woke up early. Today was the anniversary of the original main character's parents' passing, and he needed to pay respects. And Mingjia spotted Chen first, her face full of indulgence as she waved him over, and then, "You're awake, come over and have breakfast. I specifically asked the chef to prepare dishes you love." "Okay." And Chen obediently greeted everyone, saying, "Good morning, Anton, Uncle Fu, big brother, second brother." Originally, Fu Chinshuan wanted Chen to sit beside him, but he was pulled over to Mingjia's side. And Mingjia looked at him with pity and said, "Sai, why are you thin again? Haven't you been eating properly recently?" And Chen said, "I have been eating well." And Mingjia didn't believe him, and her look of disdain towards Fu Chinshuan said, "You still have the audacity to eat, taking care of your younger brother like this. I don't know what you've been doing daily." Fu Qianyan served Chen a bowl of corn soup first, then said, "I heard he's been busy lately, filming a TV show and variety programs." Fu Chinshuan, his face filled with shock as he looked at the person opposite him, because that person interrupted his sleep that midnight and acted so shamelessly. Before he could say anything, and Mingjia's loving fist had already swung over. "Appear on TV, shoot variety shows. Are we going bankrupt or something? Do we need you to earn this kind of money? Instead of spending your time neglecting Chen, no wonder he's become so thin." Fu Chinshuan was chased all around the house, shouting as he ran, "Mom, stop hitting me, I'm already grown up and need some dignity." And Mingjia said, "No matter how old you are, you're still my son. Do you think I should choose a proper occasion to discipline you?" Fu Qianyan slowly sipped his soup with an elegant demeanor. After breakfast, the family went to the cemetery to pay respects to Chen's parents. Even before they arrived, Mingjia couldn't hold back her tears, crying uncontrollably. Originally, Chen didn't intend to cry, but perhaps influenced by Mingjia, he also became a little despondent. Upon reaching the gravesite, Mingjia, who had been barely holding it together, completely lost control. Mingjia placed a bouquet of white chrysanthemums in front of the grave, wiping her tears as she said, "And Hui, I've come to see you again. You don't know how fast technology has developed. Have the facilities down there caught up?" Mingjia first talked about the events of the past year she encountered, then recounted their shared history, saying with a tone of resentment, "That year, I wanted you to go abroad with me for a trip, but you refused, even threatening that if I forced you, you would die for me. I thought you were just saying it, but you really dared to die right in front of me." Fu Chinshuan coughed lightly from the side, reminding her, "Mom, uncle, and auntie passed away in a car accident. Even if it was an accident, it shouldn't have happened." And Mingjia began berating the person on the tombstone, saying, "Back then, when you were pregnant, we agreed that if you had a daughter, we would arrange a marriage alliance between our two families. If you had a son, we'd consider him a godson. Then you gave birth to An. An is such a well-behaved child, I like him very much. But you promised me that you would have another baby girl for me, but instead, you left without even giving birth to her. An was so young, how could you have the heart to leave him behind?" As Fu Changmin watched his wife venting her complaints, tears streaming down her face, he tried to comfort her, "Sai, you too truly. When she was alive, you quarreled every other day. It's been 20 years since her passing, and each time we visit the gravesite, you scold her again." And Mingjia indignantly retorted, "Why shouldn't I scold her? We plan to grow old together, abandon our husbands and children, and travel around to enjoy handsome men. But she left me behind and died earlier. Of course, I will scold her. Even when I die, I'll still curse her in the underworld, this matter will haunt me for life." And Mingjia continued to grumble while everyone else from the Fu family stood by as if accustomed to this routine. And Chen stood quietly beside them, staring at the photographs on the gravestone. Being more emotionally dull than others, especially not being the original owner of this body, and Chen had no deep feelings towards the biological parents of the original host and shouldn't have felt any emotional stirrings. However, looking at those two faces on the photograph, Chen felt a heavy ache in his chest, as if something were blocking it. "Don't be sad. As long as you live well, uncle and aunt will be happy down there." Fu Chinshuan consoled him by his side, gently wiping away the tear streaks on his face. And Chen reached out to touch his own cheeks, he had actually cried. Chapter 48, Childhood Memories. Following past traditions, every year on the anniversary of Chen's parents' death, they would visit the Rose Garden for a 2-day stay to tidy up the place inside. In the previous years, Chen would always find various excuses not to go, and Mingjia and the others wouldn't force him either. Originally, it was assumed that he wouldn't want to go this year either, but unexpectedly, Chen agreed to go. And Mingjia wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes, reining in her emotions and said, "I'm not comfortable with Chen going to the Rose Garden alone. Why don't we let Uncle Fu go with him?" Fu Chinshuan offered, "Big brother is so busy, his work should be prioritized. Let me go with Chen instead." Everyone looked at this scene with some confusion. Afraid they would interfere, Fu Chinshuan quickly pulled Chen and left. As Mingjia watched the two of them walking together, she turned to Fu Changmin and asked, "Did they reconcile?" Fu Changmin replied, "It seems so. It's normal for kids to squabble and sometimes have tempers." And Mingjia said, "That's true. They used to fight a lot as children, but I didn't expect this time it would last so long." And Chen's mother was named Hui, sharing the same surname as Mingjia. The two became friends since junior high school and played together often. Though they were not blood-related sisters, coincidentally, both surnamed An and both equally beautiful, they were frequently called the and sisters during their middle and high school years. Their relationship remained good, even after college when one chose domestic education while the other studied abroad, they never lost touch. Even after marriage, they still kept visiting each other. When An Hui gave birth to An Chen, she went through a lot of hardship. His father loved his wife deeply and insisted that the child take his mother's surname, believing it was a sign of respect for his mother's sacrifice in bearing the child. Years ago, An Chen's parents tragically died in an accidental car accident, but the Fusu couple was overseas and had no idea about it. By the time they received the news, An Chen had already been bullied by relatives seeking to snatch the family estate, and he became a quiet child who barely spoke. A small figure would sit in a corner, dirty all over, quietly chewing raw cilantro because of hunger. When they saw this scene, An Mingjia couldn't help but shed tears. When she tried to bring An Chen home, his relatives refused, trying to extort more money by holding him hostage. Through strong measures, An Mingjia suppressed those malicious relatives and insisted on bringing An Chen back to the Fu family. At first, when Fu Chinshuan saw An Chen coming home, he did not like it, constantly putting on a cold face toward him, and occasionally teasing him. Because of being bullied in his relatives' homes, even though there were maids at home who could care for him, An Chen rarely called out to them. He preferred doing things himself, even if those tasks were beyond his capability. For the nth time, after washing his face and soaking himself wet, or entangling himself in clothes while dressing due to hunger but not daring to say anything, he only dared to pick some cilantro in the yard to eat. Fu Chinshuan finally couldn't bear it anymore and started taking care of him, even though he still carried a frown on his face. Back then, although An Mingjia brought An Chen home, their marital work was too busy, each managing a major corporation, and Uncle Fu, as the heir of Fu Corporation, learned from Fu Changmin and traveled frequently. So in this house, the person who spent the longest time with An Chen was actually Fu Chinshuan, who initially disliked him. And An Chen also liked tagging along behind Fu Chinshuan silently, following him like a little shadow. Though Fu Chinshuan disliked his trailing, after becoming accustomed to it, he gradually accepted it tacitly. One day, during a study trip, Fu Chinshuan came home earlier than expected and just happened to see a maid beating An Chen, slapping him so hard that he wet his pants but dared not utter a sound. Only then did Fu Chinshuan realize that ever since An Chen came to the Fu family, he had been suffering abuse from the maid. This maid, fearing discovery, would often prick An Chen with needles. But An Chen, having become used to being abused in his relative's home, would not complain, especially since Fu Chinshuan seemed to show dislike toward him. However, the little guy could sense that as long as he stayed close to Fu Chinshuan, that maid wouldn't dare hurt him. That's why he enjoyed following Fu Chinshuan around. After knowing this, the entire Fu family felt very guilty, showing deep concern for An Chen. They handed over the maid to the police station and strictly filtered future hires. Among these people, Fu Chinshuan was the most self-blaming. After all, An Chen had been bullied right under his nose. That night, seeing An Chen's injuries, Fu Chinshuan secretly wiped away tears. From that moment on, he began personally taking care of An Chen, sleeping with him at night, going to school and back together, and bringing gifts for An Chen every time he returned from a study trip. Even to take care of An Chen, Fu Chinshuan gave up studying abroad and was willing to find a university domestically. Under his care, An Chen slowly transformed from a somewhat autistic and silent child into a more outgoing one. The two had always been inseparable since childhood. Though Fu Chinshuan and Fu Qianyan were the real brothers, he clearly got along better with An Chen. However, after the two had an argument on the day of An Chen's coming-of-age ceremony at the age of 18, An Chen ran away and ended up in a car accident. When An Chen was in the hospital, Fu Chinshuan only visited him once, then left the country for several years afterward. When they met again later, they would often argue. But An Mingjia and others always thought that it was normal for kids to have some conflicts, and that a noisy family would eventually reconcile. It's just that this time, the disagreement lasted a bit longer. Fortunately, it seemed they had made up now. The Rose Garden is a villa garden covering more than 3,000 square meters. The villa itself is over 800 square meters. Because An Chen's mother, An Hui, loved roses, she planted a bunch of roses in the backyard, so the house was named Rose Garden. The Rose Garden has always been maintained by someone, so when An Chen and Fu Chinshuan came back, they could check in directly. Fu Chinshuan pushed open the courtyard gate, leading An Chen inside, saying, "Still looks the same as before." In the past, Fu Chinshuan would accompany An Chen to stay here, but after the incident 6 years ago, Fu Chinshuan hadn't come here anymore. An Chen followed behind, casually wandering around the house. The house was quite large, yet An Chen didn't feel unfamiliar with it. Afterward, the two went to the backyard, which was full of rose bushes. The fragrance of the roses filled the entire yard, making anyone who smelled it feel relaxed. Besides roses, there were also persimmon trees, pomegranate trees, and date trees planted. Among the fruit trees we planted as children, only these few survived. Fu Chinshuan looked at the fruit trees and chuckled, recalling the events of their childhood. An Chen had always liked eating things when he was little, so at that time, he thought there was nothing else in the backyard besides roses. Just then, An Chen also wanted to plant some fruit trees. Thus, the two teenagers ran to the agricultural market to buy fruit saplings. At that time, they didn't know much, whatever caught their fancy, they bought it, getting a messy assortment of saplings and planting them all. In the end, only these few types of trees survived. And Chen looked at the date tree, where tiny green dates had already started to grow. Images flashed through his mind, two small children holding the date tree sapling, digging soil earnestly and planting the tree. Chapter 49, Are You Fu 3 Young Master? Big brother, do you think we can grow these fruit trees? Of course we can. When the jujube tree grows up, I want to eat jujubes. Do you know what red dates symbolize? I don't know. They represent the birth of a noble child. In the future, when you get married, I will give you a basket of red dates that we grew ourselves. I don't want to get married. I want to stay with Big Brother forever. A soft and sticky voice flashed in the sea. What are you thinking about? Fu Chinshuan's voice brought in Chen back from his memories. And Chen raised his eyes to look at the person beside him and said, nothing. Were those memories belonging to the previous owner just now? Fu Chinshuan said, I'll go check the room. You can sit in the yard for a while. And Chen, okay. Fu Chinshuan went upstairs, and Chen sat in the small pavilion in the courtyard enjoying the breeze. He felt a little hungry, so he took out a carrot from his small bag and started munching on it. With half-closed eyes, he started feeling sleepy, then he felt something furry licking his foot. And Chen opened his sleepy eyes and looked down to see a white rabbit nudging his foot. That rabbit stared at Chen with red eyes, accurately speaking, it was looking at the carrot in his hand. The expression was pitifully eyeing him. After staring at it for 3 seconds, Chen said, no. He quickly ate the rest of the carrot in 2 bites. The rabbit, goo-goo, goo-goo. And Chen realized this rabbit was cursing at him, and cursing quite nastily too. On the other side of the courtyard wall, Chen Danwen was dressed in black, wearing a mask and carrying a small bag. He started running to climb the wall. He had already found out, this house is where young Master Fu stays for only a few days a year, so all the surveillance cameras here were broken. He just saw the car parked outside, which means Fu Qinghe has returned. This was his opportunity. The wall was about 3 meters high. After many attempts of running up to climb it, Chen Danwen finally managed to jump onto the wall using some objects as support. When he squatted on the wallhead and saw the inside situation, his face turned dark. How are they all roses? If he jumps down, wouldn't he be pierced like a hedgehog? Carefully standing on the wallhead and looking around, he still couldn't find a suitable place to land. Today, he must see young Master Fu. From the informant, he knew that young Master Fu didn't interact much with outsiders. His personality was especially gentle, kind, and sympathetic. As long as he could win his favor, then his comeback would be just a matter of minutes. Standing on the tall wall, he took a deep breath, used his backpack to protect his face, gritted his teeth, and leaped. Ah! The pain made Chen Danwen scream uncontrollably, then he quickly covered his mouth. The tiny thorns of the roses instantly broke his skin, leaving behind numerous thin blood streaks. What hurt him most was that his foot got caught by a trap. Chen Danwen gritted his teeth tightly, enduring the unbearable pain, breaking out in cold sweat as the fresh blood soaked through his black pants, dripping onto the ground. Looking around nearby, he discovered that the entire row of wall sides was filled with animal traps hidden in the flower bushes, not easily noticeable. Madness, who has nothing better to do but place so many animal traps. Chen Danwen clenched his teeth, tears streaming down his face. He gritted his teeth, his forehead veins bulging from the pain, biting his lower lip, using all his strength to pry open the animal trap. Each time he exerted force, the pain in his foot increased. It took nearly half an hour before his right foot was finally freed. At this point, Chen Danwen was nearly unconscious from the pain. He endured the pain and took out a piece of white cloth from his backpack to bandage his foot. This piece of white cloth originally had another use, but under the present circumstances, it couldn't be helped. While dealing with the wound, he found that the foot wounds were deep enough to see the bone. Sitting there to recover a bit of strength, Chen Danwen slowly got up. By the time his right foot was finally rescued, Chen Danwen was sweating cold sweat all over his body due to the pain. Chen Danwen endured the pain, pushing aside the rose bushes. Every step left a blood imprint on the ground. After walking out of the rose bushes, Chen Danwen looked at the wound on his foot and comforted himself, saying, this should be able to stir up more sympathy in the other party, right? After walking for a while, Chen Danwen finally saw a figure under a jujube tree ahead. The person was wearing a blue shirt jacket and blue jeans, crouching down. A rabbit's head occasionally appeared, chewing on a carrot. The sunlight fell on him, draping a golden cloak over his shoulders. This must be Fu Qinghe, the third young Master Fu, feeding rabbits, isn't it? He truly has a heart full of love. But why does this figure seem so familiar? But he didn't have much time to dwell on it. He had to seize the opportunity of his current sorry state to use the other party's kindness to spark their sympathy. Rescue me. Chen Danwen took 2 hurried steps forward and then collapsed onto the ground heavily for dramatic effect. The person ahead obviously heard the commotion and slowly turned around. When Chen Danwen caught sight of the person's face, he froze there as if struck by lightning, his expression instantly shattered. After a long pause, he finally regained his composure and accused, and Chen, how did you end up here? Were you following me? And Chen was still holding a carrot in his hand, looking utterly confused as he asked, "This is my home, why can't I be here? Is this your house?" "Yes." "That's impossible." Chen Danwen said with a strained smile, "You're making things up." And Chen just gazed at him silently, not bothering to explain. Chen Danwen asked again, "Is this really your home?" And Chen nodded. Chen Danwen questioned further, "Then what's your relationship with Fu Chinshuan?" And Chen replied, "He's my second brother." Chen Danwen's complexion turned pale just as a lazy yet slightly teasing voice resounded nearby. "There's a guest at home." Chen Danwen looked toward the direction of the sound and saw Fu Chinshuan standing not far away, tall and slim, arms crossed, wearing an almost smile but not quite as he looked down at him. Even though Fu Chinshuan was smiling, Chen Danwen felt as though he was being stared down by death itself. "It's not possible, it simply cannot be." Chen Danwen couldn't believe it and suddenly remembered many details from the past that he had ignored before. Chen Danwen once wanted to enter Yun Club, which all artists desired to join. After all, members of Yun Club were either rich or powerful. But just having money wasn't enough, one also needed matching social status. At that time, Chen had said he could get into Yun Club, just letting his family take them inside would suffice. Back then, Chen Danwen had thought it was merely a trick by Chen trying to trick him into meeting the parents, thus paying no heed to it. Also, Chen had mentioned giving him a villa in the Xiangsai district. It was common knowledge that those villas had been sold out before they were even built. So how did Chen manage to acquire one? These should be obvious clues escaped his notice due to his prejudice against Chen, clouding his judgment like a leaf blocking the view of a mountain. With Chen calling, second brother, Fu Chinshuan didn't deny it, making Chen Danwen's hopes crumble entirely. His face showed signs of complete defeat, followed by resentment. Chen Danwen questioned angrily, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that you're Fu Qinghe, that you are the third young master Fu?" Chapter 50, "Oh no, my leg feels like it's broken." And Chen still held a carrot in his hand, and asked gently with a soft voice, "If only I had known earlier, then what?" The anger in Chen Danwen's eyes was about to burst forth. He said angrily, "If you had told me earlier that you were Mr. Fu the Third, how could I have refused you? We could have been together much earlier." "But I am not Fu Qinghe," Chen said, wanting to bite into the carrot in his hand, but Fu Chinshuan stopped him by reaching out. He said with a mix of reproach and indulgence, "This has already been fed to the rabbit, yet you want to put it in your mouth." And Chen pouted and gave up. He wanted to get up from the ground, but the pain in his foot prevented him from exerting any strength. Fu Chinshuan looked down at the person struggling on the ground and said, "Fu Qinghe is my third younger brother who didn't manage to be born successfully, but Chen is indeed the third young master of the Fu family. And Mingjia was once pregnant with her third child. But at the time she was too busy with work to rest properly, and when she fell at 5 months gestation, the child was lost. This incident deeply impacted Mingjia. Later, when Chen's family ran into trouble and he was brought to the Fu residence, they initially considered changing his name to Fu Qinghe, treating him as their own biological son. However, later Mingjia heard that if someone dies without living descendants, the deceased would suffer greatly in the underworld. So, Mingjia thought it best to leave an heir for the family and for her good friend. To this end, she even refrained from registering Chen in the household register, fearing that the Lord of Death might confuse identities. But Chen grew up in the Fu home, where everything, eating, wearing, housing, or otherwise, was treated just the same as Fuda and Fu heir. Moreover, Mingjia, heartbroken over Chen's difficult childhood, showed even more favoritism towards him, even leaving him a share of the company stocks. When Chen Danwen first met Chen, he immediately took notice of him. This man had a handsome face, but dressed in leopard prints, wore a big gold chain around his neck, and radiated a vulgar aura. At that time, in the bar, he recklessly threw money around, resembling nothing short of a nouveau riche, which was exactly the type Chen Danwen disliked most. Chen Danwen wasn't opposed to trying to learn about Chen's family background, but every time he probed about Chen's home life, Chen mumbled vaguely. Coupled with Chen's various other behaviors later on, Chen Danwen became more certain of his initial assumption, that Chen was just another nouveau riche, a class also despised in high society. In the beginning, Chen Danwen was quite friendly towards Chen. After realizing how easily deceived Chen was, he decided he didn't need to treat him kindly anymore since keeping Chen on his side wouldn't be hard. Now, learning that the Fu third young master he had always tried to flatter was none other than the Chen he used to look down upon, this information was something Chen Danwen simply couldn't accept. Finally, he understood why Fu Chinshuan would travel so far to Ming village and specifically deal with Wang Hua. Clearly, it was to help Chen vent his anger. Had he known Chen was Fu third young master from the start, how could Chen Danwen possibly treat him with such contempt? By now, Chen Danwen regretted it so much that his intestines felt like turning green. Watching Chen Danwen's face contorting with various emotions, Chen found it quite amusing. Picking up the radish to nibble on, he was again stopped by Fu Chinshuan. This time, Fu Chinshuan directly took the carrot from Chen's hands and said, "It's dirty, you're not allowed to eat it." With nothing to eat, Chen pouted and pulled out his phone from his pocket, saying, "I won't eat carrots anymore. I'll report him to the police." Chen Danwen. "If you don't have a carrot to eat, why do you want to arrest me?" Perhaps seeing his confusion, Chen squatted down and said with a gentle voice and a smile, "You trespassed, so I'm reporting you to the police." And Chen spoke at a steady pace, without a single breath of hesitation, and his composure didn't seem like someone encountering an unlawful intruder at all. Danwen was already upset that Chen hid things from him. Now hearing he intended to call the police, he snapped and shouted, "You want to arrest me? On what basis? If it weren't because of you, how could I have ended up like this? All my misfortunes are your fault, Chen. It's you who should be punished, you should." Before he could finish his sentence, Chinshuan directly shoved the remaining half of the rabbit-eaten carrot into his mouth. The loud shout made tears well up in Danwen's eyes. Chinshuan grabbed Danwen's struggling hands with one hand, turned his head, and said gently to Chen, "When we came in, I saw the cherries in the front yard were ripe. Do you want to go pick some?" Chen, "Sure." At this moment, Danwen remembered the stories about Fu's second young master in the business world and trembled with fear all over. He shouted loudly, "Chen, don't go. Don't. Lie here and wait for the police to come arrest you, don't run around," Chen said with a smile on his handsome face. "If my second brother wants to beat you, don't resist, just let him punch you a few times and that'll be it." Danwen. The gentle breeze lifted in Chen's stray hairs, revealing a calm and tender face, with clear eyes. Sunlight illuminated his figure, as if casting a holy golden glow over him. Yet, the words that came out of Chen's mouth were devilish indeed. How could Chen know what the other was thinking? He simply believed that trespassing deserved a beating. Wild capybaras mostly live near rivers and marked their territory with scent. Though he lived in a zoo, there were artificial rivers built for him too. Generally speaking, Chen was always peaceful and uncompetitive unless his territory was invaded by another capybara. Of course, his territory had never been invaded, but he had witnessed fights between other capybaras over territory, which were fierce. Isn't Danwen's illegal intrusion into the house akin to stealing someone's territory? So, being punched by his second brother was entirely justified. Chinshuan watched Chen leave with a faint smile at the corner of his lips. Only after Chen completely disappeared from sight did Chinshuan's enchanting and alluring peony eyes turn cold. His slender gaze fell on the person on the ground, dark and glimmering. Danwen suddenly felt as though he was under the scrutiny of death itself, shivering in terror as he recalled the stories about how second young master Fu dealt with people. As he struggled to escape, he managed only 2 steps before. Chinshuan stepped on his ankle injured by the animal trap. A miserable scream echoed through the backyard. Chinshuan twisted his foot slightly with deliberate force, his voice icy as he said, "Danwen, you should thank Chen. If not for him, you wouldn't have survived this long." The unbearable pain made Danwen tremble all over. Fear froze his body as he pleaded desperately, trembling lips murmuring, Second young master. Please spare me. I will never dare to offend Chen again. Don't kill me." Chinshuan squatted down and grabbed Danwen's hair, forcing him to look up. He said coldly, "Offend? You are merely a dog who amuses when he's bored." "Yes, I am a dog. Begging your grace, great second young master, please, spare me." Chinshuan chuckled softly, but his laughter was chilling. Slowly, he said, "Fine. I'll spare you." Stunned, Danwen looked up, seeing Chinshuan rise as if preparing to leave. But the path he chose to walk on went directly over Danwen's injured leg, with even more force than before. Accompanied by a snap, an agonizing scream filled the rose garden. Chinshuan's mischievous eyes gleamed with innocence as he said casually, "Oops, seems like your leg is broken." Chapter 51, the second phase begins recording. When the police arrived after receiving a report to arrest Danwen, they initially anticipated encountering fierce resistance. Instead, they found Danwen lying on the ground like a dead dog, barely alive. His body was drenched in blood, mixed with feces and urine, looking pitiful and unbearable to see. His ankle was broken, a mass of mangled flesh. Seeing the police come, Danwen cried loudly, crawling to grab onto the officer's pants leg, yelling with a face full of grievance, "Why did you take so long to come? Quickly take me away. Hurry." After many years of service, the police were seeing for the first time someone crying and begging to be arrested. The officer looked at Chinshuan and asked, "What have you done to him? Scared him like this?" Chinshuan, with his outrageously handsome face, innocently replied, "I didn't do anything. If you don't believe me, ask him." Under Chinshuan's gaze, Danwen was terrified and quickly said, that's right. He didn't do anything to me. It's all my own fault." The officer asked, "Then what happened to his foot?" Chinshuan said, "This place is far from the city, sometimes snakes or pests crawl through. There are traps set for wild animals. Who would have thought he would climb over the wall?" Danwen said, That's right. I climbed over the wall. It's my retribution." Chinshuan pointed at the backpack on his back and said, "Sir, you'd better check his bag too. I found quite a few illegal drugs inside." The police took his backpack and opened it, discovering quite a few sedatives, aphrodisiacs, and even some bedroom accessories such as handcuffs. With these items, climbing over the wall into someone else's home, their intentions were obvious enough. Even if they knew Danwen's foot injury wasn't entirely an accident, the police still felt he deserved it. To have such filthy thoughts about another's younger brother, even getting killed on the spot wouldn't have been unjust. Hashtag Chen Danwen has been arrested hashtag. This news trended online, with nationwide celebrations. Some media-savvy sources also captured photos of Chen Danwen's arrest. In the photo, Chen Danwen's foot injuries were clear, and his face streaked with tears. The police disclosed that the person had been injured by a trap placed in the corner due to illegal entry, and discovered various prohibited drugs on Chen Danwen. Those aren't tears of regret, those are tears of fear. Don't let this kind of person go free. To cause such harm out of private resentment, people like this deserve to be locked up for life. Every day Chen Danwen wasn't arrested, I worried about Chen's safety. Thankfully. He brought illegal drugs and broke into the house illegally, clearly showing his purpose. Truly shameless. What kinds of banned drugs? You're interrupting our discussion like a kid. Go back to your homework, please. Oh my goodness, Chen Danwen is insane, he deserves execution. Thankfully he's caught, otherwise, I can't imagine how fearful Chen's life must have been. Estimate he hasn't eaten well or slept well for several days. Being watched by such a psychopath, who could sleep peacefully. I genuinely feel sorry for him. Pity +1. Online, there were masses of netizens feeling sorry for Chen, feeling sorry that he had just gotten out of the hospital and couldn't eat or sleep soundly every day. On the other hand, these past couple of days at Rose Garden, Chen had been taken good care of by Fu Chinshuan. Eating full each day, then sleeping well, then eating again, occasionally going to the courtyard to pick cherries to eat. Though those cherries were somewhat sour, they were much better than mulberries from Fu family's estate. In these few days, Chen gained a little weight, truly achieving a laid-back lifestyle. Unfortunately, such life would soon come to an end. Chen would have to return to filming the show. Director Fan went to great lengths to re-coordinate everyone's schedules. There was still one more day left for the recording at Shiming Village. The original follow-up event was supposed to involve selling fish, but most of Chen's fish fell into the river and were swept away that day. Fortunately, since he originally caught a lot, the remaining half was still sufficient. Director Fan had everyone sell fish to make money, where the income was split 90-10, with 90% going to the pond owner and the remaining 10% to be shared between the production team before it reaches the guests. For now, none of them know what the director is up to, but everyone was diligently completing the tasks. It took significant effort and created quite a few laughs that day to finally sell all the fish. When the first stop came to an end, Director Fan expressed his thoughts. Thank you all for your efforts during these past 3 days and 2 nights. Shiming Village is a place with beautiful scenery, but for livelihood reasons, many young people have gone out to work elsewhere. There are quite a few elderly folks and left behind children remaining in the village. The elders must look after the children while also doing piles of farm work, truly working very hard. Sometimes from overworking, they fall down once, and that's it, they're gone. So, I chose to start the journey here, hoping to use all of our strength to help these elders. Even if we only help lighten their load of farm work, that would still be meaningful. If through our show, more people can understand this place and bring about economic changes to Shiming Village, it would be even better. Initially, I thought it would be difficult to achieve this goal. However, there are indeed those willing to invest in Shiming Village. President Fu Chinshuan from An Family Group, with his sharp eye for opportunities, has recognized the potential in Shiming Village and has decided to invest 380 million yuan to renovate the village. Please welcome Mr. Fu to say a few words. Chen, who had been daydreaming, looked up and saw Fu Chinshuan standing there, and was somewhat surprised. Wasn't he saying yesterday that he had a busy schedule? How does he have time to come here? Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, Fu Chinshuan stepped forward and took the microphone from Director Fan. His handsome eyes glanced toward Chen, filled with warmth. He then turned to address everyone and began to deliver his speech. Su Huaqing was also somewhat surprised when he saw Fu Chinshuan's arrival, his eyes gleaming with delight. However, he quickly noticed that Fu Chinshuan's gaze often lingered on Chen. He shook his head, dismissing strange thoughts from his mind. They were close siblings, naturally, as an older brother, Fu Chinshuan doted more on his younger sibling. Besides, Chen was genuinely adorable, liked by everyone. Fu Chinshuan spoke briefly before finishing his speech, after which Director Fan announced the following schedule. Originally, every episode lasted 3 days and 2 nights, followed by several days of rest before recording the next one once everyone's schedules aligned properly. But this time, apart from making up for the missing day of the first episode, the second episode would also be recorded consecutively without interruption. Holding the microphone, Director Fan looked at everyone and said loudly, "We've ended the first episode on a perfect note. Next, we're setting off to the gastronomy capital." Chapter 52, The Tension Between Men. Everyone had received their boarding passes. Duan Xingyu, overjoyed, approached Chen and asked, "Chen, which seat are you assigned to?" Chen handed him his ticket and said, "A2. Duan Xingyu checked his own, delighted, and hugged Chen, saying, "I'm A1. Great. We can sit together." Fu Chinshuan watched the two hugging on the side, his fists clenched at his sides, wishing he could immediately separate them. Fu Chinshuan struggled to keep a smile and looked at Director Fan, saying, "Meeting everyone here today is fate. How about I cover the cost to upgrade all their seats to first class?" After all, flying is tiring, and they still have to record the show tomorrow. This wasn't part of director Fan's plan, but naturally, when a sponsor spoke up, there was no disagreement. Fong Keqing stood in place cheering, Mr. Fu is so generous, it's no wonder you're destined to make big money forever. Feng Qingyue said, Mr. Fu's mindset is impressive, worthy of being a CEO. My old bones will finally get some rest. Su Huachen said, thank you, senior. You're welcome. Fu Chinshuan smiled faintly, glancing at someone to remind them, the food in first class is good, and there are plenty of fruits and drinks. Make sure not to forget eating more because I suspect your director team might be planning something sneaky later. And Chen originally didn't care much whether or not the upgrade would happen since sitting was just sitting. Also, considering what came next might involve a twist, this seemed thoughtful and indeed was something the production team would do. It wasn't until Fu Qianshuan mentioned delicious food that Chen's eyes lit up, replying, upgrading sounds good. Duan Xingyu squinted at Fu Qianshuan, reasonably suspecting that he was targeting him. After all, first-class seats were all for individuals, and such protective brother complexes weren't common. When Fu Qianshuan saw Duan Xingyu's gaze, he smiled at him, with a hint of challenge in his expression. Fong Keqing's eyes darted around, watching these hidden tensions, then quietly moved beside Su Huachen and asked, Brother Su, do you smell anything? Su Huachen replied puzzled, smell what? Fong Keqing grinned like an auntie, saying, the tension between men. Her excitement shone through her eyes, moving them back and forth rapidly. What to do? What to do? She felt that in Chen and Duan Xingyu's starry seas dynamic made for some great banter. Laid back and apathetic beauty versus a bit too dramatic mouth-irritated body-straight type. Their initial dynamic was one of conflict but ended in life-and-death loyalty for each other, just thinking about it made her excited. Then Fong Keqing glanced at Fu Qianshuan, feeling that his and Chen's chemistry wasn't bad either. Outwardly cute yet actually captivating beauty versus outwardly cold yet internally love-driven domineering boss. Just imagining this setting alone made her mentally craft a 100,000-word short story. Fong Keqing couldn't hide her joy as she pressed her lips together. Kids should be answering questions, adults should indulge in both worlds. Kissing anything will only make my nutrients balanced. Fong Keqing's expressions became too vivid, catching even Chen's attention, who concernedly asked, Kucheng, are your facial muscles cramping? Everyone turned around and caught Fong Keqing making a wide-eyed face without time to control it. Su Huachen reminded her with a laugh, Kucheng, tone down a bit. It's live-streamed, everything is recorded. Feng Qingyue teased without hesitation, laughing, Orange, at least pay attention to your image as a female celebrity. Fong Keqing corrected her facial expression slightly and said, Teacher Feng, you don't understand young people's happiness. Seizing the opportunity, Duan Xingyu added fuel to the fire, Teacher Feng, Fong Keqing laughed at how old you are. Fong Keqing clapped her hands, saying, Duan Xingyu, you've learned how to stir up trouble already, such a bad nature, it's no wonder you're single. Duan Xingyu responded, sounds like you have someone though. Fong Keqing joked, in this day and age, who bothers to personally date? Everyone watches others date. One sentence brought laughter from everyone once again. Fong Keqing didn't realize that her previous expressions indeed drew a lot of attention from viewers watching the live stream. They were equally infected by her enthusiasm. Orange's laughing expression, she should control her expressions a bit, completely disregarding her image. Is there anyone on the internet she cares about anymore? Her cunning eyes exactly resemble mine when I ship couples. Even the guests she's shipping means starry seas must be real. If I could be like her, I'd crawl happily on the ground while fanning CP. For fanning couples, we must rely on Orange. Following her lead will definitely lead us right. Kucheng, crying.jpg, I'll definitely have food to eat if I follow you from now on. After a bout of playful teasing, everyone was heading to the airport. Before leaving, Su Huachen specially went to say goodbye to Fu Qianshuan. Senior, we're leaving, see you next time. Fu Qianshuan had been staring at Chen's direction and didn't even notice that someone beside him was calling his name. Seeing Duan Xingyu continuously playing around with Chen, his brows furrowed together. Although it was obvious that Duan Xingyu was disturbing Chen, it still seemed very irritating. Senior. Su Huachen called out again louder. Finally, Fu Qianshuan reacted, shifting his gaze onto Su Huachen and said, Oh, Huachen, what did you say earlier? Su Huachen smiled softly and said, I said see you next time. We haven't eaten together for ages. After this episode's recording, let's grab a meal sometime. Fu Qianshuan said, we'll see. Su Huachen didn't feel disheartened by the rejection but instead remained optimistic and said, I know you're busy, senior. I'll wait until you're free. Well, see you then. See you. It wasn't until everyone had left that Fu Qianshuan got into the car. In the car, he kept thinking about what just happened, suddenly asking, Lin Yuan, do you think I'm handsome? It was an unexpected turn of events, but Lin Yuan still told the truth, Mr. Fu, your appearance is naturally excellent. That's right. With my looks, I could even become a top actor in the entertainment industry based on my face alone. Fu Qianshuan took out his phone, switched to front camera, and admired his own face appreciatively, saying, I'm so good looking. Don't you think it's a pity that I'm not entering the entertainment industry? Does Mr. Fu want to enter the entertainment industry? This news startled Lin Yuan so much that his hand almost slipped off the steering wheel. He tried hard to dissuade him. Mr. Fu, I know you want to be with Mr. San, but you're already so busy with work. You don't have time to make waves in the entertainment circle. Worried that Fu Chinshuan might not realize how many tasks he actually had, Lin Yuan simply started telling him the schedule for the next week. You have to catch a flight back tonight, attend a quarterly report meeting for the company tomorrow morning, have lunch with the boss of Hengyang Construction Company at noon, check on the progress of the new company project in the afternoon. The day after tomorrow. Fu Chinshuan snapped, you guys get weekends off from work, why can't I, as a president, have holidays? Not only that, I don't even get rest days. Chapter 53, Fu Air braves the entertainment industry for love. Lin Yuan said, because I'm just a salaried employee, but you are the boss of the company. Seems like there's some sense in that. Fu Chinshuan thought about it and said, you move the schedule for the next day or two back a bit and change the date. Lin Yuan said, Mr. Fu, you've already stood up the boss of Hengyang twice, and the quarterly meeting report of that company has been rescheduled 3 times. Fu Chinshuan said, I've made changes 3 times. Am I this unreliable? Lin Yuan said, the first time, you went to Shiming Village to stand up for the 3rd young master and deal with Wang Hua. The second time, the 3rd young master fell into the water, and all schedules were pushed back. The third time, the 3rd young master was going to stay at Rose Garden for 2 days, so you stayed there to keep him company. Most importantly, during those 2 days, you didn't do any work at all, just idled around. As he said the last sentence, Lin Yuan couldn't help but grit his teeth. All of Fu Chinshuan's work was scheduled by Lin Yuan. Let alone 1 week later, even 1 month later had been planned ahead of time. Small adjustments were okay, but directly not working for several days would pile up a lot of tasks, requiring all the schedules to be reorganized. Worse yet, those originally arranged dinners also required Lin Yuan to personally apologize on behalf of Mr. Fu. Lin Yuan inwardly complained, he only earned a pitiful salary and wasn't completely bound to this. For such a small pay, to overwork him to death, it truly was the hallmark of a capitalist. Fu Chinshuan thought about it and said regrettably, alright, I won't enter the entertainment industry. It's just a shame for this face of mine. Thinking more, he sent a message to Fu Qianyan via phone, Big brother, how many hours do you usually work a day? Fu Qianyan, it depends on the workload, usually around 10 hours. Fu Chinshuan, only 10 hours, aren't you binge-watching dramas the rest of the 14 hours? No wonder after all these years, you can only manage one Fu Group Corporation. Don't you know that the In Group Corporation is waiting for you to take over? Fu Qianyan, go away. Muttering under his breath, Fu Chinshuan complained that the big brother lacked ambition. Other people's families had their older brothers managing the business while the younger ones lived lavishly. At the age of 27, he still couldn't retire because his elder brother wasn't diligent enough. After exiting his phone, he intended to browse in Chen's super topic to relax, wanting to see how fans blew up rainbows in flattery. However, as soon as he opened Weibo, he saw in Chen and Duan Xingyu's intimate shoulder-hugging action trending once again. Duan Xingyu really sticks to Chen when taking flights too, even when upgraded he's still unhappy. Laugh out loud. Probably the first star in the Chinese entertainment industry who's dissatisfied being upgraded. Duan Xingyu, why don't you laugh? Born without a smile perhaps? Star Ocean lets me ship them seriously. Begging you guys to marry randomly for my sake. Seeing the audacious comments from netizens, Fu Chinshuan's face immediately darkened. They had only participated in 1 episode of a program together, yet their super topic followers were already at 32,000, and now someone even asked for original fanfiction based on their pairing. Fu Chinshuan exited the page and looked for the super topic dedicated to the couple of himself and Chen. Although someone had created a super topic, the number of fans was merely over 1,000. How could this be possible? Clearly standing next to Chen gave him more couple vibes. The issue was clearly due to insufficient screen time between them, leaving netizens no sugar to chew on, so they went to ship this nonsensical, Star Ocean, pairing instead. Fu Chinshuan said solemnly, stop the car. Lin Yuan quickly parked the car by the roadside and anxiously asked, what happened? Did something go wrong at the company? Fu Chinshuan replied seriously, I'm going to participate in, Let's Go Together reality show. Lin Yuan helplessly closed his eyes for a moment before earnestly persuading, Mr. Fu, your workload doesn't leave room for participating in a program. Each episode requires 3 days of filming. Your responsibilities affect everything, one rash decision, and I have to rearrange everything. I'll be exhausted just from making calls, let alone rescheduling and readjusting meetings with all the CEOs. Do you want to kill me? Even though I receive my salary from you, the mule from the production team isn't supposed to be worked this hard. Initially, Lin Yuan just wanted to give a few words of persuasion, but as he continued, his voice betrayed some accumulated resentment against Fu Chinshuan's whimsical behavior over the past 2 years. Fu Chinshuan smiled with charm and asked, so much resentment for working under me, huh? Lin Yuan said, dare not express resentment, it's all about holding on for the salary. Fu Chinshuan said, I'll add 20,000 yuan to your monthly salary, plus double the year-end bonus. Lin Yuan's face immediately lit up with a smile as he said, actually, I quite enjoy work and challenges, it makes me happy. I'll contact the production team right away to ensure you can participate in this program. On the other side, Chen and the others were on the first-class cabin, finally arriving at the capital after a 3-hour flight. By the time they arrived, it was already 8 p.m. As they sat on the bus, Director Fan said, "Everyone must be tired from the flight, and no one has eaten dinner yet. So, the production team has prepared a sumptuous dinner for all of you." Everyone cheered, but soon after, they calmed down quickly. Duan Xingyu said, "Would the directors be so kind? They must be planning some weird tricks." Fan Kiching remarked, "If there weren't any tricks, then they wouldn't be directors. There's definitely a, but coming next." Feng Qingyue added, "Just look at that sly smile on the director's face." And Chen, who had been slouching, straightened his back immediately and obediently waited for Director Fan's next words. Sure enough, the next second Director Fan said, "But, 2 new partners will join our show this episode. You need to find them in the restaurant before you can eat." In fact, everyone knew that after the incident involving Chen Danwen, someone would have to take over his spot, just not expecting that 2 people would come this time. Right at this moment, the bus also pulled up to the entrance of the restaurant. Looking out of the car windows, everyone was shocked. They had originally thought the director's team would bring them to an ordinary restaurant, but unexpectedly, they were taken directly to the foot of a mountain. This restaurant is called Jinba Mountain Restaurant, which is very famous locally in the capital city. Built in a traditional Chinese courtyard style along the mountainside, the restaurant looks stunningly beautiful in the evening with its lights. It's not only a restaurant but also a well-known scenic spot. As they got off the vehicle, smelling the appetizing fragrance wafting from inside the restaurant, everyone couldn't help but feel their stomachs growling. Duan Xingyu, rubbing his stomach, said, "Having dinner shouldn't involve so many twists every day." Su Huachen asked, "We should at least have a description or appearance clue of these people we need to find." Director Fan took out 2 photos and said, "Here are the appearances of the new guests. You have half a minute to observe the photos and 30 minutes to search for them." Fan Kiching reached out to grab the pictures, but Director Fan lightly tapped her hand and said, "You're allowed to look but not take." Fan Kiching complained, "If I'm only allowed to look but not hold, then how am I supposed to identify anyone when I've got a slight case of face blindness?" Duan Xingyu secretly pulled out his phone and, while Director Fan displayed the photo, without even looking at it, he just snapped 2 pictures. "Hehe, you didn't say taking pictures wasn't allowed." Duan Xingyu glanced at his phone screen and froze, looking up to ask, "Director, did you mix up the pictures?" Director Fan replied, "No, I didn't." And Chen also looked at the photo in the director's hands and noticed one of the faces belonged to his second brother. Chapter 54 The Same Shower Gel Scent. Am I seeing things? Why do I see Director Fan holding a photo of Mr. Fu? Is there a new actor in the domestic entertainment industry who looks exactly like Mr. Fu? Director Fan has gone too far, even daring to joke around with Mr. Fu's picture. Be careful that the big financier doesn't withdraw funding. Alas, it would be great if Mr. Fu really could participate. With his face looking like it was sculpted by computer modeling, I could eat 2 extra bowls of rice just from watching him. When everyone saw Fu Chinshuan's photo in Director Fan's hand, they all thought it was a mistake. The president of such a large company, how could he possibly have the time to record a show with them? He didn't lack money, nor was it necessary for him to come. Director Fan had already anticipated their reaction and said smugly, "No, it's not a mistake." Everyone was shocked at this, as Su Huaching stepped forward and asked, "Are you saying our senior will also participate in this program?" Joy was evident in his voice. How could senior possibly come to participate in a show? He was so busy. How could this happen? The question Su Huaching asked reflected everyone's shared doubt. Participants on reality shows are usually after exposure and money. Fu Chinshuan doesn't lack money, nor does he need more exposure. Why then did he think of joining a reality show? Director Fan explained, "Mr. Fu said ever since he last recorded our reality show, he suddenly developed an acting dream. From now on, he will also be a regular guest on our variety show." He emphasized those last few words especially. The second son of the Fu family participating in a reality show, it was like giving himself publicity out of nowhere. Besides, since he is already partaking in the show, should anything related to investment arise during the program, how could he be stingy with money? Although Second Master Fu has invested a lot already. Most importantly, having the honor to host a reality show with Second Master Fu would be quite an outstanding entry on one's career resume. How could someone as wealthy and influential as Second Master Fu decide to join his directed show? It must be because of his exceptional talent. And Chen tilted her head curiously and asked, "Acting dream? Isn't ours a reality show?" Fan Kicheng snorted with laughter and said, "And Chen, don't say such obvious truths, it makes Director Fan lose face." Duan Xingyu said, "What face does he need? He's been scheming behind the scenes anyway, and all netizens already know his true nature." Director Fan glanced at him and said, "Once we find the people, everyone will have food except for you." Duan Xingyu immediately confessed, "I'm sorry, Director, please give me another chance." Feng Qingyue laughed and said, "Xiaoduan, why apologize? If it were me, I'd argue until the end. So what if it's just a meal, big deal, I wouldn't eat." Duan Xingyu said, "That can't happen. Even if my head is cut off and blood flows, I can't miss a meal." Director Fan said, "Stop talking nonsense. You've spent half a minute chatting. I'll give you another half-minute to look without being called cunning and sly. And don't focus solely on Mr. Fu, take a look at another guest as well. And Chen looked at another photo in Director Fan's hand, also about 20-something years old, with handsome features and a touch of heroic spirit. But she found the person somewhat familiar, as if seen somewhere before. Director Fan retrieved the photo in his hand, saying, "Time's up for the half-minute. You have 30 minutes to search, and if you find both people within the stipulated time, any consumption at today's restaurant will be covered by the production crew. If you can't find them, there'll be no dinner tonight. By the way, you need to temporarily surrender your phones." Fan Kiching clutched her phone protectively, asking suspiciously, "Why?" Director Fan said, "Do you think I'm foolish? With your phones, you can easily find out through live streaming. That'd make finding them too easy." Just as Duan Xingyu was about to do that, he quickly retracted his searching fingers. The director was becoming increasingly manipulative. Regardless of how much everyone opposed, Director Fan still confiscated all their phones. As soon as Director Fan said, "Time starts," there was no time to complain about how ruthless the production team was. Everyone rushed into the hotel to start looking. Jin Baishan restaurant was very scenic, with a specially built mountain step path running down the middle, and on either side of the path were semi-open booths. Sitting on chairs, they could enjoy dinner while appreciating the entire city's night views. It was dinner time, and the traffic flow inside the restaurant was very high. Due to the presence of cameras following them, the group was quickly recognized as a bunch of artists. Some excitedly shouted their names, others attempted to rush over to ask for autographs. The prearranged staff stopped these individuals, explaining that they were recording the show and it wasn't convenient. Fortunately, the people coming here to eat are all quite courteous and did not barge in after learning it was inconvenient. The group stood by the entrance discussing a strategy. Fan Kiching said, "The production team directly showed us their photos, meaning they have probably disguised themselves. We need to watch out for people around us, they might have blended into the service staff." Duan Xingyu said, "Each guest will have a PD following them with cameras. We should look for those who may appear suspicious but are accompanied by cameramen." Su Huaqing said, "Our senior generally doesn't like staying in crowded and noisy places, so he could be hiding somewhere quieter, like the kitchen area." Feng Qinghua said, "We'll find them faster if we split up. We can also ask guests here if they've seen anything." After quickly assigning tasks among themselves, they noticed Chen still standing there without any reaction. After these past couple of days interacting, everyone already knew that Chen tends to do things slowly, pushing him would be futile, so they left him alone for now. Chen stood there for a moment before lifting up his t-shirt and started smelling it repeatedly, occasionally sniffing himself as well. What is Chen doing? It's like he's acting like a puppy, even sniffing himself. Is Chen trying to identify someone by smell? He's no dog with a super nose. Ha 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 ha, perhaps he actually has an extraordinary sense of smell. As Chen sniffed, he tried to remember the scent on his body. Previously, second brother had mentioned that when he was younger, he once had an allergic reaction to shower gel. Ever since then, the shower gel used at home was specially customized just for him, emitting a one-of-a-kind scent. Over the past few days, the two had been staying at home together, and Chen also used his shower gel. As a result, both carried the same shower gel aroma. Sui dun, water hog, species have relatively sharp hearing and olfactory senses. However, after spending the day under the sun and flying, the scents on their bodies had become very faint by evening. Chen wasn't sure if he'd still be able to rely on this method to locate Fu Chinshuan. Nonetheless, with a bit of hope, Chen walked inside the restaurant. Upon entering, Chen froze, not only because of what he saw, but also because he realized he was hungry. It was dinner time, and the restaurant was filled with various dishes boasting delightful appearances, fragrances, and flavors. All kinds of aromas mingled in the air, overpowering the subtle minty scent Chen was hoping to detect. This made the task even more difficult. Chapter 55, The Steak-Scented Bathroom. Chen sniffed his clothes again and continued forward. The live stream viewers then saw a strange scene, Chen would occasionally smell himself, then close his eyes to sniff the air. This made him look like a drug-sniffing dog trying to find something. He's not really planning to rely on his nose to sniff out the two guests, is he? If he can do that, I'll call him daddy. Hasn't Chen watched too many movies? How is this possible? I've heard some people have extremely sharp senses. Maybe Chen is one of those people with an exceptionally keen sense of smell. On the other side, Fu Chinshuan, who had smoothly joined the show, sat lazily in the boss's office. The man had clear features, tidy black hair under which was a face with exquisite features, each as if carefully carved by a sculptor. Especially his peach blossom eyes, when not smiling, they gave off an aura of stern authority, when smiling, they carried a hint of debonair charm. A well-tailored suit fitted perfectly on his body, his long legs crossed casually. He leaned back in the soft chair behind him, his long-fingered hand lightly tapping the desk, exuding an air of noble majesty. In front of him was a large LCD TV, playing the program, set off together, showing the live streams of several guests. I thought the director team was lying, but it turns out he's really here. Me? I've grown so accomplished that I get to see Mr. Fu every day. Wah wah wah, Mr. Fu's looks and figure completely match my idea of a tyrant president from novels. And the key is not just that he looks good and has a great body, but he's also very wealthy and intelligent. Which window did God close for him? God probably closed the window to let him into my heart. This is my husband, my new husband. Mr. Fu's hands are too handsome. He's not tapping the table, he's tapping on my heart. Please stop calling in the comment section. This is obviously my husband. Haven't you seen my profile picture? Help. If this hand grabs my neck, it must be stunning. I want to see him pressing someone against the wall. Initially, everyone doubted whether Fu Chinshuan would actually appear on the reality show, but as soon as the camera panned over, they saw a suave man in a suit, causing a flood of screams in the comment section. Many assumed Fu Chinshuan would disguise himself as a staff member, but instead, the director team directly had him wear a suit, sitting in the boss's office watching the live feed. People unfamiliar might even think he owned the restaurant. It wasn't that director Fan hadn't tried to dress him up differently, but nothing could cover the noble demeanor Fu Chinshuan naturally exuded. Fu Chinshuan's height and build meant even if disguised as a waiter, his presence would still stand out from others. As for security guards, receptionists, cashiers, all jobs without masks carried higher risks of being recognized. Most importantly, Fu Chinshuan lacked acting skills. He couldn't convincingly play old men or women, nor work as janitors or dishwashers. Primarily, this was their major sponsor, and director Fan dared not make him suffer too much. All the live chat viewers were praising Fu Chinshuan's appearance, yet they didn't know his full attention was on Chen. He worried about Chen not finding him. The restaurant was quite big, crowded, and if Chen couldn't locate him, they'd miss dinner. Chen loved food so much. Starving would surely leave him disappointed. Fu Chinshuan adjusted his suit and walked toward the door. His ever-present PD noticed the action and rushed forward anxiously asking, "Young Master Fu, where are you going?" "Just taking a walk." "I'm sorry, the director asked you to stay here. There are a lot of people looking for you outside." Fu Chinshuan slightly tilted his peach blossom eyes and smiled, "Nature calls, and I need to use the restroom." "You wouldn't want me to hold it in, would you?" Then he opened the door and walked out directly. The trailing PD hurriedly followed with the camera, quietly advising, "Mr. Fu, there's a bathroom in the boss's office. You can use that." "No, I recognize my toilet seat," Fu Chinshuan replied as he hurried down the corridor. The PD trailing behind could only think, "Are you hearing yourself?" Built along the mountain, the hotel featured winding paths everywhere. Fu Chinshuan walked out following his memory, his long legs striding down the mountain path, not running but moving quickly enough that the trailing PD had to jog to keep up. The advantage of having long legs was on full display at this moment. When Fu Chinshuan passed by a public restroom without stopping, the PD behind him hurriedly asked, "Mr. Fu, we just passed a restroom. Shouldn't we use that one?" Fu Chinshuan replied, "That restroom has the wrong smell." The trailing PD asked, "What kind of smell could a restroom have?" Fu Chinshuan casually responded, "The smell of steak." The trailing PD laughs until I die. Mr. Fu is deliberately replying nonsense. Ha 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 ha, if he couldn't go in the restroom at the boss's office, does that mean he can now outside? Wrong smell. Smell of steak. Today's laughs are all thanks to Mr. Fu. Cinematographer, please ask, if the restroom outside smells like steak, what does the restroom inside the office smell like? Mom, I'm so accomplished now, an actual president told me a joke personally. Mr. Fu is in such a rush, I wonder who he's going to meet. His anxious look is like someone rushing to meet their future daughter-in-law. I bet it's to see in Chen. Chen Siming must be real. The stars and seas are truly together. Senior. In his haste to find Chen, Fu Chinshuan didn't first run into Chen but instead encountered Su Huachen. Fu Chinshuan turned his head and saw someone coming down another mountain path, then stopped and said, "Huachen, it's great to run into you." According to the show rules, finding any guest counted as success. Since Su Huachen found him, this meant Chen would have dinner tonight. Su Huachen was slightly stunned. The warm yellow light used for lighting the mountain path fell on his face, half hidden in shadow. Seeing Fu Chinshuan's unreserved joy upon seeing him, Su Huachen's heart pounded with a mixture of happiness, while keeping his own excitement buried deep. Lifting his gaze, Su Huachen said, "Senior, when the production team said you'd come, I thought they were joking. But here you really are." Fu Chinshuan said, "I think reality shows are quite interesting." His deep eyes idly looked around, as though appreciating the night view of the mountain. Where did Chen run off to? Why hasn't he found him yet? Su Huachen said, "Yes, reality shows emphasize authenticity." Fu Chinshuan replied, Su Huachen added, "Senior, since this is your first time recording a reality show, there may be things you're not used to. If you have questions, feel free to ask me anytime." Fu Chinshuan said, "All right." Su Huachen moved forward, subtly leaning closer to Fu Chinshuan and noticing he didn't oppose, leaned in further. As they walked side by side down the stairs, Su Huachen's lips curled upward, visibly in a good mood. Chapter 56, Smoke Behind the Screen. Fu Chinshuan looked around for a while but couldn't find Chen. When he turned his head, he realized that he was sitting very close to Su Huachen, almost shoulder to shoulder. Considering that netizens nowadays would pair anyone in cold niche couples, Fu Qianshuan quickly stepped back 2 steps to maintain a certain social distance from Su Huachen. It would be awkward if his and Chen's fan base didn't grow, but some strange alternative couples started appearing. As it turned out, Fu Qianshuan was right, the netizens had paired them together again. I somehow think Su Huachen and Fu Qianshuan also make a good couple. They look quite pleasing together. And they went to the same university, which is such a romantic place. But they seem to avoid each other. Just now Fu Qianshuan moved away by 2 steps. You don't understand. Avoiding contact is true love. Yes, you can never fully understand how good avoiding contact CPs are. Past memories reappear, year after year. This has such a dramatic feel. Their CP name could be called, the past, right? Wow, the upstairs commenter came up with the CP name so fast. Truly blessed with a congenital CP pairing talent. Indeed, Fu Qianshuan did not expect that within such a short period of time, the netizens could extract sweetness even from this situation. Isn't that the other guest you were looking for? After taking a few steps, Fu Qianshuan still didn't find Chen, but saw another guest instead. It wasn't due to Fu Qianshuan's sharp eyesight, purely because the other party had disguised themselves rather poorly. He Yan Shu was dressed in a waiter's uniform, carrying a tray. Here, all the waiters wore customized special uniforms, hats on their heads and masks covering their faces. Only He Yan Shu wore a regular waiter's uniform, no hat, no mask. Standing in the crowd, he stood out like sore thumb, almost as if the words, "I am the guest," were flashing across his forehead. Is this the new guest? Which company's artist is this? In person, he's way more handsome than in photos. Yes, he's a heavy makeup type too, wow. Upper floor, your drool landed on my head. Looking at him, he truly has an aristocratic air about him. Isn't he another wealthy young master coming into the entertainment industry to play? I think there's a possibility. The entertainment circle is almost being overrun by these wealthy young masters and misses. What's wrong with the world letting in one more wealthy person? Since it already includes one more person, why not let in me too? He Yan Shu also spotted them, his expression didn't change much. If anything, he seemed more relaxed, casually walking over with one hand in his pocket, saying, "Oh, you found me." Su Huachen said, "Were you even trying to hide?" Slowly approaching the 2 people, He Yan Shu extended a hand, introducing himself, "Hello, I'm He Yan Shu, the new guest on Let's Go Together." Su Huachen looked at him and smiled, replying, "Hello, I'm Su Huachen." They shook hands briefly. A faint smile appeared on He Yan Shu's lips, his deep almond-shaped eyes showing laziness as he said, "You're very handsome, and your name sounds pleasant too." Su Huachen responded, "Thank you, you are too." Turning to look at Fu Qianshuan next to him, He Yan Shu said, "Hello, Director Fu, I've heard much about you." Fu Qianshuan glanced at him, his lustrous eyes narrowing slightly, his mouth barely curving into a cold snort, simply saying, There was no further reaction, even ignoring He Yan Shu's outstretched hand completely. Today was the second day Fu Qianshuan had met this person, who was originally intended by Director Fan to replace Chen Danwen. Because of his own participation, when Director Fan introduced that they needed to pretend to cooperate during that introduction, Fu Qianshuan had already seen him. From the first glance at the other side, Fu Qianshuan just disliked him, even though today was the first meeting between the two. He Yan Shu gave him an overall feeling of annoyance. If not for being in the show, Fu Qianshuan wouldn't have even acknowledged that sound earlier. His haughty attitude, however, stirred dissatisfaction among the live stream viewers. What's wrong with Fu Qianshuan? People greet him, yet he lacks even basic courtesy. Rich makes someone superior. Rich without breeding equals losing moral quality. Based on Fu General's previous image, he doesn't appear like an impolite person. Is there personal enmity between them? Weren't they supposed to meet for the first time? No personal enmity there, it's purely because Fu Qianshuan considers himself high and mighty. Most rich people look down on the entertainment industry. You guys have been calling him Director Fu non-stop, clearly used to kneeling. The commenter upstairs has a problem. Why are they posting such epilepsy-inducing comments online? There are quite a few people on the internet who resent the rich. When Fu Qianshuan was raising investments in Ming Village previously, there were already some people online saying he was just putting on a show. It's just that this group wasn't very large, and considering Fu Qianshuan is handsome and wealthy, the rare glimpses shown during the live broadcast mainly showcased his unforgettable memory. Strong individuals tend to be liked easily, so those who resented him for being rich didn't stir up much of a fuss. Now, it finally gave that group an opportunity to attack someone. Since Fu Qianshuan came to participate in the reality show, Lin Yuan naturally had to come along too. Lin Yuan had just reorganized Fu Qianshuan's upcoming work schedule and went over to the program staff to check on General Fu's live streaming situation. There, he saw how Fu General was awkwardly interacting with a waiter, mentioning weird things like recognizing the toilet bowl or denying any smell in the restroom. Lin Yuan couldn't help but wonder if Fu Qianshuan even knew what he was saying at that time. After checking out the public opinion online, the overall feedback remained relatively positive. People were treating the situation as a fun spectacle, and some even thought that Fu General showed a good sense of entertainment. Just when Lin Yuan wanted to compliment Fu General, thinking how he excels in everything he does.
Next, he saw the encounter between Fu Chinshuan and Su Huachen. Then they met He Yan-shu, another guest on the show. He Yan-shu greeted them politely, but Fu Chinshuan was arrogant and rude. Lin Yuan massaged his forehead and muttered, I shouldn't have expected too much from General Fu, would he still be himself if he weren't stirring things up? Silently, Lin Yuan took out his phone and moved aside to call the company's PR team, asking them to monitor the online reactions closely and step in to manage the comments if necessary. To Fu Qianshuan's impolite response, He Yan-shu didn't seem angry. Instead, he appeared rather intrigued, folding his arms across his chest and looking at Fu Qianshuan, saying, I've always heard that Mr. Fu has a strong personality. Indeed, the rumors are true. Listening to He Yan-shu's words made Fu Qianshuan uncomfortable, all his initial patience dissipated after that single Seeing the other party trying to get closer to speak, his normally short-tempered mood led him to retort, Why do you care so much about me? Are you in love with me? If it were an ordinary person being asked such a question, their face would surely flush red with embarrassment. However, He Yan-shu smiled faintly, his narrow almond-shaped eyes slightly tilted upwards as he replied, What if I am? Fu Qianshuan gave him a sidelong glance and said, Plenty of people like me, do you think I'll give advice to every one of them? He Yan-shu used his index finger to flick his forehead lightly, appearing somewhat helplessly as he said, Mr. Fu, you're really interesting. No wonder one of my friends likes you so much. What's going on with these two? Are they sure they're meeting for the first time? Why is there so much tension? I agree, you can almost smell the gunpowder through the screen. Fu Qianshuan didn't feel like talking to this man, sensing a somewhat irritating quality about him that made Fu want to punch him. Su Huachen noticed the strained atmosphere between the two and was about to say something to ease it. However, a voice broke the strange tension first. I found her. And Chen's soft voice sounded. Fu Qianshuan turned his head and saw An Chen standing below the steps, her eyes clear and twinkling as she looked at him. Fu Qianshuan, who was just full of impatience moments ago, now found his lips involuntarily curling into a smile. Chapter 57, Director Fan's Trick. Fu Qianshuan looked at An Chen, perfectly demonstrating the phrase, in the eyes of a lover, even an ugly duckling becomes a swan. Even though An Chen was just looking normally, Fu Qianshuan saw it as puppy-like cuteness. Though he appeared to be looking at everyone, Fu Qianshuan only saw him looking at himself. With a touch of affection in his voice, Fu Qianshuan said, I found you. Anan is truly amazing. Goodness me, Fu President, your facial expression shouldn't change so quickly. Anan. Did I hear that correctly? Are you two already so intimate that you're calling each other pet names? Fu President, are you skilled at face changing? This transformation is quicker than flipping pages. He Yan-shu. I finally understand why Director Fu ran off to participate in variety shows, it's for this reason. Romantic boss ventures into entertainment for love, now who still thinks the resemblance between Qianchen and Jing isn't real. Director Fan, backstage watching this scene, was so angry he began pulling out his hair. He had thought hard about the game segment but these people destroyed his plans. There are 3 doors leading in and out of Jinba Mountain Hotel. Director Fan deliberately placed the guests at the west entrance and pulled An Chen's group to the east entrance to minimize the chances of them meeting. But things didn't go according to plan due to someone acting irrationally. One Fu Qianshuan revealing himself wasn't enough. What happened with He Yan-shu? The assistant director handed him a bottle of cool tea saying, drink some cool tea to calm down. You should think positively, at least there's dramatic effect now, right? Fan drank down a large mouthful of cool tea. Now, all he could do was think this way because facing the big sponsor, what else could he do? When Feng Qingyue arrived after much effort, they were infuriated upon discovering they were not in the same area as the new guest and scolded Director Fan repeatedly. They berated the production team, but Director Fan also wanted to curse the guests. Had Fu Qianshuan's group not voluntarily exposed themselves, finding the hidden person would have taken much longer. After the guests managed to find their targets, the production team honored their promise and let everyone eat dinner at Jinba Mountain Hotel with no upper limit on budget. Duan Xingyu was starving, found the best view seat, and waved towards An Chen, saying, An Chen, come sit next to me. Obediently, An Chen started walking over but after 2 steps, he heard Fu Qianshuan's voice behind him, An Chen, won't you sit with me? His tone made An Chen detect a trace of sadness/pouting. Seeing this, Duan Xingyu quickly chimed in, An Chen, we haven't seen each other for days. Implying that since you see second brother every day, there's no need to always stick together during meals. An Chen considered this reasonable too. After the program with Ergo ended, they would still meet daily anyway, it was okay to miss those 2 days as he might only encounter Duan Xingyu during the show period. After pondering, An Chen decided to head over there. But Fu Qianshuan wouldn't release his grip, there are a lot of mosquitoes at that spot. Come sit with me. An Chen replied, it doesn't matter. I don't mind mosquitoes. Before Fu Qianshuan could respond, Duan Xingyu jumped up, no, I hate bugs. Let's switch places. You can sit inside. Fu Qianshuan remained silent. Su Huachen, seeing the ongoing debate, simply dragged An Chen to the previous seat where Duan Xingyu had been and sat by his side. Looking at both men begrudgingly seated next to each other, Su said, I'll sit with An Chen. Just like how Duan Xingyu fears insects, so sit by the senior. In the end, the seating arrangement was settled thus. Fu Qinshuan eyed Duan Xingyu disdainfully. How did it end up with him sitting next to Duan Xingyu? Thinking about it from another angle, if he couldn't help being near Duan Xingyu, it would still be better than watching him be close with Chen. However, as soon as that thought crossed his mind, He Yenshu suddenly plopped down on the seat beside him. He Yenshu's lips curved slightly in a charming manner, lazily asking, "Do you mind if I sit here?" Fu Qinshuan replied, "I do." He Yenshu smiled back, "Too bad, my mind is made up. I think this position has good feng shui, so I guess President Fu needs to endure this." Fu Qinshuan gave him a look even more disdainful than before and retorted, "If my opinion counts for nothing, why speak nonsense?" He Yenshu shrugged, to provide the crew with material. Fong Keqing watched as these two fought over Chen and wanted to bring him closer to themselves. In the end, Chen sat with Su Huachen, Fu Qinshuan sat with Duan Xingyu, making her chuckle uncontrollably. Especially seeing second brother Fu glaring with disgust toward left and right made it even funnier. Feng Qinyue also witnessed the scene just now and approached Fong Keqing to ask, "It seems like second brother Fu is pretty hostile towards the new guest. Did they have any past conflicts?" Fong Keqing shook her index finger lightly and replied, "Second brother Fu isn't hostile just toward the new guest, he equally dislikes anyone who shows affection for Chen." Feng Qinyue said, "You mean?" Fong Keqing continued, "Didn't you see that apart from disdain, second brother Fu's eyes carried a bit of jealousy while looking at Duan Xingyu?" As an experienced actor, Feng Qinyue could naturally detect changes in someone's gaze. He nodded after a moment and said, "I see. Got it." Of course Fu Qinshuan was jealous of Duan Xingyu. Just now, he managed to sneak a glance at the number of fans in the couple fandoms Star Ocean, referring to Chen and Duan Xingyu, and Modest Dawn, for him and Chen. The fans for the couple of Chen and Duan Xingyu had already exceeded 40,000, but the fanbase for his pairing with Chen only amounted to a little over 3,000. Fong Keqing held her hands together, watching the underlying turmoil on the dining table, a scene rife with hidden machinations. Even when the dishes arrived, she couldn't care less about eating them. After all, it was amusing to watch Fu Qinshuan and Duan Xingyu competing fiercely over who served more food to Chen. Chen's bowl was piled so high that it looked like a mountain, leaving him unable even to use chopsticks properly. In the mix, there was He Yenshu stealthily inserting himself and Su Huachen occasionally stepping in to mediate the situation. Watching all this drama unfold was far more entertaining than eating. Even Feng Qinyue, usually uninterested in drama, watched as every dish brought to the table immediately landed in Chen's plate. Hadn't anyone thought of how he felt? He was hungry too. After dinner concluded around 9:30, the live stream ended, and the production team led everyone toward the hotel. Director Fan, amidst the staff, saw everything clearly and observed firsthand this intriguing power struggle unfolding around the dining table. An idea struck him, prompting him to turn back quickly to confer with the assistant director. Their decision was made: cancel all individual rooms equipped with one king-sized bed and redistribute the rooms instead. Naturally, it wouldn't remain as simple as one person per room. Finally, Director Fan had found a way to retaliate for their earlier act of exposing themselves during the game segment. You like competing and causing conflict, don't you? Go ahead then, fight it out. When bedtime rolls around and beds are up for grabs, may the battle begin. Chapter 58, The Game of Competition. On the way, the assistant director looked somewhat worried. He asked, Director Fan, isn't our game of grabbing rooms too brutal? Fu Zong is also participating. Director Fan swallowed hard, picked up a coconut, and took a big sip of coconut water to calm himself down. Then he slapped his thigh, with a determined tone as if he was about to join the party, and said, let's do it, what are we afraid of? Are you sure? It was Fu Zong himself who said that if he participates in this show, just treat him like any other guest. I'm following his words. Well, make sure you don't seem nervous when you say that. I'm not nervous at all. Which eye of yours sees me being nervous? Better not be. Director Fan picked up the coconut again and took another big sip. Still a bit nervous, but thinking about it, it's also kind of exciting. Since it has to be exciting, how can we exclude the participation of netizens? Director Fan slapped his thigh again and made a decision: live broadcast. Start a new live stream for the upcoming battle for beds. Call it a special update. The live broadcast usually ends at 9 p.m., but today let's go big and stream until they go to bed. The production team led Chen and others to a hotel. Fu Qinshuan looked up at the name of the hotel, with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Starlight Hotel. If he remembered correctly, this was one of Fu Group's chain hotels. He took out his phone to edit a text message. The cameraman who was following wanted to move the camera closer to see what he was editing. Fu Qinshuan gave him a sharp glare, causing the cameraman to step back quickly. Fu Qinshuan put on a serious expression, slightly raising the corner of his lips. Privacy, understand? Understood, understood. After spending the whole day interacting with others without showing arrogance, everyone temporarily forgot that Fu Qinshuan was actually the president of Group Corporation. That glance from before had made the cameraman feel as though someone was choking him. Fu Qinshuan sent a message to Fu Qianyan, brother, is Starlight Hotel part of Fu Group's properties? Fu Qianyan, what do you want to do? Just tell me directly.
Fu Chinshuan, nothing, I just care about your business, asking casually. After sending this message, Fu Chinshuan paused for 2 seconds and then edited another message. So, is Starlight Hotel a property of Fu Group? Fu Chinyan, yes. The directors led everyone into the hotel. The assistant director handed the room keys taken from the front desk to Director Fan and whispered, everything is prepared according to your request. Director Fan said, let's start the live broadcast again then. The fans of Together We Set Off were originally thinking about going to bed early and continuing watching tomorrow. But suddenly their phones received notification messages indicating the live stream had restarted. What's going on? Another live stream of Together We Set Off. Wasn't it supposed to end at 9 p.m.? Did someone accidentally hit the live stream button? There won't be so many accidents. It must be that the program group wants to pull some tricks on the guests again. But I love watching it. Ha ha ha, me too, I'm not sleeping tonight. Let's see what stunts the production team can come up with. Everyone gathered in the lobby of the Starlight Hotel. Fu Chinshuan stood by Chen's side, with one hand in his pocket. Looking at Chen's drowsy appearance from time to time, Fu Chinshuan's beautiful almond-shaped eyes almost bent into crescents. Chen blinked sleepily and yawned, asking, Director, can we go to sleep now? Duan Xingyu et al. Also looked very exhausted. Director Fan held the room keys in his hands and laughed, saying, don't rush, we'll arrange the sleeping rooms for you soon. Today, you will stay in luxurious large double-bed rooms. Fan Kiching said, Director, don't smile, every time you smile, I get the feeling that something bad is coming. Feng Qingyue said, it wouldn't be that even during the night we have to face strange antics while sleeping, would it? Chen narrowed his sleepy eyes and said, he only has 2 room keys. They realized that Director Fan indeed only held 2 room keys in his hands. Since you've noticed, there's no point pretending anymore, Director Fan spread both hands and said, tonight, indeed, you are all staying in luxury double bedrooms, but you need to win the keys through a game. The winner of the game gets the privilege of staying alone in a luxury double bedroom. Feng Qingyue asked, the word alone is used well, does that mean the remaining 6 people have to sleep together in one room? Director Fan smirked and said, Teacher Feng, you're truly clever, you guessed it right. As soon as his words ended, Feng Qingyue lunged forward, pulling Fan out from the crowd, saying, I'll deal with you first tonight. As he spoke, he pretended to throw a series of punches at Director Fan. Soon after, Duan Xingyu, Su Huachen, and Fang Keqing all joined in. Director Fan is such a dog. How did he come up with such a mean trick for 6 people to sleep in one room? Haha.jpg, 6 people sleeping together. Is it the kind of sleeping together that I'm thinking about? Perverted.jpg, I want to see what 6 people sleeping together looks like. I'd be willing to pay for a VIP viewing. Me too. Don't worry, sis won't freeload. At Fishy00 at Chi-Chi Treasure at Little Purple Who Loves Fish. I feel like I've stumbled into some weird scene. This isn't a bus going to kindergarten. Let me off. Director Fan understands us. He knows what today's youth love to watch. The few who hadn't joined the melee, including Chen, watched from the side. He saw Director Fan trying to escape from the encirclement, his butt sticking out as if sliding away. He tugged at Fu Qinshuan's clothes and pointed at the retreating figure, saying, he's trying to get away. Just then, He Yenshu also noticed this. Next thing they knew, the 2 of them, with hands casually in their pockets, strolled over calmly. Each raised 1 foot and kicked Director Fan's protruding butt back into the group. Director Fan, being sent back with a kick, screamed, who kicked my butt? A miracle synchronization moment. OMG, we're gonna get an iconic picture out of this. Wow, their movements were identical. If this weren't live, I'd swear they had planned it. Hahaha, this duo cracks me up. They look down on each other but act so in sync. A divine screenshot of these 2, please. I'll wait online for it. One more to those squatting online for the shot. Fu Qinshuan withdrew his leg, glancing at the person beside him with evident disdain. He Yenshu smiled faintly, his mischievous eyes gleaming with arrogance. Fu Qinshuan rolled his eyes and ignored him completely. The assistant director glanced at the director who was being beaten, and reminded him, Director, should we call it off? However, Director Fan, after being punished, showed no sign of giving up. He stood firm, challenging everyone, nope, not calling it off. If you have the ability, win the privilege to stay in your own luxury double bedroom with skill. Seeing that they couldn't change Director Fan's mind, they all stopped their antics. When Director Fan looked up, he locked eyes with Fu Qinshuan, whose ambiguous expression seemed to suggest something. Remembering his role as the big sponsor of the show, Fan almost felt like giving up as soon as he got back on his feet. But then, recalling his little remaining dignity as a director, he mustered strength and declared, I am the director, and you must follow my rules during the program. Whether this statement was meant for himself or Fu Qinshuan, only Director Fan knew. Chapter 59, The Room-Grabbing Battle. Feng Qingyue said, if we're going to have a competition, let's not waste everyone's time. Go ahead and explain the rules. Director Fan adjusted his clothes and said, the game will be called I Am the Challenge King. The rules are simple, everyone draws lots to decide who gets the slip with the word king first, that person will get the chance to have the room all to themselves in the first round. However, the others can challenge the challenge king. If the challenge king loses, they lose their right to the room. If they can defend their title for 3 rounds straight, then the room is theirs entirely. Feng Qinyue asked, and if someone else wins and becomes the new challenge king, do they also need to hold the title for 3 rounds before completely owning the room? Director Fan replied, yes. Feng Qinyue gave Director Fan a thumbs up and said, you really know how to play, man. That's so damn sneaky. Duan Xingyu said, this game isn't fair, Director. Aren't you forgetting that Kucheng is a girl? She shouldn't have to squeeze with us guys if she loses, right? He Yenshu said, this game isn't very friendly to girls, is it? Aren't we taking advantage of her? Su Huachen suggested, why don't you give her a separate room, Director, while the rest of us guys participate in the challenge? Absolutely no separate room for me, Kucheng said brightly, her eyes wide with excitement. How is this taking advantage of me? Clearly, I'm the one benefiting from you all. Kucheng looked at the other 6 guests, her face full of admiration as she said, you're all so handsome, how embarrassing. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. At most, I'll just look at your abs and biceps or something like that. All the guests were left speechless. Had they encountered a female lecher? They seemed to be the victims now. Kucheng paid no attention to their expressions and started categorizing them seriously. Evil yet charming tycoon type, arrogant yet loyal dog type, cute yet adorable milk dog type, steady and reliable doer type. Nope, can't keep thinking about this, or I'll start bleeding from the nose with excitement. Orange sister, please gather your drool, okay? This is inappropriate. Sis, my sis, you always have a bigger vision. Modern women have higher awareness than ever, we never thought only men could take advantage. Orange sister, I have a friend who would also like to see abs and biceps. Maybe you could take a photo, or even better, a video later. I have another friend who's dying and wants to see Mr. Fu's pectoral muscles before passing away. Orange sister, could you make this wish come true for him? +1 want to see too. Mr. Fu's broad shoulders and narrow waist with a cute little but definitely come from regular exercise. It must feel great to the touch. Unlike those upstairs people, I'm more direct. I simply want to see Duan Xingyu without any clothes on. I'm not that lustful person, I don't care about Mr. Fu's chest or biceps. All I want is to see Mr. Fu together with Chen. Please show me. Sister. You. Your request leaves me totally shocked. Whispering quietly here too. Me too. People in the comments section, please put on some underwear before continuing. This is a comment section, not an uninhabited zone. The netizens in the comments section, emboldened by their anonymity and knowing they couldn't be tracked down, all made bold comments, their jokes flying fast and furious. On this side, Chen thought for a moment and proposed what seemed like a pretty good idea. If you lose, Kuching can sleep in the bed alone, while the others sleep on the floor. Everyone stared at Chen in disbelief. Didn't expect such a cunning person here. Fu Chinshuan looked indulgently at Chen, thinking sleeping together with him might not be bad either. Then he glanced at He Yenshu and Duan Xingyu, disdainfully turning his lips. No way, he still had to work hard to win the competition. Once he got the qualification for the big bed, he could invite Chen to sleep with him. Su Huachen asked, so, what kind of challenges are we going to compete with? Director Fan said, for fairness, I've prepared 20 mini-games as options for you to choose from depending on your strengths. Duan Xingyu said, what do you call fairness when you pick them? True fairness should be letting us decide the games ourselves. Director Fan responded, then what if Mr. Fu challenged you to a memory test, Teacher Feng challenged you to eat worms, and Chen challenged you to eat corn, would you accept that? Duan Xingyu shut down silently. Everyone burst into laughter. Feng Qinyue even went so far as to say, I think this challenge can work. Chen muttered. Eating corn, I can do that too. Duan Xingyu waved his hand and said, I cannot do that. The joking came to an end, and everyone headed over to the lottery. Surprisingly, the first one to draw the king was indeed Duan Xingyu. Upon seeing the slip of paper marked with the word king, he excitedly walked around the living room twice and exclaimed, I am truly the chosen son of the heavens. Su Huachen said, but can you hold on to it? Look at how Teacher Feng couldn't wait to find a game to challenge. On the side table were various small game cards written on plaques. Feng Qinyue picked one up and said, no choice, I'm older, so I need less sleep. I'll arm wrestle you. Duan Xingyu said, Teacher Feng, are you sure? I'm almost 30 years younger than you. Fu Chinshuan, with his hand in his pocket, remarked bluntly, being 30 years younger and still losing, that would be embarrassing. Duan Xingyu cried out, there's no way I will lose. A minute later, Duan Xingyu stood up from beside the table looking completely defeated, muttering incomprehensibly, why? Feng Qinyue rolled up his sleeve and said, yes, you're young, but you don't exercise. I've had over 30 years of fitness habits. Within a minute, the reigning room king was downgraded. At this point, He Yenshu chose the tickling minigame to challenge Feng Qinyue. The rule was simple, tickle the other person for half a minute, if they didn't move their body during the entire process, they win. The result was that Feng Qinyue started squirming the moment he began.
This man with over 30 years of fitness experience turned out to have a severe ticklish problem. For the next hour or so, everyone took turns playing games. Only Chen found a quiet spot in the corner, sitting quietly and watching them compete. Next to him was Fu Chinshuan, who also sat beside him. Duan Xingyu, who had just been defeated again, saw that Chen was not moving and asked curiously, Chen, aren't you going to compete? Chen said, it's fine with me. It doesn't matter where I sleep. In fact, if the director had no objection, he could even fall asleep right there sitting down. Fu Chinshuan placed his hand on Chen's shoulder and said, I know you dislike moving around, but rest assured, I'll make sure to grab this room for you. After such a long time observing, Fu Chinshuan had seen what these people excelled in. Additionally, he had been exhausting their energy reserves while testing their stamina and intelligence through these small games. It was about time he made his move. Fu Chinshuan walked over to Feng Qingyue, who had previously won back the room from Su Huachen. Having just gotten rid of He Yan-shu, he sighed upon seeing Fu Chinshuan coming to challenge, saying, oh well, looks like we won't be getting a good night's sleep tonight. Mr. Fu, what game do you want to play? Fu Chinshuan said, choose your strong suit, arm wrestling. Feng Qingyue let out a sigh of relief. This was indeed his specialty. He had successfully defended his title twice already. If he managed once more, it would be 3 wins in a row, and the room would finally belong to him entirely. Duan Xingyu looked over from the side and asked, how generous is Mr. Fu today? Planning to help Teacher Feng out? In the previous challenges, Teacher Feng invariably won in all strength-related games like arm wrestling and push-ups. Since Fu Qianshuan was around the same age as Duan Xingyu, he naturally assumed that Fu would definitely lose as well. Chen, however, said, he will win. Duan Xingyu asked, which he are you referring to? Chen said, Fu Qianshuan, he will win. His tone was even more certain than before. Chapter 60, Chen stands up for Fu Er. 1 minute later, Feng Qingyue looked at his right hand in confusion and asked, why? I've been lifting weights with this hand for decades, why did I lose? He couldn't even last 5 seconds against Fu Qianshuan's hand before losing. This made Duan Xingyu extremely happy. He finally had a chance to get back at him. He jumped out and called out, oh my, Mr. Feng, I didn't expect you to lose too. Shouldn't that be impossible? You've been working out for over 30 years. Su Huachen smiled and said, you're just seizing the opportunity now, even calling him Mr. Feng instead of Teacher Feng. Fan Keqing also teased from the side, TSK, Teacher Feng, have you finally seen Duan Xingyu's true colors? His face is truly unbearable. I can still beat you even if I'm weak. Feng Qingyue looked at Duan Xingyu and raised an eyebrow saying, how about we have another match? Duan Xingyu shook his head hastily saying, no thanks. It wasn't necessary to humiliate himself any further. Fu Chinshuan said, Teacher Feng is actually very strong. It's just because I've received years of combat training that I narrowly won. Su Huachen joked, big brother, you've now learned how to navigate human relationships. Duan Xingyu tisked once and said, I still prefer it when your eyes are above your head. Fu Chinshuan glanced at him and said, rest assured, I'll maintain my aloof attitude towards you. Duan Xingyu muttered under his breath, brother complex, implying that Fu Chinshuan was simply jealous of his relationship with Chen. Just be with Chen, and make you jealous to death. Saying so, he directly put his hand on Chen's shoulder. Fu Chinshuan saw it and reacted immediately, stepping forward to remove Duan Xingyu's hand off Chen's shoulder, saying, move a little. Then he patted Chen's shoulder as if his shoulder had just been touched by some kind of bacteria. Afterward, he told Chen, don't let just anyone touch you. You didn't react at all. As a boy, you should learn to protect yourself. What nonsense, boys should learn to protect themselves. Is Fu Er trying to make me laugh until I die? He's jealous. The possessiveness on Fu Er's face is too obvious. I don't care. Stars of the sea are real, Duan Doggy, give me courage to place your hand back on Chen's shoulder, better yet, jump onto him. Humble sky scenery is real. President Fu, you're a tyrant boss, stop pretending to be the perfect lover, carry Chen into the room and throw him on the bed. I used to like starry sea pairing, now I think humble sky scenery pairing is good too, so hard to choose. What to choose? Adults can enjoy both pairings. Okay. Chen nodded, then seriously replied, but Xingyu isn't a random person. Fu Qinshuan's face turned dark instantly, full of disbelief, and his voice broke asking, what did you say? Ha 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 ha, President Fu's face has gone green. Don't let Chen speak anymore, kiss him already. Some people were sad, others were elated. If Duan Xingyu had a tail on his butt, one would definitely notice it shaking vigorously like a helicopter about to take off right there. He said I'm not random. I am his good friend. He is my son. I am his father. At this, Fu Qianshuan seemed pleased, his lips curling up, looking at Duan Xingyu and saying, oh, son, huh. Ha 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 laughing to death, these two can change faces easily. Everyone please appreciate Duan Xingyu's disappearing smile technique. The smile doesn't disappear, it just transfers. I can attest, Chen is indeed Duan Xingyu's dad, calling him dad multiple times.
Duan Xingyu shouted angrily, I challenge you. Fu Qianxuan raised an eyebrow smugly, uninterested, to what? I know you're stronger, so let's go with something I'm good at, Duan Xingyu said confidently, let's see who has less strength. Fu Qianxuan. Tisk. Feng Qinyue had no words left to express his thoughts, it would have been better not to challenge at all. Such a display only makes you look foolish. Fan Kitchen wanted to say something but bit it back. Covers face.jpg, at this moment, as a fan of the stars, there is quite a feeling of embarrassment. Weak and arrogant. Truly worthy of you, Duan Xingyu. Ha 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 ha, completely stumped our President Fu. Quickly check Fan Kitchen's expression, dying laughing, perfectly illustrating the phrase, cursing someone with their face. And Chen asked, is this allowed? Director Fan said, of course not, this is not on the game card. Although he also wanted to watch the game, it was a bit like inverting the Tian Gang constellation for him. Next, Duan Xingyu and Fu Qianxuan were to play on a toe pressure board, whoever screamed or stepped down first would lose. It turned out that the game Duan Xingyu proposed himself saw his foot barely touching the board for a second before pain made him instinctively yell. Duan Xingyu had perfectly demonstrated the meaning of humiliating oneself in front of others. Looking dispirited, Duan Xingyu received a light pat on the shoulder from Chen who said, you did great, son. Duan Xingyu just stared wordlessly. I'll get revenge for you, He Yenshu stood up with his hands in his pockets and said, let's see who can eat more lemons. Fu Qianxuan slightly frowned, his sharp facial features highlighted, then smiled and said, you've already won. If we haven't even started yet, why does President Fu admit defeat? He Yenshu pressed on, or are you afraid? With his hands in his pockets, Fu Qianxuan said, because I don't want to compete with you. He Yenshu was uncharacteristically relentless, I think you're scared. Fu Qianxuan laughed and said, do you really think such childish goading would work on me? As He Yenshu was about to continue, Chen unexpectedly stepped forward. With calm eyes, he looked at the other side and said, I'll compete against you, I challenge you. According to the rules, since He Yenshu's challenge against Fu Qianxuan ended with Fu's instant concession, He Yenshu became the reigning champion. Therefore, Chen was indeed eligible to challenge him. Feng Qinyue said, the sun is rising in the west. You're actually challenging. Given Chen's usual character, it was probably irrelevant where he slept, even in the hallway if necessary. Fan Kitchen covered her mouth with both hands, laughing mischievously and saying, you don't understand, this is love that moves mountains. Room or no room doesn't matter. Watching this now, the happiness is indescribable. Seeing her husband bullied, has wife and finally decided to act. And Chen, have you ever fought for someone with all your might? At this moment, the fans of the humble sky scenery couple have reached the pinnacle of joy. Fu Qianxuan was also somewhat surprised that Chen came to his defense, feeling extremely moved inside. Indeed, Chen cares about him the most. Clearly Chen thinks about him. Otherwise, according to his recent lethargic nature, something could happen right under his nose without eliciting any reaction. Now he fights for him tooth and nail. Isn't this love? Chapter 61, I'll buy you a black hot search. He Yenshu, with one hand in his pocket, said indifferently, but I don't want to compete with you. I just want to compare with him. Or, you could have Mr. Fu loudly say, I, Fu Qianxuan, am not as good as He Yenshu, and that would be fine too. He Yenshu still looked at him with a smile, but the smile didn't reach his eyes, his expression tinged with a hint of malevolence. Are they sure they've never met before? Why does it feel so full of gunpowder? I think they're about to start fighting any moment now. Fang Kacheng and others were also confused, were these two really meeting for the first time today? Why did they both seem to dislike each other so much, like they wanted to beat the other into the ground? Was it really necessary to be so confrontational? Su Huachen frowned slightly, saying unhappily, He Yenshu, I think you're going too far. He Yenshu looked at him, stared for 2 seconds, then suddenly smiled and said, all right, for your sake, I'll let him off. Fu Qianxuan disliked his high and mighty attitude and was about to speak up, stepping forward. But someone grabbed his wrist, and Chen's soft hand restrained him. The gentle face of the young man had beautiful eyes, eyebrows curved as he said, let me handle it. And Chen stood in front of Fu Qianxuan, looking at He Yenshu and said, Fu Qianxuan doesn't compare with you eating lemons because he is allergic to lemons, not because he fears you. He Yenshu appeared completely nonchalant, saying, oh, is that so? I'll eat lemons with you, and Chen said solemnly, his clean little face serious. If you lose, you will apologize to him. A faint smile graced He Yenshu's lips as he responded, so you're sticking up for Mr. Fu. And Chen nodded politely, yes. Upon hearing this affirmative reply, Fu Qianxuan became even more excited and tightly gripped the person beside him, exclaiming, did you see that? Anan is sticking up for me. Feng Qingyue's arm was almost turning purple from being squeezed so hard, her face strained as she said, Mr. Fu, I understand now. Could you please let go of me and discuss this rationally? Immediately after, Fu Qianxuan released her and reverted back to his dignified president demeanor, saying, sorry, I got a bit too excited. Confirmed, Second Master Fu joined this show just for Chen. Look at how cheaply Second Master Fu laughs, does he even remember he's a president? Ha ha ha, once again, we've witnessed Second Master Fu's face-switching skill. Even though we've seen numerous instances of Mr. Fu's face changes, every time he pulls back his teeth in rapid succession, it's still hilarious. The ancient Greek god responsible for lightning-fast face changes. Feng Qinyue chuckled painfully. I can understand Mr. Fu's feelings, who wouldn't be impulsive in their youth. Fu Chinshuan made an effort to suppress his smile, saying, no need to call me Mr. Fu, that feels so distant. Just call me Fu Air. Feng Qinyue said, alright, then let's call you Fu Air. Calling you Mr. Fu always feels like going through some corporate process. Fu Chinshuan didn't respond to this statement because on the other side, Chen had started the challenge. All of Fu Chinshuan's attention was on the challenge there. Chen challenged He Yenshu to eat lemons. Rules of the lemon eating game: during the whole process of eating lemons, no pain should be expressed on the face. The first one to finish wins. The lemons were pre-cut into slices. At this point, the production team brought up a plate of cut lemon slices, and each chose one. Chen seems to do everything slowly. Can he win this? I think this is a bit difficult. The lemons are so sour that one has to eat them without changing their face, and they still have to compete over who finishes first. In fact, not only were netizens worried, but Fu Chinshuan and Duan Xingyu were all concerned, watching them with serious expressions. Once both sides had chosen their lemons, the director said, start. Simultaneously, both quickly placed the lemons into their mouths. Everyone thought that Shui Dun dealt with everything calmly, never panicking, thus assuming he did everything slowly. In reality, this was a mistaken concept. The reason Shui Dun always seemed composed was because his facial muscles weren't flexible enough to make expressive faces. Coupled with his poor vision due to small eyes, people always thought he was disconnected. In reality, Shui Dun's speed was very fast, able to run at 50 km per hour. Just as He Yenshu placed the lemon into his mouth and tasted its sourness. Chen raised his hand and said, I'm done. Chen, fearing no one believed him, opened his mouth for inspection. Fang Kaching's mouth hung agape in astonishment. My goodness, was that 2 seconds? It felt like just 1 second. Did he swallow it whole? Otherwise, how could he eat so fast? Duan Xingyu quickly ran to the PD filming Chen and looked at the camera. Check the replay, let me see the replay fast. The speed was so quick that even in slow motion, it had to be slowed down 3 times to clearly see the action. Chen had truly tossed it into his mouth, and swallowed it. Such a big slice of lemon, you just swallowed it like that. Not sour. Even if there were expressions shown, they wouldn't have been captured within 1 second. Chen said, not sour at all. Then his gaze turned towards He Yenshu, his clean and gentle face serious as he stated, apologized to Fu Chinshuan. He Yenshu replied, but I never agreed to your demand. Chen's eyes instantly widened, seemingly unable to believe he would do such a thing. Are you going back on your word? He Yenshu shrugged, saying, I'm not going back on my word, it's something I never agreed to in the first place. Rarely did Chen pout so much, his small face crinkled in anger as he muttered, you really have no shame. After pondering for a moment, he added another line, you're more shameless than any rat I've ever seen. He Yenshu. Was he supposed to feel the insult from those choice words? Fu Chinshuan stepped forward, his charming yet cold eyes slightly narrowing, his voice laced with a chilling tone, good, I'll remember you. Fu Chinshuan's voice was as if carrying frost, lowering the temperature in the room by a few degrees. He Yenshu had a feeling of being targeted by a wild beast, causing his nerves to tighten up immediately. Su Huachen, noticing the shift in atmosphere, stepped in and directed his statement to He Yenshu, I think this whole thing started with you, and you also lost the challenge. Admitting fault is the least you can do. He Yenshu's complexion changed slightly. Looking at Su Huachen, he asked, do you expect me to apologize to him? Closing his eyes briefly, Su Huachen calmly stated, it's because you were wrong first. A flicker of pain crossed He Yenshu's eyes before returning to his usual nonchalant attitude as he turned to Fu Chinshuan and said, sorry, it was my fault earlier, I apologize. Fu Chinshuan gave him a disdainful glance, his expression continuing to be repulsive and even tinged with contempt. Chen didn't say anything. After standing there thinking for a while, he pulled out his phone from his pocket and snapped a picture of He Yenshu. He Yenshu noticed this action, a half-smile forming on his lips as he teased, what are you planning to do with that? Even though you apologized, I'm still mad, Chen glanced at him irritably and said, I will buy a trending topic and publicly denounce you for having no shame. He Yenshu. Does anyone really buy negative trending topics right in front of others? Lifting his head, Chen inquired, do you have any scandals? Tell me, and I'll include them too. Chapter 62, A Bunch of Living Dads. Chen said he wanted to buy a negative trending topic, and he truly wanted it. However, he didn't know how and had no channels. When Director Fan saw the look Chen was giving him, he quickly stepped back. What are you looking at me for? Don't look at me during times like this. Chen sincerely asked, Director, can you teach me how to buy trending topics? Director Fan's tongue almost got tied up from fright as he said, this, I'm not comfortable teaching that. Chen asked, why? Are you worried about my money? I have money, a lot of it. Many things that were previously gifted to Chen Danwen were taken back by his second brother and resold. Therefore, Chen had quite a bit of cash on hand. Director Fan helplessly said, it's not about the money, I just can't teach this. Teaching a guest from his own show to buy negative trending topics to criticize another guest, how could the program survive if this got out? Chen frowned unhappily. Duan Xingyu approached and said, Chen, don't worry, I'll contact my agent and have them buy it for you. Fu Chinshuan said, there's no need for you to bother with this. I will arrange someone to do it. The top 10 will be covered entirely. Chen licked his lips and with bright eyes said, cover for 3 days. Fu Chinshuan affectionately replied, all right. The person being blacked on the trending topics for 3 days, He Yan Shu. You guys completely don't care that I'm here, right? Fu Chinshuan looked at him unapologetically and said, that's precisely because we've considered it. For your sake, only 3 days. This is likely unprecedented in the entire entertainment industry for any artist. Fong Keqing clicked her tongue and said, rich, indeed, 3 days worth of trending topics. She turned to He Yan Shu beside her and said, brother, you're getting real face here. The veteran actor Feng Qingyue, who had always worked hard shooting films, wasn't very familiar with these things. Curious, he asked, are these trending topics really that expensive? Fong Keqing explained, generally, they are sold by the hour, half day, or full day. For an all-day trend, the last spot in the top 10 costs 200, the middle positions require. Before Fong Keqing could finish speaking, Director Fan hurriedly rushed over and covered her mouth. He quickly said, can this even be said aloud? Have you gone mad? Though this sort of transaction within the entertainment industry was common knowledge, no one would admit it publicly. It would cause major trouble. As expected, Fong Keqing's comments sparked intense discussion in the live stream chat room. Do those 200 refer to what I think they mean? Is one position really this expensive? Good heavens. If the last spot costs 200, the midsection must cost 3 or 400 million yuan. Forget it, I can't even fathom the price for the top 3. They've bought all the top 10 spots for 3 whole days. So the mere few days worth of trending topics might easily reach over 1 billion yuan. No wonder Fong Keqing says He Yan Shu has a massive amount of face, its face backed by 1 billion yuan. Big bro, let's make a deal. I'll help insult He Yan Shu onto the trend so that you save on paying for those. Just let me earn 1%, I'll settle for merely 1%. I'll join too. I'll take 1,000th of the earnings. I'll accept 1/10,000th. I'll gather all my aunties together to curse him online. People in the comments section began competing in pricing. Seeing the comments start discussing this issue more extensively, Director Fan quickly instructed the PR team to guide the conversation elsewhere before the situation escalated further. He felt reassured only when the conversation gradually shifted towards other topics. Glancing up, the first thing Director Fan noticed was Fong Keqing's carefree expression. Not only her, it seemed like everyone else also didn't dwell on the earlier incident much. Sighing, Director Fan muttered to himself, a bunch of living dads. They cared far more about the challenge room issues and had no clue that their cleverness and resourcefulness helped the production team avoid a crisis. Facing escalating tensions from both sides, Su Huachen stepped forward and persuaded, Senior, is this really necessary? Making a scene during a recorded session isn't good. Then looking at He Yan Shu, she said, Yan Shu, this mess started because of you. Maybe you should handle it yourself. He Yan Shu seemed unfazed as though the person who was going to get trolled for 3 days was not him. Upon seeing Su Huachen's warning glance, despite his evident unwillingness, He Yan Shu still apologized again to Fu Chinshuan and Chen. This finally placated Chen, calming him down. Once he stopped being upset, the issue was resolved. With Chen becoming the new challenge king, the others naturally wouldn't let him off easily either. When Duan Xingyu noticed Feng Qingyue approaching, he quickly shouted, I want to challenge you. Chen asked, sure, what do you want to challenge? After thinking for a moment, Duan Xingyu said, let's see who can hold back laughter longer. The program rules stated that 2 people would stand in place while others around them could act as hilariously as possible without using physical contact. This question was a guaranteed win for Chen. Everyone knew he reacted slowly, always being a step behind and rarely showing strong reactions to situations. Unsurprisingly, Chen won the challenge. Duan Xingyu happily returned to his position, looking like he had won if you didn't know any better. Fong Keqing rolled her eyes at him and said, you're letting this water flow too obviously. Duan Xingyu denied it outright, I am not letting water flow, stop slandering me with nonsense. As long as I don't admit it, no one will ever know. Next up to challenge Chen was Feng Qingyue. Seeing how easily Chen had won, old Feng who'd previously given all he had but still failed to keep the challenger from winning couldn't resist stepping forward for another go. This time Feng Qingyue didn't compare strength since he'd lost that before to Fu Chinshuan and felt embarrassed to use it again. Instead, he challenged finger press boards, even adding difficulty by requiring each participant to carry 20 kilograms on their backs. They were to walk along a path of these press boards, whoever cried out first due to the pain would lose. Director Fan brought over a few bags of rice to distribute, setting the press board's intensities at levels 1, 2, and 3. Fu Chinshuan had already experienced the painfulness of these boards, truly making your toes ache painfully, so with a slightly furrowed brow and worried eyes, he said, if Chen can't handle it, just come down, don't strain yourself. Chen nodded, okay.
However, Feng Qingyue picked the wrong challenge here too. And Chen wasn't only slow to react, his nerves registering pain were slower as well. Plus, things like fingerpress boards weren't anything particularly challenging for him. In the zoo, there were often mischievous animals that pestered him, such as little goats liking to bump into him with their horns, pelicans fond of pinching him with their beaks, and even geese that enjoyed biting him occasionally. And Chen always managed to stay calm and resolve everything. Feng Qingyue could endure the first 2 difficulty levels but couldn't help but scream when reaching the 3rd level. Even though the sound was quiet, it was still noticed. He hadn't expected this thing to hurt this much. And Chen successfully held on to the 2nd round victory. As soon as Feng Keqing stepped forward to start the 3rd match, someone else shouted ahead of her, "I want to challenge in Chen." Everyone turned toward Fu Chinshuan. Feng Keqing closed her eyes briefly and said, "There's no need to guess, and Chen is definitely going to win this 3rd round." Feng Qingyue sat on the ground, cradling his foot which had been bruised from stepping on the board, and said, "I think the same." Under everyone's skeptical gazes, Fu Chinshuan calmly said, "Let's have a math competition. Is Master Fu planning to compare Olympiad-level math questions with Chen? Perhaps it will be calculus problems. Wouldn't calculus be too easy for Mr. Fu? Maybe higher algebra would suit better. Do you think it will just be basic arithmetic? Are you talking about mental beat arithmetic? That requires super fast reaction times, wouldn't that disadvantage Chen? Maybe there's something, let's wait and see the results." To ensure fairness, Fu Qianshuan proposed to use an arithmetic software generated automatically by his phone. Lin Yuan, the thoughtful assistant, instantly installed an arithmetic app on his own phone upon hearing his boss's suggestion. The method was simple, whoever calculated correctly and quickly would win. Best of 3 rounds wins. Feng Keqing said, "It said that bigwigs can control scores. Now I finally get to witness it." Feng Qingyue said, "I wonder how Mr. Fu plans to manipulate the scoring. He should set some really difficult math problems, right?" Duan Xingyu said, "Probably. Though he might lower the bar, it's impossible for him to set 1 + 1 = 2. At this moment, Director Fan connected the phones and projected the screen onto the wall as Fu Qianshuan pressed the button for random arithmetic questions. Upon seeing the question, everyone present and those watching the live stream froze. 1 + 1 = Shit, he actually dared to ask this question. Chapter 63, and Chen and Fu are in the same room. My silence is deafening. No, Mr. Fu, even if we're going to throw water, it can't be this blatant. Why, he's too loving, this is obvious favoritism. He moved me so much, knowing that he could have simply conceded defeat but chose instead to come up with a question suitable for a first grader out of respect for Chen's dignity. This isn't really a first grade problem, it's more like kindergarten level. My 3-year-old niece who's still in kindergarten can solve it. I thought letting such an elementary question already went too far, yet surprisingly, Fu Qianshuan, who has photographic memory and runs the entire group, still pretended to be deep in thought as if facing an enormous challenge. Everyone knew that Fu Qianshuan would definitely let Chen win, but no one expected him to make it so obviously one-sided. Unsurprisingly, Chen won the competition. Feng Keqing said with a starry-eyed look, "It's truly romantic. What a beautiful two-way commitment kind of love." Feng Qingyue questioned skeptically, "Fu second young master, wouldn't this just invite ridicule from competitors?" Of course, it wouldn't escape ridicule. Lin Yuan, hiding among the working crowd, watched this scene and was at a loss for words. He just hoped this live stream wouldn't fall into the eyes of their rival companies. Otherwise, this would forever remain black material in Fu President's life. Meanwhile, far away abroad, Fu Qianyan, halfway through his work, suddenly remembered about his younger brother's incomprehensible text message. Being fully aware of his younger brother's character, he knew something was fishy when he asked for nothing specific. He called his assistant and asked her to investigate what Fu Qianshuan was currently doing. Within 2 minutes, the assistant replied saying she had the information. Fu Qianyan was surprised, so fast. The assistant replied, "Because second young master is participating in a reality show called Setting Off Together, which is being streamed live, so there's no need to investigate specifically to know. They've just finished playing a game of room capture." The assistant explained the rules of the room capture game to Fu Qianyan. Fu Qianyan flipped through some documents while asking, "How many rounds has he won?" Knowing his younger brother well, Fu Qianyan understood that apart from having a bit of an insufferable personality, he was excellent in every other aspect. The assistant replied, "He lost." Fu Qianyan raised his head curiously. What kind of hard problem actually managed to stump him? The assistant replied, 1 + 1 = what? Fu Qianyan. After successfully defending against challenges for 3 consecutive rounds, Chen obtained the exclusive luxury king-size bed experience. Feng Keqing looked at the remaining handsome guys and couldn't stop laughing smugly. Orange really doesn't conceal her thoughts at all, her little schemes are just too transparent. To be honest, if it were me, I'd find it hard to suppress the corner of my mouth too. Annoying, this utterly unprincipled good thing should come toward me. Orange girl, tired of the games? Let me come in to help you record the program. Director Fan would naturally never allow Feng Keqing, a single girl, to sleep with so many men. Thinking of arranging another separate room for her. At this moment, the general manager of Starlight Hotel quickly approached, leaned close to Director Fan's ear, and told him some news. After hearing it, Director Fan was incredibly incredulous, repeatedly confirming, "Are you sure?" The general manager steeled himself and said, "Yes, sure." It turned out the general manager was saying today marked the 20th anniversary of the establishment of Starlight Hotel. In celebration of this hotel Memorial Day, guests checking in on this day would have their fees waived completely, and additionally, 2 individuals would be selected for a special prize. Namely, customers numbered 131 and 134 who entered the hotel today would enjoy the top-tier presidential suite. And numbers 131 and 134 were none other than Chen and Chinshuan. Director Fan felt something was off. If it was a celebration, surely it would have started early in the morning, yet now it was past 10 o'clock in the evening. With only over an hour left before the 20th anniversary memorial, they suddenly decided to celebrate. Listening to this, who would believe it? Moreover, he faintly remembered Chen and Chinshuan getting out of the car and entering the hotel together. If they were lucky enough to get those numbers, they should have been consecutive numbers. Facing the suspicious look thrown by Director Fan, the general manager of the hotel calmly raised his chin. As the general manager of a 5-star hotel, one must stay calm in any situation. No matter how absurd the reason for the reward might seem, one must firmly believe it's true. Director Fan roughly figured out what was happening. He thought this was probably Chinshuan's arrangement after losing the game and unwillingness to habitually share a room with others. "Sigh, what can we do about the demands of our financial backers? There's no choice but to reluctantly agree. I really dislike these rich people. Over there, everyone was originally worrying about how so many people would sleep on one bed, but then they were informed that they could sleep separately. Despite their doubts, after all the commotion of the day, everyone was exhausted. Even if the dominant CEO had used his money and influence, everyone just accepted it. The presidential suite was somewhere Chinshuan had stayed in many times before. But today, stepping into this place made him feel particularly restless and uneasy, especially when he saw the person who came in with him. And Chen asked, "Second brother, do you want to take a shower?" Chinshuan swallowed hard and asked, "Do you mean we should shower together?" And Chen originally didn't have that intention, but since Chinshuan brought it up, and Chen thought it wasn't out of the question and agreed, saying, "Sure." Otters are social animals, and for water otters, bathing or soaking together is completely normal. After recording a full day of the show, and Chen's mind was exhausted and began to get fuzzy, thinking only about the natural habits of water otters and forgetting that it might not be appropriate for 2 people to bathe together. Especially for someone like Chinshuan, whose sexual orientation was clear. Upon hearing Chen's definite invitation, Chinshuan's ears flushed red instantly, and he felt his heart pounding wildly in his chest, as though he was playing BBX. He quickly pressed his hand against his chest, turned around, and said as steadily as possible, "Still, I think we should shower separately. You go first." If they showered together, Chinshuan feared he wouldn't be able to control himself. The sound of rushing water came from the bathroom. Chinshuan, sitting on the sofa, couldn't stay still. Though the TV in the living room was on, Chinshuan's eyes kept drifting towards the bathroom. Through the frosted glass, a faint shadow could be seen. Chinshuan swallowed again. He picked up the bottle of mineral water from the coffee table, opened it, and gulped down several large sips. Then, feeling some heat in the room, Chinshuan fanned himself with his hand, finding it useless. He ended up picking up the air conditioner remote and lowering the temperature. Every now and then, Chinshuan heard Chen humming softly while taking a shower inside the bathroom, which made him even more uncomfortable. This little guy was just bathing, yet somehow managing to entice him. Ah! A sudden scream erupted from the bathroom, accompanied by the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. Chinshuan's face changed dramatically, and he quickly rushed over. "And Chen, what happened to you?" Chapter 64, Beware of Evil Fire in Dry Weather. The bathroom door opened, and the hot steam rushing out hit Chinshuan's face directly. Breaking through the steam, Chinshuan saw what was inside the bathroom. Lian Yan's bright, peachy eyes blinked strongly twice as he subconsciously swallowed his saliva. And Chen had fallen backward into the bathtub, exposing a pale back that shocked Chinshuan momentarily, leaving him unsure where to look. I wanted to take a bath, but I slipped," and Chen said, feeling a bit cold on his back. He hooked a nearby towel and tried to cover his small white buttocks. That tiny motion looked cautious yet sneaky. Watching it, Chinshuan had an urge to mess up his hair. How adorable, so white. What nonsense is this? Chinshuan suppressed the dirty thoughts in his mind and hurriedly asked, "Why are you thinking about bathing at such a late hour?" And Chen replied with a tinge of grievance, "I haven't taken a bath for days." Previously, he could bathe every day. He loved taking baths. However, in the 2 days before joining the show, Chen stayed at the Rose Garden, which didn't have a bathtub in the bathroom. The Rose Garden is the house left by your parents. I don't feel right about changing anything there. If you like soaking, next time I will build a hot spring pool for you at my estate. You can soak for as long as you want. Chinshuan supported Chen's body, intending to turn him over carefully. As his hand moved along, the temperature was scorching hot, and a towel slid off between them. Chinshuan. Now the front wasn't covered either, everything was crystal clear. His throat constricted, Fu Chinshuan blinked hard, looking elsewhere. The small flame he just extinguished flared up again, even his ears were turning red. And Chen squatted down to pick up the towel, pinching the corners to block his waist, calmly saying, "Big brother, I think I twisted my ankle." Fu Chinshuan originally intended to squat down and examine his feet. After squatting down and checking the right foot, wanting to ask if it was this one, he looked up and saw something he shouldn't have. Fu Chinshuan lightly coughed twice, not knowing where to place his eyes for a moment. Flustered, he grabbed a nearby bath towel and blocked it in front of Chen, turning away while tying it for him. Every time their hands touched the waist area, Fu Chinshuan felt his fingers burning, even trembling slightly. He had never found anything so difficult to do. By the time he tied the bath towel, sweat began to form on Fu Chinshuan's forehead. Carrying Chen out of the bathroom in his arms, Chen didn't resist, obediently hugging his neck. After some time, he reacted and softly said, "It hurts." Fu Chinshuan placed him on the sofa, adjusted the pillows for him, and arranged both his legs properly, saying, "You just realized your foot hurt? Let me check which one." Chen said, "The left one." Fu Chinshuan examined it and found no bone damage, just a sprain causing some swelling. "Thankfully, no bones are injured. I'll get some ice to reduce the swelling, it should be fine by tomorrow." The presidential suite came equipped with a mini kitchen, which also had a refrigerator filled with some icy water. Fu Chinshuan took out a bottle of icy water and wrapped it with a towel. Passing by, he picked up a tomato and asked Chen, "Do you want some tomatoes?" Chen's eyes sparkled brightly, "Yes." Handing the tomato to Chen, Fu Chinshuan sat on the sofa and placed Chen's injured foot on his leg, applying the cold compress. One leg bent, the other resting on Fu Chinshuan's lap, holding the tomato in his hands, Chen looked obedient and comfortable. "You're already so big, but still this clumsy. Falling when bathing in childhood, falling now as well." Fu Chinshuan couldn't help but feel a bit sympathetic even though the swelling wasn't severe. "Why didn't you accompany me?" Chen blurted out, still carrying a tone of resentment in his words. Didn't he clearly remember how second brother always accompanied him during showers in childhood? Even as a kid when he fell during a shower, crying in pain, Fu Chinshuan rushed in to care for him. Since then, most times when Chen showered, Fu Chinshuan would accompany him, unless absent due to something important. But from some unknown day onward, Fu Chinshuan stopped showering together with him. These childhood memories seem to have resurfaced. "You've grown up, some things aren't convenient anymore, unless..." Fu Chinshuan's voice carried a touch of tension as his bony hands slightly tightened their grip on the icy water bottle, emitting a crackling sound. Chen yawned, half closing his eyes, muttering, "Unless what?" Fu Chinshuan placed another slightly clenched fist on his knee, then said decisively, "Unless. Unless our relationship changes, into one that can do more intimate things." After a sigh, he continued, "Never mind." Ultimately, Fu Chinshuan couldn't cross the mental barrier and didn't dare to say what was in his heart. He remembered earlier when Chen suddenly stood up to protect him during the game. Just as he was about to ask why, he looked up and saw that Chen had fallen asleep. They were chatting 1 second, and the next, he was sleeping. With his head tilted, resting against the sofa, Chen looked peaceful and adorable. Probably feeling uncomfortable with the chill on his foot, Chen subconsciously rubbed his foot toward a warmer spot. Fu Chinshuan. Quickly grabbing that restless foot, Fu Chinshuan said, "If you're sleeping, just be good." Chen murmured sleepily in response, It was unclear whether it was a dream-induced sound or a real reply to Fu Chinshuan. Fu Chinshuan sighed helplessly, glancing down at his uncontrolled form and still managing to suppress the flickering flame in his heart. Reaching out, he lifted Chen into his arms and walked into the bedroom. After laying him down on the bed, he tucked the blanket around him. Standing there quietly for a moment, Fu Chinshuan thought that watching over him like this forever wouldn't be bad. Gently bending over, he lightly kissed Chen's forehead, then got up and left for the bathroom. Be careful not to let dry weather stir up evil desires. The unintended trouble Chen caused still needed to be resolved by taking a cold shower. Half an hour later, Fu Chinshuan emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe, a towel draped over his head. Seeing more than a dozen messages from Lin Yuan on his phone. "Fu boss, I've picked up today's documents. I'll deliver them now." "Fu boss, I've arrived. Could you open the door?" "Fu boss, please open the door so I can hand you the files." "Fu boss, all of these need processing today." "Fu boss, you're not trying to skip work, are you?" Skimming through them quickly, it was clear Lin Yuan started patiently but grew increasingly impatient by the end. Also, since he lived in a presidential suite, no one could take the elevator up unless the front desk staff specifically allowed passage. You could imagine Lin Yuan frantically pacing at the hotel front desk like an ant on a hot pan. Fu Chinshuan threw his head back in frustration, his face expressing agony. Why did he, the CEO, have to work overtime into the night? Chapter 65, An Unexpected Kiss. Fu Chinshuan picked up the room phone and called the front desk to let someone in. 5 minutes later, Lin Yuan appeared somewhat disheveled at Fu Chinshuan's room door. When Fu Chinshuan saw the thick stack of documents in his hands, he immediately felt like closing the door. Seemingly sensing his intention, Lin Yuan quickly squeezed himself in and said, "These files are urgent and must be handled tonight. For the ones that aren't urgent, I've postponed them for you." Fu Chinshuan looked at the thick pile of documents and said, "You're not planning to let me sleep, are you?" Lin Yuan replied, "Mr. Fu, I've already planned it out for you. Start handling them now, work until 2 a.m., rest, and then get up at 6 to continue handling work until 8 in the morning. That should be about enough time." Then Lin Yuan placed the 2 cups of coffee and snacks he had prepared in advance on the table and said, "Your coffee and late-night snacks are all ready." Fu Chinshuan said, "If I die from exhaustion, who pays your salary?" Lin Yuan said, "Mr. Fu, I believe you can handle it. I'll come by tomorrow morning at 8 to collect the documents." After finishing, Lin Yuan grabbed his file folder and left. Fu Chinshuan looked at the full table of documents, feeling a severe headache coming on. Although he came to participate in the program, it was impossible to postpone all his work. Some urgent files and contracts must be processed on the same day. Fu Chinshuan, who always insisted on going to bed early for good health, actually had to work until 2 in the morning, which completely contradicted his living schedule. But when his gaze fell on a certain closed door, his heart suddenly felt more at ease. Work it out, otherwise, how would there be time to accompany in the reality show? Holding a stack of documents, he entered the room and turned on the desk lamp. Under the warm yellow light, Fu Chinshuan quickly reviewed the documents, occasionally signing his elegant signature on them with a fountain pen. On the bed next to the desk, Chen lay there, sleeping soundly. The room echoed with the sound of pages being flipped and slight snoring. At around 3 in the morning, Fu Chinshuan finished handling all the documents, so tired that he didn't even want to move a finger. Seeing Chen still sleeping soundly beside him, Fu Chinshuan felt infinite peace rise in his heart. During the years he spent abroad, he slept very poorly. He, who never suffered from insomnia, almost stayed awake every night, leading to his increasingly bad temper. After returning to the country, his sleep condition suddenly improved. Indeed, he only feels solid when Chen is within sight. Chen rolled over and kicked off the blanket, exposing half of his body. His shirt crept upward slightly from his movements earlier, revealing pale skin and a sexy waistline. Fu Chinshuan's beautiful, slightly red peach-shaped eyes glanced away. After calming down for 2 seconds and taking a deep breath twice, he turned back. Suppressing the agitation in his heart, he pulled the quilt from under his feet and recovered him. "You loved kicking off the blanket when you were little, and you still love doing it as an adult. This habit has never changed." Suddenly, his hand was held captive. Fu Chinshuan looked at the hand holding him, his eyes glancing toward the person on the bed. Chen probably dreamed of something unsettling, his face turning a bit pale. "Second brother, don't go, please don't abandon me." Chen still had his eyes closed, but his expression seemed both frightened and aggrieved, with tears seeping from the corners of his eyes. Fu Chinshuan immediately whispered gently to soothe him, saying, "I won't leave, I'll stay here, no matter where." Leaning lightly against the headboard, side on, Fu Chinshuan patted Chen's back gently, just like how he used to comfort him to sleep when they were younger, full of patience and tenderness. Fu Chinshuan didn't know what Chen had dreamt, why he would think he would abandon him. It should have been him all along who was afraid of being abandoned. Gradually soothing him with gentle whispers, Chen finally settled back into peaceful sleep. And Fu Chinshuan, exhausted and unable to hold on any longer, leaned on the pillow and drifted off to sleep. In the morning, Fu Chinshuan woke up because of his biological clock. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw a face up close. On that clean face, the features were soft, long eyelashes resembling 2 upward curled small fans resting on the eyelids. The pinkish lips were soft, looking like jelly, tempting him to kiss. Just as Fu Chinshuan's thoughts wandered, the hand Chen had on his waist tightened further, his little head directly nestling into Fu Chinshuan's chest. The faint scent of shower gel and gardenia surrounded Fu Chinshuan's nose. Chen's breathing on his chest made his entire body surge with desire. Looking at those pink lips, Fu Chinshuan blinked. Should it be fine to just kiss once? Since he's asleep anyway. Fu Chinshuan tilted his head slightly lower and began to boldly move towards the longed-for lips. Then he wondered if he had bad breath since he didn't brush his teeth in the morning. Fu Chinshuan cautiously pulled out his hands, placing both palms near his mouth to sniff. It was okay, no strange odor. Slowly, Fu Chinshuan leaned his body closer, inching nearer again. He would just steal one kiss, not asking for more, touching lightly and then leaving immediately. Jingle jingle. The sound of the mobile alarm abruptly rang in the room, nearly scaring Fu Chinshuan into falling off the bed. He quickly grabbed the phone on the bedside table, turned off the alarm, silently cursing himself for setting it up. Turning back, he saw Chen still sound asleep. His heart eased quite a bit. Looking at the sleeping face, Fu Chinshuan's thoughts, momentarily suppressed, surged again. While he sleeps, I have to act fast, swift and decisive. Once more, Fu Chinshuan lowered his head to get closer, but as he approached, he noticed Chen suddenly opened his eyes. That pair of dazed eyes looked at the handsome face before him, a trace of sleepiness still evident, murmuring softly, "Second brother." Fu Chinshuan swallowed hard as his brain cells rapidly worked overtime, dying in droves as he tried to think up an excuse. I just.
The young strategist of business deals, Fu Chinshuan, never imagined there would come a time when he'd be speechless. And Chen blinked and said, "Second brother, I miss you so much." And Chen reached out and hugged Fu Chinshuan, burying his head directly in his chest. Fu Chinshuan's voice caught in his throat, asking, "You say you miss me, what kind of miss?" But Chen ignored Fu Chinshuan's question, continuing, "Second brother, why don't you come find me? Why don't you want me?" His voice carried some tone of resentment. This was the second time Fu Chinshuan heard Chen saying that he didn't want him. It confused him, because all along it was Chen who didn't want him. Fu Chinshuan asked, "Anan, what are you talking about?" Before he could finish, Chen suddenly leaned forward, catching Fu Chinshuan by surprise, directly pressing his lips onto Fu Chinshuan's alluring thin lips. Entirely struck like lightning, Fu Chinshuan stood frozen, mind completely blank, unsure what to do next. Chapter 66, The Most Miserable Salaryman in History. Inside the penthouse. Fu Chinshuan's body went numb, his lips felt soft, and his heart was pounding fast. Anan. He kissed me. Has he finally realized his feelings? This, he initiated it first, so it's pretty reasonable for me to reciprocate with a kiss. In just these 2 seconds, Fu Chinshuan had already gone from being initially dazed to having thought through every detail of how he would return the kiss. Reaching out to encircle Chen's slim waist, pulling him close, just as he was about to give him a proper kiss back, he saw Chen tilt his head and fall asleep again on his shoulder. Fu Chinshuan. It was hard to believe that after kissing him, he fell asleep again. He fell asleep again. How could he sleep so soundly? Does he have no heart at all? Fu Chinshuan wanted to shake him awake and make him explain clearly. Ultimately, though, he took pity on Chen, gently laid him back down on the bed, covered him up, and let him sleep. Looking at the still sweetly sleeping Chen, Fu Chinshuan couldn't help but acknowledge that this little guy was truly exhausting. Seeing that there was still over half an hour left until 8, he decided to go back to his own room for a quick nap. As he passed through the living room, he spotted an annoying figure sitting in the hotel's backyard garden through the floor-to-ceiling window. Ugly inside and out, even his silhouette is disgusting. Fu Chinshuan complained as he walked into the guest bedroom. In the hotel's backyard garden, He Yenshu sat with his legs crossed and his hands casually folded on his knees. His demeanor was less unruly and more elegant and relaxed than usual. However, beneath his outward relaxation lay unfathomable worries. When someone sat beside him, He Yenshu showed no reaction. Su Huachen handed the person next to him an apple. "Are you hungry? Have an apple." He Yenshu raised his eyes to look at the other, following the gentle and handsome face downward to the offered apple in his hand. Without hesitation, he took it and bit into it, with a somewhat numb expression. Su Huachen also took another apple, biting into it while asking, "Why did you come to this show?" "Why I came, don't you know?" He Yenshu asked back. Su Huachen replied, "I don't understand, nor do I want to." He Yenshu looked at him and said, "That's right. You've never cared about my affairs, your heart only has room for Fu Chinshuan. Since you know, why ask again?" Su Huachen gazed at He Yenshu, covering his face with one hand and lightly rubbing the sharp features with his thumb. In an increasingly tender voice, he said, "Yenshu, you know well that our meeting was a wrong beginning. Therefore, we two will never be possible." A flicker of hurt flashed across He Yenshu's eyes, but he remained silent, looking at Su Huachen with deep affection through those passionate peach blossom-like eyes. After a long while, He Yenshu reached out, removed the hand on his face, and held it in return, pulling up the other's sleeve. Beneath the white sleeve revealed delicate, pale arms with alarming scars like centipedes, some old, some new. He Yenshu, seeing this, filled with pain in his eyes, said, "You lied to me again. You promised me that you wouldn't harm yourself anymore." Su Huachen wasn't bothered by it, slowly pulling down the sleeve. Still in a gentle tone, he replied, "Only pain makes me feel better. Only when I hurt can I control my thoughts of hurting others, like hurting you." "He knows I don't care," He Yenshu said softly, his voice trembling slightly. "But I do," Su Huachen said, "I don't want to hurt you anymore." He Yenshu adjusted his emotions, his voice serious and repressed, saying, "The pain you bear falls on your body but feels 100 times worse to me. I'd rather it's me you torment." Su Huachen bit into the apple in his hand and said nothing, his eyes indifferent. He Yenshu stood up, took a few steps and paused. Standing still, he said with a hint of sorrow, "You said earlier that our meeting was a mistaken start. But I think, our meeting was the most beautiful beginning." With long strides, He Yenshu continued walking and took a bite of the apple, throwing the remaining half into the trash can as he passed it by. He then started scratching his right arm forcefully under his clothes, his expression revealing some restraint. On the other side, Su Huachen still sat there somewhat numbly, eating the apple bite by bite. His gaze was melancholy as he looked towards the sky. Fu Chinshuan was woken up by a text message from Lin Yuan. Yawning and full of resentment, he opened the door, saying, "My great assistant, not a single minute extra." Lin Yuan said, "Not being late for work is the basic quality of an assistant." Lin Yuan then moved over a bit and said, "By the way, on the way here, I ran into some people from the director's team. They're coming to shoot, so we're all together." Fu Chinshuan said, "Let's go in together, but keep the volume down."
And Chen is still asleep. The PD filming casually asked, Mr. Fu, how do you know Chen is still sleeping? Fu Chinshuan, stifling a yawn, said, let Lin Yuan explain it to you. Lin Yuan adjusted his tie with one hand and looked at the two PDs filming in Chen, Jing, and Luo, asking, how old are you two? 24 years old. 26 years old. Lin Yuan said, when I was 21, I started working under Mr. Fu. I'm 28 this year. My annual income, not including bonuses, has 7 figures. I own a 300 square meter house in City A, and I also have a car worth $1 million under my name. Jing. Luo. Why is he suddenly bragging about these things to us? Lin Yuan said, do you know why I was able to start working for Mr. Fu at such a young age and accumulate these modest achievements? Jing, because you're good at your job. Luo, because you have high qualifications. All those are secondary, Lin Yuan seriously said. Most importantly, as the chief special assistant, I adhere to one rule. Both listened attentively. Including the online viewers in the live broadcast room who were all eagerly awaiting. This is after all a job that pays over $1 million annually. You should hear some advice. Maybe you can find a similar job in the future. With everyone looking forward to it, Lin Yuan seriously said, that is, don't ask what you shouldn't ask, and don't look at what you shouldn't look. Jing. Wanting to hit someone during an early shift isn't abnormal. Luo. Does anyone not go crazy at work? So hitting him right now would be reasonable, wouldn't it? He truly lives up to being Mr. Fu's assistant, their annoying aura matches. Photographer, how did you endure without striking? Go ahead, punch him. Has the photographer not acted yet because they haven't found the right stick yet? Meanwhile, Fu Chinshuan sat on the sofa exhaustedly, pointing at the pile of documents on the coffee table, saying, all files have been processed. Take them away. Lin Yuan checked them briefly before approaching and said, all right, I'll take care of these back home. Additionally, I sent 4 files to your phone. When you eat, remember to check them. If there's no problem, sign electronically. Initially wanting to rest a bit, Fu Chinshuan opened his eyes angrily and questioned, what did you say? You even factored in my meal time. Chapter 67, Calling, Second Brother, during the live broadcast, has his fake persona been exposed? Lin Yuan adjusted his glasses and said with an official tone, there are too many documents to process. If time isn't managed well, there's no way to get everything done. If he had any expression before, now Fu Chinshuan's face was as sour as if he discovered his wife having an affair. It turns out that the president doesn't like working either. I thought he was a complete workaholic. The president has to not only work but also stay up late for overtime. Look at the pile of files on his desk, clearly processed overnight. Ha 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 ha. It turns out even the president stays up for overtime, and now I'm happy. I said it earlier, why does second brother Fu look so listless in the morning? Now we know why. That comment, and Chen is still sleeping, almost made me think they did something last night without us knowing, but now I believe they're innocent. This lack of sleep leaves no room for lust, only murderous intent. Looking at the anger on Fu's second brother's face, you'd think he could raise 10 demon sword cultivators. I really like working, I especially love working, it gives me the feeling of being locked in prison forever. Oh my goodness, another crazy person upstairs. Seeing everyone's similar mental state towards work reassures me. Sigh, hasn't anyone noticed the blind spot? Fu's second brother is so busy that he needs to read documents during meal times, yet why does he participate in this reality show? Chen CGCP fan, of course, it's for an to chase after his wife. Another hit moment, Chen CG must be real. Lin Yuan, seeing Fu Chinshuan's extremely unpleasant expression, consoled him, Mr. Fu, rest assured. Knowing you didn't sleep well last night, I found out today that it takes nearly an hour by car from the hotel to the live recording point of the program. You can use this time to catch some sleep. Fu Chinshuan said, then I really should thank you. He didn't feel comforted at all, instead, it gave him a sense of being a corporate slave. Seeing the murderous gaze in Mr. Fu's eyes, Lin Yuan quickly left with that stack of documents, his steps swift as if chased by evil ghosts. The close-up director whispered a reminder, Mr. Fu, we need to wake teacher up. After breakfast, we'll head to the next destination. Recalling the first day of the program, Fu Chinshuan remembered how adorable and Chen looked when sleeping, which was all captured during the live broadcast. Just through the screen, he wanted to reach out and stroke his face because of such cuteness. Fu Chinshuan couldn't bear to let others see this endearing moment again, so he got up despite his exhaustion and said, I'll go wake him up. According to the rules, after the live stream started at 8 a.m., the cameraman following Fu Chinshuan, except for moments like using the restroom which were private and inconvenient to follow, otherwise needed to keep up. However, the 2 cameramen assigned to follow Fu Chinshuan unexpectedly came to an unspoken agreement, it would be better not to follow right now and just film from the living room. Then they saw Fu Chinshuan yawning while swaying towards the master bedroom, his foot accidentally hitting the doorframe and producing a heavy bumping sound, completely without reaction as he opened the door and went inside. Xiao Jing asked curiously, doesn't it hurt? Xiao Luo asked, don't you find this scene familiar? They both simultaneously remembered how Chen on the first day of the recording had also bumped his foot and showed no reaction. These two behaving and reacting identically made it seem as if they had grown up eating from the same pot. From inside the master bedroom came Fu Chinshuan's gentle voice calling for Chen to wake up, with a hint of coaxing. After calling twice, there was suddenly a loud shout. "Shit, my foot." Even the sound of one-legged hopping could be heard in the room. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter, truly dying of laughter. Not surprising, coming from you, whose reflexes are slow enough to circle the earth once. I'm just curious, how with such slow reflexes, managing a company won't fail. Possibly, normally okay, but today just not fully awake. Apparently, staying up late for overtime makes one stupid. That day's genius CEO just walked away from me. Mr. Fu, how about this, we ignore your plant language. Don't ruin the image of a president in my mind. Mr. Fu, allow me one final attempt to salvage your image. Fu Chinshuan looking handsome in a suit.jpg. The scream not only woke Fu Chinshuan entirely from his drowsiness but successfully woken Chen as well. And Chen blinked his eyes, half raising his body, looked at Fu Chinshuan, and spoke softly with a sleepy tone, "Second brother, what are you doing?" Fu Chinshuan quickly put his foot down and said, "I'm stretching my leg muscles to prevent cramps." Stretching someone's leg muscles in another person's room early in the morning wouldn't be believed by anyone else. And Chen remained calm and replied, "Oh, be careful then." The moment Fu Chinshuan saw Chen, he was reminded of an hour ago when Chen had kissed him. Right here in this very room, Chen kissed him. Although Chen went back to sleep after the kiss, it still happened. Thinking about that scene made Fu Chinshuan's heart start beating uncontrollably, and his ears slowly turned red. It felt as if he could still feel the warmth of Chen's soft lips on his. The warmth of holding his waist lingered on his hands. With every additional memory that surfaced, Fu Chinshuan's ears grew redder until it began spreading to his neck. Fu Chinshuan licked his slightly dry lips and asked, "We?" Chen looked at him with his beautiful almond-shaped eyes and asked, "What about us?" Fu Chinshuan asked, "Me, us, do you have anything to say to me?" Chen glanced at the sky outside the window, noticing it was already bright. He threw off the covers and said, "The production team should start recording soon. Second brother, we need to hurry up and brush our teeth and wash our faces." As he spoke, he headed out and found that the living room was already filled with people from the production crew. Chen scanned them for 2 seconds before greeting politely, "Good morning, I'll go brush my teeth and wash my face first." Then he entered the bathroom. Fu Chinshuan, who followed behind, was filled with confusion. Is that it? After kissing him, there wasn't any further reaction. Was he not planning to take responsibility? That was his first kiss, after all. Stepping out of the room, he realized that the show was being broadcast live, that was why hadn't said anything. Of course, such things were inconvenient to talk about in front of so many people. Such private matters were something that they could discuss between the two of them later. Indeed, working overtime makes one's brain slow down, even failing to consider such a simple truth. Clearly, overworking employees doesn't improve efficiency, it only dulls their minds. And in the live stream chat room, the netizens were passionately discussing everything. Did I just hear wrong? Didn't Chen call President Fu, second brother? I didn't hear wrong, he called not once but twice. What's going on? Why doesn't Chen call President Fu, second brother? Oh no, there must be some big news brewing. Chapter 68, A Man Who Can Be Cheered Up with Just an Apple. Wow, looks like there wasn't no progress last night. He's now called Ergu instead of Shao. Sweet title. Ergu, makes my heart so sweet. He is already called Ergu, a kiss would be appropriate then, covering mouth while fantasizing, Ergu. And Chen's 2 calls of Ergu did not cause netizen speculations but rather made the fans of Chen and Si Jing CP rejoice. The number of their CP fans directly exceeded 20,000. Unfortunately, at this time Fu Chinshuan was busy and didn't watch the live broadcast, otherwise, seeing this growing number, he'd feel pretty good. After washing up, they went to the hotel's restaurant. There, they saw Duan Xingyu and Feng Qingyue having breakfast. Duan Xingyu, upon seeing Chen, greeted happily, Chen, come sit here, I saved you the best dining spot. Chen responded, all right. Originally, it was thought that Fu Chinshuan would definitely argue a bit with him. But after putting down his plate and sitting down, he actually sat next to Feng Qingyue. As he ate, he fiddled with his phone. Duan Xingyu put a bunch of coriander he had reserved especially for Chen into the latter's bowl and asked, what's wrong with him? Eating while looking down at his phone. Ordinarily, how could Chen possibly sit next to him easily? His eyes were practically glued on Chen. Chen said, seems like there are still many documents to handle. Upon hearing this, Duan Xingyu was delighted, wondering earlier why a president could have so much free time to participate in reality shows, thus explaining things. Being so busy and yet still coming on the show, it was uncommon for such a brotherly control freak. Chen thought about Brother 2 working hard, his own company also had shares which indirectly meant Brother 2 was making money for him. With that in mind, Chen picked up a bunch of coriander and passed it to the other's bowl, saying, elder brother, eat more. Fu Chinshuan, who was dead tired, felt deeply moved by these words, only understood him. But when he looked down and saw the coriander, his face turned slightly green. He disliked eating coriander. For something in him gave, he must eat it no matter what. After taking a bite, Fu Chinshuan furrowed his brow slightly before elegantly placing the rest of the coriander from his bowl back into Chen's. Love doesn't always have to prove itself right at the moment. It turns out President Fu picky eats and doesn't like coriander too. Finally, we have something in common. Coriander is very tasty, don't know why anyone wouldn't like it. Coriander is hard to eat. If I ever have money, the first thing I will do is uproot all coriander in the world. When He Yanshu entered, he just caught Fu Chinshuan casually placing the coriander back into Chen's bowl as though nothing happened. He Yanshu greeted everyone, "Good morning, everyone." Fu Chinshuan, who had pulled an all-nighter, glanced at him and said, "What's so good about mornings?" He Yanshu dragged a chair and sat beside Chen, addressing Fu Chinshuan, "So cranky in the morning, someone uninformed might think you've got your period." Fu Chinshuan replied, "Too tired to fight with you, disappear quickly." Ignoring him, He Yanshu turned to Chen, extending a smile like peach blossoms on his eyebrows and said, "Chen is great, stable mood every day, just watching makes people feel comfortable." Chen looked up and smiled, "Good morning." At this time, Su Huachen and Fang Keqing also came out. Seeing them, He Yanshu greeted them equally warmly, "Hello, Huachen, Keqing, sleep well last night?" Su Huachen greeted everyone with a spring-like smile on his face, "Very good." Fang Keqing yawned, "Good morning." He Yanshu took a look at Su Huachen and swiftly composed his expression, continuing to smile cheerfully, "Keqing, you look sleepy-faced, did you go steal something yesterday?" "I wish I couldn't," Fang Keqing then said with an air of existential ennui, "I want to cuddle with my husband, when can I cuddle with my husband?" He Yanshu. Feng Qingyue looked shocked and asked, "You're married?" Fang Keqing replied, "Yes, I am now. I have 4 husbands, but I still want a 5th one." Fang Keqing's words directly startled the cameraman filming her, almost dropping his camera. Everyone was astonished. Can such matters be discussed in front of live broadcasts? Is the tolerance level of today's entertainment industry's fans and netizens really so high? He Yanshu, on the other hand, seemed to have caught on and asked, "The husband you're talking about, it's not a game, is it?" "Of course I'm referring to a game. Did I not say that?" Fang Keqing then noticed the strange looks everyone was giving her and understood, laughing as she said, "You wouldn't think I meant real life, would you?" "I'm not crazy." Everyone shared a smile, the morning drama helping them shake off some of their drowsiness. After He Yanshu prepared breakfast and was about to sit back down in his spot, a long leg stretched out and placed itself on the chair first. Fu Chinshuan continued reviewing his documents without looking up and said, "This seat isn't suitable for you. Choose somewhere else." He Yanshu didn't get angry but said, "Young Master Fu continues to be unique as ever." Fu Chinshuan said, "Of course. Thanks for the compliment. I know I'm very charming." Still don't like Fu Chinshuan. Why does he always treat He Yanshu so poorly? Nth time asking, haven't they had any past grudges? Did you see who Fu Ershao likes? Other than Chen, doesn't he equally dislike others? Not really. It seems he only has bad attitudes towards those overly clingy with Chen. That explains why He Yanshu might also be bothersome, always clinging to Chen. What's he trying to do? Hate this rich guy act. If he wants to pursue someone, he should do it privately. Why come onto this show to put on a display? I want to watch it though. I'm here to ship CPs. I've started watching Let's Go Together as a dating variety show. Netizens began another early morning argument. Over here, Duan Xingyu noticed something about Fu Qinshuan's obsession with his younger brother and whispered quietly to Chen, "I suddenly feel that. I think young Master Fu may have a pretty good impression of me." Chen asked, "How do you figure that?" Duan Xingyu said, "Because today he only scolded He Yanshu, not me." Chen wasn't sure what to say about this reasoning. Star powders, sweetheart, we don't need to compare everything. Star, listen, no need to make such comparisons. After breakfast, everyone went to their respective vehicles. He Yanshu was walking ahead when someone poked him from behind. He turned around and saw Chen's quiet and obedient face. He Yanshu smiled slightly and teased, "Chen, is there anything wrong? Do you need my help to get into the car?" Chen reached out, pulled his hand out from his pocket, and placed a warm boiled egg in his palm. He Yanshu looked at the egg in his hand, surprised, and said, "For me?" Chapter 69, Is it poisonous or not? Chen nodded and said, "I see you didn't eat anything in the morning, so I got you an egg. Their eggs are pretty tasty, they're soft-boiled." The egg was still warm, with a mild aroma. He Yanshu revealed a few sincere smiles on his face and said, "Thank you." Standing on the car, Fu Qinshuan watched this scene and a look of anger appeared in his eyes. Would he have another pair of CP rivals again? After Chen boarded the vehicle, Fu Qinshuan sat next to him and asked full of jealousy, "I didn't eat breakfast either. Why didn't you bring me anything?" Chen turned his head and asked, "Didn't you eat a bowl of fried noodles, a bread, and drink a cup of coffee this morning?" Fu Qinshuan. Originally being possessive, Fu Qinshuan suddenly felt better. It turned out Anan knew exactly what he ate, proving Anan still cared for him. He had been paying attention to him, and there was himself in his heart. But his mood couldn't get better too fast, since An brought food for someone else. Fu Chinshuan decided that he would at least cold war with him for 3 minutes. In the next second, seeing An pull an apple from his pocket and offer it to him, saying, "Big brother Air, it's for you." Seeing the apple, Fu Chinshuan instantly forgot about his earlier idea of having a cold war, smiling insincerely and saying, "At least you still have a conscience." And bit into the apple. It was really sweet. He Yenshu got on the bus and sat on the last row. Su Huachen then got on and sat beside him. Su Huachen glanced at the egg in his hand and took out the apple and bread from his hand, saying, "Since you hardly ate just now, I got you something to eat. But it seems like it won't be needed now." He Yenshu looked at him and his peach blossom eyes arched, saying, "How can it be unnecessary? I'm starving." He accepted them all. He Yenshu held the egg with his left hand, and grasped the bread and apple with his right. Finally, he opened the bread and started eating first. After everyone sat on the coach, the cars started heading towards today's filming location. The capital is known across the country as a famous food city, with many local special delicacies, some even snacks that have been passed down for thousands of years. Since we are all in the capital, naturally we will experience its cultural atmosphere and gastronomic charm. Director Fan briefly introduced the characteristics of the capital on the coach. The car drove for nearly an hour, but the road seemed to be getting more and more remote, directly heading into the mountains. Duan Xingyu peeked his head out and asked, "Director, where do you plan to sell us off to?" Director Fan replied irritably, "If I had let you listen to me earlier, why are you blaming me now?" Duan Xingyu yawned and said, "How about you repeat it again? This time I'll definitely pay good attention." Director Fan said, "Judging by your drowsiness this morning, I might as well play a game with everyone to perk you up. I will ask questions randomly, and whoever fails to answer or answers incorrectly will get off the bus." Duan Xingyu asked, "What will happen when we get off?" Feng Qinghua said, "Could it be that you want us to run back to the gathering point after we get off?" Director Fan said, "Teacher Feng, indeed knowledgeable as always, you guessed correctly." "I am not knowledgeable, purely based on my understanding of how cruel you are, Director," Feng Qinghua said, accepting his fate. "Tell me, how far is it from here to the gathering point?" Director Fan said, "Not far, about 3 kilometers." A chorus of lamentation echoed through the bus. Duan Xingyu waved a big hand, placed one hand on the seat with his elbow resting on his knee, looking confident and said, "Director Fan, I think with our friendship, you should save the question for me until the end." Director Fan said, "All right, based on our friendship, I will ask you first. What? Please name the 5 types of Chinese herbs commonly used for making medicinal chicken." Duan Xingyu's mind went blank. Su Huachen reminded quietly on the side, Sichuan pepper, star anise, Angelica dehurica. Director Fan quickly interjected, shouting, "Huachen, you cannot remind him." Duan Xingyu protested indignantly, "You didn't say we cannot remind, and regardless, I'm counting on it. Sichuan pepper, star anise, Angelica dehurica. What was the other?" Su Huachen apologized somewhat, "As for the rest, I haven't memorized them all." Duan Xingyu hopefully looked at Fu Chinshuan, fawning and said, "Fu boss, second master, your memory is excellent, surely you've remembered everything?" Fu Chinshuan yawned and said, "I fell asleep before, didn't hear it. Besides, even if I did remember, do you think I would tell you?" Duan Xingyu pouted and said, "You're too stingy. I'll just get down and run if that's the case." As soon as he thought about having to run for 3 kilometers, his legs started trembling. And Chen then reminded him quietly, "Mu Xiang, Ding Xiang." Duan Xingyu shouted loudly, "Mu Xiang and Ding Xiang." Director Fan replied unwillingly, "Correct answer." Duan Xingyu swaggered around, dancing on the bus with an insufferable expression. He even taunted the director team, saying, "Is that all? That wasn't even difficult." Director Fan looked at him and said, "Don't be smug. You'll have your chance." Initially, Duan Xingyu assumed that the next question would still call on him, but unexpectedly, Director Fan shifted his target to Chen and Su Huachen because they had helped Duan Xingyu earlier. Compared to the questions previously asked of Duan Xingyu, those posed to these two were obviously much harder. Pure revenge. Without surprise, both Su Huachen and Chen subsequently got off the bus. Su Huachen was the first one to disembark, followed by Chen, who left the bus about 5 minutes later. After stepping off the vehicle, Chen watched as the car slowly drove away before starting to walk up the mountain. The air in the mountains was exceptionally fresh, and there were a good number of wild fruits around. Whenever Chen saw them, he couldn't help stopping to taste them. Not long after, Su Huachen caught up from behind. When Su Huachen spotted Chen, he noticed Chen staring blankly at a tree. Su Huachen asked, "Chen, why are you still here? What are you doing?" Chen pointed at a wild loquat tree and said, "I want to try the wild loquats on this tree." Su Huachen glanced over. Indeed, the tree bore quite a lot of wild loquats, and it wasn't very tall. A slight stretch on tiptoes could allow one to pluck them. "Can't you reach them? Do you need my help?" Su Huachen looked around left and right and realized there weren't any stones nearby to stand on, so he suggested, "Since there's no stone, I can carry you up to pick them." Stepping closer to Chen, Su Huachen sized up Chen's build, pondering whether he might be able to lift him. At that moment, however, Chen calmly responded, "It's not that I can't reach them.
I'm watching the snake on the tree and trying to determine if it is poisonous or not. Su Huachen's complexion immediately changed, his voice betraying some stutter as he said, what did you say? A snake? What snake? Surely you didn't mistake a branch for a snake. And Chen pointed at a particular branch and said, no way, it's definitely a snake. I've seen it clearly. Just then, the snake fell down. And Chen moved forward to take a closer look and said, I've made it clear, it's non-poisonous. Not only that, and Chen even picked up the snake, intending to show it to Su Huachen carefully. However, when he turned his head, he saw Su Huachen running 20 meters away already, calling out from a distance, that and Chen, I'll go ahead then. Even the cameraman trailing in Chen joined the race several meters away. Their speed was so fast that one almost forgot that they were carrying dozens of pounds of equipment. Chapter 70, These Two Living Dads. And, teacher, I think there are some things we don't need to be so curious about. Xiao Luo, carrying the camera on his shoulder, didn't dare to get close, with all the hair on his arms standing up. It's non-venomous, and Chen emphasized, don't be afraid. Xiao Luo said, even if it's non-venomous, why play with it? Let's find something else to play with. And Chen explained, I'm not playing, it blocked me from picking loquats. Just at that moment, the snake flicked its tongue and tried to lunge at Chen. This scene caused the two live-streaming PDs to turn pale, even scaring the online viewers watching the live broadcast. Even though the snake was non-venomous, getting bitten would still hurt. However, in the next second, Chen slapped the snake's head, causing its head to hit the tree trunk, then slid down limp. Chen went forward for a checkup, poking its head slightly before confirming, it's unconscious. Xiao Luo. Xiao Jing. A moment later, neither of us could decide whether to feel sympathy for the snake. Snake, my family, anyone understand this? I was doing perfectly fine on that tree until someone inexplicably pulled me down and slapped me. I originally worried about Chen's safety, but now I'm more concerned about the snake's safety. For the first time, I actually felt sympathy for a snake. Following Chen always brings endless surprises, you never know what strange move he will make next. Chen picked the nearest loquat and tasted it, finding it rather sweet. Seeing a nearby torn black net which had probably been used to protect the trees over winter, he picked it up as a bag and reached out to pluck the lower loquats from the tree. He found the net had no edges, making it hard to hold. Chen turned and looked toward the place where the fainted snake lay. What is he? What is he going to do? He's not planning to use the snake as a rope, is he? When the viewers saw Chen lift the snake again and pass it through a hole in the net, their concerns finally eased. Moreover, Chen even tied a knot to make it easier to carry. Fan Dao, who had just got off the vehicle, after hearing Xiao Luo's report, quickly opened the live stream and witnessed this scene, nearly fainting with wide eyes. The associate director promptly handed him a bottle of Typhon oral liquid, comforting, don't worry, don't worry. After swallowing 2 doses, Fan Dao immediately directed the program's post-production caption team, urging them to urgently display, this action is dangerous, not suitable for imitation on Chen's live stream window. Had he known how dangerous Chen was, he wouldn't have let him get off the car alone. Chen casually used the snake as a rope and slowly walked up the mountain, occasionally digging out a loquat to munch on. The snake woke up in the middle, but tightly squeezed and entangled by the net, it might as well have remained unconscious. Up on the mountain, Fan Dao and his group were sitting under the tree waiting, frequently looking down the mountain. Fan Dao, using a leaf as a fan, wondered, more than half an hour has passed, how come he hasn't arrived yet? Su Huacheng, who got off earlier than him, had already returned. The assistant director said, we just contacted Xiao Luo who's following him, apparently, he's only halfway through. Fan Dao regretted why he insisted on pushing Chen off the vehicle, knowing well that his calm and unhurried nature meant even old men walked faster than him. But usually, this wouldn't be an issue. However, today there was a new guest coming, and the person wasn't easy to deal with. Another 10 minutes passed, and when Fan Dao asked about the progress, he learned that Chen had only walked an additional 200 meters since last reported. Fan Dao couldn't help it anymore and urged the assistant director, you drive and pick Chen up. At this speed, the sun would set before he arrived. Director, why must you insist on this? You punished Chen by abandoning him, only to have to send a car to fetch him later. Sigh. Chen was picked up by the car, and the driver's back was cold upon stepping out. The moment the car stopped, he hopped out and stayed far away. Su Huacheng saw Fu Chinshuan wanting to go welcome people. He reached out and grabbed him, saying, Senior, don't go. That. He wasn't sure how to explain, and Chen carried a snake with him. As a result, while he grabbed Fu Chinshuan, on the other side Duan Xingyu rushed like an untamed horse to greet the arrival. Chen, I'll come welcome you. Chen got out of the car and handed over the loquats in his hand, saying, I've picked some wild loquats. They're very sweet. Would you like to try some? Duan Xingyu replied, eat. Oh my goodness. At first, Duan Xingyu didn't see clearly what Chen was holding in his hand. Once he did, he made a 180-degree turn on the spot and ran back, frightened enough to curse. After retreating 10 meters away from Chen, he patted his chest that was racing with fear and said, Dad, my living dad, can you not play with everything in your hands?
If it weren't for seeing the snake flick its tongue, Duan Xingyu would have almost thought it was a fake one. And Chen asked curiously, I just used it to carry stuff. How could it be seen as playing? Fu Chinshuan also saw what Chen had in his hand and said to Su Huaqing, it's fine, let me check. Su Huaqing wanted to stop him, but Fu Chinshuan had already walked forward, frowning slightly. On the other side, He Yanhu looked at their interaction with deep eyes and said nothing. When Fu Chinshuan reached Chen, he looked at the black net in his hand and said, you've picked quite a lot of loquats. Chen nodded and asked, do you want some? Fu Chinshuan extended his hand to take the black net, saying, keep the loquats, but let the snake go. It might bite someone. Chen replied readily, okay. The snake had been squeezed along the way and was basically in a semi-unconscious state. Fu Chinshuan pulled out the snake, coiled it up, tied it into a knot, and then threw it forcefully down the hill to the right. Seeing this, Duan Xingyu quietly asked, if I'm not mistaken, isn't there a sea over there? Fang Keqing responded, I remember it is. Throwing a freshwater snake into the sea, truly worthy of Mr. Fu's ruthlessness. Snake, these two living dads, what a blessing having you both as my tormentors. Chen carried the pile of loquats to join the group. Director Fan, seeing everyone gathered, started explaining the next procedures. This morning, we introduced the famous medicinal chicken recipe from the capital city. What makes medicinal chicken so delicious, apart from the complex preparation methods, also heavily depends on the choice of chickens. They use pure mountain-raised free-range chickens. We're now at Gulu Mountain, a place dedicated to raising these free-range chickens. Before formally introducing them, let's welcome our two new guests. As Director Fan took the lead in applauding, two people emerged from a nearby wooden cabin. While brushing off mosquitoes on their bodies, Sun Yongming and Jiang Zhong stepped out, their eyes full of resentment. When everyone realized who the two were, Duan Xingyu and others couldn't help but glance toward Feng Qinyue. If Chen's previous conflict with Feng Qinyue was due to fabricated edits by marketing accounts, then the conflict between Sun Yongming and Feng Qinyue was absolutely real and known to the entire internet. Chapter 71, Long-Standing Grievances. The feud between the two can be traced back at least 10 years to a film award ceremony. Feng Qinyue played many supporting roles in his youth. It wasn't until he was 42 that he starred in his first war-themed movie, and won the Golden Horse Award for Best Actor with this film. The other strong contender for the Best Actor award that year was Sun Yongming. Before the announcement of the award, it was widely rumored that Sun Yongming was the most likely winner. The media praised his acting skills, and everyone thought his victory was assured. Sun Yongming even revealed on Weibo that he had already prepared a venue for celebration and had plans to celebrate with friends. But the award ultimately went to someone else. Sun Yongming's premature champagne celebration became a laughingstock, costing him face. Subsequently, many rumors spread online alleging that Feng Qinyue had bribed the judges to win the award. When asked by the media what he thought about the matter, Sun Yongming directly stated before all the cameras, as an actor, if you resort to such underhanded methods to win awards, then that award will feel scalding hot in your hands. I disdain using such dirty bribery tactics, I will only win awards through my own abilities. That interview pushed the sense of passive-aggressive mockery to its peak, and both men trended on the hot search list for 2 days. At the moment the winners were announced, the confident smile Sun Yongming initially wore turned into a sour expression when he heard Feng Qinyue's name called out. His lightning-fast change of expression has been used as memes ever since. 2 years later, the two once again competed for another role. Originally, it was rumored that the role was internally decided to go to Sun Yongming, but in the end, it was given to Feng Qinyue instead. This time, Sun Yongming openly criticized Feng Qinyue online for stealing the role. The production team later issued a statement clarifying that the role had always been designated for Feng Qinyue and there had never been a switch. Still, netizens were not convinced. The incident did affect Feng Qinyue. During that time, many people online were against him. However, Feng Qinyue later portrayed many classic characters, reversing his reputation with his outstanding acting skills. Over the years, Sun Yongming hasn't refrained from making snide remarks about Feng Qinyue in public forums, though the latter rarely responded. Unexpectedly, the production team of Starting Together invited him to participate. It must be said, the production team really knows how to stir things up. Previously, they arranged for Chen to join this show, all with guests who have grievances against him. At the time, I was worried that they would tear each other apart live on air. After 2 days of relative calm, they've started causing trouble again. Do you think they'll start a fight? I don't know, in my impression, Mr. Feng has always been mature and steady. I've never seen him lose his temper. Do you think the Best Actor award back then really involved some conspiracy? Was that award truly won by bribery? Who knows? Back then, Sun Yongming indeed had a lot of support. He even prematurely prepared the champagne for celebration, only to lose. No wonder he was so upset. The title of Best Actor doesn't go to whoever is more popular, right? Anyway, I think Feng Qinyue's acting skills are better than Sun Yongming's. While netizens were speculating about the past events, Sun Yongming, who saw Chen showing up late and being bitten by mosquitoes, was highly dissatisfied. With a hint of resentment, Sun Yongming said, "Why do you walk so slowly? Don't you know we were waiting for you?" And Chen shook his head and said, I didn't know. The production team didn't say you'd be coming. Unpleased, Sun Yongming slightly furrowed his brows. Jiang Zhong, who followed close beside him, immediately said, when our seniors speak, us juniors should just listen. Not knowing this basic courtesy shows how unworthy you are to have spent so long in the entertainment circle. Being a veteran in the industry, even if others were dissatisfied with Sun Yongming's behavior, no one would dare confront him publicly, especially during live broadcasts. Especially considering Sun Yongming has strong backing, having spent many years in the industry and founded his own company, signing a number of new artists. Jiang Zhong works under his brokerage firm. Feng Qingyue remained silent, aware that the other party was actually targeting him, and was merely using Chen as a scapegoat to establish dominance. If he voiced his opinion to help, it might make Sun Yongming believe Chen is his ally, which could result in even more evident targeting in the future. Of course, among those people who would hold these reservations, Fu Chinshuan was not included. Fu Chinshuan took a step forward, his lips curling with a touch of sarcasm as he said, Who are you? Why haven't I ever heard of you? Jiang Zhong, who had been watching the program these past few days, naturally recognized Fu Chinshuan. With his background, he dared not provoke the latter. He quickly explained, My name is Jiang Zhong, and I am a new artist under Mingxing Entertainment. Fu Chinshuan retorted, and Chen has been in the industry for 2 years. How dare you, as a newcomer, be so disrespectful to your senior? It seems that your company doesn't emphasize etiquette much. Jiang Zhong dared not respond. He knew Fu Chinshuan had some feelings toward Chen, so there was no need to directly conflict with him at this moment. Jiang Zhong glanced at Sun Yongming, whose thoughts were somewhat similar. After all, he didn't come for Chen. He came for Feng Qingyue, that old man. He had to unmask Feng Qingyue's hypocritical face on live broadcast. As tensions between the guests seemed about to flare, Director Fan interjected awkwardly to mediate. Taking the opportunity, he introduced the next segment. Now that we've introduced our new guest, let's introduce our mountain chickens. We'll leave this part to Master Ku. Master Ku appeared wearing a simple shirt and casual pants, introducing himself. Hello everyone, my name is Ku Dahai. I have been raising these mountain chickens for 15 years, and currently, I have a total of 32,000 mountain chickens. The number shocked everyone. Master Ku continued, compared to regular chickens, the mountain chicken-based herbal chicken tastes much more delicious, mainly because their growth process mimics that of wild chickens. These mountain chickens forage for food on the mountain every day and run around, so their meat is firmer and juicier than ordinary chickens. They are also more agile than domesticated chickens. After Master Ku finished his introduction, Director Fan stepped forward to explain the game rules. The rule was that within half an hour, whoever could catch the mountain chicken would own the chicken they caught and could take it home to make into medicinal chicken. Duan Xingyu asked excitedly, if I catch 100 chickens in half an hour, will they still be mine? Director Fan replied, no matter how many chickens you catch, the production team will pay for them all, even if it's 1,000 chickens. But the precondition is that you must use the tools provided by the production team. At this point, the staff rolled out a row of chicken catching tools. There were fish nets, baskets, iron pots, trash bins, and most absurdly, a small-sized iron bowl placed at the end. Duan Xingyu asked, this iron bowl is so tiny it can't even fit a chicken's head. Feng Keqing remarked, worthy of being the director, always maintaining this ruthlessly cunning persona. Chapter 72, Fu Chinshuan protects his wife. Producer Fan came forward to announce the competition rules. According to the order in which everyone arrived at the mountain earlier, those who reached Gula Mountain first would get to pick props first. There were 9 guests, and they would be divided into groups of 3 freely. He Yenshu said, then I'll choose first. Producer Fan replied, that's not right. The first one up the mountain was Teacher Sun and Xiao Jiang. Jiang Zhong quickly said, we too had already arrived before you came. This was actually a bit unfair since neither of them participated in the quiz game, and they didn't come in the same vehicle. However, Sun Yongming was an experienced senior, so no one really minded much. Everyone began choosing their favorite props. The large fishing net was obviously the best and most convenient tool for catching chickens. Sun Yongming chose this one, while Jiang Zhong selected the next best option, a large bamboo basket. He Yenshu picked a carrying basket, and others also made choices from the available tools. And Chen arrived last, leaving him with only a small iron bowl used by children. After selecting the props, it was time to select teammates. Sun Yongming picked Jiang Zhong first, then Duan Xingyu. He thought to himself that being his age, he must choose 2 young and strong individuals. Duan Xingyu wanted to team up with Chen or Su Huachen, but as the respected elder chose him, he couldn't refuse. All he could do was silently express his discomfort. The members of the first group were determined, and now it was He Yenshu's turn to choose people. The earlier the ranking, the better the prop for catching chickens, and thus, the higher the chance of winning. Feng Keqing pitched himself, brother He, choose me, choose me. I can run and jump, going up mountains or down seas is no problem. Feng Qingyue casually promoted himself too, saying, I have over 30 years of fitness experience. Upon hearing this, Sun Yongming rolled his eyes without restraint. Feng Qingyue saw it but paid no attention. Su Huachen introduced himself, actually, I'm pretty good too. In school, I frequently played basketball, so I should be quite good at catching chickens. Among those unchosen participants, everyone was enthusiastically recommending themselves, except for Chen, who stood quietly eating loquats, occasionally taking one out to reluctantly share with Fu Chinshuan. The brothers remained quiet, as if they were in another world. In the end, He Yenshu chose Su Huaqin first. For his second choice, he scanned around and looked toward Chen, about to open his mouth. At this moment, Su Huaqin interjected, I think Fu Chinshuan would make a great teammate, our alumnus was also very skilled at basketball. A fleeting shadow of thought crossed He Yenshu's eyes, but soon, he smiled and said, catching chickens doesn't seem to have much relation to basketball. I choose. He gestured between Chen and Fu Chinshuan, finally pointing to someone on the side, I choose teacher Feng Qingyue. A flicker of dissatisfaction that wasn't easy to notice flashed through Su Huaqin's eyes, though it didn't show on his face. Feng Qingyue patted his chest and said, don't worry, though I am old, I'm still sprightly and will definitely be of help. Sun Yongming sarcastically remarked, I see, just like a decrepit old man. Be careful not to collapse later when you're unable to perform. Choosing teammates should prioritize the physically strong. Taking the opportunity, Jiang Zhong moved forward to flatter, teacher Sun, rest assured. We two juniors will handle the chicken catching, and you can rest beside us then. Duan Xingyu disdainfully glanced at him, saying nothing. He'd never seen anyone kiss up so smoothly. Why does Sun Yongming always talk sarcastically? Isn't that normal given the grievances between him and Feng Qingyue? It's abnormal if they don't say something cutting. Right. Also, judging by Feng Qingyue's silence all along, he might be feeling guilty. What's there to feel guilty about? Feng Qingyue has always been this type of person, disliking contention. When there was misunderstanding between him and Chen, he still spoke gently to Chen. Who knows if that isn't just an act? Anyways, regarding that award-giving incident years ago, I stand with Teacher Sunday. With He Yenshu's team selection completed, the remaining three automatically formed another team. Feng Keqing looked at the prop in his hand, a large iron pot. It was tiring just holding it. He then glanced at the props held by Chen and Fu Chinshuan, an iron bowl and an iron spoon respectively. Jiang Zhong, seeing their equipment, immediately clutched his stomach and laughed, iron pot, iron bowl, iron spoon, why don't the three of you form a cooking squad instead? Or we catch the chickens, and you guys start a fire here and cook. After all, the props are already provided. Feng Keqing retorted, as if you're anything special. Watch yourself, you might not even catch a single one. Jiang Zhong said, our three have the best props, and we also have Teacher Sun leading us. Under his wise leadership, how could we possibly fail to catch any chickens, right, Duan Xingyu? Duan Xingyu bluntly replied, I don't know, I've never caught a chicken. Jiang Zhong frowned, saying, we're on the same team. Why do you keep undermining us by praising others? Duan Xingyu smiled slyly and said, since I was young, my teacher has taught me not to boast. Since I've never caught one, how would I know if I can or cannot? He somehow felt this guy was even more annoying than Chen Danyun, just a flatterer. And Chen, who was peeling loquats, finally realized he'd been called upon. He said, I don't know how to cook, but if you're hungry, I can pluck some grass for you. Wait, humans don't eat grass, he forgot that again. However, Chen's words completely shattered Jiang Zhong's defenses. Dissatisfied, he snapped, are you insulting me? What gives you the right to insult me? Chen looked puzzled and asked, is offering grass considered an insult? I'm not insulting anyone. He just temporarily forgot that the other person doesn't eat grass like him. This comment only made Jiang Zhong's face turn green with fury. For a moment, I thought Chen had learned to be good, but unexpectedly, he silently insults people so powerfully. He said he wasn't insulting anyone, ha 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 ha. I've disliked Jiang Zhong for a while now, he is such a brown-noser. Me too. Every time the boss comes, our manager acts just like Jiang Zhong, groveling like a dog. Now I'm starting to dislike Sun Yongming as well. He doesn't seem as good-tempered and mature as people say. Duan Xingyu secretly gave Chen a thumbs up, still admiring his adoptive father. Chen, noticing the other party's green-faced anger, understood they had misunderstood him. He turned to Fu Chinshuan and whispered softly, second brother, it seems like he misunderstood. It doesn't matter, ignore him. After comforting Chen, Fu Chinshuan raised his head and looked at the other party, his charming yet alluring eyes twinkling as he teased, do you want me to cook for you? Seeing the other person smiling faintly but somewhat eerily, Jiang Zhong quickly declined, no, I was just joking. Afterward, he glanced at Sun Yongming. Sun Yongming, seeing his ally criticized, appeared somewhat displeased, adopting the air of an elder to preach, young man, don't always try to show off. It's not a good habit. Fu Chinshuan grinned sarcastically and said, if young people don't compete, are they supposed to wait until they're old and sitting in wheelchairs before striving? Sun Yongming. Feng Qingyuan nearby lightly coughed, feeling accidentally hurt. Chapter 73, B has been completely knocked over. Others might still give in to Sun Yongming, the senior veteran, but Fu Chinshuan doesn't care about all that. If you don't provoke him, he won't bother with what airs you put on. But if you dare to provoke him, especially regarding Chen, he can flip the table right in front of you. Having his face dropped publicly like this made Sun Yongming very unhappy, but since Fu Qianxuan has a special status, he dared not confront him directly, so he chose to ignore him. Yet having all that fire bottled up was uncomfortable, so Sun Yongming tossed the fishing net in his hand to Duan Xingyu and Jiang Zhong, saying, "This is handed over to you two now. I hope you two don't let me down." Duan Xingyu who almost got hit by the thrown net. What was this tone? Superior talking down to subordinates, what's going on here? Jiang Zhong quickly took it and said, "Rest assured, Teacher Sunday. We two will definitely handle it. You just sit and rest when the time comes." After hearing Jiang Zhong's ingratiating words, Sun Yongming felt slightly better. Anyway, princes like Fu Qianxuan couldn't possibly stay long in variety shows, so there was no need for hard contention with him. His target wasn't Fu Qianxuan either. After assigning the personnel properly, the next step was catching chickens. Everyone had to catch chickens within half an hour using the tools in their hands. The stars led by Kudahai were assigned areas with tens of thousands of free-range mountain chickens. However, to avoid accidents, some chickens were specifically herded down the mountain by their families for the competition use. Once the production team gave the command to start, everyone sprang into action. Sun Yongming stood aside and pointed at Kudahai, "Go fetch a chair from that house. My legs aren't that good, standing here for so long feels unbearable." Kudahai didn't argue, turned around, went to the small wooden house, fetched a foldable chair, and even grabbed him a folding fan along the way. Upon seeing that tiny chair which couldn't even fully seat a bottom, Sun Yongming showed disdain and remarked, "Is this the only kind of chair there is? How am I supposed to not fall?" Kudahai replied, "No problem, it looks small, but it's very stable." Despite his words, the disdain was evident in Sun Yongming's eyes, but under the current circumstances, it seemed he didn't have much choice but to make do with it. He was originally thinking about making Kudahai fan him with the fan, then remembered they were live streaming, deciding to be a bit more restrained and took the fan to fan himself. Inwardly he grumbled about this chicken farmer lacking common sense. If one didn't mention it, could he not actively offer help by fanning for him? Kudahai indeed didn't notice any of these, as his attention was also focused on those guests at this moment. Just as Kudahai had said, free-range mountain chickens were indeed agile, much harder to catch compared to ordinary ones. Not only did they run fast, but they could also fly, perching on trees at the first sign of carelessness. Duan Xingyu, armed with a bamboo pot lid, charged ahead full of fighting spirit, shouting loudly, "Charge, baby chickens. Your daddy's come, don't run." As always impulsive, Duan Xingyu dived straight into the crowd of chickens. All the chickens flew away flapping, raising dust and feathers that covered his whole face. Su Huachen was wielding a scraper walking into the chicken crowd when suddenly Duan Xingyu's movements caused the flock to rush past Su Huachen. In a panic, Su Huachen took several steps back and tripped over a bump behind him, falling backwards. Just as he was about to fall, a strong arm circled his waist and pulled him back to his feet. As Su Huachen looked up, he met the gaze of a pair of charming peach blossom eyes, slender and sparkling with a mysterious glow, causing him to momentarily lose himself. He Yan Shu's peach blossom's eyes twinkled with a smile, saying gently, "Be careful." He Yan Shu's voice brought Su Huachen back from his brief reverie, and in an instant he composed his expression, pretending as though the second of enchantment never happened. After stabilizing himself and stepping back 2 paces, Su Huachen politely thanked He Yan Shu, "Thank you, I'll watch out." His gaze flickered over He Yan Shu, and settled on Fu Qianxuan who was chatting with Chen not far behind. He Yan Shu noticed this move and absent-mindedly scratched his arm through his clothes, smiling all the while, "Then let's go catch some chickens." Su Huachen nodded. I think Su Huachen and He Yan Shu are such a great couple goal. The moment he caught him was straight-up idle drama material, my face was all over the place. He Yan Shu's boyfriend-like charm, does anyone get it? Their aura together just now was absolutely perfect. Just one look between them, and I was already shipped hardcore. With background music, would you not ship? The pairing names Shu Hua sounds perfectly suited for their chemistry. Su Huachen actually goes well with Fu Qianxuan too, the junior-senior thing works wonders. No breaking up my Qianchen Si Jing pairing. Who breaks my pairing, I'll go head-on with whoever. I'm an omnivore, I'll eat anything, and I think He Yan Shu and the second young Master Fu are actually quite similar sometimes. Now that the person upstairs mentioned it, it's really true. How are they similar? At most, they both have peach blossom eyes, so there's a slight resemblance in that. Netizens found a new couple to ship, and just at this moment Chen also noticed the interaction between the two. He tilted his head and looked over, somewhat confused. Fu Qianxuan, who was helping Chen pick big loquats, looked up and saw Chen looking at He Yan Shu, and leaned closer to ask, "Is he good looking?" Chen honestly said, "Yeah, he's pretty handsome." Upon hearing this, Fu Qianxuan's face darkened instantly as he said, "Do you think he's very handsome?" Chen turned around and caught the expression of annoyance on his second brother's face, sensing anger though unaware of the cause, so he went along, "Yeah, he is pretty handsome." After receiving this confirmation again, Fu Qianxuan became even angrier to the point where he couldn't speak. Chen actually thought He Yan Shu was handsome, and praised him twice for it. What's so good about him? Was he better looking than himself? If his face were to enter the entertainment circle, he'd make it based solely on looks. How could he be outshone by He Yan Shu, that ugly thing? Fu Chinshuan seethed inwardly with frustration, seeing that Chen showed no reaction. So he coughed a couple of times to grab attention. Chen looked at him and asked, "Elder brother, is your throat uncomfortable? Do you have a cold?" After fuming for so long without receiving any comfort, Fu Chinshuan was nearly driven to despair as he said, "I don't have a cold, but your contact lenses must be broken. I'll replace them for you later." It had to be the problem with the contact lenses, making Chen almost blind, so he couldn't possibly be mad at him, it was all the fault of those contact lenses. Chen indeed kept noticing He Yanshu. Ever since their first meeting, he felt like there was something familiar about him. After spending these few days together, that feeling of familiarity hadn't weakened, instead, it became stronger. He always felt that he had met He Yanshu somewhere before, like definitely having met him somewhere. Having calmed down from being angry earlier, Fu Chinshuan turned his head only to find Chen's eyes once again landing on He Yanshu. This time, the vinegar pot was completely overturned, no amount of soothing would fix this situation. Fong Kaching stood nearby, watching the antics of this young couple, and her face lit up with excitement at this drama. He loves him, but he loves the other one. Families, does anyone get this? What a tragic love triangle. Line separating main content and small theater scene. Fong Kaching, families, understand this? Love triangles are fun to chew on. Fu Chinshuan, sharpening a knife, what kind of love? Say it again. Chapter 74, Are you indirectly insulting me? All the other groups were trying their best to catch chickens, except for the Iron Man group. None of the three members moved. A small couple was having a spat, another one was so busy eating melon seeds that they forgot the task at hand. These three people had the netizens anxious. What are you doing? Move. Are you having a meeting there? It's a competition. If you don't catch any chickens soon, what will you eat for lunch? Fong Kacheng, I'm talking to you. Chen can eat grass for lunch, Fu Er can eat Chen, but what about you? Why don't you go and catch some chickens? She can eat melons on site. You don't understand. For those who enjoy CP shipping from Tianxian, nothing is more important than this hobby. Duan Xingyu's scream brought Fong Kacheng back to reality from her enjoyment of CP shipping. Fong Kacheng tapped her head lightly and said, "Oops, I forgot all about catching chickens." Half the time had already passed. Fong Kacheng lifted the iron pot and rushed forward, shouting, "A determined woman never gives up." Another person joined the chaotic chicken catching action. Apparently, it wasn't going too well for everyone. Sun Yongming found the rooster calls annoying and frowned at Kudahan, saying, "Can't those chickens just shut up?" Kudahan replied helplessly, I have no control over them either." Naturally, Sun Yongming knew this kind of situation couldn't be controlled, but watching the chickens flying everywhere in the forest with their cries making his ears hurt made him quite irritable. Those chickens were also pooping everywhere, it stunk. Caught it, caught it. Duan Xingyu excitedly shouted, holding a chicken high up with both hands. Standing beside him, Feng Qingyue regretfully said, "It was just a second away from being in my hands." Duan Xingyu held the chicken by its wings, laughing and saying, "Teacher Feng, sorry about that. You need to try harder." Originally uninterested, when Sun Yongming heard that the chicken was snatched from Feng Qingyue, he grinned satisfactorily and stood up waving his hand, saying, "Duan Xingyu, bring that chicken here for me to take a look." The chicken struggled fiercely in Duan Xingyu's hands, and he worriedly said, "Teacher Sun, this chicken is really active. Maybe I should find a rope to tie its feet first before giving it to you." Sun Yongming replied, "It's just a chicken. I'm not that old where I can't even catch a chicken." Duan Xingyu said, "That's not what I mean, I'm just saying." Sun Yongming interrupted, "Who do you think you are talking back like that? Bring it if I say so." Jiang Zhong, seeing this, urged, "Teacher Sun is upset already. Why don't you hurry up and give it to him?" Duan Xingyu gave him a glare, then walked toward Sun Yongming holding the mountain chicken. He carefully handed over the chicken to him and said, "Teacher Sun, be careful. This chicken might peck at people. Hold it tightly." Sun Yongming said, "Young people these days are so timid. A mere chicken, look at how nervous you are." After receiving it, looking at the chicken in his hands, he still didn't like it much. This chicken smelled of poop and heaven knows how many bacteria could be on it. But thinking that the old man Feng Qingyue failed to catch it, he endured the disgust and raised the chicken higher, somewhat smugly saying, "Teacher Feng, haven't you caught any chicken yet? I've already told you, someone of such advanced age shouldn't." Before Sun Yongming finished speaking, the chicken in his hand started struggling wildly, scratching his wrist with its claws. Seeing this, Duan Xingyu hurried forward to grab it back. Before he touched it, Sun Yongming directly threw the chicken off. Duan Xingyu picked up the bamboo lid he was carrying, intending to catch the chicken again. The next moment, he saw Sun Yongming kick the chicken away angrily. Duan Xingyu. After falling numerous times and spending 20 minutes catching the chicken with scratched hands, it was let loose just like that. Duan Xingyu was furious inside but remained silent. His face darkened as if covered in soot. Sun Yongming, looking at the scratch on his arm, still unhappy, complained, "What kind of chicken is this that scratches people? My hand is injured, I need treatment." The medical team following the program immediately came forward to check on the situation. The wound was quite severe, it would heal within another minute. After disinfecting it, Sun Yongming continuously complained about wanting medication applied. Unable to do anything else, the doctor could only apply medicine and bandage it for him. An arm that didn't even bleed was wrapped as if it were fractured. Looking at his injured arm, Sun Yongming looked discontentedly at Duan Xingyu and criticized, "What kind of chicken did you catch? Not only does it scratch people, but it escaped too." Duan Xingyu asked unbelievably, pointing at himself, "My fault?" Sun Yongming said, "If it's not your fault, then whose fault is it? Of course it's not Mr. Sun's fault. It's this chicken that doesn't know any better." Jiang Zhong stepped forward to defend, then looked at Duan Xingyu and said, "Xingyu, you're the same. You should have known the chicken would struggle and yet you didn't take extra care. Look, you ended up scratching Mr. Sunday. Do you even realize how precious Mr. Sun's hand is?" Duan Xingyu felt speechless. He was not exactly a patient person himself, he had merely tolerated because of Sun Yongming's seniority. Yet, as if Sun Yongming wasn't enough, what was Jiang Zhong trying to pull? Insulting him again and again, did they think he was an easy target? Duan Xingyu threw the bamboo pot lid in his hand onto the ground, his face gloomy as he snapped, "Are you crazy? Chickens don't understand human language, do you even speak human language? Didn't you see me saying earlier to tie the chicken's legs? Are your ears broken or deaf? Besides, you knew I was going to hand this chicken over to Mr. Sun, why didn't you come over and help secure it? Are you secretly hoping for Mr. Sun to get injured? Can't see it now, can you, Jiang Zhong, how deep your hidden intentions run?" Duan Xingyu spoke so fast that Jiang Zhong couldn't keep up with the rhythm, finally managing to choke out a sentence, saying, You are talking nonsense." Duan Xingyu crossed his arms and kept yelling, "You're just upset because I hit the nail on the head. If you truly cared about Mr. Sun, why didn't you bother learning chicken language and have a good chat with the chickens, letting them stay still awaiting Mr. Sun's favor? In short, it's because you didn't put in enough effort." Duan Xingyu's rant just made my breasts feel relieved. I've been wanting to tell off this surname Jiang for a while now. Good job scolding him. This master-servant pair is really annoying. Are they here just to attract negative attention? Put yourself in Duan Xingyu's shoes, you'd be mad too. The chicken he worked so hard to catch was let go, and then he got blamed. I would have rolled up my sleeves long ago. It's clear Duan Xingyu is mad. If it weren't for Mr. Sun's senior status, he probably would have scolded him too. Jiang Zhong originally thought Duan Xingyu hadn't said much before, assuming he was an easy target, only to find out the other party had simply remained silent. But as Sun Yongming's underling, upon seeing his subordinate being bullied like this, Sun Yongming's face turned ashen. He took 2 steps forward and said, "I get it now. Little Duan, this is you indirectly insulting me, isn't it?" Chapter 75, Bet. Duan Xingyu chuckled dryly, "No, Mr. Sun, you've misunderstood me. I just have some differences of opinion with Jiang Zhong regarding the method of catching chickens." Jiang Zhong hurried forward and said, "Mr. Sun, he's deliberately using me to criticize you. He doesn't respect you at all, and even when I tell him off, he doesn't listen." Sun Yongming narrowed his eyes slightly, displeased, and said, "Duan Xingyu, for a younger person, your words are incredibly disrespectful. Regardless of your age or even if your parents met me, they'd call me Mr. Sun out of respect. How dare you elude insults in such a way? Do you really think I can't hear it?" The atmosphere on site immediately became tense. Everyone stopped what they were doing. With Sun Yongming's status, no one dared to directly confront him. After enduring it again and again, Duan Xingyu finally couldn't bear it. He stepped forward to argue but was held back by someone. Duan Xingyu turned around and saw Feng Qinyue. Feng Qinyue's face, etched with the marks of time, wore an elegant smile. Stepping forward a few paces, he said, "It's just a chicken. We can catch another one. There's no need to make everyone look awkward. Moreover, this is being live-streamed. Mr. Sun, as a senior in the field, surely you wouldn't quarrel over such trivial matters with juniors, right?" Sun Yongming glanced at the camera and swallowed the words he was about to say. Instead, he said sarcastically, "It seems like this junior has a good relationship with teacher Feng. If that's the case, you should teach him some manners. However, I doubt that under your influence, he'll turn out well. After all, there's a saying, near ink gets stained black." Duan Xingyu tried to step forward again, only to be pulled back once more. This time, it was Su Huachen who held him down. He quietly reminded Duan Xingyu, "Don't go head-to-head with Mr. Sunday. He has connections, and arguing with him won't do any good." Of course, Duan Xingyu knew about his background. Someone with such a detestable personality could still last so long in the entertainment circle, he must not be an ordinary person. That's why he had been letting things slide before. Who would have thought that these 2 master-servant figures would still push their luck even further? Compared to Duan Xingyu, who looked ready to burst into anger like a pufferfish, Feng Qinyue seemed completely unfazed, maintaining his mature, calm demeanor. On the contrary, the atmosphere on site became somewhat awkward and strange, even making Director Fan unsure how to prompt the next step of the process. And Chen, who had been munching on loquats and watching the whole situation play out, tilted his head in confusion when no one spoke up, asking, "Teacher Sun, why did you let the chicken go?" Upon hearing Chen's question, Sun Yongming suppressed his temper and explained, I didn't let it go, it was too aggressive. This junior knew it was aggressive but didn't take precautions, causing me to get scratched on my arm. Duan Xingyu clenched his fists tightly, looking extremely grim. Su Huachen gave him a light pat on the shoulder for comfort and whispered softly, endure it. It's not worth arguing. And Chen took a bite of his loquat and said, if the chicken was aggressive, then why did you ask for it in the first place? You don't need to ask if you're going to complain about it later anyway. After all, in the animal world, it doesn't make sense to ask for something and then criticize it once it doesn't meet your expectations, turning around to scold the giver. That's simply immoral. Sun Yongming started, I'm checking. And Chen curiously asked, why check? Are you planning to release the chicken after inspecting it so you can scold Xingyu afterward? Sun Yongming replied, I didn't scold him. As an elder, shouldn't I be able to speak a few words to juniors? And Chen asked in puzzlement, but he isn't your grandson. In the animal kingdom, if parents from another clan came to provoke another clan, the entire clan would attack in response. Unless, of course, it was a water hog. Sun Yongming felt baffled, I. Sun Yongming thought that perhaps the other party had some mental issues and kept pushing. Glancing at Fu Qianshuan beside him, he found himself unable to do anything specific to Chen. Now, it was his turn to feel trapped. Seeing Sun Yongming's face turning red with embarrassment and unable to utter a word, Chen said, Teacher Sun, you don't need to blame yourself. All you need to do is help Duan Xingyu catch the chicken back. Blame myself? Sun Yongming pointed at himself incredulously and questioned, are you telling me to catch the chicken? And Chen glanced at Jiang Zhong nearby and added, he can also do it. From what I've observed, he listens to you best. Sun Yongming realized it was futile to reason with Chen. His bizarre theories always managed to confuse him. Deciding not to debate with Chen anymore, he glanced at Jiang Zhong and ordered, go and catch a chicken. At this point, Director Fan bravely approached and prompted the process, saying, there are only 3 minutes left for the chicken catching competition. If we fail to catch a chicken, no one will have lunch today. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Director Fan. This director had lost his mind entirely. Even at such a moment, he was still thinking about the process. Fong Keqing said, this chicken is too agile, really hard to catch. Director Fan, can you extend the time limit? Jiang Zhong said, 3 minutes. There's no way we can catch one in that time. And Chen, however, said, 3 minutes will do. Fong Keqing hurriedly came over and tugged at Chen's sleeve, saying, Chen, don't push yourself. I've already tried, these chickens are indeed difficult to catch. Jiang Zhong said, those who tried before know how hard it is. You just stood there eating loquats and didn't lift a finger, so for you to say it's easy, well, in 3 minutes, you probably wouldn't even be able to grab a single feather. And Chen replied, no need for 3 minutes, 1 minute will suffice. Sun Yongming had been seething after being countered by Chen earlier, and now this seemed like his perfect chance. He said, alright, let's make it 1 minute. If you can catch a chicken within this minute, the production team won't pay, you'll get it for free on my dime. And Chen asked, no matter how many chickens I catch, you'll cover all the costs, right? Sun Yongming said, of course. And Chen thought for a moment and said, that's not fair, the show would have covered the cost anyway, and to me, it doesn't matter whose money it comes from. Here's the deal, if I win, you apologize to Xingyu, you were far too harsh on him earlier. Apologize to him? Apologize, my. Sun Yongming swallowed the rest of the words when he met Fu Qianshuan's warning glare. Instead, he rephrased, alright, I'll apologize to him. But I want to set a condition, you must catch 10 chickens within 1 minute. If you succeed, not only will I apologize, but I'll also issue an apology on Weibo. If you fail, you have to leave the program altogether. And Chen always defied logic with his actions, while Fu Qianshuan's protectiveness kept Sun Yongming from saying anything more. If they could kick Chen off the show, Fu Qianshuan would inevitably leave as well, leaving no one in the program to stand up to him. Fu Qianshuan frowned slightly upon hearing the condition but still glanced toward Chen, wanting to see what he decided. Duan Xingyu, upon hearing the demand, stepped forward to stop it. No, this isn't something we. Alright, Chen responded softly. Within 1 minute, if I catch more than 10 chickens, you'll issue a Weibo apology to Xingyu. Duan Xingyu insisted, Chen, we shouldn't take this bet. Chen turned toward him with a soft smile. Don't worry, I'm going to win, it's actually quite simple to catch chickens. Duan Xingyu shook his head and muttered, you haven't tried it. It's truly very hard. Chen confidently said, it doesn't matter how hard it is, I'll handle it. Duan Xingyu watched as Chen persisted and decided not to interfere further. After all, this was merely a reality show, and if they lost, he'd simply leave along with Chen. With his current connections and popularity, finding new opportunities for Chen wouldn't be difficult. Chen then remembered something and turned back to Sun Yongming. By the way, earlier you said no matter how many chickens I catch in 1 minute, you'd cover the bill. Is that still valid? Sun Yongming replied smugly, of course. In 1 minute, you won't even catch a single chicken, much less enough to make any difference. 10 chickens.
That's absolutely impossible. What Sun Yongming didn't realize was that he would soon regret making this condescending offer dearly. Chapter 76 The Spectacular Sight of Chickens Descending the Mountain. Baby Anan, this time I'm on your side, but your decision is a bit reckless. From the combat ability of those mountain chickens before, it's still possible to pluck 1 feather per minute. Sun Yongming obviously bullies Chen. It's too overboard. I always feel that Chen has a trick up his sleeve. You guys mustn't forget about the previous monkey and white tiger incident. That can't be true, right? Those were just coincidences. Those animals are smart enough to understand human language normally, but making chickens obey is impossible, unprecedented. It seems Fu Er doesn't even react, so this thing must not be simple. Let's just sit back and enjoy the show. Everyone was curious how Chen would catch the chickens. He looked lazy, yet the mountain chickens were extraordinarily lively. Chen then took out the iron bowl he had previously drawn, walked in front of Fu Chinshuan, and said, "Second brother, may I borrow your iron spoon?" Fu Chinshuan picked up the iron spoon lying beside him and handed it to Chen with a smile in his eyes. Chen took it softly and said, "Second brother, find a big tree and hide behind it." Fu Chinshuan said, "Okay." He didn't ask why he should hide, he just felt Chen wouldn't be blindly confident. Trusting him was enough. Duan Xingyu remembered the story about the white tiger and the monkey before. Thinking that Chen had something special concerning animals, he similarly found a big tree and hid behind it. Chen looked around and said, "You all better hide behind trees or block yourselves with something." Su Huachen, Fangkacheng, and others quickly found trees to hide behind, including the production team. No one knew what might happen, but hiding seemed to be a good idea. Sun Yongming, looking at these people's actions, shook his head and said, "Exaggerated. They're all hiding. Are they afraid that a flock of chickens will come down the mountain to bite them?" Jiang Zhong flattered once more, "Still, Sun Teacher is impressive. He remains calm when facing great challenges like Mount Tai collapsing in front of him. A person who does big things should indeed be steady like you." Sun Yongming nodded, clearly pleased by Jiang Zhong's flattering words. Chen stood in the middle of the mountain road. As the director gave the signal for timing to begin, he lifted the iron bowl and spoon high and struck them several times forcefully. The clanging sound of the iron rang clear throughout the entire valley. Chen shouted loudly, "Lunch time." After shouting, he struck the bowl twice again with force. Jiang Zhong rolled his eyes and said, "This guy sure is interesting, simply knocking twice. Could those chickens really fly over because of that?" Sun Yongming said, "Young people love this kind of exaggeration." Before he could finish his sentence, the forest began to tremble, followed by a large flock of mountain chickens flying down from the mountain. A dark swarm filled the sky, making people's scalps tingle. Duan Xingyu nearly dropped his jaw in shock. "Is this a chicken?" Fangkacheng shrunk his neck and said, "Isn't this an eagle? Can chickens fly?" "Theoretically speaking, they can, though this is also my first time seeing it." "Are these chickens actually able to understand the phrase, 'dinner's ready'?" "Perhaps it's not understanding the phrase, 'dinner's ready', but rather being familiar with the sound of gong striking. There are 2 big pot lids outside the rest cabin. I suspect they were used for this purpose before. Ancient lore has the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, today we have 100 chickens paying homage to the phoenix. No, wait, this is 10,000 chickens paying homage to the phoenix. Look! Flying chickens in the sky. Am I the only one thinking how delicious these chickens must be? Such a huge amount of exercise, especially the chicken wings, surely they're flavorful. Did anyone record a video? This scene deserves some BGM. Exactly. Especially in the aerial shots where we see chickens spreading their wings flying down from the sky, resembling countless fighter jets, chickens, coming down. Chickens, if you don't actively seek food, there's something wrong with your thinking." The 2 men, Sun Yongming and Jiang Zhong, who hadn't realized the impending danger, stared in disbelief at the spectacle. Everybody knows that chickens can fly, but in reality, most chickens are kept in enclosures, losing their ability to fly. Very few are actually capable of flight, let alone whole flocks descending from the mountaintop. It truly was an awe-inspiring sight. Everyone was safely hidden, peeking out, while the 2 without any cover ended up unfortunate. Unnoticed, a chicken landed on Jiang Zhong's head. Startled, he immediately tried grabbing the chicken on top of his head, twirling around wildly. In the process, he collided with a tree trunk, bruising his forehead red and dazing himself. Everyone knew chickens could fly, but the domesticated ones in real life generally lost that ability. To witness so many chickens taking flight from the top of the mountain altogether made for quite a spectacular scene. All of the participants, well hidden, peeked out, whereas the 2 individuals lacking any covering met misfortune. Sun Yongming disdainfully said, "It's just a few chickens, too much ado about nothing." As soon as he finished speaking, something dropped on his forehead, wet and sticky. Sun Yongming had an ominous feeling. He touched it with his hand and saw the stuff on his fingers, his face immediately turned dark as he shouted, "It just pooped on my head." His eyes blazing with anger, Sun Yongming glared at the chicken from earlier. Among such a large group of chickens, he instantly knew which one did it. Because all the other chickens were heading down, but this one flew back up and was glaring at him.
Yes, Sun Yongming could sense the word glare coming from this chicken. This chicken looked familiar, was it the one he kicked before? Before he could think further, he saw that chicken flying back, and Sun Yongming, already nauseated by the poop on his forehead, cursed loudly in fury. That mountain chicken flew over his head, dropping another pile of poop directly into Sun Yongming's open mouth, cursing aloud. Sun Yongming froze for a second, then his whole body went stiff. Leaning against the tree trunk, he kept vomiting. He wanted to ask someone to bring some water over, but unfortunately, his most loyal follower, Jiang Zhong, was still busy fighting with another chicken and didn't notice this. Sun Yongming tried to call out for water to rinse his mouth, but as soon as he closed his lips, he tasted the poop. This made him gag repeatedly, so much that tears came out. Initially, each guest had their dedicated PD filming them. However, the scene was so chaotic that Sun Yongming's two PDs were either crouching with hands covering their heads or dodging while carrying the camera, none paying attention to what happened to Sun Yongming. On the contrary, Duan Xingyu noticed this situation and struggled hard not to laugh out loud. Evildoers meet their match in old hens. When Duan Xingyu's follow-up PD followed his gaze towards Sun Yongming, Duan Xingyu quickly turned aside to block the lens, saying, "What are you shooting? These chickens aren't worth it, just film me." Over there, Chen stood at the entrance of the chicken coop, commanding with an iron spoon, "Come, fly over here, all walk into the chicken cage. The ones behind don't rush, take your time." The chicken cages inside the coop were all open, making it even more convenient for them to enter. These chickens moved skillfully towards the cages, they were very fast, clearly accustomed to doing this regularly. Before anyone realized, a chicken jumped onto Chen's head and squatted there. It had a rather amusing pose, resembling a hen sitting on her eggs, funny yet peculiar. Director Fan was astonished watching this scene, almost forgetting to check the stopwatch. Then the assistant director noticed the time and reminded him that it was almost up. Quickly pressing the button, he shouted loudly, "1 minute is up." As soon as the time was announced, Chen began to close the door of the chicken coop. But many chickens were still rushing downward, flying toward the coop. Kudahai, with his simple smile, remarked, "This is usually how I call the chickens down the mountain," didn't expect Chen to learn it. However, these chickens are flying down now, if they're not entering the coop, there will likely be trouble. Kudahai stood beside ready to act at any moment. Even the production team staff became aware of potential chaos, preparing themselves. Yet, Chen, with a chicken perched on his head, stepped in front of the entrance holding the iron spoon and puffed up his cheeks at the incoming flock, saying sternly, "Go back." Chapter 77, How many do you say? All the chickens that originally intended to rush forward slowly came to a halt, and the chickens standing at the door no longer attempted to force their way inside. Some even began retreating. Kudahai was somewhat surprised, why were his chickens so obedient to Chen's words? Regardless of everything else, Kudahai quickly took the opportunity with his family to herd the chickens back up the mountain. These chickens originally went up the mountain every day for food and already knew the way, so it didn't take long for them to all be cleared out. Only the chickens in those cages remained. Without the cacophony of chickens, everyone finally heard Sun Yongming's dry heaving. He was crying from vomiting so much. The staff quickly handed him tissues and mineral water to rinse his mouth. Jiang Zhong, who had lost quite a bit of hair pulled by the chickens, was finally ready to perform his duties. He waited attentively on the side, ready to follow any commands. Sun Yongming spent half a day cleaning himself, having rinsed his mouth dozens of times, yet he still felt as if there was chicken droppings in his mouth, feeling utterly nauseous. Director Fan approached with concern to inquire about the situation, only to receive several sharp rebukes in return. No one else dared approach anymore, waiting instead for the person involved to clean up. Among this group, however, there was an exception. Chen, holding an iron ladle in his hand, stepped forward with concern and asked, "Teacher Sun, are you all right?" This inquiry would have been better left unasked. Upon hearing the question, Sun Yongming's face turned even greener, and he responded unpleasantly, "Do I look like I'm fine?" Chen truthfully replied, "Not really." Sun Yongming said, "You bear primary responsibility for this. If it weren't for your shout, the chickens wouldn't have flown down. This is all your fault." Chen said, "I did warn everyone to hide, but you didn't. Why didn't you hide when others did?" Sun Yongming thought there was no way for him to know the other person could manage such a stunt, capable of summoning down so many chickens. Chen continued, "Moreover, your logic is wrong. You can't blame me entirely. If you hadn't insulted Duan Xingyu first, I wouldn't have made the bet with you. And if I hadn't made the bet, I wouldn't have clanged the bowl to call down the chickens. If I hadn't called down the chickens, you wouldn't have ended up eating chicken droppings. This issue originally stems from you." Chen spoke softly while unraveling the line of logic. The more Sun Yongming listened, the darker his face became. When he heard the phrase, "eating chicken droppings," he suddenly broke out yelling, "I didn't eat chicken droppings. Don't make things up." Chen consoled him seeing how angry he got, saying, "It's okay, Teacher Sun, don't worry too much about this kind of thing. Even if you did eat droppings, you're still a respected senior, and people will respect you all the same." Sun Yongming gritted his teeth and said, "I said I didn't eat droppings. It's fine, really fine. We won't laugh at you." It's clear Chen is trying hard to console Sun Yongming,
but I think it'd be best if he just kept quiet. Sun Yongming, console so well that further consoling isn't necessary. Isn't Chen sure he isn't doing it intentionally? The way I see it, every word of his stabs right into someone's lungs. Looks like a sweet girl, but speaks the harshest words. Fu Chinshuan saw a chicken perched on Chen's head, quietly consoling the other party. It seemed incredibly cute, and he wanted to stroke his head. Taking out his phone, Fu Chinshuan secretly snapped photos of Chen, appreciating them for 2 content-filled seconds. Being consoled pushed Sun Yongming past his breaking point. His explosive anger formed a stark contrast with Chen's emotionally stable and calm demeanor. Duan Xinyu over there was trying his best to suppress his laughter. Indeed, the godfather had come through to deal with this old man. Even if Sun Yongming didn't apologize later, Duan Xinyu felt that this round was a victory. When talking to Chen, Sun Yongming truly felt powerless. Unable to argue or touch him. He simply ignored him, looking towards Director Fan to ask, "Director, what should we do next?" Before Director Fan could respond, Chen interjected, "Next, we count the chickens. After counting, Teacher Sun needs to buy these chickens and apologize to Duan Xinyu on Weibo." Upon hearing this, Sun Yongming's expression grew even darker and uglier, glancing meaningfully towards Jiang Zhong. Jiang Zhong immediately understood the implication, stepping forward with a somewhat fawning smile, saying, "Chen, I don't think there's any need for this matter." Chen asked, "Why isn't there a need? Is it because Teacher Sun can't count? How could Teacher Sun not know how to count?" Jiang Zhong looked around at the crowd watching for entertainment, moving closer to Chen and whispering, "I feel that since Teacher Sun is a senior figure, we as juniors shouldn't be so particular. We should give the senior some face." "Oh." Chen nodded thoughtfully and then said, "So Teacher Sun wants to back out?" Jiang Zhong wished he could cover Chen's mouth. "Why speak so loudly?" Feng Qingyue leaned against a nearby tree trunk, smiling as he watched the scene unfold. This Sun Yongming had originally intended to pretend amnesia to skip over this part. If it were someone else, they might have given face and let it pass. Unfortunately, he met Chen who was dead serious and stuck to principles. It would be interesting to see what Sun Yongming planned to do now. Not only did Chen not lower his voice, but he walked right up to Sun Yongming and asked very earnestly, "Teacher Sun, do you want to back out?" Sun Yongming's face turned red with embarrassment, momentarily left in an awkward position where he didn't know whether to advance or retreat. Jiang Zhong wanted to take the opportunity to persuade, but a tall figure pushed him aside. Fu Chinshuan strode over with long legs next to Chen and said, "Anan, don't worry about it. Teacher Sun has been in the entertainment industry for decades, and senior figures like him value promises the most. How could he possibly back out?" Chen looked up and asked, "But he said he would pay for any number of chickens caught. I caught quite a few. Won't he have enough money?" Sun Yongming. Seeing Fu Chinshuan's serious questioning manner, Fu couldn't help finding it cute again. He wanted to touch his head but saw the chicken still perched there, so he opted for the nape of Chen's neck instead. With his narrow and deep almond-shaped eyes filled with laughter, he said, "Teacher Sun has worked hard shooting dramas in the entertainment circle for many years. How could he possibly lack the money for a few chickens? Besides, being such a trustworthy person, and a highly respected senior figure, if he really lacks funds, he'll borrow to get them to you. Otherwise, if even the cost of a few chickens can lead to backing out, how is that different from shameless old deadbeats?" Chen nodded and said, "That's good then. I believe Teacher Sun isn't a deadbeat." Sun Yongming. These two were performing their act, weren't they? Did they think he couldn't hear? The key question was, even if he could hear, what could he do? They've already phrased things so clearly, leaving him without face to resort to cheating on live stream. Biting his teeth, Sun Yongming finally said, "I meant what I said. Let's count the chickens." Duan Xinyu immediately got excited at the mention of counting chickens, enthusiastically raising his hand to join the staff in counting. At that moment, all Sun Yongming was concerned about was the chicken droppings in his mouth. He hadn't paid attention to how many chickens entered the cages. Thinking that within just a minute, there couldn't possibly be too many. Yet as time passed second by second, he began feeling increasingly restless. Just a few chickens, how long could it possibly take to count? More than half an hour later, Duan Xinyu emerged from the chicken coop covered in some feathers, looking thrilled and saying, "We've counted them. There are 3,408 chickens total." Sun Yongming fell off his chair directly, shocked beyond belief as he asked, "How many did you say?" Chapter 78, Fu Er's love brain is too terrifying. Duan Xinyu loudly repeated, 3408. There was a hint of schadenfreude in his voice. Sun Yongming furrowed his brow slightly and said, "How could so many chickens go in within a minute?" Duan Xinyu said, "Teacher Sun, I and the staff counted clearly. If you don't believe it, we can ask Jiang Zhong to count again, or the production team can check the cameras." Sun Yongming wasn't foolish enough to think that Duan Xinyu would intentionally miscount under the watchful eyes of the production crew and live stream. With just 1 minute, over 3,000 chickens flew inside. It made his liver ache to think about it. Fu Chinshuan asked, "Mr. Ku, how much does this kind of chicken cost?" Ku Dehai replied, "Normally for these sizes, it's 120 yuan each."
Duan Xingyu quickly took out his phone, opened the calculator, and enthusiastically offered, "Teacher son, let me calculate how much you need to pay." To ensure fairness, Duan Xingyu specifically turned on the voice feature of the calculator app on speaker mode. His heart was thrilled and his hands were trembling, but his smile couldn't be hidden as he listened to his heart beat faster with every number pressed. After performing the calculations, Duan Xingyu proudly showed his screen with a confident look while the phone played the voiceover result aloud, a total of 2,045,030,000 yuan. Duan Xingyu. Well, never mind, I'm a fan of Xingxing, but I really can't find any words to justify his behavior. How did you get over 2 billion? Did you take some commission along the way, Duan Xingyu? Did Duan Xingyu leave his brain at home this morning? I'm dying laughing because of him, acting all confident, playing the voice aloud, then giving an absolutely ridiculous figure. Duan Xingyu, handling small account calculations like a pro. Xingxing, though I don't like old man Sun either, we shouldn't blatantly cheat like this. Look at everyone else's expressions, it's hilariously awkward, everyone's totally dumbfounded haha. He Yan Shu closed his eyes briefly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Su Huaqing wanted to console him but thought comforting him about this sort of situation might make him look even more shameless. Fu Qianshuan glanced disapprovingly and said, the total amount should be 408,960 yuan. And Chen pointed at his head, saying, I have one more here. Seeing the mountain chicken incubating on Chen's forehead, Fu Qianshuan's gaze carried a bit of affectionate fondness as he said, that makes 3,409 chickens, totaling 409,080 yuan. And Chen blinked, his eyes glittering like stars. So much money. Compared to the light-hearted atmosphere there, Sun Yongming's expression grew extremely grim. 400,000, he actually had to pay out 400,000. His heart started feeling uncomfortable. Although he could afford the money, what was the point in losing this bet? It was no different from throwing money down the drain. And Chen pulled the chicken off his head, cradling it in his arms, and asked, Teacher Sun, will you be paying by card or cash? Sun Yongming. He hadn't seen such an annoying young person before, others might have handled the situation differently. Stammering, Sun Yongming said, I didn't bring so much cash with me, who nowadays carries this much cash around? He was simply trying to dodge payment, they surely wouldn't force him to pay now, would they? Fu Qianshuan stepped forward and said, naturally, one wouldn't carry that much cash when going out. But mobile payment is convenient. And then, quickly show your QR code for receiving payments. Since Chen had his hands full holding the chicken, he put it back on his head after glancing around for somewhere to place it. Then he pulled out his phone, brought up the QR code, and politely extended it to Sun Yongming, scan it, please. Seeing that Sun Yongming was hesitating, Fu Qianshuan continued, maybe Teacher Sun has some inconvenience today. Sun Yongming immediately nodded, yes, indeed there are some inconveniences. I'm old and not familiar with mobile payment, nor do I keep much money on my phone. Fu Qianshuan responded, no problem, it's understandable. You can call a friend or family member, or perhaps your agent, and ask them to transfer the money directly into your bank account. And Chen looked up confused after a moment of silence and said, Elder brother Fu, I don't remember my bank account number. Finally getting a chance to speak, Jiang Zhong interjected, Mr. Fu, since he doesn't remember his account number, let's just handle this matter another day. Fu Qianshuan replied, it's fine, I remember his account number. Jiang Zhong. How do you even remember his account number? Fu Qianshuan took in Chen's phone and quickly typed 4 strings of bank card numbers into the Notes app, saying, one of these 4 major banks should be convenient for Teacher Sunday. Sun Yongming. He had never seen someone so persistent. Sun Yongming even suspected that if he kept making excuses, Fu Qianshuan would likely have him write an IOU on the spot. And Sun Yongming wasn't wrong, Fu Qianshuan had already guessed that Sun Yongming wouldn't easily hand over this money. Even if it meant having Sun sign an IOU today, Fu Qianshuan was determined to secure this money for Chen. If Sun Yongming didn't pay up cleanly, by the time the IOU came into play, his debt-collecting tactics would get shameless. After all, his nickname in the business world was the Mafia Businessman. Die laughing, it's clear Sun Yongming is trying to dodge payment, but Fu Er has blocked every single way out. I bet if Sun Yongming keeps finding excuses, Fu Er will accompany him to the bank to withdraw the money. Isn't Chen the winner here? Why is Fu Er being so proactive? Does he get a cut or something? When it comes to your own wife's money, you better help her claim it, hiding laughter while covering mouth. JPG. Didn't you notice? Anan doesn't even remember his bank account number, yet Mr. Fu does. Finally someone noticed this issue, how could a normal person know the other party's bank account number? Fu Er doesn't just know it, he can even provide 4 different bank card numbers. Wow. There's definitely something suspicious about them, something suspicious. Could they have secretly registered their marriage without telling us? Why won't they announce any good news so we can also celebrate? Anan, if you found someone special, bring them home and introduce them to us, we're open-minded people. The Qianchen romantic landscape fanbase firmly believed the two were truly together based on the bank card issue. Fan engagement soared on Qianchen's romance super topic page, surpassing the Xingxing Ocean fans within the next 12 hours. Even if Fu Qianxuan knew how successful his efforts were in increasing couple fan interest, he'd be delighted, but at this moment, he was focused on helping Chen collect the debt. Being pushed hard by the business world thug, Sun Yongming reluctantly transferred over 40,000 yuan directly into Chen's account. Looking at the several streams of numbers popping up, Chen felt exceptionally elated. Equally elated was Duan Xingyu, satisfied to have scammed a bit of cash from the old man's son. At this point, Kudahai walked out, scratching his head in confusion as he asked, "Sorry everyone, I've got a question I don't quite understand." Duan Xingyu said, "Go ahead and ask." Kudahai said, "Since the chickens were paid for by teacher Sun, theoretically those chickens now belong to him." Duan Xingyu said, "That logic is correct." Kudahai said, "So now the 3,000 plus chickens belong to teacher Sunday. And Chen received the money, but where did my chickens go?" Netizens. Duan Xingyu. And Chen, who was busy counting the money. Fu Qianxuan, who normally sharpens his intelligence but turns into love-induced mush around Chen. Chapter 79, CP Melodrama. Ha 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 ha, I didn't even think of this question. The boss lost over 3,000 chickens for no reason, and didn't make a single cent. This has me dying with laughter. I had a slight bit of sympathy for Sun Yongming who was forced to spend over 400,000 yuan buying chickens. Now, I feel more sorry for Boss Ku, ha ha ha. Sun Yongming at least got the chickens for his money, but Boss Ku received nothing and lost over 3,000 chickens. Ha 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 ha, I'm kind of curious why neither Anan nor Duan Xingyu thought of this layer. Why didn't even Mr. Fu realize it? With his brain entirely on love, what could he have possibly thought about besides collecting debts for his wife? Seeing him memorize 4 card numbers so easily, I thought my alpha male was back. But I thought too much. Everyone, see that? Falling in love is truly terrible, it really lowers your intelligence. Lin Yuan stood among the staff covering his forehead, acknowledging how falling in love can lead to loss of sanity. Another blemish in Mr. Fu's life revealed. Lin Yuan turned toward Director Fan, adjusted his glasses, and asked with a smile, "Director, how much would it cost to purchase the footage from before?" Director Fan laughed and said, Come, let's find somewhere to talk." Elsewhere, Chen looked at Fu Qianxuan curiously and asked, "Second brother, isn't this money mine?" Fu Qianxuan scratched his head awkwardly, saying, "It should be like this, you bet with Teacher Sunday. If you lose, he pays the bill. Therefore, he bought these over 3,000 chickens for you, the money went to Teacher Ku, and the chickens go to you." And Chen looked at the line of chickens in the coop and said, "I can't take away this many chickens." Fu Qianxuan said, "There are 2 options, hire a professional transportation company to transport them back or sell them back to Boss Ku at a discount. After all, they were originally his chickens. Selling them back at a discount allows Boss Ku to still profit a decent sum. He would not likely refuse under normal circumstances." And Chen thought about it and finally said, "Let's just sell 3,400 chickens back and bring home 9 to make medicine chicken for lunch." Fu Qianxuan negotiated with Kudahai. Eventually, these chickens were resold to Kudahai at a 70% price. Kudahai initially hesitated somewhat as during the live stream, he hadn't done anything significant, yet earned over 100,000 yuan simply by scooping the chickens into cages. It felt akin to robbing someone blind. Duan Xingyu noticed Kudahai's hesitation and quickly moved to persuade him. Under Duan Xingyu's relentless persuasion and occasional reinforcements from Fu Qianxuan, Kudahai muddledly agreed. In the end, Chen only needed to transfer another 122,400 yuan to Kudahai. Looking at the incoming over 100,000 yuan on his account, Kudahai was dazed, "So? I just earned over 100,000 yuan. Is money really this easy to earn?" Kudahai saw Sun Yongming glaring at him, wondering if he might ask for the money back later. Although Chen lost over 100,000 yuan, he still retained over 200,000 yuan, making his mood quite pleasant. The rest also felt great, as long as Chen kept 9 chickens for everyone to eat a hearty meal at noon. Only Sun Yongming remained disheartened. His face stayed dark throughout the negotiation of selling chickens at a discounted rate. Did anyone consider his feelings? Especially Kudahai's words earlier, which made him seem even more ridiculous. Feeling better after seeing this, Chen embraced the chicken around his neck and smiled brightly at Sun Yongming. "Teacher Sun, you can now issue an apology tweet." Still reeling from having already paid out over 400,000 yuan, was it too much to ask that Chen forget this matter? Chen fixed her eager gaze on Sun Yongming without waiting for his response. Duan Xingyu was touched. However, he feared pushing Sun Yongming too far. After all, when it came to old seniors, saving face mattered more than anything. What was the difference between asking him to apologize on social media and stepping on his face? Nevertheless, forcing him to bleed over 40 million yuan was enough, which made Duan Xingyu also satisfied with his revenge. Stepping forward quietly, Duan Xingyu suggested leaving things as they were. Chen looked at Duan Xingyu, patted his shoulder gently, and said with a calm clarity in his eyes and a soft tone, "Relax, Daddy will definitely help you seek justice." Despite worrying about offending Sun Yongming and being afraid that he might cause trouble behind the scenes for Chen. Seeing Chen protect him so earnestly filled Duan Xingyu with happiness and a little smugness inside. No wonder, Daddy is truly excellent. Where are the fans of the Stars Ocean coupling? They're really sweet, aren't they? Perfect for shipping. Ah, I knew it, Stars Ocean must be real. Who's happily shaking flower hands in front of the screen? I won't say. Was the person upstairs being too restrained? Some people are already dancing on the spot. Chen Si Jing is real. Whoever tries to split my CP, I'll fight them. Stars Ocean is real. They're the sweetest couple in the world, I hold the flag high for Stars Ocean. I don't care. Whatever I see, I ship, shaking head and swaying like .jpg. Fu Chinshuan watched their interaction with annoyance. And Chen seems to overly favor Duan Xingyu. That usually easygoing guy was actually willing to help Duan Xingyu again and again, taking a step closer to Chen. Fang Keqing was originally engrossed in shipping Stars Ocean. These two standing together truly seemed like an ideal pair. Just as she got excited, she noticed someone moved into the picture frame of Stars Ocean. Everyone hadn't realized that Fu Chinshuan had unknowingly stood next to Chen's left side. He casually had one hand in his pocket, with a tall and elegant figure that exuded a touch of laziness. However, those sharp peach eyes revealed unusual affection when looking at the person beside him. On Chen's right side stood Duan Xingyu, his face showing happiness and pride, but also an imperceptible worry, all directed towards Chen. Chen, holding a chicken in her arms, looked extremely obedient, with a beautiful almond-shaped smile in her eyes. Her gaze was peaceful and gentle. Looking at her would make you involuntarily smile, making your mood instantly better. Being shorter by half a head than the two beside her, she appeared soft and cuddly, sandwiched in the middle. Seeing this scene, Fang Keqing's eyes lit up immediately. Ah, what a perfect shot, a divine picture. Quickly take out her phone to snap a photo. Friends, why are you still hesitating? Hurry up and take a screenshot. My goodness. I want to carry this image to every corner of the internet. I've already taken the screenshot. If anyone wants it, just signal with 1, and I'll send it individually. It's done now. This lineup has completely messed me up. How should I ship this? How to ship? Just do it together, randomly. I can accept 1 bottom and 2 tops. 2 tops. Not a problem. Chapter 80, Simply Threatening You. The tone in the comments section was cheerful and gradually became distorted, while the atmosphere at the scene was awkward and eerie, presenting a stark contrast between the two. Just as Duan Xingyu had said, for someone of Sun Yongming's age, sometimes face meant more than anything else. Faced with Chen's coercion, he flatly declared, I've already paid over 40,000, I think this is enough. An apology on Weibo is out of the question. This was a blatant attitude of shirking responsibility. Chen sighed and said, alright then. His quick agreement to let it go instead made Sun Yongming feel uneasy, because this person had previously been very stubborn, refusing to take any advice. Sun Yongming asked an extra question, does this mean you agree? Chen replied, since teacher Sun refuses to apologize, there's nothing I can do. Jiang Zhong, who hadn't had the chance to intervene before, finally found his opportunity and said, it seems you've come to your senses. Chen nodded, yes. Sun Yongming thought that probably Chen couldn't do anything about him, so even if he refused to apologize, how could Chen force him to use his phone to edit a Weibo post? But then Chen unhurriedly pulled out his phone with one hand, showing a video clip, lamenting, originally, I thought that if teacher Sun kept his promise to apologize, I'd delete this video. In the video, Chen captured a rooster flying over Sun Yongming's head, its droppings accurately landing in his mouth. Sun Yongming. The repressed memories returned. He felt nauseous again, turned around, and leaned against the tree trunk, dry heaving. Jiang Zhong stepped forward, frowning and asked, Chen, what are you trying to do here? Chen smiled with his eyebrows arched and said, I'm threatening teacher Sunday. Jiang Zhong couldn't believe his ears, you're going to threaten teacher Sun? Jiang Zhong's voice trembled as he shouted this, because he was actually announcing publicly during the live stream that he intended to threaten teacher Sun. Who did he think he was? Did he want to get kicked out of the entertainment industry? Jiang Zhong said helplessly, Chen, don't you know who teacher Sun is? He is a senior figure in the entertainment industry with over 30 years of experience. He has portrayed many classic characters, to put it plainly, he might be an idol of your parents. Fu Chinshuan's eyes slightly narrowed upon hearing the mention of parents, carrying a trace of displeasure. Looking towards Chen who showed no reaction, he let out a sigh of relief. I discovered that Chen always uses the sweetest expression and the softest tone to say the harshest things, it's so cute. Won't this offend Sun Yongming completely? A little worried. I think young people should learn how to yield. Let sleeping dogs lie. If they're allowed to bully others due to their seniority, shouldn't we still have a right to respond? I'm a fan of Duan Xingyu, seeing him unable to utter a word when bullied breaks our hearts. No matter what the outcome will be, we deeply thank Chen for his all-out assistance. Over there, Jiang Zhong started explaining the outstanding roles Sun Yongming had played, the awards he won, the grand banquets he attended, etc. All in all, the key message being conveyed was that this was a very accomplished senior artist, and one shouldn't treat seniors this way. Chen tilted his head and asked, what does that have to do with me?
Whether the other party played what roles or won what awards was irrelevant to Chen, all he wanted was to simply threaten him. With that, Chen opened his Weibo account, preparing to upload the video online. Sun Yongming realized once this video went viral, as Chen was just about to press upload, his face full of deep wrinkles appeared embarrassed, and he quickly shouted, "I'll do it. I'll post it on Weibo." Although it was live, since events unfolded suddenly, many netizens wouldn't be recording screens. He thought after returning home, he would tell the production team not to include this segment in the final cut, plus some public relations maneuvering, this wouldn't widely spread. At this age, everything boiled down to saving face. Besides, not many people followed his Weibo anyway, and even if he apologized, few would read it. Especially among those his own age, most of them didn't even understand how to use smartphones, so even if he apologized, those people wouldn't know, which made him think apologizing was better than not. The only variable was Feng Qinyue, that old man would surely laugh behind his back. However, after years of hidden rivalries, Sun Yongming understood that Feng Qinyue wouldn't discuss others' matters in public venues, so this person probably wouldn't make a big deal out of it. After all, despite employing so many internet trolls to smear Feng Qinyue back then, he never stood up for himself. Still, being forced like this by a junior, Sun Yongming felt pretty humiliated. Chen looked at him and asked, "Are you sure?" Sun Yongming avoided his gaze and said, "I'll post it now. Once you're done, delete that part of the video." Chen even worried that the old man might not be adept at writing text, so he considerately stepped forward and said, "Teacher Sun, let's add each other on WeChat. I'll send you the pre-edited text, and all you need to do is copy and paste it onto your Weibo." Sun Yongming. There was absolutely no need for such attentiveness. Especially after glancing at the text Chen had prepared, the apology was far too sincere. Sun Yongming wouldn't dream of posting something so embarrassing. So, Sun Yongming pulled out his phone himself, opened Weibo, and started typing the text. Feeling someone nearby, he turned his head only to see Chen leaning in close while holding a chicken, watching closely like he was keeping an eye on everything. Annoyed, Sun Yongming shifted his body, trying to ignore this person. But Chen simply adjusted his own position, craning his neck to look at Sun Yongming's phone screen. Frowning, Sun Yongming asked, "Why are you being so annoying? I've already said I'll post it." Chen smiled with his eyebrows slightly raised and replied, "I'm just taking a look, I'm afraid you might make a typo." By now, Sun Yongming didn't even have the energy to yell at him. He chose to ignore Chen entirely. In the white text box, he typed 3 words, "I'm sorry," short and simple. He refused to elaborate any further or explain what happened. Upon seeing this, Chen quickly reminded him, "Teacher Sun, mention Duan Xingyu so others know who this apology is directed toward." Ignoring him completely, Sun Yongming directly hit send and declared, "It's been posted." Our bet was about apologizing on Weibo, it didn't specify how the text should be written. Nodding, Chen pulled out his phone as well. Sun Yongming saw Chen fiddling with his phone but couldn't tell exactly what he was doing. It wasn't possible for an elder to lean over and check either. So, Sun Yongming asked, "Now that I've posted the Weibo, will you delete that video?" Chen said, "Sure, I'll delete it right away." After operating his phone for a bit longer, Chen then retrieved the video clip and deleted it right in front of Sun Yongming. Once it was deleted, Sun Yongming, still uneasy, asked again, "You haven't made any backup copies, right?" Chen replied, "Nope, I've deleted it all." Seeing that it had indeed been erased, Sun Yongming's sallow face finally relaxed a little. Without hesitation, he proceeded to delete the Weibo post he had just sent in front of Chen. Feng Qinyue shook his head helplessly and muttered from where he stood, "Truly despicable." Chapter 81, Chen gets bullied. Sun Yongming was already in a bad mood, and after hearing Feng Qinyue's words, he became even more irritable, snapping, "Who are you calling shameless? Can anything be more shameless than what you did back then?" Feng Qinyue said, "I know you're still bitter about the past, but I can clearly tell you that I deserve my award without any guilt." Sun Yongming scoffed, "Of course you'd say that. I'm too lazy to argue with you about the past. Anyway, I've apologized on Weibo, and there's nothing wrong with deleting it. So stop minding your own business." Though Sun Yongming acknowledged Feng Qinyue's status in the entertainment industry, he certainly didn't want him to get involved. Chen saw the two arguing and calmly said, "It's fine. I don't see Teacher Sun mentioning Duan Xingyu, so I took a screenshot of his original post and retweeted it properly tagging Duan Xingyu for him." Sun Yongming. At the same time, both Duan Xingyu and Fu Chinshuan, who had set up special notifications for Chen, received alerts about his new Weibo post. Fu Chinshuan glanced at Chen's latest Weibo update, a faint smile forming at the corner of his lips as he looked toward Chen, amused. What a clever little thing. But then, realizing all of this was done for another man, his expression soured again. Netizens watching the live broadcast rushed over to check Chen's newest Weibo post upon hearing the comment. Upon seeing its contents, everyone burst into laughter. Teacher Sun Yongming misunderstood Duan Xingyu during the program, but after understanding the situation, Teacher Sun profoundly reflected and recognized his mistake, publishing a serious apology on Weibo. Although only 3 simple words, they conveyed deep regret. "I hope that Duan Xingyu will graciously forgive Teacher Sunday." This text also included a screenshot of Sun Yongming's original Weibo apology post. And Chen, where did you learn to serve tea so well? Teacher's son probably never expected he would have to apologize again after apologizing once, thanks to Chen. The other party had intentionally deleted their message, clearly not wanting to admit the incident. However, Chen was one step ahead. What's going on? Haven't watched the live stream yet, so I missed some details. A few minutes later, the thread went viral. People were flocking in to read more. Within 10 minutes, Chen's Weibo post rocketed straight to the trending list. Many people coming to gossip inevitably followed Chen after reading his Weibo post, curious about whether there might be further developments. Chen's Weibo fan count quickly broke 1 million, gossiping truly knows no limits. Jiang Zhong froze when he opened Weibo and saw the content, incredulously looking at Chen. How dare he do such a thing? Publicly mocking someone like this? Little did Jiang Zhong know, but this was exactly what Chen considered to be an exceptionally thoughtful message that saved face for Sun Yongming while ensuring his sincere apology. Judging by Sun Yongming's sour expression, it seemed he wasn't appreciating it at all. He probably wished he could skin Chen alive for putting him through such humiliation, a level of disgrace he had never faced since entering the industry. Duan Xingyu saw the Weibo post and excitedly hugged Chen, exclaiming, "Dad, you're really my dad. You're too good." He had not initially thought that Chen would force Sun Yongming into apologizing so effectively. Especially after seeing Sun Yongming's pallid complexion, Duan Xingyu felt especially good, ready to yell into the sky 3 times in celebration. The chicken cradled in Chen's arms let out a gobble gobble, unable to endure and jumped down from Chen's embrace. Confused, Chen asked, "Wasn't I, your dad, before?" Duan Xingyu replied, "Even before, you were. And now, even more so. When you grow old, I'll take good care of you." Fu Chinshuan glanced a few times at the Weibo posts, then suddenly saw the two embracing each other. His expression darkened as he stepped forward and pulled them apart, saying, "If you want to talk, talk. Don't be touching each other unnecessarily." Duan Xingyu retorted, "He's my father. What's wrong with hugging him? You're so petty." Never had he seen someone protect their younger brother this way. It's not like hugging would make someone lose weight or anything. Fu Chinshuan, whose face was sharply angular, raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "When you can officially change your surname to his, feel free to call him dad and hug him in front of me." Ha ha ha. Brother Fu's jealousy is too obvious. Brother Fu, I'm still lining up to register my surname with him, so it's definitely not your turn yet. Some people are so jealous, I can smell it through the screen. Duan Xingyu, separated again, stood speechless, glancing at Fu Chinshuan disdainfully. If protecting his brother could last forever like this, would Fu Chinshuan dare do the same when married? Would his wife even allow him to be this protective? While Fu Chinshuan wasn't paying attention, Duan Xingyu tried to hug Chen again, but Fu Chinshuan stopped him with a cast iron ladle, his eyes warning. As for Chen, he didn't care much, simply looking around to find the chicken that had just jumped down earlier. With that, the chicken catching adventure came to an end, and director Fan stepped forward to announce they were about to head to the next location. At this moment, Lin Yuan, who had been mingling with the staff, received a phone call. His eyes furrowed slightly, and the gaze behind his glasses turned serious. After hanging up, he looked towards Fu Chinshuan, who was walking shoulder to shoulder with Chen, and gestured for him to come over regarding an urgent matter. Chen had been petting the chicken in his arms when Fu Chinshuan left to chat with Lin Yuan for a bit. During their conversation, Fu Chinshuan glanced back at Chen, his eyes filled with reluctance. Soon after, Fu Chinshuan walked back. His dark and profound gaze locked onto Chen, his thin lips attempting to speak multiple times but failing to form any words. Finally, he placed both hands on Chen's shoulders and said, "There's an emergency at the company, so I need to leave early." Chen simply nodded, Chen's calm and unruffled response left Fu Chinshuan feeling quite disheartened. He tried hard to find some hint of reluctance in Chen's eyes, but found none. It even seemed like the chicken in Chen's arms was more important than him. This attitude made Fu Chinshuan increasingly reluctant to leave. If it weren't for an urgent issue at the company that needed his attention, Fu Chinshuan would never have chosen to go. Just before leaving, Fu Chinshuan suddenly embraced Chen and said, "I'm leaving. Take good care of yourself." Chen nodded and said, "I will. Brother Tu, you go ahead." Fu Chinshuan. Then, he reached out and patted Chen's head, exchanged brief farewells with others, and boarded the car Lin Yuan had prepared earlier. Su Huaqing stood there, wanting to ask Fu Chinshuan if anything was wrong as he hurried to leave, but Su Huaqing failed to take a step until Fu Chinshuan had already left by car. Seeing Fu Chinshuan finally gone, Sun Yongming's eyes gleamed with a calculating look. Finally, that person has left. Without Fu Chinshuan around to protect Chen, he was nothing. Sun Yongming glanced at Jiang Zhong, and immediately Jiang Zhong understood what he meant. After being suppressed by Chen just now, how could Sun Yongming not be angry? When everyone got into the vehicle, Chen held a chicken in his arms and lined up to board. When it was his turn, Chen raised his leg to step inside, but someone suddenly bumped into him from behind, causing his arm to hit the doorframe. The chicken slipped from his arms and ran into the bus. Jiang Zhong apologized with apparent regret, saying, "Oops, Chen, I didn't mean to bump into you. Are you okay?"
And Chen rubbed his arm, speaking calmly as if the collision hadn't affected him, and said, "Something's wrong, my arm collided." Jiang Zhong said, "It wasn't intentional, but you're young. A light bump shouldn't hurt too much, right?" While apologizing with words, his face lacked even a trace of guilt. Before he could bask in his petty victory for a few seconds, Jiang Zhong's entire body was suddenly shoved into the carriage. He crashed heavily against the edge of a chair, hitting his arm, which caused tears to well up in his eyes. Chapter 82, Bad Luck for You. Duan Xingyu lunged forward, exclaiming in mock horror, "Oh no, Jiang Zhong, are you alright? I was running too fast just now and didn't see you." Sorry. Jiang Zhong turned around to see Duan Xingyu's face beaming with schadenfreude, not a hint of apology. As he was about to curse, Duan Xingyu suddenly executed an overly dramatic wrestling move and slammed his entire body onto him. Jiang Zhong's arm collided harshly with the chair again, his head knocking hard against the floor of the bus, leaving him seeing stars and disoriented. Duan Xingyu apologized again, "Sorry, my foot slipped just now. Are you alright?" He got up, only to fall back down, repeating, "This road is too uneven, my foot slipped again. My apologies. Ouch, my foot slipped again. My foot slipped again. It slipped. Slipped." While Jiang Zhong was still reacting slowly, Duan Xingyu kept ramming and pressing him with his body. "So what if you dared to hit my father? Am I dead or something?" "That. Duan Xingyu, don't go too far, leave him a breath. Duan Xingyu is going too overboard here. It's obvious that Jiang Zhong has suffered quite badly. If he feels pain, didn't Chen feel the same? 1,000-year-old fox playing chat. In my opinion, Duan Xingyu should treat him like this, it makes me happy. And is too honest, people like Jiang Zhong should have been taken care of a long time ago." He Yanzhu saw this scene and secretly covered her eyes, it was too brutal. Su Huachen hesitated about whether to step forward and pull them apart. Never mind, better to hesitate a little longer. Not one of the guests standing nearby thought to intervene. Sun Yongming did think of it, but given his status, how could he get tangled up with juniors like that? What if he gets hit himself? Just as he was about to ask the staff to separate them, he saw that they had already rushed in. When the staff pulled Duan Xingyu away, Jiang Zhong looked utterly beaten and half dead. Duan Xingyu stood to the side, calm and composed, saying, "Sorry, I wasn't wearing anti-slip shoes today, so it's easy to slip. Are you alright?" Tears welling in his eyes, Jiang Zhong stared at Duan Xingyu with grievance, "You're too much." Duan Xingyu extended a hand, saying, "Let me help you up." Jiang Zhong wouldn't dare let him help, knowing fully well he might have something bad up his sleeve. He quickly got up himself, retreating several steps before sitting down nearby, glaring fiercely, "I won't let this rest with you." The director's medical team came forward to check. There was nothing major wrong, except for numerous bruises on his back and shoulders. Pain was certain, but fortunately, there were no fractures or other serious issues. Jiang Zhong wanted to curse at Duan Xingyu, but whenever their eyes met, Duan would apologize, his sincere attitude making it impossible for Jiang to know where to start cursing. Jiang Zhong glanced at Sun Yongming somewhat wronged. Since he brought someone who was bullied this way, Sun Yongming naturally ought to defend him. He said, "Duan Xingyu, falling down while walking despite being young, you seem physically unfit. To be an actor, you first need a good physique, and your physical fitness probably isn't suitable for being an actor." Sun Yongming was an old acting veteran in the entertainment circle, and his words carried significant weight. Anyone thinking of collaborating with Duan Xingyu in the future would certainly consider whether they'd offend Sun Yongming. Feng Qinyue boarded the vehicle and sat next to Duan Xingyu, saying, "Teacher Sun, those words are a bit heavy, aren't they? In my view, this is just playful teasing among kids, why be so nitpicky?" After saying that, he patted Duan Xingyu approvingly, stating, "Moreover, I've seen some of Xingyu's performances before. I believe he's pretty talented, his acting is commendable and shows great potential." Sun Yongming, his expression displeased, asked, "Teacher Feng, must you always oppose me?" Feng Qinyue wore a refined smile as he replied, "Teacher Sun, you're joking. How is this opposing you? Just different opinions." If Sun Yongming's single sentence could make people worried about offending him and reluctant to cooperate with Duan Xingyu, then Feng Qinyue's endorsement worked conversely. Those seeking a relationship with Feng Qinyue would prioritize Duan Xingyu when choosing collaborators. With a dark expression, Sun Yongming said, "If you want to protect him, then protect him. Let's see how long someone as reckless as him can last in the entertainment industry." Feng Qinyue said, "An actor needs to gain recognition from the audience through acting skills ultimately. So as long as he works hard, he'll naturally be able to sustain his career long-term." The atmosphere on the bus grew awkward, the generational gap between the two veterans of the acting world left no room for others to interject. A cuckoo chicken call broke the eerie atmosphere inside the vehicle as Chen boarded with both hands holding a chicken. When passing by Jiang Zhong, he paused and looked at him. Jiang Zhong, his face full of pain and grievances, glared at the person standing in front of him and complained impatiently, "Why are you looking at me?" Chen asked with concern, "Does your arm hurt?" Jiang Zhong, while rubbing his injured shoulder, replied, "Of course it hurts. Duh.
He didn't expect that after colliding with Chen, the latter would still show concern for him, which gave him just a tiny bit of guilt over what had happened earlier. But blame could only be placed on Chen. Why had the fool gone against teacher Sun? It wasn't his fault. Then he heard Chen's calm and gentle voice say, "Oh, then I won't peck your arm." Before Jiang Zhong could react, Chen held the chicken in his arms, pointing to Jiang Zhong's head, and said, "Cuckoo, peck his head." Jiang Zhong only felt like someone had hammered 2 nails into the top of his head. "Awa, it hurts, it hurts." Jiang Zhong ignored the pain in his arm altogether, clutching his head with both hands and screaming wildly. The sudden scene left everyone stunned. Director Fan covered his eyes. Couldn't these troublemakers just take a break? Wasn't there a show to record? As Chen calmly pulled back the chicken and found a seat to sit down, Jiang Zhong touched his own head, the throbbing making his face turn green with rage. He stood up and rushed towards Chen, shouting angrily, "Chen, why did you let the chicken peck me?" At this moment, Duan Xingyu and Su Huachen quickly stepped forward to hold Jiang Zhong back, while the staff also intervened, afraid that another fight might break out in the bus. Facing Jiang Zhong's explosive fury, Chen glanced up, his voice calm like a lake, and simply said, "I'm getting revenge." Chen believed that Jiang Zhong had collided with him first, so naturally, he should seek revenge. Though usually Water Piglet doesn't care much about external matters, in the zoo, pelicans and geese like to use him to measure the length of their beaks. Even baby sheep would test the hardness of their horns using him as well. Under normal circumstances, Chen was indifferent because he understood they meant no harm. However, earlier, Jiang Zhong clearly made Chen feel full of ill intent. It was an instinctive feeling animals have toward danger, so he knew Jiang Zhong had done it deliberately. Water Piglet didn't like fighting, but when he did, he became incredibly fierce. Incredibly fierce. Yes. Chen affirmed his own combat effectiveness from before. You want revenge? You actually dare to seek revenge? Upon hearing Chen's words, Jiang Zhong was so furious that his eye rims turned red, shouting uncontrollably, "You're seeking revenge? If that's revenge, then what about Duan Xingyu hitting me earlier? Colliding with him once was enough, did it need to go on one hit after another? There was no way anyone should bully others like this." After pondering for a moment, Chen said, "Guess it's your bad luck." After all, Duan Xingyu had already said it was unintentional. Chapter 83, Meeting Chen is your calamity. Jiang Zhong cried. He was made to cry by Chen. In the show, he couldn't fight or insult him enough. When bullied, all he could do was endure it. Sigh, I don't even know what to say anymore, Jiang Zhong is almost pitiful. Why provoke Chen in the first place? They saw him as easy prey and decided to bully him. But they didn't realize Chen is just emotionally stable, not incapable of retaliation. How could anyone let you walk all over them like that? First move deserves the blame. It's not others' fault but Jiang Zhong's for seeking his own downfall. Ha ha ha, look at him, actually being reduced to tears. Sorry, but I can't stop laughing. Feng Qinyue looked somewhat exasperated at this scene, especially at the one responsible for making such a mess, Chen, who sat quietly in the corner, hugging a chicken. If not for witnessing the whole incident, who would have guessed that this mild-looking person named Chen could make someone burst into tears? Sun Yongming glared at Jiang Zhong wiping his tears on the other side, annoyed and berating, "What are you crying for? Aren't you embarrassed?" Jiang Zhong hastily stopped his sobs, covering his head with one hand, his expression looking utterly pitiful. Even Feng Keqing felt sorry for him. It seemed like an illusion, but somehow the spot on his head where the chicken had pecked him appeared to have less hair now. Subconsciously, she touched her own head, thinking about how in the future she must be careful not to offend Chen, or else she might lose some of her already limited strands. He Yan Shu also sized up Chen, finding this person calm and composed, seemingly non-competitive, yet never appearing to take a loss. Just as he turned around intending to talk to Su Huachen, he found the latter leaning against the window deep in thought, seemingly unaware. Director Fan, on the other hand, had a pounding headache. Gentlemen of the live stream, remember this is a reality show. You're free to bicker and argue, but no real fighting allowed. All he wished for now was that this situation wouldn't end up trending online. Such conflict among guests would reflect poorly on the show. If later people only remember starting out together as a show full of drama queens, then what a disaster. Not long after, the deputy director came to inform him of the news. The earlier incident has gone viral. Director Fan sighed. He'd been expecting it but still helplessly asked, mentally prepared now, so where is it on the hot search list? Deputy director replied, 3rd, 5th, 7th. Stunned, Fan blurted out, what? 3 trends simultaneously? How could there be 3 black PR hashtags? The deputy director handed over his phone to confirm, look for yourself, popularity is soaring, likely to keep rising. Director Fan glanced at the top 10 trending charts, their program occupying 3 slots. Flipping his eyes, he muttered sarcastically, I'll just find a rope and hang myself, no one stops me. The assistant director supported his slumping figure while offering him oral liquid for calming purposes, comforting, don't worry, bad publicity is still publicity, notice how our live streaming audience has skyrocketed. With an unpleasant glare, Fan retorted sharply, shut up. Hashtag Duan Xingyu and Jiang Zhong brawling.
Hashtag and Chen uses chicken to peck people. Hashtag Jiang Zhong crying. 3 consecutive trends quickly appeared on Weibo. Unaware netizens clicking into the threads were met with visuals showing Duan Xingyu physically assaulting, and Chen employing a chicken to peck at Jiang Zhong, and the latter shedding tears. At first glance, it resembled a bullying case involving both Chen and Duan Xingyu ganging up. A lot criticized Chen and Duan Xingyu for acting too harshly together. Fortunately, Duan Xingyu's agent had foreseen this potential issue. Once noticing the matter going viral, they immediately assembled the PR team and uploaded edited footage revealing the full incident. That smug expression on Jiang Zhong's face, no way it wasn't intentional. What kind of vendetta? Intentionally ramming into someone like that, what if the person got fractured? Did you think through whether the other side might retaliate before harassing someone? In my shoes, I'd be embarrassed to cry. Sure, Jiang Zhong harassed first, and retaliation makes sense, but was it really necessary to go that far? True, a light shove from Jiang Zhong turned into multiple shoves from Duan Xingyu plus a chicken attack by Chen. It's understandable why someone would get angry and weep. Why discuss severity at all? It's Jiang Zhong's fault for seeking trouble first. I believe it's his well-deserved punishment. Duan Xingyu's agent, seeing controlled comment direction and shifting public opinion, sighed in slight relief. But evidently, this event did impact Duan Xingyu's image somewhat. Still, since the overall trend had been effectively curbed, its effect wouldn't be enormous. Naturally, Sun Yongming was furious over Jiang Zhong being bullied. It was like a slap in his face repeatedly. After pondering the events through half the day, though, he realized clearly now. This Chen may appear to be a slacker who loves to lay down, but in reality, he has never suffered a loss in anything, and he is quite shrewd. Moreover, with other guests protecting him, he couldn't even benefit from doing underhanded things openly on the show. Doing so would only end up embarrassing himself. Sun Yongming inwardly swore, and Chen, Duan Xingyu, and that old man Feng Qingyue, just wait and see. The whole journey was quiet as everyone's energy had been pretty much drained by the chicken chase that morning. After more than half an hour of driving, the bus finally arrived at the Dexing Inn booked by the production team. This inn has a history of 100 years, and what it is most famous for is its secret recipe medicinal chicken. Aside from the medicinal chicken, the other dishes have also received good reviews. The production team arranged for everyone to go into a large private room. As they passed through the lobby, Director Fan stopped Chen, who was lagging behind, and asked, Chen, the other chickens have all been sent to the kitchen to be dealt with. Do you want to send this one in your hand now? Looking at the chicken he had held in his arms all the way, Chen said with a hint of reluctance in his eyes, I've already held it all the way. It means something different to me. Director Fan thought to himself that if Chen really didn't want to part with the chicken, it didn't matter since he had already bought it anyway. The worst case scenario would be to ship it back home after the show ends and keep it as a pet. However, during the filming, it would be better for the chicken to be kept by the program, so as not to interfere with the shooting. Just as he was about to tell Chen this plan, Chen thrust the chicken into his hands, saying with a worried expression, I've developed feelings for it, so please kindly ask the chef to cook it tastier. Director Fan. Netizens. Chen, do you even hear what you're saying? You have feelings for it, yet you want it cooked well. Chicken, just moments ago, I helped you peck the bad guy, and it seems I placed my trust in the wrong person. So, Chen's emotions lie in his stomach. If you love me, then eat me. Emotional connection established, barely. I can never follow Chen's logic. Nope, Chen, forget it. Director Fan, uncertain, asked again, you mean to kill it? Chen nodded dumbly, yeah, please make it smell good and add plenty of cilantro. Having said that, he turned around and followed the other guests to the private room, his demeanor showing no trace of reluctance. Director Fan looked at the chicken in his arms and sighed, meeting Chen is your calamity. Chapter 84, Why don't the two of you start dating? Inside a private room of more than 30 square meters. Duan Xingyu sat leisurely next to Chen, secretly rejoicing in his heart. Without that overprotective brother around, wasn't Chen's side still open for him to sit whenever he wanted? Everyone originally had doubts about the director team's lunch arrangements, fearing that something unexpected might happen. Unexpectedly, the director team was unusually kind, allowing everyone to order dishes freely, which made all of them both surprised and amazed. It was only when the dishes were served that Director Fan told everyone one thing, out of the original 9 chickens, one had escaped, leaving only 8. Actually, they couldn't finish 9 chickens anyway and originally planned to share some with the director crew. Although losing 1 chicken was regrettable, no one really cared much. After lunch, everyone returned to the bus and was astonished to find the missing chicken perched on Chen's previous seat, dozing peacefully. It didn't flinch when it saw everyone come aboard, instead, it lazily opened its eyes for a quick glance before closing them again to continue sleeping. Feng Kacheng looked at the chicken curiously, is this the one that ran away? Chen went up for a closer look, carefully examining it for a while before saying, yes, it's mine. Feng Kacheng asked in surprise, these chickens all look alike. How can you tell? Chen pointed to its corner of the mouth, look, there are still strands of Jiang Zhong's hair hanging from its beak. Jiang Zhong, who just stepped onto the bus. Spit. Worthless creature, you'll fall into my hands sooner or later. He Yanzhu got on the bus and, looking at the chicken, said, "This chicken is quite interesting. Why don't you let me play with it for a couple of days?" And Chen replied, "Do you want to marry it?" He Yanzhu sighed helplessly, "You're good at chatting, all right." And Chen went over, picked up the chicken and placed it on his lap, stroking its head gently as he murmured softly, "Sigh, seems like you're not ready to die yet." The chicken pecked at Chen's hand twice and clucked a few times. And Chen showed no reaction and continued petting the chicken's head. Fong Kechen, hearing this behind, covered her mouth laughing, "And Chen, you're really skilled at making conversation. Who would even want to die? It's better to live badly than die well, even if it's just a chicken." And Chen calmly said, "All right then, if you don't want to die, just live." The chicken pecked at Chen's palm twice, cooing twice more. And Chen didn't react, continuing to stroke the chicken's head. "Fong Kechen, it pecks you, doesn't it hurt?" And Chen, "It hurts. It hurts, why don't you cry out?" "Can't be bothered to." Fong Kechen nearly burst out laughing because of Chen's reply. Seeing the empty spot beside Chen when boarding the bus, Duan Xingyu happily plopped down next to him. Fong Kechen said, "Duan Xingyu, you stick to Chen all day now." Duan Xingyu hugged Chen's arm and said, "He's my father, so what's wrong with sticking close?" Fong Kechen blinked mischievously and said, "Since you're so clingy, why don't you two just date? Let's do it for me." Duan Xingyu shot her a disdainful look and replied, "What nonsense you're thinking about? And Chen is my life or death brother. Would you date your own brother?" "Brother, huh?" Fong Kechen suddenly laughed even harder, covering her mouth with both hands, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. "Brotherhood is great, brotherhood is amazing. I don't want to fully understand Fong Kechen's expression, I'm still an innocent girl. Brotherhood is such a great topic. Now I'm more engrossed. If you start talking about this, then I won't feel sleepy anymore. Are there any books on this subject available? I need resources urgently. Alas, since I started exploring homosexual stories, now even my desk mate looks dashing and handsome. Upper floor, something's wrong with you. Give me your desk mate, I need to talk with him. Duan Xingyu didn't know what exactly in his words triggered Fong Kechen's laughter, so he frowned and said, "Your laugh sounds creepy and dirty." He Yanzhu noticed this and smiled faintly, crossing her legs gracefully as she watched the antics in front of her. Duan Xingyu still couldn't understand what was so funny and said, "She must have gone insane. When free time permits, she should get herself a boyfriend." Fong Kechen retorted, "I know my condition all too well. Dating someone will just end up harming others." Duan Xingyu nodded in agreement, thinking of how that girl acted creepily earlier, "That makes sense." Fong Kechen questioned, "Isn't your agreement too easy?" Duan Xingyu said, "Oh right, forgot to leave you some face." Fong Kechen narrowed her eyes and muttered in her heart, "Wait, once I find a writer, I'll write you into a story where you're the bottom in a gay romance." And Chen didn't understand the point of their quarrel, so he just held the chicken and closed his eyes to rest. Before long, both man and chicken fell asleep. Because of the hot weather, the program team let everyone go back to the hotel to rest for 2 hours before resuming filming. When Chen tried to enter the hotel with the chicken in his arms, he was stopped by the receptionist. Looking at the chicken in his arms, Chen hesitated and negotiated, "This hotel doesn't allow animals inside, and I don't know where to put you. Let me consult with you, why don't you die again?" The chicken cooed and pecked Chen twice to protest. Chen said, "All right, then let me think of another solution." Chen was quite perplexed, pondering if he should send it back to Gula Mountain via car if nothing else worked. At this moment, the general manager of the hotel happened to witness the scene during an inspection tour and immediately approached them, smiling and saying, "The hotel allows chickens." The front desk looked puzzled, "Manager." The general manager gestured subtly to her, indicating not to question it further. He then announced to everyone, "To celebrate the hotel's anniversary and to enhance our guests' experience, we will temporarily permit pets in the rooms for the next 2 days." Fong Kechen remarked, "I somehow feel like this decision was made specifically for Chen." Duan Xingyu had the same feeling, was the manager interested in Chen? But his eyes didn't seem that way. Duan Xingyu thought about something and quickly took out his phone to look up information about Starlight Hotel. When he saw that the hotel belonged to Gan Fu Group, he instantly understood everything. He told Fong Kechen, "Don't worry, there's no problem." After they all went upstairs, the general manager promptly reported the earlier incident to Mr. Fu. As expected, he received praise. Chen returned to the presidential suite with the mountain chicken. All of Fu Chinshuan's things were already packed away, leaving the house feeling suddenly cold and quiet. The chicken in his arms kept clucking loudly, clearly hungry. Chen took a tomato from the fridge and poured a bowl of water in the living room. Seeing the chicken eat and drink on its own, he returned to the bedroom to sleep. After 2 hours, Chen got up to prepare for the afternoon recording session after setting an alarm. When he opened the bedroom door, he saw several piles of chicken droppings in the living room, the bowl of water knocked over, with water spilled everywhere. The tomato he originally fed the chicken rolled half outside, covered in some chicken feathers. "Ah! This is unacceptable. I can't handle this, I'm going to lose my mind. Earlier, I sympathized with the chicken because it almost got cooked. Now, I'm reconsidering cooking it after all.
Damn it, seeing this has given me PTSD. And Chen stood there dumbfounded, his face calm. Staring at the mess for exactly half a minute, he calmly walked into the bathroom, grabbed a disposable towel, soaked it in water, and started squatting down to clean up the chicken droppings. Chapter 85, How did Chen put all of it in his mouth? Isn't Chen's mood too stable? He's not getting angry at all. If it were me, I'd have already killed this chicken on the spot. And Chen's mental state always gives me a feeling like living or dying doesn't matter. This mental state is what I desire. It has a beauty that feels half dead and half alive. After Chen finished dealing with the chicken droppings, the program staff came to notify that it was time for a break and they needed to head to the recording location for the afternoon. Chen originally wanted to leave the chicken at the hotel, but considering its 2-hour record, he decided to hold it and bring it along on the bus. In Docheng, there aren't just melt-in-your-mouth chickens, but also the largest flower market in the country, with thousands of varieties of flowers. This time, the production team took them to Lin Ming's flower planting base. As the car drove into the flower base, all they could see were flowers. It was as if everyone had entered an ocean of flowers. Chen's sense of smell was more sensitive compared to others. The moment he got out of the car, he smelled the heavy fragrance of the flowers. The fragrance was so intense that it made his nose feel a little itchy. The owner of the flower base had been waiting there for a while. The man, wearing a dark gray collared shirt, looked like he was nearly 60 years old, standing by the roadside. Director Fan said, "This is Mr. Lin Ming, the boss of the flower base. Today, he will take all of you on a tour and introduce the Lin Ming flower base." Lin Ming, wearing a sun hat, greeted them with a gentle smile. "Hello, everyone. I'm the owner of this flower base. My name is Lin Ming. You can call me Teacher Lin, or you can give me a favor and call me Uncle Lin." Everyone introduced themselves and shook hands. Chen noticed everyone else was shaking hands with both hands, but since he had a chicken in his arms, he placed it on the ground first. After everyone finished shaking hands, Lin Ming started introducing the Lin Ming flower base. Docheng has the most complete variety of flowers nationwide. Currently, the number of ornamental flowers cultivated here exceeds 5,000 kinds. Docheng's weather, temperature, and soil provide excellent conditions for flower cultivation, making it one of the largest flower supply places not only in the nation but also globally. I have been cultivating flowers for 32 years. Currently, the flower base spans over 4,248 mu, about 699 acres, and includes 112 types of flowers, mainly roses. While speaking, Lin Ming introduced the history of the construction of the flower base and achievements attained over the years. Currently, many flowers are grown in greenhouses where temperature can be better controlled and pests are less likely to cause harm. However, some flowers, such as edible roses, must rely on natural sunlight and rainwater irrigation. Lin Ming led Chen and the group to a large expanse of rosy flower fields and said, "These are the edible roses." Fan Kiching asked, "Teacher Lin, why does the fragrance of these edible roses seem stronger than those of ornamental roses?" Lin Ming explained, "It's true. The fragrance of edible roses is more pronounced, but their ornamental value is lacking. Moreover, the varieties of edible roses are fewer compared to ornamental roses. Currently, we mainly have Yunnan red and black red. What you see here are all Yunnan red." Chen asked, "Can we eat them directly?" Lin Ming replied, "Yes, you can eat them right now, though the texture might not be as good as after processing." Next, everyone asked a few other questions before the production team announced the task. 2 people per group, each group needs to pick 5 kilograms of roses. Still using the old method, groups are determined by drawing lots. Duan Xingyu said, "Isn't that unnecessary? I think letting people form their own teams would be fine." He wanted to be with Chen, but what scared him was the possibility of being grouped again with Sun Yongming. Others had similar thoughts. However, Director Fan insisted, sticking to the same method as usual, draw numbers, and those with the same numbers form a group. With gloomy faces, everyone went to draw slips of paper. "I drew 3. Who's 3? Duan Xingyu anxiously called out. He Yanzhu unfolded the slip of paper in his hand and said, "I'm 3. Duan Xingyu excitedly ran up and hugged him, saying, "Great. Me and you in a group." He Yanzhu pushed Duan Xingyu away and smoothed out his casual jacket. Fan Kiching holding her slip asked, "Who's 4? Su Huachen raised her own slip of paper marked with the number 4. Both of their faces lit up happily, then quickly glanced towards Chen and Feng Qingyue with sympathy in their eyes. Now there were only 4 of them left. Duan Xingyu stepped forward to console, "Don't worry, you might be paired with Teacher Feng. Open your slip and check." Duan Xingyu thought that it would be best if Chen and Feng Qingyue were in one group, the master-servant pair being themselves. Chen unfolded the slip in his hand and saw the number 2 written on it. Duan Xingyu hurriedly asked Feng Qingyue, "Teacher Feng, your number must be 2, right?" Feng Qingyue showed his own slip marked with the number 1. Duan Xingyu's expression fell apart as he said, "We're doomed." In contrast to Duan Xingyu's worried face, Chen remained calm. It didn't matter who he was grouped with. In the end, Chen ended up in a group with Jiang Zhong, while Feng Qingyue and Sun Yongming formed another group. Why couldn't they just pair Jiang Zhong and Sun Yongming? Why bother arranging this? I feel a bit sorry for our dear little Chen.
How did he end up with Jiang Zhong? He offended Jiang Zhong earlier. What good could come from being in the same group? I think you don't need to feel bad for Chen. Between him and Jiang Zhong, it's hard to say who will end up worse off. The netizen's speculation mirrored Jiang Zhong's own concerns. When he saw that he was grouped with Chen, he felt his head starting to ache, remembering clearly the scene where he was pecked by the chicken. Jiang Zhong held the bamboo basket and scissors in his hand and said, Chen, don't try any funny business while picking flowers. Chen put on the straw hat allocated to him, also holding the bamboo basket and scissors, and replied, okay. Chen's immediate agreement made Jiang Zhong uneasy, sensing something wrong. After Lin Ming reiterated the key points of cutting the flowers, he let everyone act on their own. Chen picked up the scissors, looked at the rose growing in front of him, reached out to cut one, and took a bite, slightly narrowing his eyes to savor the flavor. What fragrant flowers! They tasted delicious, with a hint of sweetness. They seemed better than corn leaves. Chen decided that, if he ever went back to being the water hog, he would definitely suggest old Lin pick some roses to feed him. Jiang Zhong was initially worried that Chen wouldn't do any work, always looking like he didn't care about anything and not eager to move around. However, seeing Chen start to pick flowers, his mind eased somewhat. Since Chen started working, he wouldn't work anymore. He had no other purpose except to torment Chen. If he didn't pick flowers, what could Chen do? He just waited for Chen to become frustrated and then ask him for help. After all, why should he forgive Chen for making the chicken peck him before? This was retaliation. Seeing Chen eat the first flower, Jiang Zhong wasn't concerned, thinking it was just curiosity. But when the second, third, fourth flower? Why didn't Chen put them all in his mouth? Chapter 86, The Trophy of the Year. Feng Qinyue and Sun Yongming each held a basket in their hands, standing in front of a row of roses, looking at each other. Sun Yongming dropped the basket he was holding to the ground and said, my knees are bad, I can't bend down to pick them. Feng teacher, would you mind? Feng Qinyue adjusted his waist and said, actually, my back isn't very good either. How about we take a break together? Sun Yongming frowned, if neither of us picks the flowers, who will? Feng Qinyue shrugged and said with a restrained smile, what's there to be afraid of? We have those youngsters around. Let them pick it. When the time comes, we'll rely on our seniority and force them to give the flowers to us. As veterans, how dare they not comply? Sun Yongming. Is Teacher Feng's verbal artistry learned from Fu Ershao? So skilled at indirectness. Didn't expect this kind of Feng teacher. Old veteran, ha ha ha. Teacher Feng has finally learned how to use the 3 words old veteran. Sun Yongming, his face unpleased, said, you don't need to say such things here, Feng Qinyue. At least I openly tell them what I want, which is better than those sneaky people behind the scenes. Feng Qinyue, with a gentle tone, replied, I conduct myself straightforwardly. You should focus on improving your acting skills instead of targeting me all day long, and confront me on the stage when you receive an award. This comment directly hit Sun Yongming's sore spot. He had been in the entertainment industry for decades but hadn't won a single Best Actor trophy yet. Every time, he either got nominated or watched someone else win. The most infuriating incident was the award ceremony 10 years ago. That year, he starred in Chaotic Wind, a period drama that received great reviews and became a breakout hit of that year. Everyone in the production crew believed he had a high chance of winning based on that role. He himself was extremely confident, thinking he stood a very high chance of receiving the award. But just to be safe, he bribed some judges, who guaranteed him that the Best Actor award was certainly his this year. It was precisely because of their assurance that Sun Yongming celebrated halfway through the ceremony by opening champagne. He never expected that it would become the biggest laughingstock of his life. Afterward, Sun Yongming naturally questioned those judges, and they tactfully told him the problem came from Feng Qinyue's side. They implied Feng had also found connections. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, Sun Yongming understood that Feng Qinyue must have also bribed the judges. No wonder Feng took home the Best Actor award. Thus arose Sun Yongming's sarcastic interview remarks against Feng Qinyue. Feng Qinyue's stance was non-responsive, which Sun Yongming saw as further evidence of guilt. From then on, the enmity between them began. Their conflict escalated once more later over a competition for the same role. It was a historical drama mainly depicting the growth journey of an ancient emperor, focusing on the emperor's life from youth to old age. The character was vivid, and at the time, Sun Yongming believed playing this role would almost guarantee him an award. In fact, his judgment proved correct, the role did win an award, but it wasn't portrayed by him. Before filming began, the producer confidently affirmed that this role was definitely his, so he memorized his lines in advance. But ultimately, the producer announced the role went to Feng Qinyue. They claimed it was the director's preference, something Sun Yongming didn't believe for a second, convinced Feng Qinyue had paid off the director. An existing grudge deepened with this fresh betrayal. From that point forward Sun Yongming viewed Feng Qinyue as a lifelong nemesis, seeking any opportunity to indirectly criticize him, determined to expose his true colors. Unfortunately, Feng Qinyue played hard to pin down. Regardless of what Sun Yongming publicly accused him of, Feng Qinyue never responded. Even if encountered at some banquets, he deliberately avoided confrontation, making it clear he feared Sun Yongming. Furthermore, apart from information related to acting, Feng's private affairs were completely inaccessible, leading to Sun Yongming's inability to uncover any minor misdeeds against Feng Qingyue after many years of attempts. This time, Sun Yongming deliberately joined this reality show, forcing Feng Qingyue into a situation where avoidance was impossible. Sun Yongming was set on using this chance to expose Feng Qingyue's true self before countless online viewers in the live stream, revealing his true nature to the world. Regrettably, Feng Qingyue was adept at hiding well, and no flaws had been detected yet. Already harboring significant resentment toward him, Feng Qingyue's words earlier only made Sun Yongming feel that the other was intentionally mocking him. Tossing the scissors in his hand into the bamboo basket, he said with a sullen face, "Feng Qingyue, back then, were you really guilt-free when you accepted that award? Are you sure you didn't buy it?" When it came to the last sentence, Sun Yongming suddenly stopped talking. He glared angrily at Feng Qingyue, who was too crafty. He wanted to force him into saying something wrong. If he accidentally revealed during the live stream that judges could be bribed, not only would he forever lose eligibility for any major awards, but he might even offend those judges and make his career in the entertainment industry unbearable. With narrow eyes, Sun Yongming looked towards the other side, his heart filled with malice. To prevent being trapped again, Sun Yongming started cutting flowers with the scissors. "Just wait, we'll see your downfall soon." After cutting a few flowers, he noticed that Feng Qingyue hadn't moved, so Sun Yongming glared and said, "Why don't you cut the flowers already? Are you counting on me to cut them for you? I'm telling you, I'll only cut my own 2.5 kilograms. Not 1 ounce more, don't expect me to do your work." Upon seeing this, Feng Qingyue stopped arguing and began cutting as well, holding the bamboo basket and scissors in hand. Duan Xingyu, watching this scene, thought how great teacher Feng was, able to get Sun Yongming to obediently work. As He Yanshu was cutting flowers, he saw Duan Xingyu always gazing at their conflict and tossed a flower he had just cut at him, reminding, "Stop looking and cut the flowers." Duan Xingyu waved his hands and said, "Not in a hurry, not in a hurry." Where was the fun in picking flowers when watching teacher Sun getting embarrassed? He Yanshu urged, "Each group needs 5 kilograms. We can rest only after finishing." Duan Xingyu still wanted to watch more and casually replied, "I don't have energy now, let me take a 2-minute break." He Yanshu's charming peach blossom eyes fell upon Duan Xingyu, noticing he kept crouching behind the roses and sneakily observing the situation there. He Yanshu calmly picked up a little green worm from a rose leaf, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he said, "Duan Xingyu, show me your palm." Without much thought, Duan Xingyu extended his hand and froze entirely when he saw a creature with 2 rows of small legs crawling on his palm. After 2 seconds of shock, Duan Xingyu reacted by quickly shaking his hand, jumping up violently and shouting loudly, "Ah! Ah! Ah! Bug! Bug! Wow, you jumped high." He Yanshu didn't forget to take out his phone, capturing this lively moment of him leaping around while filming and appreciating, "Aren't you energetic now?" Chapter 87, and Chen is outwitted. Duan Xingyu was making a fuss, while Chen maintained a tranquil and peaceful demeanor on his side. He picked flowers quietly and ate them quietly. Jiang Zhong couldn't bear the sight of him picking while eating, so he stepped in to stop him. "Are you satisfied yet? Did you even put 1 flower in the basket? You've stuffed them all into your mouth." Chen looked up and said, "Uncle Lin said that if you like it, you can eat as much as you want." Lin Ming, who was cutting flowers nearby, heard this and kindly added with a smile, "Yes, if you like it, eat as much as you want. There's plenty for everyone." Men of Lin Ming's age most enjoyed seeing someone like Chen, meek, adorable, polite, obedient, and a good eater. Just looking at Chen made one feel pleased. And Lin Ming also raised chickens, clearly, he was a good man. With a smile curving his eyes, Chen responded, delicious." That one smile melted Lin Ming's heart entirely. What a wonderful child. Jiang Zhong frowned deeply, wondering why Chen had eaten so much already. Were these flowers truly so tasty? With some doubt, Jiang Zhong also plucked a rose and tasted it. It was slightly sweet, heavily fragrant, but somewhat astringent. After spitting it out twice, he looked up to see Lin Ming giving him a disapproving glare. Jiang Zhong twitched his lips, feeling a little embarrassed. Chen, stop eating and start picking flowers, Jiang Zhong urged impatiently, noticing other groups had already gathered nearly half a basket each, which began to make him anxious. Not in a hurry, Chen's voice remained calm, unwavering, and patient. "I'm not in a rush, but I am," Jiang Zhong pressed, "when are you going to pick flowers?" "Slowly. No need to rush. Will you pick or not? Let me get full first." Frowning, Jiang Zhong said, "The other teams are already working on it, and we haven't started. Have you thought about the possibility that by the time we're done, only the 2 of us will be left behind?" Lifting his head, Chen looked at him earnestly and replied, "Don't worry. No matter what others do, I'll stick with you till the end." Jiang Zhong. His earnest expression, combined with his words, could easily be mistaken as if Chen was confessing his feelings. This action thoroughly irritated Jiang Zhong, turning his face red like an inflamed pufferfish. Chen's slow and unhurried pace stood in stark contrast to Jiang Zhong's impatience. Initially, Jiang Zhong had planned to let Chen handle all the flower cutting and later have him beg for help when stuck. But now, Jiang Zhong was the one ready to ask for help instead. Seeing others already filling their second basket while Chen continued eating, Jiang Zhong finally lost his patience. It wasn't acceptable to leave the flowers uncut just because others would finish before them. Holding the basket and scissors, Jiang Zhong quickly started cutting flowers while muttering under his breath, "Eat as much as you want. I'm sure your stomach is full, but don't expect me to cut your share." Finally, after eating enough, Chen simply said, I'll cut my own." Chen took the scissors and began working. However, his working speed matched his personality, slow and steady, far from quick. Of course, when others finished cutting all the flowers, Chen had barely completed one basket. Jiang Zhong remarked sarcastically, "Don't drag me down. Your portion is already taken care of anyway." Director Fan chimed in, "You two are a team, sharing glory and shame equally. If he hasn't finished, neither have you." Holding the scissors with confidence, Chen reassured Jiang Zhong, "Trust me, I'll finish." Then, he walked further into the sea of flowers to continue working. The production crew led the remaining 3 teams to a resting spot, leaving only Chen and Jiang Zhong behind. At first, Jiang Zhong firmly decided inside his heart that there was no way he'd help Chen cut any flowers, even if begged. However, after waiting for an hour, Chen had only collected half a caddy of flowers, leaving Jiang Zhong practically numb with impatience. If Chen wasn't working, well, his hands never stopped moving. Yet, when you considered his effort, his pace was as slow as a snail's. Ultimately, Jiang Zhong couldn't take it anymore. At this rate, they wouldn't finish until nightfall. Carrying a face full of resentment, he picked up the scissors and joined the flower-cutting work in the fields. On Chen's third pour of flowers into the large basket, he tilted his head curiously. How did the flowers suddenly increase? Right at that moment, Jiang Zhong filled another basket with flowers and dumped them into the basket with heavy-heartedness. He grumbled, "Didn't you see me picking them?" Chen glanced at him and smiled gently, saying, "Thank you, you're such a good person." Rolling his eyes without response, Jiang Zhong silently cursed inwardly, "To hell with being a good person." After that, Jiang Zhong swore never to be in a group with Chen again. Half an hour later, thanks to Jiang Zhong's reluctant help, the team of Chen finally completed their task. After making sure the weight reached 5 kilograms after the flowers were weighed, Chen took out a few flowers from the basket and put them in his pocket. Jiang Zhong looked disdainfully at his actions, rolling his eyes speechlessly. How poor could one be to not let go of even roses? Just at that moment, he spotted a little green caterpillar on the weeds by the roadside. A hint of gloom appeared in Jiang Zhong's eyes as he quietly picked up the small caterpillar. Facing Chen, who was putting flowers into his pocket, Jiang Zhong said, "Chen, look up. I have a gift for you." Thinking that someone like Chen, a pale-faced youth, would definitely be afraid of insects, Jiang Zhong already felt delighted imagining how Chen would get scared. As soon as Chen turned around, he saw the caterpillar swaying in front of his eyes. The little caterpillar was clearly still alive, wriggling back and forth in front of him. After staring blankly for a second, Chen reached out and took the caterpillar, placing it in his palm and saying, "Thank you. I really like this present, but I don't eat bugs." Chen then called out to the chickens feeding nearby, "Gugugugu. Come here, there's a bug for you to eat." Jiang Zhong. Originally planning to scare Chen, Jiang Zhong discovered that Chen wasn't afraid of bugs at all. It seemed that he had made another wrong decision, which left him even more frustrated inside. Did you see Jiang Zhong's expression? It was so hilarious. He wanted to scare Chen, but Chen only thinks about food. In Chen's world, things are only divided into edible and non-edible. "Gugu, thank you for delivering such a delicious meal." After finishing weighing the roses, the two also needed to take a car to the next destination. Since the road here wasn't very convenient for vehicles to drive in, their car was parked at the turning point ahead. Chen walked ahead holding the rose flowers, occasionally smelling them. They smelled so fragrant. Jiang Zhong followed behind, getting more annoyed by his figure. Pretending to enjoy the scenery, he glanced around and confirmed that the filming producer was following them, about 4 or 5 meters away. Seeing the upcoming turn, Jiang Zhong narrowed his eyes slightly with a touch of malice. Chen was strolling slowly ahead, plucking a petal and chewing it in his mouth. It tasted good. Feeling a presence approach from behind, Chen didn't bother to turn around. In the next second, he was suddenly pushed hard, causing him to roll down the nearby slope without even letting out a cry. Yeah, there was no scream at all. Chapter 88, There's a Cliff Below. The two PDs following Chen, Xiao Jing and Xiao Luo, followed him all the way but lost sight of him after turning a corner. The faces of both turned pale as they looked at Jiang Zhong and asked, "Teacher Jiang, where's Teacher Chen?" Jiang Zhong looked completely confused and said, "I don't know. I just lowered my head for a moment, and when I raised it, he was gone." The two looked down the hillside, which was covered with thick grass, beyond which were some trees. The wildflowers mixed in with the grass stretched over a meter high. But there was a clear trace that something had been crushed. Furrowing his eyebrows, Xiao Luo said, "Teacher Chen must not have fallen down there, right?" Xiao Jing slapped Xiao Luo on the shoulder and said, "Even if he did fall, I'll call him first to see if he responds." The phone call was placed out, and Xiao Jing's face instantly changed as she said, "The call didn't go through, it's powered off." quickly informed Director Fan. Meanwhile, this content also streamed live. What does this mean? And Chen fell down. How can this happen just like that? Did Jiang Zhong push him down? Please don't make up stories upstairs, such things shouldn't be recklessly guessed. Maybe he didn't fall, no one saw it happen. No one saw it, but we can analyze, the grass being pressed down shows clearly that someone rolled down. I find this quite strange, just around a bend, and Chen is gone. Hard not to suspect something foul is going on. The hashtag and Chen possibly in danger quickly climbed to a top trending topic. On the other hand, Duan Xingyu and others who returned earlier were now at the Rose Pastry Shop. The production team had already arranged with the shop beforehand, reserving a spot for them to make their own flour pastries. The owner of the flour pastry shop taught them how to prepare the filling. First, the petals should be picked, then soaked in salt water for 30 minutes, dried, before adding sugar, peanut crumbs, cooked glutinous rice, and finally refrigerated for about half an hour to complete the preparation of the flour pastry filling. Everyone was busy plucking the petals from roses, carefully removing the calyxes. Duan Xingyu hummed a song as he worked, seemingly in high spirits. Noticing Director Fan peeking to check on their progress, Duan Xingyu proudly said, "Don't look, even if you do, I won't let you eat it." Director Fan smirked, replying, "If it's made by you, you dare offer, I dare not eat it." Duan Xingyu proudly twisted his neck and said, "It will definitely taste good, wait until you're left craving." Before Director Fan could respond further, the assistant director approached and whispered something into his ear. Director Fan's face immediately changed. He quickly turned and walked out. Outside, Director Fan questioned grimly, "What did you say? What do you mean?" And Chen disappeared. The assistant handed over the phone for him to listen. After listening, Director Fan's face went green. In the middle of a live broadcast, the guest suddenly disappeared while being filmed. What kind of situation was this? At this moment, the mobile phone of the assistant rang out with a message alert. Looking at it, the expression on his face grew heavy. He showed the screen to Director Fan. After looking, Director Fan felt dizzy, the world seemed to spin. The assistant quickly retrieved a bottle of tranquilizer oral liquid and passed it to him, saying, "Calm down, only calmness allows one to think of solutions." Director Fan drank it all at once and said subsequently, "Firstly, get the trending topic removed, let Xiao Luo close in Chen's live stream window, and we need to send people out to search for him. Additionally, please trouble Mr. Lin Ming, he knows the terrain there best." Director Fan kept arranging things as he walked along, getting more and more certain that after everything ended, he would need to visit a temple and pray for some peace to remove his bad luck. Inside the room, Duan Xingyu watched Fan leave with a changed expression and grinned with satisfaction. Director Fan spends all day scheming, without any good intentions. Seeing his shocked face earlier, it looks like some unfortunate event has found him. TSK, there's also a time to see him in a sour mood. He Yen Shu joked, "Since Chen hasn't returned yet, aren't you afraid that Director Fan received news of his accident?" Duan Xingyu gave him a sidelong glance and responded irritably, "When I first met you, I found your hairstyle detestable, turns out it wasn't wrong." He Yen Shu gently stroked his hair with one hand and slightly raised an eyebrow. Duan Xingyu rolled his eyes and stopped talking to him. At this moment, Duan Xingyu's phone alerted him to a new message from his agent. During live work, usually nothing too significant would lead his agent to send him a message. Duan Xingyu picked it up and glanced at it. His face drastically changed, and he turned to walk out. After taking 2 steps, Duan Xingyu returned to stand beside He Yen Shu. Reaching out, he slapped his mouth twice and said, "What an ominous crow mouth. Get rid of the bad luck." He Yen Shu with the slapped mouth. Duan Xingyu's actions not only baffled He Yen Shu but also left the other guests confused. After a long while, when Duan Xingyu left the room, He Yen Shu looked at Su Huachen with a face full of doubts and asked, "Is this person crazy?" Su Huachen replied, "Maybe, he's under too much work pressure recently and isn't mentally stable." Xiao Luo, Xiao Jing, and other staff had already pulled ropes to descend and search, but the slope was rather steep, making it inconvenient to go down without the help of ropes. They needed more professional tools. Repeated calls to Chen's phone went unanswered. Director Fan arrived with teacher Lin Ming, along with the rescue team. Upon learning about the terrain around from Lin Ming, everyone's face turned pale. It turned out there was a small cliff below the slope, about 10 meters high, and the scariest part was that it was covered with jagged rocks at the bottom. The slope normally had many trees growing, so it wasn't clearly visible by just looking. When hearing this news, Director Fan nearly collapsed, quickly supported by the assistant director who kept him from falling directly onto his knees. "Just an hour," Director Fan, eyes reddened with anger, said to the group of staff, "only an hour. I've just left an hour earlier than you, and you messed up like this. How could a fully alive man vanish in front of your eyes like that? Why don't you just throw me down as well?" All the staff lowered their heads silently, afraid to speak. With a person disappearing right in front of them, they wanted now to distance themselves and say it wasn't related to them, trying to shift the blame. The assistant director gently patted his back, consoling him, "Don't get too upset, now the most important thing is to confirm Chen's safety. Other matters can be discussed later once Chen is safe, no rush." Xiao Luo hurriedly said, "I tried climbing down the slope earlier, but it's too steep. And I didn't know there was a cliff down there before. Director Fan turned to ask Boss Lin Ming if there was any path leading to the bottom from another route. Chapter 89, it hurts a lot. Lin Ming shook his head and said, this cliff has no way down, we can only tie ropes. Although this place is called a cliff, the path here is very wide, and there are quite a few trees nearby that block the sides. For many years, nothing like this had ever happened. Lin Ming thought about Chen, that cute and obedient child, and if anything really went wrong, he would have a guilty conscience for the rest of his life. He regretted not installing railings on this path earlier. After this matter was over, it was necessary to install railings on this road. Director Fan's mind was in complete disarray now, while the assistant director was persuading him by his side, calm down, you need to be calm at a time like this. Director Fan took 2 deep breaths and then called over the aerial photography team to let them fly drones first to confirm Chen's position and make sure whether he was down there. Living or dead, we need confirmation either way. The rescue team has professional equipment, it would be more reliable for them to go down there and investigate. Director Fan watched as the sky grew dark, making his mood even worse. Once it gets dark, the difficulty of finding people will rise sharply. Director Fan could only silently pray in his heart that Chen was fine. Jiang Zhong went back in the car, looking uneasy all the way. He just heard Mr. Lin say that it was a cliff down there. He merely disliked Chen, intending to push him down to injure him and wear him down a bit. He hadn't thought about killing anyone. Falling from a height of several meters, with rocks below, even if one survives, they'd be half disabled. Fine beads of sweat kept seeping out from Jiang Zhong's forehead, and he swallowed his saliva, convincing himself not to worry. No one saw him push Chen, and even if Chen survived and pointed him out, evidence was still needed. With no evidence, he shouldn't worry. Jiang Zhong kept consoling himself, but his hands wouldn't stop trembling. Did you guys notice? Jiang Zhong looks very nervous. He keeps shaking his legs, obviously restless. That's typically what someone who did something bad feels afterward. I didn't want to suspect him, but his behavior is really strange. The netizens in the live streaming room were all like Sherlock Holmes, analyzing him from Jiang Zhong's body language. At the accident scene, the drone operator controlled the unmanned aircraft to fly around, expecting it might take some time to find the person. However, not long after the operation began, the drone operator reported that he found the person. Director Fan, who insisted on tying mountain climbing ropes around himself, upon hearing the news of someone being found, couldn't believe it so fast. Found him? Where? Isn't Chen safe? Did he get hurt? Director Fan leaned his head over to watch Chen's condition on the controller of the drone. Chen was seen hanging motionlessly on a tree. Good that he's found. Director Fan put his hands together in prayer, thanking heaven. Then he leaned forward again, asking, where exactly is he? The drone swerved a little to the side, clearing up the surrounding environment, and the drone operator said, there's a slanted tree growing below. It stands halfway off the cliff and halfway inside. Chen probably rolled down and landed right on that tree. Director Fan asked with concern, is he okay? Uncertain, seems like he fainted. Director Fan's complexion changed drastically, fainting under these circumstances simply won't do, quickly organize a rescue party. This bottom is a cliff, once awake, any slight movement might cause him to fall, which is truly terrifying. At a critical moment, the assistant director stepped forward with an idea, divide into 2 teams. First send the search and rescue team down, set up safety airbags down there in case of emergencies, then send others tied with safety ropes to bring Chen up. The drone operator said, that tree doesn't look thick enough, uncertain if it can bear the weight of 2 people. The assistant director said, then dispatch a helicopter. Chen was walking fine when he clearly felt being pushed and rolled down the slope, then ended up hanging on a tree. Down there was visible chaos of rocks. If he fell down from such a height, he'd probably return to being a water piglet soon enough. Being hung up on the tree, with his stomach pressing against the tree trunk, was a bit uncomfortable. Should have known better than to eat too many petals. Chen patiently waited for help, waiting a few minutes, the sunset overhead made him drowsy, his eyelids starting to feel heavy. Or, should he sleep for a while? When awakened, it was already pitch black outside. The loud humming of helicopters above prevented him from sleeping, and down below, there were many people bustling with lights. Then he saw someone descending from the sky along a rope. They were gesturing at him, but Chen couldn't really understand. Anyway, he figured just hanging quietly would do. 2 people hovered in the air and tied something around his feet. In no time, he was lifted up like a dried fish. The helicopter was noisy, but with his sharp hearing, Chen could still catch what they were saying. It was mostly about whether he was injured or not. After rolling down the slope, Chen looked rather disheveled. The good news was that to pick roses earlier today, he had worn long sleeves and pants to avoid being pricked by thorns, so there shouldn't be any scratches on his body. When he got out of the helicopter, he didn't even have a chance to speak when someone ran over and hugged him tightly. Director Fan sobbed loudly as he held on to Chen, you're finally saved. You almost scared me to death. Director Fan, who was only 168 centimeters tall, clung to Chen, who stood at 179 centimeters, making the scene look quite comical. Chen reached out to pat Director Fan's head and comforted him, don't worry, I'm fine.
I'm not crying, there's dirt in my eyes. Fan Zhong wiped away his tears and then turned to the camera crew behind him. Cut this part out. Do not edit it into the final cut. The assistant director stepped forward and asked concernedly, and Chen, how did you fall down there? I heard from Xiao Luo that after a turn in the path, you disappeared within just 5 meters. And Chen told the truth, someone pushed me. Upon hearing this, Director Fan and the assistant director's expressions changed immediately. There was no need to ask who had pushed him, everyone already knew. Although everyone had suspected it before, none of these suspicions had been confirmed, and there was no evidence yet. Director Fan pressed on, did you see who? And Chen shook his head, no, I didn't. Director Fan's face grew serious, and he said gravely, don't worry. I will investigate this matter and give you a proper answer. And Chen nodded. Director Fan then checked on Chen again, and seeing that he seemed uninjured, sighed with relief, thank goodness, you're okay. Still, you should go to the hospital for a checkup. And Chen blinked and said hesitantly, actually, there is something wrong with me, I sprained my ankle. He moved his foot slightly and spoke calmly, it's my right foot. Yeah, it hurts a lot. Director Fan. So much pain, and yet you talk about it so calmly with me for so long. And then you were comforting others. Chapter 90, such an awkward sound. Director Fan quickly had the accompanying doctor check in Chen's right foot condition, discovering that in Chen's right leg was significantly swollen. He was wearing long pants which covered his foot, and within Chen's overall normal behavior, he didn't seem to be injured. This caused the accompanying doctor to fail to notice at first. Upon seeing this, Director Fan began to reproach himself again, tears streaming down as he said, poor En Chen, what kind of suffering has been inflicted upon you? The accompanying doctor consoled him, Director Fan, there is no need for concern. His foot must have twisted when he rolled down the slope. Although it looks severely swollen, with proper medication applied tonight, he should be fine after a night's rest. Hearing these words, Director Fan was somewhat reassured and was about to speak. At this moment, a figure passed by Director Fan and rushed directly toward En Chen. Father, my godfather, I've finally found you. It's so fortunate you're safe. Duan Xingyu hugged En Chen tightly, crying loudly and sorrowfully. He embraced too forcefully, causing En Chen to fall backward, fortunately being caught by people standing behind him. En Chen only noticed the sounds beside his ears. Besides Duan Xingyu's cries, he also heard a bone dislocation sound. Duan Xingyu wiped his tears and asked with care, En Chen, are you alright? Did you get hurt anywhere? En Chen replied, my right foot. Duan Xingyu hurriedly squatted down to examine, asking, what happened? Why is your foot so swollen? En Chen answered, initially, it was just a sprain, but now it seems like it's fractured. Duan Xingyu, angered, said, did we catch which bastard did this? En Chen responded, I'm not sure who pushed me off the slope, but the person who broke my leg by colliding is probably confirmed. Duan Xingyu clenched his fists and said, which puppy did this? Tell me, and I'll beat his dog head into pieces. However, En Chen kept staring at him, making him feel extremely uneasy. Duan Xingyu nervously asked, Father, why are you looking at me? And no, surely it couldn't be me, right? En Chen replied, without any mistake, it was likely your collision just now. Director Fan thought about the scene where Duan Xingyu pounced forward earlier. Raising his palm, he struck Duan Xingyu angrily, shouting, do you want to die? Why do you use such strength? After all the hardship, En Chen returned safely, and you come adding trouble. Duan Xingyu, dodging while shouting, defended himself, it wasn't intentional, I got overly excited upon seeing En Chen safe, I'll be more careful next time. Director Fan got even angrier listening to this, cursing, is there going to be at the next time? Are you cursing En Chen or me? Director Fan chased after Duan Xingyu to beat him, but his physical strength didn't match up, he started panting heavily after running just a few steps. The assistant director stopped him, advising him to conserve his energy. Although Director Fan had been self-soothing earlier, he suddenly noticed something upon seeing the two accompanying PDs following Duan Xingyu, trembling fingers asking, has it been live-streamed all along? The accompanying staff nodded. Director Fan questioned, so everything, including me hitting Duan Xingyu, has been streamed out live? The accompanying staff nodded once again. Director Fan further inquired, and En Chen falling off the cliff, nearly losing his life, has that been broadcast as well? The accompanying staff remarked, didn't know before, but now everyone does. Duan Xingyu came late and missed the previous events, naturally meaning his live audience wouldn't know either. But now it's fine. The entire nation knows. Director Fan felt dizzy, his brain buzzing instantly. It's over. Everything's over. Originally hearing that En Chen had an accident worried me greatly, but at this moment, they would laugh their heads off. As soon as I came in, I saw the director slapping our star Xingyu. Now that I understand the context, all I can say is good job. En Chen, having you is truly my fortune, my great son. And then, I'm sorry, I shouldn't be laughing at this moment. My heart aches for you, yet I can't help but chuckle. Director, all my reputation has been ruined because of this kid. V1S1, the director's team really needs to enhance safety measures, this is already En Chen's second accident, right? The first involved a broken bridge and the second falling off a cliff, all due to deliberate actions.
Even if the director's group takes better safety precautions, they can't control those malicious individuals. Is the perpetrator behind this fall identified yet? Currently, it seems only to be speculation. Nearly 90% certain, waiting for official news. The assistant director moved forward, deftly helping Director Fan take a breath smoothly and reaching into his pocket to grab some tranquilizer oral liquid. At this moment, Director Fan shouted loudly towards Duan Xingyu's silhouette, "Duan Xingyu, you and I aren't finished yet." And Chen lay on the stretcher as the medical staff prepared to load it into the ambulance, just passing by Director Fan's side. His loud roar startled one of the medics so much that their grip on the stretcher faltered. And Chen's injured foot hit the ground with a smack once more. And Chen sighed lightly. His injury seemed to have worsened. Maybe he should groan a bit, otherwise, these people might think he wasn't in pain, and keep subjecting him to unnecessary torture. Everyone looked at Chen, puzzled by why he was suddenly imitating a duck. I was listening on a bus with the volume up, and Chen's cries made me the center of attention on the entire bus. Is this An's revenge for laughing too loudly earlier? I avoided that situation because I was in the dormitory using headphones. Duan Xingyu was still live streaming, not having finished his work, and was sent back by Director Fan. The assistant director also returned to take over the broadcast. Director Fan accompanied Chen to the hospital. On the way, they saw the previous trending search terms being replaced by new ones and climbing up again, and there were several entries. Director Fan gave up, thinking that since Chen was now safe, there was no need to waste money removing the trending topics anymore. He planned to let the PR team issue a statement later. Meanwhile, Chen's live streaming window reopened so fans and netizens who cared about him could directly get updates on his condition. After examination, the doctor confirmed that Chen had indeed suffered a fractured foot. This type of injury generally requires at least a month of treatment, but fortunately, the hospital happened to have an expert in traditional bone setting visiting these days. The doctor suggested inviting this expert to treat Chen, which would greatly shorten the recovery time, possibly completing everything within a week. Upon hearing the treatment duration, Director Fan's headache resumed. What should have been only one night's treatment got stretched out to a month. Thinking of this, Director Fan wanted to beat Duan Xingyu again. It angered him so much. He decided to maliciously edit Duan Xingyu's scenes in the final episode of the reality show and portray him as a weak male character. Director Fan furrowed his brows, so deeply that a fly might have gotten trapped, while Chen remained rather calm. When the expert doctor arrived to set Chen's bone, he kindly informed him ahead of time that it might be quite painful. Sitting on the bed, Chen let the doctor hold his ankle to feel the bones. Director Fan watched anxiously, his mouth dry as he swallowed repeatedly. Chapter 91, Who the hell are you to kiss me? Chen consoled Fan Dao, Director Fan, you don't need to worry. I'm fine. Director Fan said, what do I have to be afraid of? Just make sure you're not too nervous. The pain will only last for a moment, and you must endure it. Chen saw Director Fan's stubborn demeanor and glanced at his tightly pinched arm, feeling that it must have turned red inside. While Chen was distracted, the doctor quickly adjusted his bone back into place. Chen still felt quite a bit of pain. Maybe he should cry out a little. The sound of two cries rang out again, resembling ducks. The doctor. Director Fan. He released his grip on Chen's hand, wishing at this moment he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Inside the flower cake shop. The few people who were live streaming did not check their phone messages and thus had no idea that Chen had been injured. When they saw Jiang Zhong return alone, Su Huaqing casually asked, Jiang Zhong, why are you the only one back? Where is Chen? Jiang Zhong didn't know how to answer. If he said Chen got hurt and went to the hospital, these people would surely ask why. On the other hand, lying wasn't appropriate since netizens had seen the live stream. In the end, Jiang Zhong chose to keep silent. Seeing that Jiang Zhong didn't respond, Su Huaqing didn't take it to heart either, since Jiang Zhong always appeared rather arrogant and aloof beforehand. Sun Yongming could see something wasn't right from his expression, but he couldn't conveniently inquire while the live stream was ongoing. He Yenhu, noticing Jiang Zhong was already back but Duan Xingyu wasn't, looked up and asked the director's crew, when will Duan Xingyu be back? They were in the same group, so if Duan Xingyu didn't return, all the work would fall on him alone. Other staff members from the director's team didn't know the exact time either, so they just brushed it off with, soon. After about half an hour, Duan Xingyu returned with the assistant director. Before entering, the assistant director repeatedly warned Duan Xingyu not to ask Jiang Zhong anything related to Chen falling off the cliff once he went in. Even if he suspected Jiang Zhong, he shouldn't question him because there was no concrete evidence linking Jiang Zhong to the incident. Duan Xingyu agreed well beforehand, but as soon as he entered the kitchen, he shouted at Jiang Zhong, my in. The assistant director, who had anticipated that Duan Xingyu wouldn't stay calm, immediately rushed forward to cover his mouth and dragged him away before the live stream. In a corner not visible by the live stream, the assistant director tried to persuade Duan Xingyu, didn't we agree already? Until the matter is clear, let's not mention it during the live stream to prevent making things worse. Duan Xingyu said, it's precisely because the matter isn't clear yet that I want to ask Jiang Zhong, to see his reaction. If it really was him, he'd definitely slip up. The assistant director sighed heavily and continued persuading, have you considered what happens if it's not him? Your actions now will not only get yourself hated but also bring trouble to Chen. At the mention of Chen, Duan Xingyu's sanity came back somewhat. Under repeated urging from the assistant director and after Duan Xingyu gave repeated guarantees, the latter was finally allowed to return to the kitchen workspace. This time, Duan Xingyu didn't interrogate Jiang Zhong again. He squinted, circled around Jiang Zhong to monitor him closely, and then returned to his position. Carrying a basket of petals, he walked to the opposite side of Jiang Zhong and started picking flowers. He Yenhu asked, Duan Xingyu, did you forget? You and I are in the same group. Duan Xingyu said, don't interfere. Continuing to pick the flowers, he spoke in a strained voice, counting, 1 petal, 2 petals, 3 petals. All the workers currently doing tasks froze when they heard this strained voice, all looking less than pleased. Even Feng Qinyue, the most patient and steady of them all, displayed a look of disdain. Had this kid been subjected to some kind of shock? Why was he acting so crazy? Initially, Duan Xingyu struggled to imitate the strained voice well, but gradually, he became more enthusiastic, especially upon seeing the grimace on Jiang Zhong's face. Can't do anything to you for now. Though you're safe physically, I'll drive you insane. Whether Duan Xingyu succeeded in annoying Jiang Zhong or not, everyone else, both netizens and those present, couldn't tolerate his strained imitation. It's clear that Duan Xingyu's mental state isn't good. Stars, if it doesn't work, maybe we should just beat Jiang Zhong up. Duan Xingyu, buddy, don't shoot recklessly. Duan Xingyu, it's clear that you want to get back at Jiang Zhong, but can we do it in a different way? This method of hurting oneself while harming the enemy is only something Duan Xingyu would come up with. Not to mention, Duan Xingyu, your grudge is against Jiang Zhong. Why are you attacking me? Can the fans of Duan Xingyu really not manage him? Stars fans, don't generalize one person's behavior to all his fans. Jiang Zhong, I beg you, just confess already. Stop torturing us. As Duan Xingyu got more and more into it, he even started to find some tricks. Fang Keqing couldn't stand it anymore, shouting, Duan Xingyu, shut up now. Please speak normally. He Yenbuk said, I won't rush you to work anymore, but if you keep talking like this, don't blame me for hitting you. Su Huaqing said, if you have any worries, please share them with everyone. Never think too much. Sun Yongming frowned, saying, psycho. In the face of criticism from everyone, Duan Xingyu was only getting braver, starting to change his style again. He shouted towards Jiang Zhong, mimicking Pikachu sounds more energetically. Jiang Zhong. Sun Yongming snorted coldly twice, looking at Feng Qinyue, is this the junior you see as qualified? The talent of the entertainment circle? Feng Qinyue looked up at the ceiling, pretending not to hear. It was indeed somewhat embarrassing. He Yenbuk tightened his fists with petals in hand but walked toward Duan Xingyu with a smile on his face. Seeing He Yenbuk, Duan Xingyu asked unhappily, why are you staring at me? With a pair of charming peach eyes slightly squinted, He Yenbuk smiled and said, from now on, if you dare make such disgusting noises again, I will kiss you. Duan Xingyu. Stunned for 2 seconds, Duan Xingyu burst out swearing, are you crazy? You kissing me? What makes you so important? Do you dare kiss me when we're live streaming? Even if you had 2 mouths, I wouldn't let you. However, He Yenbuk grabbed the back of Duan Xingyu's neck with one hand, lowering his head as if ready to kiss him. Scared, Duan Xingyu immediately slid down to kneel and apologized quickly, brother, I'm wrong. Please forgive me. Duan Xingyu thought he was just joking, never expecting him to be such a lunatic. He decided to handle Jiang Zhong later, prioritizing keeping himself clean first. Fang Keqing, who had just been full of disdain, now stared fixedly at that side. Couple goals hit once again. I am so happy. On the other side, Fu Chinshuan, after a busy day, saw the trending topic. His long and upward slanted peach-shaped eyes were filled with anger. Lin Yuan came over with the boarding pass and suitcase, saying, Mr. Fu, it's time to board. Let's go back, Fu Chinshuan replied. Chapter 92, and Chen falls off the cliff. Lin Yuan closed his eyes briefly and asked, what about Eric? He wasn't just an ordinary business partner, he was important to the company's future development. If they ditched him at the last minute, it would have quite a significant impact on future cooperation. Fu Chinshuan pulled out his phone from his pocket as he walked and said, change the person in charge to handle negotiations with him. Lin Yuan said, but given Eric's position, it wouldn't be appropriate to send an average executive. The other company was no smaller than a group, and this time, they sent their group president for the collaboration, a very sincere gesture. If they casually dispatched a general manager or someone similar, it would obviously appear disrespectful. Jiaxing Entertainment had top-notch resources domestically. Fu Chinshuan always wanted to expand into the overseas market, but foreign markets had their own regulations that money alone couldn't easily buy into. It happened that Eric's company also intended to penetrate the domestic market. Fu Chinshuan said, who said I'm sending an executive to negotiate? I'll let my brother take care of it. Lin Yuan. Would Master Fu agree to this? Fu Chinshuan replied, we won't know unless we try. Of course, if Master Fu took the lead, there would be no issues. But such a large collaboration project. Master Fu would definitely need to first review all materials thoroughly, there would be quite a bit of work ahead. Fu Chinshuan, brother, could you help me with a project? Fu Qianyan, roll over. Fu Chinshuan, I've sent the documents to your email, dinner is scheduled with them tomorrow evening. I'll instruct the manager from our branch in the US to assist you. Looking at the red exclamation mark reply, Fu Chinshuan sighed in frustration, how can he be so unsportsmanlike? Fu Chinshuan immediately dialed the number. A slightly cold tone came from Fu Qianyan through the phone, Chinshuan, don't make me hit you. Fu Chinshuan quickly said, something happened to Anan. Fu Qianyan paused mid-sip and asked, what's the matter? Fu Chinshuan explained, while recording the program, Anan got tricked and pushed down a slope. He almost fell off a cliff. Right now, he's in the hospital. Fu Qianyan tightened his grip on the phone, a fierce look appearing in his expression, asking, who did it? There are clues, but no solid evidence yet. If there's no evidence, then find some. Do I still need to teach you how to deal with this? About the collaboration project. This will be the only exception. Alright, thanks, brother. Fu Chinshuan hung up the phone. Situations like this usually came one after another. It looked like he was getting closer to retirement once more. On this side, Lin Yuan had just finished his call, saying, the car is arranged at the door. And Chen's dinner was arranged by Director Fan, who brought a variety of rich dishes. After dinner, Director Fan went home and left a nurse to care for Chen. Duan Xingyu, upon finishing recording at 9 o'clock, even ran over to see him, bringing homemade flour cakes. They tasted pretty bad. After Duan Xingyu left, Chen was left alone in the room. Sitting on the bed in discomfort, Chen lifted the blanket, looking at his leg in a splint, and leaned on a crutch nearby to walk. He had never tried walking on one leg before, it was unfamiliar. From using 4 legs, presumably referencing walking on both feet and using 2 crutches, down to just 2, now down to 1, being human was really tough. After only a few steps, he fell onto the ground. His injured leg slammed against the floor again. Even his third leg, the crutch, smashed against the floor. Painful. Just then, the door opened, and Fu Qianshuan appeared at the doorway wearing a gray casual suit. And Chen, whose eyes had not reddened all day, suddenly became a little teary-eyed seeing Fu Qianshuan, softly calling out, elder brother. No worries, elder brother is here. Fu Qianshuan hurried over, squatted down to lift him back onto the bed, examining while asking, did you hurt anywhere? Does it hurt badly? I'll call the doctor. And Chen tightly gripped Fu Qianshuan's suit, whining, I don't want the doctor. Fu Qianshuan said, only if the doctor checks you, will I feel relieved. Fu Qianshuan held in Chen's hand gently coaxed, be a good boy, will you let the doctor check? I'll be here with you. And Chen said, okay. Fu Qianshuan pressed the bell, and soon the doctor arrived, examined Chen, and found no serious problems. The splint had shifted during the fall and was realigned properly, followed by a set of instructions before leaving. And Chen asked, didn't you leave already? Why are you back? Seeing Chen's leg in the splint, Fu Qianshuan said, I saw the news of your incident on the trending topics, so I came back. And Chen rubbed his 2 index fingers together and said, I didn't fall down on purpose. Fu Qianshuan lightly patted Chen's head and said, I know. Big brother will look into this matter. As for those who bullied Chen, he would certainly not let them off. He had already instructed Lin Yuan to investigate the incident. Big brother, I want to go to the restroom. Fu Qianshuan. This abrupt change in topic left him a little lost. Recalling that Chen had fallen on the floor when he entered earlier, Fu Qianshuan asked, did you fall because you were trying to go to the restroom? Chen pouted unhappily and said, I fell once and it hurt. Fu Qianshuan said, then I'll carry you to the restroom. Chen said, okay. Fu Qianshuan lifted Chen princess style and carried him into the restroom, saying, should I help you take your pants off? When these words came out, even Fu Qianshuan's ears turned red. Chen said, no need, just support me while I do it myself. Even someone as composed as Fu Qianshuan felt flustered at times like this. Fu Qianshuan placed Chen by the wall, holding his arm to prevent him from slipping again. In front of him, Chen began taking off his pants. Seeing this, Fu Qianshuan quickly turned away, but all he could see in the mirror opposite was an even clearer reflection. Swallowing hard, Fu Qianshuan closed his eyes. Despite his best efforts, the images played involuntarily in his mind, his face heating up a bit. The sound of Chen unbuttoning his pants reached Fu Qianshuan's ears, an ordinary noise yet one that stirred an unsettling itch within him. It was as if someone were teasingly brushing feathers back and forth over his chest. Soon after, water splashing sounds and the rustling of pulling up pants were heard in the restroom. I'm done, Chen's soft voice whispered nearby. Bending down to carry him, Fu Qianshuan was reminded, wash your hands, you haven't washed your hands yet. Carrying Chen a few steps forward, Fu Qianshuan held his hands under the tap to wash them, washing every crevice between his fingers carefully. He also helped Chen wash his face, every motion gentle and meticulous, as though handling a rare and precious piece of jade. Carrying him back to the bed, he carefully placed the injured leg down, then tucked the blanket around him neatly. Chen tugged on Fu Qianshuan's sleeve, gazing at him with pleading eyes. Since getting injured, Chen had become much more clingy toward Fu Chinshuan. Fu Chinshuan gently patted his chest, soothing him just like how he used to when Chen was young, softly saying, "Go to sleep, big brother will be here with you." With this assurance, Chen slowly closed his drowsy eyes. Not long after, Fu Chinshuan's phone buzzed with a message. "Mr. Fu, there is new information regarding Chen falling off the cliff." Chapter 93, Tenfold Repayment. Fu Chinshuan didn't rush to inquire about the situation. Instead, he tucked Chen in under his blanket, making sure he was asleep before leaving with his phone. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhong, ever since the incident of pushing someone, had been very uneasy. Even the live stream viewers noticed that something was off with him. The moment the live stream ended that day, he immediately went to see Sun Yongming. Inside the hotel room, Sun Yongming slapped Jiang Zhong across the face and angrily shouted, "Idiot, how could you have done such a stupid thing?" The slap left Jiang Zhong's face stinging, but at that moment, he didn't care much about it. He anxiously said, "Teacher Sun, I really didn't know there was a cliff below. I originally just couldn't stand him and only wanted to give him a small punishment." With contempt in his eyes, Sun Yongming said, "Regardless of whether you intended to punish Chen or had other motives, it doesn't matter as long as you're absolutely certain. Without absolute certainty, acting rashly leads to this kind of outcome. When an issue arises and you can't maintain your composure, letting everyone notice abnormalities, this is your first mistake. Right now, regardless of Chen's side, the production team, or even the police, they will investigate you first." At this mention, Jiang Zhong's legs went limp from fear. Jiang Zhong dropped to his knees directly, clinging onto Sun Yongming's legs as he begged for mercy, "Teacher Sun, please save me. I beg you, save me." Disgusted, Sun Yongming kicked Jiang Zhong away and said, "I'll ask you this, are you sure no one saw you when you pushed Chen?" Jiang Zhong nodded and said, "I'm sure. The camera crew hadn't caught up yet, and that area was just a flower plantation, there were no cameras. So, I'm sure no one saw." Hearing this, Sun Yongming nodded and said, "If that's the case, then no matter what others ask, stick to your previous statements. You don't know anything, and Chen's fall has nothing to do with you." Jiang Zhong hesitated, asking, "Will this work?" Sun Yongming replied, "It doesn't matter whether it works or not. What matters is that without evidence, they can't do anything to you." Jiang Zhong asked further, "Teacher Sun, do you think Fu Chinshuan would intervene because of this?" Sun Yongming responded, "Isn't he out on business anyway? Moreover, even if he's here, he wasn't present at the scene. Do you think he can pin the blame on you without evidence? And besides, do you truly think Chen is so well liked by everyone? Wealthy families often take these things lightly, they're only curious about him. Moreover, isn't he dealing with something abroad right now? He's probably still on the plane and hasn't even heard about this yet." Taking another glance at the person before him, Sun Yongming still wore an expression of disdain. If not for the usefulness of this man's words, Sun Yongming wouldn't have bothered with this matter at all. Jiang Zhong opened the door and left Sun Yongming's room. On his way back, he constantly affirmed himself mentally. That's right, nobody saw it, so how could it be attributed to him? Just deny everything outright. Besides, Chen was fine anyway. Since nothing happened to him, pursuing the matter further is just being petty. As soon as he pushed open the hotel room door, he saw Fu Chinshuan casually flipping through a magazine while sitting on a chair. His crossed legs made him appear elegant and relaxed. Jiang Zhong turned around and noticed Lin Yuan, Fu Chinshuan's assistant, standing behind the door. Lin Yuan waved at Jiang Zhong and greeted him, "Good evening." Fu Chinshuan's handsome peach blossom-like eyes slightly narrowed as he smiled and said, "Jiang Zhong, you've returned earlier than I expected." Jiang Zhong stiffened, his voice trembling as he asked, "Second Master Fu, why are you here?" Putting down the magazine in his hand, Fu Chinshuan raised his head and said with a smile, "I've come to see you. It's been too long since we last met, I missed you dearly." The more Fu Chinshuan smiled, the more terrified Jiang Zhong became inside. Swallowing hard, Jiang Zhong said, "Second Master Fu, I have to record the program tomorrow. I don't have time to chat with you. Why don't you go rest first?" Fu Chinshuan said, "That won't do. I don't like dragging things into the next day." Then what could we possibly have to discuss? Standing up, Fu Chinshuan walked step by step toward Jiang Zhong and said, "There are many things we can discuss, such as how Chen fell. Don't say I haven't given you a chance. This will be the last time I ask, was it you who pushed Chen?" A chill ran down Jiang Zhong's spine as he swallowed hard and said, "Second Master Fu, don't listen to rumors. Chen's accident has nothing to do with me." At that time, I also looked up and suddenly realized he was gone. And he didn't scream, so I wasn't even sure if he fell below. I guess it's possible that Chen was focused on eating the rose and didn't see the road ahead, so he accidentally fell down. Hearing this, Fu Chinshuan couldn't help but clap his hands together and said with a laugh, "Nice, nice. This reason is better than what those marketing accounts say." Jiang Zhong hurriedly explained, "Second Master Fu, I swear, I didn't do it." Fu Chinshuan's tall figure cast a deadly pressure over Jiang Zhong, making it feel as though someone had their hand wrapped around his neck, restricting his breathing. Jiang Zhong turned around to flee, only to find Lin Yuan grabbing him by the arm from behind, pressing him against the door firmly so that he couldn't move an inch. Approaching, Fu Chinshuan leaned down slightly to look at him. Perhaps I've been too lenient these past few days, making you think you can fool me, a person like me. Shaking his head, Jiang Zhong said, Master Fu, you've got the wrong impression. I really didn't. Jiang Zhong's thought was clear, whatever happened, he wouldn't admit it. As long as he denied it, without evidence, they could do nothing to him. However, Fu Chinshuan had lost patience hearing any further defenses and waved his hand. Lin Yuan immediately grabbed a nearby cloth and shoved it into Jiang Zhong's mouth. Then he took out a rope prepared beforehand and bound Jiang Zhong tightly. During the process, Jiang Zhong wasn't completely passive, he struggled indeed. But he simply wasn't Lin Yuan's match. As an executive assistant, basic self-defense skills were compulsory subjects. Fu Chinshuan opened the door and walked out calmly. Lin Yuan dragged Jiang Zhong along behind him, and unexpectedly, their way through the hotel lobby, which should have had staff 24 hours a day, was empty. Jiang Zhong was shoved into a car, and to prevent his escape, Lin Yuan directly knocked him unconscious. When Jiang Zhong came to again, he found himself standing on the same path wherein Chen had fallen earlier that day. Fu Chinshuan stood there under the moonlight, his narrow peach blossom eyes slightly squinting. To Jiang Zhong, he seemed just like an evil spirit in the dark night. Fu Chinshuan grabbed a fistful of Jiang Zhong's hair with one hand and forced him to move forward, saying, whether or not you confess doesn't matter to me because I'm after the empathy, tenfold return of the pain and inexperienced. From the mountain, eerie sounds arose, like the cries of apes, yet also like the groans of fierce ghosts. A cold wind swept in at this moment, piercing deep into the bones. Shivering involuntarily, Jiang Zhong looked up at the man before him. The mountain breeze blew back his jet-black hair, washing away the shallow pretense of kindness on his face, revealing a frosty core. Turning his head to gaze at the dark slope behind him, his heart raced furiously. He didn't doubt for a moment that the second master would push him down. He was all too aware of what lay below this slope. There was a cliff more than 10 meters high, filled with jagged rocks at its base. If he fell down here, he'd die. Really die. Terrified by death, Jiang Zhong begged loudly, Master Fu, I've made a mistake, I really have. Please forgive me this time. I won't dare to ever do it again. Fu Chinshuan smiled gently, all right then. With relief, Jiang Zhong broke into a grateful smile, th. Thank you. The word thank still lingered in the air when a shadow rolled off the slope. Fu Chinshuan's lips curved upwards. His smile was composed and peaceful as he spoke from above the slope, if we get another chance to meet after 18 years, I'll give you one more opportunity. Chapter 94, Didn't kiss you. Jiang Zhong thought he was surely going to die when he was pushed down, and at that moment, it was as if he saw the Naiha bridge. But by a stroke of luck, he didn't fall, instead, he got stuck on a tree. Jiang Zhong was covered in injuries, probably from being scratched by tree branches or collisions, but it no longer mattered to him. He couldn't help laughing out loud, I'm not dead, I'm not dead, Fu Chinshuan and Chen, both of you just wait. I'll get back at you eventually. His hands were bound with rope, with a significant part of it still sticking out, likely due to how it got caught there. Being thrown down and yet not falling, it seemed even heaven refused to claim his life. Fu Chinshuan better be ready for death. Feeling invincible after narrowly escaping death, Jiang Zhong thought himself to be terrifyingly strong. A cold wind blew, instantly dispersing the excitement and arrogance Jiang Zhong had felt moments before. Though he hadn't died, his hands were tied, and he was dangling from a tree, there was no way for him to leave. In anger, Jiang Zhong shouted obscenities, realizing his hands were tied and his leg broken. How could he escape like this? Help! Somebody! Help! His shrill cries echoed through the forest. After a while, Jiang Zhong felt someone approach. He was touched, believing someone finally found him late at night to save him. The shadowy figure was impossible to make out clearly. Grateful despite his condition, Jiang Zhong said, Brother, whoever you are, if you save me, I'll give you 2,000 yuan as thanks. You can. Halfway through his words, recognizing who the person was, Jiang Zhong froze, disbelief written all over his face. You. Lin Yuan descended carefully, leaning against a tree, and immediately slapped Jiang Zhong across the face irritably. What are you yelling about? Are you trying to attract wolves? Realizing the extra work was entirely because of him. If it weren't for Jiang Zhong plotting against the third young master, Mr. Fu wouldn't have decided to return suddenly, and they wouldn't have needed to rearrange plans. Irritated, Lin Yuan delivered 2 more slaps. Tears streamed down Jiang Zhong's face as he quickly pleaded for mercy, let's talk rationally, Lin assistant. Just save me, and we can discuss money, I'll even add another 2,000 yuan. What do you say? 2,000 yuan made Lin Yuan burst into laughter with frustration. Was he being underestimated? So you think saving you is worth it? Lin Yuan pulled out a hemp rope and quickly retied Jiang Zhong's somewhat loose limbs. Then, he hoisted him high up in the tree. Jiang Zhong screamed, what are you doing? Let me go, what are you planning? Lin Yuan stuffed a rag into his mouth and then kicked him off the cliff, muttering, go on ahead. Jiang Zhong slammed directly onto a tree growing by the edge of the cliff. The leaves rustled and fell as he dropped again, but the rope bound around his hands prevented him from continuing to fall. Instead, he was left hanging midair. The rope tightened around his wrists so hard it almost severed them. Cold winds whipped around him, making him shiver uncontrollably. Desperately wanting to shout, Jiang Zhong realized his mouth was still gagged and could only emit faint wailing sounds. Lin Yuan climbed back up along the rope, adjusting his askew glasses, and reported, "Task completed." Fu Qinshuan's lips curved slightly upwards as he said, "Great, I'll approve an additional week of vacation for you this year." Lin Yuan replied, "Mr. Fu, why don't you convert that week of vacation into cash for me?" Fu Qinshuan asked curiously, "Don't you like vacations?" Lin Yuan responded somewhat resentfully, "Of course I like them, but I never get the chance." When Fu Qinshuan returned to the hospital, and Chen was still asleep. Sitting at the bedside, he watched Chen sleeping, tucking him in tighter, and then rested on the sofa. Thinking about how the night before, they'd shared the same room, and Chen had kissed him. He originally planned to ask Chen about that kiss after today's recording session, but then these events occurred. This meant he still hadn't gotten a chance to ask about this morning's kiss. Shouldn't Chen like him too? How could someone kiss without liking another? And today, Chen was so proactive, hugging and holding him, things he had done before. Yet, he cried, something Chen hadn't done in years. No matter how much grievance he endured today, he never complained nor cried until seeing him, indicating trust, wanting comfort from him. Men don't cry to each other, only if Chen viewed him as a partner would he cry with such grievances during such situations. The more Fu Qinshuan analyzed, the more he felt that his assumptions were correct. Perhaps Chen was a bit confused at the moment, but it was clear that Chen had feelings for him beyond those of just a brother. Thinking about this truth, Fu Qinshuan couldn't help but smile and buried his head into the sofa pillow. But Fu Qinshuan still felt a bit unreal, probably because he had longed for this day for too long. When Chen truly hinted at liking him, Fu Qinshuan was afraid it might not be real. He should ask someone, in case he made a mistake. It definitely could not happen between him and Chen again. After much thought, Fu Qinshuan decided to send a message to his older brother. He had always been smart and excellent in everything he did, capable of handling any situation calmly. Surely, he would be able to analyze the situation properly. Fu Qinshuan sent a message, "Brother, if someone kissed you, what would you think?" Just as Fu Qianyan was busy reviewing documents to prepare for negotiating on behalf of his younger brother's project, upon seeing this message, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. Pure nonsense. Not wanting to bother replying. After a while, though, he picked up his phone and sent a response anyway. Having been groomed from a young age as the heir to the Fu family business, he had accompanied his parents everywhere since childhood, learning early how to navigate business matters. So, they had spent little time together during their youth, which meant they were never the kind of brothers who shared intimate thoughts. Nevertheless, since Fu Qinshuan was showing concern about his love life, Fu Qianyan figured he should at least be patient. He replied with a question, "It depends, how familiar are you with that person?" Fu Qinshuan had already braced himself for the likelihood that his brother wouldn't reply, but when he saw the message, he immediately edited and sent another follow-up, "Is it someone you've known for decades?" Upon seeing this, Fu Qianyan narrowed his eyes slightly, "Didn't Chen kiss you?" Fu Qinshuan nearly dropped his phone out of surprise, catching it just in time before it hit the ground. He glanced toward Chen, who was still sound asleep, and began to relax somewhat. That was close. How did brother know? Had he planted spies around me? In his reply, Fu Qinshuan denied it, "No such thing, don't say nonsense. I'm just making a hypothetical example. Suppose someone you've known for decades kissed you, how would you respond?" Fu Qianyan, "I'd kill them." Chapter 95, Chen agrees to confess. Fu Qinshuan asked curiously, "What if a stranger kisses you? How would you respond?" Fu Qianyan replied, "Kill him." Fu Qinshuan. Shaking his head helplessly, he thought that there was a reason why his older brother had been single for so long. The older brother is already 30 years old and hasn't found a partner yet. Fu Qinshuan felt responsible as a younger brother to urge him on behalf of their parents. "Brother, I think you shouldn't keep thinking about killing others. If someone kisses you, it means they like you. You should give them the chance to confess to you. Moreover, you are already 30 years old, almost 40 when rounding up numbers. You should find a partner. Being serious all the time will not make anyone like you. You should learn from me and always wear a smile on your face. Only then will you have a chance to end your singledom." Fu Qinshuan typed out this long message with earnestness, feeling that he was being a truly responsible younger brother by caring about his own happiness as well as his brother's happiness. The most important thing was that people usually say start a family before establishing a career. If the older brother got married and started working hard, wouldn't that bring him one step closer to retirement? Just at this moment, the cell phone rang. Fu Qinshuan's lips curled slightly, surely it was because of his heartfelt concern that the older brother was touched and grateful toward him. But upon looking down, Fu Qinshuan's expression changed. "Fu Qianyan, so, are you no longer single?" This simple question immediately made Fu Qinshuan lose his composure. The cell phone chimed again. "Fu Qianyan, looks like you're still single. Laughing a lot only makes you look stupid and serves no purpose."
Fu Chinshuan frowned and angrily replied on his phone, who said that? Someone kissed me yesterday, or rather, this morning. It's just that I haven't determined how to respond to these feelings yet. If I wanted to end my single dom, I could do it any time. I'm different from you. Fu Qianyan, oh, good luck to you then. Fu Chinshuan always felt that the oh and good luck carried a heavy dose of mockery. When he was about to send another message, Fu Qianyan sent over a picture. It was the cooperation data with Eric. Upon seeing it, Fu Chinshuan quickly deleted the previously edited words and re-edit, brother, you go ahead and work. I won't disturb you anymore. On the other side, Fu Qianyan looked at the message sent by his younger brother, his slightly cold phoenix-like eyes narrowing slightly, shining with intelligence in his gaze. Someone kissed him this morning, and since he slept in the same presidential suite as An last night, who else could it be but Chen? He was still hesitating whether to accept or reject the feelings, but instead resorted to seeking his advice in his confused state, so it seemed that Chen kissed him while half asleep this morning and probably didn't remember waking up. After all, if Chen had kissed him consciously and both had confirmed their relationship, their stupid younger brother would be so ecstatic that his tail would practically wag into the clouds, and firecrackers would go off around the entire group for 3 days straight. Although usually quite smart, he seems to drop a few IQ points when it comes to matters concerning Chen. After so many years, he still hadn't succeeded. How truly pathetic. Fu Chinshuan put away his phone and recalled the earlier chat. He had narrowly avoided having his brother guess that Chen kissed him. Since things were not yet settled between him and An, it was best not to publicize anything. Even though he wanted to announce it with fireworks. Next time, he wouldn't ask his older brother for advice. What could a bachelor of 30 years possibly understand? The sunlight pierced through the clouds, landing on the window, and reflected into the room. Chen shifted her body lazily, unwilling to open her eyes. She saw Fu Chinshuan sleeping on the sofa. His long, straight legs looked too big even for the couch. His right knee was bent, while his left leg stretched out carelessly. His head leaned against the sofa pillow, one hand covering his eyes, revealing his prominent nose bridge and slightly red, thin lips. Even though it was the end of May, the nights were still a bit chilly. Should she cover him with a blanket? Her foot injury prevented her from moving much. After hesitating for 3 seconds, Chen finally uncovered herself from under the quilt and stood up. After all, as the dominant male of the house, if he got chilled, who would manage such a large company? Moreover, he had treated her not too badly. Holding onto her cane with one hand and another blanket in the other, she slowly approached. When she reached beside Fu Chinshuan, she bent over and placed the blanket over him, using one hand on her cane and the other to carefully tuck it around him. Fu Chinshuan wasn't sleeping very soundly. Underneath his crossed arm, his brows were furrowed tightly. Anan. Suddenly, her hand was caught, and Fu Chinshuan woke up abruptly, the bloodshot still lingering in his eyes. His face was solemn, with a hint of panic, regret, and pain, as if he had encountered something unbearable. Eldest brother. Chan's gentle voice woke Fu Chinshuan from the torment of a nightmare. Anan. Fu Chinshuan's voice was weak. He sat on the sofa, hugging Chan, burying his head in Chan's waist, tightly holding Chan with his strong arms. Chan felt that Fu Chinshuan must have had an unpleasant dream, but he didn't know how to console him, only reaching out to pat his head, unskilledly comforting, "It's fine now, everything is okay, it was just a nightmare." Fu Chinshuan's voice was hoarse, Indeed, as soon as he left Chan, the nightmares would return. The image of Chan lying in a pool of blood was like a lifeless rag doll. Each time it came to mind, it caused great chest pain. Fu Chinshuan buried his head in Chan's waist and asked, "Anan, will we be together for a lifetime?" Chan thought, if there were no accidents, he should occupy this body and identity for life, making him essentially part of the Fu family. As long as he didn't cause trouble like the original character, spending the rest of his life with Fu Chinshuan and the Fu family should not be a problem. Especially since the Fu family was quite wealthy, suitable for him to live lazily and enjoy retirement. Chan nodded firmly, "We will be together for a lifetime." This sentence originally escaped Fu Chinshuan's lips without much thought, but after truly asking, he became nervous. Holding Chan tighter unconsciously, he didn't even have the courage to lift his face to face the answer, fearing to hear an undesired response. With the confirmed answer, Fu Chinshuan's peach-shaped eyes slightly narrowed, unable to stop the corners of his mouth from curling upward, his heart beating fast, still disbelieving deep down. He looked up and asked again for confirmation, You agree?" Chan nodded, affirming, "I will be with eldest brother for a lifetime." Chan's reconfirmation made Fu Chinshuan even more tense, sitting awkwardly on the sofa, never imagining happiness would come so quickly. For a moment, he didn't know where to put his hands and feet, looking very uneasy and clumsy. After hesitating and wavering for such a long time about confessing, Chan simply agreed. He agreed so quickly. Chapter 96, Is President Fu saying the opposite? Fu Chinshuan became more nervous, his arms around Chen's waist tightening unconsciously. Chen's waist hurt from the constriction and he reminded him, "Elder brother, can you loosen your grip a little?" At the mention of the word close, Fu Chinshuan stiffened entirely and began speaking incoherently, "Closer, I haven't. I'll go buy you breakfast first."
And Chen was trying to tell Fu Qianshuan to ease his grip on his waist since it felt slightly uncomfortable. Before he could finish his sentence, Fu Qianshuan's face turned bright red, his ears matching the color of a monkey's behind. He suddenly stood up and hurriedly left the room as if fleeing. And Chen. Did elder brother get scared by me? Am I really that terrifying? On the other side, Fu Qianshuan stood outside the hospital room door, holding his chest with one hand, pressing down firmly. He couldn't control his wildly pounding heart, causing the corners of his mouth to keep rising uncontrollably. Anan wanted to kiss him. Fu Qianshuan was thrilled at how much further his relationship with Chen had developed. At the same time, he inwardly despised himself for running away when faced with such an opportunity. He should have seized the moment to steal a kiss, hold hands, and even hug each other. Why did he run away? It was mainly because Fu Qianshuan was overwhelmed by the sudden influx of happiness. The event he had fantasized about for so many years required some adjustment. He then slapped his head, realizing that in his rush to flee earlier, he had forgotten to put Anan back to bed. Turning around, Fu Qianshuan re-entered the ward, catching sight of Chen who was hopping around on one leg. He stepped forward and lifted Chen around the waist, saying, "Why are you jumping again? What if you fall?" Chen said, "No problem, I feel like I'm getting used to using one foot." In case he really turns back into a water hog later, he thought maybe he could try walking on one foot. Fu Qianshuan found Chen's outlandish idea both speechless and amusing. Chen then naturally wrapped his arms around Fu Qianshuan's neck and rested his head on his shoulder. He was a little sleepy and wanted to sleep again. Seeing this soft and adorable side of Chen made Fu Qianshuan's heart melt. Just within this short period of time, Chen already needed him so closely, leaning and hugging onto him. How clingy. Yet Fu Qianshuan liked it very much. Laying him gently back on the bed, he said, "Lie here and rest, I'll go buy you breakfast." Chen replied, "Okay." Fu Qianshuan looked at those pink lips of Chen, which appeared so soft. He swallowed his saliva, reminiscing about their interrupted kiss earlier, asking, "Anan, is there anything else you want to say to me?" After thinking for a moment, Chen replied, "I want 2 corns." "All right," Fu Qianshuan, still focusing on the movements of Chen's mouth, asked again, "Is there anything else?" Chen shook his head, "No." Fu Qianshuan pressed his lips together, hinting, "Really nothing? For instance, wasn't there something you've wanted to do before? Now you can boldly go for it or ask." Chen tilted his head, seriously pondering for a moment, and said, "Elder brother, can you transfer me 10,000 yuan? It's a gift." Fu Qianshuan paused, unsure what to say. Chen believed it would be wise to prepare for all aspects. Just in case he got kicked out of the Fu family later, he'd still need money on him so he could lie flat like a fish afterward. Seeing Fu Qianshuan's ambiguous expression, Chen hesitantly asked, "Is it too much? If so, 1,000 is fine. Money doesn't come in small amounts, every bit helps." Fu Qianshuan stroked Chen's head, hiding the disappointment in his eyes, and softly said, "Not too much. Elder brother will transfer it to you." Fu Qianshuan operated his phone for a while, and soon after, Chen's phone buzzed with a text message. Chen picked up his phone for a look, and his eyes instantly widened. Counting the zeros on the screen. 1, 10, 100. Chen looked up, surprised, 5.2 million yuan. Fu Qianshuan nodded, "Yeah." With a grin on his face, Chen said, "So much money." Fu Qianshuan asked, "Do you like it?" Chen nodded, "Yes." Stretching out his arms to show his happiness and gratitude by hugging Fu Qianshuan, Chen realized he was standing beside the bed and thus out of reach. Instead, he embraced his waist, resting his head on his waist and said, "Elder brother, I really like it, thank you." Fu Qianshuan's ears turned slightly red, unable to suppress the smile on the corners of his lips as he responded, "I really like you too." Even though they didn't kiss, hearing An's heartfelt confession made Fu Qianshuan feel it was worth it. Rubbing his hair once again, Fu Qianshuan said, "Then I'll go out and get you breakfast." Chen let go, Fu Qianshuan reluctantly left the ward and walked out. He was thinking that his romantic relationship with An should remain temporarily confidential. Since An was an artist, a romance scandal would not be good for him. Although Fu Qianshuan wanted to announce it, he had to suppress himself. Lin Yuan came holding some files and saw Fu Qianshuan smiling broadly from afar. "Mr. Fu, good morning." "Good morning greetings are polite. I'll give you a raise next month." Lin Yuan. Was there ever a time he didn't greet Mr. Fu in the morning? Having followed Fu for many years, Lin Yuan knew his boss well. He asked, "Mr. Fu, did something joyful happen to you?" Suppressing his rising smile, Fu Qianshuan said, "Since you've noticed, I might as well tell you." "Yes," Anan confessed to me. Lin Yuan. He didn't notice anything, Fu just told him. Besides, how could the third son confess to President Fu? Could President Fu have said it backward? Fu Qianshuan glanced at him and said, "What's that look on your face? Do you not believe me? After all these years, how can someone like you, who's never been in a relationship, understand our feelings?" Lin Yuan. Could he apply for damages to his sanity? Fu Qianshuan continued as he walked, "You're no longer young either. You should look around at the people around you instead of spending all your time on work.
Take advantage of vacations to meet more young and beautiful women. Lin Yuan. Who made it impossible for him to take a vacation? Where was he supposed to meet any attractive young women when some people lack awareness entirely? Fu Chinshuan said, by the way, keep quiet about my relationship with An for now. I want to wait until our feelings stabilize before announcing. Lin Yuan replied, understood. Fu Chinshuan added, all the employees have worked hard this year, and their efficiency is commendable. They deserve proper rewards. Increase all employees' wages by 20%, and double the year-end bonus. Lin Yuan, aren't you the one who scolded them for being useless just a few days ago in the meeting? Also, didn't Mr. Fu say the relationship wasn't to be publicized yet? Now raising wages and handing out bonuses across the company. Wasn't this deliberately leaving clues for everyone to guess? Stopping, Fu Chinshuan turned his head and asked, was I? Am I really so harsh? Lin Yuan nodded. The business world brute has always acted this way. Chapter 97, breaking up right after confirming the relationship. Mr. Fu, apart from losing his wits when he encounters third young master's matters, is generally an outstanding person in what he does. A few days ago, right after the quarterly meeting, he berated all the departments that made mistakes, leaving 2 of them who lacked mental fortitude crying on the spot. Fu Chinshuan shook his head and said, I've gone too far. With so much work content every day, it's normal to make some small mistakes, there's no such thing as perfect. You go and order 2 cakes to console those 2 employees who were scolded into tears, and give them a 10,000 yuan compensation for emotional distress. Lin Yuan, all right. Just before leaving the hospital, Lin Yuan couldn't hold back and asked, Mr. Fu, are you sure that third young master confessed to you? Fu Chinshuan's face brimmed with pride as he said, I know you're jealous, but I'll tell you this, your jealousy is useless. Matters of the heart are something a single dog like you can't envy. Lin Yuan wanted to slap himself for asking that extra question. Sitting in the car, Fu Chinshuan thought that since he and An were already together, though they couldn't make it public for now, telling his older brother should be okay, it was family after all. Fu Chinshuan composed a text message, brother, I'm dating someone. Over on the other side, Fu Qianyan had just finished dining with Eric and was resting lightly in the car. Hearing his phone notify him of a new message, Fu Qianyan unlocked it and gave it a glance, furrowing his brows slightly with a flash of disdain crossing his eyes. Through the screen, he could picture his younger brother's arrogance soaring sky-high. He replied, oh. Fu Chinshuan firmly believed that this must be jealousy, pure jealousy that he now had a partner while his brother didn't. After all, for a man nearly 40 years old, by rounding up, to not even have a partner was truly pitiable. With an excellent mood, Fu Chinshuan went to buy breakfast. Feeling good, everything looked pleasant, even the sun rising early today seemed mild. Pointing at the flowers by the roadside, he said, these flowers are nice. We'll plant a row by the company entrance later. However, his originally bright mood plummeted when Lin Yuan reported the day's work content, and his expression darkened instantly. Apart from yesterday's Eric incident, the main reason Fu Chinshuan left abruptly was because a foreign company had a traitor within their ranks, and only he could handle it personally. After all, he was the president of the Group Corporation. Only he could deal with the traitor and stabilize those restless hearts. His darkened expression betrayed his reluctance to leave. It was just when he and Chen confessed their feelings mutually. They hadn't even had time to deepen their bond, and he already had to go, which saddened him greatly. Frowning throughout, on his way past the greenery belt, Fu Chinshuan glanced and said, this flower is ugly. Back in the ward with the breakfast in hand, he saw unexpected visitors. Director Fan and the assistant director appeared in the ward. Fu Chinshuan walked over, placed the breakfast on the table, and asked coolly, what brings you here? Although Chen's injury wasn't caused by the program team, the fact it happened under their watch meant they weren't without blame. Already being magnanimous by not blaming them, Fu Chinshuan showed remarkable restraint. Knowing that he was unwelcome, Director Fan touched his nose, looking somewhat embarrassed, and said, we won't disturb you anymore. We'll be going. Before leaving, Director Fan couldn't forget to add, and Chen, consider what we told you, and send me a message later. Once the production team members left, Fu Chinshuan peeled the corn in his hand and handed it to Chen, asking, why did they come? Chen replied, they want me to return and film the show today. Upon hearing this, Fu Chinshuan's expression darkened as he said unhappily, you're still injured, and they want you to go back to film. Has Fan Jin lost his mind? Chen took a bite of the corn and said, not really. Director Fan said Jiang Zhong disappeared this morning, probably fleeing. Then with my injury, there aren't enough participants to record the show. The main point is that today's task involves selling floral mooncakes, and I don't need to do any work, just sitting in the wheelchair will suffice. Fu Chinshuan said, no selling. Chen said, I've agreed to it. Fu Chinshuan asked, why? Chen asked, if I can earn money by sitting, why shouldn't I? I can support you. That's different. He couldn't always rely on the money from his older brothers. What if they asked for it back in the future? Chen had 2 plans prepared so that he could retire and live comfortably in the future. Fu Chinshuan didn't want Chen to go back and shoot the reality show. On one hand, he was worried about his injury not being fully healed yet, which might worsen if he returns.
On the other hand, Chen was getting more and more likable with his cuteness, making more people interested in him, including those who wanted to pair up with him. He was jealous, feeling sour. But at the same time, Fu Chinshuan also understood that Chen wasn't his caged golden oriole, he had the right to choose what he wanted to do. In the end, Fu Chinshuan reluctantly reminded Chen, you can go back to shoot, but be sure to take care of your safety. Chen nodded. Fu Chinshuan added, your foot is still injured. You just sit on the wheelchair and don't get up, alright? Chen obediently nodded again. Fu Chinshuan said, I will send a manager over to accompany you. If anything happens, you can discuss it directly with her. Chen replied affirmatively, alright. Fu Chinshuan continued, don't force yourself in everything. Losing a game in the reality show is not the end. Don't overexert yourself. As Fu Chinshuan babbled on, Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. Third young master wasn't a child anymore, how could he not take care of himself? Looking at Mr. Fu's behavior, if it were in ancient times, he would surely be an emperor willing to give up his kingdom for beauty. Facing Fu Chinshuan's reminders, Chen kept nodding while munching on corn. Suddenly, he recalled Director Fan's words and curiously asked, Brother Chinshuan, do you really think Jiang Zhong has fled? Fu Chinshuan was peeling eggs for Chen at that moment and absent-mindedly replied, it's possible. After all, everyone guesses that it was him who pushed you down the slope. Chen bit into the corn and said, but there seems to be no evidence. By running away, isn't he admitting guilt? Fu Chinshuan said, who knows? Maybe he was scared of being caught, so he fled first. Chen nodded, thinking it made sense. After breakfast, Fu Chinshuan personally drove Chen back to the production team. The car headed towards the Starlight Hotel. The closer they got, the heavier Fu Chinshuan's mood became. When the car stopped at the hotel entrance, Fu Chinshuan took out the wheelchair, gently placing Chen on it. Fu Chinshuan reminded him, remember to call me every day, okay? Chen nodded, I will. Fu Chinshuan said, no matter how late, always make the call. Okay. Chen found it strange that second brother was unusually talkative today. After giving a few more instructions, Fu Chinshuan managed to suppress his reluctance to part. On the way to the airport, Fu Chinshuan looked dejected. They had to separate on the very first day after confirming their relationship. He felt so pitiful. It was all Big Brother's fault, when would he inherit the Group Corporation? Chapter 98, Mind Your Own Business. Fu Chinshuan sat on the sofa in the VIP lounge at the airport. With his legs crossed, one hand resting casually on his knee, and the other supporting him on the armrest of the couch beside him. A light gray casual suit fully displayed his noble and abstinent temperament. His eyebrows like distant mountains and thin lips, his jaw slightly tucked in, along with originally black and profound pupils now closed for rest. This face, clearly chiseled like a sculpture, was nothing less than a visual feast for those who admired good looks. In the VIP lounge, many girls blushed upon seeing his appearance. Some bold ones even went up to ask Fu Chinshuan for his contact information, all of which were rejected by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had extensive experience dealing with such flirtatious admirers. When Mr. Fu didn't speak, he appeared dignified and elegant as if he were a noble young master from a painting. Coupled with the aura of a successful person, along with his handsome and commanding features, not only did women take notice of him but occasionally men came forward to confess their feelings as well. And this job of keeping people away was entirely handled by Lin Yuan. There were so many harassers sometimes that Lin Yuan wished he could hang a "Do Not Disturb" sign around his neck. Fu Chinshuan slowly opened his slender almond-shaped eyes, with a hint of deep yearning at the bottom of his gaze. His voice floated faintly, Lin Yuan, how long has it been since I last saw Anan? Lin Yuan replied, 58 minutes. Fu Chinshuan, only 58 minutes. But why does it feel like an entire century? After closing his eyes again to rest, Fu Chinshuan reopened them after just 3 seconds. His face was filled with grievance as he asked, I miss Anan. It's already been 58 minutes since I've left him. I wonder if Anan misses me. Right after politely rejecting a girl who approached earlier, Lin Yuan heard the love-drenched words from his own president. Lin Yuan closed his eyes momentarily before donning the professional smile of a worker and said, Mr. Fu, within this hour, you've already asked the same question 12 times. Like every 5 minutes repeating the same phrase, this frequency was even more punctual than an alarm clock. Sigh, those who came forward to profess their feelings probably only saw Mr. Fu's external appearance. Handsome, rich, and capable. They didn't know beneath this pretty exterior hid a late-stage brain consumed by romantic thoughts. Fu Chinshuan glanced at Lin Yuan and said, I suspect you're cursing me. Lin Yuan chuckled and replied, how could that be? Fu Chinshuan countered, yes, you're cursing me with your face, and it's filthy. Just as Lin Yuan understood his boss, Lin Yuan had followed Fu Chinshuan for years, and knew him just as well. Adjusting his glasses frame, Lin Yuan changed the subject, Mr. Fu, how should we handle the aftermath with that person? Fu Chinshuan knew he referred to Jiang Zhong. Changing into a more comfortable side-reclining posture, he leisurely answered, let's keep him dangling for 2 more days. If no one finds him by tomorrow and he is still alive, then let him go. Each time Fu Chinshuan thought about how underneath the forest there was a steep stone cliff more than 10 meters down, he felt deeply alarmed. Anan was lucky this time to have gotten caught on a tree branch, otherwise, the fall would have had unimaginable consequences. Thinking about this possibility made him wish to kill him. Keeping him dangling for 2 days was indeed a lenient punishment. Jiang Zhong was left hanging over the edge of a cliff. With a cloth stuffed in his mouth, unable to make any sound, having spent a night in freezing winds, his facial skin had become extremely dry, and his lips had cracked and started bleeding. Having hung here for such a long time, he now felt exhausted and desperate to escape. When voices and laughter from above reached his ears, they turned out to be flower-picking staff heading towards a greenhouse to pick flowers. Jiang Zhong sobbed with excitement. Finally, someone had come. He was going to be saved. Finally, he was going to be saved. Thinking about how he had been hanging here in such a dark and cold place for an entire night, who could understand his suffering? It seemed heaven still pitied him. Fu Chinshuan and Chen, wait till I escape from here, and you will pay dearly. As the chatter from those people gradually faded away, Jiang Zhong grew anxious. Why didn't these people come to save him? Didn't they hear his shouts for help? Damn it, because the cloth in his mouth prevented him from making any sound. The foul smell of that rag almost made him lose his sense of smell, and his mouth was full of sour odors. Struggling desperately, Jiang Zhong hoped to be noticed, hoping someone could find him, even though he could only emit, sounds. Unfortunately, even as those people's chatting and laughing disappeared down the road, Jiang Zhong's muffled sounds went unnoticed. With anger boiling within him, he cursed Fu Chinshuan and Chen in his mind endlessly. The sun gradually rose, shining brightly until it made everyone dizzy and caused their strength to drain away. His wrists, bound with rope and hanging all this time, were surely already worn raw. Every slight movement sent excruciating pain shooting through him. As time passed, Jiang Zhong lost even the mood and energy to curse others. All he could think about now was leaving this accursed place as soon as possible. If only he could get away from here, he would never go after Chen again, he wouldn't even dream of getting back at Fu Chinshuan ever again. Jiang Zhong now only wanted to leave safely. It was just the right time for everyone to gather early in the morning, and Director Fan appeared with Chen before the other guests. Duan Xingyu spotted Chen returning and hurried over a few steps, taking the wheelchair from Director Fan and pushing it forward. Chen, how come you returned so quickly? Was it because the director forced you to? Director Fan retorted irritably, I'm still standing right here, so can you refrain from speaking ill of me when I'm around? Duan Xingyu shrugged and said, I thought Director Fan like you had already gotten used to things like that. Faced with Duan Xingyu's wisecracks, Director Fan didn't even bother to exchange banter with him anymore. The other guests noticed Chen's return and gathered around to ask after his condition and express their care. Chen shared the doctor's advice, that it would take about a week to recover and that he should try not to use this leg during that time. Su Huachen spoke gently, saying, having survived such calamity, good fortune will follow. Everything will be fine for you going forward. He Yanzhu, one hand tucked in his pocket, narrowed his eyes faintly and said, not bad. Fang Keqing comforted him, saying, the police have already gotten involved in the investigation. Soon, the matter will come to light, and retribution will come swiftly for some people. Chen's return made everyone glad that he was safe. Everyone except Sun Yongming. Seeing how they surrounded Chen upon his return made Sun Yongming extremely uncomfortable. He snorted but ultimately said nothing. Feng Qingyue looked towards Sun Yongming and asked, Sun teacher, you've been making those huffy sounds, do you feel unwell? Sun Yongming shot back irritably, what's it to you? Feng Qingyue stepped closer and asked him, according to what the production crew said, we didn't see Jiang Zhong this morning. Do you happen to know where he went? Sun Yongming snorted, replying, how would I know? Chapter 99, Disagree and keep it to yourself. Feng Qingyue said, he is an artist under your company. How could you not know where he went? Sun Yongming rolled his eyes, showing impatience on his face, and said, I only signed his work contract, not bought out his freedom. How would I know where he goes? Feng Qingyue sighed and said, it's still because you're not a qualified boss. You don't care about the artists under your company. With a cold face, Sun Yongming replied, stop making snide remarks and just say what you have to say. However, Feng Qingyue said, how could I be making snide remarks? I am purely concerned about your artist. Sun Yongming wanted to swear at him but was well aware of the current online speculations regarding the murderer who pushed Chen. Given that Jiang Zhong was originally an artist under his company, this identity was already very sensitive. If he were to create a conflict over Jiang Zhong with other guests at this moment, not only would no one come to his aid, but it would also severely damage his reputation and image. Chen being able to return safely is great. I thought he wouldn't participate in today's recording, seeing him here made me so happy. Me too, I really like watching Chen now. That faint aura of death is really cute. Me too, his half-dead attitude when encountering issues is what I aspire to. I feel like Teacher Feng is also kind of wicked. Look how Sun Yongming can't retort. Being near red makes one red, being near black makes one black. The same applies to anyone hanging out with Duan Xingyu, except Chen. You're wrong, actually Chen is the real master of retorts. Don't you notice the strange aura around him? He's a tough nut in a soft package. I feel like he's a very hard soft pear. That's true.
He looks soft, adorable, even a bit dim-witted, yet he has never been at a disadvantage against anyone. Absolutely, each time Chen makes these soft-sounding statements, they can drive people crazy. This can be referenced from Duan Xingyu's early period. Isn't he the type in internet jokes, who throws the corpse off the building and then shyly yells, "There's a dead body"? Ugh, considering Chen's personality, he might not be shy. He would probably bury the body calmly and might even think it's tiring. So have all the guests become fully panized? I somewhat missed the former steady and mature teacher Feng. The noise and quarrel among the guests quieted down. Now Director Fan was about to start cueing the process for the day. Today was the last day of recording for the second episode, and the main task was selling rose cakes. They came back to the rose cake shop again, where Director Fan started explaining the rules for the day's task. Fan Jin said, "Today everyone's task is mainly to sell rose cakes. According to yesterday's grouping, the money earned from selling the cakes will be divided 370 between us, 30% to the guests and 70 to the show." Duan Xingyu was first to speak up angrily, "The flowers are the ones we picked, and the cakes are the ones we made. Yet the show takes 70% of the profit, why are you so stingy?" Fan Jin justified rationally, "All expenses were paid by the production team, all materials for making the rose cakes were provided by the production team. Even the master who taught you how to make them was hired by the production team. To put it bluntly, you guys doing all the work while taking 30% is not bad." Fan Kiching raised her hand and asked, "Director, do we still need to split this 30% evenly among our teammates?" Director Fan nodded and said, "Yes." Su Huaqing thought about the previous episode's tasks such as picking strawberries and selling fish. "Director Fan, you said last time that both picking strawberries and selling fish would involve profit sharing. And right now, even selling the rose cakes involves profit sharing. Is there any special use for the money we earn in the program?" Director Fan seemed moved and said, "Finally, someone asks the right question." Director Fan paused a moment before saying, "Season 4 of Let's Go Together will have a theme per episode. Last time, it was to promote Mingshi Village, where the production team hopes more people would learn about the left-behind children and elders there. Through the show, we hope we can help them, which turned out to be quite successful last time. The group is willing to invest in the construction and tourism industry of Mingshi Village. Once the tourism industry is established, not just Mingshi Village, but all surrounding villages will benefit from it. In a few years, we may truly see those young people who go out to work return home one after another, allowing the elders not to be lonely and preventing the children from becoming left behind. This episode promotes the delicacies and local specialties of the capital city. I hope it will enable more people to understand the beauty of the capital city and its food. The themes for the following episodes will remain confidential for now, but the money you earn in the program will play a big role in the last episode, which is related to charity. I can reveal that it's a certain kind of public welfare, but it remains confidential. In short, the amount of money you earn in the early episodes will determine how much charity work you can do in the last episode, so everyone please try your best. When everyone heard that the money earned from selling goods was tied to the final episode's charity event, they all became spirited. Even Sun Yongming, during the live broadcast, had to appear enthusiastic. Of course, there were exceptions among these people. While listening to Director Fan's words, Chen quietly took a flour cake from the nearby tray and nibbled on it. The tempting aroma of the cake was too much for Chen to resist. Duan Xingyu said, "Director Fan, you should have mentioned this earlier. If I knew, I would have worked harder when picking corn." Director Fan replied, "What could you have done? You still couldn't match the monkey." At that time, Duan Xingyu's competition with the monkey to pick corn and being scolded by the monkey for losing had become a famous online highlight. Let's not bring up old matters. Duan Xingyu lightly coughed twice while covering his lips with his clenched fists, then asked, "Then what about Chen? Who is he paired with?" Originally, Chen was paired with Jiang Zhong, but Jiang Zhong had disappeared without a trace. Director Fan said, "I've already reported Jiang Zhong's disappearance to his company and the police station. Since Chen is short one person, the flour cake shop owner will step in. Of course, her flour cakes will also be completed together with the owner's help." This clearly gave Chen an unfair advantage since their amateurs' flour cakes wouldn't stand a chance against the professional owners. However, given Chen's special situation, everyone understood, except for Sun Yongming. Sun Yongming, looking somewhat displeased, remarked, "If you pair Chen with the flour cake shop owner, it's no different from directly letting them win." Director Fan struggled hard to suppress the urge to yell and instead smiled as he said, "I think it's pretty fair. Since Chen's partner has disappeared, we can't just let him push a wheelchair around selling flour cakes by himself." Ever since Sun Yongming joined the show, though the older man kept causing trouble, everyone had endured patiently out of respect for his seniority. But at this point, even Director Fan found it increasingly difficult to tolerate him, suspecting that Jiang Zhong's disappearance might have something to do with Sun Yongming. With Chen encountering incidents twice in his own show and still sitting in a wheelchair, Director Fan already felt quite guilty. Therefore, Director Fan decided to make things easier for Chen in today's task. If Sun Yongming didn't agree, that was his problem. Worst case scenario, he would apologize to Sun Yongming later. Unexpectedly, while munching on the flour cake, Chen looked up and softly said, "If Mr. Sun disagrees with me pairing with the shop owner, I can switch partners with you." Chapter 100, a soft but tough character. Sun Yongming squinted suspiciously, are you really that kind-hearted? And Chen blinked and said earnestly, Director Fan mentioned earlier that the first episode would take place in Mingxuan village to promote its scenery so that the elderly there could be well taken care of and children could rely on their parents. I want to learn from him. Although Sun Yongming didn't know why Chen suddenly brought this up, these words deeply moved Director Fan. Sun Yongming asked, so what's your point? And Chen calmly replied, Teacher Sun, as you're getting older, should respect elders. Moreover, even at your age, dignity matters. If you lose and can't accept it gracefully, and start making a fuss, we youngsters winning against an elder like you would feel embarrassed too. Therefore, I am willing to swap teammates with you. And Chen spoke seriously, thinking he had considered everything thoroughly. However, his words made Sun Yongming so angry that smoke seemed ready to spout from his head. Sun Yongming took 2 steps forward angrily, do you young people have any manners? Who are you calling old? Sitting on his wheelchair, and Chen retreated 2 steps and said, do you dislike being called old? I thought you loved the word old. Director Fan noticed the atmosphere was off and quickly intervened, who likes being called old? And Chen, you're starting to crack jokes now, haha. And Chen said, I wasn't joking. Look, he used to love saying things like, senior master and, veteran actor. I genuinely thought he liked the word old, so I just followed suit. Sun Yongming became red-faced with anger, almost boiling over. And Chen pursed his lips and said, Teacher Sun, if you don't like the word old, what do you prefer? I'll say it more often from now on. Feng Qinyue coughed lightly and stepped forward to mediate, and Chen quickly apologized to Teacher Sunday. You shouldn't speak to Senior Sun like that. And Chen turned to Duan Xingyu and whispered, was what I said wrong? He mentioned it himself. Duan Xingyu replied, when he calls himself a senior master, it's to assert his seniority over us. But when you say it, it comes across as mocking insult. Though secretly, he found it amusing. And Chen sighed inwardly, feeling the complexity of social dynamics, same words, different implications. Looking at Sun Yongming's displeased face, and Chen realized he might indeed dislike the word old. Determined to mend the situation, he said, sorry, Teacher Sun, I actually don't think you're old. You're still very youthful, you haven't reached retirement age yet. Feng Qinyue sighed, feeling Chen had made an effort. Duan Xingyu bit his lip hard, struggling to contain laughter as he turned away, his shoulders trembling. Feng Kachen's lips twitched between laughter and tears, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Recalling all the sorrowful events she had gone through over the past 3 years and even remembering some tragic CP breakups, Feng Kacheng managed not to burst out laughing. He Yanfu subtly gave Chen a thumb up, acknowledging his consistent ability to entertain. Su Huachen pursed her lips, slightly worried that Chen's behavior might offend Sun Yongming. Anan, comforting quite skillfully, but let's pause for now. Ha ha ha, killed by Chen's lines, especially about retirement age. Yep, hadn't noticed until now, Sun Yongming is only in his 50s. Teacher Feng is even a year older than him and doesn't behave that way. I've always said it, Chen is such a soft tough guy. Every time Chen talks, there's this subtle sense of madness. Sigh, I'm not sure whether to sympathize with Sun Yongming. Taking a deep breath twice, Sun Yongming managed to suppress his emotions. Since Jiang Zhong wasn't around, it felt degrading to argue status with someone like Chen, who was much younger. After composing himself, Sun Yongming declared, I won't talk to you anymore. Just shut up starting now. Chen asked, then are you still swapping teammates? Sun Yongming's face trembled with fury, trying hard to control his emotions, no exchange. After Chen's jab, how could he still make the change? Where would his old face go? Rather, where would his dignity be preserved? Chen's words had thrown the whole argument off track. Turning his wheelchair back further, Chen softly said, Teacher Sun, then. Annoyed beyond measure, Sun Yongming said irritably, can you stop calling me already? Why do you talk so much? Chen mumbled quietly, I was merely reminding you to not spit while speaking. It landed on my face. After a moment's thought, Chen pointed to the flour cakes nearby and said, and it also landed on the flour cake. Sun Yongming. Chen said, since you don't want to hear me out, I'll tell the live streaming room instead. You can check the replay later when you have time. As Chen turned his wheelchair, Sun Yongming hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed his wheelchair, his expression turning ugly as he said, this matter doesn't need to be intentionally repeated. I've heard it. Clearly, Chen's words still had an impact on him. Even though Sun Yongming was fuming, he didn't raise his voice anymore to prevent spitting again. He Yanshu, who was originally watching idly, upon hearing Chen's words, retracted a smiling face. That slightly mischievous face now carried distress and a bit of displeasure. Because the flour cakes that were splattered with saliva belonged to his creation. Once saliva had landed on them, the flour cakes obviously couldn't be sold anymore. Being in the same group with Duan Xingyu, the flour cakes made by Duan Xingyu tasted bad already, and now the number of his own flour cakes had decreased further. Duan Xingyu sensed the unfriendly gaze coming from the side, turned his head to see He Yanshu's ominous smile, recalling the person's craziness earlier. Scared stiff, he quickly retreated behind Chen and shouted at the other, what are you looking at? If you keep staring, I will never like you, so stop dreaming.
He Yenshu smirked, saying, I'm not interested in you. Duan Xingyu retorted, who would believe you? Before showing no interest, he had thought about kissing him. This guy was definitely plotting something wicked, aiming to lower his guard. So unlucky. Why did he end up in the same team as He Yenshu? Seeing Duan Xingyu's foolish look, He Yenshu felt exasperated and couldn't understand how he ended up with this partner through a draw. Su Huachen noticed the exchange between the two and slightly narrowed her eyes before quickly averting her gaze. Director Fan promptly came forward and said, if everyone has no issues, let's gather our things and head to the market. And Chen raised his hand and said, I have a problem. Could you give me a towel or some wet wipes, Director Fan? I need to clean my face. Director Fan. Sun Yongming. Was this guy intentionally making him lose face? Fong Keqing struggled to suppress the corners of her mouth from curling into a grin. And Chen truly was Sun Yongming's nemesis. Duan Xingyu rolled his eyes around and said, Father, your son has come to show filial piety. Let me wipe your face for you. Chapter 101, tastes pretty bad. The boss handed over a towel, and Duan Xingyu casually took it. Duan Xingyu squatted down, wiping in Chen's face while saying, Dad, your face is a bit dirty. I need to clean it well for you. Such a handsome face, how can it be so dirty? Laughed to death, Duan Xingyu calling Dad sounds more and more natural now. Does he still remember his identity as a popular young actor? Now he doesn't care about anything at all. Duan Xingyu had been annoyed by Sun Yongming for a long time, and now he got the chance to retaliate subtly. Sun Yongming's face was black like coal, with an impulse to walk away from the show. But when he turned and saw Feng Qingyue suppressing laughter. No, he hadn't exposed Feng Qingyue's true colors yet, he couldn't leave. Thinking about what would happen later, Sun Yongming's expression eased slightly. Feng Qingyue, just let you have another smug laugh, after today, you will become infamous. As for Chen, I originally didn't intend to deal with you, but since you insist on looking for trouble again and again, don't blame me. After finishing with Feng Qingyue, I'll turn my attention to you. The capital has a large Nanchi market, where many people gather every day to set up stalls. All the stalls are uniformly made of wooden carts, with 24 rows, each having 30 stalls. Looking through them row by row, it looks very orderly and impressive. There are food stalls, barbecue stands, craft sellers, and even artists who paint or write poetry. The production team had already rented 4 stalls, scattered in different locations. Their respective locations were stall number 03 in the first row, stall number 17 in the 8th row, stall number 21 in the 15th row, and stall number 30 in the last row. Feng Qingyue looked at the stalls by the entrance and asked, how should we divide our group's positions? Su Huachen said, the closer to the front, the better the foot traffic. Duan Xingyu said, then I'll choose position number 3 in the first row. Fan Keqing joked, you're smart, knowing to pick the first row. The rest of us haven't chosen yet. Sun Yongming stepped forward and habitually suggested, I think things like this should follow the order of age, the elder should go first. And Chen sat on the chair and upon hearing this, unusually reacted quickly and excitedly said, see, I knew Mr. Sun likes the bold word. Sun Yongming's veins on his forehead popped out suddenly. Duan Xingyu pulled in Chen's clothes and said, Dad, don't say anything more. Even he couldn't bear to see Sun Yongming suffering anymore, mostly worrying that if he got too angry, he might take it out on Chen later. Seeing Sun Yongming's expression, Chen realized he probably said something wrong again. Quietly taking out a flour cake from his pocket and munching on it, pretending nothing happened. He was hesitating whether he should apologize again. Feng Qingyue tried to persuade, children speak without reservation, and you're already an adult, wouldn't you bother with a little kid? Sun Yongming glared at him and said, shut up. Director Fan said, in the next 4 hours, the 0103, 0817, 1521, and 2430 stalls will be the places where you sell flour cakes. As for how to acquire these spots, a game will determine them. This is the game rule, Teacher Feng, please read it. Sun Yongming was unhappy, why not ask himself to read it? Was it because they looked down on him? Feng Qingyue took the task card and read it aloud, saying, water holding competition. Each group sends 1 representative, everyone holds water in their mouth while watching a comedy clip. Whoever can hold longer without spilling wins. The winner gets the priority choice. The game rules were simple, mainly testing endurance and sense of humor. Feng Qingyue looked at Sun Yongming and asked, will you participate or shall I? Sun Yongming replied, you do it. Watching comedies with water in his mouth, such embarrassing tasks, with his prestigious identity, he wouldn't do it. Feng Qingyue guessed correctly, and didn't argue with him further. Fan Keqing and Su Huachen were a team. Fan Keqing thought her own patience and sense of humor weren't strong enough, so they decided to send Su Huachen instead. Duan Xingyu voluntarily offered himself, but He Yenshu grabbed him by the neck and hauled him back, saying, don't make unnecessary fuss, I'll do it. Duan Xingyu protested loudly, why not me? He Yenshu answered, because your flour cake tasted terrible, you have no right to talk. Duan Xingyu said, bullshit. My flour cake was the best, I ate 8 yesterday. He Yenshu retorted, and then you had diarrhea all night. Feng Keqing leaned in, her face beaming with a mischievous smile as she asked, "How do you know he had diarrhea all night?" He Yanshu replied, "I happened to see him asking the front desk for anti-diarrheal medicine." Fong Keqing pursed her lips and said, "Oh really, so coincidental?" He Yanshu. What's with this weird expression on her face? Ha ha ha, Orange is happy again, isn't she? She's getting another fix of drama. This explanation, I don't buy it, I won't believe it. I didn't see it with my own eyes, rumors are about to start flying. Fong Keqing's constantly shifting devious expressions were nothing new to Duan Xingyu, so he didn't give it a second thought. He explained, "My diarrhea yesterday has nothing to do with my flour cakes, mainly because I ate something cold last night." To prove himself, Duan Xingyu looked at Chen and asked, "Chen, you ate my flour cake yesterday too, how did it taste?" Chen took a bite of the flour cake and said, quite bad. Phew. Fong Keqing couldn't hold back her laughter and burst out laughing. Thank goodness she wasn't the one participating in the competition, otherwise they would definitely lose. Duan Xingyu stood there dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. The final participants for this game turned out to be Feng Qinyue, He Yanshu, Su Huachen, and Chen. Duan Xingyu asked, "Who do you think will win?" Fong Keqing thought for a moment and said, "It should be Chen, his emotions are the most stable. I've never seen him go through extreme highs or lows." This point was acknowledged by Duan Xingyu as well. After taking part in this reality show, he indeed found Chen's personality to differ greatly from what he'd learned about him online before. Among these people, Chen's emotions were the most stable, making his chances of winning the highest. For this game, it's reasonable to suspect Director Fan gave Chen an advantage, he's definitely going to be first place. With Chen's personality, even if thunder struck right in front of him, he would only glance and calmly detour around it without much reaction, maybe just grumbling about being tired from walking. I also think Chen will be first place, his emotions are truly very stable. There's no need to guess anymore, Chen is definitely first place. Everyone might as well guess who'll take second instead. Whether online or offline, everyone unanimously believed Chen would take first place. And the netizens were not wrong, Director Fan indeed arranged this game specifically to give Chen an edge. The 4 participants stood in front as a mobile screen was wheeled over. The production staff brought out 4 cups of water and required them to drink the whole cup and hold it in their mouths. As Director Fan called out, "Start of the competition." The mobile screen hit play. Almost as soon as it started playing, the referee shouted, "Chen is eliminated." Director Fan. The online fans who were certain of Chen's victory. They couldn't believe it. How could Chen possibly be the first one eliminated? Chen looked at Director Fan somewhat guiltily and said, almost apologetically, I was thirsty. Chapter 102, Isn't Life All About Hard Work and No Gain? After eating flour cakes for a while, his mouth felt dry. The water in his mouth accidentally slipped down. Chen looked at Director Fan and asked, "Director, can I redo it?" Before Director Fan could speak, Sun Yongming stepped out to stop him ahead of time. "No, the competition is the competition. If everyone did like you, then what's the point of competing?" Director Fan was indeed in a dilemma. He specifically chose something Chen was good at, thinking he would surely take first place. As it turned out, he did take first place, but as the last one. Chen, "Oh, never mind then. He just casually mentioned it, it's fine if not agreed." Chen's calm attitude made Sun Yongming appear overly petty by comparison. The final results of the competition were Feng Qinyue, He Yanshu, Su Huachen, and Chen. Feng Qinyue truly deserves the title of acting emperor, there are no flaws in his performance. No matter how funny the video was that played in front of him, he didn't lose focus. In the end, he even gave a performance of what acting really is. With the comedic videos playing ahead and a group of people around him acting strange, he not only didn't laugh, but his eyes also became slightly red with tears. This caused everyone else to admire him greatly, only Sun Yongming frowned, displeased. Shit, he let himself be manipulated again, if only he had acted before joining. Duan Xingyu and He Yanshu's team took second place. Duan Xingyu was overjoyed. He even praised He Yanshu, saying, "Little He, well done." While He Yanshu was packing up the flour cakes into boxes, she looked up and saw Duan Xingyu coming over, single-handedly holding a tray. However, he walked without any stability, twisting left and right like a mutated snake. "He Yanshu, you bring the flour cake over first before going crazy." Duan Xingyu, "I'm not going crazy, I'm in a good mood. Our spot is great, this time we'll definitely sell big." Just as they passed by, Su Huachen and Chen each carried their respective groups' flour cakes past Duan Xingyu's side. Duan Xingyu, single-handedly holding the tray, proudly said, "Huachen, Anchen, you two don't worry. My side will soon be sold out, then I'll help you sell." But before the words were finished, the tray tilted in his hand. The tray falling created a clanging sound, scattering all the flour cakes on the ground, pieces everywhere. This attracted the attention of everyone nearby. "I knew it would happen like this. Sigh. Seeing him twist like that, I worried the flour cakes would drop. I haven't even finished typing my reminder comment when his stuff fell first. It's fine. Isn't life all about hard work and no gain?"
Another bold stroke in Duan Xingyu's career history. There is no wasted effort on the path of life. Even if things fail, it surely brings much harvest. For example, Duan Xingyu lost a plate of flour cakes but earned many eye rolls. To the upstairs sister, I initially thought you'd go all motivational on me, but you give me this instead. Stars fans, another embarrassing day, it's fine, we're used to it. Stars fan 2, let Duan Xingyu do fewer reality shows, lock him in the production set. Su Huachen wanted to say something to console the other party but found it hard to come up with the words. Finally, he said, keep it up. Sitting on the wheelchair, Chen watched Duan Xingyu standing there dazedly and said, Xingyu, don't throw away the cakes that fell on the ground, pick them up for me. The boss asked, don't eat the ones that fell on the floor, it's unhygienic. If you want to eat, I'll make some for you, there are plenty. Chen shook his head and said, I don't want to eat, take it home for Gugu to eat. Oh, Gugu is the chicken I keep. Yesterday, that chicken accompanied him to pick roses. Later, when he was pushed down the slope, he thought that chicken was gone too. In the morning, his elder brother told him that the chicken followed him back last night and was housed in the hotel. Chen has always been puzzled as to how the Gugu chicken managed to follow his elder brother back. However, for things he couldn't figure out, he didn't bother thinking anymore. Just perfect for taking these scattered flour cakes back in the afternoon as its meal. He Yenshu, looking at the scattered flour cakes on the ground, her lips curled slightly into a somewhat unsettling smile. Duan Xingyu looked helplessly at this mess on the floor, intending to turn around and ask He Yenshu what to do. But all he saw was a smirk from her, one filled with mischief. Duan Xingyu instinctively stepped back 2 steps and asked, You. What are you doing? It wasn't intentional, I swear. He Yenshu's beautiful peach blossom eyes were slightly narrowed, her voice gentle but with a hint of coldness. Last night, I spent over 3 hours making flour cakes, a total of 3 trays. You dropped 1 tray, made another saliva-worthy, and now you're asking if we should feed the last tray to the chickens too. Sun Yongming, who was just looking over to see what was going on. To whom exactly? The audacious young one without respect today absolutely needs a scolding. He then noticed Chen sitting in the wheelchair next to them. Oh, he was too short and had been blocked from view before. Sun Yongming turned around to leave, deciding not to get involved in this ruckus. In case he got angry again at Chen and it wouldn't be worth it. Duan Xingyu meekly said, I made some flour cakes as well, we can sell them together. He Yenshu showed no mercy, even dogs wouldn't eat yours. Chen. He ate some last night. Under He Yenshu's intense gaze, Duan Xingyu felt somewhat uneasy and admitted his fault. Is there anything I can do to make up for it? Whatever you say, I'll do. He Yenshu looked down at the flour cake scattered on the ground and smiled chillingly. There is indeed something. Duan Xingyu couldn't help feeling terrified by his smile. Though smiling, he somehow felt He Yenshu wasn't thinking straight. He wished he hadn't spoken those words earlier. The boss pushed in Chen's wheelchair, saying, let them have their fun. They don't have many products left to sell anyway. As long as we can sell out our share, we will still surpass their performance. This competition isn't about sales speed but sales performance. Though it didn't concern the boss much, since she teamed up with Chen, naturally, she wanted him to win. Most importantly, the boss really liked Chen. Chen's age was similar to her son's, yet her son acted like a wild monkey from the mountains, misbehaving all day, and just one look would make anyone want to hit him. She loved Chen for being so pure and cute. Unknowingly, Chen had gained another mother fan. Chen and the boss proceeded to the last stall. Its position was too far back, and many customers gave up and returned halfway through their shopping. With a worried expression, the boss sighed, even if my flour cakes taste great, with no customers, we won't be able to sell them. Chen consoled her, don't worry, we will definitely sell them. The boss admired Chen's positive attitude and steady emotions. These days, having someone take care of a chicken like a pet was rare. From here, it was clear Chen was a good kid. Loving, responsible, good-looking, and kind. Why isn't he my son? Chapter 103, Partner. The Nanxi market doesn't officially open until 9 o'clock in the morning. With 10 minutes or so to go, all those here are stall owners tidying up their spots for the market. Chen's neighboring stall owner was a man in his 40s or 50s. He sold iced jelly and had a sign hanging above his stall that read, centuries-old family iced jelly recipe, smooth and tasty. He was busy portioning the jelly into small disposable cups. Chen curiously asked, Boss, why are you putting the iced jelly in such tiny cups? Iced jelly is typically served in bowls, not too large, but certainly not as minuscule as these cups, 1 bite per cup. Without pausing his work, the boss replied, we back row stalls don't get enough customers, so I partnered with someone else, which makes it sell better. Chen wheeled closer, brimming with curiosity, asking, how does this partnership work? The boss, growing slightly impatient at all the questions, looked up and saw Chen's gentle and calm face. Underneath his white t-shirt was a light blue short-sleeved shirt. Seated in the wheelchair, he looked like a college student just stepping out into society. What a handsome young man. Feeling embarrassed about snapping earlier, the boss now gently asked instead, what happened to your legs? Chen said, I fell. The boss sympathized, that's a real shame. How on earth did you fall? And Chen explained, it was an accident. With my injured leg, selling flour pastries has been tough, and I got assigned the worst spot, which worries me because they might not sell. Though Chen was simply stating facts, combined with his soft and cute demeanor, the boss's sympathy deepened again. Noticing the camera nearby, the boss asked, are you a celebrity? And Chen said, kind of. The boss nodded knowingly, my daughter also works for an entertainment agency. She occasionally mentions how those directors and agency bosses are ruthless, forcing you to work even when injured. They're heartless indeed. A ruthless director known for being merciless remained silent. The boss continued speaking, don't worry, I've done business in the back rows here for several years. The business is thriving every day. Let me share some trade secrets with you. By chance, Chen had gained another uncle fan. The ice jelly boss revealed to Chen how he conducted business over the past few years. First, find a relatively forward stall, then partner with someone there. Ask the person to set aside a small part of the space for him to place free samples. Based on how many products were sold, give the other party a commission cut. Rent for the front row stalls in this market is very expensive. As long as your business wouldn't be affected too much by sharing a little space, most shop owners agree to such collaborations, finding it helpful to split the rent cost. In good circumstances, if the partner sells more, the rent might not need to come from your pocket. Of course, choosing the right partner is key. For example, this boss partners with barbecue stalls. When guests feel parched or overwhelmed by spicy food during barbecues, a bowl of cool and refreshing iced jelly can be delightful. Place the free tasting portions next to them. Customers who taste and enjoy the product will naturally want a full serving. At that point, the barbecue boss could notify the iced jelly seller via WeChat, and he would deliver directly. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. The boss's wife, hearing this suggestion, agreed it was a viable strategy. It's similar to working with grocery stores. Our flour pastries are also placed in some supermarkets or counters, we provide the goods, and they take commissions when sold. It's a win-win situation. Straightening himself, Chen said, then I'll look for a partner. Chen felt somewhat embarrassed since drinking water caused him to finish last in a previous event, and now wanted to make up for it. The boss's wife, seeing Chen's adorable and charming appearance, which easily evoked sympathy, said, sure, I'll stay here and tidy up the stall while you find partners. The ice jelly boss advised, Chen, remember not to seek competition, don't partner with people who sell flour pastries themselves, they obviously won't agree. Also, avoid neighbors who are competitors, as that increases competition, plus they won't be happy, leading to conflicts. Find stalls completely unrelated to your pastry business, even eateries are fine, just avoid collaborating within the same dessert category. The ice jelly boss looked at Chen, always worried that he might get deceived. If it weren't for being busy himself, the boss would have accompanied Chen to find a partner stall. Chen nodded and said, all right, noted. Holding a few free tasting flour pastries in his hands, he pushed his wheelchair forward. The ice jelly boss suddenly remembered something else and said, oh right, you must find a stall with good business. Usually, the stalls in the front rows have better businesses. Chen nodded seriously and said, okay, I remember. Don't find competitors, find those with good business. With a few flour pastries in hand once more, he left. It was 9 o'clock now, and the customers began to trickle in slowly. The daily foot traffic of this Nanxi market is actually quite substantial. Chen had a clear target in mind, heeding the advice of the ice jelly boss, he wanted to look for a well-performing stall in the front row. As he passed Duan Xingyu's stall, he saw Duan Xingyu miserably munching on a flour pastry. It seemed like the one he was eating had fallen on the ground earlier, so he had peeled off the dirty outer layer. He Yanzhu noticed Duan Xingyu's aggrieved expression and nudged him lightly with her elbow, saying, eat cheerfully. Your gloomy face will make customers lose interest in buying. Duan Xingyu replied unhappily, I can't eat anymore, I've already eaten 4. He had come after having breakfast, and the flour pastry was filling, leaving him full. He Yanzhu, however, said, you're the one who volunteered to fix this. There's still plenty left, so eat up. Smile while you do it. Duan Xingyu continued sulking with an aggrieved face just as he caught sight of Chen passing by. Dad, help me. Seeing his pitiful state, Chen silently placed a bottle of mineral water from his arms in front of him and said, hang in there. Then he left. He still needed to hurry up and find a partner. At the back row stalls, a mama fan and an uncle fan were packing away their things, worrying. The ice jelly boss asked, do you think Chen will be able to manage? He just looks too naive to not get scammed. The flour pastry owner replied, don't worry, the live stream is still going on, plus there are program staff around. Nothing bad will happen, the worst case scenario is that he doesn't strike a deal. The ice jelly boss said, I think he'll succeed, who could bear to refuse such a good kid? Just as long as he doesn't approach the first row of vendors. The flour pastry owner asked, why can't he talk to the ones in the first row? The ice jelly boss explained, I tried with them before, it didn't work. They all seem to know each other, forming a sort of clique, especially exclusive towards others. Especially the owner of the first stall in the first row, so arrogant, really unpleasant. The ice jelly boss recalled some unhappy memories from before.
The flower pastry owner tilted her head and said, and Chen seems to be heading straight for the first stall in the first row. Chapter 104, So Want to Cuddle with Beautiful Sister. Feng Qinyue saw An Chen pushing the wheelchair over and asked, An Chen, how did you come over here? Is there anything you need help with? An Chen shook his head and said, no, I was just passing by. An Chen stopped at the first stall and didn't go further. The number 01 stall was run by a woman selling handmade accessories. She looked about 30-something. She wore a brand new traditional Chinese-style outfit, with a light yellow long skirt underneath, tied at the waist with a rope. On top she had a red semi-transparent thin shirt jacket with embroidery. Looking at her, one would see a boss with an extremely artistic flair. Her products were mainly ancient-style hairpins, also selling some hair clips, earrings, and bracelets. This sister is so beautiful, with such a great figure. She looks like those ancient ladies of the house. I see that her stalls are mostly hairpins. Is she a hairpin artisan? All these hairpins of hers are so beautiful, I'm feeling tempted. I wonder if they're expensive. Locals know her here. This boss is a hairpin artisan who has gained a little fame in the hairpin circle. But it's rumored that her reputation isn't good either. What kind of reputation? Not delivering after receiving payment. No, apparently this hairpin artisan likes switching boyfriends often. That doesn't count as bad reputation, as long as she's not being a third party, I don't really care. I think the two-life flower hairpin on her stall is nice. Is there anyone who can buy it for me? He Hongxin, seeing the boys stopping in front of her stall, asked kindly, young lad, interested in buying a hairpin? And Chen asked, beautiful sister, can I partner with you in business? Sitting on a chair, He Hongxin propped her elbows on the counter, supported her chin with her palm, narrowed her eyes which were lined, and asked curiously, how do you intend to partner with me in business? And Chen held up the fresh flowers cake and said, can I place the fresh flowers cake here for sale? The amount sold will be split between us. With a smile in her phoenix-shaped eyes, He Hongxin asked, how exactly do you plan to split the profits with me? And Chen replied, 1/10 goes to me, 9/10 goes to you from the sales. At this moment, two little girls walked by to look at the hairpins. When they saw An Chen, their eyes lit up. Such a handsome young man. So handsome, I wonder if I can ask for his contact information. Seeing the situation, He Hongxin explained, this is my younger brother, he's helping me sell hairpins. Subsequently, she pushed An Chen's wheelchair aside and said, if you like, feel free to take a look. All the accessories on this stall are made purely by hand by myself. While saying that, He Hongxin casually picked up a hairpin from the stall and placed it against An Chen's head for comparison, saying, look, isn't it quite pretty? Everyone turned to An Chen's face, it was delicate and fair-skinned, exuding gentle cuteness with a naturally adorable expression. Even though the hairpin wasn't pinned, comparing it this way showed its reference value, and indeed, it was rather attractive. Indeed, it's very pretty. How much does this cost? He Hongxin answered, this hairpin costs 68 yuan. It's not too expensive, I'll take it. And let me pick out a few others. Regardless of what item the customers liked, He Hongxin always took them to compare with An Chen's head. An Chen was well behaved, sitting quietly while letting her play around with him. As a result, within less than 10 minutes, several items were sold. After the customers left, He Hongxin looked at An Chen's obedient manner and said, young lad, your proposal for partnership, your sister can agree to it, but we'll need to change the method. An Chen nodded, all right. 5 minutes later, An Chen returned to the last row of stalls. Fresh flowers cake owner Wen Yan, looking at his somewhat strange expression, asked, what happened? Didn't work out. Ice powder owner Chen Jinha said, don't worry, getting rejected is normal. I've tried many before succeeding. It's mainly because the person you approached is tough to deal with. We should try someone else. Wen Yan said, let me go with you this time. Let big brother Chen watch over the stall for us. However, An Chen said, sister she agreed. Chen Jinha was surprised, that woman agreed. How could she agree? She's so fierce and unreasonable. Recalling when he approached her, he got ridiculed and insulted. How did she suddenly change her attitude? Tilting his head, An Chen said, fierce? She's actually quite gentle. Upon hearing gentle, Chen Jinha flared up instantly, gentle? She has nothing to do with gentleness. An Chen, could you have been deceived by her? You don't know, she back then. What was I like back then? A voice interrupted Chen Jinha's words. He Hongxin, waving a silk fan, slowly walked over with an elegant posture. Chen Jinha, displeased, asked, why are you here? She arched an eyebrow at Chen Jinha and smiled as she said, I'm here to pick up our little An Chen. Chen Jinha asked, when did An Chen become yours? Let me tell you, we're live streaming right now. Don't pull any stunts. He Hongxin replied, that's none of your concern. Then, looking at Wen Yan, she said, I agree to sell the fresh flowers cake at my stall, but I need An Chen to model for 3 hours. Wen Yan asked, An Chen's leg is still broken, he can't be your model, right? He Hongxin said, he doesn't have to stand, all he has to do is sit there and try on various hairpins. His hair is short, can he even wear hairpins? We can just give him a wig. He's a boy.
By then, we'll just put a hanfu coat on him. Wen Yan looked at Chen and asked, what do you think? Chen said, it sounds great. Sister, he only wants me to sit and model for her, and I don't have to split profits with her. Chen focused on not having to share the profits, which meant earning more money. That was good. Seeing that he agreed, Wen Yan didn't say anything more. He Hongshin looked at the pre-sliced fresh flowers cake set out for tasting and said, then I'll take these. I'll return Chen to you in 3 hours. She took the prepared, plated fresh flowers cakes, handed them to Chen. Lifting his chin lightly with the tip of the fan, she raised her red lips in a smile and said, little Chen, for the next 3 hours, you belong to me. Chen nodded with a MHM. He Hongshin placed both hands on the wheelchair handles and pushed him forward. Chen waved goodbye to Chen Jinhe and Wen Yan. As they passed Fan Kecheng and Su Huaqing's stall. Fan Kecheng looked bewildered and asked, where did Chen meet such a beautiful older sister? Su Huaqing glanced at the other and said, I don't know. Fan Kecheng's eyes lit up as she clenched her fists close to her face in starstruck admiration, saying, such a pretty beautiful older sister. I want to get closer to her too, I want her hugs. Su Huaqing placed a box of fresh flowers cake into her hands and said, sell the fresh flowers cakes first, then think about getting closer. Our location isn't very favorable either. Chapter 105, Costume Play. Chen Jinhe watched the two figures disappear into the distance and asked with some worry, should we just let them go like this? Wen Yan replied, it should be fine. I don't think that boss he looks particularly mean. Chen Jinhe responded, that's her act. She wasn't like this when she spoke to me earlier. I bet she's pretending because of the live stream. On the other side, Chen held a box of flower cakes and also curiously inquired about the matter. Hey sister, why did Uncle Chen say you used to be so mean? Are you mean? Chen tilted his head and asked. Hey Hongshin laughed and said, yes, but it's usually towards those smelly men. For someone as pretty as you, my dear little brother, I wouldn't dare to be mean. Hey Hongshin is beautiful, and during her youth, there were always plenty of obnoxious men trying to flirt with her, much to her annoyance. She had dated a couple of times in her youth, but was always the one who ended up hurt. After being wounded by love, He Hongshin resolved not to take things too seriously. Men are simply seasoning for her life, no need to waste her energy or feel sorrow over them. Nowadays, He Hongshin will date but never marry. As long as she wishes to date, whether it's mature and composed elite men, or loyal little wolf dogs, none of them pose a problem for her. The only annoyance comes from many people who initially agree to dating casually without any serious commitment, yet at the end, most of them end up wanting to marry her. For anyone harboring such thoughts, He Hongshin would break up with them immediately. Also, due to the numerous men she has dumped, her reputation isn't exactly great. The reason why Mr. Chen of the Bingfen shop didn't have a good impression of He Hongshin mainly stems from a period when many people confessed their feelings to her. Some were even married men proposing the idea of supporting her financially. Back then, Mr. Chen approached her, touched his lips, arched an eyebrow, and said, hey there, gorgeous. How about we do some business? Coupled with his greasy smile, He Hongshin misjudged him as someone wanting to support her financially and thus rudely told him to leave. He Hongshin didn't reveal to Chen that her liking for romantic affairs stemmed from previous emotional wounds. Instead, she gave a brief explanation of her past conflict with Mr. Chen. Chen nodded after listening and said, I see, sister, you're very brave. He Hongshin was surprised and asked, don't you think I'm unreasonable? Chen looked around, making sure Mr. Chen wasn't nearby before whispering, to be honest, I also thought Uncle Chen looked a bit mean when I first saw him. He Hongshin was amused by his expression, reaching out to pat his head while laughing, you're so cute. Do you really think if you secretly say bad things about Boss Chen while he's not here, he won't find out? Don't kid yourself. Chen glanced at the camera pointed at him and paused, saying, oh. I forgot. Where did this ultimate cuteness come from? I want to hug him home. LOL, Chen knew how to check if the person was present before saying bad things. That sneaky feeling is strong. Boss Chen, S. In the end, it's still a misjudgment, isn't it? And here I was worried you'd be bullied. I sort of like this bossy now. Her personality seems so cool. He Hongshin also chuckled at Chen's behavior. If it weren't for Chen's presence, maybe another day He Hongshin would have been tempted by his good looks and tried to seduce him to be her boyfriend. But facing Chen, she felt none of that, only finding him adorable and wanted to spoil him. Pushing Chen to her stall, she cleared out part of the jewelry display and placed the tray of flower cakes there. He Hongshin took out 2 hanfu outer garments, one white and the other red, comparing them in front of Chen, asking, which one looks better? They both look quite nice. Chen tilted his head, looking at the clothes before him, still unaware of what he was about to face. Let's go with the white one. The red one is too bright, it wouldn't suit you. He Hongshin put the red set back and asked, Chen, you don't mind wearing this outfit, do you? Chen replied, it's quite pretty. Is this supposed to mean Chen is going to wear female hanfu clothing? Sister He, you are a god. You know exactly what our audience loves to see. I actually think the red one is pretty good too, it could create a strong contrast when Chen wears it. I still prefer the white one.
It suits Chen's temperament well. White as snow, a graceful gentleman. I've imagined Chen dressed as a woman. My tears started streaming down from my cheeks. Director Fan watched Chen agree to wear women's clothing, shaking his head. This was Chen's own choice. If his image is destroyed later, it can't be blamed on Director Fan. He Hongxin handed over the chosen Hanfu outfit. While it was lively on one side, the situation was similar with He Yanshu and Duan Xingyu on the other. With their handsome faces and Duan Xingyu's fame, business was doing pretty well. However, Duan Xingyu was suffering. After eating 8 flour cakes in a row, he felt like even the smell of them would make him want to throw up. His stomach was full of flowers. Duan Xingyu looked at He Yanshu with a distressed expression and said, He Yanshu, I can't eat anymore. Please let me off the hook. As He Yanshu packed up for a customer, he replied, didn't you say any form of compensation would work? Are you now going back on your word? Duan Xingyu, his handsome face full of misery, complained, but you can't try to make me explode from overeating. If I die from this, I'll come back as a ghost and take you with me on my 7th day. He Yanshu glanced at him, smiling slightly, and asked, really can't eat anymore? I'm stuffed, flour cakes are lodged right in my throat. Duan Xingyu gestured to his throat before adding, can you think of another way for me to make amends? He Yanshu said, I'm just afraid that you won't agree with the next idea either. Duan Xingyu insisted, I will. As long as it doesn't involve eating cakes, I'd climb mountains of knives and dive through fires of hell for you. He Yanshu nodded. Alright, then we'll do something else. He Yanshu told Duan Xingyu to watch the stall while he went to borrow a prop. 3 minutes later, He Yanshu returned with a white rabbit costume. When Duan Xingyu saw the outfit in his hand, his face turned green, and he took 2 steps back, stammering, you're not seriously asking me to wear this, are you? He Yanshu calmly responded, if you wear this, it will surely attract more customers. I'm an artist, an actor. Make me wear this, and I'll never be able to work in the entertainment industry again. Actors need to try different costumes to break out of conventional perceptions. This is perfect. I won't wear it. I'd rather die than wear it. Then keep eating flour cakes. Duan Xingyu looked at the tray of at least 30 more flour cakes and then stared at the rabbit suit in He Yanshu's hand. After a long pause, he swallowed his pride and muttered, I'll change clothes. He Yanshu shoved the white rabbit costume into Duan Xingyu's hands. Tears streamed down Duan Xingyu's face as he consoled himself internally. Wearing this costume might only be embarrassing, it was definitely better than eating flour cakes until death. As an actor, there's nothing one should hold back from trying. I'm an actor, and actors go all in. Chapter 106, Chen's Women's Wear. Duan Xingyu gave himself 100 psychological hints before he finally came out wearing that bunny suit. The white inflatable costume on his body, covered with fur-like material, swayed his tail back and forth with every step he took. The hat on top of his head had big ears that drooped down on either side, revealing only Duan Xingyu's handsome face. As he walked along the road, he attracted many sidelong glances from passers-by. He Yanzhu noticed him returning, inspected him from top to bottom, then said, great, just wear this while working. She raised an eyebrow at him, gesturing towards another position nearby. A bunny photo booth. Buy 1 box of flour cakes for a photo together, 2 boxes for holding hands during photo shoots, buy 3 boxes for princess holding photos. Duan Xingyu erupted in fury, what is this thing? He Yanzhu calmly replied, a commercial advertisement. Duan Xingyu retorted, this clearly has me sacrificing my looks. He Yanzhu lifted her gaze and said, I'm just reasonably using your good looks. Duan Xingyu pointed to the crossed out word, kiss, and said, not only are you using my looks, but you've even given me away in marriage. That smudged word, did you plan on writing kiss? He Yanzhu responded, it's already erased, why dwell on it? Duan Xingyu angrily said, so you think feelings can be traded for selling appearances? He Yanzhu looked up at him and said, primarily because I am not as handsome or well-known as you. This left Duan Xingyu speechless, barely managing to suppress the dirty words about to spew out, and said, that's actually true. After hesitating for a moment, Duan Xingyu said, alright, this will be the first and last time. Duan Xingyu decided to treat it like a fan meet and greet. This kind of interaction was quite common in such events. But still feeling disgraced, he wanted to say something to appear less weak. He turned to He Yanzhu and said, after this, we're square. He Yanzhu handed him the bunny gloves and said, alright. Her attitude made Duan Xingyu upset, he truly wanted to punch her obnoxious face. Just when Duan Xingyu convinced himself to work properly, Fang Keqing showed up unexpectedly, taking pictures of him on her phone non-stop. Duan Xingyu glanced sideways at her, asking rudely, is this polite? Fang Keqing tried hard not to laugh, saying, sorry, but your outfit is just too interesting, couldn't resist snapping some shots. Duan Xingyu asked, shouldn't you focus on selling your flour cakes instead of running here? Fang Keqing answered, I originally wanted to learn some tricks from other teams on how they sell flour cakes. But with you, there's no point in learning. I'll check out another stand. As Fang Keqing left, Duan Xingyu noticed she sent the photos to someone else. Before leaving, Fang Keqing took yet more photos, then dictated a voice message, girls, have you received the picture I sent? Since you love Duan Xingyu so much, hurry over here if you're close. There's an opportunity to get hugged and lifted by a handsome man. Duan Xingyu murmured to himself. Are you trying so hard to ensure I don't hear? I want to be close to Duan Xingyu too. What the hell, I would love to hug, kiss, and be lifted by Duan Xingyu. Where is the location? Let me catch a flight immediately. Are there any sisters nearby? We can arrange to go together, free flower cakes included, and a chance to stick to Duan Xingyu. What a rare chance. I am closer, after checking my mobile GPS it's just 3 kilometers away, let me go now. I am slightly farther, 10 kilometers away, but no problem. I'll take a taxi, mainly worried that the flower cakes might sell out quickly. I'll come too, I don't care much about hugging or kissing, primarily because I want to support Duan Xingyu's business. 55,555 I am more than 100 kilometers away, surely all the cakes will be sold by the time I arrive. I am so jealous of those nearby people, why didn't such good fortune fall onto me? If I buy 10 boxes at once, could I touch Duan Xingyu's abs? Don't be excessive, girl upstairs. 2 boxes per person isn't enough, but wanting 10 boxes leaves little room for others. On the comment section, a crowd of people began arranging meetings to take advantage, to support Duan Xingyu's flower cake business. Also, the ladies at the market had discovered this wonderful event. Many recognized Duan Xingyu, realizing he was filming a reality show, so they all rushed to buy flower cakes. In no time, a crowd had gathered at He Yanzhu's stall. Many people were vying to queue up and buy flower cakes. Duan Xingyu was hard at work with the photo-taking service, while frequently sneaking glances to check how many cakes were left on their stall. With not much stock to begin with, it didn't take long for everything to be sold out. As a result, the young ladies in the queue weren't willing to leave, demanding that Duan Xingyu sell the cakes he made as well. Duan Xingyu hastily protested, "No way, the cakes I made are so bad even dogs wouldn't eat them." Just then, one of the young ladies happened to have a small teddy dog by her side. She handed over the cake Duan Xingyu had made to the dog, which proceeded to devour it happily. The young lady commented, "Look, even the dog is eating it." Duan Xingyu stared in silence. Seeing this, other women shouted enthusiastically, "I also have a dog, I'll pack these up to take home for my dog. My family has pigs, I can feed these to our pig. My cow loves flower cakes, quick, give me 3 boxes." Duan Xingyu frowned deeply, weren't these people insulting him? He Yanzhu, while wrapping packages, gently reminded, "If you're feeding your pets, don't forget to give them some probiotics to prevent diarrhea." Duan Xingyu furrowed his brow, realizing he would still be stuck working here for a bit longer. At stall number 01. Chen sat in a wheelchair placed at the edge of the stall. His original light blue shirt jacket had been swapped for a Han-style curved robe. The simple white clothing adorned with patterns featured light blue accents at the cuffs and collar. A matching light blue sash wrapped around his waist, accentuating his slender figure. It looked elegant and tasteful. Considering Chen's injured leg, Hongxin only dressed him in the outer robe while allowing Chen to keep his own white work shirt and jeans underneath. Chen wore a shoulder-draping wig on his head. Hongxin slightly styled it, half draping it down and half tying it into a bun on top. Although the hairstyle wasn't perfectly suited to the outfit, they could only make do with what was available. After finishing the setup, Hongxin examined it carefully and approved wholeheartedly, saying, "It must be the person, it looks great on you despite such a plain and mismatched pairing." She casually grabbed a white jade hairpin from the stall and clipped it onto Chen's head, an affectionate gleam in her eyes as she nodded repeatedly and said, "Beautiful, truly beautiful, why don't you just be my son?" Chapter 107, was he dressing up in women's clothing for himself? Hongxin didn't like children, thinking they were too noisy and troublesome. She couldn't even take care of herself, so how could she possibly take care of a child? If Wudong had such a big and cute son, that would be quite nice. Chen calculated their ages for a moment and said, "Sister you're too young. You couldn't have borne me." Hongxin laughed at this jest, wanting to pat Chen's head. But after looking at her freshly done hairstyle, she decided to pinch his cheeks instead, saying, "All right then, I'll just be your sister." What a soft little face, she pinched it again. Fong Kaching came over with her phone, and upon seeing this scene, her eyes lit up immediately. She began snapping photos non-stop with her phone. Perfect, perfect. So beautiful it hurt to look. Chen's originally serene and gentle face seemed even more pitiful after changing clothes, every smile or frown was moving. Even though he hadn't said anything, the natural aura of fragility and helplessness made people feel sorry for him and want to protect him instinctively. This kind of look makes women want to start a romance, and men will fall head over heels. Fortunately, Chen lives in modern times. If it were ancient times, this would be the kind of person who would make an emperor neglect morning court. Still, it's probably not much different now. Just look at Fu Erseo's behavior from before, he was almost mesmerized into idiocy. Then considering that both Chen and Duan Xingyu dressed up in women's clothing to attract customers. Feng Qinyue and Sun Yongming's stalls were already near the front with such fierce competition. Would their flower cake business still sell? They'd better quickly return and think of some countermeasures. Feng Qinyue noticed Chen as soon as he arrived but wasn't particularly worried about anything. Sun Yongming sneered disdainfully, such small tricks are nothing more than showing off one's skill where experts reside. But when Sun Yongming realized Chen's method actually attracted many customers back to the last stall, which impacted their business heavily. Their location on stall number 3 meant only a drink stand separated them from Chen's area. And even copying Chen's strategy wouldn't work. Seeing more and more customers heading towards Chen's side, Sun Yongming frowned deeply, muttering, embarrassing. Turning his head, he saw Duan Xingyu wearing a bunny costume, shaking his big bottom around left and right, huge ears dangling on each side, occasionally doing a chumi pose. Sun Yongming frowned so hard it could have crushed a fly, complaining, decadent manners. Such inferior and embarrassing sales tactics, Sun Yongming considered beneath him. After all, having acted in movies for more than 30 years, who in the streets doesn't know him? All he needed to do was sit there, and his fans would rush over to buy his flower cakes. Only newcomers like Duan Xingyu and Chen need to go through these fancy gimmicks. Hashtag Chen in women clothes. Hashtag Duan Xingyu in rabbit costume. Hashtag Duan Xingyu selling out for business. Seeing several trending topics online made director Fan grin widely, ear to ear. All in female attire, none of it was forced on them, it was their own choice. This free traffic is a tremendous blessing. Director Fan decided to seize it. He contacted artists promptly, asking for quick line drafts and fan art of these two, along with some emoticons. At the right time, find water armies, online spammers, to spread them far and wide, ensuring this magnificent scene goes viral. Su Li rushed and finally made it to the show recording site. She was dispatched by General Fu Chinshuan to take care of Chen. Chen started working under her guidance since entering the industry, and from being initially very proactive about helping him secure resources, she later became powerless and gave up. The old Chen used to be excessively difficult, always making extremely unreasonable demands, pushing her beyond endurance. And he kept chasing after a no-good man, committing deeds that were impossible to watch. Initially, Su Li tried to advise him and clean up the mess he caused, but gradually realizing it did no good, she stopped caring. Over this year plus, Su Li was basically ignoring Chen's updates, better unseen, out of mind. Let him continue to act however he wanted. Once General Fu called her, insisting she come to take care of Chen, this troubled Su Li considerably. Another of her artists had just entered a singing contest days ago, and she'd rather focus on following up there. Still, she ended up here. Despite coming reluctantly, the good news is that the recordings of this reality show of Chen's only happen every 3 days and 2 nights. This is the last episode of the 2nd season. She just needs to keep an eye on Chen today, ensure he has no problems, safely escort him home afterward, and consider her task complete. It won't take too much time. Su Li happened to see this scene as soon as she arrived. She quietly took out her phone and snapped a picture, sending it to Fu Chinshuan. Mr. Fu had said, keep an eye on Chen's affairs and report anytime. Fu Chinshuan was on his way to M country and was handling documents on the plane. The table in front of him was piled high with documents. While flipping through them, he listened to Lin Yuan's report on the work in M country. Master Fu has already cooperated with Eric, and the contract is signed. However, Eric still hopes to have dinner with you when you're free. So urgent, do they have any plans recently? Fu Chinshuan asked while processing the files without looking up. His exquisite profile under the warm yellow light looked even more sharply defined, with a touch of sharpness in his eyes. Lin Yuan adjusted his glasses and said, their company will initiate 13 films in the next year, with 3 being super large-scale productions with investments over 10 billion each. Among them, Global Mutation has been initiated and filming will begin in half a month. Fu Chinshuan said, they want me to help them open the domestic market quickly. Lin Yuan asked, the head of their company called this morning to schedule your time and also revealed information in this aspect. Should we accept this appointment? Fu Chinshuan said, of course we should, but for their first film shown domestically, it must include 3 actors from our company, one of whom must have a key supporting role. A super 10 billion production movie is very suitable for artists under our banner to increase their international fame. Also, because it's the first movie by their company to be shown domestically, they will definitely pay more attention in terms of promotion and storyline. After all, they want to smoothly open the domestic market, so the reputation of their first release is crucial. Lin Yuan nodded and said, alright, next time they call, I'll disclose this message to them. Fu Chinshuan nodded, continuing with his task. The space suddenly became quiet, aside from the noise of the plane flying, only the sound of Fu Chinshuan flipping through the documents remained. Just at that moment, Fu Chinshuan's phone text message rang out. A picture appeared on the screen sent by Su Li. With distinct knuckles, he picked up the phone and unlocked it to open the message. He was instantly shocked by the photo. The man who just moments ago looked indifferent, cold, and boss-like immediately blushed bright red in his ears. This, and in wore women's clothing. Did he wear it for himself? Chapter 108, I'll kill you. Fu Chinshuan's heart was pounding as he stared at the photo on his phone without blinking, then set it as his phone screensaver. And looks so good, whether in men's or women's clothing, they're always so charming. Fu Chinshuan looked at the picture, his smile at the corner of his lips harder to suppress than an AK, and sighed, I never thought Nan would actually wear women's clothes for me, it's too touching. Lin Yuan stood by and just happened to see this photo. He adjusted his glasses frame and quietly reminded, the background of that photo is at the market. Fu Chinshuan said, in a place with so many people at the market, he actually wore women's clothes, he really put a lot of thought into it. Lin Yuan looked up and was speechless. Fu Chinshuan raised his head and saw this scene just now and said, what expression do you have? You don't agree with what I said? Lin Yuan took out a professional smile and said, no, I also think that third young master wearing women's clothes looks really good, and he's willing to wear them specially for you, he must really love you. Fu Chinshuan said, knows how to talk, next month's bonus will double. Lin Yuan restrained the rising corners of his mouth and said, thank you, Mr. Fu, you and third young master are really well suited. Fu Chinshuan said, not bad, has insight. Looking at this Mr. Fu who is lost in love, Lin Yuan was worried about his future prospects. Is the company really not going to go bankrupt? But he pays very high wages, alas. Well, for the sake of the salary, it can still be endured. After all, as long as Mr. Fu isn't lost in love, he is quite capable at work. Duan Xingyu's eyes were dim and lifeless, his whole person seemed rather dazed. He felt as if his soul was about to fly away right now, acting didn't even feel this tiring. He never knew that taking group photos could be such an exhausting task, having to keep smiling with his mouth wide open, and by the end, it was almost numb. At this moment, he regrets why he made so many flour cakes in the first place. Why didn't he feed all those flour cakes to the dogs yesterday? Ha 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 ha. Duan Xingyu's face is full of reluctant business appearance, it's so funny. It's like his face is written, this damn class makes whoever goes crazy. I like watching Duan Xingyu so much when his body is present but his mind is gone. Obviously, working will make people go crazy. The good news is that it's finally going to be over. When the last 2 flour cakes were sold, after Duan Xingyu took a photo with the last girl, he sat down in the chair exhausted, looking as weary as someone being 996 dead every day. He wants to find a place to lie down right now. Looking at the people at other stalls who haven't sold out yet, he said, fortunately, we didn't make too much yesterday. If we had made more, it might have killed him. Just as Duan Xingyu finished speaking, someone brought over an oven and a box of tools. Duan Xingyu watched He Yenshu set up the oven and then put the tools for kneading dough and making flour cakes on the stall. A sense of foreboding arose, Duan Xingyu swallowed and asked, aren't you going to make flour cakes here? He Yenshu put on a hat and gloves gracefully. Looking at Duan Xingyu, his handsome features slightly turned towards him, his thin lips opened slightly and said, our things sell out fast but may not get us first place in sales. Since there's still time, I'll make some more. Duan Xingyu shouted in despair, do you still want to make more? Haven't you considered if I want to continue or not? Do you want to tire me to death? Don't you see my face is already frozen from smiling? And my hands are sore too. Today, he had hugged a lot of girls, some of whom were large-framed, and he had expended a great deal of effort holding them. He Yenshu gave him a sidelong glance and said, you're too weak. These 4 simple words immediately sparked Duan Xingyu's emotions, and he shot up instantly and said, who's weak? I'm not weak, I'm very strong. He Yenshu continued to take off his gloves while saying, if you can't really do it, then it's fine. Duan Xingyu said, who can't do it? I can. Don't take off your gloves, keep doing. As he spoke, Duan Xingyu took down the paper sign that read, rabbit photo, hung it around his own neck, and glared fiercely at He Yenshu, saying, watch how I finish you. It's such a normal conversation, why am I thinking dirty thoughts? Finish? How does one finish? Is it what I'm imagining? Damn, I've been corrupted. Upper floor reader, because the books you read aren't exactly proper ones either. Duan Xingyu no longer stuck around at the stall. Carrying the paper sign, he walked outside. He knew He Yenshu was provoking him, and Duan Xingyu had indeed been immediately stirred to action. But he was. He Yenshu liked making flour cakes, didn't he? He took photos with people like crazy, getting He Yenshu to make more and more flour cakes. He Yenshu, I'll work you to death. Duan Xingyu planned to tire himself out today, indirectly forcing He Yenshu into exhaustion as well. Duan Xingyu stood at the entrance of the market and started actively attracting customers, his energy 10 times stronger than before. He wouldn't let any chance to counterattack He Yenshu slip by. Thanks to Duan Xingyu's efforts, He Yenshu almost got numb from making so many flour cakes later on. On the other side, Sun Yongming looked at his deserted stall, not understanding where all his fans had gone and why his business was so dismal. When he looked at Chen's group nearby, their business was so good that they had to queue up, which filled him with disdain. Their actions were seen as corrupting social norms. Feng Qinyue also saw Chen in women's clothing and smiled, saying, being young is great. Sun Yongming glanced at him. Great my ass, you better take care of yourself first. After 4 hours passed, the time for tallying the sales results had come to an end. Chen and He Hongxin worked very well together. He Hongxin sold 4 times her normal amount this morning, naturally bringing quite a lot of traffic to Chen's side as well. Many people who tasted the flour cakes then specially detoured to the back to buy a few boxes. The main reason was that Wen Yan's flour cakes were delicious. She was a bit flustered working alone in the back. The business was so good that even Chen Jinha envied it, but when he thought about He Hongxin's ferocious nature, he quickly shook his head again, still no. That woman was too aggressive. He Hongxin, seeing that the program's sales period was over, reluctantly said to Chen with a smile, "Sister has developed feelings for you after collaborating with you for 4 hours." He Hongxin held a fan lightly and lifted Chen's chin, asking, "What do you say? Would you consider following Sister me? I'll make hairpins and you can model them, we'll definitely do booming business." And Chen firmly replied after thinking for a moment, "No, I need to make money for retirement." He Hongxin said, "I can support you." And Chen said, "You don't earn enough." Although Chen did not know exactly how much He Hongxin made, it was surely less than his older brothers. He Hongxin. This kid really knew how to hit hard. Director Fan began announcing each group's scores. And Chen and the boss lady group ranked first, He Yenshu and Duan Xingyu second, Su Huacheng and Fang Keqing third, and last place went to Feng Qingyue and Sun Yongming. Chapter 109, An incident occurs. Originally, He Yenshu's team didn't have this many issues, but after Duan Xingyu's relentless effort, they successfully boosted their performance rapidly. Unfortunately, their team had previously lost 2 deals, and last night Duan Xingyu hadn't completed enough work, leaving them behind other teams overall. Although they tried to catch up later, catching up required time. Business was good, but there wasn't enough stock. Otherwise, with Duan Xingyu's hard-working spirit, their team could have truly taken first place. The aftermath of overworking showed as Duan Xingyu, dressed in a bunny costume, leaned on Chen's chair, looking like a limp snake with no energy to support themselves. If Chen's foot wasn't still injured, Duan Xingyu might have even taken the chair. Others were coming up with various creative ideas to sell products. Even Su Huachen's group pulled out their tricks. Su Huachen joined the photography club in university, so his photography skills were solid. Near this market was a beautiful park and a famous fountain spot for tourists. Fang Keqing handled sales, customers would buy something, get a number, then use that number to get Su Huachen to take photos for them. This service was especially appealing to people who lacked photography skills. Only Sun Yongming and Feng Qingyue's group sat idly despite having the best location, not yelling out or actively promoting. Plus, Sun Yongming refused to cooperate in selling goods and insisted on selling individually. In 4 hours of selling time, the two spoke less than 3 sentences between them. With such an approach, it was no surprise their business was slow. Sun Yongming originally expected his fans to purchase from him, unaware that the market visitors were mostly young people who weren't among his fan base. When Sun Yongming learned they ranked last, he was full of disbelief. Impossible. How can we be last when we had the best stall? Feng Qingyue sighed, rubbing his forehead, better not to mention it, otherwise, it's even more embarrassing. Sun Yongming couldn't believe it and checked the quantity counted by the directing crew before giving up reluctantly. Feng Qingyue comforted himself, saying, "It proves that good products still need good marketing." Director Fan said, after dividing each team's earnings evenly, everyone's accounts will receive their respective shares. Currently, Chen has accumulated the most profit at 2,136 yuan, followed by Fang Keqing at 1,538 yuan, and then Chen performed well in both the corn peeling and fish selling competitions. Especially in fish selling, he sold several times more than others. Even though he dropped 2 baskets into the water afterward, the program compensated him roughly based on the missing quantity during reshoots. As for why Fang Keqing ranked second, it largely owed to her pairing with Chen during fishing. Regardless of whose achievement it was, after splitting the remaining profits with the production team, the division was inevitable. Director Fan continued, currently, Chen is in first place. Everyone else needs to keep pushing forward. Each cent you earn now will contribute significantly to future charitable efforts. But don't lose heart, there are still plenty of opportunities ahead. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, lunchtime approached. Following today's schedule, the second episode of Together We Go For recording would end after lunch. Just as everyone was about to leave, the assistant director rushed over with a dark expression, whispering 2 sentences into Director Fan's ear. Fan's face immediately darkened. Among the customers who just bought fresh flour cakes, 6 individuals experienced severe vomiting and diarrhea after eating them and were sent to the hospital. Worse yet, some media had captured the incident. A swarm of fast-acting journalists was already heading their way. No one knew how they had received the news so quickly. Director Fan steadied his composure and told the group, "We have something urgent to handle now. The cars are parked next to the market, so please head there promptly." Although no one knew exactly what happened, seeing the grim look on Director Fan's face confirmed something was wrong. Duan Xingyu moved forward and pushed Chen's wheelchair. "Chen, let me assist you." Chen nodded, "All right." They all followed the crew's instructions toward the vehicles. However, as soon as they stepped out of the market area, they were met face to face with reporters from 4 or 5 media outlets rushing toward them. Seeing the commotion, these reporters swarmed in recklessly to obstruct their escape. Duan Xingyu instinctively pulled the wheelchair closer to himself, eyeing the group of people rushing toward them with caution. He was worried that in the crowd, someone might bump into Chen. When Yen stepped forward and positioned herself in front of Chen. "Rumors suggest that the flour cakes you made caused health issues. Do you have any explanation for this? It's been found that 6 people have been sent to the hospital. Apparently, there are even more cases along the way. This is a very serious incident. The flour cakes you made are reportedly so bad that even dogs wouldn't eat them. Is it appropriate to sell such products to customers? I heard the flour cakes you made had problems before. Someone had diarrhea at midnight after eating them. Knowing this happened already, isn't it extremely negligent to still sell these products without considering consumers' health? The reporters fired off question after question, leaving no room for the group to catch their breath. Viewers watching the live stream were shocked by what they saw. What's going on? Did someone eat the flour cakes made by the show's guests and get sick? It seems so. I've been worried about incidents like this happening since the start. They aren't professionals, who knows if their food is safe? 6 people have been sent to the hospital, which makes this a major food safety issue. If they can't resolve it, this program won't be able to continue filming. There aren't just 6 victims. Some said others along the way were affected too. This suggests more than 6 people suffered food poisoning. These are just the ones confirmed. Was it all the food that caused problems or just certain parts? This is simple, just test the flour cakes made by each person separately. That'll reveal who caused the issue. Aren't all the cakes sold out? It may be difficult to track now. That's not hard. Just contact the buyers. There must be leftovers from someone. The audience began brainstorming ways to investigate. Duan Xingyu tightened his grip on the wheelchair as he listened to news about people being hospitalized due to eating the flour cakes. His first suspicion fell on himself, as his flour cakes were widely known to be terrible. Yet, he assumed they were merely distasteful. How could they land people in the hospital? Didn't we agree not to give these to anyone? Sun Yongming subtly glanced at Feng Qingyue beside him. This time, he was determined to expose Feng Qingyue's true colors and destroy his reputation completely. Chapter 110, Duan Xingyu kissed a dog. The reporters were rushing forward recklessly, holding their microphones. Moreover, an increasing number of onlookers gathered around. The production crew staff didn't dare to push them forcefully. In front of so many reporters, if any of them got bumped or fell, it would be completely impossible to explain. Tomorrow's top blacklisted trending topic would once again monopolize the headlines. Because of their retreat, they ended up being forced back into the market area. Duan Xingyu noticed the situation and quickly pushed Chen's wheelchair far back, taking him out of the chaos. Fortunately, due to Chen's leg injury, his slow-moving wheelchair provided the opportunity for retreat, while others remained trapped in the fray. What a scare! Where did all these people get this information? Duan Xingyu, seeing Su Huaqing almost falling, said looking down, "And Chen, you stay here and don't move. I'll go help them." The crowd was getting dense, the staff struggled desperately to protect the guests. Su Huaqing was tripped up during his retreat and his body tilted backward at that moment when someone grabbed his arm. Lifting his gaze, Su Huaqing found himself staring into a pair of bright eyes. He Yanshu's face, sharply angular, carried a trace of sinister smile. Before Su Huaqing could thank him, he was suddenly jostled from behind and ended up crashing into He Yanshu's embrace. Amidst the cluttered smells, Su Huaqing smelled a faint fragrance of fresh flour cakes. This was the scent left over from He Yanshu's morning session making flour cakes. With one hand, He Yanshu encircled Su Huaqing, separating him from the chaos, and his glare fixed on the person who had just collided with him. The look on his sharp, devilish face suggested clear displeasure. He Yanshu hugged Su Huaqing and took him outside the fighting circle, where they met Duan Xingyu coming towards them. Duan Xingyu asked worriedly, "Huaqing, are you okay?" Su Huaqing rubbed his lower back, which had been hit. "I'm fine." Turning to glance back, Su Huaqing expressed his concern. "However, there are too many people at the gate. We may be stuck here for a while." Looking at the situation at the entrance, He Yanshu remarked, "If we continue like this, more people will only keep gathering." Duan Xingyu nodded, rarely agreeing with the detested fellow's words. When turning around to check on Chen, Duan Xingyu realized he was missing. Fretting greatly, Duan Xingyu rushed back to the original spot and looked around, his expression altered. "Where is Chen?" After someone patted his shoulders twice, Duan Xingyu turned and saw He Hongxin holding a fan, her red lips curling upward. "My dear little one, let me guide your way out." She glanced briefly at Su Huaqing and He Yanshu, nodding lightly. Su Huaqing, looking at the stranded others with worry, asked, "What about them?" He Yanshu replied, "We can't worry about that now, let's leave first." The three followed He Hongxin and left. And Chen was wheeled away by Wen Yen through a small market gate. Now, both were waiting under a tree, one standing, the other sitting. Unable to see clearly because his contact lenses fell off earlier amidst the throng, but having exceptionally good hearing, and Chen could still identify voices. Hearing that He Hongxin and Duan Xingyu had returned, Duan Xingyu dashed forward, crying, "Dad! My own dad! I almost thought you'd been kidnapped." And Chen gently patted Duan Xingyu's head and softly reassured, "Nothing happened. Dad's here." Duan Xingyu nodded, then noticed Shu Li next to him. In a second, Duan Xingyu regained his star aura, asking, "Who's this? When did she arrive?" Shu Li was almost laughing in frustration, replying with exasperation, "I've been here all along, don't tell me you didn't see me earlier." And Chen introduced, "She's my agent." Duan Xingyu exclaimed in surprise, you have an agent? And Chen nodded, yes, I just remembered myself. It's mainly because the memories of the original host did not contain these things. When Chen saw Shuli, the related memories switched on. Listening to their conversation, Shuli felt something odd. What does it mean to just remember? Isn't Chen holding a grudge? And what kind of look is that from Duan Xingyu? Isn't he supposed to be Chen's archenemy? Since when did their relationship become so friendly? With his hands casually in his pocket, He Yenshu slowly remarked, are we really going to stand here chatting? Su Huaqing suggested, as a group, we're still pretty noticeable. Let's go back to the hotel. And Chen asked, aren't we worrying about Mr. Feng and the others? He Yenshu replied, if you know how, go back. Duan Xingyu stepped forward protectively, if you can't help, then shut up. Why bother annoying Chen? And Chen is well-meaning, unlike you who's so cold-blooded. He Yenshu said, the premise of being well-meaning is having the ability to handle matters properly, not messing things up despite good intentions. He Yenshu wasn't interested in saving the others, with so many crew members around, what could possibly go wrong? Su Li also didn't want Chen to go back, and persuaded him saying, there are so many people from the production team, nothing will happen to them. Let's leave first. If that group comes this way, we'll be trapped again. Su Li tried to push Chen's wheelchair but found it immovable. She felt a bit powerless and, remembering his previous feats, suppressed her frustration and said, could you choose a better time to cause trouble? Your legs are already like this. How could you possibly help? Even if he wanted to grab attention, he should consider whether he was capable enough, right? This last sentence, Su Li held back from saying. And Chen tilted his head, deep in thought, ignoring Su Li's complaints entirely. He Hongxin gently fanned herself, a faint smile playing on her lips as she said, though I don't know much about the entertainment circle, I do know one of the 36 stratagems, it's called, deceiving the sky to cross the sea. When Yen asked, reporters just want to interview for news. If there's bigger news in front of them, wouldn't they leave? Duan Xingyu replied, they probably would, but where can we find bigger news? And Chen looked at Duan Xingyu with twinkling almond-shaped eyes. Duan Xingyu took a step back, saying, Dad, why are you looking at me? It's quite frightening. Before Chen could speak, someone was already approaching. He Yenshu saw a person who looked like the PD for close-up shots. Having lost their target for close-ups, these people were naturally anxious and had already come over. A few curious onlookers followed along. He Yenshu said, we need to change places, oh. Looking at the tire marks on his foot, then at Chen, he asked, why are you so vengeful? Chen squinted and turned to look at him, confused, what do you mean? What revenge? Duan Xingyu grabbed the handle of Chen's wheelchair and hurriedly pushed it forward, saying, Dad, let's go quickly. He Yenshu has a small heart. Chen blinked softly. Just at this moment, he heard a dog bark and said softly, Duan Xingyu, would you like to kiss a dog? Duan Xingyu paused his hands pushing the wheelchair and looked at him perplexedly, Dad, if I did anything wrong, you could tell me directly. Don't ruin my innocence with a dog. Chapter 111, Furious Feng Qingyue. Sun Yongming was nearly crushed out of shape by the crowd. He cursed in his heart at whoever was responsible for planning this. They were supposed to give Feng Qingyue and Chen a taste of their own medicine, not drag him into it too. Another shove came, and Sun Yongming's face turned green. Whoever the idiot was who rammed into his stomach. Sun Yongming wanted to see how miserable Feng Qingyue looked, that person must be worse off than himself. After all, he had specifically asked them to pay special attention to Feng Qingyue. However, Feng Qingyue managed to brace himself with both hands in front of him, looking much better off than Sun Yongming expected. This only made Sun Yongming even more irritated. Director Fan's face darkened. With years of experience in the entertainment industry, he knew this was not a mere case of random chaos. They had been selling flower cakes here all morning, yet there hadn't been so many enthusiastic onlookers before. The fact that the crowd had swiftly surrounded them indicated this was an organized action. It must be because the show kept trending recently, which made competitors go red-eyed with envy. A group of stupid morons. When he found out who did this, he wouldn't let these people off easily. His stomach felt like it was being squeezed out, why wasn't anyone helping him? Wow, I just saw Duan Xingyu get kissed by a stray dog. What? Duan Xingyu kissed a dog? Was it a French kiss? I heard Duan Xingyu is mentally unstable and loves dating dogs. What? Duan Xingyu thinks he's a dog. He's probably eating dog poop on the next street right now. Someone shouted these words randomly amidst the crowd, causing everyone gathered to stop their actions. These statements shocked those present speechless. Duan Xingyu kissing a dog? Eating dog poop? While the story seemed far-fetched, if it were true, it would make a blockbuster topic on the trending charts. Unfortunately, since they were present but didn't manage to capture any of it, they'd surely receive harsh criticism from their bosses. Everyone turned around and ran toward the next street. Not only the journalists, but also the onlookers followed suit. The universal interest of the whole nation, gossip and rumors. When they arrived at the next street and looked around, they couldn't find a single person. Not even a dog. Damn, they had been tricked with such a simple ruse. Of course, when they returned, all the remaining guests and the program staff were long gone. In the car, Duan Xingyu looked extremely aggrieved, leaning against the window, upset in a way no one could console. Chen patted his head gently. Su Huachen comforted him saying, "We didn't ask you to actually kiss a dog, it was just creating a diversion." Duan Xingyu pointed at He Yan-shu and said, "Why does this diversion have to involve me? He can do it as well." Even though it was merely a diversion, his reputation had suffered. Sitting on the chair, He Yan-shu shrugged indifferently, "The reporters want explosive news. We don't have your fame, so we can't spark the curiosity of reporters." Chen cajoled him, "Xingyu is the best, you're a big star." Duan Xingyu raised the corners of his lips, suppressing the feeling inside, saying, "All right then. This demand came from you, Chen." I agreed reluctantly, it would never happen if it were someone else. Chen nodded, "Yeah, Xingyu is great." Xu Li watched the interaction between the two, wondering what exactly happened during this period. The current Chen seemed very unfamiliar to her. Director Fan thought, this time Duan Xingyu indeed made a big sacrifice, so when the official episode comes out, he wouldn't edit Duan Xingyu into looking weak anymore. The entire production team returned to the Starlight Hotel, where security was tight, making it difficult for reporters to infiltrate. A group gathered in Chen's presidential suite for a meeting. After all, only his room was large enough to accommodate so many people. Everyone was waiting for Director Fan to bring back more specific information. After a while, Director Fan hung up the phone after a call, wearing a troubled expression. Feng Qinyue asked, "Director Fan, what's going on?" Director Fan sighed, "Currently, 11 people have been sent to the hospital. The cause has been identified, it really was due to eating our flour cakes that caused the problem." Duan Xingyu looked utterly dejected, deeply regretting and saying, "If I had known, we wouldn't have sold those cakes. I thought I just made them taste bad, I didn't expect they'd lead to food poisoning." Feng Qinyue, who happened to be sitting next to Duan Xingyu, lightly patted his shoulder and consoled him, "We know you didn't do it on purpose. Later, go to the hospital and visit them, sincerely apologize, and don't hesitate to cover the costs." Duan Xingyu nodded and said, "Of course I will." Director Fan, however, said, "The problematic flour cakes weren't Duan Xingyu's but Feng teacher's. The people sent to the hospital all bought your flour cakes, Feng teacher." Hearing this, Feng Qinyue was slightly stunned and asked, "Me?" Director Fan nodded and replied, "Yes, they all claimed to have bought your flour cakes. Some of them even had their uneaten flour cakes tested, and small amounts of half-cooked bean juice were found inside." Su Huachen remarked, "Half-cooked beans are poisonous, eating just one can make a person vomit and suffer from diarrhea. Clearly, the effects of the half-cooked bean juice are the same." Furrowing his brows, Feng Qinyue said, "How could I possibly put half-cooked bean juice in my flour cakes? This matter definitely wasn't normal." Combined with the rapid response of those reporters earlier, Feng Qinyue quickly deduced that someone was trying to frame him. Realizing this, Feng Qinyue almost laughed in anger. Among the people present, only one person could access his flour cakes and harbored grudges against him. Turning his head, he saw Sun Yongming still sitting there on the sofa with airs. But Feng Qinyue noticed a flicker of concealed joy in his eyes, further confirming his suspicion. Feng Qinyue usually didn't get angry easily. Among everyone in this room, apart from Chen, he was always the calmest when dealing with situations. With his age and experience, having gone through many things, he had come to see most matters with an open mind. He often thought that life is too short for petty grievances beyond life and death. However, this time Sun Yongming truly enraged him so much that without hesitation, he threw a punch. The force was so strong that it sent Sun Yongming flying across the room. Still basking in the joy of successfully framing Feng Qinyue, Sun Yongming didn't expect such a blow. He fell onto the ground and, covering his swollen face, angrily shouted, "You dare hit me?" Leaping over the sofa, Feng Qinyue grabbed Sun Yongming by the collar and said furiously, "I'm hitting exactly because you're such a fool. You dared to use half-cooked bean juice. What if someone dies because of it?" A momentary panic flashed across Sun Yongming's eyes before he yelled back, "I don't know what you're talking about. That's slanderous, you can be sued." Before he could finish speaking, another heavy punch landed on his face. Blood trickled from the corner of Sun Yongming's mouth. Chapter 112, I have experience beating people now. All these years, you've caused me so many problems openly and secretly, and I was too lazy to deal with you. But now you've become even more insufferable, going so far as committing such dirty deeds. It's a human life, not something for your reckless games. Feng Qinyue shouted angrily while hitting, his face extremely somber. None of us have ever seen Teacher Feng so angry before. Sun Yongming was breathing heavily, displaying a pained expression on his face. The pain twisted his features, he had his eyes closed tightly, arms covering his head, and his body curled up, emitting sounds of suffering. Sun Yongming did think about dodging, but Feng Qinyue's over 30 years of fitness training wasn't wasted, as one hand pinned him down so he couldn't move an inch. "Are you all dead? Why don't you stop him quickly? Just watch me get beaten," Sun Yongming screamed loudly. Director Fan lit a cigarette, smoke curling from his lips, his eyes showing nothing but malice. "Hell, I want to hit you too. Those pranks were tolerable before. After all, conflicts and controversies were good for the program's ratings. Moreover, given Sun Yongming's status, Director Fan could hardly refuse his demands for being on the show. But it looked like they treated people like pigs now. It's not my doing, Sun Yongming refused to admit, yelling. You guys let Feng Qingyue beat me and don't intervene. You're all accomplices. Besides, if I get injured in your show, do you really think you can wash your hands off the matter? And Chen heard the sounds of their fighting, but everything was blurry before his eyes, making it hard to see clearly. However, by sound alone, he figured out that this punch should have landed on the face. He heard teeth loosen. This one must have struck the stomach because he heard the meat of Sun Yongming's abdomen quivering. People like Feng Keqing observed Feng Qingyue, enraged, realizing they had never imagined how scary normally composed teacher Feng could be when angered. Duan Xingyu crossed her arms, touching her own arm lightly, recalling how she once dared to challenge teacher Feng, and now realized he must have gone easy on her then. Su Huachen watched as blood trickled down from Sun Yongming's mouth, a fleeting madness flickering in his eyes. It was fast, only He Yenshu noticed this moment, placing a hand on Su Huachen's arm, worry in his gaze as he gently shook his head. The assistant director glanced at Director Fan, softly suggesting, maybe we should interfere. Things might go wrong, and then we'll have trouble. Reluctantly, Director Fan thought it better to leave this bastard beaten, but deep inside, he knew they shouldn't let this go on much longer. So he gestured others to step in. But everyone else just shook their heads. With Teacher Feng looking so fierce now, none of them dared approach him, fearing they might be hurt accidentally. And Chen waved her hand, saying, leave it to me. Despite trying hard to squint, and Chen still couldn't see clearly. Deciding to rely solely on sound, she rotated her wheelchair towards where the fight was happening. Everyone saw An Chen rushing straight into the coffee table. Duan Xingyu and Xu Li reacted fastest. Duan Xingyu slid on the floor and supported An Chen, who almost fell forward due to inertia, whereas Xu Li gripped the wheelchair to prevent further movement. Second Master Fu entrusted Xu Li to take care of An Chen, and An Chen mustn't get injured. An Chen waved to everyone and said, no problem, I just can't see clearly. All of them. Not being able to see clearly is no excuse for charging ahead so recklessly. Sitting properly again, An Chen kept wheeling forward, casually grabbing the ashtray on the coffee table and tucking it into his chest. Knowing about An Chen's myopia, the staff saw her squinting and understood she wasn't wearing her glasses. They instinctively stepped aside to give way, to prevent another collision. Feng Qingyue also stopped his actions. Pushing his chair in front of Sun Yongming, all An Chen could see was a blurry silhouette. Reaching out, he felt around Sun Yongming's head. Sun Yongming, already drained of energy from Feng Qingyue's beating, found An Chen's touch irritating and snapped, get lost. Nodding, An Chen confirmed it was indeed Sun Yongming. Gesturing toward the position of Sun Yongming's head, he lifted the ashtray in his hand and aimed it at his head to smash it. Holy sh. Director Fan dashed over instantly, too surprised to discard the cigarette in his hand first. Initially thinking An Chen came to mediate, seeing this action terrified all the crew members. A cold sweat broke out as they surged forward frantically. Feng Qingyue was closest, catching An Chen's hand, snatching the ashtray away hastily, slightly afraid. An Chen, what are you doing? An Chen said, I'm worried you'll get tired of hitting him, so I wanted to help. Feng Qingyue replied, that can't be used. An Chen spoke softly, don't worry. I've gained some experience beating people recently, I won't mess it up. Feng Qingyue's rage dissipated at An Chen's antics. Duan Xingyu, seeing this, hurriedly pushed An Chen's wheelchair back, saying as she pushed, Dad, stop messing around. You really scared me just now. An Chen sighed, why wouldn't anyone believe him? He truly had a good handle on his strength when hitting people now and wouldn't make the same mistake he did when striking Chen Danwen before. Sun Yongming looked at his disheveled state. After working so diligently to maintain a pristine reputation, he was beaten in front of so many people today, where was their face to be left? His teeth clenched with a grinding sound as he angrily declared, Feng Qingyue, I'll sue you. Just wait for the lawsuit. Feng Qingyue responded, go ahead and sue. I'm curious who'll end up worse off between the two of us. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Sun Yongming winced due to the pain in his teeth but still managed to spitefully say, without evidence, you assaulted me in front of everyone. Everyone in the production team is a witness. This time, I'll make sure your name is ruined. Feng Qingyue tidied up his disheveled clothes, then sat down on the sofa with a nonchalant tone, suit yourself. An Chen sniffed, breaking the strange tension, what about the bean juice? There's evidence. Duan Xingyu tilted her head, asking softly, An Chen, what evidence? Did you see him slipping the drugs? An Chen shook his head, replying, no, but I smelled it. Xu Li heard this and pulled at his sleeve, saying, An Chen, don't speak recklessly. These were both veteran figures in the entertainment circle. It would be wise for a young artist like him to avoid getting involved in their disputes. Not only would standing out offer no benefit, but it might also anger Sun Yongming. Xu Li didn't know that during the recording time these past few days, An Chen had already offended Sun Yongming thoroughly. Besides, did he really smell something? Where exactly did he smell it? Was he a dog with such a sharp nose that only he could detect it while no one else could? Duan Xingyu asked again, where exactly? Director Fan added, An Chen, tell us. And Chen strained to squint, but still couldn't see clearly. Relying on the source of the smell, he pointed eventually and said, on him. Everyone looked at Sun Yongming lying on the ground. Would he dare keep evidence on himself? With how hard Feng Qingyue had beaten him, nothing fell off him yet. At first, everyone thought Chen was making things up, but they noticed a flicker of nervousness cross Sun Yongming's expression. It seemed he did have something suspicious on him. Chapter 113, Evidence. Feng Qingyue stood up again and walked towards Sun Yongming. Sun Yongming retreated 2 steps, kicking his legs back and said, "What do you want to do? I'm telling you not to mess around." Feng Qingyue frowned, with a gloomy face, and didn't pay attention to him. He proceeded to search but found nothing. Director Fan sighed. He had just been so anxious that he forgot how could one possibly smell where the thing is. Sun Yongming wiped a streak of blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "I've already said it wasn't me, you don't believe me, yet you choose to believe in that blind man's word." "And Chen? Is the blind man referring to me?" "It's fine, right now I really can't see clearly." Sun Yongming endured the pain on his face with a sinister expression and said, "Today, for all the harm you've caused me, none of you here will get away with it. I'll have my lawyer settle accounts with each of you later." Su Huaqing looked at Chen and asked, "Chen, are you sure?" Chen squinted, smelled again, and then confirmed, "It's on him." Duan Xingyu said, "Could it be sewn into his clothes or something?" He believed Chen wouldn't make things up. He could command monkeys to work, he could let tigers serve as his mounts, so having a sharp sense of smell was quite normal, right? Seeing no one moving, Duan Xingyu stepped forward and said, "Let me try, I'm sure I can find it." Xu Li grabbed Duan Xingyu and said, "You can't go, it's inappropriate for you." No matter whether Feng Qingyue was searching the body or beating Sun Yongming, his social status made it acceptable. If today Sun Yongming did indeed do some wrong, then in the future Feng Qingyue's actions would only be praised. But Duan Xingyu was different. Even if nothing was found, or even if it was found, this news would expose him to public criticism for being rude and hitting an elder. Fu Erxiao sent him to take care of Chen. Just before, Duan Xingyu helped Chen multiple times, which indirectly helped him too. Therefore, Xu Li gave this reminder. But Duan Xingyu paid no attention, he believed in Chen, saying, Chen wouldn't make things up. "It must be on him, we just haven't found it yet." However, Feng Qingyue stopped him and said, "Let me check again." He also believed the item was on Sun Yongming. When Chen exposed him earlier, the flash of panic in Sun's eyes couldn't be faked. Despite this, Sun Yongming still acted arrogantly, showing no fear of Feng Qingyue's second search. The weather was rather warm, but Sun Yongming was still wearing autumn-spring clothing, noticeably thicker than what others wore, which was certainly suspicious. Even after carefully searching through his clothes once again, there was still no result. Feng Qingyue even pinched every edge and corner of his clothing, shaking his head to the crowd afterward and saying, "Nothing." Chen tilted his head, slowly spinning the wheelchair, saying, "Let me look." He was very sure that he smelled green bean soup, and this quantity surely indicated it was carried somewhere on the body. Casually picking up the ashtray from the coffee table and tucking it into his chest. He truly now had a good control over his strength when hitting people, so it was worth trying again. This scene made Sun Yongming's eyelids twitch violently. Pointing at Chen, kicking his legs backward, a shrill scream echoed in the room, "Don't let this lunatic come over here, he wants to smash me dead, stop him fast." Duan Xingyu wanted to step forward to stop it. His father really had a special affection for smashing people. As he was about to stop, Chen suddenly said, "I hear it, it's on his neck." Earlier, Sun Yongming got too excited, and Chen, being close, heard a very faint sound of water jiggling near his neck. So faint that even himself would need to get close to hear it. The crowd turned their gaze toward Sun Yongming's neck. They noticed a sandalwood gourd pendant hanging there. This type of sandalwood gourd naturally emits a fragrance that helps clear the mind and calm the spirit. Long-term wear can alleviate stress, anxiety, and insomnia. Many people in the entertainment circle wear them, so no one thought anything of it. Sun Yongming tightly grasped his gourd pendant, looking slightly nervous as he said, "Don't act recklessly. This pendant was specially consecrated by a master. The master said that anyone other than me shouldn't touch it." Feng Qingyue scoffed, stepping forward saying, "Seems like it's really inside." Sun Yongming clutched it tightly and said, "I've said it, this was consecrated by a master, don't touch it. If anything happens to me, it's all your fault." Seeing he couldn't resist any longer, Sun Yongming started lowering his stance saying, "All right, Feng Qingyue, quickly let go. If you let go now, I'll forget everything that happened today." In response, Feng Qingyue twisted his hand forcefully aside. A shrill cry of agony sounded from Sun Yongming. Feng Qingyue, do you want to break my wrist?" Sun Yongming desperately tried to protect the pendant around his neck, completely ignoring the many injuries he still bore. Unfortunately, he was no match for Feng Qingyue in the end, and the pendant was still snatched away. Sun Yongming attempted to lunge forward and grab it back, but Feng Qingyue deftly dodged. He carefully examined the sandalwood gourd and realized it wasn't solid, there was a small cap that could be opened. If not scrutinized closely, such a tiny detail would have gone completely unnoticed. After opening it, he sniffed carefully and then looked up at Chen, saying,
it's definitely green bean soup. Director Fan let out a sigh of relief upon hearing these words. Sun Yongming fell into a heap on the floor with a look of utter despair. Subsequently, he cast a hateful glare at Feng Qinyue, roaring furiously, "Feng Qinyue, aren't you feeling pretty smug right now?" As Feng Qinyue placed the sandalwood gourd inside a bag, upon hearing Sun's remark, he replied, "Why should I feel smug?" With bitterness, Sun Yongming retorted, "You don't have to deny it. I've been clashing with you for decades. You can fool others, but not me. You're nothing more than a complete hypocrite. You appear virtuous, but in reality, the most venomous and insidious person is you. If it weren't for you back then, I would have won the Best Actor award long ago. I would have already been crowned as an emperor of film. It was you who made me a laughingstock in the entire industry, forcing me to live these years like some kind of fool." 10 years ago, the incident where he toasted midway through the event without receiving the award for Best Actor became an industry-wide joke. At the time, wherever he went, people talked about this matter. Those who had never liked him beforehand took every opportunity to attack and belittle him over this very incident. From time to time, media outlets and clickbait accounts brought it up again just to generate traffic by comparing him unfavorably to those who eventually received awards. For several years, he had tried to put this behind him, even after delivering many well-known performances. Yet, none of his works ever earned him another award. There were multiple nominations, but each time, he only served as a mere backup candidate. Though his acting prowess was acknowledged within the industry and appreciated by directors, he always fell short of the accolades. Winning an award had become a curse in his life, a thorn stuck deep in his heart. The more desperately he wanted to win, the more fate seemed to toy with him. And with every miss, his resentment towards Feng Qinyue grew stronger. "Everything I lost was because of you," Sun raged. "It's all your fault." Feng Qinyue looked down at the man on the ground and said, "That trophy 10 years ago never belonged to you. The reason you think it did is because you bribed the judges." Chapter 114, Sun Yongming is arrested. Sun Yongming's eyes blazed with fury, his lips slightly twitching, his face twisted by resentment. He thought about all the hardships he'd endured over the years and recalled how Feng Qinyue had slapped him right in front of everyone moments ago. 10 years ago, it was Feng Qinyue who disgraced him publicly. 10 years later, Feng destroyed his carefully cultivated reputation and image again. Seizing a vase beside him, Sun threw it at Feng Qinyue, shouting angrily, "You're spewing nonsense. That award belonged to me. I deserve it." Feng Qinyue easily deflected the attack, causing the vase to slip from Sun's hand and shatter on the ground, porcelain shards scattering everywhere. Feng then said loudly in front of many people, "Zhang Guoxiang and Yang Yu, haven't you noticed that neither of them has served as judges ever since?" At the mention of those two names, Sun Yongming's complexion turned slightly pale, raising his gaze toward Feng Qinyue. What have you done?" Feng Qinyue replied, "I haven't done anything except restore fairness to the awards. Back then, you spent 6 million bribing them both, trying to ensure your win. But when things didn't go as planned, you assumed that I must have also bribed others to win the Best Actor trophy. What you didn't know was, even before you bribed anyone, the judges had already decided the winner would be me. You were caught on camera bribing them, and the footage was reported to local authorities and industry associations. Consequently, after that year, they were permanently disqualified from serving as judges again. The film festival merely reinstated my rightful award. Everyone knows that film festival judges are responsible for selecting outstanding works and giving out prizes. But naturally, becoming a judge of a film festival follows a specific process. Local government departments, industry associations, and committee chairmen of the event jointly nominate candidates for the judging panel. After several rounds of screening, 4/5 of the people on the list are cut off. Only after this strict selection does the organizing committee confirm the final judges. Only through such measures can the integrity of the awards be ensured subsequently. Wherever there are people, it is difficult to cover every aspect. There will always be some individuals who act against their artistic spirit or moral integrity. In recent years, occasionally, the film festival has seen watered-down awards given undeservingly. Sun Yongming could hardly believe it, shaking his head and saying, "It's not like that. That award was supposed to be mine. My bribery was just to make sure everything went perfectly well. They both told me I was going to be crowned the Best Actor of that year. It was you who stole my prize." Feng Qinyue said, "That's exactly what they told you, but they lost their status as judges because of me. It's no wonder they hate me so much. As for you, being exploited for all these years without realizing it, well, I'm not surprised about how you've managed." Feng Qinyue only wanted to act well and never intended to participate in the intrigues of the entertainment circle. More importantly, his family background meant that he shouldn't get overly involved in these matters. If something got exposed, it might still cause a certain amount of impact. This was why he faced all the mudslinging from Sun Yongming for years but never directly responded. Feng Qinyue believed that as an actor, nothing spoke better than one's work. As it turned out, his approach was proven correct. Still, Sun Yongming refused to accept it. Muttering, he asked, "It wasn't really me. The Best Actor title that year wasn't truly mine. How could it not be? Did they deceive me?" Looking at Sun like this, Feng Qinyue finally said, "No, it really wasn't you.
However, 5 years ago and 3 years ago, during the film festival's Best Actor Awards, the trophies originally belonged to you. Sun Yongming lifted his gaze, his pupils shaking violently as he questioned, "What are you saying?" Feng Qinyue replied, "Since you could think of bribing the judges, why wouldn't others do the same?" Recalling those award ceremonies, Sun's face darkened with anger, roaring, "Those shameless bastards, stealing my trophy." Seeing Sun's rage, Feng Qinyue silently shook his head. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. The police had arrived. With solid evidence and witness testimony, Sun Yongming was taken away. Director Fan watched as the matter reached its conclusion and exhaled a sigh of relief. Once the staff cleaned up the broken glass on the floor, others gradually left. The second phase of filming was over. Originally, they were supposed to have lunch before finishing, but now the production team had to visit the hospitalized patients. Regardless, those people bought products promoted by the program and thus suffered unjustly. In the vast house, only Chen remained. Looking at the empty house, and sat there dumbfounded. Wasn't there anyone around to push her wheelchair back to the master bedroom? Never mind, I can do it myself. Next, Chen managed to navigate through the house with bumps and bruises. After hitting her head a few times and bumping her feet a few more, she finally made it back to the bedroom. On the other side, Jiang Zhong, who had been dangling overnight and through the morning, was finally discovered. He was lucky, a villager's hat had blown down, prompting them to venture and retrieve it, which led to his discovery. When he was rescued, his face was pale, and his lips were cracked and bleeding from dehydration. There was a red mark around his wrist where the rope had cut into his skin. I have finally been saved. After saying that, he began coughing, his throat feeling like it was on fire and extremely dry. Even so, he clutched onto the person who saved him and croaked, call the police, I want to arrest Fu Chinshuan, it was him who hurt me. The rescuer said, don't worry, the police have already been called. Upon hearing the police were informed, Jiang Zhong finally relaxed. While hanging there, Jiang Zhong had vowed silently to himself that the humiliation he endured would be exacted as revenge against Fu Chinshuan and Chen. Although Fu Chinshuan might be difficult to target because of his wealth and power, there was still Chen. He decided to recount his suffering to Master Sun Yongming, asking for justice. Lying in the hospital for about a day, Jiang Zhong eventually woke up. Before losing consciousness, he had arranged for someone to inform Sun Yongming. However, upon waking up, he found no one beside him to care for him, not even a meal. At least send someone to take care of me. No food at all. Jiang Zhong could only order takeout himself. As the delivery arrived, and he'd just taken a few bites, the police came. They were there to inquire about Jiang Zhong's reported incident. It was Fu Chinshuan who caught me, he and his assistant took me there last night and pushed me down, it was an attempt to kill me. His wrist still ached. Jiang Zhong was almost in tears from his wrongdoing. The police asked while recording, are you referring to Mr. Fu, the CEO of Group? Jiang Zhong nodded furiously, that's right. Is there any specific conflict between the two of you? No, he's just insane. You mean to say, this busy president had nothing better to do but grab you out of bed in the middle of the night for no reason or motive, leaving you hanging there? This made Jiang Zhong anxious, and he exclaimed, of course there is. That lunatic wanted to avenge Chen, because he loves Chen. Chapter 115, Jiang Zhong is also arrested. Why does he want to stand up for Chen? The police continued asking while writing down notes, do you and Chen have any conflicts? There's no big conflict, just having some disagreements during the program recording. Jiang Zhong said angrily, who would have thought they are so petty, wanting to retaliate? The policeman asked again, what kind of conflict? Jiang Zhong replied, just small stuff that everyone saw during the live broadcast. The police frowned slightly, his voice carried a bit of authority as he said, what was the conflict? Please clarify, otherwise we cannot help you. The police interrogation made Jiang Zhong somewhat uncomfortable. Having been hung there for so long, his head was still dizzy, and his brain wasn't functioning quickly enough, fearing he might say too much and make mistakes. He finally ended the questioning by claiming he had a headache and felt nauseous. Jiang Zhong thought that this matter might need Mr. Sun Yongming's help. Let him send over a capable lawyer first, and let the lawyer handle these issues later. After barely seeing off the two policemen, Jiang Zhong was no longer pretending to be dizzy, and he borrowed a phone from the nurse to call Sun Yongming. However, a different man answered. Jiang Zhong glanced at the mobile number, making sure it was correct, then asked, who are you? Why do you have Teacher Sun's phone? I am Mr. Sun Yongming's lawyer. He's currently unavailable to take calls, but I can relay any messages to him. What? What lawyer? Jiang Zhong was puzzled, realizing that only in one particular situation would the person himself be unavailable and need a lawyer to pass on messages. He hurriedly disconnected the call and checked the online news. Hashtag Sun Yongming poisoning hashtag. Hashtag Sun Yongming arrested hashtag. Hashtag Feng Qinyue fights with Sun Yongming hashtag. Sun Yongming appeared on 3 hot search lists. Jiang Zhong was stunned as he read, what happened? Why was Teacher Sun arrested? He quickly clicked on the trending topic and immediately saw photos of Sun Yongming being taken away by the police. These photos were taken by quite a few bystanders, showcasing multiple perspectives. This Sun Yongming is really malicious, creating so much trouble just because of a small conflict. I heard more than 10 people were sent to the hospital. They truly deserve our sympathy. I used to think Sun Yongming was a respectable elder, but who would have known he could do something like this? His respected elder image was ruined when participating in this program, but I never expected how deranged he became. Teacher Feng did well hitting him, but will Teacher Feng go to jail? No, as long as it's only slight injury, generally it's just several days of detention and a fine. Bail will ensure the release upon paying a larger fine. Trivial knowledge, a broken bone counts as a minor injury. Even if ribs are broken, it falls under minor injuries. That's good. I'll contribute $100 to support Teacher Feng's just actions. Count me in for another $100. After reading the trending topics, Jiang Zhong was completely paralyzed by the barrage of criticism against Sun Yongming on the internet. He was only away for 2 days, yet somehow Sun Teacher managed to self-sabotage. Hadn't Sun Teacher said not to act unless everything was perfectly prepared? Apparently, those preparations were far from adequate. Then Jiang Zhong realized, since Sun Teacher is struggling to save himself, who could possibly help him now? While Jiang Zhong was still figuring out ways to save himself, someone knocked on the door again. It was the nurse entering, bringing back the phone he had left in the hotel. Jiang Zhong returned the borrowed phone to her and took his own phone to check messages. He discovered that someone had sent him an email. When he opened it, Jiang Zhong turned pale and looked around carefully to make sure the nurse had left. How could this be here? How could it have been filmed? When he pushed Chen down the slope, he had ensured there was no one around, yet somehow someone managed to capture it all. At that time, there was indeed someone there. Although the video was a little blurry, it was still clear enough to recognize both his and Chen's faces. Most importantly, the action of him pushing the person was clearly caught on film. This evidence alone could be classified as attempted murder if released publicly. The first thought that came into Jiang Zhong's mind was that Fu Chinshuan must have sent this video. That explained why Fu Chinshuan had dared to bind him there with such confidence and leave him hanging for 2 days. He had kept this card up his sleeve all along. Jiang Zhong anxiously grabbed his hair, realizing he had been naive. Thinking that simply reporting Fu Chinshuan to the authorities would lead to his downfall. But how wrong he was, considering the other party's status. Being able to command a large corporation like incorporation, how could such petty tricks possibly affect him? It seems like this time, his hanging ordeal could only be attributed to bad luck. Seeing the red and swollen marks on his wrist, Jiang Zhong's eyes filled with regret and helplessness. At that moment, a knock on the door was heard, and the same 2 policemen from earlier entered again. Jiang Zhong instinctively hid his phone and acted calm while asking, "What do you need?" The policeman said, "Someone reported that you attempted murder, so we will need your cooperation once more." Jiang Zhong turned pale immediately and tried to explain, "I did not try to kill anyone. I didn't know it was a cliff below, or I wouldn't have pushed Chen. Please believe me. I just wanted to give him a lesson." The police replied, "After our investigation, there will be a conclusion." After confirming with the doctor that Jiang Zhong had no life-threatening issues, merely dehydration, the police took him away. Throughout the journey, Jiang Zhong cursed repeatedly in his heart, cursing Chen and Fu Chinshuan many times over in anger for his misfortune. "I only pushed him once," Jiang Zhong thought bitterly. "He didn't die, and he isn't even harmed seriously." But the 2 of them still schemed to send him to prison, which Jiang Zhong viewed as sinister and cruel. He never admitted any fault of his own, thinking it was wrong for Chen to be petty when, in fact, Jiang Zhong's push nearly cost Chen his life. As soon as the police brought Jiang Zhong to the hospital gate before leaving, another 2 people came looking for him. Annoyed, Jiang Zhong asked, "Who are you?" They revealed their IDs and then said, "We're from the Tax Inspection Bureau. Someone reported that you evaded taxes, and we need your cooperation with the investigation." Jiang Zhong. "Who the hell reported him?" "I reported him." Lin Yuan placed a cup of prepared coffee on the table and said, "We got word that Jiang Zhong has been rescued by someone. You previously instructed us to submit evidence about his tax evasion. At this timing, they should have started questioning him." Fu Chinshuan looked at the documents and said, "Good. Spread the news about his tax evasion and the interrogation." Lin Yuan added, "He probably didn't expect that the moment he pushed the young master was filmed." Indeed, although no one was nearby, Jiang Zhong overlooked the sky where someone was shooting promotional footage with a drone. That very act was captured from a distance by the drone. From the start, Fu Chinshuan had no intention of letting Jiang Zhong go easily. Chapter 116, Accumulating a Billion. Hanging him there for 2 days was merely in repayment for Annen's suffering when she hung on the tree. As for the fact that he almost killed Annen, Fu Chinshuan would settle accounts with Jiang Zhong separately. Every time Fu Chinshuan thought about it, if Annen had been just a little less lucky and fell off directly instead of hanging on the tree, in such an environment, it would have been certain death. He wanted to dismember Jiang Zhong. Reporting him for tax evasion was only the first step. Then, this news would be released, and even if Jiang Zhong subsequently paid back his taxes, as such a subpar artist, no one in the entertainment circle would dare use him anymore. Most importantly, Fu Chinshuan wouldn't allow him any chance to complete the payment. Jiang Zhong always believed himself to be right. Since that was the case, let him receive multiple punishments and properly reform in jail. Let him take some moral education classes. As for himself, would Jiang Zhong really think that merely based on his accusation, anything could truly be done to him? Then he would underestimate him too much. He dared to act, and would ensure that Jiang Zhong couldn't find any evidence against him. Fu Chinshuan paused while thinking about something, the pen in his hand stopped moving, and then he looked up and said, "Go check on a person named He Yanshu." Lin Yuan asked, "Is there a problem with him?" "I can't say exactly, but this person feels off to me." From the moment Fu Chinshuan saw the other party, he didn't like them, because this person always gave him a feeling of unease. This was due to years of experience in business and a keen intuition for danger. Lin Yuan replied, "All right." Fu Chinshuan took a sip of coffee, slightly frowned, and said, "Why is this coffee more bitter than usual?" Lin Yuan adjusted his wire-frame glasses and explained, "We still have 7 or 8 hours before we land. I added twice the amount of concentrated coffee liquid so you don't fall asleep. To keep Mr. Fu mentally sharp and get all the accumulated work done before landing." Fu Chinshuan's charming eyes looked at Lin Yuan, his lips slightly curled with a faint smile, his voice cold, as he said, "So now you're directing my actions?" This made Lin Yuan feel uneasy inside. Was he taking the opportunity to cut his bonus? Lin Yuan hurriedly added, "Mr. Fu, shall I get you a replacement cup?" Firmly refusing to give him the chance to cut his bonus. Fu Chinshuan waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Let's finish the work quickly so I can go home to see An sooner." Then, he remembered something and looked up to ask, "Give me your phone, let me check how many CP followers we've gained in the super topic about Chinshuan-like scenery." Lin Yuan sighed, not imagining what 3 young master would do next. Knowing that he couldn't persuade Mr. Fu, Lin Yuan didn't argue either. He was reaching for his phone when Fu Chinshuan shook his head and said, "Forget it. I'll finish my work first." The people in the super topic were too good at praising. Each time he looked, he couldn't stop, brushing through quickly past time. However, Fu Chinshuan did not know that he missed the chance to witness the large increase in super topic fans. Hashtag Jiang Zhong steals and evades hashtag. Hashtag Jiang Zhong suspected attempted crime caught hashtag. These entries also made it to the trending list, closely following after Sun Yongming's hot search. Wow, today is quite lively. Everyone is rushing to be on the hot search. Uncle Hat has a busy day today, catching one after another. These 2 old buddies, they are really in sync. No wonder they're the strongest master-servant combo. Even going into prison to eat peanuts together is a planned event. Just as old Sun went in first, Jiang Zhong followed shortly to serve. What a touching master-servant bond. Don't you think these sudden bursts might be offending someone? Do we need to guess? It must be second young master's doing. Chinshuan-like scenery is real. Even if second young master acted, aren't they the ones who tried harming others? To put it bluntly, it's their own fault. Second young master is simply sending these poisonous pests to where they belong. If you are wronged, I'll take revenge for you. What kind of perfect sweet story is this? I am about to start binging. Netizens seeing these trending topics cheered in unison, speculating that second young master was standing up for Chen. This move excited CP fans and pulled many strangers deep into the fandom. The super topic of Chinshuan-like scenery once again experienced a surge in fans. When Su Li was using her phone to check these trending topics, she was also slightly surprised and cursed, "They deserve it." After the second recording ended, and the production team left, Su Li went online specifically to check in Chen's updates during this period. She originally thought that his participation in this reality show would be as troublesome as before. She never expected that Chen's participation in this show would change his personality so much, as if he had been through labor reform. Not only did he stop throwing tantrums, even when people danced provocatively right in front of him, he barely reacted. He used to be overly dramatic, but now he was overly emotionless. Of course, she finally understood the relationship between Duan Xingyu and Chen and why they could turn from enemies into friends. Chen once saved Duan Xingyu's life. And knowing what Jiang Zhong had done before, which nearly killed Chen, everything made more sense. The previous Chen was hated by everyone, but now, seeing his performance in the program, he seemed more like the beloved one in the group. Most importantly, Chen's infatuation brain had finally been cured. He no longer chased after Chen Danwen or pursued someone who clearly rejected him. At this moment, Chen stood at the door of the bathroom, looking at the chicken that had been locked up there. In the separated wet and dry area of the bathroom, there was a pile of chicken droppings on the floor. That chicken was now perched on the edge of the bathtub, staring at Chen with an expression akin to that of a brooding hen. For almost 3 minutes, the chicken and man stared at each other. When Su Li came over after packing her luggage, she saw this chaotic and smelly scene in the bathroom. Chen, are we really taking this chicken back? After another few seconds of observing the chicken, Chen said, "It says it doesn't want to die yet." Su Li. Fine, take it then. As long as he didn't behave as he used to and no longer had a love-struck mind, these were all small issues. Su Li immediately contacted the pet transportation center for him. On the way to the airport, Su Li updated Chen on the upcoming work plans. Your popularity has been good recently, and your performance has also been excellent.
Especially your performance in the show, many reality shows want you to appear on their programs. Besides reality shows, some endorsements and advertisements have come in too. Previously, unable to endure in Chen's personality, Su Li hadn't handled those things, leaving all correspondence directly in Chen's email inbox. After reclaiming control, Su Li discovered that Chen hadn't opened his email for some time. After filtering through the incoming work opportunities, she informed Chen. Su Li said, I think it's unnecessary to participate in those reality shows for now. They're all similar to setting off together. There's no need to consume our popularity repeatedly through such formats. However, we can take on some appropriate endorsements and advertisements to maintain popularity. I've filtered out 1 endorsement and 2 advertisements that seem promising. Take a look and see if you have any thoughts. Chen didn't feel like moving, he just wanted to go back to Fu residence and soak in the tub. But considering his pension fund, he still had a long way to go before reaching the small goal of $1 billion. So he should keep working harder. Once he accumulates $1 billion, he will retire and enjoy his life. Chapter 117, Halfway Walking, Halfway Sleeping. Chen looked down at the work plan that Su Li handed over and pointed to one, saying, the first one. This one paid the most. Su Li nodded after seeing his choice, good choice. This is a very popular milk with high national recognition, which will be perfect for stabilizing your popularity and image. Chen nodded. Su Li added, moreover, this milk spokesperson is Duan Xingyu. Unsurprisingly, they'll have you two shoot ads together. I believe collaborating with him will be pleasant. Chen, Su Li thought of how Mr. Fu had specially dispatched her to accompany Chen, even emphasizing close attention to him. Coupled with what she'd seen online regarding their interactions, the way Mr. Fu looked at Chen was practically dripping with affection. I've got a question for you. What's your relationship with Mr. Fu? Chen replied, he's my second brother. Su Li thought that perhaps Chen didn't want to talk about it, so she sighed and didn't press further. She guessed their relationship hadn't been fully defined yet, dating someone from such a wealthy family needed careful preparation. She warned, if you're going to date, I won't stop you, but if you're going public, make sure you tell me ahead of time so I can prepare PR strategies. Chen asked puzzled, why would I date my second brother? Su Li responded, I'm just saying in case. If either of you decide to date or go public, remember to inform me in advance. Then, considering he had a lot of other CP fans with others recently too, she emphasized again, not only Mr. Fu, whoever you date, you must let me know. Chen was confused but nodded, all right. Su Li looked at him, Chen was now so cooperative and obedient that it almost felt unnatural to her. After sitting on a flight for several hours, they had finally arrived. Su Li took out Chen's wheelchair, unfolded it, and helped him sit down. Chen pushed his luggage and wanted to leave. Su Li grabbed him back, asking, where are you going? Chen said, leaving the plane. Su Li fished out a mask, sunglasses, and hat from her bag and handed them to him, saying, you've become popular now. Be careful when you're outside, otherwise, you might easily get recognized by fans. Worst case scenario, private fans could pose trouble. Su Li worried that Chen might not cooperate as before, he used to hate wearing these items most. Unfortunately, his reputation wasn't great in the past, so he often encountered pedestrians who would insult him on the street. Annoyed, he would respond aggressively, which ended up being filmed and turned into another piece of black material against him. To her surprise, Chen accepted them readily and wore them all without resistance. After pulling the mask on tightly, his eyebrows twitched slightly. The mask felt a bit suffocating and uncomfortable. Seeing Su Li picking up luggage, Chen discreetly pulled down his mask to take a big breath of fresh air before putting it back on. Still, it remained uncomfortable and stuffy, troublesome each time he had to pull it down. Chen glanced at an attendant nearby and wheeled himself over to ask for a pen knife. Exiting the airport, Chen pressed the automatic button, slowly sliding away. Su Li grabbed a trolley and placed both of their suitcases on it. Lifting her head, she found Chen nearly out of sight. Su Li wanted to call his name but remembered his current good popularity. Calling his name might inadvertently attract attention. Pushing the cart quickly, she caught up. As soon as Chen exited, Wang Qing recognized him, even though he was masked. Sitting in a wheelchair, Chen emitted a half-dead, uncaring demeanor, making him stand out distinctly in the crowd. Wang Qing approached carefully, bent over slightly, and whispered, young master, please follow me. Chen turned his head to look at him and quietly questioned, with my mask on, how did you recognize me? I could, Wang Qing confirmed while explaining, second young master has already informed me of your flight. My father instructed me to pick you up and bring you back to the Fu residence. Just as Su Li pushed the suitcase and caught up, she heard these words. And here they claimed there was no romantic relationship. Clearly, the second young master had sent their own driver to pick him up. Su Li asked, Chen, will you leave with him? Chen nodded. Su Li pursed her lips helplessly, they were even staying at the other's house. Still denying being in a romantic relationship. It seemed she would have to prepare PR strategies for their romance in advance, in case things blow up unexpectedly. Su Li handed over Chen's suitcase from the trolley, saying, alright, since someone's picking you up, I'll feel more at ease. I have something else to do, so we'll part ways here.
Chen nodded. He then opened his mouth wide and breathed in a mouthful of fresh air. Without warning, the mask split down the middle, revealing a large gaping smile. This sudden action startled Shu Li. Cutting a slit in the middle of the mask to breathe, what was this new trick he'd come up with? Since there were only a few steps to the car anyway, Shu Li didn't bother commenting. Wang Qing took the suitcase from the other's hand and said, "Thanks for taking care of him on the way, Ms. Shu." Shu Li replied, "No problem." Chen returned to the Fu residence by wheelchair. He had already been drowsy in the car, and when getting out, he was half walking, half sleeping. Wang Qing walked ahead with the suitcase, thinking about opening the door for Chen first. Turning around, he saw Chen sitting still about 10 meters away. Just sitting motionless in the wheelchair. "Third young master, why have you stopped?" Wang Qing returned and found that Chen had fallen asleep sitting upright due to exhaustion. Wang Qing carefully poked Chen's arm and said, "Third young master, shouldn't we go inside to sleep?" Chen blinked his eyes, thick with sleepiness, and nodded. Then he slowly followed behind Wang Qing. Walking was tiring, sitting in a wheelchair was also tiring. Still, he liked riding crocodiles best. The second brother disapproved of keeping one, so Chen considered asking the eldest brother instead. Mr. Wang had arranged someone to prepare a meal beforehand, noticing Chen sitting on the wheelchair. His eyes slightly reddened as he said, "What a heartless man, how could he be so cruel?" Fortunately, justice caught up with that person, who had been arrested today. Chen seemed fine but just a bit sleepy, so much that he wanted to sleep. Yet, for the sake of delicious food, he could endure a little longer. At the dining table, Chen ate 2 bites then dozed off for a while, dozing again after eating another bite. He looked quite adorable. Quietly, Manager Wang took out his phone and snapped 2 pictures, sending them to Fu Chinshuan. The phone soon buzzed with an incoming message, "You've received a 20,000 yuan payment." On Manager Wang's face, marked with the lines of time, emerged a father-like smile. Chen squinted at Manager Wang, it seemed like he heard the sound of money arriving. Manager Wang calmly put away his phone and asked, "Third young master, would you like more?" "I want to sleep," Chen was so sleepy, grabbing a bunch of coriander and stuffing it in his mouth saying, "I'm done eating." Manager Wang picked up another bunch of coriander and said, "Then let me help you upstairs." Primarily because of his current state, Manager Wang worried he might fall asleep halfway. After escorting him to the entrance and opening the door for him, Manager Wang offered the coriander to his mouth, saying, "Eat a bit more, you didn't eat much earlier. You don't want to feel hungry, do you?" Even with his eyes closed, Chen instinctively opened his mouth upon smelling the coriander. Chapter 118, Fu Heir's Great Breakthrough. Fu Chinshuan stretched lazily as the plane landed. He had finally finished all the work that had been piling up. He took out his phone to check in on today's Chinshuan sieging super topic, then completed other tasks and earned the points. 78,000 followers. Fu Chinshuan was momentarily stunned upon seeing the number. It had only been a little over a day, so why were there so many new followers? He quickly scrolled down and noticed much more interaction on the Jiba forum. There were many beautiful pictures of Chen. Those CP fans really knew how to give compliments, leaving him feeling quite pleased. Without hesitation, he posted, "The Chinshuan sieging fandom has surpassed 70,000 members. To celebrate, I will be giving away 10 Apple phones via raffle. Here's how to participate." He wasn't wasting time recently by just browsing, he'd observed from others' posts about conducting lotteries like this. This post quickly became one of the top trending threads with lots of forwarding and comments. However, not long after, he watched helplessly as his post was deleted by an administrator. Fu Chinshuan, totally confused. At this moment, a small administrator from the Tieba forum sent him a private message saying, "To prevent spam posts aimed at farming experience points or scamming activities, any lottery post needs prior verification by administrators. Posts without notice beforehand are subject to deletion." Further details about the requirements for lottery posts on the forum were attached below. Fu Chinshuan. Am I required to file a report even when rewarding my CP fans? Too much trouble, I won't do it. He stuffed his phone back into his pocket. After no more than 2 seconds, he pulled it out again. Still, let's send something anyway. These people have such good taste, they deserve a reward. Lin Yuan came out pushing a suitcase, catching exactly this scene. Utterly speechless. A mighty president who deals with millions of dollars every minute is actually spending time studying how to post a lottery thread. Just at this moment, Fu Chinshuan looked over at him. Lin Yuan immediately smiled and said, "Mr. Fu, let's go." Fu Chinshuan glanced at him with a mocking look and said, "How quick you turn. You're becoming more worldly these days." With a professional smile, Lin Yuan replied, "That's the necessary quality of an excellent assistant." Only after finishing sending rewards according to the procedures did Fu Chinshuan exit the forum. He wanted to check Weibo for other interesting materials. Mainly, he wanted to watch those fan-edited videos of him and Chen together, they looked so sweet. But instead of finding the Chinshuan sieging CP videos, he encountered some dirty things. What is this, Chen he, CP? And what about this previous life CP? Fu Chinshuan looked completely baffled at these strange super topics that seemed to appear out of nowhere. He wanted to destroy them. Both he and He Yen Shu have their own super topics. Aren't these netizens crazy? The only solace for him was that neither of these groups was bigger than the Qianchen Xijing fans. But what on earth was this Qianchen Xinggong thing? Upon opening it, he discovered it was a CP between himself, Duan Xingyu, and Chen. Fu Qianshuan's face turned green. Bad omen. The main reason for this CP originated from that group photo from Gulishan. What annoyed him most was that this trio's CP fandom was larger than his Qianchen Xijing's. Totally unreasonable. Fu Qianshuan immediately switched to his main account and then posted a comment, "I'm Fu Qianshuan, and I don't want any CP super topics or fans besides myself and NN. Please cancel these super topics right now." Not long after, he received a notification indicating he had been blacklisted and his post deleted by the Jieba forum. When he switched to his secondary account to check, he found a newly published announcement by the administrator. Recently, imposters pretending to be Fu Ershao or Duan Xingyu have emerged frequently. Please report such accounts to the administrator for blacklisting. Everyone, don't let outside voices ruin our happiness in fanning CPs. Putting aside Duan Xingyu's face, Anan and I are indeed a good match. Annoyed though he might be, Fu Qianshuan still downloaded the photo and manually cropped off the part with Duan Xingyu. Seeing only himself and Chen in the picture, Fu Qianshuan finally felt satisfied. Right at this moment, a photo from housekeeper Wang arrived, improving his mood even further. So adorable. Even sleeping with eyes slightly closed looked cute. And Chen had promised to call him daily and video chat. Hasn't and finished dinner now? Is he back home? Is he about to pick up the phone to call me? There's a time difference of more than 10 hours. It's evening where Fu Qianshuan is but morning in China. Lin Yuan asked, "Mr. Fu, let's rest at the hotel first. We have a dinner appointment with Eric tonight." Fu Qianshuan replied, Though it was supposed to be for resting, after returning to his room, Fu Qianshuan couldn't stop holding his phone whether he was washing up or lying in bed. He was waiting for Chen to call him. Anan had promised. However, after over 10 hours of flight and enduring sleepiness, Fu Qianshuan eventually fell asleep without receiving a call from Chen. On the second day back home, the cooing chicken was sent back via cargo transport. Housekeeper Wang specially built a chicken coop and placed it in the backyard. Chen enjoyed sitting under the grape trellis basking in the sun, as the sunlight filtered through the leaves onto his body, making him feel quite comfortable. The cooing chicken also liked staying by his side and basking in the sun. Housekeeper Wang came over with a plate of sliced watermelon, putting it on the table and asking, "Third young master, do you notice anything special today?" Chen thought for a moment and said, "No." For 3 consecutive days, Housekeeper Wang would always ask such questions, multiple times a day. However, the food that Housekeeper Wang brought each time was good enough, so asking a few more questions wasn't a big deal. Housekeeper Wang said, "You slowly eat, let me know if there's anything else." After turning around, Housekeeper Wang picked up the phone, carefully holding it near his ear and saying, "Second young master, third young master doesn't seem to have remembered about you today either." Before the sentence finished, the phone call was hung up. Looking at the now black screen, Housekeeper Wang skillfully put the phone back into his pocket. Even though the person seemed to have a short temper, he still kept calling back after a few hours. That evening, Chen was lying on his bed watching a reality show, finding it very interesting. Upon seeing the incoming call from Fu Qianshuan, Chen directly picked it up. "Big brother 2. Chen glanced at his phone again, confirming they were still on the call, and asked once more, "Big brother 2? Why aren't you speaking?" Chen heard deep breathing from the other side and tilted his head in concern, asking, "Big brother 2, is your breathing unwell?" At the other end, Fu Qianshuan pinched his brow, realizing that Anan truly hadn't remembered to call him. Fu Qianshuan patted his chest, trying to soothe himself. Perhaps Chen was too busy, after all, with his current popularity, he must be receiving numerous work invitations. He should understand him and not be so petty. After calming down from a unilateral Cold War for 3 days, Fu Qianshuan slightly raised the corner of his lips and asked, "Anan, what are you doing?" "Watching a reality show." Chen looked at the coriander by his hand and added, "Also eating coriander." Fu Qianshuan. Chapter 119, Brother, I might be getting dumped. So it turns out he had time to watch reality shows and eat coriander but no time to call or text me. Fu Er's heart broke through the barriers. With a sour tone, he said, "Then you just go ahead and watch. I have to work." Chen replied, "Okay." Seated in the restaurant, Fu Qianshuan had originally thought that Chen would say a few nice words to try to keep him around. Instead, he watched as his phone screen went dark. His heart was broken again. The handsome and well-defined features of his face, as if carefully carved by a sculptor, now radiated an aura of, "keep your distance," with a low-pressure mood surrounding him. There were several girls in the restaurant who had fallen for Fu Qianshuan at first sight. Seeing his sudden change in demeanor frightened them all away. They discarded their previous thoughts of approaching him for contact information. At this moment, Fu Qianshuan was enveloped in a low-pressure state. He doesn't love me, there's no place for me in his heart. It was fine that we didn't follow through on our promise to call and message each other every day after that. Just as we started dating, Chen has already lost interest in me. Right from the start, he stopped cherishing me. Fu Qianxuan took out his phone and sent a message to Fu Qianyan, brother, I might be getting dumped. Fu Qianyan, congratulations to you. Fu Qianxuan got angry, are you even my brother? Is this how a brother should behave? You don't care about your younger brother's happiness at all. Fu Qianyan, or should we set off some firecrackers to celebrate? Fu Qianxuan furiously pressed the buttons on his phone, you better never meet someone you like in your lifetime, otherwise see how I laugh at you. Fu Qianyan put down his phone and decided not to bother with this younger brother. Given his emotional quotient, EQ, he may never find a wife in his life. Moreover, he and Fu Qianxuan are different. He disdains dating, he doesn't want to tie his daily joys and sorrows to another person. With Fu Qianxuan's history as proof, dating only makes one lose intelligence. Fu Qianyan had planned his future life long ago, he will give himself 3 more years to complete his business overseas and then choose a political marriage. Emotions are something prone to spoilage, only binding ties of interest can sustain a relationship longer. The phone rang again with the sound of an incoming text message. Fu Qianyan looked down to see it was a message from Chen. Chen, big brother, I want to raise fish, is that okay? Fu Qianyan, decide for yourself. Later, you can have manager Wang accompany you to buy them. Chen lying in bed saw this message and smiled happily, saying, big brother, you're really great. Fu Qianyan asked, do you want to raise fish, did you not ask Fu Er? Chen, I did ask, but second brother didn't allow it. Fu Qianyan, oh, okay. Fu Qianyan sent the chat screenshot to Fu Er, our home isn't so small that we can't raise fish. When Fu Qianxuan saw this information, he was completely bewildered. He then replied with a message, do you know what kind of fish Anan wants to raise? Fu Qianyan, probably just things like koi, kissing gurumi, it doesn't matter if he likes them all. Fu Qianxuan, crocodile fish. Fu Qianyan stared at that message, his expression becoming silent. He opened up the chat window with Chen, typing and deleting words several times, going back and forth repeatedly. In the next few days, Fu Qianxuan called and messaged him every day, but each time made Chen feel a little strange. Even though Chen was slow on the uptake, he still sensed that his second brother's emotions were off. They say more work makes people irritable, leading to bad moods. Chen thought about his pension. His second brother must be working hard indirectly to help him make money, which is pretty tiring. On the day he understood, Chen took the initiative to send a message to Fu Qianxuan, second brother, you've worked hard. Keep it up. This was the first time since they confirmed their romantic relationship that Chen initiated sending a message to Fu Qianxuan. When Fu Qianxuan saw it, he was instantly moved. I knew Anan cares about me. A week after returning home, Chen finally had the cast removed from his legs. Seeing that his legs could move freely again. Chen somewhat missed the days when someone pushed him wherever he went. Unfortunately, the crocodile eggs at home haven't hatched yet. Big brother said it takes at least 3 months. On the 3rd day of the leg injury healing, Su Li's sister previously arranged for the milk advertisement shoot to prepare. Manager Wang packed Chen's suitcase, gave 1,000 instructions before letting Wang Cheng take him to the airport. Su Li brought another artist participating in the audition, currently undergoing clothes training and preparing for the next stage performance. These days, she had spare time and could bring Chen along. Chen used to be a troublemaker, giving her endless headaches. Now, Chen has become apathetic and unambitious, which still makes her worried in case he gets bullied. Su Li just thought this was a side effect of love brain after a breakup. It's pretty good, at least it's better than the way he used to always chase others around, degrading himself and tormenting others. But she didn't expect that the impact of the breakup would be so powerful as to completely reverse one's personality. We're going to Ruishi Milk's original ecological breeding grounds this time. There might be some altitude sickness when we get there. If you feel uncomfortable, you must tell me right away, don't keep it to yourself like with your leg injury before. Su Li found out afterward that Chen's original leg injury wasn't supposed to be so severe. It was worsened due to Duan Xingyu and others causing secondary damage, worsening his leg condition. Chen was nibbling on an ice pop in his hand and obediently nodded, all right. It felt pretty comfortable sometimes, like when old Lin never fed him with ice pops but instead often shared his watermelon bites. Even old Lin would take a bite or two. Su Li, looking at Chen's ice pop, said, I remember this is the second one you've eaten today. Don't eat too much, be careful not to catch a cold in your stomach. Chen nodded again, all right. He took a big bite, it was so cool and refreshing. After boarding the plane, Chen had just sat down when Duan Xingyu suddenly popped up from behind, slapping his hands on Chen's shoulders, making a scary face and speaking in a strange tone, surprise. Their appearance did not scare Chen, but Su Li was startled. Her hand slipped while preparing to place her luggage box, almost causing it to fall. Su Li steadied the suitcase and shot Duan Xingyu an annoyed look. Previously, it was he who caused the secondary damage to Chen's leg, and today he nearly crushed her leg. She wondered how his agent could possibly put up with such an unruly client. From afar, Duan Xingyu's agent Chiu Wei once again felt the disdainful glance directed at them. Silently, he glanced out of the airplane window. It doesn't matter, this kind of embarrassing life, he had long grown accustomed to. Wait a minute, you are disapproving of our Duan Xingyu? Wasn't your own Chen equally problematic before?
They're both the same. So, glare back. And Chen looked at the fallen ice pop on the ground, somewhat stunned. Then his gaze toward Duan Xingyu contained some degree of disgust as well. Seeing this, Duan Xingyu feigned a pitiful expression. Dad, are you disapproving of me? And Chen gave a slight nod and frankly replied, yes, I disapprove. Duan Xingyu clutched his chest, acting deeply wounded. At his back, Fang Keqing emerged and lightly patted his shoulder, laughing with malice. Why don't you call me Dad? I don't disapprove of you. Hearing this, Duan Xingyu acted more injured than ever. Chapter 120, The Boy on the Horse. Duan Xingyu cast a glance at her and said disdainfully, take that lustful look off your face. Don't think just because there's no camera, you can be so blatant. Fang Keqing clicked her tongue and shook her head, saying, how petty of you. I'm not after your person, I just wanted to take a peek at your abs, but no. After finishing, Fang Keqing rushed over to greet Chen and Shu Li, saying, we're shooting the ad together this time. Because their performance in the reality show was good, this time the brand also invited Fang Keqing along, hoping for a different chemical reaction. And Chen nodded affirmatively, He responded and his eyes returned to the melting popsicle on the ground. It was definitely inedible now. This time they were heading to Mongolia's Nei Zhichuanli to shoot a 4-day 3-night ad campaign. The plane landed after flying for several hours. And Chen was pulled by Shu Li from head to toe and sprayed with sunscreen. She said, the ultraviolet rays in Mongolia are too strong. You need to protect your skin well, we can't go back all sunburned. It was June, and the temperature in this area of Mongolia could reach around 35 degrees Celsius, with strong UV rays. Without proper sun protection measures, it wouldn't take long to get burned. As soon as Chen stepped out of the airport, he immediately felt waves of heat rushing toward him. Wanted to bathe. Wanted to soak in a bath until my brain got waterlogged. This time they would be heading to Nei Zhichuanli to shoot the ad. Mongolia was vast, and even after landing at the airport, the destination was still over 200 kilometers away. In the car, the air conditioning made Chen feel like he had come back to life. After another 2-hour drive on the road, they finally arrived at the location of Nei Zhichuanli. It was June, and although the weather was somewhat scorching, it was a time when lush green grasses were abundant. The car drove past, revealing a deep azure sky, clear and spotless, with soft clouds floating slowly, seemingly within reach. An endless expanse of grassland stretched endlessly, reflecting against the blue skies and white clouds. Besides the emerald sea of grass stretching endlessly, various herds of cattle and horses, and even wildlife, were spotted along the way. The scene was quite spectacular. In the distance, on the emerald green hillside, a large group of sheep and cows were grazing leisurely. Children were lying carefree on the backs of the cattle. Fang Keqing and Duan Xingyu showed great interest and leaned out of the windows to admire the scenery along the way. And Chen, however, didn't have many thoughts. He had started feeling drowsy after too much time spent on planes and in cars. Fang Keqing clasped her hands under her chin and said, if only I could find a handsome cowboy on this vast prairie and fall into a sweet romance, that wouldn't be bad either. Duan Xingyu looked at her and asked, aren't you the one who swore off dating? Are your youthful feelings blossoming? Fang Keqing said, I'm just saying. If I were really to date, it'd feel pretty troublesome, but it doesn't stop me from appreciating handsome men, does it? So hurry up and let me feast my eyes on some handsome faces. Duan Xingyu replied, aren't there already 2 handsome guys on this bus? That should be enough for you. Fang Keqing shot him a sidelong glance, saying, don't butter me up or I'll beat you up. Just as Duan Xingyu was about to say something more, he heard the sound of hooves and laughter. Fang Keqing stuck her head out to look and saw 5 figures, 4 men and 1 woman, galloping on horseback. Wow, so handsome. Fang Keqing pulled Chen, who was about to drift off to sleep, and said, Chen, look fast, they're so handsome. Reluctantly roused from his drowsiness, Chen glanced out through the window. The group galloped gracefully, looking like warriors ready for battle. Look at the one leading the charge, Fang Keqing's eyes sparkled like she was seeing hearts. That guy rides the best here, and he is stunningly good looking too. Chen looked toward the frontmost figure, seeing a man wearing traditional black Tibetan attire, one hand gripping the reins while riding furiously forward. With rich robes fluttering behind him, he galloped as swiftly as the wind. At exactly this moment, the rider turned his head toward them. Chen locked eyes with him. But in Chen's mind at this instant, other memories surfaced. At the horse stable, Fu Chinshuan rode a black stallion, dressed entirely in a black horse riding outfit, calmly holding the reins. Memories flooded back. The original host of this body, whose young features hadn't fully matured yet, nervously clutched a black helmet and timidly said, Big brother too, these horses look so fierce. I'm scared, and I don't dare to ride. Fu Chinshuan dismounted and took the helmet from his hands, carefully helping him put it on, saying gently, there's nothing to worry about. Big brother too will lead you, you won't fall. Chen hesitated, but Fu Chinshuan's voice softened further, Big brother too will protect you. Fu Chinshuan's tender words reassured Chen's anxious heart. Slowly, he extended his hand toward him. Fu Chinshuan helped Chen onto the horse, then skillfully swung himself up with a firm grip on the reins.
Wrapping his arms around from behind and gently gripping the reins while holding Chen steady, he softly whispered in his tense ear, "Chen, relax. I'll protect you, I'll safeguard you forever." Chen. Fong Keqing's voice pulled him back from the memory. Chen looked at her and asked, "What is it?" Fong Keqing asked, "Do you think that guy who was riding the horse earlier was handsome?" Chen replied, "Yes, he was." They went to the hotel first to settle in. Since they had arrived late in the day after taking both a flight and a car ride, the brand did not arrange any work for them but let everyone rest freely. It was past 6 in the evening, yet the sky was still bright. Chuanli's days were exceptionally long. Fong Keqing and Duan Xingyu came to invite Chen to go out and play. Chen wasn't really interested and just wanted to relax. Come on. Staying in the hotel is so boring. There's an old street nearby, very lively with lots of delicious food, it's not to be missed. With their continuous persuasion, Chen found himself being dragged out of the hotel. The normally lackadaisical man felt even more drained once he stepped outside the air-conditioned room, as if all his energy was sucked away. They took a car to the old street, which was a local tourist and leisure district, also serving as the core area for tourism in this region. On the old street, there were many traditional buildings and cultural relics that still maintained their original charm. Chen trailed behind with a mask and cap, lifeless. Not until Duan Xingyu bought him a cold drink did he seem somewhat revived. As for Duan Xingyu and Fong Keqing, they were full of energy, dragging Chen into a Tibetan costume shop where all three changed into Tibetan outfits. Chen wore a white traditional Tibetan robe, stepping out from the changing room looking fresh and elegant. Beautiful, so beautiful. Fong Keqing snapped photos with her phone and said, "Your face looks good, no matter how you are photographed, it always looks great." When Chen eventually confirmed his relationship with Fu's second master, she would sell these photos to him for sure. She'd make quite a profit. Perhaps due to rarely seeing such sights, the two were extremely excited, whereas Chen leisurely ate snacks as he followed behind. While Chen was munching away, someone suddenly dashed out from the side road and collided directly with him. Most of the icy drink spilled over both of them. "I'm sorry, I was walking too hastily," a vigorous voice sounded by his ear. Chen lifted his gaze and met an angular, strikingly handsome face. His somewhat tanned skin couldn't obscure the stunning features of his face, his tall, straight figure basked in the sunlight. Erdang looked at the pale young man in front of him, his rugged face breaking into a cheerful smile as he said, "I recognize you." Chapter 121, What flavor do you want? Chen raised her eyes to look at him. Chen also remembered him. During the daytime when driving, she had seen him riding a horse with a group of people. At that time, Fong Keqing was praising his good looks non-stop. In fact, Chen hadn't really paid attention to his appearance during the day, as she was busy organizing some memories that had suddenly surfaced in her mind. Chen looked at the large drink stain on her chest and the almost spilled icy cool drink. Gone again, for the second time today. Chen felt a little upset. But she didn't bother to make any expression. Then she looked at Erdang. Erdang, looking at Chen's dirty clothes, said, "Sorry, I got your clothes dirty. Is this one new? Let me buy you another set." Chen said, "There's also." Before Chen could finish her sentence, she noticed a group of people coming hurriedly in their direction, each carrying something. The person walking in front held a pile of clothes that covered her own head. Erdang quickly pulled Chen aside to prevent her from being hit. Chen's nose collided directly with the other person's chest, hard and bony. Her nose turned red. After the crowd passed, Erdang smiled and said, "June is the most beautiful time for the grassland. There are a lot of tourists in Chuanri now, especially during sunset. Many people come to take photos, so be careful." Chen nodded, "All right." Erdang asked, "What did you want to say just now?" Chen pointed at the icy cool drink in her hand and said, "And this one too." Erdang was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "Okay, I'll get you another one." Erdang wanted to say something more, but then he heard someone calling his name. The smile on Erdang's face disappeared, as he looked toward the source of the sound and said, "Why did you find me so quickly? Your stuff will be compensated later. Let's hide from people right now." As Erdang was about to run, he realized that Chen had grabbed the edge of his shirt at some point. Chen stood there dumbfounded, tilting her head and looking at Erdang, but her grip on the shirt showed no sign of letting go. Helpless, Erdang could only drag her along to run. Twisting east and west, they eventually hid in a clothing store. The shopkeeper, seeing Erdang, shouted at him, "Erdang, why are you here today?" Erdang said, "Shopkeeper, let me borrow a place to hide. If Tana comes, please don't tell her you've seen me." Saying this, he dragged Chen into an empty fitting room. The fitting room wasn't very big. Being squeezed together made Chen uncomfortable, and it felt like the air had become thin. Chen wanted to go out, just as someone came in. "Shopkeeper, have you seen Erdang?" "No, what do you need him for?" "I want him to participate in the horse riding competition 3 days later, but he refuses to attend." "Why does he refuse?" "Erdang says that every year he participates and wins first place, and he doesn't want to anymore, he wants to give others a chance." Mentioning this, Tana stamped her foot angrily and said, "Look at what he says, winning first place and yet still not being happy, while others might not even achieve it." Erdang has already said he wants to give others a chance. Well, I don't care. Shopkeeper, I'll go find him first, please let me know if you see him. All right. Hearing footsteps outside that seemed to have gone away, Erdang sighed in relief and was about to go out. But Chen stopped him, shaking her head and saying, she hasn't left yet. Sure enough, after about 10 seconds, Tana's voice came from outside saying, looks like he's not here. Erdang softly asked, did she leave? Chen nodded. Erdang immediately exhaled in relief and stepped out of the dressing room. Chen, who had been standing for a long time, sat down on a chair. No sooner had she sat down than Erdang picked up a set of blue Tibetan costume and handed it to Chen, saying, isn't it true I still owe you some clothes? Try this one on. Chen didn't want to try it, all he wanted was to sit down. He wasn't bothered by wearing dirty clothes, but knowing Sister Shuli would probably scold him, he still took the clothes and went inside to change. After a while, he came out in the blue Tibetan outfit, which made Chen's small face appear even whiter and purer. Seeing it, Erdang smiled brightly and said, are all the children in your area so pale-faced? Chen didn't respond. Erdang moved forward to help Chen adjust the clothing, saying, wear this piece, bring out the other sleeve, it will look better. Chen took a step back, saying, I can do it myself. Erdang smiled and said, all right, then you do it yourself. After struggling for a while, Chen finally managed to sort out the clothes properly. The jacket covered her upper body, with one sleeve draped around her waist, revealing the blue and white Tibetan shirt underneath. Taking 2 steps back, Erdang looked at her and said, it looks pretty good. What do you think? After Erdang paid and had the shopkeeper pack up Chen's dirty clothes, he turned toward Chen and said, let's go. I'll take you to buy a drink. Chen, who rarely showed any expression, finally cracked a smile at this and responded, okay. Erdang said, you're just a kid. You seem so happy about having an icy cool drink. Carrying the clothes, Erdang asked while walking, are you here on vacation with your parents? Chen, no. Erdang said, then did you come with friends? It takes quite some courage for someone so young to travel to Chuanri alone. Chen. Was she really that small? She was about to explain when she spotted the place where they bought the iced drinks earlier. Chen's eyes lit up as she pointed and said, that one. Erdang asked, what flavor do you want? Chen pointed upward and said, blueberry. The boss quickly prepared a cup of blueberry-flavored icy drink for Chen, and Erdang paid by scanning the QR code. Having regained her icy drink, Chen felt much better. The sunset shone from behind Chen, casting a rosy glow on her otherwise pale face. The light enveloped her in a golden hue. But at the moment, Chen only cared about sipping her drink. With each satisfying gulp, her eyes would squint contentedly. Seeing her blissful satisfaction, Erdang couldn't help but feel his mood lifting too. His sharp features revealed a cheerful smile. Unbeknownst to them, someone had snapped a picture of this exact scene. Erdang was pondering whether to send Chen back home, she seemed so easily deceived. Just then, Duan Xingyu and Fang Keqing came running over. Chen, I finally found you, one said. Dad, it was hard finding you, Duan Xingyu said with fatigue, leaning one hand on Chen's shoulder as he continued, how could you just disappear like that? Thirsty, he reached for Chen's drink, ready to take a sip. Normally slow to react, Chen this time quickly blocked Duan Xingyu's mouth with one hand while grabbing her drink back with the other, saying firmly, don't snatch mine. Erdang laughed, finding the protective behavior of the little kid rather amusing. Chapter 122, Big Brother Says I'm Awesome. Erdang's laughter caught the attention of the two people nearby. Fang Keqing's eyes lit up as soon as she saw him and said, you're the handsome guy who was riding a horse earlier today. Hello. Erdang turned to Chen and said, since your friend has arrived, I'll be off first. Again, I apologize for what happened today. Fang Keqing watched with starry eyes as Erdang walked away. That figure, that little butt, those broad shoulders and narrow waist, those powerful legs on the horse. What an attractive man. Fang Keqing shook her head back to reality, quickly slapping her cheeks. Calm down. Calm down. Hurry up and get rid of all those dirty thoughts in my brain. Duan Xingyu, seeing Fang Keqing's expression, probably knew she wasn't thinking of anything good. Looking at Chen, he noticed his clothes had also changed and asked with concern, Chen, how did you end up with him? Even your clothes were swapped. Chen gave a short explanation of what just happened. After hearing it, Fang Keqing's originally subdued starlight brightened again. Every scene, meeting by chance at a corner, running while holding hands, the locker room, any one of these could be considered a famous scene from a novel. And then there's buying clothes and food for Chen. It's so sweet, what should I do? Fang Keqing shook her head again. As far as it seems now, Chen is likely paired with Fu Ershao because of the undeniable sense of intimacy between them which others can't compare to. One should stay loyal to one's shipping couple, right? As long as the official pairing hasn't been announced, I'll just enjoy shipping freely. Duan Xingyu didn't have such thoughts, he only worried about Chen's safety. Moreover, Chen wasn't wearing a mask just now, and he might have been photographed. Anyway, they've practically finished touring this old street. The main reason is that Duan Xingyu noticed Chen clearly lacked energy to keep shopping, so it would be better to go back early. Duan Xingyu's guess was correct. On their way back by taxi, before they even reached the hotel, pictures of their outing in Chichuanli were already posted online by someone. Actually, Duan Xingyu and Fang Keqing were well disguised and weren't recognized. The main issue was that Chen took off his mask to eat and was photographed together with Erding. Later, when Duan Xingyu and Fang Keqing came over, they followed the line to Chen, making it naturally simple to recognize the two of them. Guys, I see on Idol app that they all went to Chichuanli for ad shooting announcements, so I think they're collaborating on an advertisement. Holy crap, who is the man beside Chen? He's so handsome. This is what women want to look at in a man, not those overly made-up men in domestic entertainment. Is this person also an artist? What a masculine man. Sisters, did you notice Fang Keqing's gaze? Another CP shipping moment, am I right? So much I wish I could trade places with Fang Keqing, why can't I ship this CP up close? I'm here for the man himself, different from you all shipping CP. Those shoulders, those arms, I can't imagine how happy I'd be if he lifted me. My speech is getting inappropriate, so I'm gonna leave. Standing next to Chen, it feels like the perfect pairing. Like a wild wolf and a white rabbit. One holds a drink while drinking, and the other looks on with a smile filled with affection. Who understands this sense of indulgence? Even though these photos didn't make the trending topics, they spread widely in each of their fan circles. Especially in Chen's fandom, his types of CP fans are the most numerous. While other CP groups were happily staying in their comfort zones focusing on their own couples. Out of nowhere, another strong competitor emerged. Xu Li naturally got the news too. Therefore, as soon as Chen returned to the hotel, she pulled him aside to ask about the situation. Chen recounted once more what had previously happened briefly. As the agent, whenever a news story broke, Xu Li needed to consider whether or not it would impact the artist's career. If it had no negative effect, or even brought benefits, then let it be. Nowadays, netizens dare to ship any cold-blooded pairing, responding to everything wouldn't be manageable. But considering the relationship between Chen and Second Master Fu, Xu Li subtly suggested, you don't need to worry about this side, but I think it's necessary for you to inform Second Master Fu beforehand. Just in case he finds out later, he might get jealous, and that would affect their feelings. Chen chewed on the straw, puzzled as to why he would need to specially tell Big Brother. Isn't work-related stuff supposed to be handled by Sister Xu? He sent a message to Fu Chinshuan as instructed, Second Brother, I came to Chichuanli for work today. Tomorrow, I'll prepare to visit the dairy farm. The day after tomorrow, I'll shoot an advertisement, and then have free time the day after that. My flight back is in the afternoon. This time, Duan Xingyu, Fang Keqing, and I are shooting advertisements together. Chen told Fu Chinshuan all the work details he could think of. On the other side of the globe, it was still morning in the US. Fu Chinshuan was sitting at the dining table, drinking coffee and eating a sandwich. With his phone in his right hand, Fu Chinshuan recently not only did super topic tasks but also browsed the super topic area when he had free time, watching those people shower praise. Lin Yuan stood nearby reporting the upcoming work plans, saying, we've been in the US for more than 10 days, and all the work here is almost done. I booked a flight ticket for 3 days from now to return to China. Fu Chinshuan paused mid-drink, narrowing his long almond-shaped eyes as he asked, why 3 days later? All the flights for the next 10 days are fully booked. Lin Yuan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and continued, it's exactly June, so middle and high school students are starting their summer vacations one after another. Many overseas students bought tickets in advance, and I managed to get 2 tickets at the last minute. Fu Chinshuan nodded. Studying abroad was like this, it was hard not to miss home when you were on the opposite side of the earth. Without anyone around, he had to deal with everything by himself, which was why he gave up the chance to study abroad and stayed in the country for university. It was just unfortunate that he'd have to wait 3 more days to see Nen. Fortunately, his ad shooting would also be completed by then, leaving them some time together. They could go on a date or watch a movie together. This business trip was too rushed, and he hadn't even had a proper date with Nen. At this moment, his phone buzzed with a notification. The unique sound indicated that it was a message from Chen. He clicked open and saw the update about Chen's work schedule. A smile spread across Fu Chinshuan's face, his eyes filled with unrestrained joy. Although he had already known about these plans, hearing them directly from Chen made a difference. It meant that the other person really cared about him and wanted to share life updates at every moment. He should properly encourage him, whether it was about work or the behavior of sharing life. Fu Chinshuan replied, very good, Chen is the best. Hearing the notification, Xu Li asked, did he reply? What did Second Master Fu say? Chen said, Big Brother praised me and said I'm great. Xu Li was slightly surprised. No wonder Fu, who owns assets worth billions, has such breadth of vision and such a vast heart, something most people can't match. Chapter 123, Boyfriend Checking Up. She couldn't tell if this was feigned generosity or the real deal. Regardless, since Mr. Fu had no objections, Xu Li would be even less likely to deliberately deal with these messages. After coordinating the next day's work with Chiu Wei, she turned around to see Chen holding another popsicle, somehow acquired once again. Xu Li asked, where did you get this one? Duan Xingyu said, I just gave it to him. Xu Li lunged forward to grab it, saying, you can't eat anymore.
How many popsicles have you eaten today? Do you want to lose your stomach? And Chen looked up pitifully and said, it's hot. Duan Xingyu stepped forward, trying to take back the popsicle, saying, let En Chen eat it. It's so hot, what's wrong with having a few more pieces? Xu Li said, eat until you're as fat as you, then you'll deserve getting criticized on camera. Upon hearing this, Duan Xingyu's eyes instantly widened, demanding, where am I fat? Don't make things up. She tugged at Duan Xingyu's shirt a little upward. Fan Keqing quickly glanced over and said, you are indeed fatter. Look, there aren't abs anymore. Tighten your belt a bit, and a little belly pouch forms. Duan Xingyu immediately stepped back a few steps, tucking his shirt into his pants, replying indignantly, Fan Keqing, we are just colleagues. Please maintain some boundaries. Fan Keqing, however, dismissed her comment, saying, be petty, I might as well let you see my legs too. As she spoke, she stretched out her right leg and pulled up her silk long pants by about 10 centimeters. Duan Xingyu glanced over and said indifferently, is that supposed to be a leg? That's clearly a radish. Fan Keqing. Fan Keqing twisted her foot, saying, today, I'll let you know whether this is a leg or a radish. At the sight of this, Duan Xingyu immediately jumped back from his spot, looking alert and warning Fan Keqing, I'm telling you, don't go too far. I don't hit women, don't force me to break my vow. Fan Keqing laughed, saying, that's great, I beat men. Watching the two engage in playful sparring nearby, Chiu Wei reminded them, don't hurt your faces, we still have to shoot ads tomorrow. It appeared that starting tomorrow, Duan Xingyu would also need to cut carbs. After all their antics, the group dispersed. Xu Li instructed, you've gained popularity now. I'm worried that the event earlier may attract fans nearby. So, tonight, don't dine out. I'll arrange for the server to bring food upstairs. And Chen nodded, all right. As long as there was food, he didn't care where he ate. When Xu Li reached the door, she remembered something, came back, and confiscated all the snacks from En Chen's drawers, saying, these can't be eaten anymore. You're an entertainer, you need to manage your figure and weight. Lately, during her free time, Xu Li had been catching up on some clips from En Chen's past reality show appearances and realized he rarely stopped eating while on camera. Since she had decided to properly guide En Chen, he could no longer indulge himself like before. With wide, pleading eyes, En Chen watched the pile of snacks being taken away, his gaze trailing after Xu Li's hands. Until the door closed, confirming the snacks were definitely not coming back, En Chen visibly sulked. Eat. There's nothing left to eat. His gaze slowly shifted towards the trash can, where lay the popsicle Xu Li had just discarded. People shouldn't pick things out of the trash to eat. So hard. All the work here was completed. The remaining tasks, Fu Chinshuan decided to tackle tomorrow. Fu Chinshuan changed his clothes, preparing to leave. Since he wouldn't be returning home for a few days, he decided to go shopping. Mainly to buy a gift for Anan. In the elevator, Lin Yuan held the elevator door, and Fu Chinshuan sent a message while waiting, Big brother, going shopping. Fu Qianyan, if you're free, come give me a meeting. Fu Chinshuan, work will never end. Learn to enjoy life. Fu Qianyan, for Eric's deal, I want a 20% profit. Fu Chinshuan, why should you? Fu Qianyan, because it's the contract I signed. Fu Chinshuan, swindler. Fu Chinshuan hurled all the insults previously used against him by his competitors toward Fu Qianyan. No way, profits were being swiped, so today he must coax Fu Qianyan to go shopping. Fu Chinshuan began persuading earnestly, eventually bringing up the reason of needing to return home and bring gifts for En Chen, finally convincing Fu Qianyan to agree to spare an hour for shopping. Though he said he was picking gifts for Anan, how could he favor Anan over himself, his younger brother? When the time came, he would just buy more good stuff after all, it was 20% profit, wasn't it? Lin Yuan, who trailed behind in confusion, asked, Mr. Fu, if you and Mr. Fu Qianyan are going shopping, why do you need to bring me along? I want to rest too. Fu Chinshuan replied, of course, I'm having you carry the things. Have you ever seen a president personally carrying the purchases? Lin Yuan. Damn, these capitalists are evil. On the way to the mall, Fu Chinshuan took the opportunity to scroll through videos on his phone. The second master Fu, who never used to browse short video apps, now had almost turned his video app into a special session dedicated to En Chen. It has to be said, these netizens were very talented, many details in the videos that he didn't notice were magnified by them into something sweet. As he scrolled, he stumbled upon several pictures of En Chen with an unfamiliar man, and their post garnered quite a few likes, several 100,000, even. Confused, Fu Chinshuan exclaimed, where does this dog man suddenly pop up from? Particularly unsettling was the loving smile on this man's face as he looked at En Chen. Had they known each other before? That look felt extremely irritating. And the blogger accompanying this with such ambiguous background music. Fu Chinshuan opened the comment section, and his eyes darkened. As expected, a bunch of people were pairing them together. Annoyed, Fu Chinshuan flipped his phone down, he couldn't bear reading the comments. These people knew nothing but paired them anyway. Anyway, they were just some random internet users. There was no need to take it seriously.
After being silent for 5 seconds, Fu Chinshuan picked up his phone again and started responding to the comments. You guys don't know anything. Only the pairing, Chen, is real, everything else is fake. After fiercely arguing with netizens online for 5 minutes, Fu Chinshuan ended up being blocked by the blogger. No problem, he still had another account. This time Fu Chinshuan started reporting the video with the excuse of false advertising. The official message stated they would check it and inform him later. Recalling the photos earlier, Fu Chinshuan felt extremely uncomfortable. That man really gave an odd, intimate look. And those netizens mentioned that when Chen ate something earlier, it was that man who paid for it. Why did that person pay for an? But if he directly went to ask Chen about it, wouldn't it seem like he doesn't trust him? Fu Chinshuan naturally trusted Chen completely, but he simply wanted to know who that man was. He wasn't checking up on Chen, rather, out of concern as a boyfriend, he was interested in Chen's daily life. What if that man wasn't a good person? Chapter 124, Preparing for Marriage. Chen was lying on his side on the bed, staying in this half-dead position for half an hour. So hungry, he really wanted to eat something. Sister Shuli said that dinner should not include too many carbohydrates, so she just gave him some vegetable leaves. It wasn't that Chen disliked eating vegetable leaves, but a few pieces were simply not enough. His phone beeped with a message. But with an empty stomach, he really didn't want to move. Summoning his last bit of willpower, Chen struggled to open his eyes to check the message. It was from second brother. Anan, are you asleep? Every fiber of Chen's body resisted moving, yet he still managed to reply to Fu Chinshuan, not yet. Fu Chinshuan, do you miss me? Lying there limply, Chen typed out weakly, I do. He missed the day, receiving the next message, after reading its content, his heart skipped a beat. To be supported for life, what kind of relationship warranted such a promise? Of course, marriage. Fu Chinshuan looked up and asked, Lin Yuan, if your significant other says they don't want to work anymore and asks if you can support them for life, what does that mean? Lin Yuan, I don't have a significant other. He hadn't had a single day off in over 300 days, how could he even find one, let alone a woman willing to talk to him? Fu Chinshuan, poor guy, you don't even have a significant other. Lin Yuan. Fu Chinshuan said, true, not everyone is as exceptional as me, able to find someone. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Endure it, these days, both making money and finding peace are tough. Endure. Fu Chinshuan continued, even though you don't have a significant other, you can still imagine it. What if someday you also get the chance? Lin Yuan guessed without a shadow of a doubt that Master San must have said those words to him. He lazily replied, if the other person wants me to support them for life, then they obviously love me deeply, wanting to be together forever, it's like a disguised marriage proposal. Fu Chinshuan's eyes flashed intensely twice, his chest racing as if his heart might burst out of his throat any second. He originally planned to date and normally like other couples, growing together before getting married. But after Chen reminded him, he realized they weren't like normal couples. Others needed time to adjust because they weren't familiar enough with each other yet. They needed more time to understand each other. However, Fu Chinshuan and Chen had known each other for over 20 years, sharing the same bed every night as children. And in washing naked, wetting the bed, there wasn't anything they hadn't seen of each other. Why would they need a transitional period? Marry directly. After the idea of marriage popped into his mind, it wouldn't stop circling around Fu Chinshuan's thoughts. Thinking about being able to marry Anan, hugging him to sleep, and waking up to see him as the first thing every morning. Every day, cuddling Anan and doing intimate things together until their bodies merged completely. Just imagining this scenario made Fu Chinshuan's ears turn red, the blush spreading all the way down to his neck. Fu Chinshuan's throat moved, his hand covering his face, slightly embarrassed and reluctant to think further about those scenes. If they were truly going to get married, they'd have to do those intimate things, and wouldn't he need to watch some educational material first? What if he got the technique wrong and hurt Anan? Fu Chinshuan lifted his eyes and asked, Lin Yuan, do you have that kind of film? Lin Yuan asked, what kind of film? Fu Chinshuan said, the kind that brings joy and excitement to the body and spirit. Suppressing his urge to swear profanities, Lin Yuan responded with restraint, Mr. Fu, I'm single. Why would I torture myself by watching that? Fu Chinshuan said, oh, right, you don't have anyone. Lin Yuan. Clenching his teeth again, endure. This job pays well, and finding good work isn't easy. The sound of a text message interrupted Fu Chinshuan's fantasy about primitive human movements. It was a message from Fu Qianyan, where are you? Seeing this message, Fu Chinshuan finally knew what he wanted his elder brother to buy. He should have his brother buy him and Chen a matrimonial house in the US so that it would be convenient for business trips or travel in the future. With a 20% profit, it was reasonable for him to ask for a matrimonial house. Let his brother also send them a set of furniture as a wedding gift. Now that the two younger brothers were getting married, the eldest brother must send something as a wedding gift, right? Immersed in the joy of marriage, Fu Chinshuan even forgot to reply to Chen's message. Chen waited for a while on the other side but received no reply from Fu Chinshuan. After waiting a bit longer, Chen finally gave up, realizing that his second brother was unwilling to support him. It seemed he still had to work hard. But his stomach was really very hungry. It was already dark outside. The sky over Chuan City turned dark particularly late, it was now more than 11 o'clock at night. He didn't know if there was anything to eat at this hour. Starving, Chen took his phone and sneaked out of bed, wearing a mask and hat, opening the door cautiously after making sure no one was around, then timidly went out. As soon as he left the hotel, Chen started hailing a taxi with his phone. He wasn't very adept at using these apps and struggled for a while before getting a taxi to take him to the old street. Fortunately, the old street was still bustling at night. Compared to the hustle and bustle of daytime, the nights here added an extra touch of colorful lights and vibrant nightlife. Chen strolled along the street, feeling quite cheerful as he ate. Masked, he walked around tasting different foods, and his little stomach was quickly filled. Rubbing his belly, Chen also bought some fruit to take back. Holding a pile of food, he headed toward the exit, where a middle-aged woman approached him and asked kindly, "Young man, do you need a taxi?" Holding the pile of snacks, Chen replied, "I want to go back to the hotel." The woman said, "No problem. I'm a local, and I know every street and shop within 10 kilometers. Chen nodded, "Okay." The woman smiled warmly, "Then follow me. I'll take you to the car. No parking is allowed on the old street, so our cars are parked at the entrance of the alley ahead." Holding his pile of food, Chen innocently followed her without any suspicion. However, when they reached a slightly darker area, two figures suddenly appeared and blocked Chen's path from both front and back. Holding his snacks, Chen looked back and forth between the two people. One was tall but thin, the other short but fat. Each held a stick and stared fiercely at Chen, their eyes gleaming with malice. "Stand still, hand over your money." Chapter 125, Chen encounters robbery. The lighting was dim, and Chen couldn't see their faces clearly, but it was clear that these two were in cahoots with the old lady from before. They intentionally lured him here. Chen, holding the snacks in his hand, asked calmly, "How much do you want?" The short and chubby one said, 8,000. The tall and skinny one interjected, 3,000. The short and chubby one immediately confirmed, "That's right, 3,000. Not a cent less." Chen looked a little troubled. The tall and skinny one said upon noticing, "Don't tell me you don't have it. It's impossible to go on a trip without even 3,000 yuan on you." Chen bit her lip and still wore a troubled look as she said, "I do have 3,000, but I didn't expect that all three of you, using both deception and robbery, would only be robbing me for 3,000. The tall and skinny one's face turned unpleasant, "What do you know?" Chen replied, "I know. I've heard that a case won't be filed unless it's more than 3,000. So, you're afraid of being caught if a case is filed, right?" The two were stunned for a moment, bodies slightly rigid, unable to refute. Chen softly complained, "You guys are out here robbing people, yet you're scared of getting caught. You really lack guts." The short and chubby one. The tall and skinny one. Could he possibly think we can't hear? Chen took out her phone and said calmly, "Robbing only for 3,000, so timid, there's no way to get rich like this." Upon hearing this, the tall and skinny one's face turned green. Having been in the underworld for so many years, he had never encountered anyone who dared to openly defy them. "This brat doesn't seem to want to go home today, does he? You motherfucker, I must teach you a lesson today." The tall and skinny one angrily stepped forward wanting to beat up Chen. The short and chubby one quickly pulled him back and said, "Brother, calm down, we just want the money." The tall and skinny one argued, "Didn't you hear what he said? He's mocking us." The short and chubby one replied, "In our line of work, it's pretty hard not to be insulted, isn't it?" The tall and skinny one insisted, "I don't care. I'll give him a taste of something today." Chen waited for a while with her phone, seeing they were still arguing, and asked, "Should I transfer the money to your WeChat or Alipay?" The originally angry words the tall and skinny one was about to say disappeared immediately, saying instead, "Alipay." Quickly pulling out his phone and showing the QR code with a full smile, he said, "Why didn't you say it earlier? Knowing how straightforward you'd be, why should I waste saliva then?" The short and chubby one also said, "Exactly, it's not easy for anyone out here making a living, helping each other is appropriate too." Chen nodded, "All right, understood." Chen handed over the snacks in her arms to the short and chubby one, saying, "Hold these for me first, thanks." The short and chubby one responded, "Of course, you're welcome." As he scanned, a beep sound rang out. Chen started typing numbers, asking after finishing, "Do you really just want 3,000? For someone like you who hasn't accomplished anything and has few chances of sponging off others, will 3,000 be enough?" The short and chubby one. The tall and skinny one. The tall and skinny one angrily said, "Since you gave the money willingly, you better shut up. Otherwise, I'll beat you until you're crawling around looking for your teeth today." Chen replied softly, "All right." She started entering her password. Then, she heard the sound of a package being torn nearby. Chen paused her finger over the last digit of the password. Turning her head, she saw the short and chubby one opening a bag of snacks. He was eating. Chen, who had remained calm from the start, visibly frowned now, saying, "I don't want to give you this money anymore." The tall and skinny one, already seething inwardly due to the money transaction, turned completely red with rage at this statement.
Enraged, he shouted, "Dare you fool around with us? Watch me kill you." Slap. A crisp sound of a slap rang out in the quiet alley. The tall and skinny one held his cheek, frozen there. And Chen explained, "Sorry, I thought you were going to hit me. My teacher always says, in such situations, strike first." The tall and skinny one furiously raised his hand to return a slap. But Chen swiftly slapped again, another crisp sound resonated. The tall and skinny one covered his face, yelling, "What are you doing?" Chen said softly, "I reckoned you were going to hit me, so naturally, I retaliated. But I didn't expect you to move so slowly." The tall and skinny one calmed himself down as much as possible, trying not to let anger cloud his judgment. He said, "I'm telling you, those 2 slaps today, I won't just let them go like this." Slap. Another slap landed. Chen said, "I never said there would only be 2 slaps." The short and chubby one was just a bit slower in reaction, only to see his younger brother getting slapped 3 times in a row. Even though he was somewhat timid by nature, the sight of his little brother being beaten angered him. He angrily threw the snack bag aside and said, "You hit my brother, I'll kill you." And with that, he charged forward. Slap. There came another slap, this time on the short and chubby one. Despite the pain in his face, he continued rushing at Chen. Chen's eyes fell on the snack bag that had been discarded on the ground, where fruit and snacks were scattered all over the floor. Getting a bit annoyed now, Chen managed what seemed a slow movement. She merely tilted her body to dodge the punch aimed at her by the short and chubby one. In return, she delivered yet another slap. Chen still looked soft and frail, almost like a single movement from anyone could make her fall over. But when the opponents charged at her, she effortlessly sidestepped each attack they made, always following up with an added slap. By the end of several rounds, not only did these 2 fail to land even a single blow on Chen, their faces were already swollen from all the slaps they'd received. They couldn't get the better of Chen at all. Finally, they retreated step by step, hiding in the corner and pleading for mercy. The short and chubby one held his head, saying, "We were just robbing you for 3,000 yuan. There's no need to beat us to death, is there?" The tall and skinny one covered his nose bleeding and said, "You're beating us. This is a crime. We'll report it to the police." What kind of misfortune had they stumbled upon? Everything had gone smoothly until the moment of payment. Chen tilted her head towards the people in front of her, her small face asking calmly, "You ate my snacks." She turned her gaze toward the scattered snacks lying on the ground, finally realizing why Chen had so willingly given the money earlier but later flipped on them. Was this reason valid enough to resort to violence? Thousands of yuan were handed over without hesitation, while snacks worth a few yuan resulted in them being beaten for half an hour. The short and chubby one wished he could slap himself for being greedy. Why had they opened that bag? He meekly asked, "Can you stop hitting us now? If you continue, our faces will be ruined." Chen shook her head, saying, "No." The short and chubby one pleaded, "Then we'll compensate you with snacks, okay?" Chen nodded, "All right." Chapter 126, Mixed Doubles. As soon as the words were spoken, his sharp ears caught the sound of hooves approaching from afar. Not long after, a black steed appeared at the mouth of the alley, galloping towards them. Chen's eyesight was poor to begin with, and in the deep night, it was even harder for him to discern the features of the oncoming person. That man came against the light, only revealing an aura of fierce momentum. When the horse drew closer, Chen finally recognized the figure on the horseback. It was Erdeng. His full black Tibetan robe accentuated Erdeng's tall and powerful frame. The moonlight bathed him in a soft silver glow. Erdeng gripped the reins tightly, his gaze firm and sharp like cold stars shining brightly. Under his control, the black stallion galloped powerfully, each step exuding robust strength. On his chiseled face, his eyes bore frosty determination as they directly pierced through the darkness straight toward Chen. It looked as though he had come here ready to fight. Chida, the short and chubby one, upon seeing this spectacle, cried out in joy and shouted, "My elder brother has come, he's definitely here to save us. He is the most capable man on the grasslands, just wait until you beg for mercy on your knees." Chi, the tall and thin one, said, "You're done for. My elder brother will smash your head into the ground until it bangs repeatedly. If you're smart, kneel down now, apologize, and pay us 3 to 5,000 yuan for medical expenses, and I might forgive you." The two of them, emboldened by their backup, immediately changed their demeanor from submissive begging to domineering arrogance. Erdeng dismounted right in front of Chen. As he tightened the reins, the horse reared up high while Erdeng remained steady on the saddle. After its forelegs touched the ground again, Erdeng nimbly jumped off the horse. With eagle-like eyes, he turned his gaze toward Chen, piercing like swords, as if slicing through the dark night. Standing there, Chen looked at the other side, maintaining an indifferent expression as though unaware of the looming danger brought by the man on horseback. Erdeng moved next, picking up the stick that Chi had dropped earlier and began stepping towards Chen. Seeing this, Chen just blinked, remaining in place without any sign of panic. Overjoyed, Chi shouted, "Big brother, you've arrived. Quickly beat this guy up for us." Chi also chimed in, saying, "That's right. This brat beat us up so badly, big brother, you must avenge us. Beat his face hard."
Amidst their excited expressions, Erding's raised stick landed not on Chen but squarely on Chi-Er. Arg! Chi-Er instinctively clasped his back and leapt up from the pain, shouting, "Brother, did you hit the wrong person?" With an unwavering stern look on his face, Erding responded, "I'm hitting the both of you exactly right." Saying that, another heavy blow landed on Chi-Er. Seeing the situation, Chi-Da rushed forward to stop Erding, pleading, "Big brother, this person assaulted the both of us. You should be taking revenge for us by beating him instead." But Erding merely stared at him and retorted, "Don't worry, you'll get yours too." With those words, the stick swiftly struck Chi-Da, causing him to cry out in agony. While striking them both alternately, Erding scolded them fiercely, "So you think you have the guts to commit robbery now, learning all sorts of underhanded tricks and bad behaviors. Starting with robbery today, maybe tomorrow you'll start killing people. Instead of visiting you in jail later, I'd rather finish you off now." Watching the two being chased around by Erding, jumping and dodging, cries of pain filled the narrow alley once more. Compared to Chen, who had only slapped them before, Erding's strikes left absolutely no room for leniency. The bright and cheerful Erding from earlier during the day contrasted sharply with the vengeful and merciless Erding now. After about 15 minutes, Erding pointed his stick at the two huddled together and commanded, "Apologize. Be brother." "I'm sorry. We're sorry." Both hurriedly apologized. But Erding wasn't satisfied. "Not to me," he declared, pointing at Chen, to him. This caused Chi-Er to protest, wincing from the pain in his cheek. "Wah, ouch, why should we apologize to him? We got beaten up, didn't we?" Just as Chi-Er raised his voice slightly, a fresh jolt of pain shot through his lip. Before he could finish speaking, Erding delivered another harsh strike, yelling, "Are you questioning why? So what? Do you actually think it's reasonable that you led your brother to rob someone?" Quickly stepping forward to shield his sibling, Chi-Da implored, "Brother, it's not Chi-Er's fault, it's mine. I led him here." Erding slapped Chi-Da on the head and said, "You're always covering for him like this since you were kids. No matter what trouble your younger brother causes, it's always you who steps up to take the blame for him in the end. He was born only 5 minutes after you, how long do you plan to keep protecting him?" Listening to these words, Chi-Er frowned and retorted, "So what if it was my idea? I'm a bad person anyway, just leave me alone." Saying that, Chi-Er turned around as if to leave. Erding's voice turned cold, "Get back here." Chi-Er spun around again, returning with his body but maintaining an unpleasant expression on his face. Erding gestured towards Chen's direction. Chi-Er turned his head aside, "Humph." Erding swung the stick in his right hand and lightly tapped it against his left palm. With a stiff neck, Chi-Er muttered, "I'm sorry." Though the words of apology had been spoken, his face betrayed not a shred of remorse. Erding hit him on the head again, saying, "Can't you properly apologize?" Chi-Da felt immense pain for his friend, wishing to intervene but afraid to do so. After being beaten again, Chi-Er finally apologized with at least some sincerity reflected on his face this time. As for Chi-Da, there was no need for Erding to urge, he readily offered his own apology to Chen without hesitation. After both of them had apologized, Erding bowed respectfully to Chen and apologized, "I am their leader. Please forgive them. It is my fault for not managing them well. If you have any demands, please let me know, and I will try my best to satisfy them. I hope you don't report this to the police. I would like to resolve this matter privately." Both Chi-Da and Chi-Er looked stricken when they saw Erding bowing, for when had their elder brother ever lowered himself to such an extent? The bravest man on the grassland now bent over humbly for their sake. Chi-Er stepped forward to hold Erding by the arm and said, "Big brother, why are you doing this? We'll take responsibility for our own actions." Erding glared at him and said, "Shut up. I'll settle accounts with you once we get home." After speaking, he looked at Chen again, regret shining from his eyes. Chen said, "Did you say before that I could make any request?" Erding replied, "Yes, feel free to name it." Chen pointed to the scattered snacks and fruits on the roadside and said, "Compensate me for these." Erding asked, "Is that all?" Chen replied, "That's all." Erding said, "No problem. I'll buy double the amount for you." At that moment, a light shone into the alleyway. "What are you doing?" A somewhat stern voice echoed out as light illuminated the area. "That's them, officer, arrest him. He beat us up," one of them shouted. Chapter 127, Memories surface again. The middle-aged woman who had lured Chen in just now, originally posted as a lookout, ran off to call the police after seeing Chen hit someone. Chi-Da and Chi-Er both felt chest pains when they saw the police arrive. They were robbing people, yet you go and call the police. Who are you expecting them to arrest? The police approached with their lights flashing, checking out the situation. Chi-Da and Chi-Er looked like they'd just been through an ordeal, their faces were so swollen it was hard to look at. Standing nearby were two young men wearing hats, their masks dangling to show their clean, soft, and innocent-looking faces. With almond-shaped eyes blinking innocently, they looked like good kids. The other one was tall, dressed in a black Tibetan outfit, without a trace of a smile on his face. The police immediately identified the assailants, looking at Erlang and saying, "So, it's you who beat these two up." Erlang, well, he'd hit a lot, but their faces weren't his doing. That woman quickly pointed at Chen and said, "No, it's this guy." The police looked at Chen's seemingly gentle appearance and couldn't believe that he could actually hit anyone. They shone their flashlight on the two cornered figures and asked, "Tell us yourselves, who did it?" After exchanging glances, they replied in unison, "No one hit us. We fell ourselves." It took some persuasion for Erlang to send the police away. Fortunately, during that time, Chen didn't point any fingers at the two of them. Once the police left, Erlang took Chi-da and Chi-air and made them buy another set of what Chen had damaged. Looking at Chi-da and Chi-air, Erlang pulled out the credit card from his pocket, handed it over to Chi-da, and said seriously, "Uncle's problems, we will solve together. Use the money on this card first. If it's not enough, let us know. Next time, don't do something so stupid again." Chi-da's eyes watered a bit. "How can we take your money?" "Brother, please take it back." Erlang said, "Since you've called me brother, then we're family. In a family, we don't keep separate accounts. Hurry up and take the money, or do you plan to continue robbing?" Chi-da quickly shook his head. "No, we won't dare do it again." Chi-air also reluctantly said, "Won't do it." They came out to rob, ended up not getting a penny, got beaten twice. And spent money compensating for all the food. "Go on, hurry back home. Seeing you in this condition irritates me," Erlang urged them to leave. Chen, holding the things bought again, bit into an apple happily munching, looking quite content. Seeing Chen so satisfied, Erlang thought this person was too easily pleased. Chen chewed on the apple, originally planning to hail a ride with his phone, only to find it had no battery left. He looked up at Erlang and asked, "My phone is out of power, I can't hail a taxi. Can I borrow your phone to make a call? I'll have a friend come pick me up." Erlang asked, "At this hour, hailing a cab might be hard. Let me take you back instead." Chen nodded and said, "Okay." Saying that, Erlang single-handedly hugged Chen's waist and lifted him onto the horse's back. This section was a pedestrian street where riding horses or driving cars was forbidden. Erlang had Chen sit on the horse's back while he walked alongside leading the horse. Erlang asked, "Have you trained before?" Chen, Erlang continued, "I rushed here upon hearing about their foolish plans. I was worried you might suffer losses. However, by the time I realized they were aiming to rob you, I never expected them to end up on the receiving end of the beatings. If Chen hadn't practiced before, there would have been no way he could take on two opponents when he looked so frail." Chen took a bite of the apple and wondered whether he had indeed practiced. Seemed like he had. Chen's head began to ache slightly, memories flickering through his mind once more. He remembered. He had learned, and had been learning for a long time. The Fu family motto had always been, "Don't start trouble but don't fear it either. When faced with trouble, have the ability to protect yourself." So when he was young, along with his elder brothers, he had learned martial arts and boxing. The original owner went to learn but got battered and bruised on the first day, his nose broken and hands scratched. Back then, Fu Chinshuan was heartbroken watching this, and even went to Mingxia pleading for Chen to stop. He promised he would train hard himself and protect Chen. Mingxia, seeing Chen like that, couldn't bear it either, agreeing to this request. But Chen refused. Every day he insisted on going with Fu Chinshuan to his martial arts and boxing classes. He even got into a spat with Fu Chinshuan over this matter, sulking for several days until finally, Fu Chinshuan agreed to let him return to class before they reconciled. During class, despite being thrown around and beaten countless times, he never uttered a single sound. Every day, he would return home crying and bruised, but the next day, he would go again, shouldering the pain as if it were his duty. Chen knocked on his head, these fragmented memories of the original owner resurfacing once more. Recently, memories from the past kept popping up unexpectedly. Sometimes Chen couldn't tell if these were scenes from a book or memories belonging to the original owner. However, Chen always followed his carefree nature. For things he couldn't remember, he wouldn't bother recalling, and for things he couldn't make sense of, he wouldn't guess. Erden noticed something was off with Chen's expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Chen paused, silently taking a bite of the apple to ease the confusion caused by the sudden influx of memories. Then, nodding, he replied, "Trained." Erden nodded, seemingly asking just out of curiosity. By then, they had exited the pedestrian street section. Erden nimbly mounted the horse, his hands crossing over Chen's waist to grasp the reins, saying, "Sit tight, I'm riding now." "Ride." With a shout, the big black horse swiftly galloped. The streets had very few vehicles at this time. As Chen sat atop the horse, he felt the wind constantly roaring past his ears, lifting the strands of hair by his temple. The two figures inevitably drew closer. Erden caught a faint whiff of plumeria fragrance emanating from Chen. The scent was light, yet pleasant. In about 20 minutes, Erden rode the horse to the hotel entrance. Erden wanted to carry Chen down from the horse, but was refused. "I can do it myself." Chen held onto the saddle and slowly dismounted, his movements somewhat clumsy. Erden apologized again, "For tonight's incident, I apologize once more on behalf of those two lads. They're not bad, it's just that some things happened at home recently, so they came up with such foolish ideas." Chen nodded, I understand." Erden wanted to say more when someone walked towards them, looking rather displeased. Duan Xingyu in her pajamas scrutinized both of them, asking, "You actually returned? Where have you been all this late?" Bonus short story. Erden looked appreciatively at Chen. What kind of family could raise such an interesting child? Fu Chinshuan proudly said, "I raised him." Chapter 128, The Wild Man Outside. After Xu Li said that Chen had gained weight, not only did Chen start to control his food intake, but Duan Xingyu's agent also began to manage his diet. In the evening, Duan Xingyu was hungry and wanted to secretly go out for a midnight snack with Chen. However, he discovered that Chen wasn't in the hotel. Duan Xingyu waited for Chen to return for a long time. By the time he had finished the takeout he ordered secretly and even took a shower, Chen still hadn't come back. Oddly, Chen's phone was unreachable as well. As the time grew later, Duan Xingyu was just about to change clothes to go look for him. Then upstairs, he saw Chen and another man returning on horseback. After going downstairs, Duan Xingyu recognized the man. He was the one who he had seen riding a horse before, and the same person who was with Chen during the day. How did they end up together again? Facing the provocative and scrutinizing gaze that Duan Xingyu threw at him, Erding didn't bother to argue, and instead said, "Since your friend has arrived, I won't see you upstairs then." Before leaving, he went to the hotel reception to write down a series of numbers and handed the sticky note to Chen, saying, "I apologize for what happened tonight. I have quite good rapport here in Chinshuan. If you encounter difficulties, you can call me." Chen nodded slightly. Looking at his lethargic demeanor, Erding suspected the other party wouldn't add him as a contact and asked directly, "How about you give me your number instead? I'll add you." Chen opened his mouth to say, 187. Quickly stepping forward, Duan Xingyu covered Chen's mouth and said, "Chen, is contact information something to be given away so casually?" Turning to Erding, he added, "Sorry, but it's inconvenient to share our contact details." Erding didn't say much, smiling sincerely, saying, "You don't need to be so tense, I have no ill intentions." With an honest smile, Erding made Duan Xingyu feel somewhat embarrassed. Perhaps he was too suspicious after all. Erding waved goodbye, saying, "Well, I'm off. Give me a call if there's anything." Chen nodded slightly. Erding clenched his fingers, resisting the urge to reach out. Yet after taking 2 steps, Erding paused, took a deep breath, tilted his head, and turned around before Chen could react. He reached over to pick up a piece of apple skin stuck on Chen's corner of his mouth, saying, "Whoops. Hey, hey, hey. Where do you think you're touching?" Reacted quickly, Duan Xingyu stepped forward to stop him. "Apple shard," Erding said contentedly and followed it with, "This time, I'm really leaving." Through gritted teeth, Duan Xingyu cursed himself for letting his guard down earlier. If there was indeed apple skin on Chen's face, he could have pointed it out. I could have dealt with it, or Chen could have done it himself, why does it have to be him? Indeed, from the beginning, this person's behavior was suspect. When Erding left on horseback, Duan Xingyu immediately started questioning Chen, "What's going on between the two of you? Why were you with him? Why was he so polite to you? Why did he apologize to you? Why did he want to leave his number for you?" A barrage of questions came, and Chen remained silent, causing Duan Xingyu to continue following behind and badgering him. Unnecessary attention always means mischief. All those wild men outside are troublemakers. Don't let their small favors deceive you, they love to cheat naive boys like you. "Dad, my godfather, I am doing this for your own good. You must listen to me." At this moment, Chen was very sleepy and didn't want to talk much, only faintly replying, "I'm very tired, and you're very noisy." Duan Xingyu originally had more to say but upon hearing this, swallowed the rest of his words and simply said, "All right, get some rest early." Returning to his hotel room, Duan Xingyu thought about how usually when he would pat Chen on the shoulder, Fu Chinshuan would angrily push him away. Imagine what would happen if Fu Chinshuan knew that his beloved younger brother went out late at night and returned on the same horse with someone else, he would probably puff up like a blowfish. With Fu Chinshuan absent, he had to play the role of a loyal friend to protect Chen from being deceived by all sorts of unscrupulous people. Fu Chinshuan and Fu Qimian were walking through a mall. One looked frivolous, with charming eyes that sent any young girl's heart racing. The other, dressed in a white shirt and black tie, exuded a stable demeanor with a pair of cold eyes. His expression carried a stern chill, radiating the aura of an authoritative figure. From their appearances alone, these two couldn't be more different in temperament. The only thing in common was that both possessed faces that anyone would remember after seeing once. A handsome guy appearing in the mall would naturally catch the attention of some girls, let alone two showing up together. However, both had their attentive assistants trailing behind them. The moment they noticed any flirtatious intentions approaching, they would immediately intervene to stop them. As the two walked ahead, whenever they saw something they liked, they would purchase it without hesitation, leaving the two assistants on either side carrying the bags. But for the most part, it was mostly Fu Chinshuan doing the buying. Fu Er believed that spending brother one's money was for his own dowry and thus selected items without holding back. He only chose what was expensive and of good quality. "Big brother, do you think this chocolate gift box is a decent souvenir? Big brother, should I go inside and buy a pair of rings? And Chen and I don't have matching rings yet. On second thought, the rings will be paid for by myself. This suit shop is quite good.
How about we order the best man suits right here? Brother, if Anen and I get married, would you consider being my best man? No, wait, your role might get confusing. Listening to Fu Qinyan's constant chatter about wedding plans, they even started considering where the venue should be placed. Fu Qinyan did not respond, letting him ramble on. The store clerk handed the packaged suit to Fu Qinyan and said, "Customer, your suit has been packed. We also offer a complimentary silk tie with your purchase." Fu Qinyan replied, "Give that tie to him instead." The assistant of Fu Qinyan stepped forward to take the clothes and handed one of the boxes over to Fu Chinshuan, saying, "Second young master, here's your silk tie." Looking at the blue and white striped silk tie in his hand, Fu Chinshuan asked perplexedly, "Why give me this? I already have plenty of ties. You could have given me a high-end tailored suit instead." Fu Qinyan glanced sideways at him and said lightly, "You can use it when you cry." Fu Chinshuan put the tie back into Fu Qinyan's bag and remarked, "You keep it then. I have someone in my life, I'm happy, so why would I cry?" Fu Qinyan looked at him and asked, "Is that so?" Fu Chinshuan retorted, "What's with that look of yours? So obviously jealous, you're not even pretending anymore." Fu Qinyan didn't respond to him, walking out of the luxury store while gripping his shopping bag. Seeing the direction he was leaving, Fu Chinshuan quickly asked, "Brother, where are you going?" "This way." Fu Qinyan shoved one hand into his pants pocket as he walked and said, "Our 1-hour time limit is up." Fu Chinshuan. Seriously, an hour and done? Definitely not out of jealousy, right? Also, for a man who's practically 40 years old and still doesn't have a partner, wouldn't he be jealous? These single men sure do have big tempers. Considering he's his elder brother, let's just tolerate it for now. What Fu Chinshuan hadn't anticipated though was how soon this silk tie would come in handy. Chapter 129, Being beatable is the norm. Fu Chinshuan was in a great mood all day. When he returned home, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't replied to Chen's message yet. He placed all his things on the sofa and picked up his phone to check the chat box. More than 3 hours had passed without a reply. Wouldn't Anen think that he didn't want to reply? Fu Chinshuan hurriedly replied. "As long as you're willing, Big Brother Air is willing to support you." Halfway through typing this message, Fu Chinshuan thought it sounded off. If Anen was unwilling, would he not support him then? He deleted all the previous words and changed it to, "As long as it's you, no matter what happens in the future, Big Brother Air will be willing to support you for life." After sending the message, he waited for a while without receiving a reply. Fu Chinshuan thought that Chen must have fallen asleep. After all, according to the time there, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Fu Chinshuan took pictures of all the things he bought today, put them away, and waited until Chen woke up tomorrow to share with him. However, he soon received a reply from Chen, "Thank you, Big Brother Air." When Fu Chinshuan saw the message, he was a bit surprised. He sat on the sofa next to him holding his phone and replied, "Why haven't you slept yet? It should be almost 3 o'clock there by now. Could it be that you stayed up playing minigames?" "And Chen, I just finished taking a shower." Upon seeing the word shower, Fu Chinshuan's beautiful eyes blinked strongly twice. Images of Chen taking a shower automatically appeared in his mind. Swallowing his saliva, his fingers involuntarily curled. "Fu Chinshuan, Anen, I miss you. I want to make a video call with you, just for 5 minutes, okay?" Chen was actually very sleepy at the moment, but thinking about what Fu Chinshuan had said before about being willing to support him for life. For the sake of his pension, he felt he could endure another 5 minutes. Yawning, he made the video call. Fu Chinshuan really did miss Chen. The two had been separated right after confirming their relationship, and they hadn't seen each other for more than 10 days. He really missed Chen, wanted to hug him, kiss him, even if it was just through the screen. Seeing the incoming call, Fu Chinshuan quickly tidied himself up in front of the mirror before answering. The screen opening dealt a blow to him. Chen had casually thrown on a black sleeping robe for his upper body, leaving the belt untied. His pale skin, fresh out of the shower, was still moist. His hair wasn't dry yet, and droplets of water dripped down along his neat part onto his clear face, then slid down his handsome cheeks and followed his rolling Adam's apple to land on his pale clavicle. Pink strawberries were subtly visible, tempting one to immediately pick and taste them. Fu Chinshuan pressed his lips together, his mouth faster than his brain when he said, "Anen, move your phone farther away, I want to take a look at you." Chen was half asleep, obediently moving the phone further away. Fu Chinshuan looked downward, finding half of Chen's slim waist hidden inside the pajama top, the other half exposed in the air. A shallow little dimple was quite adorable. A pair of black briefs laid across the triangular zone, causing Fu Chinshuan's eyes to momentarily flash with disappointment. "Big Brother Air, I'm very sleepy and want to sleep," and Chen's eyes still clouded with haze, his tired gaze slightly squinted as he reached to end the call. "Wait, Anen, don't hang up yet. Place the phone on the table, let Big Brother Air watch you sleep." Not having seen Chen for so long, Fu Chinshuan wanted to see more. Chen squinted his eyes, nodded, and directly used a book to prop the phone on the table. Then Chen climbed into bed, dragging his drowsy body, covering himself with the blanket and going to sleep, showing absolutely no additional attachment. Fu Chinshuan looked at Chen's pale face, so cute.
Fu Chinshuan traced Chen's face on the phone screen with his finger, from his eyes to his nose, and then that tender pink lip. Leaning forward, he kissed Chen's lips, though only through the cold phone screen, which still greatly satisfied Fu Chinshuan's heart. It was only after watching for a while that he realized Chen had gone to sleep without drying his hair. What if he caught a cold? Fu Chinshuan shouted at Chen twice, but couldn't wake him. Forget it, it seemed like he was really sleepy. Just one night shouldn't cause too much trouble. In fact, Fu Chinshuan still had many things to discuss with Chen regarding their marriage. However, since the two were on opposite sides of the world, such an important matter certainly couldn't be resolved with just a phone call. So Fu Chinshuan planned to go back in a few days and properly discuss everything with Chen. He would also need to find a wedding planning company and order a custom suit. There was still a lot to do. However, he could first pick out a few potential wedding dates on his own, and when he returned, he would select one with Chen. Only by setting the date could they conveniently plan for the subsequent events. This was their lifetime commitment. Fu Chinshuan couldn't tolerate any carelessness. He needed to prepare well. Oh right, he also had to inform their relatives and friends to attend. Just thinking about marrying and planning a future that belonged to just the two of them made Fu Chinshuan so excited that he couldn't fall asleep. But there were too many things happening at work, and he still had to squeeze out some honeymoon leave. Managing this company really interrupted his time with and his elder brother wasn't willing to put in more effort either. Otherwise, should he try to persuade his mom to come back and work for a few more years? The next morning at 8 o'clock. Xu Li came to waken Chen up. They had to shoot material at the ranch at 10 and depart at 9. During breakfast, Fang Keqing noticed a new skill of Chen's. He could eat with his eyes closed while still half asleep. After boarding the business van, both Chen and Duan Xingyu yawned, falling asleep as soon as they touched the seats. Fang Keqing looked at them curiously and asked, "Where did you two go last night?" It's understandable for Chen to be tired, but why are you like this too? With another yawn, Duan Xingyu said, "We went sneaking around." Fang Keqing rolled his eyes, "You sneaking around? You'd be lucky not to get chased 3 miles by a dog." Duan Xingyu tried hard to open half an eye and said, "I'll beat you up once I wake up." Xu Li found it strange too, since she had already communicated with the brand side to allow enough sleep time for Chen, yet he was still so drowsy. Chen, hugging a pillow, fell asleep while leaning against the seat and curled up a bit. Xu Li covered Chen with a shawl. She then turned to the driver and said, "Master, could you please turn up the air conditioning a bit?" Qiu Wei, standing in front with great concern for her artist, took another shawl intending to cover Duan Xingyu and even cared to say, "Don't catch a cold." Duan Xingyu, who was half asleep, got startled awake when seeing the shawl over him, saying, "Weida, spit it out if you have something to say, don't use these tricks." Qiu Wei. She pulled the shawl off Duan Xingyu and said, "Then freeze." Duan Xingyu readjusted his position and continued sleeping, mumbling, "Nervous wreck, the mood swings from menopause really aren't small." Qiu Wei took a deep breath. For some people, asking for a beating is the norm. Chapter 130, Holding a Grudge in Person. It took nearly an hour for the car to arrive at Ruishi Ranch. Before getting out of the car, Xu Li noticed that Chen still looked a bit sleepy, so she handed him a cup of coffee from the thermos and said, "Drink this. It'll help you stay awake." Regardless of the reasons why he didn't sleep well last night, it was important to maintain a proper work attitude on the job. Chen took a sip, scrunched up his face, and said, "Bitter." Xu Li coaxed him, saying, "You have to drink it, no matter how bitter. Otherwise, you won't be able to focus during the shoot, and it won't look good. Drink half of it, and then eat 2 strawberries after finishing the coffee, and you won't feel the bitterness anymore." Xu Li had anticipated that Chen would dislike the bitterness and pulled out a small box of strawberries from her bag. Duan Xingyu, who was also yawning, looked expectantly towards his own agent. Qiu Wei said, "There aren't any." Duan Xingyu complained, "How come there's such a big difference between agents?" Qiu Wei replied, "And how come you're always the one causing trouble among the artists?" Unwilling to argue further, Duan Xingyu simply turned to Chen and said, "Chen, can you leave me a couple of sips of your coffee? I'm feeling a bit." Before he could finish, Chen shoved the coffee cup into Duan Xingyu's hands and said, "You drink it." Then he picked up the strawberries and started eating them. Duan Xingyu glanced at the cup of coffee and realized it hadn't decreased much. He originally wanted to ask Chen to save him a couple of strawberries, as he wasn't particularly fond of coffee himself. Looking up, he saw that Chen only had 2 strawberries left. The moment their eyes met, Chen calmly picked one of the strawberries and put it in his mouth, saying, "No way." Duan Xingyu incredulously said, "Dad, you're being way too stingy over just a strawberry." Saying this, he reached out to snatch it, but Chen, normally slow to react, quickly moved the box away, evading Duan Xingyu's attempt. "Goodness, these strawberries are really fresh." At the sound of another voice, both Duan Xingyu and Chen turned to see where it came from. To their astonishment, the last strawberry had been snatched away by Fang Keqing. She popped the last bite of strawberry into her mouth and asked the two, "Can we go inside now?" Duan Xingyu exclaimed, "Wow, how can a woman be so shameless?" Angrily, he picked up the coffee cup and gulped down several large swallows. "Damn, it's hot, and it's bitter." And Chen looked at the empty strawberry box, then at the person next to him. Silently, he pulled out his phone and opened the Notes app. Confronting curiously glanced over and rolled her eyes, saying, just over a strawberry. Really setting up a revenge logbook. All Chen did was note in the memo, June 13th, weather, sunny, Confronting stole one of my strawberries. The group together entered Ruishi Ranch. As a milk brand with a history of many years, Ruishi has set up ranches in many places, including Chinshuan. Duoji, the person responsible for the brand, was already dressed in Tibetan attire waiting for them at the entrance. Duoji was a local man in his 50s and very warm-hearted. The ranch was vast, even after entering it, sightseeing vehicles were needed, otherwise, walking would be extremely tiring. Throughout the journey, there would be photographers following, capturing everything for editing use later. Duoji introduced them. Ruishi Milk has a history of 16 years since its founding. We have set up 78 ranches nationwide, with a total of 1.03 million cattle. Duoji continued, nowadays, many ranches feed their cattle using feed, which helps ensure higher production. However, Ruishi Milk insists on free-range feeding combined with feed and has also established an artificial canal within the ranch to maximally restore the natural growing conditions of cattle, ensuring the nutritional value and taste of the milk. The downside is that production has always struggled to keep up. After disembarking from the sightseeing vehicle, Chen and the others walked forward. On the emerald green grassland, sunlight bathed every inch of land, with a winding canal running through the middle. Herds of cows freely grazed and strolled along both sides of the canal. How come there's a horse mixed in with those cows? Confronting, sharp-eyed, spotted a black horse mingling with the herd. Duoji glanced over and said, oh, that's Erdeng's Black Wind. Didn't expect him to be here today. Before Duoji could introduce who Erdeng was. Originally, 3 cows gathered in one spot scattered apart, revealing a person lying on the hillside, dressed in black Tibetan attire with a foxtail grass dangling from his mouth. When they saw Erdeng appear, Duan Xingyu and Confronting were quite surprised. Confronting, isn't that the handsome guy riding a horse from yesterday? Duan Xingyu said, it was the person who sent Chen back in the middle of the night last night. Upon hearing this, Confronting was surprised and asked, what happened last night? Was there something that I didn't know about? Had she missed some major gossip? Erdeng obviously noticed them as well. He sat up straight, one knee bent, with a hand casually resting on it. He waved at Chen and the others. Under the sunlight, Erdeng's smile was cheerful and pure. The turquoise earring on his left ear swung gently as he moved. Nice to see you again. This formal way of greeting somehow gave Confronting a sense of unusualness between them. Confronting looked at Chen, then at Erdeng. There was definitely some gossip between them, absolutely some juicy gossip. What had she missed? Oh no, she needed to think hard. Duoji was a little surprised, do you two know each other? Erdeng laughed and said, we could say we're not friends but have crossed paths before, right? Duoji was shocked, you two fought. After saying that, he glanced at Chen, doubting how someone so frail could possibly fight with Erdeng. Chen shook his head and said, no, we both fought someone else. Duoji nodded and said, ah. That counts as having met in battle then. Let me introduce you two. This is Erdeng, grown up on the grassland, known as the bravest man on the grassland. He's also the caretaker of Ruishi pasture. These are artists. Duan Xingyu is the spokesperson for Ruishi Milk. These two are Chen and Confronting, also here to shoot a milk advertisement. Erdeng was a bit surprised and asked, pointing towards Chen, is he an artist? Duoji said, yes, what's wrong with that? Erdeng said, is he of age? Duoji replied, of course he is. Teacher Chen is 24 years old. Erdeng's slightly tanned face showed a look of astonishment for a moment before he chuckled, shaking his head. If Duoji hadn't told him, he would have never guessed that Chen was actually a year older than him. Chen tilted his head and asked, did you think I wasn't of age? Erdeng nodded and said, I thought he was only in his teens. Confronting looked at Chen's face and said, Chen does look young, like a middle or high school student. Erdeng chewed on the foxtail grass in his mouth, his lips slightly curling upward as he said, alright, let me introduce then, unless you don't mind. Chapter 131, The Feeling of Falling in Love. Duoji spoke on his behalf, don't worry, Erdeng grew up on the ranch since he was a child. He is very familiar with every plant and tree here, so he is the most suitable person to introduce everything. Duoji wasn't also good at speaking. Since he saw that Erdeng knew the other party, he let him take charge of the introduction work without hesitation. And recently, Erdeng's mood hasn't been good. He went to the pasture almost every day, sometimes staying there all day. Duoji hoped he would communicate more with peers and not live so seriously like an old man even though he was still young. Chen and the others had no objection anyway, for them, it didn't matter who acted as the guide. Erdeng held a foxtail grass in his hand, casually flicking it while introducing the scenery nearby and the origin of this pasture to them. Confronting curiously asked, I've heard that every local Mongolian owns large patches of grassland. Is that true? Erdeng smiled back, more or less, we allocate pastures based on the number of people in each household. So, households with more children may even receive several 10,000 mu, Chinese unit of area, of grasslands. Fong Kacheng, full of admiration, said, "Wow, I'm so envious. Riding horses freely across your own grassland sounds incredibly cool." Erding said, "That's something you'd see in TV dramas. In reality, herdsmen are quite busy. Every spring, autumn, and winter are very hectic seasons because herders need to keep changing pastures." Fong Kacheng asked, "What is changing pastures?" Erding explained, "If cattle and sheep are kept grazing on the same pasture continuously, the grassland would degrade and the cattle and sheep might not survive. So for thousands of years, the tradition of changing pastures has continued. In spring, we drive the livestock to spring-autumn pastures, then to summer pastures in summer, return to spring-autumn pastures in autumn, and finally head to winter pastures in winter." Fong Kacheng nodded, "I understand. It's about giving the grassland sufficient time to rest and recover and maximally protect the natural ecosystem." Erding said, "Exactly, real life as a herder isn't as comfortable as it seems. Each move of the pasture takes several days. Besides, during the seasons of spring, autumn, and winter when the grasses are scarce, apart from natural grazing, we also need to feed stored hay to the animals. This workload is quite significant. Only in the summer, when the grass fully grows out, do we stop artificial feeding." Just listening, Fong Kacheng already felt tired and said, "Seems like the relaxing lifestyle exists only in our imagination. But we picked the right time to visit. Now it's lush and green, and the scenery looks really nice." Erding glanced at Chen, who had been silent and constantly gazing at the grassland. "Chen, is there anything you want to ask?" Chen, seeing a cow chewing grass, asked earnestly, "What does the grass here taste like?" Erding replied, "It tastes fresh, a bit aromatic with a touch of earthy fragrance." Chen asked, "Have you tasted it?" Erding answered, "Yes. Sometimes when lying on the grassland, during idle moments, one would pluck a strand of grass and chew it. Although he didn't swallow it, the taste was indeed experienced." Chen, oh. He wanted to try but restrained himself, "Only water deer eat grass, humans don't eat grass." Seeing Chen looking deflated like a deflated balloon, Erding suggested, "Everyone's tired, right? Why don't we rest on the grass for a while and enjoy the beauty of the grasslands?" Fong Kacheng patted her legs and said, "Great." Aiming at a spot where there was just a stone fit to sit on, she was about to sit down when Duan Xingyu abruptly plopped down first and grinned triumphantly at her. Fong Kacheng helplessly shook her head, "You're so mean." Duan Xingyu smirked shamelessly, "Compared to how you grab strawberries from me, we're equal." Fong Kacheng picked something up from the side and threw it at Duan Xingyu, saying, "Here, have this gift." Duan Xingyu arched his eyebrows, "Now you know to fawn over me, but it's too late. My seat won't be given to you anyway." Even though he spoke like that, his hand still obediently stretched out. However, when he realized what was on his palm, a small red insect, it terrified him into turning green with fright. Duan Xingyu shouted in alarm, "Holy crap, holy crap." Terrified, Duan Xingyu jumped up immediately, leaping onto Chen's back, shouting loudly, "Dad, bug, bug." His agile jumping action left the people around dumbfounded. In contrast, Chen calmly carried Duan Xingyu forward and crushed the bug with one foot. He then said to Fong Kacheng, "You shouldn't scare him with bugs." Duan Xingyu was moved to tears, saying, "Dad, you're so much better than them." Chen continued, "His courage is small as chicken liver, easily frightened." Duan Xingyu. Is he actually helping me? Chen patted the person on his waist and said, "Get down." Duan Xingyu pretended to look like he's about to cry, saying, "Dad, you don't love me anymore, it was a mistake trusting you." Chen, you've gotten heavier than before. Seeing that Chiu Wei wasn't paying attention, Duan Xingyu quietly said, "Shoo, don't say it. My agent will cut my food again later." Fong Kacheng commented, "The look of breaking your heart just now was well performed." Erding observed the interaction among these people and said, "Your relationship seemed truly good." Fong Kacheng responded, "Good relationship? Are you seeing it?" She looked disdainfully at Duan Xingyu, who had just been on her waist, shaking her head, thinking sarcastically, "With such timidity, being one is probably out of the question." Seeing Duan Xingyu's eyes looking this way, Fong Kacheng hurriedly sat back down on the stone from earlier. Duan Xingyu gave him an irritated glare, sitting next to her. Following in order were Chen and Erding. Everyone watched a herd of cows in the distance, freely grazing on the grassland. The grassland seemed to connect with the horizon, while the sky blue like a gemstone floated large clouds. A sea of wildflowers bloomed sporadically, a scene full of vitality and vigor, like a beautiful painting. In such a place, even just sitting idly brings a deep sense of satisfaction. Chen, sitting there, started to feel sleepy, lowering his head. Seeing his drowsy state, Erding suggested, "Why don't you lie down and sleep for a while?" Chen shook his head. Sister Shuli said not to sleep during work hours. After some thought, Erding pulled a small bag of dried beef jerky from his pocket and asked, "Do you want some beef jerky?" There had been no reaction from the lifeless Chen until he saw the food, whereupon his eyes lit up slightly, saying, "Sure." Chen took the beef jerky, chewing it slowly, with his beautiful almond eyes slightly curving. Chapter 132, Was the Romance Discovered? The beef jerky had a slightly spicy flavor, which was just within Chen's tolerance level. Erding watched him eat, behaving in an elegant and refined manner. He was accustomed to seeing his friends devouring meat in large chunks and drinking copiously. And Chen's elegant demeanor felt refreshingly interesting. Especially with that soft, innocent face, pale and clean. A gentle breeze lifted in Chen's bangs, revealing a delicate and handsome face that directly caught Erding's eyes. Erding had never left the grasslands and rarely paid attention to entertainment news. He had no idea that boys could also be so cleanly pale, and it wasn't surprising that he initially mistook him for a minor. After about an hour-long introduction session, it ended. Next, they were going to tour the production area, not too far away. When Erding actively expressed his intention to visit the production area, Daji was somewhat surprised. Erding used to dislike going there the most. It took them more than half an hour to finish the production area tour. Afterward, Daji led them to the product exhibition area. And Chen's expressionless face lit up as soon as he entered the product display area and saw rows upon rows of items. The shelves were stocked with various flavors of milk, yogurt, milk candy, yogurt curds, cheese, beef jerky, and more. Daji introduced everyone, all these are our company's products. Besides the refrigerated ones, all other products from the company are displayed here. And Chen looked at Daji and asked, can we eat these? Daji said, eat freely, and if you like any particular flavor, you can take some later when you leave. And Chen grabbed the nearest yogurt, opened it, and started drinking. He hadn't eaten much that morning, and now enjoying the delicious snacks greatly improved his mood. Even though life didn't allow one to pick food out of trash bins, eating many tasty things brought happiness. Erding noticed that ever since entering the product exhibition area, and Chen hadn't stopped eating. His mouth would occasionally be stuffed full like a little hamster. It was hard to associate this person with the one who had beaten someone into crying in a corner yesterday. Erding moved closer and quietly reminded Chen, you should eat less. Daji has prepared lunch, with lots of good food. If you get full here, you won't be able to eat later. And Chen calmly swallowed the milk candy in his mouth and said, alright, I'll stop. Saying he wouldn't eat anymore, he still grabbed a handful of candies and stuffed them into his pocket. Although there's no rush, you can take more. Erding pointed at the cheese and said, this is expensive, take this. And Chen naturally grabbed a handful of cheese from the plate and put it in his pocket. Erding then pointed to something on another shelf, this also tastes good. And Chen, okay, grabbing 2 handfuls. This one is good too, take more. Okay. Seeing this scene, Daji thought Erding seemed somewhat different toward this young man. Erding took down 2 gift boxes from the higher shelves, saying, this is great, limited edition, might not be available outside. Daji quickly interjected, intending to say, no, but upon meeting Erding's gaze, he changed his words, pretty good, if you like it, take more. Take whatever you like. And Chen listened, and his bright eyes sparkled a little. Really? Daji nodded and said, of course, help yourself. Anyway, with just 2 hands, how much could he possibly carry? Then Chen handed over what he was holding to Erding and said, wait for me. And Chen exited the product exhibition area and returned shortly after, pushing a shopping cart with Daji looking somewhat stunned. This was a cart from the next exhibition zone. Erding saw this and smiled, his white teeth contrasting starkly against his sun-kissed face, giving a thumbs up to Chen. He placed everything he was carrying into the cart. Daji comforted himself mentally, it's fine, just a cart, how much can you really take even with all the moving? As the sound of the cart rolling echoed, Daji turned around only to see Duan Xingyu pushing 4 carts over. He excitedly said, and Chen, I've brought more carts for you. Daji, these people really don't know what polite means. Then Daji witnessed Erding taking Chen and shopping like they were raiding a supermarket. Moreover, Erding was leading them to exclusively choose high-end brands, leaving no premium item on the shelves untouched. Daji was speechless, they might as well just remove the entire shelf altogether. When the 3 carts were filled to the brim, Daji thought they must have finally stopped. However, Erding asked, Chen, do you want to eat popsicles? Chen nodded, yes. Erding said, there's also a dedicated ice cream display hall next door. Want me to take you there? Originally planning to rest, Chen immediately straightened up, pulled over the remaining empty cart, and said, all right. Fong Keqing was controlling her weight and thus didn't show much interest in overly sweet items. But now she found something that interested her. Watching the interaction between the 2 people ahead of her. Too sweet, it was all too sweet. What had started as just a simple job turned out to be unexpectedly sugary during the workday. At this moment, she saw Duan Xingyu pushing a shopping cart past her side. Fong Keqing quickly grabbed his arm and asked, where are you going? Duan Xingyu's eyes fixed on the 2 figures ahead as he said, I'm going to grab some things too. Seeing how Chen seemed almost swayed away by Erden over a few crates of food, how could Duan Xingyu not keep an eye on things? Fong Keqing held onto his arm firmly and said, no, you can't go. Duan Xingyu asked hesitantly, why? Fong Keqing blurted out nonsensically, because Erding is Prince Rueishi's crown prince. He regards Chen as a friend and wouldn't want you to interrupt their time together. If you insist on butting in, be careful, or he might cancel your endorsement deal. Duan Xingyu. Standing nearby, Daji's pupils widened in shock. Just after answering a phone call, Shuli returned to find Chen eating again. Not only that, but several carts full of items had been claimed along the way. In the end, Shu Li arranged for professional couriers to take everything back, costing more than 1,000 yuan just for shipping alone. For lunch, Daji prepared a rich variety of local specialties. Hot pot lamb, blood sausage, lamb offal, and oats noodles. And Chen ate 2 large bowls of oats noodles, stuffing himself full and compensating for the insufficient breakfast earlier in the day. After the meal, the brand party prepared Mongolian yurts 5 kilometers away for everyone to rest in. The plan was to shoot advertisement material at 5 in the afternoon when the sun had become less intense. Elsewhere, Fu Chinshuan had spent the entire day working, and one of the first things he did upon finishing was check online for any missed updates. And then he spotted the third trending topic, suspected public disclosure of Chen's romance. Fu Chinshuan's immediate reaction was, has someone photographed my relationship with Chen? Chapter 133, Fu Er's self-washing brain. Fu Chinshuan picked up a glass of water and took a sip, trying to calm himself down. Even if his and An's relationship was discovered, he had to stay calm. Even if everyone thought that he and An were a perfect match, made by heaven, he still had to remain calm. Although Fu Chinshuan kept telling himself to be calm inside, the upward curl of his lips just couldn't be pressed down. Then it occurred to him, something wasn't right. He had been in the United States for this period, where could the journalists have taken their photos? When he clicked on the trending topic, the world seemed to spin around after seeing the photo. A loud bang sounded in the office. Lin Yuan, who was nearby organizing documents, jumped with fright, causing his hands to tremble. After patting his chest a few times to calm himself, he consoled himself, it's okay. I'm still young, I can endure such scares. Fu Chinshuan shook his sore hand and showed the phone screen to Lin Yuan, full of confusion at the picture. He asked, who is this man? Why did he come back riding the same horse as Chen? Lin Yuan said while organizing the files, maybe they ran into each other along the way. Fu Chinshuan said, what running into each other? I remember this face, yesterday, it was him who bought icy treats for An and helped pay for things. Moreover, he returned riding the same horse. He must be having ideas about An. Why should this dark-skinned guy ride the same horse with An? He hadn't ridden together with An for many years. After returning to China, he would go to the equestrian field with An and ride all day long. Flipping to the next picture and seeing Erden's touching hand, Fu Chinshuan abruptly stood up from his chair in anger. He even touched Chen's face. This dog's hand dared to touch her. Lin Yuan glanced at it, judging from the photo, the man was indeed touching third young master's face. And this man's eyes looked too soft, making Lin Yuan also feel uneasy explaining. Fu Chinshuan examined this picture carefully and asked, why were they alone so late at night? Did they drink together or dine out together? Were there only the two of them? They could have taken a taxi, why ride a horse? Riding isn't comfortable, it chafes the buttocks, and taking a taxi is much better. Facing General Manager Fu's continuous questioning, Lin Yuan said, or you could directly ask third young master. Fu Chinshuan said, to ask over such a small matter, that would make me seem petty. I'm not the kind of person who becomes unreasonable once they're in love. Lovers also need space. Okay, Lin Yuan looked at the person walking back and forth, wanting to speak up to stop but finally held back. Fu Chinshuan stopped and said, what do you think An is doing now? She won't be with that dark-skinned guy, right? Lin Yuan suggested, if you really want to know and are embarrassed to ask third young master directly, you can ask his agent. Fu Chinshuan said, that makes sense. You're smart. That's why you can be my assistant. Fu Chinshuan quickly sent a text message to Shu Li, asking about Chen's situation. After seeing the message, Shu Li replied, in the morning, Chen visited Ruishi Ranch with other guests. At 5 in the afternoon, she'll shoot the Ruishi advertisement. Shu Li took a random photo and sent another message, this is Chen after finishing eating, preparing to rest. Shu Li thought originally, this message was clear enough. Before 4 in the afternoon, it was all Chen's rest time. If President Fu had any private words to say, this was the best time to find Chen. However, after seeing the photo, Fu Chinshuan felt terrible overall. Humph. Fu Chinshuan laughed, it was an ugly laugh. Pulling over Lin Yuan, he asked, look, the one beside my Chen whose profile looks utterly detestable, is that the dark-skinned guy? Lin Yuan helplessly glanced at the people in the photo, saying, it seems to be him. Even though it was shot from behind, capturing merely a profile, it was still recognizable through height and that handsome profile, it was the same person. Fu Chinshuan struck his chest heavily several times, attempting to dissipate the fire in his chest, but despite deep breaths, it only grew stronger. Lin Yuan couldn't bear it any longer and finally said, President Fu, can you please stop pacing back and forth? It's seriously affecting my work. Fu Chinshuan pointed to the air conditioner and said, turn it down a little, it's hot. Lin Yuan took the remote control and adjusted the temperature from its original setting of 26 degrees Celsius down to 16 degrees. Fu Chinshuan stroked his chin while pacing back and forth in the office. Wasn't Chen supposed to shoot advertisements? Why is he also there? Lin Yuan said, or you could ask his agent. Fu Chinshuan picked up his phone and asked Shu Li again, specifically circling Erden's face in the photo and inquiring, who is this guy? Since they were visiting the ranch, why was he there?
Shu Li quickly replied, this is Erden. When we arrived at the ranch, he was already there. The person in charge assigned him to guide everyone around the ranch. According to the head of Roeishi Company, he is a grassland maintenance manager, but I noticed that the company's leaders seem to show respect for him. Fu Chinshuan asked, what about Chen's attitude toward him? Upon receiving this message, Shu Li understood now, Mr. Fu was jealous. But last night, didn't he say he didn't care? So why is he jealous now? At this moment, another message came through, Shu Li, sis, check out the trending topics right away, something happened. Shu Li opened the Weibo trending topics page and saw it ranked second on the list. After clicking into it, she looked at the person ahead in confusion. When did Chen ride the same horse with Erden? Was it last night's event? How did it end up with touching faces as well? From the picture, their interaction indeed seemed rather sweet, no wonder Fu Chinshuan would feel jealous. Was this the reason Chen lacked energy this morning? Then Shu Li recalled the question Fu Chinshuan had just asked her. Shu Li hurriedly replied, and Chen didn't mention this to me. She thought about it and added another note, the morning filming will be over soon. I can ask him once we are on the bus to the resting place. If you're in a hurry, I can ask now. Fu Chinshuan, wait until he finishes work to ask. Seeing Fu Chinshuan put down his phone, Lin Yuan asked, Mr. Fu, have you found out the reason? Fu Chinshuan said, he's still working. Lin Yuan asked, Mr. Fu, don't you really want to know the relationship between Chen and that person? Why not ask now? Fu Chinshuan glared at him and said, Chen is still working. Even if I'm angry, I need to distinguish between personal matters and work. I can't interfere with his job, understand? Lin Yuan, oh. To separate work from personal feelings. It turns out Mr. Fu also knows the term separate work from personal feelings. Fu Chinshuan kept persuading himself to stay calm and said, don't get angry, be magnanimous. I am not a petty man, different from those men who like being jealous. Lin Yuan glanced at the almost hypnotized Mr. Fu and said. Chapter 134, Anan and her love rival trend on hot search. Fu Chinshuan, who had just barely calmed himself down, happened to see the comments below the trending topic as he lowered his head. He lost his cool again. What's this? Is it a sneak peek of a new drama? The two of them look so good together, totally shipping them. It can't be a new drama. Anan is recently shooting an advertisement with Duan Xingyu in Chichuanli. This one might be an artist shooting ads together. Not an artist, just a passerby. Haven't you seen the pictures of Chen and this Tibetan guy taken yesterday by some random person? Photo.jpg. The face touch scene, it's too much. Just this photo alone can throw me straight into the bottomless pit of infatuation. I know this guy. His name is Erden. He's not an artist, but he's pretty famous around Chichuanli. I found out, his name is Erden, 23 years old. He has won the first place in the adult horse riding competition for 5 consecutive years, known as the bravest man on the grasslands. There are photos of him riding horses online, very handsome. Riding men definitely have strong waist muscles. I wish my legs could circle around his waist. I like men who know how to ride horses. If I live long enough, I would love to sleep with one. Are you all just dirty little girls saying such unspeakable things? I checked this kind of man, he probably goes at least 7 times in one night. I can't handle that, leave it for Chen. Please D if possible. This figure, this waistline. He will surely make Chen unable to get out of bed for 3 days because of weak legs at night. Fu Chinshuan looked at those vulgar comments one by one, so angry that he paced back and forth in the office. The floor was almost about to have 2 holes from his footsteps. He didn't understand how these people dared to be so bold, driving recklessly through cyberspace. Using a secondary account, he furiously reported those comments. Couldn't report them all. Absolutely couldn't finish reporting them all. Looking at Lin Yuan, he said, get rid of that damn trending topic. No matter how much it costs, I don't want to see that trending topic within 5 minutes. Lin Yuan said, alright. He quickly called the PR team to have them remove that trending topic. Fu Chinshuan still felt upset. Just thinking of Chen and that dark-skinned egg being together made him feel uncomfortable all over. Finally, he decided to call Shu Li on a video call. He wouldn't speak to avoid interrupting Chen's work. Meanwhile, after Chen finished eating, he was preparing to take the car to the resting point. Erden stopped him, calling out, Chen. Chen turned and asked, what's up? Erden said, there will be a very grand bonfire evening party in Chichuanli tomorrow. Would you like to join? Chen was just about to reply when he heard the sound of teeth grinding coming from the car. Chen looked toward the source of the sound, which was Shu Li's phone. Shu Li put the phone on her chest and asked, what's wrong? Chen shook his head and said, nothing. Maybe I misheard it. Fong Keqing became interested upon hearing about the bonfire evening party and asked, I saw on TV that your prairie bonfire parties are extremely lively, with many people dancing ethnic dances, right? Erden nodded and said, yes, the party will be very lively. Everyone joins hands to dance around the bonfire. Even strangers can sit together, eating large chunks of meat and drinking alcohol freely. The stars above, the prairie beneath our feet, and the laughter of the crowd can make people forget all their worries. Fang Kachin listened eagerly and said, "And Chen, Xingyu, let's go. I am quite looking forward to it." Xu Li said, "That won't work. You guys are artists, it's inappropriate to appear in such a large public venue." Erden said, "That's my fault for not considering carefully." And Chen was originally uninterested in the evening party. He would rather stay in the room daydreaming. But after hearing Erden's description of eating large chunks of meat and drinking freely, he also began to feel a bit of anticipation and immediately looked up, saying, "I want to go." Xu Li quickly intervened, saying, "And Chen, no, you're an artist." Fang Kaching chimed in, "Artists need relaxation time too. It's often said that everyone should visit the prairie at least once in a lifetime. Since we're already here, why don't we participate in a bonfire evening party? And it seems that the people on the prairie don't really chase stars. Yesterday, I went shopping with Duan Xingyu, and not many people recognized us." Duan Xingyu was also looking forward to it, saying, "I want to go too." Opportunity. Xiao Wei cut him off, saying, "No, you don't want to go." Duan Xingyu shrugged. Celebrities may seem shiny and glamorous, but they also lose a lot of freedom, and that's unavoidable. They all wanted to go, unfortunately, their agents didn't agree. Xu Li let out a sigh of relief. If An Chen and Erden were to attend the bonfire party, Mr. Fu would surely get angry. Fortunately, she managed to stop them. If they had attended, who knows how furious Mr. Fu would have been. The brand had prepared Mongolian yurt rooms nearby for everyone to rest in. On the way to the yurt, Xu Li told him about An Chen and Erden trending on Hot Search earlier, and casually asked why he had ridden the same horse with Erden last night. An Chen didn't expect to be photographed, so he looked up and said softly, "Last night I was hungry, so I went out to buy some food, then I encountered two bandits." "What? You met bandits and you didn't tell me on the phone last night?" Fu Qianshuan's voice came from Xu Li's mobile phone. This time An Chen confirmed that this voice was indeed coming from Xu Li's phone. He looked at the phone in Xu Li's hand, his eyes wide open. Xu Li gave an awkward smile and lied, "I just called Mr. Fu to report the work situation, coincidentally hearing what happened." She directly handed over the phone to An Chen. Fu Qianshuan's voice came again from the phone, asking, "Anan, you haven't told me yet, what exactly happened when you encountered the bandits?" An Chen briefly recounted the events of the previous night. Duan Xingyu hadn't seen the Hot Search, so he searched online. When he saw the pictures on it, he frowned and said, "What's the deal with these paparazzi? There I am, and they crop me out completely." Xiao Wei asked, "Is there also your scene involved?" "I was there." Duan Xingyu recounted the situation at that moment, saying, "At that time, Erden was just helping An Chen pick up the pieces of apple from the corner of her mouth, and as soon as he did it, he pulled his hand back, not like what the paparazzi depicted, making it seem overly intimate. Those people really know how to take photos. Once they change the angle, it turns into a face touch." Xiao Wei said, "These reporters always start with one photo and make up all the content. Since everyone wasn't new to the entertainment industry, they had experienced numerous times of being misrepresented based on pictures, and thus they could understand. Except for Fu Qianshuan, who still smelled sour and jealous. An Chen looked at the person on the phone screen and said softly, "Second brother, can I attend the bonfire party?" Chapter 135, Fu Er's Little Scheme. An Chen pursed her lips, her bright eyes staring at Fu Qianshuan through the mobile phone screen. Her hands gripped the edge of her clothes, fingertips lightly rubbing, revealing a hint of anticipation inside. Such an adorable look made it impossible for anyone to refuse. By the time Fu Qianshuan realized, he had already agreed to let An Chen attend the bonfire party. "If you want to go, then go." As soon as these words were spoken, he wanted to slap himself twice. Xu Li was also somewhat worried, "Mr. Fu, there are too many people there." Fu Qianshuan saw An Chen's hopeful gaze turn into joy and could not bring himself to take back his words. He looked at Xu Li and said, "It's fine. The people in Chuan generally have darker skin. Later, we'll give him some local makeup suitable for Montney, and hire 2 bodyguards to follow behind." After thinking about it, everyone recalled that after several days here, due to long-term sheep herding and high ultraviolet rays on the grassland, both men and women became a bit tanned regardless. Duan Xingyu thought of this and looked at Xiao Wei and said, "I will put on makeup, I'll go too." Xiao Wei patted his forehead, "All right, go ahead." After hanging up, Fu Qianshuan quickly called Lin Yuan and said, "Buy tickets to return to the country." "Lin Yuan, the direct flights have all sold out. Then find a connecting flight." If he didn't return home soon, his anan would be lured away by those wild men outside. After checking around, Lin Yuan looked up and asked, "Mr. Fu, the nearest flight requires 3 layovers and takes 21 hours to arrive." Fu Qianshuan, "Buy." Lin Yuan said, "And there are no first-class seats left." Fu Qianshuan, "Buy." The tickets were quickly arranged, and Lin Yuan started packing the luggage for the two. Fu Qianshuan still felt uneasy. Normally it would only take 15 hours to get back home. This time, due to needing to transfer, it would take 21 hours to reach the Montney airport. The key issue was that the aircraft they would be riding would have no WJRFJ communication available during the flight. It meant a continuous disconnection from An Chen for over 20 hours.
Fu Qianxuan worried that some black-skinned guy might take advantage of the situation. Thinking about it, he decided to make a call to Chen to instruct her a little more. Just as Chen entered the Mongolian yurt intending to lie down for rest, she received a video call from Fu Qianxuan. Chen squinted her eyes and picked up the call, saying, "Second brother." Fu Qianxuan looked at Chen, whose eyes were nearly drooping with sleepiness, yet she kept struggling to open them and listen to him. Fu Qianxuan turned his head aside, covering his own face. So cute. Nen is so cute. Even her sleepy expression is so cute. Wants to kiss her so much. Due to being tired, even her second brother sounded drowsy and coquettish. As if a feather kept scratching at Fu Qianxuan's heart repeatedly. This directly melted Fu Qianxuan's heart. Seeing Fu Qianxuan did not say anything for a while, Chen blinked her sleepy eyes and asked, "Second brother, do you have something to say?" Fu Qianxuan said, "Then, 3 hours later I'll be boarding a plane to return to the country. This trip will take more than 20 hours and I can't contact you during the flight. I will miss you so much." Chen said, "I will miss you too." Fu Qianxuan's corners of his mouth couldn't stop turning upward on the other end, covering his pounding heart, and said, "Nen, not seeing or hearing your voice for more than 20 hours will be quite hard to endure." Chen, oh. Fu Qianxuan's voice carried a hint of intimacy, Nen. Chen didn't understand why Fu Qianxuan's pronunciation was strange, tried to clear her dazed mind, and replied afterward, "Then, wish you a safe journey." Fu Qianxuan sighed, blaming himself for giving such hints, and directly said, "Nen, can you send me a few selfies? And also send me a recorded message saying, 'Mua Mua, second brother loves you.'" Chen didn't quite understand Fu Qianxuan's request, but respected it. She accepted, saying, "All right, I'll send them later." After receiving her response, Fu Qianxuan felt extremely happy. While Chen was still a bit awake, he quickly added, "Nen, when I'm not around, you must be careful of those who have ill intentions towards you. Many people out there are very bad-hearted. Don't go anywhere with them." Realizing he might be managing too strictly, Fu Qianxuan didn't want to limit Nen's freedom to make friends either, so he revised his words, "If you really have to go with them, make sure to take your agent." Although Chen didn't completely understand what he was saying, she nodded and complied anyway. Fu Qianxuan glanced at the boxes on the table, quickly took a few pictures and sent them, then said, "Nen, check your WeChat. I bought so many snacks here, planning to bring them back for you." Chen's eyes lit up instantly as she looked at the pictures just received on her phone, showing a lot of delicious-looking food. Some of it already looked very appetizing. Chen said, "Second brother, you're really nice, I love you." Hearing, "I love you," Fu Qianxuan almost lost his cool demeanor and couldn't contain the joy in his heart. Fu Qianxuan composed himself and said, "Nen, these are only part of what I bought. A lot of them I've already asked my assistant to ship back home. Originally, I planned to give them to you immediately after landing tomorrow. It's too bad now, you probably won't get to eat them so soon." Chen asked, "Why can't I eat them?" Fu Qianxuan gave a hint, "My flight arrives around noon tomorrow. With so many things, one person simply cannot carry them all back. I think it would be better to just have them shipped home directly. By the way, this chocolate, the salesperson says it melts in your mouth and tastes amazing. There's also this apple chip, which is both sour and sweet. Also, that breadfruit, it grows on trees. You can't find this kind of breadfruit domestically. I specially brought a few back for you to try." Chen said, "I'll come pick you up." Fu Qianxuan's eyebrows slightly arched as he held down the rising corners of his lips, saying, "Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you?" Chen replied, "No, it wouldn't. Since second brother had brought so many treats for her, she should pick him up." Fu Qianxuan smiled faintly, "All right, see you tomorrow." Just thinking about seeing Chen after getting off the plane tomorrow made Fu Qianxuan unable to stop smiling. He hadn't seen Nen for half a month and truly missed her. Before hanging up, Fu Qianxuan specifically reminded Chen to take pictures and send voice messages. They would be his spiritual nourishment for the next 20-some hours. Chen yawned and took several photos before finally recording a voice message. However, the recorded voice was so muffled it was almost inaudible. When those photos arrived, they presented another kind of image in Fu Qianxuan's eyes. The bedridden Chen. Sleepy, soft. Her eyetails slightly red from fatigue, with a touch of tears. She appeared completely exhausted, as if she had just been bullied or gone through some hardship. Each picture stimulated Fu Qianxuan's visual nerves. Coupled with that fuzzy, soft voice. It directly turned on Fu Qianxuan for half an hour straight. If Lin Yuan hadn't reminded him it was time to go, he could have continued staring at those pictures for a few more hours. Chapter 136 Erding. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Shu Li came to wake him up. It was time to get ready for makeup and shoot the afternoon advertisement. Chen, with his curly hair sticking up, gazed at the blue sky and white clouds outside. He felt as if there was something he had forgotten. Before sleeping, hadn't he agreed to something that Ergo, his second brother, had asked him to do? But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall it. Afternoon advertisement shooting. Actually, Chen wasn't particularly good at taking advertisements, neither he nor the original owner of his body had any experience shooting ads. However, this time, Duan Xingyu and Fan Kecheng were there to guide him.
The director was also very professional and kept teaching patiently. Although it took a bit longer, the results turned out to be pretty good. By the time the advertisement shooting ended, it was almost 8 in the evening. However, at 8 in the evening in Chinshuan, the sky was still bright. During dinner, upon seeing all the delicious food on the table, Chen finally remembered what he had forgotten. He had promised to pick up his second brother tomorrow. He quickly checked their chat records and glanced at the flight information Fu Chinshuan sent over. Chen, who was eating at the same table, noticed Chen ignoring the delicacies and instead playing with his phone. He asked, Chen, aren't you going to eat? Things taste best when they're hot. Chen said, I'm setting an alarm. Second brother is coming tomorrow, I need to pick him up from the airport. Chen asked, is second brother Fu really coming to Chinshuan tomorrow? Chen, Chen's face lit up with a knowing smile. She said, isn't he too clingy? Chen. That strange expression appeared on Chen's face again. Duan Xingyu said, Chen, control your expression. It's disgusting me. Chen shot him a glare and said, if you don't like it, close your eyes. Duan Xingyu coldly huffed, do you think I don't know you? Obsess now, cry later. Chen being the third son of Fu family wasn't something publicly disclosed anyway. Few people in high society knew about it, let alone outsiders. Just wait until Chen finds out her CP pairing has dissolved, then we'll see her cries. Though, it must be said, second brother Fu did seem excessively protective, which naturally caused some misunderstandings. Only I know the truth. I wish I could share it, but alas. Chen said, I actually wanted to make plans with you guys for tomorrow morning to try some local cuisine. I specially got the front desk to recommend a strategy guide. Looks like tomorrow only Duan Xingyu and I can go. Chen said, it works. Second brother is arriving by afternoon flight. It won't interfere with breakfast. Chen said, alright then, let's have breakfast together tomorrow morning. Elsewhere. Erdeng was washing his horse by the riverbank. With a bucket of water splashed onto himself, he scrubbed the horse while humming a tuneless melody. His coat hung tied around his waist, revealing his black traditional Tibetan attire underneath. Behind him stood a Tibetan girl. Tana, dressed traditionally, followed closely after Erdeng and said, why won't you participate in the horse riding competition, Erdeng? Erdeng took the brush and continued to wash the horse's body as he replied, no reason. I just don't feel like joining. Tana said, if you join, there wouldn't be anything for others to compete for. You will surely win the championship. Erdeng chuckled, saying, but I don't want to join. I've participated 5 years straight, winning 5 championships, I'm simply tired of it. Tana argued, this is an honor. How could one possibly grow tired of it? And you are our racetrack's golden signboard. Many tourists choose to ride horses from our ranch solely because they hear your name. So your winning championship matters a great deal to us. Erdeng set down the brush on one side, taking the water scoop to splash water on Black Wind. The droplets spattered, causing Tana to take 2 steps back, stomping her foot angrily as she said, Erdeng, I am talking to you here. Could you at least listen carefully? Erdeng casually tossed the scoop into the water bucket, his angular face losing its usual cheerful grin. He said seriously, Tana, let me talk earnestly to you once. This year, I will not be participating in the horse riding competition. Not only that, I also plan to exit Linhai Ranch. After next year's grassland lease agreement expires, I will not renew it. Please pass this message on to your brother. Tana was completely stunned. Confused, she questioned, you are going to leave Linhai Ranch? Why? Has my older brother been bad to you? We grew up together, I've always considered you my elder brother. Didn't we agree to stay together forever? Erdeng said, in this world, apart from couples, there won't be people who stay together forever. Your brother and I have both grown up, we had a great childhood, but some things change as we grow older. Tana was puzzled and asked, are you still upset about what Cheetah and the others did? Erdeng replied, no. Tana exclaimed angrily, you clearly are. But my brother is a businessman. The Linhai Ranch doesn't belong to him alone either, and if he really lets you in easily, it will be hard for him to explain to the other shareholders. Erdeng said, Tana, I don't blame your brother. He has his decisions, and I also have mine. Tana retorted, you keep saying. Just as she wanted to continue, they heard hooves approaching. Tana looked up to see Cheetah and Chi-Er arriving. Seeing them dismount, Tana's expression darkened. She glared at them before shoving Cheetah aside angrily and mounting her own horse. Sitting atop her horse, Tana looked down at Erdeng and said, Erdeng, I hope you can reconsider this. Don't ruin your future because of useless people. Cheetah and Chi-Er didn't pay much attention to Tana's behavior. After she left, Cheetah turned to Erdeng and said, Boss, the hospital called. Someone has paid off the overdue fees, thank you. I know it was definitely you who paid this money. Erdeng replied, there's no need to thank me. Consider it as an early loan to you. The day after tomorrow, when you participate in the horse race, aim for first place so you can get the 500,000 yuan prize. Just perform well then. Chi-Er touched his still swollen face and asked, Boss, are you really not going to compete?
Cheetah added, you're letting us win by intentionally withdrawing from the competition, but we feel that even winning wouldn't feel fair if you're not participating. Erdeng, looking at their slightly swollen faces, tapped each of their heads lightly with a spoon and said, what are you thinking? Do you really think you're worth me giving up the competition? It's simply that I don't want to participate anymore. Both Cheetah and Chi-Er stared at Erdeng suspiciously, obviously not believing what he said. Erdeng smiled and said, well, perhaps partly because of you too. But actually, I've been considering stopping myself lately. Riding horses used to be a very joyful activity for me. I loved the feeling of freely galloping across the grasslands, but now, sometimes I just feel like it's become a constraint for me. So, I want to pause, take a rest, and figure out what exactly I want to do. Cheetah and Chi-Er exchanged a glance and didn't say anything. Erdeng looked at them both and said, both of you, give me something to be proud of, and come back as champions. Okay. Okay. Chapter 137, Fu-Er returns. The next day, at 8:30 in the morning. Chen lay in bed staring into space. He'd been awake for over an hour already. But he didn't want to move. Not until he heard a knock on the door did Chen look at it for another 10 seconds before dragging his listless body to open it. We should just install a remote-controlled door at home. Don't want to move. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Fong Keqing standing there. Fong Keqing waved at him and said, good morning, Chen. Do you want to have breakfast? Sure, Chen yawned and replied, but I need to brush my teeth and wash my face first. Just go ahead, while I'll call Duan Xingyu. Chen shuffled to the bathroom in his slippers, rubbing his sleepy eyes and yawning. Bang! The sound of something heavy falling rang out. Just about to leave to find Duan Xingyu, Fong Keqing turned around upon hearing the noise behind her. She turned and saw Chen lying on the ground, looking utterly bewildered. Fong Keqing said dryly, your way of waking up is quite unique. Being knocked down like this, Chen's mind cleared significantly more. Duan Xingyu, who woke early and went downstairs for a stroll, happened to witness this scene and asked, did you push my dad? Fong Keqing, intending to help him up, retorted helplessly, what kind of person do you think I am? After brushing their teeth and washing their faces, the three got dressed lightly and headed out for breakfast. Fong Keqing said, let me tell you, the breakfast in Chinshuan is pretty hardcore. The receptionist said most are meat dishes. But I checked out nearby places, this one's the best. Duan Xingyu said, since you've made a guide, breakfast is on me. Fong Keqing said, of course it's on you. Chen quietly followed the two, mainly concerned that as long as there was food. Together, the three entered a breakfast shop. Erdeng heard the voices and looked back, just catching sight of Chen and company entering. He leaned casually on his chair, smiling on his slightly darkened face and said, good morning, we really have good fortune meeting again. Duan Xingyu said, I wasn't too sure about Fong Yicheng earlier, but seeing you here, I'm certain it will be good food. After yesterday's interactions, Duan Xingyu had developed a not bad impression of Erdeng, no longer being so hostile towards him. Besides Erdeng, two other people were sitting across from him. Cheetah and Chi-Er, upon spotting Chen instantly felt pain in their cheeks. Instinctively, they shifted away, hoping Chen would leave sooner. Erdeng said, do you want to join us? Cheetah and Chi-Er both looked at Erdeng with shock in their eyes. Is our boss crazy? Fong Keqing glanced toward Duan Xingyu and Chen for their opinions. Seeing that neither of them had objections, she pulled a chair and sat down saying, all right then, also, you can recommend what's delicious. Everyone sat down at the shared table, and Erdeng recommended several local specialty breakfast items. On the side, he also introduced everyone around. Chen approached and carelessly asked, Cheetah, Chi-Er, how are your faces? Any better? Cheetah. Chi-Er. Are you here just to mock us? At this point, everyone noticed the bruises still visible on Cheetah and Chi-Er's faces, though not obvious, some remained bruised. Out of politeness, Fong Keqing asked, how did the two of you get hurt? Cheetah cast a glance at Chen and muttered softly, 3 days. 3 days ago, someone beat us. Fong Keqing said, if beaten 3 days ago, why are your faces still swollen? Who did it, so harsh? While browsing through the menu pictures to decide how many shumai he wanted for breakfast, Chen raised his head and calmly responded, it was me. Fong Keqing. Duan Xingyu. A little after 1 p.m., Monten Airport bustled with crowds coming and going. June was precisely the time when the grasslands turned lush and green, so there were more tourists visiting Chinshuan. A tall figure emerged from the airport exit. Fu Chinshuan, clad in a custom-tailored suit that perfectly displayed his towering and robust figure. His collar was slightly open, revealing the top 2 unbuttoned buttons of his white shirt and distinct clavicle, adding a touch of untamed charm. Contrasting with this unruly charm was the rather awkward gait of Fu Chinshuan. Economy class seating was simply too small for Fu Chinshuan. His long legs had nowhere to stretch, always bent. Having sat continuously for over 20 hours, his legs were practically useless. He had never endured such hardship in his life. His legs were sore and numb, and each step felt like electric currents running through his whole body. Fortunately, all the efforts were worth it, and he would see Chen soon. It had been over half a month since he last saw him, he really missed him. And must be missing him too, right? Fu Qianxuan tried hard to straighten his numb legs so as not to make a fool of himself in front of Chen. He casually smoothed out his clothes and hair. As soon as Fu Qianxuan came out of the exit, he spotted Chen standing outside the white railing. Even though he was wearing a black mask on his face, Fu Qianxuan still instantly found him in the crowd. Dressed in a white printed t-shirt with simple jeans and a black baseball cap on his head, he looked like the epitome of youthful handsomeness, energetic, handsome, and clean-cut. Today, Chen seemed excessively good-looking. Was he dressed up specially for their meeting? Fu Qianxuan's seductive peach blossom eyes narrowed into slits as he waved at him. Afraid of drawing attention, he suppressed the urge to shout Chen's name. Stepping forward a couple of paces, Fu Qianxuan hugged him through the railing, resting his chin on Chen's shoulder as he said contentedly, I've missed you so much. The scent from Chen made him feel extremely reassured. After being confined in that small space for over 20 hours on the plane, his back ached, and his legs were sore and numb. Yet every ounce of fatigue disappeared in this moment as he embraced Chen. It was all worth it. Chen felt someone suddenly embracing him. The familiar smell let him know who it was even before seeing his face. It was Fu Qianxuan. Chen extended one hand, gently patting his back as he said warmly, I've missed you too. You've come to pick me up, thank you for the trouble. Fu Qianxuan held Chen's face in both his hands, gazing at him longingly as he said, but I really wanted to catch a glimpse of in the very moment I got off the plane. Hey, second young master, did you spot us with your second glance? Fang Keqing interrupted them teasingly, unafraid of their intimacy. She also wanted to keep watching their interactions, but they were attracting too much attention. Already, quite a few people around were looking at them. Especially Fu Qianxuan, who wasn't trying to hide his dazzling presence at all. Upon hearing the voice, Fu Qianxuan turned his head and immediately noticed Fang Keqing and Duan Xingyu. His eyebrows slightly furrowed, disdain already oozing from his face. He asked, frowning deeply, what are you two doing here? Fang Keqing, with a mischievous look on her face, said, we've been here all along, and it's not just us, there are others too. Chapter 138 Sweet Chocolate. Fu Qianxuan glanced behind her, his alluring eyes slightly narrowed, and his thick eyebrows furrowed even deeper. Why is that black egg also here? Fu Qianxuan's brows tightened, asking with his gaze, why is this guy here? And Chen. What is Big Brother doing with those winking and gestures? Fu Qianxuan massaged his forehead, leaning close to Chen's ear to whisper, why is Erden here? Not only him, but there were also two Tibetan young men standing behind him, clearly accomplices of Erden. And Chen said, Erden heard we were coming to the airport to pick up a lot of stuff. He said he would come to help. Duan Xingyu stretched out his neck, looking left and right, and sneered a couple of times at Erden under his breath. Yesterday, I thought Erden was not bad, must have been blind. When he learned in the morning that Qida and Qi tried to rob Chen, Duan Xingyu again glared fiercely at Erden. Birds of a feather flock together, those two aren't good guys. What kind of good person could Erden be? Similarly unfriendly was Fu Qianxuan, who scrutinized the person before him with half-closed eyes. Dressed in Tibetan attire, quite tall, he looked a bit handsome, of course far less handsome than himself. Erden could distinctly feel Fu Qianxuan's hostility towards him. Earlier, when Chen said they were going to pick someone up and that person had many things, Erden thought about having Qida and Qi come for penance since it was a fact that they had attempted to rob Chen. If Chen had insisted on no reconciliation back then, Qida and Qi might still be sitting in the police station, or even facing jail time. So it wasn't something that could be simply resolved with a mere, I'm sorry. However, he originally assumed that Chen was coming to meet a friend, never expecting their relationship seemed so close. Fu Qianxuan reined in the fierceness on his face, adopting an elegant, gentlemanly expression as he extended his right hand and said, hello, my name is Fu Qianxuan. No matter how much jealousy he felt, one must give Chen enough face in front of others. And besides, I am the main partner. I am Chen's legitimate boyfriend. Erden glanced at Fu Qianxuan's hand, extending his own across the railing with a smile and said, hello, I'm Erden. Erden sensed the other party putting force into the handshake, which ignited a response from the man's pride. With smiles on their faces, both were secretly competing through strength. Erden, accustomed to horseback riding and archery, possessed no small amount of strength in his hands. And Fu Qianxuan, having received various forms of combat and strength training since childhood, was by no means inferior. Fang Keqing observed that veins in their forearms were practically bulging. Seeing the surroundings, she forced herself forward to intervene, both of you, I know it's love at first sight. Why don't we continue the conversation in the car? After finishing, she gestured for them to look around. If they stayed longer now, they really wouldn't be able to leave later. After another bout of covert strength comparison, Fu Qianxuan and Erden finally let go. Fu Qianxuan quickly circled around the railing, grabbed Chen's hand right in front of Erden, and threw him a challenging glance. Erden. His hostility doesn't seem aimed at Qida and Qi, but specifically targeted at me alone. Lin Yuan came out, carrying a backpack on his shoulder and pushing 2 luggage carts, each cart loaded with 4 or 5 suitcases. Rarely does one see someone bringing this many suitcases at once, the cost of checked baggage alone would be quite expensive. While struggling to push the carts, Lin Yuan complained, buying stuff like crazy when shopping, lifting not a finger when it comes to carrying things.
As soon as we got off the plane, they disappeared without a trace. Where do you find assistants to your CEO working like oxen every day like I do? The excessive luggage had exhausted Lin Yuan to the point where he couldn't even maintain the dignity expected of a special assistant. His glasses were crooked. Upon spotting Fu Chinshuan, Lin Yuan wanted to call out, but seeing the people around him, quickly straightened his clothes. No matter what, he needed to give Fu general manager respect in front of his rival. Parking the 2 luggage carts to the side, he respectfully said, "Mr. Fu, the car has already been arranged, waiting at the entrance. We can go now." "Very good. This trip involves quite a lot of luggage, troubling you, Assistant Lin." Fu Chinshuan pulled over one of the trolleys, glancing at Erden and the others, saying, "Since you're here to help, I won't hesitate." Fang Kecheng and Duan Xingyu saw those full 10 suitcases and struggled not to express their shock. They initially thought Fu Chinshuan was exaggerating about the amount of luggage, but it turned out to be true. Has Mr. Fu brought back an entire mall or something? Naturally, the ones who ended up doing most of the heavy lifting were Chi Da and Chi Er. 2 girls noticed this side and, holding each other's hands with timid yet brave looks, walked towards Fu Chinshuan and Chen. In response to strangers approaching, Fu Chinshuan instinctively pulled the other person behind him and warily eyed them. Braving Fu Chinshuan's piercing gaze, one girl mustered her courage to ask, Mr. Fu, I just wanted to ask. Is your relationship with Chen real?" The previously sharp and cold Fu Chinshuan immediately softened, smiling as he lifted their interlaced hands slightly and said quietly, "Yes, Chinchen's likeness is real." This statement instantly excited the 2 girls, causing them to grip each other's hands tightly and stomp in excitement, their faces beaming as if they had won a lottery. "Hush." Fu Chinshuan made a gesture for silence, which prompted the 2 girls to suppress their urge to scream. They nodded firmly and reassured him, "Don't worry, we won't make it public." Fu Chinshuan's smile grew wider as he explained, "Just keep it quiet for now, and doesn't want to go public yet." The 2 girls nodded eagerly again, nearly bursting with excitement. They've actually found real proof of their OTP. Chinchen's likeness is indeed real. The couple was so sweet. Unfortunately, despite finding such amazing news, they couldn't spread the word freely. How unfortunate. Fu Chinshuan added softly, "You can say something appropriate in Chinchen's likeness super topic tonight." Their eyes lit up immediately at his suggestion. They both nodded furiously. Satisfied, Fu Chinshuan led Chen away. The super topic of Chinchen's likeness would surely be lively tonight. Chen obediently followed Fu Chinshuan and sat beside him in the car arranged by Lin Yuan, a 7-seater business vehicle. Waiting for Duan Xingyu and Fang Kecheng to board as well, there were only 2 seats left. Fu Chinshuan said apologetically, "Sorry, there doesn't seem to be enough room." Erden replied, "No problem, we can take a taxi back." Inside the car, Chen felt warm and wanted to withdraw his hand. But Fu Chinshuan wouldn't let go. Instead, he placed their clasped hands on his knee. "Do you want some chocolate?" Fu Chinshuan asked. Chen nodded, "Yes." Fu Chinshuan took out a box of chocolates from the bag Lin Yuan carried, offering it to Chen and saying, "Try this. I heard this chocolate is very tasty." Chen lowered his mask, and Fu Chinshuan precisely fed him the piece of chocolate. Seeing Chen's contented eyes closed in blissful enjoyment, Fu Chinshuan smiled warmly too. Chapter 139, Taking Oneself as a Rival. Fang Kecheng, seated in the front row, was secretly looking at the rearview mirror with an overjoyed heart. These 2 were too sweet, exceeding the sugar limit. Fang Kecheng asked, "Chen, President Fu, are you 2 now officially in a romantic relationship?" Since it wasn't appropriate to talk much earlier outside, Fu Chinshuan, now in the car, didn't hesitate to raise their hands tightly holding each other and said with a somewhat smug expression, "Isn't it obvious enough?" At the same time, Chen's voice rang out, "Not really." The 2 exchanged glances. Chen didn't understand why second brother, Fu Chinshuan, said they were in a relationship. Fu Chinshuan also didn't expect Chen to deny it, assuming he just wasn't willing to admit it in front of others yet. "I know you're not ready to go public with our romance yet, but I think the people here are also your friends. It's fine to tell them." Chen looked at Fu Chinshuan, his eyes filled with confusion. He didn't get it. Was he really that unclear? Chen blinked, trying hard to understand what Fu Chinshuan was saying, besides the surface meaning, if there was a deeper layer. And his silence made Fu Chinshuan feel more disheartened as he asked somewhat resentfully, "Even these few people can't know? Am I so unworthy because we're dating?" He had understood Chen's job, and he hadn't planned on going public. Even after marriage, he thought that as long as Chen disagreed, they could remain quietly married without announcement. But Fu Chinshuan hadn't expected that Chen wouldn't even be willing to let these few people know. At this moment, Fu Chinshuan felt genuinely wronged. Chen could visibly see that Fu Chinshuan's mood had worsened. He didn't know what to say for a moment. He reached out to touch Fu Chinshuan, but felt that whatever he did at this moment might be inappropriate. Fang Kecheng observed the situation between the 2, pulling back her head slightly and peeking through one eye. She had initially thought she would witness a chaotic scene today, but never imagined it would turn into something even more stimulating than chaos. She had already sensed that there was something strange about the interactions between Fu Chinshuan and Chen. It seemed like they were together, but also not quite.
There was gossip. Big gossip. She had definitely come to the right place today. Confronting asked, and Chen, are you really in a relationship with Mr. Fu? And Chen shook his head and said in a soft, obedient tone, no. Confronting pressed further, are you sure there's nothing? If you are together, there's no problem. You're not an idol, and being in a relationship won't have much impact on your career. Moreover, we won't spread it around either. And Chen still shook his head. Really, no. Second brother is the male lead of this book, and his official pair should be Su Huachen. And Chen had never thought about being in a relationship with Fu Chinshuan. His goal had always been to secure his place within the Fu family, aiming to be comfortable until the end of his days. If that failed, he'd save up 1 billion yuan to ensure he didn't end up homeless if thrown out of the Fu family. Even though he didn't read much, he still knew from stories passed down by old Lin, if anyone competed with the protagonist for someone's affections, they ended tragically, destined to become cannon fodder. How could he possibly start a relationship with second brother? After Chen spoke, Fu Chinshuan's eyes revealed even clearer signs of hurt. He loosened his grip on Chen's hand and directed his gaze toward the window. He was mad, a kind of anger that was difficult to appease. They had been in a relationship for half a month, and Fu Chinshuan had even started picking wedding dates, only for Chen to deny their involvement. Fu Chinshuan's chest tightened painfully as he said, we need to communicate more about this when we get back. Despite the countless questions bubbling up inside him and his desire to understand Chen's thoughts, Fu Chinshuan didn't want to question Chen about it in front of so many people. He didn't want to make it seem like he was interrogating Chen. This was their personal issue, and it needed to be resolved behind closed doors once they returned to the hotel. Seeing the party involved had no intention to elaborate further, Confronting naturally wouldn't unreasonably pursue the matter. In another vehicle, Qida and Qi felt somewhat frustrated. Qi unhappily said, Leader, it's clear those people don't welcome us. Why did we bother coming? We just humiliated ourselves. Erding added, if they had stopped me in the middle of the night wanting to rob me, would you show any friendliness towards them? Qi slapped his thigh and declared, whoever dares, I'll break his leg. Erding slapped Qi on the head and said, you know this was wrong, yet you're still angry about it. If others hadn't torn your bones apart already, they were still being decent to you. Qi muttered, we didn't succeed in the end either. It's us two who got beaten up. Look, our faces are still swollen from it. Erding raised his hand again to hit someone. Qi drew back his neck and said, I was wrong, leader, I know I was wrong. Qi quickly stepped forward to stop him, leader, we truly know we were wrong. Don't beat Qi anymore. If you have to hit someone, then hit me instead. Erding said, what's the point of beating you two? Once you go back, prepare for the competition properly. If you don't win first place in the horse riding competition, you'll see how I deal with you later. Qi said, don't worry, leader. We'll definitely take the first place and overtake that Lin Hai ranch. Qi shook his head, feeling sorry for his younger brother's lack of social awareness, he just couldn't help but mention things best left unsaid. Seeing Erding about to lash out again, Qi quickly interjected, leader, don't you think there's something strange about the relationship between Chen and Fu Chinshuan? Erding replied, if friends get along well, so what? Upon hearing this, Qi slowly let his index and middle fingers slip down his leg toward beside. Erding saw suddenly that his fingers were tightly intertwined. He glanced at Qi sitting next to him, grinning mischievously. 2 seconds later, Erding grabbed a water cup from the chair next to him and threw it at him. 5 minutes later, Qi, beaten up again until his nose and face were bruised, huddled in the corner, not daring to be sarcastic any longer. Holding his swollen face, he said, see. We've grown up together, a handshake makes you react like this. Are you sure that handshake between them is something normal between brothers? Erding grew up on the grasslands where men were mostly rough and unrestrained, all fond of pretty girls. He had never witnessed affection between people of the same sex. So he hadn't thought about that side of things initially. Twisting his wrist, Erding said, that's their private matter. Don't gossip about it outside. Understand? With his face covered, Qi nodded dejectedly. Seeing their leader hit his elder brother, Qi dared not intervene but pretended to scroll through his phone. But unexpectedly, he stumbled upon something significant. Leader, I finally understand why Fu Chinshuan has such hostility towards you. Qi handed over his phone and said, look at these pictures. Erding looked at the other's phone and immediately saw a picture of himself hugging Chen while riding a horse and touching Chen's face. With the added background music, the air of ambiguity in those images was maximized. Erding shook his head covering his face, now understanding why Fu Chinshuan previously eyed him with enmity. He originally thought it was due to Qi and Qi antics, but it turns out Fu Chinshuan considered him as a romantic rival. This is nonsense. Chapter 140, The One-Sided Romance Ends. The entire ride back to the hotel. Fu Chinshuan didn't let go of Chen's hand the whole time. Chen tried twice to pull her hand back, but Fu Chinshuan wouldn't release it. Their fingers were tightly interlaced. Chen looked at him. Face full of question marks. Fu Chinshuan raised an eyebrow, not wanting to talk to Chen for now. Still upset that Chen denied their relationship. He was angry, but he still held her hand. As soon as they entered the hotel room, Fu Qianxuan pulled Chen onto the bed, but turned his head to the side. His entire body radiated the emotion, "I'm mad, come comfort me." Not only did she refuse to acknowledge their relationship in front of Duan Xingyu and Fang Kechen, she didn't even admit it privately. And here he had gone through so much trouble to bring her all that food when he returned. Such a heartless little thing. And Chen, seeing their still clasped hands, finally opened her mouth and asked, "Elder brother, can you loosen your grip a bit? My hand hurts." Fu Qianxuan paused for a moment, slightly loosened his hand and said, "Even though I've relaxed my hand, I'm still angry." And Chen didn't understand, "Why are you angry?" Fu Qianxuan immediately furrowed his eyebrows, asking, "Are you seriously asking me why I'm angry? You openly denied our relationship in front of those people, shouldn't I be angry? You made it sound like I'm some rich man's mistress." And Chen tilted her head, still unable to comprehend, asking, "But we're really not dating, are we?" Fu Qianxuan's eyes and eyebrows drooped, saying, "And now it's just the two of us. Are you trying to upset me by saying this? You're making my heart ache too." And Chen felt like her brain might start spinning if this continued. If it were anyone else, and Chen would have probably lost interest long ago in figuring them out. But Fu Qianxuan is the protagonist of this world. Even if Chen were confused, she knew what happened when someone crossed the protagonist. And Chen gently tapped her head, unusually serious, and said, "Elder brother, could it be you've misunderstood something?" Fu Qianxuan was stunned by Chen's expression for a moment before asking, "Are you really not trying to annoy me with what you're saying?" And Chen nodded. Fu Qianxuan asked again, "Do you really think we're not dating?" And Chen replied, "We're obviously not." Fu Qianxuan panicked and said, "How could we not be dating? You've hugged me already. You're my elder brother. Isn't hugging you once fine?" And Chen wondered if indeed she'd hugged Fu Qianxuan several times. She quietly asked, "Is it wrong to hug? Then I'll pay more attention next time." "Who told you to pay more attention next time?" Fu Qianxuan lifted their clasped hands and said, "Didn't you also hold my hand on the way?" And Chen corrected him, "It was you who held my hand the whole way." Fu Qianxuan said, "Then what about when I asked you earlier if you'd spend the rest of your life with me, and you agreed?" And Chen carefully reflected, not remembering, and asked, "When was that?" Fu Qianxuan, "It was then." They sat on the bed and started recounting events from this period. From when the two confirmed they were dating, then later confirmed they'd get married, they went over everything step by step. And realized their versions of events completely mismatched. The more Fu Qianxuan recalled, the darker his mood became and the more severe the shadow grew over his face. Wrong, everything was wrong. Suddenly recalling one final incident, Fu Qianxuan's eyes instantly lit up and said, "No, you kissed me." The reason for the misunderstanding afterwards stemmed mainly from the fact that Chen had kissed him one morning. At first, he hadn't had the chance to ask her, later assuming since they had confirmed their relationship, there was no need to bring it up explicitly. But he had kissed her, surely she couldn't deny that, right? And Chen looked at Fu Qianxuan, full of confusion, unable to understand. Fu Qianxuan had an ominous premonition deep inside and asked, "Could it be you don't remember?" And Chen blinked her innocent almond-shaped eyes and shook her head. Fu Qianxuan broke down, standing up and pointing at Chen, "You don't remember? You kissed me, and you actually don't remember. How can you possibly not remember?" And Chen said, "Elder brother, could it be you're mistaken?" Fu Qianxuan said, "My memory is excellent. How could I be mistaken?" Fu Qianxuan regretted not taking a photo back then. But thinking about the situation, Chen had kissed him half asleep, in a daze, likely unintentionally. So, no romance. He and An really weren't dating. There had been no confession, let alone a proposal. Even the kiss happened when Chen was asleep and moved unconsciously. Everything was all in his own head. This romance had always been one-sided, with only him pursuing it. Thinking about this, Fu Qianxuan felt aggrieved and his nose tingled. Seeing Fu Qianxuan's sorrowful face, Chen blinked her eyes. He seemed really upset. Should she comfort him? Though not very good at it, Chen still reached out and patted Fu Qianxuan's shoulder, consoling him, "Elder brother, don't worry. What goes away will be replaced by something new. You will definitely have a wife in the future." Fu Qianxuan's face filled with hurt, looked up at her incredulously. Chen wanted to console him again, but just then there was a knock on the door. Chen went to open it and saw someone who made her happy. Lin Yuan was drenched in sweat, even his hair was damp, looking disheveled as he stood at the door. After moving so much luggage to the room, Lin Yuan was walking unsteadily now. When Mr. Fu returned and saw the third young master, he would probably want to stick together every minute. Lin Yuan didn't expect him to come help. Holding a black box in his hand, Lin Yuan said, "Mr. Fu, you left so quickly that your ring is still with me." Fu Qianxuan, who had just been sad, darted to the door like a rocket and snatched the box from Lin Yuan's hand. His face still carried a trace of sadness, afraid that Lin Yuan would say more. He interrupted, "Lin Yuan, shut up, you mustn't say anything." Lin Yuan. What was going on? They were arguing upon meeting. Looking at the two of them, Lin Yuan felt embarrassed and said angrily, "You two go out. You need to calm down." "Out." Out. And with that, he pushed both Lin Yuan and Chen out of the room and slammed the door shut. Chen looked at the door. This was her room. Lin Yuan, who had been angry before, seeing that even Chen was pushed out, immediately balanced his mood. Lin Yuan asked curiously, "What's wrong with Mr. Fu? Why did he push you out too?" Previously longing to return home to see the third young master, willing to endure 3 layovers to get back. Finally seeing each other, instead of hugging and carrying around, why were they arguing? Chen touched her nose, softly saying with a hint of guilt, "Maybe he broke up." Lin Yuan paused his actions while packing the luggage and asked, "Did you break up with him?" Chapter 141, Heartbroken Fu Air. Chen said, "No." Lin Yuan said, "Then, did you cheat on someone?" Chen shook his head, not knowing how to explain. Chen's hesitation made Lin Yuan believe he was right. It was really impossible to tell that the third young master would cheat on someone. Thinking about all the things Fu Chinshuan had done recently, even Lin Yuan felt indignant for him. Lin Yuan said, "Young Master 3, as an assistant, I shouldn't interfere in the relationship between you and Mr. Fu. But I can't help feeling sorry for Mr. Fu. Although Mr. Fu is a bit capricious at work, which frequently gives me unnecessary troubles and extra workload, and his temper isn't very good either, he is completely love-driven. Isn't it always said that being love-driven is the best dowry for a man? Besides, Mr. Fu isn't just love-driven, he's also a wealthy one. With someone so excellent, how could you still cheat on him? You shouldn't disappoint him." If it were someone else, Lin Yuan wouldn't be so easily convinced, but Chen had a history of this. He had always had poor judgment in choosing men, otherwise, he wouldn't have given up someone like Mr. Fu but chose someone worthless like Chen Danwen instead. Chen. We haven't been in a romantic relationship. Lin Yuan felt that something important was missing. Inside the hotel room. Fu Chinshuan held his phone, making a video call while grumbling, "I've dated for half a month, and he tells me that we haven't been dating. Then what am I supposed to think of my last half month?" On the other side of the video call, Fu Qianyan, wearing a set of black silk pajamas, frowned with disdain as he said, "Consider yourself unlucky." Fu Chinshuan whined, "I was planning our wedding ceremony, even decided where to get the wedding dress from. Now he says there was no relationship, forget about getting married, we didn't even date. Now I'm left without title or ownership." Fu Qianyan said, "The title and ownership you never had them to begin with." Fu Chinshuan kept complaining, "I already ordered a couple's rings for both of us, now I can't even give them out. I've even picked out the gift packages for our wedding, those chocolates were sure to be his favorite flavor. Now they'll all go to waste. After 20 hours of flying, cramped in a tiny airplane without space for my long legs. Brother, by that airline company, I'll never fly economy class again." Fu Qianyan pinched his temple, unwilling to speak anymore. As a result, Fu Chinshuan saw this and complained, "Brother, I don't like your current expression." Fu Qianyan replied, "Don't like it? Go away." An enraged Fu Chinshuan asked, "I'm already heartbroken, why do you keep talking with such sarcasm?" Fu Qianyan, pinching his temple again, said, "Only when you are officially together, and break up, can you say it's heartbreak. Yours, at most, counts as overthinking." Fu Chinshuan shouted loudly, "Big brother, why are you speaking so wildly today?" Fu Qianyan replied, "You've been yammering for 30 minutes. That's enough." Fu Qianyan was sleeping soundly, woken up by a call in the middle of the night. As soon as he answered, Fu Chinshuan's dispirited face stared at him for over 20 minutes, almost making him think Fu Chinshuan had become paralyzed. Finally, he started talking incessantly like a machine gun. If it wasn't his younger brother, he would have hung up already. Seeing Fu Chinshuan preparing to complain for another half hour, Fu Qianyan interrupted, "Rather than wasting time here griping, you might as well figure out how to win in and over. Didn't Chen say he was going to attend the bonfire party tonight? If I remember correctly, during the bonfire party on the grassland, there's always a declaration segment. Do you think anyone will confess their love to Anan?" Fu Chinshuan. Fu Qianyan said, "Anan has a kind heart. In case someone publicly confesses their feelings to him, if he fears embarrassing them, he might just accept it out of kindness. It's not impossible." Upon hearing this, Fu Chinshuan suddenly felt a sense of crisis. "That's unacceptable. Anan belongs to me." Fu Qianyan asked, "Then will you be attending the bonfire party tonight?" Fu Chinshuan replied, "Of course, I'll go." Fu Qianyan coldly snorted, "Given your current listless state, you're not the slightest competitive. Even a dog wouldn't look at you favorably." Fu Chinshuan. "I know what to do. Tonight, I'll present my best self." Before Fu Chinshuan could hang up the phone, he remembered something from before and said, "By the way, brother, please try hard and acquire that airline." After saying that, Fu Chinshuan hung up the phone. Fu Chinshuan went into the bathroom, splashed water on his face, and then looked at his reflection in the mirror. All traces of sorrow on his previous face were gone, leaving only a finely sculpted face with distinct features. His deep eyes bore a touch of wild untamedness. With a touch of coldness on his face and an aura of world-shaking royal authority surrounding him. His thin lips slightly pursed, he took out his phone and called Lin Yuan. With a cold and stern expression, he said, "Lin Yuan, bring me a set of clean suits to my room and also find a good stylist."
I want to see someone within half an hour. Lin Yuan, Mr. Fu, I'm resigning. Fu Chinshuan. When Fu Chinshuan arrived at the restaurant, he saw Lin Yuan standing like a madman, crying and singing on a chair. And Chen stood nearby, looking completely at a loss. Fu Chinshuan approached and asked, why is he drinking today? His assistant's tolerance for alcohol was terrible. The last time Fu Chinshuan had taken him to a drinking event, he collapsed after just one glass. Since then, he never let Lin Yuan drink at any gathering again. And Chen said he broke up with his girlfriend and now she's getting married. He's feeling really down. Fu Chinshuan. When did this guy have a girlfriend? Why didn't he know about it? This clearly showed that the assistant had too much free time to fall in love while working so closely with him every day. Seeing Fu Chinshuan, Lin Yuan ran over, sobbing as he clung onto him, saying, Mr. Fu, my girlfriend is getting married. She's going to marry someone else. What should I do? Feeling annoyed, Fu Chinshuan pushed Lin Yuan's head away slightly, replying, how should I know? I'm dealing with my own heartbreak. While saying this, he glanced briefly at Chen who was eating ice cream sent by the hotel's restaurant without a care in the world. Lin Yuan hiccuped and said, I only broke up with her 632 days ago, and now she's found another person and is getting married. I'm heartbroken. Fu Chinshuan. Suddenly, Lin Yuan grabbed Fu Chinshuan's shirt, his drunk face red, earnestly declaring, Mr. Fu, I'm resigning. I'll go ruin the wedding. I need to get my girlfriend back. Fu Chinshuan shoved Lin Yuan's face aside, replying, you're full of alcohol fumes. Go somewhere else. And Chen looked at the ice cream in his hand, stepping forward and asking, second brother, do you want some ice cream? Fu Chinshuan asked, what are you up to? Trying to bribe me with ice cream because you regretted what you said? And Chen gestured toward Lin Yuan slumped on the chair, and said, I'm afraid you might end up like Assistant Lin. So, why not take a bite of this sweet treat to make yourself feel better? Is my broken heart only worth a bite of ice cream? Fu Chinshuan was nearly driven crazy by Chen. Chapter 142 A Box of Chocolate. Seeing Chen's at a loss, Fu Chinshuan could no longer bear to see him sad and could only say, well, you don't have to blame yourself. Everyone has different ways of coping with breakups, not everyone gets as upset as he did. And Chen looked up and asked, then were you not sad when you broke up? Fu Chinshuan straightened his back and said, that's because he didn't have the grit. Breaking up is not like the sky falling down, what is there to be so upset about? For a successful man, having a few failed relationships is normal. And Chen nodded in agreement, saying, that's good then, second brother is indeed the best. Fu Chinshuan. This kind of compliment is better off without. Initially, Chen was worried that if the other party liked him, it would affect the main plot. Now it seems that it was just an accident, and now Chen can relax. Since I'm not important, then they probably won't kick me out of the Fu family, right? Looking at Chen, Fu Chinshuan shook his head. Earlier it was me being too hasty, and still doesn't understand what feelings are. I need to slowly teach him. The most important task at hand is to drive away the rival. Glancing at Lin Yuan who was sprawled on one side, Fu Chinshuan glanced disdainfully and mocked, just a breakup, crying like a dog, embarrassing oneself. He went forward, pulling Lin Yuan up, intending to take him back to the hotel room. But as soon as Lin Yuan stood up, he started throwing up all over Fu Chinshuan's chest. After vomiting, Lin Yuan wiped his mouth, burped and mumbled, I'm quitting, I want to crash a wedding, I'm quitting, I want to crash a wedding. Then he slumped to the ground like a boneless snake next to Fu Chinshuan. Smelling the foul odor emanating from his body, Fu Chinshuan's dark eyes turned cold, and his fists clenched at his sides. Especially when he saw Chen instinctively step back 2 steps, he almost wanted to cut out Lin Yuan's heart on the spot. There's no need for resignation, he'll fire him tomorrow. On the grassland, during spring, autumn, and winter, the herdsmen are always busy. Only during the green summer months when the grass is lush do the herdsmen not need to feed hay every day, giving them some leisure time. Thus, many events on the grasslands are concentrated in the summer. Today, Fu Chinshuan had changed out of his suit and put on Tibetan attire, black underclothes with a blue, golden-edged Tibetan robe on top. His broad figure looked majestic in the Tibetan robe, making his handsome face stand out even more clearly. Fang Keqing and Duan Xingyu sat in the car and saw Fu Chinshuan walk out from the hotel. Fang Keqing held her face with both hands, gazing lovingly while saying, this Mr. Fu truly oozes hormones with every step he takes, how incredibly handsome. Duan Xingyu looked through the car window towards Fu Chinshuan, a look of puzzlement in his eyes, but remained silent. Noticing no one responded, Fang Keqing turned around and saw Duan Xingyu like this and asked, what's wrong with you, why the expression? Duan Xingyu shook his head and said, nothing. Fang Keqing said, still saying nothing? You've been acting strange since coming back from the airport this afternoon. It's like you've lost half your soul. Duan Xingyu, have I? Fang Keqing said, yes, very obvious. In front of the black car. Lin Yuan got out from the driver's seat and opened the rear door for Fu Chinshuan. When he looked at Fu Chinshuan, he slightly bowed his head, looking a little guilty. Fu Chinshuan looked at him and asked, do you still want to resign? Lin Yuan adjusted his glasses frame and said, I love my work loves me.
Fu Qinshuan asked again, then do you still want to crash a wedding? Lin Yuan pressed his lips together and said, with no women in my heart, naturally, I'll feel divine. Fu Qinshuan said, we'll settle accounts tomorrow for what you threw up on me. After getting into the car, Fu Qinshuan shifted his gaze to the entrance of the hotel. Fu Qinshuan had decided that since Chen doesn't yet understand emotions, he will proceed with the original plan at a gradual pace. Since I've already waited for so long, I don't need to rush now. The key at the moment is to ensure that Chen doesn't get scared. At this point, Chen wearing the Tibetan clothes prepared in advance by Shuli walked out. A white and golden trimmed Tibetan outfit covered with brown outside, adorned with cloud embroidery at the neckline. Part of the attire hung on his shoulder while the other part was exposed. This set made him appear youthful and handsome, with a clean and gentle face highlighted under the sun. Fang Keqing's eyes sparkled, saying, Chen really looks good, like he stepped out of a comic book. Duan Xingyu looked at Chen and didn't voice any opinion. In the car ahead, Fu Qinshuan, upon seeing Chen come out, strained his neck to one side, deliberately avoiding looking at him. He mustn't reveal any expression of astonishment, he has to remain calm. Especially when Chen gets in the car later, he needs to be even calmer. Fu Qinshuan's car door was open as he moved slightly further inside, waiting for Chen to get in. In his hand, he held a box of chocolate, intending to share it with Chen once he got in, building their relationship step by step. Lin Yuan also stood by the car door, ready to close it after Chen entered. However, Chen went straight toward the other car occupied by Fang Keqing and Duan Xingyu instead. Lin Yuan quickly called out, "Third young master, Mr. Fu is in this car." Chen looked over there, pressing his lips together as he said, "I want to sit with Duan Xingyu, not with second brother." With that, Chen directly climbed into Duan Xingyu's car. Upon seeing this, Fu Qinshuan's face immediately soured, his narrow eyes slightly narrowing, and his expression turning very sour. The box of chocolates in his hand started to deform slowly. Lin Yuan observed the situation and asked, "Mr. Fu, third young master got into the other car." Fu Qinshuan cast a sidelong glance at him, snapping irritably, "I'm not blind." He tore open the box of chocolates and bit into one, subsequently complaining, "What lousy chocolate, so bitter." "Lin Yuan, wasn't this the one you tasted from over a dozen varieties and specially brought back home yourself?" Fu Qinshuan turned to him and asked, "What are you standing around for? Are you waiting for me to drive you?" Lin Yuan responded, "Oh." Lin Yuan slammed the car door shut hard. Startled, Fu Qinshuan exclaimed. Sitting in the car, Fu Qinshuan's mood was still far from good. Looking at the chocolates in his hand, Fu Qinshuan's expression turned somewhat dejected as he asked, "When is your girlfriend getting married?" Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the steering wheel slightly as he said, "In 5 days." Fu Qinshuan said, "After we wrap things up here and go back, I'll give you a week off." Lin Yuan blinked strongly twice, unsure if he heard correctly as he asked, "Mr. Fu?" Fu Qinshuan said, "Isn't that what you wanted? To crash a wedding? If you succeed, I'll give you the large flat at Huyuan in City A, over 300 square meters, as a wedding house." The car screeched to an abrupt stop. Fu Qinshuan touched his forehead, almost bumped in a sudden stop, as those alluring peach blossom eyes narrowed as he asked, "Lin Yin, haven't you been working too little recently?" Lin Yuan turned around, profoundly moved and excitedly said, "Mr. Fu, I'll work for you for life. Don't get so close, I don't like your current hairstyle." Fu Qinshuan reached out and pushed Lin Yuan's head aside as he said, "And you only get the wedding house if you succeed. If you fail, you're back to overtime when we return." Chapter 143, Aren't You Two Real Brothers? The black car at the back. Originally, there were only Duan Xingyu and Fang Keqing sitting in the rear seat. Now that Chen had sat inside, he directly pushed Fang Keqing to the middle. Fang Keqing had been thinking why Chen didn't sit with Mr. Fu. Looking at the handsome men on both sides now, Fang Keqing's slightly upturned lips were a little hard to control. "This is also nice." Fang Keqing leaned forward, propped her chin on one hand, and asked Chen with a smiling face, "Chen, are you having a quarrel with Mr. Fu?" Chen shook his head and said, "No." "Fang Keqing, then why don't you sit with him? I saw the car door on his side was already open." Chen said, I want to sit here. Online it says that heartbreak is painful, so let's keep some distance from brother 2 these days." Previously, Chen was considering whether to skip tonight's bonfire party or not. After thinking for 3 seconds, he couldn't bear to miss out on the roasted suckling pig and roasted whole lamb. Fang Keqing asked curiously, "Chen, have you two dated or not?" Chen said, "It's impossible for me to date my second brother." Fang Keqing asked in confusion, "Why is it impossible? How handsome second master Fu is, and I can see he likes you a lot." Chen lowered his head slightly, placed both hands on his knees, and said, "Well, it's just impossible." Fang Keqing wanted to ask again, "Then you?" Duan Xingyu stopped her, saying, "Why are you so nosy, always asking questions? Don't you know what privacy is?" Fang Keqing turned her head, facing suddenly angry Duan Xingyu, and said puzzledly, "Fine, I won't ask." "Why are you yelling at me?" Duan Xingyu said, "You're too nosy, just like the aunties munching sunflower seeds at the village entrance." Fang Keqing said angrily, "Duan Xingyu, is there something wrong with your brain? And Chen looked at these two people, not understanding how they suddenly argued. Should he mediate? Fang Keqing thought it was no fun and didn't want to sit next to Duan Xingyu. She made the driver stop, got out of the car, and sat in the front passenger seat. And Chen didn't understand why Duan Xingyu suddenly got mad. Suddenly, Duan Xingyu grasped his hands tightly, looking full of sympathy, and said, "And Chen, during this period, you must have gone through a lot of hardships, right? Your heart has been tormented." And Chen. Duan Xingyu continued, "Don't worry, in the future, I will protect you. No one can force you to do anything you don't want to." And Chen. What exactly is he talking about? Through the rearview mirror, Fang Keqing observed this scene, disdaining deep down. Clearly, something was wrong with him. The two cars proceeded one after another towards the venue of the bonfire evening party. In ancient times, people would dance around the bonfire after gaining a harvest or succeeding in hunting as a celebration. This form has been passed down to today, becoming a traditional celebration method on the grasslands, and also an important channel for cultural inheritance and social interaction. In recent years, more tourists come to the grasslands, many specifically for the bonfire evening parties, making them a blend of tradition and commerce. This annual bonfire evening party could gather as many as 6,000 people. Even this number was due to controlled ticket quantities because the organizers were worried about safety if there were too many people to manage. Their tickets were specially obtained by Xu Li. When they arrived, it wasn't early anymore, and cars were parked everywhere. Fortunately, the grasslands are vast, so there was still plenty of space for parking. It was also the first time for Duan Xingyu to attend the bonfire evening party on the grasslands, which left him amazed. There are too many people. Ow ow ow. Duan Xingyu hopped in place while clutching his foot. He looked at the culprit and angrily said, "Fang Keqing, what's your problem? Why did you step on me?" Fang Keqing shrugged and said, "Oops, sorry, it was intentional." Just as Duan Xingyu was about to say something, he noticed Fu Qianshuan's car coming over. Seeing this, Duan Xingyu quickly pulled and Chen, let's go in quickly. Fu Qianshuan. Is it too obvious that you're targeting me? Lin Yuan just missed getting a parking spot. Fu Qianshuan picked up his phone and made a call, follow Chen closely behind, but make sure he doesn't find out, and maintain a safe distance. Chen stood in place, looking around but didn't see Fu Qianshuan. Originally, he wanted to wait for him to enter together, but then remembered he needed to avoid him a bit now. Duan Xingyu and Chen entered with their tickets. From the outside looking in, it was crowded with people, but upon entering, one would realize there were even more people inside. But there was an abundance of delicious food as well. The appetizing scents wafted everywhere, awakening all of Chen's cravings. Chen and Duan Xingyu each ordered a bowl of mutton soup. They found a small corner table to sit at, trying to reduce their presence amidst the crowd. When the owner brought over the mutton soup, Duan Xingyu frowned at the large amount of cilantro in it. Chen said, "If you don't eat cilantro, can I have yours?" Duan Xingyu replied, "Sure." Chen opened a pair of disposable chopsticks and began transferring all the cilantro from Duan Xingyu's bowl into his own. After glancing around and ensuring that Mr. Fu wasn't following them, Duan Xingyu softly said with a look of heartfelt concern, "Dad, don't worry, I will definitely protect you in the future." Chen paused mid-action while picking cilantro and asked, "What are you talking about? You don't have to hide it from me. I know you're the third young master of the Fu family, and you and Mr. Fu aren't brothers." Duan Xingyu continued, indignant on Chen's behalf, "I never would have thought that Mr. Fu, who seems so proper, could be so perverted, wanting to do something inappropriate with you." Chen. Fang Keqing, who had been sneaking closer, froze completely after hearing this. Was she hearing the juiciest gossip of the century? Chen is actually the third young master of the Fu family. Didn't the Fu family only have two young masters? When did there become a third? My goodness. So Chen has such an impressive identity and remains so low-key? So Chen and Fu Qianshuan are actually real brothers? Are they, bone lovers? Fang Keqing's lips curved upward uncontrollably, her hand covering her mouth to suppress laughter. Bone lovers, what a perfect pairing. No wonder Duan Xingyu kept looking gloomy earlier. He yelled at her, probably because of this reason. Now it all made sense. Her initially unfavorable impression of Duan Xingyu gradually transformed into a warm, amused smile. Earlier at the hotel entrance, Fang Keqing had heard Lin Yuan call out to Chen as third young master, but assumed it was just a mishearing. Now, it seemed everything checked out. Duan Xingyu looked agitated on behalf of Chen's situation. After devouring all the cilantro, Chen took a sip of the beef soup, satisfaction clear on his face as he said, "Oh, so that's why you were upset earlier." Chen drank another couple of sips from his beef soup and then said, "Duan Xingyu, you've misunderstood. I'm adopted by the Fu family, and second brother and I aren't real brothers." Duan Xingyu asked in disbelief, "What? You two aren't real brothers?" Chapter 144, The Horse-Riding Teenager Running Out in the Firelight. Chen nodded, his demeanor quiet and well-behaved. Beside him, Fang Keqing's face was filled with unrestrained surprise. Not blood-related brothers? Then they're fake bones. Still good for fan service. This Chen is too low profile, hiding such a powerful identity layer. Young Master Fu, even if not biologically related, can still dominate the entertainment industry with just this connection. He has never mentioned a single thing about it. Thinking back to when Danwen looked down on Chen as being nouveau riche, knowing his true identity now, wouldn't she be regretting it to death? Wait, that guy is locked up now, probably also regretting it deeply. Fang Kecheng's envy was too obvious, and Duan Xingyu quickly noticed. Instead of denying it, Fang Kecheng straightened his back and said, I wasn't eavesdropping. Duan Xingyu pulled her over, looked around left and right, then quietly asked, did you hear everything? Fang Kecheng said, I wasn't intentionally eavesdropping. I originally wanted to sneak up and scare you, but I didn't expect you guys to be talking about this. Duan Xingyu said, you're not allowed to tell anyone else. As someone from an affluent family himself, Duan Xingyu clearly understood that certain things within wealthy families were best kept secret. Since the Fu family hasn't publicly disclosed Chen's identity, there must be a reason for it. Moreover, judging by how Fu Chinshuan looks at Chen, he might really have developed feelings for him. Although Chen doesn't seem reciprocate the same feelings right now, regardless of whether they're together or not, given Chen's status as an artist, their relationship could still stir gossip if revealed publicly. Fang Kecheng said, I won't tell anyone. Duan Xingyu added, you need to swear. If you leak this, all the CPs you support will end tragically. That won't do. I may not date, but my CPs must have happy endings. Fang Kecheng raised her hand to swear, I promise I won't say a word. If I do, all my CPs will collapse, and all my game husbands will completely ignore me. Fang Kecheng made the most poisonous oath for herself possible. Only then did Duan Xingyu finally feel reassured. After swearing, Fang Kecheng turned to Chen, grabbed his arm, and said, Master, please help me remove some leg hair. Duan Xingyu immediately pulled them apart, stepping between them and said, you better go away. Don't take advantage of our Chen. Fang Kecheng said, even Fu Chinshuan isn't as protective as you are. On the other side, Fu Chinshuan got out of the car without noticing Chen's figure anymore. His dark eyes furrowed slightly as he looked towards Lin Yuan and said, it took 10 minutes to park, but now I don't even know where this person went. With so much noise here, making a phone call might not even get through. And with so many people, searching for him would be like trying to find a needle in the sea. Lin Yuan said, Mr. Fu, should I teach you a bit of dating advice? Fu Chinshuan glanced at him and said, your failed experiences, why would I need them? Lin Yuan clenched his teeth and whispered, I've at least dated someone before, unlike you who's in a one-sided love. Fu Chinshuan narrowed his eyes, his lips curving slightly with an almost smile, what did you say? Lin Yuan replied, I meant that you and young master make a perfect match. Heaven will surely bring you two together. Fu Chinshuan said, not bad. Share the dating tips you thought of earlier. The two walked inside while talking. After finishing the mutton soup, Chen, Duan Xingyu, and Fang Kecheng held hands and continued wandering. On the vast and boundless grasslands, the last glow of the sunset intertwined with the rising moonlight. As night deepened, a grand bonfire party began, marked by blooming fireworks in the sky, unfolding slowly. A towering stack of firewood stood erected and someone came to light the flame. Instantly, roaring flames surged upward, lighting up the surroundings. Music played, and the joyous drumbeat opened the festivities. The celebratory atmosphere spread to every corner of the grassland. Even if strangers among each other, no one hesitated to hold hands and dance together. The performances began, with a group of tall men dressed in traditional Tibetan clothing dancing around the bonfire in unison. Their movements were rugged yet powerful, expressing the story of this vast grassland through dance. Chen held a sugar painting in his hand, listening to the cries around him, swaying gently along with the rhythm. Fang Kecheng and Duan Xingyu excitedly pulled Chen to dance in place. It was clear that they were having a great time. The first dance performance concluded. The host came up with a microphone in hand and said, Welcome to the Chuanli bonfire party. Our vast Chuanli grassland boasts the wildest horses, the richest grass, the most beautiful scenery, and the bravest men. With tonight's brilliant stars and luminous moon, let's all follow me and watch an incredible horse riding performance brought to you by 10 of our most valiant men. As soon as the host finished speaking, not far away, the curtain that had been blocking a certain area fell down. It turned out to be a slightly lower section of grassland, standing 2 or 3 meters below where everyone was positioned. A natural viewing spot was formed. Below, lights lit up as bright as daylight. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves thundered through the air as 10 men dressed in Tibetan costumes charged forward on horseback across the grassland. Horse hooves stirred up clouds of dust from the ground, their echoes rumbling like distant thunder. This group started riding around the pre-planned track on the grassland. One man leading the charge rode a black stallion, his outfit blending between black and white Tibetan attire. After riding for a while, he flipped off the horse with such agility that it took everyone's breath away. He then gripped the saddle with one hand, running alongside his horse with astonishing dexterity. Wow, isn't this too handsome? Who is that person at the front? So good looking. You don't know Erding. His horse riding skills are excellent, drove us wild. Most of the girls here adore him. Nobody can resist how handsome Erding looks atop his horse. With a deft leap, Erding smoothly returned to the horse's back.
Subsequently, he performed a series of challenging stunts including hanging upside down on the horse, jumping onto the horse mid-air, and even doing a backstand while maintaining control of the horse. Though it was originally a group performance, most audience members found their attention fixed entirely on Erdang. Aside from his good looks, his unmatched equestrian skills left no doubt why he captivated everyone. A chain of difficult stunts showcased before the audience provided an unforgettable visual spectacle. Fang Keqing gripped her hands excitedly, shouting, "Isn't this too cool? Erdang on horseback is making me swoon. What do you think, Chen?" Chen nodded briefly, replying, As they approached the finish line, flames ignited along both sides of the path, startling some watchers but also thrilling the crowd immensely. The overly enthusiastic spectators shoved Chen to the side, nearly causing him to lose balance. Just as he was about to fall, someone caught his arm and pulled him back quickly. A familiar presence enveloped him. Fu Chinshuan embraced Chen around the waist to steady him and prevent any harm. Chen looked up and softly called, "Second brother." Meanwhile, in the ongoing show, Erdang leaped his horse over the blazing fire, leaving dazzling sparks behind. The fiery glow accentuated his radiant smile and unshakable confidence, bringing the horse-riding performance to its climax. Erdang's elegant moves and unparalleled riding prowess ignited tourists' excitement and captured the hearts of many young women present. The applause of delighted audiences rang throughout the place. Chen turned around wanting to see better, only to be pulled back midway by Fu Chinshuan. In the midst of Chen's confusion, Fu Chinshuan fed him a chocolate. Chapter 145, by Lianhua Fu Er. Fu Chinshuan, with his alluring peach blossom eyes slightly squinted, asked with a smirk at the corner of his lips, "Is it sweet?" Chen nodded and said, "It is." Fu Chinshuan took out a few more chocolates from his pocket and handed them to Chen, saying, "Here, for you." Chen smiled and accepted them. At this moment, the host's voice was heard as the equestrian performance ended and the next segment was about to begin. The crowd by the fence dispersed, and everyone returned to the bonfire. Fu Chinshuan wanted to make sure Chen wouldn't get hurt again. But when he turned around, he saw that Chen had retreated 2 meters away from him, and was still quietly taking small steps to move further back. Fu Chinshuan took 2 steps to the left with his tall and straight legs. Chen, upon seeing this, sneakily moved 2 more steps to the left. Once again, Fu Chinshuan caught up before Chen could retreat any further. He grabbed his arm and asked, "If you keep retreating, you'll leave the grasslands of Chichuanli." Chen was chewing on the chocolate in his mouth and did not reply. Fu Chinshuan tilted his head, looking down at him with a faint expression and asked, "You ate my chocolate, and now you're going to turn against me?" Chen raised his eyes and blinked, speaking in a weak tone, "I didn't turn against you. I just thought it was a bit suffocating there and wanted to go somewhere else." Fu Chinshuan lightly tapped Chen's head and said, "From childhood until now, your habit of blinking when lying hasn't changed." Chen tightened his grip on the few chocolates in his hand and said, not returning them. Fu Chinshuan was almost driven mad by this ungrateful little one who valued snacks more than himself. Fu Chinshuan said, "Am I being avoided because I confessed to you?" Chen blinked and said, "Not avoiding." Fu Chinshuan pinched Chen's face and said, "If you don't tell the truth, I'll take back the chocolates. There are several boxes in the hotel that I won't give you either." Chen said, "Avoiding?" Fu Chinshuan asked, "Just because I confessed to you?" Chen said, "You can't like me, and you can't be together with me. In those books old Mr. Lin used to listen to, whoever went against the protagonist or tried to steal the protagonist's man always met an unfortunate end." Chen felt he had died once already, he certainly couldn't die repeatedly. Fu Chinshuan had guessed it would be this way and asked, "Does this mean you plan to ignore me after my confession failed?" "Not exactly, just keeping some distance," Chen mumbled with his head tilted, "I'm afraid seeing me will sadden you." Chen added softly, "Or you should quickly find another partner." Hearing these words, Fu Chinshuan turned his back, placing a hand over his chest to suppress the rising anger within. He felt so upset he could cry. How had he nurtured such an ungrateful thing? To not only reject him but also encourage him to seek others. Heartless and ruthless. He didn't want to talk to him anymore, fearing he'd die of frustration right here. After cooling down for 2 seconds, Fu Chinshuan turned again. All traces of sadness were gone from his face, replaced with a faint smile as he said, "You're overthinking it. I previously misunderstood that you liked me. To avoid making you feel sad, I thought since I didn't have anyone special, I might as well stay with you." Chen looked at him and asked, "Really?" Fu Chinshuan adjusted his Tibetan costume and said, "Your second brother, me, am so outstanding, handsome, and wealthy, can't I attract someone better? Why should I fixate on you?" Chen said, "That makes sense." Fu Chinshuan said, "Since you have no feelings for me, then we should remain as brothers in the future." Chen chewed on the chocolate in his mouth, watching him without responding. Fu Chinshuan asked, "When you were younger and got beaten by your coach, who stood up for you?" Chen said, "You, second brother." This event, he remembered well. Fu Chinshuan asked again, "Who accompanied you back to the rose garden every year in the past?" Chen said, "You, second brother." Fu Chinshuan continued, "Who grew a whole yard of coriander because you like eating it?" This Chen didn't remember. However, there indeed was a small patch of coriander in the backyard of the Fu family residence. Uncertain, but it should have been planted by Fu Chinshuan. And Chen looked at Fu Chinshuan and said timidly, it was also you, second brother. Fu Chinshuan said, when you wet the bed as a child, who helped clean up? You were so young, unable to distinguish between hot and cold water, yet, who helped you bathe? When your homework wasn't done, who completed it for you? The bath gel you use now is specifically customized according to my brand preferences, and the chocolate in your mouth is something I especially brought back from abroad. And yet, you think keeping distance is appropriate? The more Fu Chinshuan spoke, the more aggrieved his tone became, which made Chen feel overwhelmed with guilt. And Chen lowered his head and said in a small voice, it's not suitable. Fu Chinshuan said, and even if we can't develop into lovers, we still have a relationship closer than lovers, which is kinship. And Chen said, Fu Chinshuan said, the previous incident was a misunderstanding. You said you wanted to be with me forever, and I thought it was a confession. Since it isn't, then we can just remain brothers like before, understood? And Chen replied, understood. And Chen felt increasingly guilty after being spoken to like this. Actually, since coming over, second brother had always been quite good to him, helping when others bullied him. He would also remember to bring treats for him. That deposit goal of 100 million yuan he had set only managed to accumulate less than 6 million so far. Out of the 5.2 million given by second brother, nearly 260,000 came from debt second brother collected from Sun Yongming. And Chen felt remorseful. Looking at the downcast Chen, Fu Chinshuan gazed at him with amusement in his long and narrow peach blossom eyes, asking, then are you still keeping distance from me? And Chen said, not keeping distance anymore. Then do you know you were wrong? I know I was wrong. Alright, I forgive you. Who makes you my younger brother? Fu Chinshuan, with an air of magnanimity, said, why don't you feed me a chocolate as an apology? And Chen looked at the 2 chocolates in his palm, feeling somewhat reluctant to part with them. Fu Chinshuan said with some sadness in his tone, apparently, you haven't regarded me as your brother, you wanted to alienate me. And Chen peeled off the wrapper of the chocolate, revealing the sweet inside, and fed it to Fu Chinshuan. Fu Chinshuan's lips slightly curved upward as he ate the chocolate fed by Chen. His attractive peach-shaped eyes were slanted upwards as he struggled to suppress the rising corner of his mouth, all of the earlier gloomy and irritable mood swept away. This chocolate was excellent, truly sweet. He should ask eldest brother to send more next time. Seeing Chen's pained expression with his little cheeks puffed up, Fu Chinshuan found him irresistibly cute. How could an be this adorable? That soft and chubby little face. Fu Chinshuan forcibly restrained the urge to pinch his cheeks again, patting him on the head and saying, let's go. I saw a beef tripe shop over there. They put an extra amount of coriander. Would you like to go together? And Chen, who was previously 7 parts sad about the chocolate and 3 parts regretful, lit up with joy and said, eat. In the distance, Lin Yuan, seeing the smooth progress between the two, proudly puffed out his chest. He had said that his methods wouldn't work, but ended up using them anyway. Just as he said, men showing weakness appropriately was indeed a useful way to pursue someone. Chapter 146, All the Cilantro is for you. Fu Chinshuan was walking with Chen. There were too many people at the bonfire party. Fu Chinshuan protected him while walking and sneaked a peek at his phone. The chat record with Lin Yuan had stopped 10 minutes ago. Find me a good beef offal store quickly, one that gives extra cilantro. And Chen looked at the road they seemed to have passed earlier and asked, Brother 2, where is the beef offal store? Fu Chinshuan said, it's too big here, I'm a bit lost. I remember it was that way. Fu Chinshuan lied without batting an eye, pointing in a random direction. After walking a few steps, his phone vibrated, and Fu Chinshuan quickly glanced at it. Lin Yuan, Fu boss, go 40 meters at the 9 o'clock direction. Fu Chinshuan pulled Chen and said, I remember now, we should go this way. And Chen, oh. Lin Yuan, then walk 30 meters in the 12 o'clock direction. Lin Yuan, walk 5 meters in the 2 o'clock direction, and you'll see a place selling Lin Sen ice drinks. Walk into that road and after 5 meters forward, there will be a Lao Tai beef offal store. That's the place we're looking for. Following the information Lin Yuan sent, Fu Chinshuan took Chen to Lao Tai beef offal store. Many delicious little shops were set up around the bonfire party, making it convenient for everyone to order food when they got hungry. Besides those ice drinks and bubble teas, the local specialties like beef offal and mutton soup were also popular with many people. They usually just set up a stall and placed some tables and chairs nearby. Of course, some would specifically set up a Mongolian yurt so customers could eat inside. However, due to the hot weather, most people preferred to enjoy the breeze of the prairie outside as they slowly enjoyed their food. Fu Chinshuan asked the boss for 2 bowls of beef offal soup and instructed to add more cilantro to both bowls. They found a spot to sit down. Fu Chinshuan's eyebrows slightly furrowed, this table wasn't wiped clean, and there were grease stains on it. And Chen noticed his expression and understood Brother 2 wasn't used to such street stalls. And Chen took out 2 napkins and carefully wiped Fu Chinshuan's side of the table, saying, it's clean now. Fu Chinshuan's beautiful, seductive eyes narrowed slightly, his lips curling upward. An obviously cared about him, and obviously loved him. Fu Chinshuan shook his head, throwing away the love gene in his mind.
It was all his parents' fault for being too affectionate, all the love genes were passed on to him. He couldn't let his imagination run wild anymore, it was hard enough rebuilding the relationship with an. In no time, the boss brought over 2 bowls of beef offal soup. The boss was honest, adding lots of cilantro in each bowl. And Chen asked, Brother 2, didn't you say you don't like cilantro? Fu Chinshuan picked up a pair of disposable chopsticks and started transferring the cilantro from his own bowl to An Chen's. You like eating it, right? So mine is yours too. An Chen's eyes lit up, Brother 2, you're so smart. Fu Chinshuan skillfully transferred the cilantro until An Chen's bowl was piled high with it. Fu Chinshuan waited until not a speck of cilantro was left in his own bowl before he started eating. For Fu Chinshuan, the taste wasn't outstanding, but having An Chen around made it enjoyable. While eating, An Chen suddenly remembered Fang Kecheng and others. Checking his phone, sure enough, both Fang Kecheng and Duan Xingyu had called and sent messages. An Chen stuffed some cilantro into his mouth first, then replied, I'm fine, eating beef offal soup with Brother 2. He even took a picture and sent it. The two watching the program glanced at each other when they saw this message. Were they back together already? Since An Chen was with Fu Chinshuan, Duan Xingyu stopped worrying and focused on the bonfire performance. Halfway through the meal, An Chen heard a familiar voice. Looking up, he saw Erdang and Qi De and Qi Er heading this way. Erdang was still wearing his previous equestrian performance outfit. He noticed An Chen and greeted them, I think we really have great destiny, we met again. How many times had they accidentally bumped into each other? Even Erdang felt it was quite incredible. Similarly incredible was Fu Chinshuan, how did he run into this person again? Although internally annoyed, his face showed no sign of it. An Chen said, I watched your equestrian performance earlier, it was truly impressive. As he said this, he gave Erdang a thumbs up. Fu Chinshuan observed this gesture and his expression remained indifferent. Erdang said, not bad. Erdang's previous performance was spectacular, attracting much attention from young girls. His tall figure standing here at this moment drew the attention of many people, and quite a few recognized him as the person who had given the impressive equestrian performance earlier. Some people began taking photos with their phones. Fu Chinshuan's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and his first thought was about An Chen's identity, it wasn't suitable for him to attract too much attention. Just as he was about to say something, Erdang obviously realized this point too and said, you two seem to be having a good time eating. We won't bother you then. Erdang left. Qi Er followed up confusedly, asking, Boss, didn't we come to eat beef offal soup? Why are we leaving already? Erdang said, I suddenly don't want to eat it anymore. Qi Er said, but I want to eat it. The beef offal soup here is really good. Erdang pulled him and walked quickly forward, saying, it's already great that we get to eat, how can you be so picky? Qi Er said, but. Qi De lightly patted him, saying, don't talk so much. Just follow along. Qi Er was somewhat confused but didn't say anything more. Erdang took Qi De and Qi Er to the next stall and switched to eating mutton soup instead. After each of them ordered a portion, they sat down. Erdang's towering frame sat in the chair. Qi De looked at him, hesitating. Erdang squinted his eyes, Qi De, if you have something to say, just spit it out. Don't act so indecisive. Qi De said, Balu came to see me today. Upon hearing this name, Erdang's expression darkened slightly, and it was unclear what he was thinking. Qi Er, who was originally still lamenting over the missed beef offal soup, immediately looked at Qi De upon hearing this and asked, what did he come for? Does he still have the nerve to find you? Qi De looked somewhat troubled while explaining, he hopes that I can persuade boss to participate in this year's horse riding competition and not leave Lin Hai Horse Farm. He also mentioned that conditions can be negotiated. Qi Er spat once, saying, how shameless can he be? After deceiving us, he now plans to drag Erdang into it too. Qi Er turned to Erdang and said, boss, you mustn't listen to that guy. No matter what conditions he offers, don't pay any attention. Qi De said, Qi Er, let boss handle it himself. Stop interfering. Erdang didn't speak, his thick eyebrows knitted tightly together until the mutton soup arrived. Only then did he pick up his chopsticks, casually placing them on the table in alignment before speaking, you two should focus on preparing for the competition. As for my issues with Balu, I'll deal with them myself. At the neighboring stall, An Chen ate the beef offal soup in his bowl, yet clearly heard the conversation between Erdang and the other two. Originally, he only wanted to hear which segment the host of the bonfire party had reached. Then he ended up overhearing this. Chapter 147, An Chen's Changes. An Chen stood by the roadside, and Fu Chinshuan was rubbing his stomach. Are you stuffed? Don't you even realize it yourself? An Chen belched and said, I think I can still eat more. Fu Chinshuan pinched An Chen's face, with a hint of helplessness in his voice, still hungry? Show me your skills then. Seeing An Chen's appearance, Fu Chinshuan asked, why don't we take a walk to digest a little? Fu Chinshuan had originally been worried that An Chen would be too lazy to move, and was thinking about how to persuade him. Unexpectedly, he heard An Chen reply, okay. The two began walking around outside the circle of the bonfire party. The atmosphere on site was still lively, music playing constantly, laughter echoing everywhere. Here and there, people were clinking their bowls together while drinking. Originally, the two were walking slowly, but suddenly the crowd became excited and rushed towards the center of the bonfire party. And Chen and Fu Chinshuan were pushed into the center along with the flow of people. Afraid of losing Chen in the crowd, Fu Chinshuan wrapped one arm around Chen's waist and pulled him close to his chest, protecting his head with the other hand, whispering softly, "Be careful." Even though he protected Chen, the surrounding pressing did not stop, and they occasionally got squeezed. Fu Chinshuan could only hold Chen tighter in his arms, resisting those collisions with his own body. Chen's head collided with Fu Chinshuan's chest. Fu Chinshuan pressed his head against his chest to prevent another collision. Leaning on Fu Chinshuan's chest, Chen felt that the chaotic noise around him faded away as if someone had hit the mute button, leaving only the sound of Fu Chinshuan's heart beating in his ears. Thump. 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 Beat after beat, strong and forceful, like a drum resonating near Chen's ear. Involuntarily, his heart began to follow that rhythm. The faint smell of mint lingered in Chen's nose, an almost imperceptible aroma, detectable only due to his acute sense of smell. More pronounced was the lingering smell of various meat soups from the food earlier. Some scenes flashed through Chen's mind. In a daze, he thought this scenario seemed familiar. "Anan, I like you. I want to take care of you for my whole life. It's not the kind of care between brothers. I want to kiss you, hug you, interlock our fingers at night, and sleep in each other's arms." Voices sounded in his ears, and Chen shook his head. Chen looked up, meeting Fu Chinshuan's eyes exactly, and asked, "Big brother, what did you say?" Fu Chinshuan replied, "I told you to be careful." Chen asked, "You didn't say anything else just now?" Fu Chinshuan asked back, "No, why?" Chen shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter." Those two sentences were clearly Big Brother's voice. If Big Brother hadn't said them, then were these words something remembered from before? So, had Big Brother confessed to the original main character in the past? Or was it because he ate too much, and his brain started hallucinating? Chen lightly tapped his head, feeling confused. Fu Chinshuan caught the hand tapping his head and gently asked, "What's wrong with you?" Chen looked at his captured hand, which was warm and carried a comforting temperature. This scene caused Chen's memory to feel jumbled again. Chen felt a bit panicky and instinctively stepped back 2 steps to avoid the messy emotions. However, he was bumped into again by someone behind him, causing him to fall back into Fu Chinshuan's embrace. Fu Chinshuan steadied him and said, "Hey, I just told you to be careful, and yet here you go being careless again." Chen pouted and said, "There are too many people." Fu Chinshuan asked, "With so many people around, do you still want to watch the festivities?" Chen replied, "We came, so let's see." Saying that, he started walking forward. Fu Chinshuan took his hand and said, "This way." "Okay. Why have you been so distracted today?" "Nothing." Fu Chinshuan observed Chen's strange demeanor, tightening his fists slightly at his sides. Could Chen still be troubled over the fact that he declared his feelings? Is he so resistant? If even 6 years ago and 6 years later it's the same. Why is it that someone like Chen Danwen could, but he himself cannot? Regardless, Fu Chinshuan was unwilling to give up. Since childhood, Chen has been in existence as vital to him as breathing. To make him give up Chen would be akin to making him give up breathing. Each of them harbored different thoughts as they slowly approached the bonfire party. It was only after they got closer that they realized the most intense part of the evening, the confession segment, had just begun. At the grasslands bonfire parties in Chuanli, there was always an eagerly anticipated phase, the dance confession ritual. Girls would hold hands and form a large circle, performing a kick dance. Inside the circle, boys danced. If a boy liked a certain girl, he would directly approach her and dance in front of her. If the girl reciprocated those feelings, she could join him by holding his hand and dancing together. This constituted a successful confession. This was the unique way confessions happened on the grasslands. Even if unsuccessful, people could simply laugh it off and pretend it was just a regular dance. There were also no strict rules saying one must have a crush to join the dancing. Most participants joined purely for the joy of it, whether they had someone specific in mind or not. When Chen and Fu Chinshuan arrived, the circle was already massive. Chen originally intended to observe from the sidelines, but 2 Tibetan girls saw him and enthusiastically invited him, saying, "Don't just stand there. Come and dance." Before Chen could react, the girls had already grabbed his hand and started pulling him into the circle. Had he been mistaken for a girl? Fu Chinshuan moved forward to pull him back, but at that moment, a tipsy Tibetan boy stopped him with his arm around his shoulder, saying, "Hand-holding is the girl's privilege. We men perform our dance inside." The boy pointed toward the energetic men dancing in the center and tried to drag Fu Chinshuan along. But when he realized he couldn't budge Fu Chinshuan, he caught a glimpse of Fu Chinshuan's stern face and instantly sobered up. Hastily releasing his grip, the boy stepped back. Fu Chinshuan's gaze fixed on Chen, who was now being pulled along by 2 Tibetan girls and dancing awkwardly. A pang of jealousy surged within Fu Chinshuan. The 2 girls both held An's hands, one on the left, the other on the right. And all he wanted to do was take An's hand instead. He stepped forward, cutting in between one of them, attempting to replace the girl's grasp with his own. But upon seeing him, the Tibetan girl politely said, "Hey handsome, you should head inside." Another girl joked with a grin, "You look so good looking. Do you have a crush? If not, how about me?" As Fu Qianxuan prepared to respond, he was bumped aside once again. The first couple to successfully hold hands on the field had appeared, prompting enthusiastic cheers from everyone around. Chapter 148, A Steel Pen. As Chen saw Fu Qianxuan being pushed, he hesitated on a clean face about whether to go and save his second brother. But with two girls pulling his hands quite tightly, he couldn't easily shake them off. He was dragged by the crowd further away in a direction opposite to Fu Qianxuan, their distance growing ever wider. Chen looked at his hands being pulled, ready to explain that he was a boy. At that moment, commotion started up ahead where several girls had gathered. Why are there so many people over there? It's Erdeng, he is being professed to by so many people. Erdeng gets pursued by a bunch of girls every year. He's really popular with the ladies. He's handsome. Aside from his good looks, he is skilled at horse riding, archery, horsemanship, and more. On top of that, he is kind. How could any girl not like such an excellent man? Erdeng eventually managed to break free from the circle surrounding him, only to directly bump into Chen. He tidied up his disheveled clothes, looking somewhat disarrayed. Chen politely asked, "Are you okay?" When he opened his mouth to speak, the two girls who had been pulling him were shocked. "How come your voice sounds so masculine? You're a boy. What are you doing as a boy here among us girls? Do you want to take advantage intentionally?" Chen wanted to explain that he didn't mean to. Behind Erdeng, those girls began chasing after this way, all of them enthusiastic. "Erdeng, I like you. Accept my confession." Erdeng, seeing the girls rushing toward him and noticing Chen about to be surrounded, didn't hesitate, grabbing him to run out of the situation. Finally freed from the crowd, Fu Qianxuan witnessed this scene. His angular features were prominent, eyes slightly darkening. Erdeng ran quickly, dragging him along for quite a while, reaching the yurts. The bonfire party would last late into the night, plus many tourists wanted to experience staying in a yurt. So there was a designated area with yurts for accommodation. At the moment, everyone was busy playing, leaving the yurt area practically deserted. After looking around, Erdeng said with relief, they probably didn't catch up. Chen, looking at his hand that had been gripped the whole time, asked, "Can you let go now?" Erdeng quickly released his grip and said, "Sorry." Erdeng scratched his head, somewhat embarrassedly explaining, "In the heat of the moment, I noticed some misunderstanding happening to you and thought it best to pull you away first." Chen said softly, "It's fine." He took out his phone from his pocket, intending to call Fu Qianxuan, sure that his second brother must be worried, but found his phone out of power. Staring blankly at his phone screen for a couple of seconds, Chen then looked up at Erdeng and asked, "Could you lend me your phone to make a call?" While searching his pocket, Erdeng questioned, "Is this for your boyfriend?" Chen looked up surprised before remembering that earlier, his second brother assumed they were dating. There must have been a misunderstanding then. "I'm calling my second brother," said Chen. "But my phone's out of battery." Erdeng felt around his pockets and failed. He then slapped his forehead, saying, "I remember now. During the horse riding performance, I left my phone with Cheetah for fear of losing it and never picked it up. Sorry." "That's alright," Chen said with a glance around and continued, "I'll go find someone else to borrow a phone." Erdeng remarked, "Aren't you an entertainer? It might be inconvenient for you to ask strangers for help, right?" Stopped in his tracks, Chen's pale face paused for a second before responding, "You're right, it's probably inconvenient." Erdeng tapped his forehead lightly once and then suggested, "Then I will go borrow a phone instead." "But I saw so many people chasing you. You might not find it convenient either," questioned Chen. Erdeng laughed and replied, "Well, yes, it is inconvenient. But maybe better than your case." Chen thought for a moment and then said, "Or we wait 5 minutes. I think my second brother can find me." "Pretty confident, huh?" remarked Erdeng. "No matter where I am, my second brother always finds me," Chen assured confidently. After saying this, flashes of certain scenes crossed Chen's mind. In an alleyway, a 7 or 8-year-old boy was pinned down by 4 similarly aged boys. "Die, Chen. You filthy trash, scrawny like a monkey, and you dared to resist. Grab it from him. How dare he have something that I can't even buy." Little Chen, who had been enduring the beating silently, suddenly resisted fiercely when he saw the other side trying to snatch his school bag. Unfortunately, outnumbered, little Chen couldn't fight them off. Seeing his school bag being snatched away, little Chen shouted angrily, "Let go. Give it back." A boy half a head taller than little Chen stepped on him with satisfaction and said arrogantly, "You still dare to resist? Watch me beat you up." Little Chen gritted his teeth and said, "You beat me, but my second brother will definitely take revenge for me." "So what? Who is your second brother? Where is he? If he's so capable, let him show up." The surrounding children burst into laughter at this. Despite the wounds on his little face, little Chen glared fiercely at the group. Suddenly, little Chen lunged forward and bit the other boy's wrist with red-rimmed eyes, stubbornly refusing to let go no matter how much they hit him. No matter how they beat him afterward, he refused to release his bite. The four boys went crazy trying to beat little Chen while attempting to snatch his school bag. Despite all the pain he endured, little Chen held on tightly without letting go. Damn, this little runt may be short, but he has quite some strength. We can't grab the school bag from him. Facing the angry four, little Chen, with his determined face, retorted, you wait, my second brother will surely take revenge for me. I'll knock out his teeth for daring to bite me. The bitten boy raised his foot furiously to kick little Chen in the face. Instinctively, little Chen bent over and turned his back. Unexpectedly, the anticipated pain didn't come, instead, cries of pain sounded in his ears. When little Chen looked up, he saw Fu Chinshuan beating up those boys. After driving them all away, little Fu Chinshuan approached little Chen and worriedly asked, does it hurt? Are there any other injuries besides your face? With a slightly swollen face, little Chen revealed his small white teeth and said, second brother, they didn't manage to take away my school bag. Fu Chinshuan's eyes welled up with tears as he felt sorrowful, saying, if they had taken the school bag, so be it. Just let Wong Butler pick out new ones for you. To endure a beating just for a school bag, aren't you foolish? Little Chen pressed his lips together, pouting, then took out a steel pen from the school bag and said pitifully, but the school bag contains the steel pen you gave me, which was your opening school gift. I didn't want them to take it away. Upon finishing this sentence, little Chen's tears fell down drop by drop, his mouth quivering, looking extremely wronged. Fu Chinshuan. After several seconds, Fu Chinshuan wiped little Chen's tears away gently and said sympathetically, it's second brother's fault. I didn't protect you well. From now on, no matter where you are, I will always find you and protect you. That day, after returning home, Fu Chinshuan expressed his wish to the family to enroll in a martial arts course. Chapter 149, and Chen's Change, 2. Previously, every time the memories of the original host surfaced, they were all scattered fragments. But this time it was a complete storyline. And Chen felt that his brain had absorbed too much at once. Uncomfortable. Erding saw Chen holding his head with a pained expression, looking like he could fall over at any moment. Are you alright? Stepping forward to support him, Erding's hand had not yet touched Chen when someone else stepped in between them. Fu Chinshuan stood between the two, looking down at Chen with a worried expression as he asked, what's wrong? Where do you feel unwell? Chen shook his head and said, I had a headache just now, but I'm fine now. How did you suddenly get a headache? Fu Chinshuan reached out and touched Chen's forehead, asking with confusion, you're not feverish. Is it because you've been working too hard these past few days? Or should we have the agent reduce your workload? Chen moved Fu Chinshuan's hand from his forehead and said, big brother, I'm fine. It might just be from not sleeping well. Fu Chinshuan looked carefully at Chen again, noticing there wasn't anything wrong with his complexion and he seemed fine indeed, so he relaxed somewhat. Sensing the gaze from behind, Fu Chinshuan turned around. Within a second, he adopted an authoritative tone and asked, do you care to explain your behavior just now? Had An not been here, Fu Chinshuan would have wanted to punch this guy. How dare he pull the person away directly, who knows what he intended to do. Erding said, things were urgent just now, so I had to pull him away first. Chen said, there was an emergency situation earlier. Erding pulled me away because he was worried something would happen to me. Fu Chinshuan narrowed his beautiful almond eyes slightly, expressing indifferently, oh. And you're even defending him, HMPF. Chen. Erding didn't quite want to get involved in their affairs and smiled at both of them, saying, Chen, since you're fine, I'll take my leave then. Fu Chinshuan took a step forward and stopped him, saying, wait a moment. Erding looked at the person in front of him and asked with a smile, is there still something else? Fu Chinshuan looked at him without speaking, his narrow, deep almond eyes fixated on the other person while his smooth jawline remained taut. Erding also did not move, looking back at the other person, his face gradually losing its smile. The atmosphere grew somewhat strange, as if it could explode at any second. Chen glanced left and right, sensing something odd between them, pondering for a while before saying, why don't the two of you hug? That's how the animal world works sometimes. Sometimes animals suddenly start fighting. Conflicts are resolved either through a fight or by rubbing against each other until they reconcile. Of course, Chen usually doesn't fight, he mainly observes them fighting, occasionally being drawn into it himself. Chen instantly diffused the tense atmosphere between the two, causing them to look at him simultaneously, filled with shock. After 3 seconds, Fu Chinshuan suddenly put away his cold expression and spoke with a touch of ease, thank you for what happened just now. Since An said the other person had helped him just now, Fu Chinshuan thought that expressing gratitude as a brother was appropriate. Most importantly, it showed he was the kind of relationship where he could thank on behalf of An. Erding also appeared more relaxed, smiling but much more polite than before, saying, it's nothing. If there's nothing else, I'll go ahead and leave. Fu Chinshuan watched his retreating figure, unable to discern any emotions hidden in his eyes. Was he overthinking things? Chen tilted his head, lowering it to look at him, asking, second brother, don't you like Erding? Fu Chinshuan held up Chen's right hand and wiped his palm gently with his own sleeve as he said, no, you're overthinking things. Chen pursed his lips and said, you already had a sour face. Fu Chinshuan asked, was it obvious? Chen nodded and said, yes, very obvious. Why don't you like him?
As far as I remember, you haven't met many times, have you? Fu Chinshuan glanced at the ungrateful little guy. They had ridden horses together, making hot searches on the internet, and even generated a large number of CP fans. Yet this one still dared to ask why. That dark-skinned egghead had even held in Chen's hand just now. Time to clean some germs off. Fu Chinshuan suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Anan, let's go horseback riding tomorrow." And Chen blinked, puzzled, huh? Why? Fu Chinshuan said seriously, "We've come to the vast grassland. Of course, we need to experience galloping freely across the grassland." All right. And Chen nodded, then looked at his palm still being wiped and said, "Second brother, stop wiping. There's no more sweat on my palm." Since they were supposed to leave the next day according to the schedule and there was nothing much to do tomorrow anyway, he decided to just go along with the plan. The sky gradually darkened. The bonfire party here was also coming to an end. And Chen's phone had run out of battery, so he couldn't get in touch with Fang Kecheng and the others. He originally wanted to use Fu Qinshuan's phone to contact them, but unfortunately, Fu Qinshuan didn't have their numbers, and Chen couldn't recall their phone numbers by heart either. Just as Chen was worrying about how to reach them, Fu Qinshuan's phone chimed with a new message notification. It was a voice message sent by Lin Yuan. Fu Qinshuan tapped it to listen to Fang Kecheng's voice. "And Chen, I can't get a hold of you or Duan Xingyu, so I'll head back first. You're with Mr. Fu anyway, so later you can just ride his car back." Fu Qinshuan let Chen listen to the phone message. After listening, Chen asked, "Why would Sister Kecheng use Assistant Lin's phone?" Fu Qinshuan's fingers twitched slightly as he said, "Maybe she just happened to meet him." Tilting his head, Chen replied, "Even if Sister Kecheng left early, Duan Xingyu wouldn't leave me behind." With a slightly sour expression, Fu Qinshuan said, "So you trust him that much?" Chen replied, "Because I'm his dad." Fu Qinshuan sighed, "And we don't have to be this dad, do we?" He really didn't want this son. At this moment, Fu Qinshuan's phone chimed again with another message from Lin Yuan. When he opened the voice message this time, Duan Xingyu's voice came through, "Dad, Sister Fang Kecheng and I are heading back first. You follow Second Master Fu back, and please take care of yourself." Chen blinked in silence. The voice was unmistakably Duan Xingyu's, yet his tone sounded oddly cheerful. Looking up at Fu Qinshuan, Chen asked in confusion, "Do you think Assistant Lin might have kidnapped them?" "No," Fu Qinshuan replied flatly. "Lin Yuan isn't that boring." Pouting, Chen muttered, "All right, looks like I'll have to bother myself today." Fu Qinshuan reached out and pinched his cheeks, teasing, "Are you unwilling to go back with me?" Rubbing his cheeks, Chen said, "No, it's just that your car is parked far away. Walking such a long distance will be tiring." Squatting halfway down, Fu Qinshuan offered, "I'll carry you." Chen replied, "That's not good. You'll get tired." Though he said it wasn't good, his hands instinctively climbed onto Fu Qinshuan's shoulders, hitching a ride on his back. Fu Qinshuan, adjusting Chen's position on his back, said, "How many times have I carried you since we were kids? What difference does one more time make?" Chapter 150, Fu Er's Little Conspiracy. Chen wrapped her arms around his neck, remembering a fragment that had popped into her mind earlier, and asked, "Elder brother, when I was young, did I get beaten by a few people who cornered me in an alley at school?" Fu Qinshuan asked, "Why are you suddenly asking about this?" Chen said, "Not for any particular reason. I just randomly thought about it. I seem to recall something like this happening." Fu Qinshuan said, "That was when you started elementary school. A few kids tried to take something from you, and despite being beaten up until you looked like a steamed bun, you wouldn't give it to them." Chen said, "I don't remember what happened afterward." "What happened to those few people?" Fu Qinshuan said, "That day, after I beat them up, I took you to the hospital to get checked out first. When we got home, elder brother didn't say anything even though you were beaten up. At the time, I thought he was very cold-hearted. It wasn't until a week later that the teachers subtly informed our parents, saying elder brother had been leaving early for a whole week. Originally, after that day, elder brother would ask for an hour off every day, going ahead of time to ambush those guys, beating them up daily on schedule. And because he never gave a reason each time he asked for leave and it happened too many times, the teacher eventually called our parents, and that's how we found out about it." Fu Qinshuan gritted his teeth and said, "Now I know why I couldn't find them for a whole week." Chen said, "Then what happened?" Fu Qinshuan said, "Later, both sides' parents knew about it. Their parents wanted to use this opportunity to threaten us into cooperating. Anyway, in the end, Dad stepped in, and those guys transferred schools. Before transferring, those guys also came to apologize to you, didn't they? Do you not remember these things?" Chen nervously said, "It might be because I've been sleeping too much recently, so some memories are becoming vague." Actually, some memories were getting clearer. Fu Qinshuan smiled and said, "Lately, you've been sleeping a lot, seeming not to care about anything. Didn't expect you'd still ask me about this matter." Chen hugged tighter and said softly, "I'm just asking casually." Fu Qinshuan asked, "Do you want to keep walking around?" Chen yawned and said, "No more sightseeing. I want to sleep." Fu Qinshuan gently said, "Then go to sleep." Chen slowly leaned her head on Fu Qinshuan's back, eyes slightly closing.
Fu Chinshuan felt the breathing sensation coming from behind him and faintly curled his lips. The moonlight stretched their shadows very long, very long. And Chen swayed slightly. Fu Chinshuan held onto her to prevent her from falling. Both of them stood there looking at the empty parking spot where a black Range Rover should have been parked. At the moment, it was completely empty. And Chen forced herself to open her heavy eyes and yawned as she asked, "Big brother, has your car been stolen?" Fu Chinshuan said, "Let me make a call to Lin Yuan to ask about it." Before Fu Chinshuan could call, his phone rang first. Lin Yuan had called him. Fu Chinshuan activated the speakerphone in front of Chen and asked, "Lin Yuan, where did you park the car?" Lin Yuan's voice came from the phone, saying, "Mr. Fu, there's an urgent matter to handle at the company, so I need to rush back to deal with it." Fu Chinshuan exclaimed in surprise, "How inconvenient. Now, how are Anan and I supposed to go back?" Lin Yuan said, "Mr. Fu, taking a taxi this late isn't convenient either. Since I think both of you must be quite tired from playing all day, I booked a luxury Mongolian tent for you and Master 3, allowing you to experience the charm of staying on the grasslands. The information is already sent to your phone." Fu Chinshuan glanced at Chen with regret and said, "Looks like that's the only option." Chen tilted her head, feeling something seemed off. But she was too tired to use her brain to figure it out. Inside the Mongolian tent, Chen propped herself against the doorframe, trying hard not to slide down. Fu Chinshuan stared at the scene before him, his attractive almond-shaped eyes slightly narrowing. He rubbed his nose and said, "Anan, there's only one bed here." Chen said, "Oh." Her gaze fell on a sofa to the side, and she moved towards it. Fu Chinshuan grabbed her back, asking, "What are you doing over there?" "The bed is here." Chen blinked her drowsy eyes and softly asked, "Am I sleeping on the bed?" Fu Chinshuan said, "Would you rather sleep on the ground?" Chen said, "Oh." Staggering step by step towards the bed, Fu Chinshuan couldn't bear to watch and worried she might fall, so he quickly went forward to support her. After a full day, Chen felt incredibly exhausted, drowsiness overwhelming her. As soon as she laid on the bed, she moved forward like a caterpillar. Fu Chinshuan felt the breathing rhythm coming from her, slightly raising the corner of his lips. Fu Chinshuan sat nearby and said, "Anan, are you not uncomfortable sleeping with so many clothes on?" Chen's voice was tinged with sleepiness as she replied, "I don't feel like moving." Fu Chinshuan looked completely helpless, stepping forward expertly to remove her clothes. As Chen had already fallen asleep, Fu Chinshuan's action of untying her waistband startled her. Her heavy eyes fluttered open, and she asked, "Elder brother, what are you doing?" Fu Chinshuan said, "I'm helping you take off your coat." "How can you sleep like this?" Struggling against her drowsiness, Chen said, "Let me do it myself." Expressionless and nearly closing her eyes, Chen took off her coat and the white shirt beneath it. Then she lay back down on the bed. Fu Chinshuan was about to call her again. But Chen murmured, "Elder brother, I'm really sleepy. Let me sleep." Seeing this, Fu Chinshuan didn't say anything more. He fetched some water and helped her wash her face and hands, his actions were so practiced, as if he had done this thousands of times. Chen was truly exhausted and didn't stir even as Fu Chinshuan fussed over her. Looking at the sleeping Chen, Fu Chinshuan gradually leaned closer, his body slowly shifting toward her. When Chen slept, she looked softer and cuter than usual. Her long eyelashes rested like two little fans above her closed eyes. Supporting himself on one arm, Fu Chinshuan moved closer again. Under the orange glow of the ceiling light, an intimate atmosphere spread through the air between them. Slowly, Fu Chinshuan reached out his hand with defined knuckles, touching Chen's face, then brushing his fingers gently over her eyes. Afterward, he used one hand to hold open her eyelid and quickly removed the contact lens before Chen could react. Holding the transparent thin lens in his hand, Fu Chinshuan softly said, "You always sleep without removing your contact lenses. Don't you care about damaging your eyes?" With similar speed, he removed the other lens as well, then discarded both into the trash bin. Glancing at the figure beside him, Fu Chinshuan wanted to lift the covers and hold her while she slept. However, reason suppressed his impulse, so he reluctantly headed to the sofa and lay down there. Lying on the sofa, Fu Chinshuan tossed and turned, unable to find a comfortable position. This 1.8-meter sofa was too small for him. He had to curl up uncomfortably, making his sleep extremely unpleasant. His gaze fell upon Chen lying quietly on the bed. At that moment, Fu Chinshuan's initially restless heart gradually calmed. Watching her sleep like this gave him immense psychological satisfaction. Sleepiness soon overtook him, and he sank into deep slumber. Chen woke up due to needing to use the restroom. Opening her eyes to get up, she found everything blurry before her. Chen touched her eyes, her contact lenses were gone. Squinting, she carefully descended from the bed and struggled to recognize the direction. To avoid returning to the wrong Mongolian tent, she picked up a blanket on her way out. It smelled like her elder brother and would help her identify her way back later. Still squinting, she failed to notice that there was someone under the blanket she took. As she opened the door of the tent, a gust of cool night wind caused the sleeping Fu Chinshuan to shrink deeper into himself. The bonfire party had long ended, and there was even a hint of faint light on the horizon, indicating it was almost dawn. Without her contact lenses, Chen relied on her sense of smell and hearing to successfully relieve herself in a secluded area, then began to head back according to her memory. However, halfway back, she heard arguing voices. One of the voices belonged to Erden. Chapter 151, It seems like I knocked him out. Erding sat on the grass, a blade of grass hanging from his mouth, with one knee bent and one hand resting on his knee. He said, Baru, I love the prairie and freedom. Your business dealings are not something I'm interested in knowing or caring about. By his side stood a tall man who loomed over Erding. The man had a square-shaped face that looked both fierce and unapproachable. Suha Baru held a cigarette between his fingers, slowly exhaling a ring of smoke as he furrowed his brow and said, Erding, are you still blaming me for what happened with Uncle Qizheng? Erding replied, No, you're the head of the horse farm. You have the freedom to do whatever you want. I don't know anything about doing business, and I can't interfere. I believe you have your difficulties. Suha Baru sat down as well, saying, You say you don't blame me, but your words carry such fire. Every sentence is targeted at me. Erding turned his head and looked at him, bluntly asking, I don't understand. You want to expand the horse farm, but why must you harm the interests of our fellow villagers? Suha Baru responded, Do you think I'm intentionally harming their interests? Erding retorted, Isn't that exactly what you're doing? Suha Baru helplessly asked, Am I really that kind of person in your eyes now? When Uncle Qizheng was sick, you forced him to rent the pasture to you at a low price. To expand the scope of the horse farm, you forced nearby herders to rent their pastures to you. If they refused, you sent people to threaten and intimidate them. With all these countless tactics of yours, how am I supposed to trust you? Suha Baru took a deep puff of his cigarette and let out a smoke ring before saying, Erding, some things I can't explain clearly. Doing business isn't as simple as you think it is. Sometimes compromises must be made, and I hope you can understand me. Erding said, But the compromises you're making involve our fellow villagers, those villagers who watched us grow up from childhood. Uncle Qizheng even saved both of us when we were kids. Have you forgotten that? Suha Baru said, I haven't forgotten. Erding said, If you haven't forgotten, then how could you force them into signing unfair contracts? How could you send people to terrify them? How could you do these things? Suha Baru's eyes darkened, and he said, To succeed, sacrifices are necessary. Erding's light dimmed slowly in his eyes. He hoped Barugu would argue back, even just a little bit would suffice. But there was no rebuttal. At this moment, Erding fully understood that the Barugu he had always admired since childhood truly wouldn't return. Seeing that Erding wasn't speaking, Suha Baru said, Erding, let's leave our disputes for later. But I hope you will stay at the Linhai Horse Farm and win the horse race championship this year. Erding frowned and said, I've already said I won't go. Suha Baru, with a stern expression, said, This is crucial for Linhai Horse Farm. You cannot refuse to go. Angrily, Erding said, It's crucial for the horse farm, but why should it matter to me? I'm not going. Not only will I not go, but I'll also withdraw from Linhai Horse Farm. When next year's pasture contract expires, I'll take it back. From then on, whatever way you run the horse farm has nothing to do with me. Suha Baru's face turned an ashen green, and he questioned, Is this how you intend to cut ties with me? Erding, biting the blade of grass in his mouth, paused for several seconds before responding with a complicated look on his face, Brother Baru, I will never forget the time you took me riding when I was a kid. If I could, I'd like to go back to those days. Suha Baru's gaze darkened. His face, turning serious, looked even more terrifying. He said, Erding, you don't have a choice. Don't forget, your contract is still with Linhai Horse Farm. The contract clearly states that you must follow work arrangements from the company. Erding stared at Suha Baru in disbelief, saying, Are you threatening me with this? Have you forgotten why I signed the contract in the first place? And now you use this to threaten me? Suha Baru coldly said, Think what you want. In any case, if you don't participate in tomorrow's horse race, the company will sue you. Erding turned ashen-faced and exclaimed, Suha Baru, you've gone completely mad. Suha Baru's voice turned cold and hard, Consider me crazy then. If you don't go, I'm uncertain what else I might do. Haven't Chida and Chi-Er just found jobs as security guards at the Gully Hotel? I wonder if the hotel would still want them after finding out about their robbery history. Enraged, Erding grabbed the front of Suha Baru's shirt, his face grim as he shouted, Suha Baru, are you even human anymore? Suha Baru pulled Erding's hand down and said seriously with his square-shaped face, If you don't want Chida and Chi-Er to be disgraced in front of the villagers and never find work for the rest of their lives, then bring me the first-place trophy at the horse race. After saying this, Suha Baru stood up and slightly tidied up his ill-suited suit. He left. And Chen, holding a blanket in his hands, had listened to their entire argument. Of course, he knew that out of politeness, he shouldn't have been standing there listening. But since he couldn't see clearly and could only return by sniffing out the scent trail from when he came here, if he left this spot, he might not find his way back. So, Chen just hugged the blanket and waited for them to leave on their own. Though Chen couldn't see clearly, he heard the sound of them grabbing each other's clothes. Were they going to fight? He remembered this man named Baru. When Erding and his friends were sitting nearby at the lamb souk shop, Chida and Chi-Er had talked about him. He seemed like a pretty bad guy. And now after hearing their argument, it was clear he was indeed a pretty bad person. And Chen narrowed his eyes and felt around the ground for a moment, picking up a stone. Even though their argument didn't concern him, Erdang had once treated him to food, so if Erdang couldn't defend himself, and Chen thought he could step in to help appropriately. Of course, only appropriately. As soon as Chen touched the stone and stood up, he collided directly with Suhabaru. The collision against Suhabaru's hard chest hurt so much it made Chen's eyes water. "Where did you come from, kid? You scared me half to death." Suhabaru looked at him and asked, "Are you okay? Did it hurt?" His sentence wasn't even finished when Chen hit him with the stone. Suhabaru was knocked unconscious. Erdang, who turned around upon hearing the sound, saw this scene exactly. The anger still lingering on his face froze in disbelief. And Chen, hearing the thud as Suhabaru fell, squatted down while narrowing his eyes to feel around and said, "He's out cold." Erdang approached and asked, looking at the scene before him, "And Chen, what are you doing?" And Chen blinked innocently and said, "He looked so scary. I thought he was going to hit me, so I acted first." Chapter 152, Attacking Me with Your Chest. Suhabaru's forehead was cracked open, with blood flowing out. Erdang stepped forward to check and found that his vital signs were still stable, which made him slightly relieved. While pondering how to solve the current predicament, a voice rang out, and Fu Chinshuan, awakened by the cold wind, came searching over. From his angle, he saw Chen standing close to Erdang, with Suhabaru nearly approaching as well. The pair of enchanting but sinister eyes of Fu Chinshuan slightly narrowed. His exquisite face carried an almost imperceptible displeasure. Seeing the blanket in his hands, a sour feeling welled up inside him. Didn't come to see this dark-skinned fellow even before dawn? And took the blanket I was using just to keep him warm? Was he afraid the other would catch a cold? The sour expression on Fu Qianshuan's face was practically solidifying into substance. With every step towards them, a strong aura of jealousy radiated around him. But when he caught sight of the person behind the corner, lying on the ground partially hidden by the Mongolian yurt, Fu Qianshuan repressed his sour feelings. Looking at the wound on Suhabaru's forehead and then noticing the rock in Chen's hand, Fu Qianshuan asked full of concern, "Who's lying there on the floor? Did he bully you?" And Chen weakly responded, "I hit him." Fu Qianshuan replied, "Then it must be his fault." Dang reminded, "It was Chen who knocked him unconscious." Fu Qianshuan firmly argued, "If An hit him, then obviously it's his problem. If he wasn't at fault, why would An have struck him?" Saying that, Fu Qianshuan kicked the man lying on the ground with his foot, serving him right for bullying An. Dang. There was something Dang wanted to say but couldn't bring himself to voice it out loud. He had never seen such a blatant case of double standards. Even though his relationship with Suhabaru wasn't good now, considering what the latter had threatened him with earlier, he still couldn't just leave him there after being beaten. Dang sighed and said, "Let's send him to the hospital first." At the hospital. After examination, Suhabaru was found to have no severe injuries except for the cut on his forehead, which the doctor stitched up and dressed with medication. A brief rest and he could be discharged. In the VIP ward. Wearing contact lenses, Chen got a clear look at Suhabaru's appearance, matching exactly what he'd heard, quite intimidating. A square face, dark skin, towering figure, and silent stares filled with menace. Suhabaru, holding a mirror, looked at his own forehead, then turned his gaze to Chen. With authority seeping from his stern expression, he remarked, "Kid, you hit pretty hard." Dang stepped half a body ahead of Chen and pleaded, "Big brother Balu, Chen is young and ignorant, please don't take offense." Suhabaru retorted, "Earlier you acted as if wanting to cut ties with me, now you're calling me Balu again. Huh, are you familiar with him or something?" Dang explained, "An acquaintance." Suhabaru replied, "All right then, I'm not so mean as to pick a fight with a kid." So Dang added, Chen, go ahead and apologize to Balu." No matter what, Chen knocking the guy unconscious was undeniably factual. Now Suhabaru's actions have become entirely unprincipled. Dang didn't want him to offend Suhabaru and stir up trouble. After all, Suhabaru was capable of attacking someone he'd grown up with, even threatening Uncle Qi Zheng who saved his life once. Holding onto the blanket, Chen bowed formally to offer an apology, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hit so hard." Initially, Suhabaru intended to wave off the apology with a dismissive gesture, but hearing Chen's words, he questioned, "What do you mean, so hard?" Chen blinked innocently and earnestly said, "First time hitting people with stones, lost control of the force, sorry for knocking you unconscious." Suhabaru. Looking towards Dang with a questioning glance, did this count as an apology? Dang sighed, unsure of how to explain further. Seeing that Suhabaru wasn't responding, Chen supplemented, "I learned my lesson from lack of experience. But while my stone-throwing skills may be lacking, my punching experience isn't. Especially in slapping." Suhabaru felt a twinge of pain in his face as he asked Chen, "You aren't planning to slap me to gain more experience, are you?" Chen shook his head and said, "No, I was just giving an example. Although you attacked me with your chest as hard as a stone, it wasn't solely your fault this time. One of the reasons is that I wasn't wearing my contact lenses and couldn't see clearly." Suhabaru felt that his freshly stitched wound started to ache again purely out of frustration. Massaging his forehead, he said, Deng, tell him not to talk anymore. He had a cute, soft face but a mouthful of sharp words. If Chen continued talking like this, Su Hebelu feared he wouldn't be able to help himself from lashing out. Deng said, Chen, you, better stop talking. Even Deng couldn't bear to listen any longer. At this moment, Fu Qianshuan returned after paying the medical fees. Seeing the two standing close together, he naturally moved forward and separated them without drawing attention. Fu Qianshuan put one arm around Chen's shoulders and said to Su Hebelu, I will fully cover your medical expenses and losses. If you have any demands, feel free to let me know. Su Hebelu had already been irritated by Chen's remarks, now here came another one acting as if Su Hebelu had bullied that kid instead of having been hit himself. Su Hebelu, his square face filled with indifference, remarked casually, compensation and requests, right? Fine then, I want 100 million yuan as compensation. Without a word, Fu Qianshuan took out his phone and asked, account number. Su Hebelu, I was just saying it randomly. Fu Qianshuan said, I don't have a check on me. Give me an account number, and I'll have someone transfer the money to you. Su Hebelu said, are you going to transfer Vietnamese dong to me, are you? Fu Qianshuan said, 100 million yuan alone wouldn't make me try to trick you with Vietnamese currency. It was obviously a joke. Su Hebelu didn't believe anyone would compensate 100 million for such a minor injury. This guy was definitely in league with Chen. Birds of a feather flocked together. Both were pretty good at making people mad. Su Hebelu waved his hand and said, alright, just a little scratch. Paying for the medical bills will do, you guys go now, seeing you makes me upset. Since Su Hebelu declined the payment, Fu Qianshuan left a business card on the table, stating they could reach out to him if there were any issues with the wound later. With great reluctance, Fu Qianshuan greeted Deng and left with Chen. Since they were gone, Deng also intended to leave. Su Hebelu stopped the person who had walked to the door and said, Deng, don't forget to attend the competition tomorrow afternoon. I'm not asking you, I'm notifying you. Compared to his earlier somewhat amiable expression, Su Hebelu's current look was very serious. Deng's face darkened. Without a word, he slammed the door and left. Alone in the ward, Su Hebelu knew Deng well. Since the latter hadn't directly agreed, it meant he still wasn't willing to participate. However, Deng was a man of integrity. Even for Chi Da or Chi he'd probably still join. But this matter was extremely important. Just in case, some trick still needed to be played. Thinking about the boy who had left earlier, Deng's attitude towards him was different, almost too concerned. Su Hebelu called on his phone and said, help me look up a person named Chen. Chapter 153, Shit, my 100 million. He thought that at least one day would be needed to look up some information. But the other party called in half an hour, saying, all the data on Chen has been sent to you. So fast. You found it in half an hour. No need to search. The guy named Chen is a celebrity, and there's a ton of his info online. By the way, he and Deng have also been on the hot search list before. There are even quite a few couples fans for them. Su Hebelu was confused. WH. What kind of fan? Aren't they both men? Where did the couple fans come from? After hanging up the phone, with a pile of doubts, he opened the material sent by the other party. He's already 24 years old. Su Hebelu had always thought that Chen was about the age of a middle school student, which was why he didn't quarrel with him. To his surprise, Chen was actually 1 year older than Deng. If only I had known sooner. If only I knew, I would have scolded him a bit just to let off some steam. As he continued reading his resume, the only words that could describe it were, asking for a beating. In the past 2 years, he really hasn't done fewer despicable things. When he saw the photo of Chen and Deng standing together. One looked gentle and quiet, while the other gazed affectionately. They actually looked quite well suited. This thought crossed Su Hebelu's mind, so he quickly shook his head. No matter how good-looking this kid was, he was still a boy. When seeing subsequent photos like them riding horses together and touching faces, even Su Hebelu began to question Deng's sexual orientation. Could it be that Deng truly likes this young man? These actions certainly seemed quite intimate, and Su Hebelu said with a worried expression, but boys can't have children. Su Hebelu lit a cigarette out of worry, glancing at the person in the picture. Smoking another puff made him even more troubled. After smoking a few puffs, he remembered the reason for investigating Chen. It wasn't for arranging matches for Deng, but to threaten the other party. A shadow passed over Su Hebelu's face. In case of any contingencies, further preparation was still necessary. If Chi Da and Chi aren't enough, then adding this Chen should suffice. His eyes caught the business card on the table, and Su Hebelu picked it up for a quick glance. Seeing the job title, he froze entirely. President of the Group. Which Su Hebelu hurriedly checked and sure enough, it was the Group he knew. So, that double-standard man was actually the president of the Group and the second son of the Fu family. Suddenly, Su Hebelu remembered that 100 million yuan. His normally stern square-shaped face couldn't help but exclaim, shit, my 100 million. He truly could afford it. On the way back, Chen pulled a blanket over himself and pouted. Fu Qianxuan glanced at him and asked, "You not happy?" And Chen instinctively touched his nose, blinking and said, "No, I'm fine." Fu Qianxuan asked again, "Why aren't you happy?" After looking at the other person, and Chen managed to hold back for 2 seconds before asking, "Why did you give him 100 million?" Fu Qianxuan said, "Because you injured him." According to Fu Qianxuan, who held double standards, if Chen hit someone, it must have been because the other party deserved it. But hitting someone was still a fact, and if this incident were to go public, it wouldn't be good for Chen's reputation in the entertainment industry. Anything that could be solved with money shouldn't make an suffer more than once. Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Then I'll stop hitting people next time." After all, he hadn't saved up enough small goals yet, and hitting that person cost 100 million. It might be better just to hit himself. Fu Qianxuan stroked Chen's head and said, "Why don't you hit? If anyone bullies you, you still need to defend yourself. As for the consequences, your second brother will take care of everything. Don't be afraid." Chen said, "Will we need to compensate?" Fu Qianxuan replied, "It doesn't matter, elder brother knows how to make money." Chen nodded and said, "All right." Seeing that Chen was still a little sleepy, Fu Qianxuan said, "You woke up too early. Why don't you sleep a bit more?" Chen nodded and found a comfortable spot to doze off. Chen fell asleep very quickly and soon dozed off by the window of the car. Fu Qianxuan pulled the blanket higher, covering him properly. Then, he gently moved Chen's head leaning against the window towards his own shoulder. With his clean, soft, and cute appearance, when Chen slept, he looked like an angel. Fu Qianxuan loved watching Chen sleep. When he was young, he looked like a little steamed bun, incredibly adorable when sleeping. Even now, as an adult, he remained that way. The light breaths brushing against Fu Qianxuan's face made his heart tickle, as if feathers were softly sweeping across his chest. Fu Qianxuan's gaze almost greedily focused on the youth before him, looking at those pink lips that resembled cherries, amplifying the suppressed desires within him. Fu Qianxuan slightly tilted his head, and his thin lips slowly descended. After a light touch like a dragonfly skimming water, he quickly retreated. Feeling the slight itch on his lips, Chen lightly pressed his lips together and continued sleeping. However, Fu Qianxuan sat up straight like someone who had done something wrong, his ear tips red as if they were boiled shrimp. The driver in the front seat originally wanted to say that they were about to reach their destination, so the two customers could prepare. But from the rearview mirror, he saw an explosive moment. This startled the straight male driver so much that he didn't know where to put his hands or feet. Should I say something? Inside the hotel room. Lin Yuan, Duan Xingyu, Fang Kecheng, and Chiu Wei were sitting in the room playing cards. Fang Kecheng played a pair of sevens and asked, "Was it inappropriate for us to leave Chen behind last night?" Chiu Wei discarded 2 cards and said, "Even if it was inappropriate, it's already done. The day has dawned, and regretting now won't help." Duan Xingyu said sorrowfully, "It's all because of you guys forcing me to leave. I never imagined I would do something like leaving my godfather behind one day. My sins are heavy. A pair of kings. Pass." Lin Yuan said, "If you're regretful, why don't you cancel the previously arranged global mutation collaboration?" Duan Xingyu immediately said, "Parents' love is deep and far-reaching. I believe Chen will understand me. Come on, that was a blockbuster movie from Hollywood. Even just playing a supporting role could skyrocket his career. Besides, he believed that with Fu Qianxuan's lovesick brain, he wouldn't really mistreat Chen." Chiu Wei intentionally showed his hand to Lin Yuan and eased up by saying, "In the future, there can be more collaborations like this, and our Xingyu will definitely fully cooperate." Fang Kecheng also said, "Me too, if there's any gossip from the entertainment circle in the future, remember to share it with me." Last night, Lin Yuan bribed her with 1 gigabyte of gossip secrets from the entertainment world. It was hard for her not to be tempted. She felt that the gift was rather valuable, and Fang Kecheng felt somewhat unworthy. She asked, "Do you really not need me to knock Chen out and deliver him to Mr. Fu's bed?" Cough cough, no need to knock him out. Lin Yuan adjusted his glasses, cleared his throat twice and said, "Pleasure to collaborate. In the future, if there's an opportunity, we hope to cooperate more. Pleasure to collaborate. Pleasure to collaborate." They glanced at each other and exchanged very harmonious smiles on their faces. Xu Li, sitting on the sofa chair, watched those people who colluded yesterday to betray their artist. Her expression showed clear disapproval. But since Mr. Fu was her direct boss, she couldn't refuse this matter and could only tearfully cooperate. "I truly am a sin-heavy broker." Chapter 154, Chen slowly wakes up. Chen yawned and tried to open his eyes. Upon waking, he saw a somewhat unfamiliar ceiling and surrounding environment. Supporting himself with one hand, Chen got up and tidied his loose clothes. A cheesy aroma wafted in from outside the room. Chen's eyes slightly curved as he followed the scent, opening the door and stepping out without realizing that this was not the original hotel room or even a Mongolian yurt. Chen saw Fu Qianxuan making something in the small kitchen. The tall figure stood by the stove, having changed out of the previous Tibetan attire into a set of beige casual wear with a black apron tied around him. He looked less aloof and more approachable. "Second brother, did we change rooms?" "No, just upgraded to a presidential suite, it's bigger and more convenient to live in." Oh. Regarding accommodation, Chen didn't have too many opinions. He moved closer, peeking over Fu Chinshuan's shoulder at the pot and asked, "What's delicious?" "I made you some beef cheese pancakes." Fu Chinshuan extended his hand to push Chen's head back, advising, "Don't get so close, in case oil splatters onto your face." Chen sniffed the aroma and said with a smile, "It smells good, I want to eat." Fu Chinshuan said, "I prepared some vegetable salad on the table for you, if you're hungry, go ahead and eat some." Chen replied, "Okay." Vegetables were his favorite anyway. Chen sat down at the chair, picked up the prepared vegetable salad made by Fu Chinshuan, took 2 leaves with his fork and ate them. "It tastes good." He scooped another spoonful when a slice of purple cabbage fell to the ground. Chen bent down to pick it up, intending to put it into his mouth. Fu Chinshuan's voice sounded, "You're not allowed to pick anything off the floor and eat it." Chen looked up and saw Fu Chinshuan hadn't turned around, muttering, "Second brother, you didn't turn around, how do you know what I'm going to do?" Fu Chinshuan picked up a plate, while putting the beef cheese pancakes into the bowl, saying, "Because I've got eyes on the back of my head." As he turned with the plate in hand, he noticed Chen's bare feet. With a slightly furrowed brow on his handsome face, Fu Chinshuan said, "How come you're still running around barefoot like when you were little? Don't you worry about catching a cold?" Chen, sitting on the chair, swinging his feet, instinctively responded, "Anyway, there's always you, second brother." After hearing these words, Chen hesitated himself. Fu Chinshuan, however, seemed unfazed, placing the plate of cheese pancakes on the table before heading towards the bedroom. In a moment, he returned carrying a pair of white slippers, squatted halfway down, and helped Chen slip his shoes on. Chen looked at this scene, feeling somewhat dazed. Just as Fu Chinshuan raised his head, he caught sight of Chen staring at him. His charming eyes, like opium flowers, slightly bent, and he lazily asked, "What's wrong?" Chen shook his head and said, "Nothing." Fu Chinshuan, focused on tying Chen's shoes, did not catch the fleeting look of panic in Chen's eyes. Chen enjoyed the beef cheese pancakes, finding them quite tasty. Water badgers are vegetarian creatures, so when Chen first arrived here, he basically ate only vegetables. Initially eating meat was somewhat uncomfortable for him, but now he had become increasingly accustomed to consuming meat. Fu Chinshuan poured a glass of milk for Chen and said, "Shuli mentioned earlier that some scenes in the Ruishi milk advertisement weren't filmed well, so you need to reshoot them." Chen paused in his chewing, asking, "Am I reshooting alone?" Fu Chinshuan also poured himself a glass of milk, taking a sip before responding, "Based on what Shuli said, it seems so." "Don't you want to go?" Chen shook his head and said, "No, but..." "What's the matter?" Chen bit his lips and said, "Didn't you say that today we'd go horseback riding together?" Hearing this, Fu Chinshuan's heart thudded with excitement, unable to suppress the joy on his face, saying, "Do you still remember?" He originally thought that considering Chen's lazy demeanor, it would surely require him to remind him later. Fu Chinshuan placed the poured glass of milk in front of him, gently tapping his forehead and said, "It won't be delayed. I checked, and the reshoot should take roughly 3 hours to complete." Lifting his wrist to glance at the time on his watch, Fu Chinshuan added, "After you finish eating, rest a bit. Shuli will come to pick you up at 2 p.m., then you can go to the pasture for reshooting. I'll come to pick you up at 5, and then we can ride horses and walk around the grassland. At 7, we will have dinner together. I've booked a very delicious restaurant. After dinner, we'll go to the old village street to feed eagles, and then return to the hotel to rest. How does that sound?" Chen. Seeing Chen not saying anything, Fu Chinshuan asked, "What's wrong? Do you dislike this arrangement?" Chen shook his head and said, "Nothing, it's quite good. It just felt like there was something strange about the schedule." Chen sat there in a daze, eating the cheese pancake, sensing something was off but couldn't figure it out. As he raised his eyes, he saw Fu Chinshuan propping his chin with one hand, watching him eat. Chen asked, "What's wrong?" Fu Chinshuan said, "Are these cheese pancakes tasty?" Chen nodded and said, "Yes, much better than before." After receiving the compliment, Fu Chinshuan couldn't suppress his pride anymore, his mouth curved up with obvious satisfaction as he said, "Of course, I practiced while I was overseas for several years." On the contrary, Chen was taken aback after hearing his own words. Had he eaten a cheese pancake made by his second brother before? Chen thought that he had been feeling a bit odd these past few days. After lunch, Chen lay on the couch while Fu Chinshuan cut an apple for Chen. Fu Chinshuan ate his own apple directly. The two lounged on the sofa and watched TV for about half an hour. When Fu Chinshuan encountered some funny moments and wanted to share them with Chen, he found out that Chen had fallen asleep again with half of the uneaten apple still in his mouth. Fu Chinshuan grabbed a shawl and gently covered Chen. Then he took the half-eaten apple from Chen's mouth and finished it himself. "You've slept all morning, how are you still so tired?" Fu Chinshuan nibbled on his apple, hesitating whether he should cancel Chen's afternoon work, letting Chen take a proper nap. The knocking sound from Shuli woke Chen up. With blurry eyes, Chen bit the remaining apple in his mouth and spoke unclearly, "Do we need to work now?" "I'm awake." Fu Chinshuan said, "You don't have to go if you're sleepy, I'll handle it for you." Chen rubbed his eyes and said, "It's fine, I'll go." Seeing Chen decided, Fu Chinshuan didn't stop him. Before leaving, he handed Chen a box of chocolates for him to carry along. Sitting in the car, Chen had chocolate in his mouth. The brand representative's car had already waited downstairs. Halfway through the drive, Shu Li noticed that this wasn't the way to the original Ruishi grassland. Shu Li tapped the front seat and said, "Driver sir, this isn't the way to Ruishi grassland, is it?" The driver replied, "This is the way to Linhai grassland." Chen's fingers holding the chocolate slightly moved. Chapter 155, Su Hebeler's Plan. When Chen arrived at the Linhai pasture, Duoji was already waiting there. Shu Li asked, "Big brother Duoji, why did the filming location suddenly change?" Duoji replied, "It takes 2 hours to go to and from the Ruishi pasture. Considering the time cost, this place is closer." Shu Li nodded and didn't say anything more. The Linhai horse ranch is very large, covering an area of 1.03 million mu. There are equestrian fields, camping areas, horse riding and archery, flower fields, and even accommodation. Unlike the Ruishi pasture, which only raises cattle, the Linhai pasture also has sheep, horses, desert red camels, among others. All these are to allow tourists to better observe and connect with nature. There is also a large natural lake here, where tourists can take boats on the lake, enjoy the scenery of the grasslands, and experience the tranquility and harmony of the beauty of nature. Standing on the grassland, one can see snow-capped mountains in the distance that never melt, covered in silver. Together with herds of cattle and horses under the blue sky and white clouds, they form a beautiful oil painting created by nature. This is a very complete grassland tourism industry. However, there aren't many tourists along the way, probably because its reputation isn't well known. Chen's additional shooting for this scene would take place at the Linhai pasture. The advertising company planned a character image for Chen in the advertisement that fits his personality quite well. The reshooting went quickly, finishing more than an hour earlier than expected. "That's it, teacher Chen, could you please wait a moment while we pack up our tools?" "All right." Those staff members packed away all the props, leaving Chen alone sitting on a long bench resting, waiting for Shu Li to drive over and pick him up. After everyone left, Chen, who was alone, didn't notice any issues. He unwrapped a piece of chocolate and began eating it. As he felt someone sit next to him, Chen turned his head and saw Su Hebeler sitting beside him. He was dressed in a black tight-fitting suit, with bandages on his forehead, making his originally menacing appearance look even more like a bad guy. Chen quietly moved a little further away. Su Hebeler noticed but didn't mind, instead moving closer himself. Chen moved a little further away again. Su Hebeler helplessly asked, "Am I really that detestable to you? One move wasn't enough, so you had to move twice." Chen asked, "Are you planning to kidnap me?" With a bemused smile, Su Hebeler said, "What have you made me out to be?" Chen responded, "But you just don't look like a good person." "You're quite skilled at talking," Su Hebeler questioned, "hasn't anyone ever told you how annoying your words can be before?" Chen tilted his head seriously, recalling his memories from after he came through, then answered, "No, everyone likes me pretty much." Su Hebeler felt another ache coming on in his forehead. Once again, it was probably this brat causing his temper to flare up. He went to great lengths to bring Chen to the Linhai horse ranch and deliberately sent Chen's agent away, not for the purpose of enduring such frustration. Just then, a white sightseeing car drove by. Su Hebeler directly asked, "Chen, would you like to ride the sightseeing car with me?" Chen said, "No." These two simple words completely stumped Su Hebeler. Annoyed, Su Hebeler urged, "Could you please not answer so quickly? It's disrespectful to others. Think about it carefully before answering." "Oh." After quietly eating some chocolate, Chen tilted his head as if in deep thought for exactly 15 seconds, then said, "I've thought about it carefully." Su Hebeler asked, Chen looked at him and said, "I still don't want to take the sightseeing car with you." Rubbing his forehead, Su Hebeler wondered whether this child understood the art of speaking. Since soft persuasion wasn't working, Su Hebeler decided to try forceful tactics. He stood up and adopted a firm attitude, saying, "Today you must take this sightseeing car with me. You're on my turf, and you don't have the option, not taking it is not an option either. If you don't come, I'll beat you up first today and then let the horse drag you." Upon lowering his head, he saw Chen carefully placing the box of chocolates on the chair, then squatting down to pick up a stone from the ground. Startled, Su Hebeler quickly stepped back a few paces, his serious square face smiling nervously as he asked, "What are you planning to do with that?" Chen softly held the stone in his hands and gently said, "My second brother said that if someone bullies me, I should hit them back. If I break them, my big brother will pay the damages. A person shouldn't always be shouting for violence, it's uncivilized." Su Hebeler pressed Chen's raised hand down, speaking calmly and composedly, "You're so young, why do you always think of resorting to physical action?" Chen looked at him and politely said, "Sorry, I'm not much of a talker, so I think resolving issues with actions tends to be quicker." Saying that, he raised his hand again, saying earnestly, "Don't worry, I learned from my last experience with you. This time, I might just knock you unconscious without cracking your head open." Su Hebeler pressed his lifted hand back down and said, "I just want to chat with you, there's no need for all this fuss." Chen asked, "What about when you said you were going to beat me up and drag me around by the horse?" The dark-skinned Su Hebeler managed an awkward smile as he said, "Of course, I was just joking before. I really just wanted to have a simple chat with you." And Chen replied, "But I already said I don't want to chat with you." Su Hebeler then suggested, "How about if I pay you by the hour?" As soon as the idea came out of his mouth, Su Hebeler himself thought how foolish it sounded. After all, as a star, he certainly wasn't lacking in money. He figured this method probably wouldn't work. Fine, and Chen agreed and casually tossed the stone away, adding after a moment of thought, 100,000 per hour. "How about you go rob someone instead?" Still startled that Chen had actually agreed, Su Hebeler's expression faltered upon hearing the quoted price as he retorted, 100 per hour. And Chen picked up the box of chocolates and prepared to leave. Su Hebeler countered, 1,000. And Chen turned around, 10,000. Su Hebeler said firmly, 2,000 per hour is my final offer. "Alright, deal." And Chen and Su Hebeler sat on the sightseeing car as the wind brushed past their ears gently. And Chen held the chocolate in his hands, nibbling on it. Su Hebeler had noticed earlier while looking at Chen's photos that he seemed to often be eating something. Su Hebeler asked, "Do you like eating?" "Yes," and Chen reminded kindly, "Remember, I start counting time now for what you want to say." Su Hebeler replied, "Understood. Let me show you around the Linhai pasture." As they sat on the sightseeing car, Su Hebeler began introducing the environment of the Linhai horse ranch along the way. On the route, they passed by many staff members, many of whom were local herders from Chinshuan. In their faces, Chen saw genuine smiles. Chapter 156, Erdang under duress. The Linhai ranch covers a total of 1.03 million mu, including horseback riding areas, scenic spots for sightseeing, camping zones, oil wheat planting fields, restaurants, and more. Altogether, we have 678 horses, 423 sheep, of which 81 are pregnant, and additionally, 129 cows. Every blade of grass and tree here was planned and built by me. And Chen took a bite of chocolate and checked the time. Su Hebeler continued speaking, 7 years ago, I left this place to work elsewhere. Out there, I discovered what tourism really is and spotted some business opportunities. Although it might seem lively in Shirchun now, the truth is that only in recent years has there been a slight increase in tourists. 7 years ago, you could barely count on one hand how many visitors came in an entire year. The herdsmen were constantly busy taking care of cattle, sheep, and horses. There wasn't much free time. You probably don't know, but many children here haven't even completed their basic 9-year compulsory education. And Chen, who had been listening quietly, finally asked, "Why don't they go to school?" "Because there's no time, and because of poverty," Su Hebeler said, his voice filled with restraint. After a long pause, he lit a cigarette and continued, "Each household here takes care of a large number of livestock. If a family has 2 children, usually the older one never gets to attend school. One needs to help their parents take care of the cattle, sheep, and pastures, not just animals. During spare time, they also need to dig for caterpillar fungus." Su Hebeler looked at Chen and said, "Shirchun may look lively on the surface, but in reality, it's all a facade. As for the small counties under Shirchun, they're practically deserted. The reason I started the ranch is to promote Shirchun and make its name known nationwide. I want Shirchun to become a very famous tourist destination, where the villagers won't have to move around every year, and every child can go to school." While saying these words, Su Hebeler's voice was somewhat subdued, and his gaze drifted toward the distant sky, yet it carried deep hope. His voice slightly trembled as strong emotions swirled within him. And Chen looked at him and blinked twice before saying, "Oh." Then he popped another piece of chocolate into his mouth. Su Hebeler, seeing his indifferent expression, said, "Don't you think you should show some reaction to such a grand wish of mine?" And Chen replied, "I already said, oh." Su Hebeler. After all that emotional build-up. Su Hebeler then blurted out directly, "If you help me with something, would you like 10 boxes of this chocolate as a reward?" "What kind of help?" "Persuade Erdang to participate in the horse riding competition and win the championship." "No." Perplexed, Su Hebeler asked, "Why not?" "I feel like he might listen to you." And Chen said, "I think he won't listen to me. This morning, I heard him say he loves freedom." Su Hebeler responded, "Since you heard him this morning, do you think I'm kind of lame?" "No," and Chen replied frankly, amid Su Hebeler's expectant gaze, "I just think you're shameless." Su Hebeler. Your words cut deep. People shouldn't judge by appearances. And Chen countered, "The outside already looks bad, so your insides must be dirtier and worse." Su Hebeler rubbed his forehead, "This kid talks non-stop, sharp-tongued and articulate. Everything he says seems designed to provoke irritation." Su Hebeler questioned, "All right, what would it take for you to try persuading Erdang?" And Chen sincerely answered, "No interest. You have a mouth, why don't you go yourself? Asking me means you don't have good intentions." "That's because Erdang isn't listening to me right now." "In that case, maybe what you're saying doesn't resonate with him. Reflect on yourself." Su Hebeler clutched his chest. This young one, though soft-spoken, pierces straight to the heart. He decided to give up. Continuing the conversation with Chen might drive him crazy. Besides, considering Erdang's righteous nature, having Chi Dachi and Chi Erchi present wouldn't change much anyway. Suhebulu instructed the tour bus driver to stop the car and told Chen, get out. Chen obediently got off. Then Suhebulu instructed the driver to leave, leaving Chen alone on the spot. Chen watched the departing vehicle and said, popping the last bit of chocolate into his mouth, is he, feeling exposed? The pasture was pretty vast. Chen glanced at his phone and found the map unclear in this area, so he started heading towards the exit by intuition. On his way back, Suhebulu encountered Erdeng galloping toward him on horseback. He reined his horse in front of Suhebulu's car and stopped it. Erdeng dismounted, and with a few strides, thanks to his towering figure, he climbed onto the sightseeing vehicle and grabbed Suhebulu by the collar, demanding seriously, Balu, where did you take Chen? Suhebulu quickly shoved off his hand. His face, already dark as usual, became even darker like coal, while his square jaw expressed sternness, let go. But Erdeng didn't loosen his grip. Suhebulu angrily said, I've tied him up. If you don't let go, you'll never find out where he is for the rest of your life. Erdeng loosened his hold slightly but with an ashen face retorted, you admit it, I knew it was your scheme. He learned from Daji that Chen's res-hot scene was supposed to be at Ruishi pasture, yet Balu had asked them to shift it to Linhai Ranch, which made him realize something was wrong. On the way over here, he had met the staff leaving, making the situation seem even more suspicious. How could all the crew leave without the artist? And just abandon the artist alone? As he rode his horse over, he happened to spot Suhebulu coming back in the vehicle. Suhebulu looked at this younger brother, who had grown up together with him since childhood, noticing the disdainful expression in his eyes. Pushing down his emotions, he adjusted his suit and said, if you promise me right now to participate in tomorrow's horse riding competition and bring back the championship, then I'll tell you where Chen is. Erdeng's eyes blazed with anger. He shouted, Suhebulu, you're so despicable that you terrify me. Suhebulu replied calmly, yes, I'm despicable, but whether or not you want to rescue Chen, the choice is yours. Erdeng glared at him through gritted teeth. I'll give you 1 minute to consider. If you don't agree, you'll never know where Chen went. Suhebulu seized the opportunity and slowly edged closer to Erdeng, whispering into his ear, relax, murder is illegal, and I won't kill him. The worst he'll suffer is some hardship and return skinned alive. Erdeng's expression darkened like a storm approaching, frighteningly ominous. His brows furrowed and lips clenched tightly into a straight line as he struggled to suppress his impending rage. Finally, he growled through his teeth, all right, I agree. Tomorrow, I'll join the horse riding competition and place first. Upon hearing this, Suhebulu's face relaxed in relief before swiftly hiding his emotion so as not to get caught. He knew Erdeng well, if he promised something, he would definitely fulfill it, even if coerced. Afterward, he sighed deeply. Chapter 157, Wild Horses, Danger. Erdeng clenched his fists, his angry gaze like it could shoot out flames as he gritted his teeth and asked, now can you tell me where Chen is? Sukabader was about to speak when suddenly 5 staff members riding horses approached in haste, each with a tense expression. When Wulan saw Sukabader, she anxiously said, Brother Balu, something's happened. Aguila just called to say that the 100 Arabian horses that arrived a few days ago have all run out. Ran out? Sukabader's face drastically changed as he angrily said, how could they have run out? Wulan replied, those horses were too fierce, especially the leading one. It jumped over the wooden fence and ran off, and the others followed suit, all rushing out. Sukabader massaged his forehead, feeling a headache coming on as he asked, forget about these details for now. Those horses haven't been tamed yet, we need to control them quickly. Do you know which direction the horses went? Wulan said, they went towards the snow mountain. What? Sukabader's face darkened as he said, they went towards the snow mountain side. The person who had been yelled at was stunned, not understanding why things suddenly became so urgent. Erdeng sensed there was a problem and asked, and Chen wouldn't happen to be over there, would he? Sukabader, and Chen is at grassland number 7, but it's also close to the snow mountain area. Sukabader also realized the severity of the situation and quickly got off the sightseeing vehicle. However, Erdeng acted even faster. He leapt onto the horse, kicked its flanks, and rode off. So fast that in the blink of an eye, only a small figure could be seen. Upon seeing this scene, Wulan remarked, no wonder he's known as the bravest man of the grasslands, his horse-riding speed leaves people astonished. Sukabader slapped Wulan on the head and said, you have time to marvel at this. Hurry up and go after them. After saying that, Sukabader directly pulled another person off their horse and said, you ride with someone else, I'll go ahead and handle this matter. Sukabader swiftly mounted the horse, his black suit outlining his sturdy frame. In that moment of mounting the horse, Sukabader's entire presence changed. His deep eyes shone with determination as he controlled the horse with one hand, gazing straight ahead, like a brave knight. Charge! With a shout, Sukabader quickly disappeared from sight. As the group looked at the 2 figures vanishing one after another, they hadn't seen Sukabader ride a horse like this for a long time, almost forgetting. The bravest man of the grasslands. This title originally belonged to Sukabader, but after returning from outside, he focused solely on running the horse ranch, becoming a manager and thus not riding horses much anymore. And Erdeng's equestrian skills were taught by none other than Sukabader. Erdeng rode quickly towards the snow mountain side. He had worked here for several years and naturally knew the map of Ganlanhai Horse Ranch very well. What Wulon referred to as the Snow Mountain wasn't actually at the foot of the Snow Mountain, it was designated as pasture number 8. Pasture number 8 was the best spot to view the Snow Mountain, so many tourists referred to it as the Snow Mountain pasture. In June, the grasslands were lush with greenery and wildflowers blooming. With blue skies and white clouds against the backdrop of the Snow Mountain, the scenery made for stunning photos. Putting aside whether Chen was there, the Snow Mountain pasture already had plenty of tourists. If the untrained herd of horses stampeded into the area and collided with any guest, the consequences would be unimaginable. On the other side, Chen originally intended to slowly walk back to the exit of Linhai Horse Ranch. But the place was too large, the phone map stopped working, and after walking around for a while, when he remembered to call his agent, he discovered that his phone was out of power. He decided to just follow his instincts and ended up wandering farther away from the exit, accidentally arriving at pasture number 8 next door. Compared to the previous pasture that was mostly empty, this one was filled with many more people. Chen saw many couples taking wedding photos, as well as groups of girls or individuals taking pictures. Chen thought it might be inconvenient to walk through and risk ruining their photo shoots. So he squatted on the side of the grass, hugging his knees and daydreaming. Feeling unmotivated to move, he decided to just sit there and wait for his agent to find him. Although Chen sat quietly, without a mask, he still caught the attention of some passers-by. A young tourist couple boldly approached as the boy asked, "Excuse me, Mr. Chen, my girlfriend is your fan. Would you allow her to take a picture with you?" The girl standing behind looked eagerly hopeful. Chen said, "Sure." The boy happily turned around and said, "Xiaoping, Mr. Chen has agreed. Come on quickly, I'll take the picture for you." Xiaoping's face instantly turned red as a tomato, her eyes even glistening with tears of excitement. She covered half of her face with her hands, trying to prevent herself from doing something too over the top. I'm so excited. I never thought I'd meet Mr. Chen here," Xiaoping stammered, then added, I like you." The boy patted her back comfortingly and said, "Xiaoping, don't get too excited." Looking at her excitement, Chen blinked, unsure how to respond. Finally, he offered in a comforting tone, "How about I give you a hug?" Xiaoping asked, blinking her eyes hesitantly, Is that okay?" Chen replied, "It's okay, Originally, Chen wanted to ask if they could snap the photo and hitch a ride back afterwards since waiting for his agent was uncertain, but he didn't have a chance to finish. Instead, he caught a sound nearby. Turning toward the source, his usually calm and serene expression flickered with concern as he said, "You guys better leave now." Though his face didn't betray much emotion, his voice carried a serious tone. Xiaoping asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Chen's gaze shifted to an empty stretch far away, saying, "There are wild horses coming this way. They might collide with someone." Before Xiaoping could respond, the boy jumped up anxiously, shouting, "What? A herd of wild horses? How many?" Cocking his head slightly, Chen listened closely and responded, "I'm not sure, at least 70 or 80, maybe more, they're almost here." Chen determined it must be a herd of wild horses based on the chaotic rhythm of their galloping hooves. If they were being ridden by anyone, their steps wouldn't have been so disordered. The boy laughed awkwardly and said, "Chen, your face looks so calm. You're probably just joking around, right?" Chen looked at him, still expressionless, replying firmly, "I don't joke about these kinds of things. Hurry up and run." Almost immediately after Chen finished speaking, Xiaoping dragged her boyfriend off, yelling while running, "Everyone stop taking photos. A herd of wild horses is coming this way, everyone run." Being a fan, Xiaoping believed her idol without hesitation, but others weren't as convinced. As they watched the two panic-stricken figures dashing away, everyone else was left utterly puzzled. What's wrong with them? Are they here to mess around? They said there's a herd of wild horses. Where are those wild horses? I can't see any. Never mind them, they're probably trying to gain attention. Chapter 158, Chen in danger. Xiaoping saw that no one was running, and became anxious. She said, "Why aren't you all running? Hurry up, the wild horses will trample you to death. We'll run if we want to, you should just run faster yourself, so you don't get caught by the wild horses." Ha 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 ha. "I'm here to take pictures, the light is so good right now, everything looks great, I can't miss this opportunity." Some people exaggerate everything just for a little attention in traffic. Xiaoping's warning did not cause gratitude or vigilance, but instead led to blame and ridicule from many people. Xiaoping wanted to warn them again, but her boyfriend pulled her wrist and said directly, "Don't worry about them, let's run ourselves first." Seeing this, Xiaoping decided to leave them be as well. But when she turned around, she noticed Chen still standing there motionlessly. Xiaoping shouted anxiously, "Teacher Chen, why are you still standing there? Run!" Chen was sitting alone in a corner, unnoticed except by Xiaoping, his fan. Upon hearing her shout, everyone's eyes immediately turned toward Chen. "Is Chen here? Where is he?" "Indeed, it's Chen. I saw a video of him in Chinshuan just a few days ago. I didn't expect to meet him here. I want to ask him for an autograph. I wonder if he'll give it to me. He's so handsome, even better looking than on TV. His face is so small, palm-sized. What's so special about him? A man who looks like a woman, too pale, with no sense of heroism at all. That's right, he doesn't look impressive either. His appearance is only enhanced by makeup. Without TV, he's just mediocre. Looking at him, you'd think he's effeminate. Men should be more like us. On the grassland, boys and girls reacted differently upon seeing Chen. The men were jealous that Chen had instantly attracted the attention of all the women. Their reckless slander made several brides taking wedding photos nearby turn red in the face. At this moment, someone also felt the tremor of the ground. What's going on? Are they building a road? Chen, who had been quiet since then, looked ahead and said, "They're coming." Almost as soon as Chen spoke, a herd of galloping horses appeared on the horizon of the grasslands rushing towards them. Some reacted quickly, picking up their belongings and running away, while others followed suit when they saw others running. Since cars are not allowed into the grasslands to prevent damage to the natural environment and preserve its scenic beauty, there are designated vehicles available for transportation within the area called sightseeing cars, which usually come every half hour. The last sightseeing car left 10 minutes ago, and the next one would not arrive for another 20 minutes. Not to mention human legs cannot possibly outrun those horses. Even if the sightseeing car came back, traveling at a maximum speed of 60 miles per hour, it could not catch up to the rapidly galloping horses. As people ran desperately, they regretted not listening to the two earlier, resulting in their current frantic situation. Some photographers didn't even have time to pick up their $100,000 cameras, which fell along the way. Just at this moment, they saw Erden riding a horse coming from the front, shouting frantically for help, as if he was their savior. Erden saw these people run out, but he also noticed a person still standing there. Just looking at the silhouette, he knew it was Chen. Against the backlight, Chen stood motionless. Chen, come over here. Erden screamed desperately, urging his horse forward as fast as possible. Sukebelu, who followed behind, frowned deeply when he saw this scene. It was too late, Chen was too close to the Arab horse herd. There was no way Erden could reach him in time. Moreover, these horses were agitated, and Erden himself could easily be kicked by the group of horses if he charged straight through. The crowd of wild horses was like a surging black flood, galloping forward with incredible speed. The sound of the hooves, like thunder, shook the earth. Every landing raised clouds of dust. There was simply no chance for Erden to save him. Helplessly, Erden watched as the herd swallowed Chen. Erden's expression froze instantly, as if time itself had stopped. He couldn't believe what he had just seen, feeling paralyzed, unable to remember how to ride the horse anymore. His body wobbled precariously, as if he might fall at any second. Sukebelu jumped off the horse sharply from behind, pulling Erden down from the saddle, both rolling several times on the prairie before stopping. "Are you trying to die?" Sukebelu shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, Erden swung a punch at him, eyes red as he grabbed his suit with both hands and demanded furiously, "Sukebelu, why? Why did you do this? That's a human life." Sukebelu fell silent, unable to answer. He had never intended to kill the boy, yet an overwhelming sense of guilt surged within him. He had only wanted to give Chen a little taste of hardship. He truly hadn't intended to harm him so grievously. Erden's eyes were filled with fury and pain. Though he hadn't known Chen for long, they could still be considered half-friends. And now, because of himself, Chen had been tricked by Sukebelu, losing his life in the process. How could he not feel guilty? Erden swung his fist again and again, furious. But what made him angrier was himself. If only he could have ridden faster, just a little bit faster, could he have saved Chen? Chen could be said to have been indirectly killed by himself. Amidst such a large herd of horses, even a brave grassland rider who grew up on horseback couldn't survive unscathed. Once someone fell, the hooves behind would mercilessly trample them. Certain death awaited. Similarly aware of this truth were Wulan and others who arrived later, along with the tourists present. No one could have imagined that someone who had been alive just moments before would suddenly be gone like this. Xiaoping broke down into tears, crying loudly in her boyfriend's arms. It was him who first spotted the wild horse herd. Why didn't he run? How could he be so foolish as to stand in front of the horses? How could he possibly stop them? The other people on the grassland all assumed Chen had risked his life for everyone's safety, attempting to block the wild horse herd. Even the group of men who had insulted him earlier now wore expressions of deep regret and shame. "I even said just now that brother Chen lacked manliness." One man hit himself hard on the face, exclaiming, "I really deserve it." More voices of regret joined the chorus. Hearing these words, both Sukebelu and Erden sank into silence, their eyes heavy with self-reproach. Strangely enough, whether or not it was due to Chen's actions, the herd, originally heading towards Erden, suddenly changed direction and charged toward the empty prairie instead. Sukebelu looked at the retreating horses and then turned to Erden. "I know you don't want to talk to me right now, but here, only we two have the horsemanship needed to calm these agitated horses. You know, if they break through, what kind of consequences there will be." Erden clenched his fists tightly. Although he wanted nothing more than to pin Sukebelu down and beat him ruthlessly. He managed to suppress his anger and said, "I'll circle around to the right side of the horses. You go to the left, and together we'll restrain the leading horse." Since all the horses followed the few ahead, if those could be controlled, the entire herd would settle down. Just as the two were about to mount their horses and take action, a sudden shout broke out, "Everyone, look! There's someone on the back of that horse." Chapter 159, The Two on Horseback. On the horse's back, and Chen's expression was calm as he held on to the reins of the leading horse with one hand. The horse, which had been accelerating, was forcibly pulled to a stop and became restless, constantly swinging back and forth. Erding saw the person tightly gripping the reins, knuckles white, anxiously watching the scene ahead, his heart leaping into his throat. "And Chen, isn't he trying to tame these horses? I heard that these are all newly introduced Arabian horses, none of them have been domesticated yet. They were supposed to be tamed for racing. Isn't that dangerous? And Chen looks so frail, can he really do it? This looks very perilous, my heart is in my throat too. Can anyone help him? Why did they bring in horses that aren't tamed?" This question puzzled everyone present, including Erding. Furrowing his brow, he looked silently at Suchabalu for answers. Suchabalu replied sheepishly, "The price of already tamed racehorses would double. All men from our grasslands know how to domesticate horses. I thought we could save some money." His voice grew quieter towards the end, and he dared not even glance at Erding. Erding had no time to scold Suchabalu, his eyes fell on Chen and his furrowed brows tightened. "I need to help him." Suchabalu pulled back Erding and said, "Look at the situation now. You going there will only create chaos." Erding frowned deeply, "Then shall we just stand here and do nothing? There are so many untamed horses. If he slips, there will be serious consequences. Right now is the crucial moment, there must not be any mistakes." Suchabalu, fearing Erding might insist on intervening, tried to persuade him again, "Don't you understand, having ridden horses since childhood? If you approach right now, there are two possible outcomes, either you'll be trampled to death by the wild horses or the horses will become even more frenzied due to being startled." Erding's eyebrows were locked tight. He understood. Precisely because he understood, this sense of powerlessness infuriated him. And Chen gripped the reins tightly with both hands, striving to control the horse. But the horse was extremely agitated at the moment, despite all Chen's efforts to pacify it, the horse still wouldn't be restrained, almost throwing him off. And Chen stared at the black stallion under him, showing a trace of displeasure. Subsequently, he raised his hand high and slapped the horse's head hard. "If you keep misbehaving like this, I'll slaughter you once I dismount." After speaking, Chen struck the horse with two angry slaps and threatened, "Let me tell you something, I get along well with Crocodile Brother and Eagle Brother. If you don't calm down, I'll have Crocodile Brother lay an ambush by the riverbank ready to bite you. I'll also let Eagle Brother attack from above. And when Leopard has free time, he can give you a few bites just for fun." As Chen threatened verbally, his hands didn't remain idle either. Every chance he got, he continued hitting the black horse repeatedly with forceful blows. Those strikes were harsh and merciless, he clearly didn't consider whether this action might anger the horse further. Onlookers standing by were terrified when they saw Chen beating the horse, their faces turning green. Has Chen lost his mind? Why is he hitting the horse? Looking at his actions, he doesn't seem scared, more like venting anger on the horse. Ah. These horses are already so aggressive, won't this provoke them even more? I'm not sure, but he seems to have a way. I remember now, don't you recall Chen taking monkeys to pick corn, riding home on a white tiger? It seems animals always like him. That video, I've seen it too. Some people said Chen can communicate with animals, knowing the language of beasts. Are you guys reading too much fiction? How could someone understand the language of beasts? That's all, coincidence, right? Everyone noticed that the horse originally ridden by Chen became gradually obedient after receiving several consecutive slaps. It no longer galloped or wildly jumped. This horse had been the leader earlier, and after stopping, the other horses gradually overtook Chen's steed, relegating it to the back. However, without the lead horse, the remaining group started dispersing again. Riding atop his horse, Chen glanced at Erding from about 10 meters away, then flicked the reins and shouted, "Giddy up." With just one look, Erding immediately grasped Chen's intent. Without saying another word, he rushed to his Black Wind and said, "Black Wind, it depends on you. Giddy up." He vaulted onto the horse, and Black Wind shot out like lightning. Chen rode to the right side of the herd while Erding positioned himself on the left, together herding the horses and gradually driving them closer. When the horses stopped running wildly, Chen quickly rode to the front and slowed down the herd. Erding kept the horses behind from colliding with people, while Chen led the group gradually slowing down, their teamwork appearing flawless. As the herd's speed nearly came to a stop, Chen pulled the reins with one hand, redirecting his horse, blocking the path of the other horses. The horse reared its forelegs high up as Chen held it steady with one hand, sitting firmly on its back. A neigh echoed across the vast prairie, breaking through the sky. With that shrill call, all the horses finally stopped. Looking at the finally halted horses, Chen glanced toward Erding, who had been working alongside him, a subtle smile curved his lips. Erding gazed at Chen astride his horse, the sunlight draping over him like a faint golden cloak. In the distance, snow-capped mountains and azure clouds provided a stunning backdrop to frame Chen's silhouette. Erding instinctively tightened his grip on the reins as he watched, his lips slightly pursed. His chest beat rapidly without him understanding why. To Erding in that moment, Chen radiated an intense brilliance. He couldn't help but think how strikingly handsome Chen looked riding atop the horse, so much so that even years later recalling this scene would make his heart race again. Chen slowly guided his horse closer to Erdeng, the hoofbeats echoing rhythmically. Erdeng felt those hooves weren't just stepping on the ground but pounding directly on his chest. Why else did it feel strange there? The horses have stopped. Sitting atop his horse, beads of sweat trickled down Chen's forehead. He said, I believe the crisis is now over. Erdeng clutched the reins tightly in his hands, his face flushing a little red, his response tinged with a hint of awkwardness. After pausing for a couple seconds to collect himself, Erdeng eventually regained some composure and commented, I didn't expect you to be such a proficient rider. Chen replied simply, my second brother taught me. Erdeng moved his fingers slightly, responding, it seems his horsemanship must be excellent too. Perhaps I'll seek to exchange skills with him when I get the chance. As Chen and Erdeng rode back slowly together, the herd followed obediently behind them. Erdeng mentioned, good thing it ended well. I'm curious about how you tamed these horses. Chen lifted his palm and slapped the horse's head, saying, beat it, threaten it. The horse snorted twice toward Chen. Another slap ensued as Chen threatened fiercely, behave or I'll break your 4 legs after we're done. The horse hung its head submissively, appearing very docile. Erdeng, originally expecting to learn some sophisticated riding techniques, could only stare speechlessly. In all his years riding horses, he never thought one could discipline a horse this way. On another side, Chinshuan approached specially dressed in a black riding suit to meet Chen. The tight-fitting black riding attire accentuated Chinshuan's perfect figure, and even his hairstyle was professionally styled by a hairdresser. If described in the terms of netizens today, Chinshuan was currently showing off his full glory like a peacock spreading its feathers. He had already made plans with Chen. Once his work was finished, they would ride leisurely on the grasslands together. With the gentle breeze blowing past, they'd stroll harmoniously on a single horse beneath the blue sky and white clouds like a loving couple. Nothing could be more romantic than this. And after riding, he planned to have dinner together with Chen and then participate in further activities. Thinking about the schedule of the day, Chinshuan couldn't help but feel incredibly sweet inside. Let him get accustomed to being around him, slowly understanding the difference between brothers and lovers, using the method of boiling a frog in warm water until it realizes its predicament. To capture Chen's attention immediately with his dashing appearance, he meticulously groomed himself for quite some time. But upon arriving here, far away, Chinshuan spotted Chen and Erdeng each riding their own horses, leading a large group of horses behind them. Beneath the sunlit meadow and under the blue sky and white clouds, they rode shoulder to shoulder, looking extremely compatible. Chinshuan held a black riding cap casually at his waist, his expression turning deeply gloomy. Chapter 160, Fu Er's Jealousy. Just now, the way those two walked side by side controlling the herd of horses was really impressive. I never knew that Chen's horsemanship was so extraordinary. Who said he lacked vigor? My vision must be impaired. I've been brainwashed by those pretty boys in the entertainment industry who can't even carry a girl under 100 pounds. Chen is different from them. But the two of them riding together look stunningly handsome, and they are quite a match aesthetically. Yes, I didn't understand the joy of shipping couples before, but now I do. Look at them, who could say they don't fit? Su Hebaru heard those comments, his brows furrowing deeply. He also thought that Chen was very different from the frail image he had imagined. Watching them together made his frown deepen again as he said, Chen is a great kid, but he's a boy. Xiao Ping stood nearby and asked, what's wrong with boys? Su Hebaru said, boys cannot have children. Xiao Ping said, so girls are just for having kids in your eyes? Su Hebaru said, that's not what I meant. Xiao Ping asked, uncle, let me ask you this, if you encounter a girl you really like, and she cannot have children, would you marry her or not? An image appeared in Su Hebaru's mind, then he firmly replied, I will marry her. Xiao Ping clapped her hands and said, see, it all depends on feelings. Even when facing someone you love who can't have kids, you're still willing to marry her. This shows your feelings for her outweighs carrying on the family name. Then why should it be any different if you switch genders? As long as two guys truly love each other, why should gender matter? Su Hebaru was shocked and asked, is that true? Xiao Ping said, of course. What age is uncle living in now? No one should be so backward anymore. To be honest, Chen has a lot of CPs, your candidate might not even make the list. A CP is just a potential romantic interest. Su Hebaru looked stunned, then said, that can't be right. Children may not matter, but there should only be one partner. Our Erlang is too excellent. How could anyone compare to him? The moment these words were out, Su Hebaru felt like something was burning his back. He turned around and saw Chinshuan's face black as a pot bottom. It was the first time Su Hebaru realized that someone's expression could depict a storm. This Mr. Fu was terrifying. Later, Su Hebaru remembered, Chinshuan could probably be that person involved romantically with Chen. After all, Fu boss was willing to pay 10 million for compensation when Chen hit him. Mr. Fu, what a coincidence. Su Hebaru straightened up a bit, knowing that he was now Erlang's ally-in-law, and he couldn't falter at a critical moment. Not a coincidence. I came specifically to pick up Chen. Chinshuan's face was sullen, his expressions grim, and his tone unpleasant. When Su Hebaru saw his attitude, he immediately knew he was right, this person was indeed Erlang's rival. Su Hebaru said, Mr. Fu, you're too late. You didn't see how Chen and Erlang worked together to resolve a crisis earlier. More than 100 horses went berserk, and it was Chen and Erlang who rode in to control the chaos. Their demeanor on horseback was impeccable, so much so that it seemed they had known each other for decades, coordinating like a well-oiled machine. Fu Qinshuan's face darkened slightly, his gaze cold, making Su Hebaru uneasy, fearing he might lash out physically. Secretly, Su Hebaru started comparing their physical builds to assess the odds. In the end, he felt confident about his robust build. If it ever came to blows, he believed he could defeat Fu Qinshuan easily. But Fu Qinshuan simply looked at him coolly and asked, I want to know why the horse stable experienced a rebellion. Su Hebaru. These hundreds of horses obviously hadn't been tamed. Buying untamed horses for cheaper prices without foreseeing the risks is short-sighted decision-making. You clearly knew the horses were untamed, yet no one watched over them properly. That reflects the negligence in work here at the stable, inadequate management. After issues arose, instead of handling the problem yourselves promptly, you let a guest, Chen, handle the crisis for you. This indicates the stable's ineptitude. These 3 consecutive questions silenced Su Hebaru, who had just been thinking of saving face for Erlang. He hung his head and dared not be arrogant anymore, sincerely apologizing, I'm sorry, it was our dereliction of duty. Fu Qinshuan said coldly, it's only because Chen is competent that nothing bad happened. But if something did, could any of you afford to pay for the consequences? Without this basic crisis management ability, I suggest you close down your ranch. It's bound to fail sooner or later anyway. Su Hebaru. This ranch was his life's work, and hearing these words hurt him deeply, but he couldn't deny the truth in them. No wonder Fu Qinshuan was the second young master of the Fu family, his sharp insight into problems was truly piercing. At this moment, Chen caught sight of Fu Qinshuan and rode towards him with a faint smile on his face, calling out, elder brother. Fu Qinshuan, whose expression had been gloomy just moments before, instantly switched to a smiling demeanor, his eyes looking at Chen filled with affection as he replied. Sigh. Chapter 161, Is it hard to make an eagle obey? Erdang watched the retreating figure on horseback, his eyes following Chen heading towards another direction. He felt a touch of loneliness in his heart. Chen seeing Fu Qinshuan immediately jumped off the horse. Fu Qinshuan quickly discarded the riding hat he held and steadied her with both hands so that she wouldn't fall. Fu Qinshuan said, I heard you spectacularly stopped a riot just now. Unfortunately, I came too late and didn't get to see. Chen replied, Big brother Air taught me horsemanship. Fu Qinshuan looked at Erdang who was also approaching on horseback, then deliberately pulled Chen into his arms, whispering by her ear, Arnan, you're amazing. His gaze, however, rested on Erdang, revealing full possession and challenge towards Chen. Erdang sat on the horse, looking at the couple ahead, his hand gripping the reins tightly, his knuckles white from force. The veins on the back of his hand bulged out. Chen, feeling an itch in her ears, shifted her neck slightly and stepped out of Fu Qinshuan's embrace saying, Second brother, I'm hungry. Fu Qinshuan responded, Alright, let's go have a meal then. But wasn't it agreed upon that we would ride together? Riding to the exit later will be the same. Suha Balu remarked, this horse cannot be ridden outside. Fu Qinshuan turned toward Chen and said, Anan, wait a moment, your brother will ask for some compensation for emotional distress. Turning around, Fu Qinshuan stared at Suha Balu, whose heart almost missed a beat, sensing impending doom. 10 minutes later, Chen and Fu Qinshuan were riding together, slowly heading towards the exit of the pasture. Also riding nearby was Erdang. With Fu Qinshuan's ability to negotiate business projects, it didn't take long for him to have Suha Balu agree to gift this horse to Chen as compensation. Since this horse had just adapted to its new environment, changing it again would not be suitable, so it was decided to keep it here temporarily for boarding care. As for the boarding fees? Of course, they were free. Furthermore, whenever Chen visited this Linhai pasture in the future, whether it was for dining, sleeping, or lodging, no charges would apply at all. Chen would become a lifetime free member of the Linhai pasture, this counted as compensation for her emotional distress. It also balanced out a previous incident wherein Chen accidentally broke Suha Balu's head. Otherwise, considering the chaos in the Linhai pasture that nearly cost Chen her life under the horse hooves, merely gifting a horse would not suffice. Chen, riding the horse, asked, Brother Qinshuan, what name do you think is appropriate? Fu Qinshuan replied, you tamed it, so you decide on the name. Chen pondered a little bit and said, let's call it White Snow. Fu Qinshuan, observing the pitch-black horse with not a single white spot, chuckled, great. You truly have talent for naming, perfectly matching its appearance. Erdang lagged slightly behind, watching the pair ahead sitting on one horse, Fu Qinshuan's muscular arm embracing her gently. The two seemed especially harmonious, whether talking or acting. Erdang hadn't given much thought to their relationship earlier, but this current scene felt very piercing to him. Chen and Fu Qinshuan continued their ride, walking a stretch of the path. Upon reaching the exit, Fu Qinshuan handed the horse over to the pasture's staff. Glancing over, Fu Qinshuan saw Chen chatting with Erdang, her pretty eyes curving slightly. Stepping closer quietly, Fu Qinshuan stood beside Chen and said, Anan, let's go.
Brother Lin Yuan is waiting there. And Chen replied, okay, waving goodbye to Erdang while saying, I look forward to your visit in City A. Erdang said, sure thing, when I come, you must treat me to a meal. And Chen replied, of course. Erdang glanced at Fu Chinshuan, inexplicably realizing the suppressed feeling of frustration dissipated entirely in this moment. Fu Chinshuan squinted slightly, confirming indeed this man had feelings for a burn-bird Japanese restaurant. And Chen had been eating heavy grassland cuisine these last few days. Therefore, today Fu Chinshuan specially took her to a Japanese restaurant. Considering Chen's special identity, Fu Chinshuan reserved the entire restaurant exclusively for them. Glancing at the menu, Chen's eyes lit up, commenting, everything looks so delicious. Fu Chinshuan said, Japanese dishes usually don't come in large portions. Choose whatever you like freely. If you can't finish it all, I'll help. And Chen's smile deepened, her mood significantly improved. No longer hesitating, she grabbed the tablet to order food, saying, I want a portion of lamb chops and this pudding baked milk. Also, I'd like some grilled meat, including beef, pork belly, and chicken skin. She didn't stop until she had ordered more than a dozen dishes. And Chen sipped the barley tea that Fu Chinshuan poured for her, puckering her lips and looking full of anticipation. Since they were the only guests in the restaurant, the dishes arrived very quickly. The first to come were some appetizers, followed by grilled meats, and then pasta. Fu Chinshuan looked at the pasta on his plate which was mixed with plenty of cilantro. Seeing this, Chen naturally handed over her bowl without stopping eating, and Fu Chinshuan started picking out the cilantro with his chopsticks. He quickly separated all the cilantro from the bowl into a small bowl, forming a little mountain of cilantro in no time. And Chen took the small bowl and shoveled the cilantro into her mouth before asking, second brother, why don't you just tell the server not to put it in? Fu Chinshuan inspected his plate with his chopsticks for any remaining cilantro and said, I forgot to mention it, but it's not much of an issue, I can eat it. At this moment, the server approached, and Chen instructed, server, please do not add cilantro to my second brother's dishes. Also, he is allergic to lemons. Fu Chinshuan, who was still picking cilantro off his food, smiled brightly with his charming eyes. Anan is really good. Meanwhile, Chen continued to eat, but she kept pushing the dishes she couldn't finish toward Fu Chinshuan. Halfway through the meal, Chen realized somewhat belatedly that her habit of passing uneaten food to her second brother felt overly familiar. She had never done that before. Could it be the memory of the original body owner? After finishing their meal, Chen covered her small belly, feeling satisfied as she left the Japanese restaurant. Behind the Japanese restaurant was the old village street, also a very famous street known for its eagles. Every morning and afternoon, there would be many eagles circling in the sky. Tourists could bring pre-cut meat and toss it into the air, where the eagles in flight would snatch the meat and eat it. Wearing a mask, Chen stood below, gazing up at what seemed like 40 or 50 eagles in the sky, something that might intimidate quite a few people. Fu Chinshuan threw 2 chunks of meat, noticing Chen hadn't moved yet, and asked, Anan, why haven't you thrown any meat? Chen looked at the meat in her hand, then toward the sky, her voice soft as she said, why don't we let the eagles come down to eat? It's too tiring throwing them up high. As soon as Chen spoke, some other tourists feeding the eagles couldn't help but sneer. Why would the eagles come down themselves? Does he think his comment is funny? Does he think these eagles are pets, obediently waiting for commands? I've been feeding them here for an hour, and I've already tossed 10 pounds of meat. Not one eagle stopped on my hand, despite me wearing a wrist guard specifically for this purpose. Yeah, these birds are too smart, they just eat the meat and stay away. I wanted to have an eagle perch on my hand for a picture, it looks cool, but now it's impossible. Chen turned to look at those mocking him, confused, is it so hard to make an eagle obey? The group who had been trying to interact with the eagles reacted sharply upon hearing this. Chapter 162, he actually fell for a man. So, you're saying it's very simple. Then try making the eagles obey your commands instead of just bragging. Yeah, anyone can brag. If you really can make the eagles listen today, I'll call you Big Brother. I'll call you Big Brother too. Chen looked at them and originally wanted to ignore them, but these people's determined gazes made him sigh helplessly. He looked at the group of eagles in the sky, gesturing towards them and said, all of you come down now. This simple gesture by Chen seemed no different from insulting their intelligence. Some couldn't bear it, thinking that he might not have the ability, but shouldn't treat everyone like pigs. However, before anyone could get angry, they saw the eagles that were flying in the air start rushing forward one after another. The first eagle flew down, trying to perch on Chen's shoulder. Anticipating its move, Chen held out his hand to stop it and said, no, it will hurt. Surprisingly, those eagles actually hovered in mid-air without further advancing. Chen pointed to an open spot in front of him and said lazily, all of you queue up in front and take turns to eat meat. How could eagles possibly line up? They are not stupid. Before the skeptics could finish their sentences, everyone saw the fierce-looking eagles actually forming a long line on the open ground. Fu Chinshuan, seeing this, smiled affectionately and said, my Anan is truly amazing. In Fu Chinshuan's eyes, everything Chen did was reasonable. Even though Chen had never interacted with eagles, he managed to command a flock as if it were second nature to them.
Afraid that Chen might get tired standing, Fu Qianshuan brought over a chair for him to sit and feed the meat. Sitting there, Chen took pieces of meat from the bag and tossed them out one by one. Each eagle that received a piece would step back, allowing the next one to take its place. The queuing order was impeccable, even more polite than many people. My goodness, if you live long enough, you'll see everything. Are these still the aggressive eagles we remember? They're as tame as cats. This is bizarre. Is this world becoming fantastical? This scene caught the attention of many who filmed videos and took photos. Some people who earlier wanted to show off with the eagles quickly came forward and said, "Brother, since you're so talented, could you let these eagles cooperate with me for some pictures?" And Chen looked at the person and softly replied, "Call me Big Brother." Without hesitation, the man complied, "Big Brother. Forget calling you brother, I'd even call you father if it means taking photos with these eagles." A few others also agreed readily. Seeing the beginning, others who initially didn't have the idea also started wanting to take photos. In 2 minutes, Chen had gained dozens of new followers. Fu Qianshuan stood behind Chen all the while, minimizing his presence and enjoying watching Chen having fun. Meanwhile, inside a nearby wooden cabin which served as a leisure bar, Erding sat outside sipping on a cup of mare's milk wine, his eyes fixated on Chen's group not far away. Suhexabalu, noticing the scene and approaching, commented, "This kid Chen does indeed possess some extraordinary skills. Initially, seeing his slender frame, I thought he was just a naive young man. But his courage and boldness revealed something else entirely. Today's incident on the grassland wouldn't have turned out well without him." Although Suhexabaru outwardly acted reluctant about giving away white snow, deep inside he was quite grateful. The losses avoided due to Chen's actions were certainly much greater than merely losing a horse. Chen's horsemanship rivals any man raised on the grasslands. Suhexabaru lit himself a cigarette, speaking appreciatively, who would have guessed he could not only tame horses but also eagles. To make wild eagles so easily obedient. Chen fits perfectly into the life of the prairie. Though many on the grasslands raise eagles, none had done it as effortlessly as Chen. Erdeng looked at the other and spoke calmly, "You don't need to follow me around. I've promised you. Since I've committed to participating in tomorrow's horse race, I will." Suhexabaru frowned slightly and retorted, "Do you think I'm here just for that?" Erdeng responded plainly, "Suhexabaru, do you think we have anything else to talk about besides this?" Suhexabaru tightly gripped his hands, but soon recovered his calmness and said, "It's good that you know. Some things, once they pose a threat to him, cannot be changed." Before leaving, Suhexabaru still gave a warning, "I have nothing to say about your liking for Chen. Apart from not being able to bear children like a woman, Chen is quite fine in other aspects. However, it's best if you don't let the people of the tribe or your father know. Otherwise, you should know what the consequences will be. Our Chuan's fellow villagers and clansmen will absolutely not allow the existence of homosexuality." Suhexabaru had been away for a couple of years, accepted many new things, plus meeting various kinds of people while running the horse farm, so he could see through some matters more easily. But the people of Chuan wouldn't. The people on the grassland do not overly consider family backgrounds when getting married, people usually express their love straightforwardly and mostly receive blessings. However, they won't agree with homosexuality, even detest such practices immensely, and definitely disallow such things from happening within the clan. Especially considering that this man is Erdeng, someone very popular among the younger generation. After saying these words, Suhexabaru left, leaving Erdeng behind in shock. Suhexabaru's words just now struck a massive stone deep into his heart. "Do I like Chen?" Erdeng frowned deeply, saying, "Utter nonsense. How could he possibly like men? That was simply impossible." His eyes fell on Chen again, seeing the tacit interaction between Chen and Fu Qianshuan, and memories of their previous multiple intimate behaviors came flooding back. No matter if it was at the airport where they embraced as if no one else mattered, or at the horse ranch before everyone, Fu Qianshuan's challenging gaze, now thinking back to them, all made him feel agitated. Especially seeing that Chen seemed tired from sitting too long and actually leaned directly against Fu Qianshuan's waist side. Such an intimate action caused Erdeng immense discomfort, as if someone had gripped his heart, making him unable to breathe properly. Together with this feeling was also a subtle sourness. At this moment, Erdeng suddenly had the thought of wanting to take Fu Qianshuan's place beside Chen. He wanted Chen to habitually depend on and get intimate with him like this. This thought startled Erdeng himself when it popped up. He looked towards Chen at the square, his sharp eyes slightly dimming. So, did he really fall for Chen? He, Erdeng, actually liked a man. Chapter 163, Fu Er's Allergy. The medicine has been taken, but it will take some time for the effects to set in. If you want a quicker recovery, you can also clean the areas where he is having an allergic reaction with this saline solution, and then apply ointment. Also, be more careful in the future and try not to come into contact with allergens. And under no circumstances should they be eaten. You must not underestimate allergies, severe cases can lead to death. Chen escorted the doctor to the door and said, "Okay." The doctor remembered something and added, "Oh, by the way, it would be best if someone keeps an eye on him tonight. Even though he has taken the medicine, there is still the possibility of a fever in the middle of the night." Chen nodded obediently again and said, "Okay." Turning back into the room, and Chen saw Fu Qianxuan lying on the sofa, munching on an apple as if nothing was wrong. If it weren't for the red spots that had appeared on his arms and neck, Fu Qianxuan would seem entirely unaffected by the allergy from his current energetic state. And Chen walked over and sat down next to him, asking, "Do you feel uncomfortable?" With a bite of the apple in his mouth and a calm expression, Fu Qianxuan replied, "I'm fine." While speaking, he scratched his arm a few times before continuing to eat the apple. Looking at the red spots covering his neck and arms, and Chen remarked, "You're covered in red spots, and yet you claim you're fine." Fu Qianxuan was allergic to lemons. Although En Chen had specifically instructed the waiter not to add any lemon to Fu Qianxuan's portion, several dishes on En Chen's meal contained lemon juice, which he didn't notice due to how good they tasted. Because he couldn't finish all his food, En Chen gave everything left on his plate to Fu Qianxuan to eat, causing him to have an allergic reaction. What was worse was neither of them realized this at first. It wasn't until their way home when Fu Qianxuan started feeling itchy and noticed the red spots on his arms. Afraid of worrying En Chen, Fu Qianxuan did not say anything immediately. It wasn't until they were almost at the hotel, when the red spots had spread to his neck, that En Chen finally noticed. Fortunately, there was a private clinic nearby, so they called and requested a doctor to come over. As En Chen gazed at his reddened arms, his handsome and quiet eyes dimmed slightly. He quietly resolved, "Next time, I won't give you my leftovers to eat." "How could that be?" Fu Qianxuan reacted quickly, his voice unconsciously raising in volume. Perhaps realizing that he might startle En Chen, he grabbed her hand and put on a relaxed look, saying, "Anan, I like how you depend on me. When you encounter problems, find me. Whether it's food or other things, it makes me feel valued in your heart." En Chen responded gently, "Erge, you've always held a great importance in my heart." To be honest, regardless of the original conclusion of the novel, ever since En Chen traveled through time, Fu Qianxuan genuinely cared for him. Upon hearing those words, Fu Qianxuan felt little joy inside because En Chen only regarded him as a brother, not a lover. En Chen took his hand, observing it carefully, saying, "Why does it appear to be even redder now? Haven't we already taken the medication?" Fu Qianxuan scratched his neck, replying, "Maybe the effect hasn't kicked in completely. Second brother, let me apply some medicine, it'll help you recover faster." Seeing this, En Chen grabbed the physiological saline and said, "Let me clean the affected areas first." Upon hearing this, Fu Qianxuan froze momentarily, instinctively stepping back and saying, "No need, it will get better soon." The thought of an helping to wipe his body left Fu Qianxuan uneasy, fearing that the situation could escalate out of control. En Chen grasped both of his hands firmly, insisting, "You need it, isn't it itching you?" Fu Qianxuan tried to protest further, but seeing An tilt her head with an obstinate gaze, he relented, shrugging and stretching out his arms, saying, "All right." En Chen picked up the tweezers holding a cotton ball, soaked it entirely in the saline, and spoke without looking up, "Second brother, take off your shirt, I'm about to begin." Fu Qianxuan stood silent for a moment, this sounds so weird. Still hesitant, Fu Qianxuan rolled up one sleeve of his shirt slightly while En Chen turned around just in time to witness the action and stated, "Second brother, you need to remove the shirt, not roll up the sleeves." "I think rolling up the sleeves would do," Fu Qianxuan insisted weakly. Seeing that Fu Qianxuan made no move, En Chen simply set down what she was doing and started unbuttoning his shirt herself. Fu Qianxuan's shirt was already unbuttoned for 2 buttons, revealing faint glimpses of his collarbone underneath. En Chen lunged forward, her chin nearing Fu Qianxuan's as her well-defined fingers began unbuttoning the 3rd button of his shirt. From Fu Qianxuan's perspective, he had a perfect view of En Chen, who was looking down with full concentration as she leaned into him, not so much into him, but onto his shirt to unbutton it. Her beautiful, serene face looked even more adorable from this angle. Her lovely eyes, resembling grapes, were half covered by her long lashes. Clearly inexperienced at unbuttoning shirts, En Chen accidentally grazed Fu Qianxuan's Adam's apple with her fingers. The light brush sent a tingling sensation through Fu Qianxuan's body, stiffening him. Struggling to suppress his emotions, Fu Qianxuan took advantage of the moment while the young woman was focused on unbuttoning and greedily gazed at her with eyes that shone brightly. As En Chen's fingers worked on the buttons, her fingertips occasionally skimmed Fu Qianxuan's chest, igniting desires within him. Fu Qianxuan strained to control himself, tilting his head back to mask the unnatural look on his face. Finally, En Chen managed to unbutton the last button and remarked, "Second brother, your shirt buttons are quite difficult to undo." After clearing his throat, Fu Qianxuan responded lightly, "They're custom-made, of course they'd be better quality." En Chen gently pulled the shirt apart to check the condition of the red rashes on his skin. Subtly, Fu Qianxuan pulled the shirt back towards him. He felt too exposed, almost as if he were being teased. Noticing this, En Chen stopped him with a furrowed brow, softly questioning, "Second brother, what are you doing?" "I'm inspecting the severity of your allergy." Then, she tugged the shirt down from his shoulder, revealing his collarbone as she leaned in closer to inspect his back, pressing her entire body against his chest. Fu Qianxuan's throat tightened as her warm breath reached his ears, stirring indescribable emotions within him. "Second brother, your body seems hotter," En Chen said worriedly. "How did your whole body get so hot all of a sudden? And there's even more redness, it can't be a severe allergic reaction, can it?" "No," Fu Qianxuan tried to explain, Panicked, Chen interjected, "No, I must call the doctor again to come here." Rising to call the front desk, she started moving away. But Fu Qianshuan grabbed her arm, pulling her back toward him. Chen fell directly into his embrace, landing on his lap. Chapter 164, Something was off with Chen. Chen blinked and asked in a soft voice, "Elder brother, are you alright?" Fu Qianshuan wrapped an arm around his waist and said, "I'm fine, no need to call the doctor. You just need to apply the medicine for me." Chen said, "Are you sure?" Fu Qianshuan looked at the person in his arms and said, "Yes, I'm sure." Seeing that Fu Qianshuan wasn't joking, Chen stopped insisting. Upon visual inspection, there were red spots on Fu Qianshuan's arm, clavicle down to the chest and stomach area, but none on the back. Chen reached out again to grab the tweezers and began cleaning Fu Qianshuan's body. The saline solution had no odor, leaving a cool, damp sensation as it wiped over his skin. The room was silent except for their breathing, and the overly quiet environment amplified all of Fu Qianshuan's sensations. The places cleaned with the saline solution became extraordinarily sensitive. Chen moved cautiously and meticulously, making Fu Qianshuan feel even more restless, his crimson tongue licking his canine teeth as he suppressed certain emotions. Fu Qianshuan felt the need to find a topic to divert his thoughts, otherwise, he might burst from his own overactive imagination. Casually mentioning, "When we were kids, it was always me applying medicine for you. Never thought there'd be a time when you'd be applying medicine for me." Without looking up, Chen responded, "That's not true. When you were younger, you also had allergies twice, and it was always me who applied the medicine for you. Remember, you used my lemon-scented shower gel and had an allergic reaction, fainting in the bathroom? It was me who found you first." Fu Qianshuan lightly tapped his head and said, "You still have the guts to bring that up? Who caused me to have an allergic reaction and pass out?" Sticking out his tongue, Chen said, "Back then, I didn't know you were allergic to lemons. I told you to use mine, but you kept refusing without saying why. If you had told me earlier, I definitely wouldn't have swapped your shower gel bottle secretly." Fu Qianshuan pinched Chen's cheeks and said, "So now it's my fault?" "No," Chen reached out and removed the other's hand, touching his face and said, "Don't pinch my face. I'm still cleaning you." Still, Fu Qianshuan reached out and pinched Chen's face, saying, "Why shouldn't I? Such a cute and soft face, I must pinch." Chen slapped away Fu Qianshuan's hand again, saying, "Alright, I've already wiped your upper body. Elder brother, can you take off your pants?" Fu Qianshuan stiffened as if caught off guard, saying, Take off my pants, isn't this unnecessary?" Chen seriously replied, "Of course, it's necessary. If you don't take off your pants, how would I know if you have any allergic areas down there?" Fu Qianshuan secretly felt his way down his pants and said, "I think there is no allergic reaction below. Besides, I've already taken antihistamine. Even if there were problems, they wouldn't be serious. How could that be enough? Only after checking can I be assured." Chen glanced at his reddening body and touched his chest, saying, "You're still saying it hasn't worsened, but your skin is burning hot and turning red again. Fu Qianshuan, is it possible my body heating up and turning red has nothing to do with allergies?" Fu Qianshuan didn't dare to explain this, knowing Chen would insist he had severe allergies and would force him to be checked. Regardless of whether Fu Qianshuan agreed or not, Chen grabbed his hand holding onto his pants, wanting to pull them down. Fu Qianshuan desperately guarded himself, saying, Anan, there's no need. There's really no allergic reaction on my legs." If he undid his pants now, wouldn't Chen know about the inappropriate thoughts clouding his mind earlier? Fu Qianshuan dared not let anyone see. Chen believed that elder brother was arguing, saying, "Elder brother, why are you still acting like you did when we were little, afraid of injections and medication? This cannot be allowed, severe allergies can be fatal." At that moment, the doorbell rang. Neither Chen nor Fu Qianshuan bothered to respond, assuming it was the hotel housekeeper coming to clean. Generally, after knocking a few times and receiving no response, they would leave. However, after pressing the bell twice and receiving no reply, the door opened directly. Lin Yuan entered first, clutching the room card and carrying a bag of medicine. He said, "Mr. Fu, I heard from the reception desk that you had an allergic reaction. Are you okay?" Midway through speaking, upon seeing the scene before him, Lin Yuan choked on the rest of his sentence. "What happened? Is Mr. Fu?" Duan Xingyu, Fang Kechen, Xu Li, and Qiu Wei originally heard about Fu Qianshuan's allergy and came to check on him. Instead, they walked in to witness such a thrilling moment, each of them feeling as if the sky was falling. Fu Qianshuan's top half was half undressed, exposing a large patch of reddened skin. At that moment, Chen was crouched on the ground with his hands resting on Fu Qianshuan's waist. The two were still tugging at each other. Fu Qianshuan wore an expression as if guarding his belt and trying to maintain his dignity. Lin Yuan, thinking Mr. Fu has been thinking for so long, did he really make it this far? If I interrupt such a great moment, will my bonus get cut? Duan Xingyu, thinking although I already suspected there was something off about these two, I never thought they progressed so fast. A daddy with a partner, can you still call him daddy? Then what should I call second young master in the future? Should I call her mom? Fang Kichen's expression completely cracked. What is going on?
Why isn't Chen the one taking the initiative? Did I misjudge their roles? Oh no, did I misunderstand the situation? She even gave Chen a skeptical look, scanning his body several times, still unable to believe it. This thin and weak-looking frame could be playing the active role. And Chen saw the sudden appearance of the group and asked, "Why are all of you here?" As he spoke, Chen instinctively grabbed a nearby blanket and covered Fu Qinshuan's half-open chest. Lin Yuan adjusted his glasses and said, "I heard Mr. Fu had an allergic reaction, so I wanted to come check." And Chen said, "Second brother has taken medicine, but the doctor said it would help heal faster if we applied medicine directly onto the affected areas. Just now, I was cleaning those areas." Upon hearing this explanation, Lin Yuan immediately understood, Mr. Fu wasn't nearly capable enough to take down third young master this quickly. Knowing third young master's lazy nature and dislike for action, Lin Yuan suggested, "Then why don't I apply the medicine instead?" However, Chen replied, "There's no need, I'll handle it myself." Lin Yuan glanced at the silent boss lying there and said, "Alright, then I'll leave it to third young master." It was quite a rare sight for third young master to voluntarily offer care. Could it be that today he should have brought condoms instead of allergy medicine? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Fu Qinshuan said, "I'm fine. You all go back to your own tasks. And then we'll apply the medicine for me." The others thought since they had come, they shouldn't look too rude. As an understanding assistant, Lin Yuan caught the hint instantly and said to everyone, "Looks like Mr. Fu is doing alright, so let's go back then. Leave it to third young master." Everyone also left promptly with proper timing. Just outside the door, Duan Xingyu touched his chin and said, "Something's off about Chen." Xu Li casually asked, "What's off?" Duan Xingyu looked around and explained, given Chen's character, if there's a snake blocking his path, he'd rather get bitten than bother to detour. Simply put, he prefers sitting over standing, and lying down over sitting. If he can avoid lifting a finger, he absolutely won't move an inch more. Xu Li nodded, "That's right. It wasn't like this before, but after the heartbreak incident involving Chen Danwen, Chen had been living in a half-dead state ever since." Duan Xingyu said, "But just now, he actually rejected Lin Assistant's offer and stayed behind willingly to take care of Fu Qinshuan." Everyone froze. That's true, Chen actually worked on his own initiative. Chapter 165, I Never Break My Word. Fong Keqing said, "Not only that, didn't you notice Chen talks more than before?" Duan Xingyu nodded wildly and said, "Not only does he talk more than before, it seems he also smiles more often." Lin Yuan carefully recalled Chen's behavior during this period and said, "That's right. It's hard to say where the change is, but something definitely feels different." Inside the room. After these few people left, Chen was still thinking about pulling down Fu Qinshuan's pants. And then, really, there's no need to take them off. I know myself. Elder brother too, how will I know if there's any problem if you don't take them off? Looking at those hands that kept starting fires everywhere, Fu Qinshuan suddenly grabbed his hands, flipped over, and pinned Chen under him with his hands raised above his head. His legs straddled on both sides. The shirt that had already been unbuttoned now hung loosely. Chen looked up from below, and this view was completely unrestricted. Chen tilted his head and looked down, examining the other person's figure and said, "Elder brother too, your physique is really good." As he spoke, he pulled up his own clothes a bit and said, "I seem not to have these lines." A hand traced along the muscles, feeling those lines. Fu Qinshuan closed his eyes. And truly excels at lighting fires. The little brother that was resting just then, now seemed to want to come out for an adventure again. Fu Qinshuan grabbed his hand, his voice slightly hoarse as he said, "I know you see me as a brother, but I am also a normal man." Looking at Chen's puzzled expression, Fu Qinshuan couldn't find words. In the end, he said, "The area of sensitivity is somewhat delicate. Since your second elder brother cherishes his face, let me handle it myself." Chen glanced downward and said, "It wouldn't be, okay, elder brother too, then apply the medicine yourself." Fu Qinshuan looked at his unrestrained gaze and for a moment didn't know what to say. He got up from the sofa, stood straight, and said, "I'll go back to my room and apply the medicine." Chen picked up the bag on the coffee table and said, "Elder brother too, you haven't taken the medicine yet." Fu Qinshuan turned around, took the bag, quickly returned to the room, and shut the door. Seeing his swift actions, Chen muttered, "Why does elder brother too seem to be fleeing in panic? Must be imagining too much. Why would elder brother too flee when everything's fine?" Subsequently, Chen remembered what he had seen earlier. He stared blankly at his own fingers, but his face inexplicably started turning slightly red. Inside the room, Fu Qinshuan lowered his head and looked at his brother who had his head tilted back and chest thrust out. He pressed his forehead. Pointing at the other person, he cursed softly, "Useless thing." Then he walked towards the bathroom. What he needed right now wasn't an anti-allergic drug, but cold water. Inside the yurt. The pot stewed mutton, emitting hot steam, and the fragrance spread throughout the yurt. Erden wore a black and white Tibetan outfit, with turquoise dangling from his left ear. He sat on a long bench, his right foot propped up on the chair, his right hand casually draped over his knee. His left hand picked up a bowl, drinking all the alcohol inside. Erden sat on the chair, his usually cheerful and open face was slightly furrowed with worry.
Cheetah pushed aside the curtain and paused briefly at the doorway before cheerfully walking in and said, "Boss, why didn't you call me for drinks?" Erden glanced at him and said, "How come you're here alone?" Cheetah replied, "He's at the hospital taking care of our father." Erden picked up a nearby bowl, lifted the jar, poured himself a drink, and poured one for the other as well, saying, "Join me for a drink." Cheetah grabbed a handful of peanuts on the table, tossed one into his mouth, and his eyes looked towards Erden. Erden said, "If you have something to ask, then go ahead, stop staring." Cheetah said, "Then I'll ask. On my way here earlier, I ran into Suhebulu. He said you've decided to participate in the horse race tomorrow?" Erden took a bite of meat from his bowl, his deep-set eyebrows furrowed tightly without a word. Seeing his silence, Cheetah thought he was denying it silently, so he said, "Knew this guy was just bullshitting." "It's true. How could you?" Before finishing his sentence, Cheetah stopped and asked after looking at the other person, "Boss, you really agreed?" Did that damn son threaten us again?" Cheetah immediately stood up and said, "Didn't we all agree? After participating in the horse race, Chi and I would leave the prairie with our father to seek medical treatment in a big city. Suhebulu's threats are useless. Uncle Chi's condition was getting worse, and both Cheetah and Chi had originally planned to take him to a big city for medical treatment in a while. They intended to tell Erding about this plan after everything at the hospital was sorted out. But it just so happened that Suhebulu was using the two of them to threaten Erding, so they revealed their intentions. Inadvertently countering Suhebulu's underhanded tactics. "It's not because of you two, this time I actually want to participate myself." Erding poured himself another bowl of alcohol and said, "The prize money from the competition, you can use it first. Uncle Chi will still need money for subsequent treatment and recuperation." Cheetah anxiously scratched his hair and said, "Leader, I'm not worried about the prize money, I'm worried for you. Do you know why Suhebulu is so determined to have you participate in this horse race this time?" Erding raised his eyes and asked, "Isn't it just because he wants to leverage my reputation as the top rider to make tourists consider Linhai pasture first when riding horses?" Cheetah said, "This time, the organizers have invited a lot of media reporters and influencers, and even CCTV wants to promote Tibetan culture by sending a team. Whoever wins the first place in this horse race will become an instant sensation. This kind of fame isn't like what we experienced before, being popular only among our neighbors or in Chuan County. This is nationwide recognition. Have you seen what online netizens do to people who suddenly become famous? Not only would they block your way every day, they might also buy your phone number, your family's phone number, your address, etc. In severe cases, some may even hide in your house, with every move you make excessively watched and misinterpreted. Being an overnight sensation might be good for others, but I know your character, leader. You don't want to be trapped, observed everywhere you go. But once you become wildly famous, you'll be like a wing-broken eagle on the grassland, never able to freely ride horses on the prairie like you do now." A string of words from Cheetah made Erding fall into deep thought. Cheetah looked at him and asked, "Leader, are you still going to participate in this competition?" Erding fell silent again. An image surfaced in his mind, then he replied, "I promised Suhebulu. You know me, I never break my word." Chapter 166, Suhebulu. Erden was silent for a long moment before finally asking, "How do you know about these things?" Cheetah said, "Because the horse riding competition this year involves government participation. The government has always wanted to boost the tourism industry in Chinshuan and launched several plans, but each time it faced opposition from the locals. Some of the villagers believe too many tourists would disrupt the original ecology here. The younger generation is more open, but the older group opposes it fiercely, which always results in every plan not being carried out smoothly. This time, the government avoided publicity to prevent complications. I only learned about it accidentally when Chi and I were at the hospital. It seems there were 2 patients who were journalists sent to document the race." Erden narrowed his eyes slightly. He finally understood why Suhebulu had insisted on him participating in the horse riding competition and coming back with first place. Such high-profile government promotion means whoever wins will gain significant attention. Their associated stable would also benefit accordingly. If they seize the opportunity well, it could bring a steady flow of visitors to the ranch. Perhaps, the Linhai Ranch might even become a famous tourist spot in Chichuan. Erden furrowed his brows, drank the wine in his bowl in one gulp, then grabbed the whip hanging on the wall and said, "I'm going out for a bit." Cheetah stood up as well and said, "Boss, are you going to confront Suhebulu? Let me come with you." Erden pulled back the curtain, led the nearby black wind horse, and said, "No need, I'll go alone. Remember to take out the mutton in the pot so it doesn't get ruined." "You're too sentimental, boss," Cheetah muttered, taking out his phone. "I'll call Chi back too, manpower strength, I'll call a few brothers. I'm not going to fight, why bring so many people?" Erden pressed down on his phone and said, "Besides, even if we were to really fight, your skills wouldn't be much use anyway." Cheetah showed off his stout arms, indignant, "Not possible, with our physique, fighting wouldn't be a one-hit job." Erden mockingly said, then getting slapped down by Chen one after another. "Cheetah." Erden said, "That's all. You don't need to follow me, I'll go alone." "Okay." Cheetah turned back reluctantly after walking a few steps, suddenly remembering something important and turning around quickly saying, "By the way, boss, the hospital." Erden disappeared into the night on his horse. Cheetah smacked his forehead heavily, exclaiming, how could I forget such an important matter? The Linhai grassland. Dolan, wearing a black business suit, a pair of black-rimmed glasses on her face, walked into the office in black heels. Handing the financial report she held to Su Hebelu, she said, Boss, our grassland is still in a loss-making state this quarter. Su Hebelu, looking at the green-filled report, felt a headache brewing. Ever since the establishment of this ranch, it has been continuously losing money. In recent years, other places have gradually set up ranches with better discounts and promotions. This has made Linhai Ranch's business deteriorate year by year, with heavier losses. The mobile phone on the table rang, and Su Hebelu glanced at it. It was investor AI Wei calling for a video chat. Dolan moved forward, connecting the phone to the computer, and answered the call. On the computer screen, a long black table could be seen with several men in suits sitting around. The atmosphere looked highly oppressive. The leader was AI Wei, the investor of Linhai Ranch. Initially, Su Hebelu persuaded him to invest in this ranch. Construction began 5 years ago and officially opened after 2 years. AI Wei's expression wasn't good as he said, Bao Lu, for 3 consecutive years, the ranch has been in a loss-making state. This is far from what you originally promised me. The competing ranches that opened last year and this year are doing well, whereas Linhai Ranch, which started earlier, continues to incur losses. If this financial report gets out, it will only make a laughingstock of us within the industry. Su Hebelu said, Mr. AI Wei, our Linhai Ranch, whether in terms of environment or geographical location, is among the best. Towards the north, we can see the most beautiful snow-capped mountains, and towards the west, we can enjoy the stunning Jade Spring Lake, possessing countless natural advantages. All we lack is an opportunity. I believe, given just one chance for everyone to recognize Linhai grassland, build its reputation, Linhai Ranch will surely become the best ranch not only in Chinshuan but even throughout Mongolia. AI Wei waved his hand and said, I've heard these words last year. What was the result? A year has passed, but the operation of the ranch hasn't changed at all. Su Hebelu said, Don't worry, Mr. AI Wei. Tomorrow is the annual horse riding competition on the grassland. Many journalists and media will come at that time. If we can win the first place in the competition, the fame of our ranch will open up accordingly, and then the customers will definitely keep coming. AI Wei said, I don't want to see the process, I want to see the result. Su Hebelu said, the result will be that our ranch will definitely take the first place tomorrow, and Linhai Ranch will gain both fame and profit, which will certainly reverse the situation of operation. AI Wei said, then I'll give you another month's time. If there's still no profit, we'll send someone else to take over Linhai Ranch. Su Hebelu said, alright, it will be for sure. AI Wei said seriously, it had better be so. Then I look forward to your good news tomorrow. After chatting for a few more sentences, Su Hebelu hung up the phone, and he pressed his brows in melancholy. Dolan reached out and patted his shoulder, saying, these investors are pushing too hard. There isn't much money left after setting up this ranch. The place where we can build the ranch is not possible to be in the downtown area, it's far away from everything. Without promotion, how could we possibly attract any customers, and without customers, how could we make any profits? This was an endless loop. Su Hebelu said, the investors naturally expect their money back as soon as possible. I used most of the funds for safety construction initially, leading to insufficient expenses for subsequent publicity. Therefore, the root cause lies with me. Dolan hugged him from behind, her hands hanging around his neck, and her head resting on his shoulder as she said, you don't need to worry too much, Erden has agreed to participate in the horse riding competition. With him, we're bound to get the first place. Participating in the horse riding competition is just the first step, what follows is the crucial part. Su Hebelu said solemnly, Erden grew up under my care since he was young, and I know full well that he dislikes being restrained. Chapter 167, 2 jars of king wine. But when he learned that I was setting up a horse ranch and needed a horse trainer, he didn't hesitate to join me, bringing along his grassland spanning over 100,000 square meters. At the time, I also promised him that I would never force him into anything. Yet now, I'm planning to confine him in Linhai Ranch, and it's me who has failed to keep my promise. Dolan gave Suhiburu a peck on the cheek and said, stop thinking about it. All this is for the villagers in Chuanli. I believe Erdang will understand in the future. Suhiburu took Dolan's hand with one of his and pulled her to sit on his lap, saying, I'm fine, it's just that you've worked so hard these years, always by my side, enduring quite a bit. Dolan said, what hardship do I have? All of this is my voluntary choice. Almost as soon as Dolan finished speaking, there was a sound from the door. Both looked up to see Erdang dressed in Tibetan clothing, appearing at the office door with a calm expression. Dolan stood up from Suhiburu's lap, straightened herself, quickly adjusted her clothing, and her expression swiftly returned to that of a professional assistant. Seeing Erdang, Suhiburu seemed unsurprised. He looked at the other and asked with a smile, it's late, are you here to drink alcohol with me? Erdang looked at him, then suddenly smiled, saying, I feel like having some of your king wine. Are you going to give me any? Suhiburu laughed and said, alright, considering you're heading out to battle tomorrow, I'll let you have a few sips today, but not too much. Dolan took out 2 jars of king wine from the cabinet. Suhiburu's heart ached upon seeing them, saying, why did you take both bottles out? 1 jar for a small taste should be enough for this guy. Erdang immediately snatched one of the jars and said, "Thanks, sister-in-law." Dulan's face reddened slightly at being called sister-in-law, quickly recovering her composure and seriously said, "Talk all you want. I'll leave first." After Dulan left, both shared a glance and smiled. They each grabbed their jars, clinked them together, and downed a couple of large gulps. Suhibaru hid the melancholy in his eyes, then reached out as if to hit Erdang, saying, "I haven't even talked to you yet, why were you teasing Dulan earlier?" Knowing very well she blushes easily. Erdang sidestepped, saying, "Did I call her wrong? If you can manage not to marry her later, then go ahead." Suhibaru said, "Then it's my fault, but I definitely intend to marry Dulan." Erdang said, "Sister Dulan has been with you for 5 years now, Brother Balu, you really should give her an official title already." Suhibaru said, "I plan to start preparing for our wedding after next month." Next month was when the investor would decide whether or not to allow him to manage the horse ranch. If successful, he could truly establish Linhai Ranch's reputation, if not, then at that time, he would be completely broke. Even if he became penniless, he could still let Dulan make another choice properly. Just thinking about all this waist troubling, so Suhibaru decided not to think about it and picked up the little wine jar himself, directly standing up, stepping on the chair, happily drinking straight from the jar. Suhibaru happily wiped the liquor spilling from the corner of his mouth and said, "Drinking must be like this to be interesting. Nowadays, every time I negotiate business, we use those tall glasses to drink red wine, which is no fun at all. That red wine has low alcohol content anyway, and each time we can only sip a little. If you chug it all at once, everyone would laugh at you. It's really frustrating." Erdang said, "If you're not happy and feel constrained, why force yourself to do it? True, why force it?" Suhibaru raised his glass, drank a sip, and said, "Because I hope every child in Chuanli can go to school." Erdang chuckled and said, "You hope every child here can attend school, yet you seize the prairie they depend on for their livelihood, forcing them to sign contracts." Suhibaru frowned, wanting to explain but found himself unable to do so. Seeing his reaction, Erdang took another 2 gulps, then said, "Brother Balu, I may not be able to attend your wedding." Suhibaru froze in his act of drinking, his voice lowering with dejection, "Understood." Erdang said, "I know everything. This horse riding competition isn't a simple ordinary race. I guess you plan for me to win first place because something else might follow." Suhibaru said, "We've arranged for interviews with 8 media outlets and have the support of 6 brands sponsoring some supplies for our horse ranch. You'll need to start a video channel and include live footage when taking photos or shooting videos at Linhai Ranch. The investors also want to see the ranch's returns after 1 month before committing to a 3rd round of investment. Whether we can achieve this largely depends on your race tomorrow." Erdang responded somewhat bitterly, "So now I don't have any choice, do I?" Suhibaru's brow tightened as he said nervously, "If I could avoid it, I wouldn't pressure you like this." "What's the point of saying that now? It just makes you look more despicable," Erdang remarked. "I never imagined that the low-price contract I signed to help you would become the chains that trap me now." Suhibaru drank his wine in silence. Erdang continued, "Brother Balu, there's something else you seem to have forgotten. Contracts are mutual. When we signed the agreement, it was stated clearly that my work at the ranch only involves handling horses, nothing else. I agree to compete in the horse race, but those follow-up interviews are not part of my job scope. I can legally reject them according to the contract." Erdang, his sharp gaze filled with complicated emotions, said, "Brother Balu, haven't you forgotten another thing? 5 years ago when you came back from outside, you mentioned setting up a horse ranch to improve the economic situation of our villagers. At that time, I supported you fully because I believed in you who cared about our people. But now, you're profit-driven. Seeing you in a suit, holding a highball glass talking business with those people makes you feel so unfamiliar. Are you still my brother Balu?" Erdang finished the last sip of his wine and said, "Let's consider this drink my farewell wine before tomorrow. After tomorrow, I think we won't have the chance to share drinks again." With that, Erdang left. The working contract he signed initially had only 1 month left. Given their current relationship, it was clear that Erdang wouldn't renew the contract. 2 men who grew up together were finally drifting apart. Swallowing the liquor in his mouth, Suhibaru found that what used to be his beloved spicy wine now tasted bitter. Chapter 168, A Confession 6 years ago. After being sternly ordered by Chen, Chinshuan begrudgingly applied ointment to himself. Originally, after washing up, he was about to sleep. However, just as he stepped out of the bathroom, he saw Chen holding an air-conditioning blanket and a pillow, placing them on his bed. Chinshuan asked, "Anan, does this mean you want to sleep in the same bed as me tonight?" Chen said while tidying up, "Yeah, the doctor said someone has to keep an eye on you. What if you have a fever at midnight?" Upon hearing this, Chinshuan's ears turned slightly red. Before the redness spread to his face, Chinshuan covered his face and turned away. "Anan is really good, she even worries about me having a fever and wants to stay with me. It's been such a long time since I last slept in the same bed as Anan. Just thinking about it makes me a bit excited. We are already sleeping in the same bed, isn't this practically equivalent to having a child? It's all my fault for not being able to bear children. How regrettable. Otherwise, the child born from Anan and me would definitely be beautiful." Chinshuan looked down at his little buddy with a warning gaze, silently commanding him, "Don't act proud too easily when we don't need to." Fu Qianxuan conducted some psychological counseling and built up confidence in himself. Finally, he mustered up the courage to turn around. He wanted to hold hands with An and lie down together on the big bed, and drift off into a loving dreamland. But then, he saw that Chen had already fallen asleep in the bed, sprawled out on her back. Her posture was as undignified as it used to be when she was little. And yet, she said she wanted to stay by my side so that I wouldn't run a high fever at midnight. If Chen were really going to stay awake with me until dawn, would surely feel reluctant. Now, the chance for us to enter a loving dreamland hand in hand is gone. Fu Qianxuan also climbed onto the other side of the bed. Looking at the person beside him, since we're already sleeping in the same bed, it's normal to get closer, right? Moving his body slowly closer, he let their bodies press against each other. Since we're already in the same bed, holding her hand is pretty normal too, right? Fu Qianxuan's rough palms slowly grasped Chen's hand, encasing the smaller hand within his grasp. Since we're already in the same bed, giving her a kiss isn't excessive, right? Fu Qianxuan stretched out his free hand and gently turned Chen's face toward him. Looking at her soft and cute face and those pink lips, Fu Qianxuan leaned in slightly and pressed his lips to hers. The soft sensation caused Fu Qianxuan's little body to stir once more, protruding beyond the edge of his pants. Fu Qianxuan wanted to give this uncooperative little buddy a thorough ideological education. I know you're eager, but you can't rush things now. Control yourself. Lying there motionless, Fu Qianxuan let his little buddy reflect for 10 minutes. No effect. It was almost like he was about to rebel. Rubbing his forehead, Fu Qianxuan realized that using punishment on him might be necessary. Taking one last look at Chen's captivating face, he walked into the shower and turned on the cold water. Behind the frosted glass door, the sound of water cascading was accompanied by some muffled groans. 20 minutes later, after undergoing a cleansing, Fu Qianxuan emerged from the bathroom again. This time, he didn't dare to make any further moves, he simply placed his hand on Chen's waist. Kicking his own air-conditioned quilt onto the floor, he pulled over Chen's to cover both of them. Gazing at the face in front of him, he gradually fell asleep. Chen felt his body was a bit heavy. Struggling to open his eyes, he found himself standing in a garden hotel. He glanced at the sign by the entrance, which read Shantang Garden Hotel. Chen was puzzled. Shouldn't he be staying at the hotel in Xuanli? How did he end up here? The entire hotel was built in the Suzhou style, featuring small bridges, running water, rockery mountains, and green trees. This hotel seemed somewhat familiar. As Chen took a step forward and entered the hotel, what was originally an empty hotel suddenly became crowded with people. There were waitresses carrying traditional Chinese cheongsams, and evidently wealthy individuals who looked well off. Even though Chen should not recognize any of these coming and going people, they gave him a sense of familiarity. You all better hurry up. Today is the young master's coming-of-age ceremony, and if you mess this up, your wages will all be docked. Is the food ready? What about the cake? Don't mix up the gifts for the guests, register each carefully. Chen saw Manager Wang leading a group of servants heading toward his direction. Before Chen could greet anyone, the surroundings changed in the blink of an eye. From the hotel entrance, Chen was suddenly transported to the hotel's restaurant. There on the small stage stood everyone, second brother, Uncle Fu, and Anton. They all wore bright smiles on their faces. However, everyone's eyes were fixed on something, or rather someone, behind Chen. Turning around, he saw Fu Qianxuan leading the original owner from 6 years ago toward him. Dressed in a black suit with a tie, Fu Qianxuan radiated youth but had a slightly more gentlemanly air than usual. His enchanting peach blossom eyes were locked firmly on the person beside him. At his side stood the original owner from 6 years ago, dressed in a high-end white suit that exuded innocence, resembling a little prince who had stepped out of a fairy tale castle. The host, microphone in hand, announced, "Please welcome today's guest of honor, Chen, through the coming-of-age gate." Looking up, Chen noticed a beautiful flower arch composed of fresh blooms hanging directly above his head. As quickly as it came, the scene shifted again. This time, it was the hotel's backyard. The sounds of merriment from the banquet hall ahead echoed faintly, signaling that the feast hadn't ended yet. In the quiet courtyard bathed under the moonlight, however, 2 figures stood alone. Slowly approaching, Chen realized they were Fu Qianxuan and the original main character from 6 years ago. Neither had changed out of their attire from earlier at the coming-of-age ceremony. "Second brother, what do you want to say to me?" "It's already been 10 minutes and you haven't spoken yet," said the younger version of the original protagonist, growing impatient. With a burst of emotion, young Fu Qianxuan gripped her hands tightly as if making a monumental decision. "Anan, I like you. I want to take care of you for the rest of my life." The original main character laughed softly in response. "Second brother, I thought you were about to tell me something serious after being silent for so long. I also like you. If you're willing to take care of me, then that suits me just fine. Before, I was even worried that when you found a sister-in-law in the future, she'd replace me in your heart. But..." Interrupting her, Fu Qianxuan shook his head. "No, the kind of liking you're talking about isn't the same as mine. The caring I'm referring to isn't the type between siblings. What I mean is wanting to kiss you every day, hold you, sleep intertwined finger by finger, or embrace you every night.
This liking isn't about sibling affection, it's much deeper than that. Fu Qianxuan paused, his gaze locking onto the person in front of him. What I mean is, I want you beneath me every day, fanning the flames of desire. To mark your body with love bites every single night until you scream in pleasure. To hold you close every evening while changing the sheets together. That's the kind of liking I have for you. Chapter 169, Fu Er was blocked by his biological mother. After young Fu Qianxuan confessed, there was a flicker of expectation and apprehension in his eyes as he anxiously looked at Chen. His chest rose and fell slightly, his heart dancing wildly as if adding background music to this moment of confession. The world around him seemed to fall silent, each second stretching abnormally long. Seeing the expression on little Chen's face go from confusion to shock, then disbelief, Fu Qianxuan's heart began to sink, his growing unease spreading within him. Little Chen pursed his lips, finally speaking after a long pause, "Big brother too, do you mean what I think you do?" Fu Qianxuan replied softly, "Isn't it clear enough? I can make it more straightforward." Little Chen quickly covered Fu Qianxuan's mouth with his hand, looking somewhat tense and saying, Please don't say anything else." Then he glanced around nervously, almost fearing someone might see. Feeling the warmth transferred through his hand, Little Chen slowly withdrew, scared. He didn't even dare to look up at young Fu Qianxuan, keeping his head down and saying shakily, "You. Please stop talking." Having said that, Little Chen ran off directly. The initially hopeful and bright look in Fu Qianxuan's eyes faded gradually, overshadowed by a layer of mild disappointment. Talking to himself, Fu Qianxuan said, "It's all right. Anan is still too young. He's still young." Trying hard to muster a slight smile, pretending not to care, but the strained grin turned out sadder than crying, eventually transforming into a bitter expression. His eyes became slightly red. "Anan, Anan." A voice echoed in his ears, waking Chen up suddenly to find an elegant face close by. Still dazed, Chen blurted out, "Big brother too, how come you are so much older?" Fu Qianxuan. Old. Chen had just woken up from his dream and for a moment couldn't distinguish between dreams and reality. With a heavy head and some feeling of weightlessness, he only regained consciousness when noticing the surroundings. Did he really dream all that earlier? In the dream, Fu Qianxuan's confession words came back to Chen's mind. They reappeared again this time. So, did he dream about the memories of the protagonist 6 years ago? Watching the man enter the bathroom, looking at himself in the mirror, the slightly drowsy eyes carried hints of doubts. Isn't Fu Qianxuan supposed to be the main character in the novel? Su Huachen should be his official partner, right? Upon careful consideration, according to the plot development, Fu Qianxuan was supposed to develop feelings for Su Huachen during the Departure Together 4 reality show. 2 episodes have already been recorded, yet Chen hadn't found any signs of affection between the two. In fact, their interaction has been quite limited. Could their emotions explode in the middle or later stages of the reality show? Then, what was that confession 6 years ago all about? Chen shook his head lightly, sensing his brain expanding. Always felt like he missed something very important but couldn't remember no matter how hard he tried. If he couldn't figure it out, better not to think too much. Maybe tomorrow he'll forget everything. Inside the hotel restaurant, Fu Qianxuan skillfully picked out the cilantro from the beef soup and added it to Chen's bowl while saying, "After breakfast, if you're tired, you can go back and sleep some more. Your suitcases have already been sent back by my people, saving you the trouble of carrying them. But I've placed 2 boxes of chocolates in your backpack in case you get hungry on the way." Chen picked up the cilantro with chopsticks and ate while responding, Understood. Unfortunately, I cannot take the same flight as you. My flight leaves 3 hours earlier." Fu Qianxuan gazed lovingly at Chen's dorky cute demeanor. His beautiful peach blossom-like eyes curved slightly as he looked at the person before him tenderly. "I don't want to separate from you, and otherwise, I'd still fly with you and let Lin Yuan change my schedule." Almost immediately after Fu Qianxuan spoke, his phone rang. Lin Yuan sent him the work schedule for the next month. As Fu Qianxuan saw the dense itinerary of work, he nearly collapsed. Who was this person enjoying acting as the president? This was pure nonsense. In that work schedule, under 5 days' work arrangements, there were super large red characters marked. June 19th, June 24th, Assistant Lin is getting married, work already arranged, no random changes accepted. Fu Qianxuan gave this guy across the table an irritated glance, regretting giving him a 5-day annual leave. Why does the assistant get annual leave, but not the president himself? After breakfast, Fu Qianxuan held Chen for a long time, reluctant to let go. Lin Yuan, seeing the approaching time, was almost about to pull Fu Qianxuan away when Fu Qianxuan finally released his grip. As soon as Fu Qianxuan got into the car, he began complaining, "With this endless daily work schedule, when can I ever hold my wife?" Fu Qianxuan picked up his phone and sent a message to Fu Qianyan asking, "Brother, when will you return to the country?" "Fu Qianyan, do not disturb or miss me. I have no time." Looking at the message, Fu Qianxuan felt increasingly irritated. He then opened the chat window with Anjali and asked, "Mom, how was your physical checkup this year?" "Anjali, very good. I eat well, drink well, and the doctor says that living until 99 is not a problem given my constitution. Stop worrying about me." You take care of yourself and don't overwork. Some projects should be abandoned when necessary. Last time, you looked so thin. Mother's heart was broken. Fu Chinshuan, looking at the message, could feel the maternal love enveloping him. There's no one like Mom in this world. Not like his elder brother, who cares nothing about his younger brother's life and happiness. Seizing the moment, Fu Chinshuan sent another message, Mom, I am really tired these days. Why don't you come back to manage the group and let me rest for 2 years? Fu Chinshuan thought, in 2 years' time, he should be able to win An's heart. He would use 1 year to pursue her, and the other to enjoy their honeymoon. At that moment, the sound of an incoming message rang out. Fu Chinshuan glanced down at the phone and froze in disbelief. Anjali, coward. Fu Chinshuan, Mom, you just said you were worried about me. The message failed to send, showing a red exclamation mark instead. He had been blocked by his own mother. Chapter 170, The 5-Color Rope Bracelet. After seeing Fu Chinshuan off, Chen stood at the entrance of the hotel and watched the car disappear into the distance. For some unknown reason, he suddenly felt a little hollow inside. Chen touched his chest, couldn't it be that I have heart disease? Just as he was about to go back inside the hotel, he saw Erding getting out of a taxi. Today, Erding had changed into a red Tibetan robe, looking much more mature and rugged compared to usual. Seeing Chen, Erding greeted him, Chen, it's great to see you. Chen tilted his head and asked, what's up? Erding handed over a 5-color rope bracelet to Chen and said, this is for you. Chen looked at the 5-color rope bracelet in his hand and said, it's quite nice, are you giving it to me? Yeah, Erding replied, this is a bracelet woven with 5-color ropes in a vajra knot pattern, which, according to our local customs, has protective and safe-keeping properties. However, this is an ordinary vajra knot bracelet, mainly used for. Erding was interrupted when someone accidentally bumped into him and there was a sound of something dropping behind him. I'm sorry, I apologize. I bought too many things and they're blocking the way, Shuli apologized repeatedly as she poked her head out from a pile of gifts and looked at the two people in front of her, slightly surprised, Erding. Erding laughed heartily and picked up the gift box Shuli dropped, saying, no problem, but you've really bought a lot of local specialties. Shuli said, I like a lot of the specialties here, so I bought more, so I can give them as gifts. Erding glanced at Chen and said, if you like things from the grasslands, you can contact me via WeChat after you run out, and I can send you some. Alright, thanks in advance. Shuli naturally knew that Erding seemed to have taken a liking to Chen. She tidied up the gift boxes in her hands and deliberately said, Chen, remember to check if you left anything behind in the hotel later. You wouldn't want to realize it only when you're on the plane, that'd be inconvenient. Chen nodded, oh. Shuli said, you guys keep chatting, I'll take these things upstairs first. While carrying a bunch of stuff upstairs in high heels, she nearly twisted her ankle. After watching her leave, Chen turned and looked back at Erding again. The bright smile on Erding's face gradually faded as he asked, you're leaving today? Chen nodded, yeah, my flight is at 1 p.m. Erding thought for a moment and a cheerful smile reappeared on his face as he said, that's good, very good. I have something to do this afternoon, so I won't be able to see you off. No problem, Chen looked at the bracelet in his hand and asked, what did you say earlier? What is this mainly for? Erding's eyes fell on the vajra knot bracelet as he said, a real vajra knot bracelet needs to be tied by a master who holds mantras while tying, sealing the power within. Wearing such a bracelet can ensure safety and reduce obstacles. This is an ordinary vajra knot bracelet, mainly, for decorative purposes. Chen looked at the bracelet in his hand and said, it's quite nice, thank you. I have something to do, I'll leave first. Okay. Erding took 2 steps and then stopped, turning around suddenly to hug Chen tightly. His deep and powerful voice carried a note of suppression, Chen, have a safe journey. Perhaps this departure meant they might never have the chance to meet again in this lifetime. Erding walked away. Watching his retreating figure, Chen felt like there was something strange about him. On the way back to the room, he met Duan Xingyu and Fang Keqing fooling around in the corridor. Qiu Wei looked disdainfully at the childish antics of the two ahead. Duan Xingyu noticed Chen first, approaching and saying, Chen, we were knocking on your door just now. So, you went out. Chen, looking for me? To say goodbye early. Today, there will be a horse racing competition in Chinshuan, which will be especially grand. Fang Keqing's eyes lit up, seemingly imagining a certain scene. There will be plenty of strong grassland men there, and I have to check it out. Control your excitement, don't ruin my mood for the competition later. Despite having seen it many times, Duan Xingyu still could not get used to Fang Keqing's vulgar expression. Fang Keqing swatted at Duan Xingyu, why should you care? Chen heard that there would be a horse race competition in Chinshuan. On the first day, Erding was avoiding a girl named Tana because of this event. I don't feel like talking to you. Duan Xingyu stepped back a bit before looking at Chen and saying, we were planning to watch the horse riding competition, but your flight time conflicts with the event. So we thought of saying goodbye to you before you leave. Fang Keqing and Duan Xingyu would be heading to another shoot tomorrow. They were flying to different cities, though they had both bought evening tickets, which weren't in the same time slot as Chen's. After hearing their words, Chen nodded his head. Then he noticed the vajra knot bracelet on their wrists and asked, did Erding also give you this?
On the wrists of Duan Xingyu and the others, there was each of a knot bracelet woven from 5 color ropes. Duan Xingyu said, "No, you need this bracelet to enter the horse riding competition. See, these little clasps used to tie the rope have identification codes inside." And Chen carefully inspected the bracelet on his own wrist and realized it was indeed true. Fang Keqing leaned closer, her face full of curiosity as she asked, "So you said earlier that Erdeng gave you this bracelet?" Looking at Fang Keqing's face so close, and Chen quietly extended a finger to push her back a bit and said, "Yeah." Fang Keqing remarked, "Our bracelets weren't given by Erdeng, we bought them ourselves. Looks like Erdeng originally wanted to invite you to the competition, but unfortunately, you're leaving today. TSK, arriving here with a bunch of hopes only to return disappointed, it sounds pretty pathetic when you think about it." Duan Xingyu interrupted, "Stop your nonsense talk. Regarding the horse riding competition, we can just film a video for Chen." Currently, Duan Xingyu firmly sided with Fu Chinshuan. There's nothing else to do, since Fu has provided too much support. 2 days ago, Fu had already won him over with an important supporting role in a Hollywood blockbuster. Everyone could tell by now that Erdeng likely harbored feelings for Chen. But with Chen's typically slow reactions, he probably hadn't noticed. Anyway, Chen was leaving today, and the two likely wouldn't cross paths anymore, so there was no point in making things complicated for Chen. Moreover, if Fu Chinshuan knew Chen specifically went to watch Erdeng's horse riding competition, he'd surely turn into a walking vinegar vat. Fang Keqing glanced at the time and said, "Hey, we'd better get going and find a good spot to watch." At the horse riding competition, groups of rugged men galloping freely across the grasslands, a scene not only beloved by girls, but even more captivating for boys. After exchanging goodbyes with Chen, Duan Xingyu, Fang Keqing, and Chiu Wei left. Chen stood in the corridor, gazing at the vitra knot bracelet on his wrist. His usually calm, soft face carried no strong emotions, it was impossible to read what he was feeling. He then opened the door to his room and began checking things lazily, moving slowly as if in a trance, searching for any items left behind. ID card, boarding pass, chocolate, phone charger. Chen checked everything he thought he should bring and realized there was nothing more to do. Since Fu Chinshuan had already helped him pack all the necessary items into his backpack and shipped all the luggage back home, it made his departure easier with minimal baggage. Just then, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, Chen saw it was a call from the airline. He picked up, "Hello, may I help you?" Chapter 171, Horse Race. On the vast and boundless grassland, voices of people were in a commotion. Every year, the horse race on the grassland was grand and bustling. The herders are busy most of the year moving livestock between pastures in spring, autumn, and winter, while summer is relatively the only free time. All the self-proclaimed heroes from the grasslands come to participate in this competition. Besides vying for rankings, everyone enjoys the feeling of galloping freely on the grassland with fellow horse lovers. In previous years, there were around 500 or 600 people who signed up for the race. This year's participation exceeded nearly 1,000 people. Of course, even more spectators have arrived, increasing the audience capacity from the original 5,000 to 8,000. A group of internet celebrities and media crews set up their cameras nearby, with dozens of drones flying overhead in the sky. A breathtaking horse race was about to begin. Thousands of grassland warriors dressed in Tibetan attire stood tall, their figures upright and their eyes reflecting determination and fearlessness. Erdeng stood proudly with his horse Haifeng by his side, resembling a sturdy pine tree. His distinct features and handsome looks drew the attention of many girls. Despite usually being cheerful, he showed no expression now. His composed demeanor made him stand out amidst the clamor surrounding him. Chi looked at him and said, "Big brother, do you not want to participate in the race? If you don't want to compete, we won't. Why should we care about what Subaru says? I don't believe he can really sue you if you don't participate." Chi pulled Chi and said, "You'd better stop talking. Big brother knows what he's doing." Just then, Subaru appeared with his sister Tana and Doran. The three walked over. Among them, Tana particularly stood out. Her glossy black hair hung down on both sides, braided into long plaits. Her wheat-colored skin paired with exquisite accessories highlighted her resilience and vitality. Dressed in fiery red Tibetan clothing, she carried a riding whip at her waist, exuding brightness and confidence as she walked. Upon seeing Tana, Chida's face lit up, but before he could greet her, she directly bypassed him and ran toward Erdeng. Chida had a fleeting look of disappointment in his eyes. Tana grabbed Erdeng's sleeve and said, "Erdeng, I knew you would definitely join the competition. You wouldn't abandon us, would you?" Subaru approached and said, "Tana, stop bothering Erdeng already. How childish are you still acting like this?" Tana pouted at Subaru and retorted, "I'll bother him if I want. If you're so mad, why don't you bother Dolan instead? Stay out of my way." She then turned to Erdeng and said, "Erdeng, I'm also participating in the horse race, so be careful, you might lose to me." Arrogant, Subaru laughed and looked at Erdeng, saying, "Tana has truly been spoiled by me." In response to Subaru's comment, Erdeng remained silent. He simply glanced at Tana, lightly ruffled her hair, and smiled, saying, "If you want to win me, you'll need to try harder." Tana touched her hairstyle and combed it with her hands, saying, "Don't mess up my hairstyle, I spent 2 whole hours styling it this morning." After arranging her hair, Tana wanted to loop her arm through Erdeng's, but Erdeng stopped her, saying, "The race is about to start. Tana, you should prepare early." Tana seemed a little dissatisfied. Subaru said, "Tana, the race really is about to start. You'd better hurry back to your starting position." Tana tossed her neck and said, "All right then, see you during the race, Erdeng." Subaru looked at Erdeng and said, "Erdeng, good luck." As they left, he greeted Chida and Chi-Er. Chida and Chi-Er scowled and looked away, unwilling to say another word to them. The trio eventually left. Chi-Er glared at the direction Subaru had departed in, spitting out disdainfully, "Humph, such a hypocrite." Chida agreed, saying, "Big brother, don't let him get to you, it'll ruin your mood during the competition." Erdeng replied with an indeterminate expression. The competition time was drawing nearer. All competitors began to mount their horses. Erdeng also gracefully swung himself onto his horse. Among the crowd were some relatives and friends of the participants, occasionally cheering their names. Many people cheered for Erdeng too, but none of those were the voice he wanted to hear. The sound that he hoped to hear didn't come. "Erdeng, good luck." Erdeng felt as though he heard a voice calling out. He urgently looked around, slightly panic-stricken. Finally, in the throng of people not too far away, he spotted a familiar figure. Even though the person was wearing a mask and a hat, Erdeng still recognized her. Erdeng's eyes, which had been slightly dim, became bright and spirited, and a beaming smile appeared on his face. On his somewhat dark face, 2 rows of bright teeth stood out. Chen gave him a thumbs-up gesture, and the colorful rope bracelet in her hand shone especially brightly under the sunlight. Erdeng, holding the rope with his left hand and clenching his right hand into a fist, lightly tapped it against his chest towards Chen. Chida and Chi-Er looked at each other in confusion, not understanding why Erdeng, who had previously been low-spirited, suddenly became elated, appearing much happier. The horse race entered its countdown phase. With the sound of a loud horn, Erdeng tugged the rope with one hand, kicked with both legs, and shouted a powerful and high-pitched voice, "G up." Over 1,000 brave warriors from the grasslands galloped simultaneously, raising dust clouds as thousands of horses surged forth like an overwhelming flood across the grassland. The sound of hooves thundered through the air like rolling thunder, troops galloping together made the earth shake. The brave warriors waved their riding whips, moving so swiftly that they were faster than lightning. This was Chen's first time witnessing such a scene. Her usually slightly dazed gaze now showed a hint of amazement. No wonder Duan Xingyu and Fang Keqing insisted on coming to see it in person. The sight of a myriad of horses running was truly breathtaking. Unfortunately, second brother wasn't present, unable to witness this spectacle firsthand. Chen pulled out her phone from her pocket, intending to record it for Fu Chinshuan to watch. Caught up in the excitement of the lively atmosphere, many people began jumping around cheering on the spot. Accidentally, Chen was pushed outward, and her phone slipped out of her hand. A strong and robust arm wrapped around her waist, preventing her from falling. The arm saved her face from crashing onto the grass. Looking back, Chen saw an unexpected face, her originally bewildered eyes lighting up with joy. "Second brother, how did you come back?" Chen never expected that Fu Chinshuan, who should have been on a plane, would appear before her. "My flight was delayed, just like yours." With the noise around them, Fu Chinshuan leaned close to whisper into Chen's ear. Chen felt a tickle in her earlobe, pulling her neck inward slightly, yet feeling happy deep inside. Lin Yuan picked up the phone off the ground, glancing at the two beside him with a disdainful eye. It was true the flight had been delayed, but there was no way someone sitting at the airport hearing about the delay could look so genuinely delighted, the laughter impossible to hide. Bonus scene. After finding out about the flight delay, Fu Chinshuan said, "What a pity, I'm not one who dislikes work, but what can I do if the plane is delayed?" Lin Yuan replied, "Maybe I'll believe you if you manage to suppress your upward curving lips." Upon learning of the flight delay, Fu Chinshuan stated, "What a shame." Chapter 172, The Five-Colored Jade Shuga Necklace. Chen and Fu Chinshuan stood to the side watching the horse racing competition. Probably because Fu Chinshuan was here, Chen didn't bother recording videos anymore, instead focusing fully on the race, watching with incredible attentiveness. This Earl is truly amazing. He's obviously riding much better than the others. Fu Chinshuan watched the scene of the horses from afar, a vast sea of people. How could he tell who was Earl? Wasn't Anan paying a bit too much attention to Earl? Hadn't she just been happy seeing him? And now her focus quickly shifted to someone else so soon. Fu Chinshuan pulled out a bottle of water from his bag, opened it, and handed it over saying, "Anan, are you thirsty? Why don't you have some?" Chen turned around, took the bottle of mineral water from Fu Chinshuan, and said, "Sure, thank you, second brother." Chen slightly lowered her mask, gulped down 2 big sips of water, then turned back to concentrate on the race. When she saw the situation on the field, her eyes lit up. Wow, Earl is ahead of them. So impressive. "Anan, I brought some oranges. Do you want one?" "Yes." "Anan, I also brought some mare's milk. Would you like to try some? Taste." "Oh, and I also brought some dried meat. Want to chew on some? Bite." Lin Yuan stood beside, speechless. Whenever young Master 3 turned her head to watch the race, as soon as her attention landed on Earl, Mr. Fu would come up with all sorts of reasons to pull her focus back. And they weren't even officially together yet. Already jealousy was seeping through. What would happen if they ended up together? Given Miss 3's nature, every day wouldn't she either meet handsome men or beautiful women, wouldn't Mr. Fu constantly feel rain acid dripping over him? When Chen once again finished biting into an apple, she turned to see Earl breaking past the finish line, taking first place in the competition. Everyone at the scene cheered enthusiastically. Affected by the atmosphere on site, Chen joined in, excitedly raising both hands. First place. First place. Earl took first place. The specially prepared large screen for the race broadcasted the moment Earl crossed the finish line. It finally settled on him sitting proudly on his horse, turning around with a triumphant expression. On that wheat-colored face, a smile shone as bright and warm as the sun. Thunderous applause erupted around them. The race had concluded. Chen clapped her hands forcefully. Fu Chinshuan rarely saw Chen this outwardly emotional. With a tinge of jealousy, he asked, since Earl took first place, does that make you this happy? Of course, he's my friend, Chen said while clapping and continued, aren't you happy too? Fu Chinshuan's lips twitched but he quickly regained his usual composure, replying, of course, I am. Saying this, he followed suit in clapping his hands, though the smile on his face seemed somewhat forced. Chen sighed regretfully, saying, such a pity. I didn't see the entire race due to being too greedy about eating. This immediately improved Fu Chinshuan's bad mood. Suppressing the upward curve of his mouth, he said, it's fine. There are so many media and online celebrities here on site. Surely the footage will be available online later. Watching the replay will suffice. After the race, people could move around freely. Many chose to leave, while others stayed to stroll and enjoy the scenery, watching reporters do their interviews. Fu Chinshuan and Chen, whose flight had been delayed and were short on time, didn't plan on going anywhere else and decided to simply take a casual walk on the grasslands. Earl had just finished the race and won first place, so a lot of people came to seek him out. Among them were journalists, internet influencers, and many tourists wanting to take pictures with him. But Earl turned down everyone. His gaze scanned the vast prairie, searching everywhere for that frail figure. Previously, Earl hadn't believed in the concept of spotting the person you're looking for in a crowd. But now, he believed. Looking at the jade shaga necklace in his hand. Each year during the race, besides cash prizes, there was another symbolic gift given out. In previous years, it could be an excellent cow horn or sometimes a quality turquoise necklace. This year's symbolic gift was a 5-colored jade shaga necklace. With the necklace firmly in his grip, just as Earl was about to head towards Chen, Tana suddenly appeared. Her eyes gleamed hotly as she looked at the necklace in Earl's hand. Her cheeks flushed red as she shyly asked, Big Brother Earl, this 5-colored jade shaga necklace is so beautiful. Could you give it to me? Earl refused outright, no. Tana's eyes widened in shock, tinged with sadness. She was about to ask why. As Earl was about to get on his horse, Tana blocked his way and asked, why can't you give it to me? Earl glanced at the figure walking further away with increasing urgency. Just then, Cheetah arrived, saw the situation, and understood immediately. He pulled Tana aside, saying, Tana, there you are. That's great, I need your help with something. Let go of me, Cheetah. Let go of me. I need to speak to Earl. Cheetah dragged Tana away. When Earl rode closer, he realized the person next to Chen was likely the second brother he'd mentioned. Earl had previously thought this person was just one of Chen's staff since he'd heard Fu Chinshuan had already boarded the plane. Chen. Hearing her name called, Chen turned around just in time to see Earl dismounting. Earl, trying to ignore the presence of the other man, smiled brightly as he asked Chen, didn't you say you were boarding a plane? Why are you here? The flight got delayed, so I decided to come and watch your race. Time was just enough. Chen waved the golden steel knot bracelet in her hand and said, since you personally brought it here for me. Earl replied, you already know about it. I originally wanted to invite you to watch, but when I learned you would be flying out, I didn't mention it. Never expected you still made it to the race. Chen said, I also saw you take first place. You're really amazing. Complimented, Earl momentarily didn't know how to respond. Finally, he asked, what time is your flight today? Chen checked her phone and said, in 2.5 hours, I'll have to leave soon. Earl looked at the jade shaga necklace in his hand, then handed it to Chen, saying, this is the reward for my race, called the 5-colored jade shaga necklace. It's formed from centuries-old sedimentation of animal ankle bones. It symbolizes safety and protection and is also a token of our grassland's representation of valor. I want to give it to you. Chen replied, it's too precious. I shouldn't accept it. Earl said, not at all. I'm part of the Lin Hai Ranch, and you helped us solve the wild horse problem last time, which I haven't properly thanked you for yet. This will serve as my gratitude. Alright, thank you. I won't decline then, Chen said, accepting it with both hands. As she touched the slightly cool necklace, she looked up and asked, Earl, you said this has protective properties, right? Yes, Earl confirmed. Fu Chinshuan watched all this unfold with narrowing eyes, grinding his teeth. The dark-skinned fellow had sinister intentions. Though Chen might not realize it, Fu Chinshuan knew that while the 5-colored jade shuga necklace did indeed represent safety, gifting it carried a deeper meaning. With my life, I protect yours forever. A declaration of love. Side story. Fu Chinshuan sharpened his knife, declaring his feelings in front of me. Perfect. No one is leaving the grasslands alive today. Chapter 173, Worthy of being the third young master. Chen said, then, this necklace, you gave it to me. Can I have full authority to deal with it as I please? Erdeng joked, of course, you can even give it to others. Chen looked at Fu Chinshuan and softly said, big brother, this necklace is for you. Fu Chinshuan. Erdeng. Fu Chinshuan's alluring eyes slightly curved, looking at Erdeng with a half-smile, giving it to me is inappropriate. This was given by Erdeng. Erdeng said it's fine, and Chen said worriedly, yesterday I saw news about a plane crash. Seeing the families of those victims crying made me feel terrible. Fu Chinshuan reached out and ruffled his head, saying, it's alright. The probability of that happening is very small. Big brother won't be so unfortunate. Chen reached out to cover Fu Chinshuan's mouth, his brows slightly furrowed, don't say nonsense. The softness of fingertips transmitted from Fu Chinshuan's lips, who then pulled down Chen's hand and said, alright, I won't. Fu Chinshuan bent down slightly and asked, could you help me put it on? Chen slipped the necklace around Fu Chinshuan's neck and adjusted it for him, seriously saying, I hope big brother will always be safe. Fu Chinshuan said, with your wishes in it, it surely will be. In the final glance, his eyes landed on Erdeng, shining with mirth, and his thin lips carried a smile. Erdeng's already somewhat dark skin tone became even darker now, almost like the bottom of a pot. His hands clenched into fists at his sides, and for a moment, he wanted to snatch back the necklace directly. Chen turned to look at Erdeng, not knowing why he suddenly felt somewhat apologetic toward him. Even though Erdeng had said it was fine. Chen took out a box of beautifully packaged chocolates from his backpack and handed it to the other party, saying, Erdeng, this is for you. Super delicious chocolate. After a few days of understanding, Erdeng also knew how much Chen loved eating things. To get food from his mouth was almost impossible, let alone getting him to give away food. That gloomy mood earlier vanished instantly, and Erdeng looked at Fu Chinshuan with a slight smirk, saying, thank you, Chen. You are really nice. Saying so, he took it with both hands. Now it was Fu Chinshuan's turn to show an unpleasant face. These were chocolates he specially brought from abroad malls. He sat for 21 hours on a flight and transferred 3 times to bring them back. But facing Erdeng's provoking gaze, he quickly adjusted his emotions, and his relaxed voice sounded, saying, these chocolates are indeed very good to eat. I brought them back from abroad for an. If it weren't for me stopping him, he would consume enough in a day to rot his teeth. Fu Chinshuan deliberately let the other person know that they were bought by him, testing if he would still dare to eat them. Erdeng, however, grinned broadly, saying, oh, thank Mr. Fu then. Since your necklace was what I won in a competition, it is especially effective for safety. I believe Mr. Fu wearing it will certainly travel safely every time. Fu Chinshuan was almost grinding his silver teeth into powder, but his facial expression remained the same as before, then, thank you for your necklace. Erdeng raised the box of chocolates in his hand, saying, and I thank you for your chocolates. Chen looked left and right, then finally pulled their hands together, putting them together, with a beautiful and gentle smile on his face, saying, between good friends, there's no need for constant thanking. We 3 will be fine. Fu Chinshuan. Erdeng. Lin Yuan, who had been silent beside them, trying to reduce his presence as much as possible, seeing this scene couldn't help but blurt out, wow, this is also acceptable. Truly worthy of being the third young master. Both Fu Chinshuan and Erdeng looked at each other, then uneasily withdrew their hands. Fu Chinshuan chuckled and said, naturally, friends, thanks for Erdeng's hospitality these few days. Putting his hand behind his back, while taking advantage of Chen not noticing, crazily rubbed his clothes. Erdeng also said, it should be so. Getting to know a friend like Chen makes me very happy. He secretly hid his hand under his large Tibetan clothing, wiping it. Chen looked at the two of them, they shared a smile with one another. Chen and Fu Chinshuan still had to take a plane. Erdeng, despite Fu Chinshuan's glare sharp enough to pierce someone, directly asked, Chen, after some time, I want to go out for a visit. Can I find you when that time comes? Fu Chinshuan looked at the other party, Erlang's intentions were clear as day. Chen said, of course, don't you already have my contact information? When you come, I'll treat you to some food. As the promise was given, Erdeng's smile on his face kept widening. Fu Chinshuan said, it's time for us to go. Chen said, alright. Erdeng watched the departing figure, with a bright smile on his clear face. The golden sunlight shone on the grassland, making him feel soft and warm. He wanted to pursue Chen. He even had an impulse to check flight tickets. It was also a good opportunity because he hadn't left the grasslands much. He could explore the outside world. Erdeng, leading his horse Black Wind across the grasslands, encountered a large group of reporters and media who had come to interview him. Suhebulu, Duolan, and others were with them. Erding's smile faded from his face. No matter, he would go after the interview was over. Originally, he didn't have too much curiosity about the outside world, but since Chen was there, Erding also began to yearn for the world beyond the grasslands. What Erding didn't know was that as soon as he became the horse-riding champion, his destiny had already been set in stone. He wouldn't be able to leave the grasslands freely for the rest of his life. At the airport, Chen wore a mask and hat, hugging Fu Chinshuan, saying, "Big brother, your flight is delayed. Why do you need to transfer twice? That's exhausting. Too much work, can't be late there." Fu Chinshuan lightly patted Chen's back, glancing toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked up at the ceiling. "There's no help for it, both of us are chasing our wives. This only means enduring more flights to catch up on the lost time." Fu Chinshuan said, "It's fine, I bought first class. I can rest on the plane." "Then big brother, you must get some rest, don't overwork yourself." Chen sent Fu Chinshuan off to board the plane. Watching the people heading through security, though it wasn't the first time big brother had left for work, why did it feel like something was missing inside? Xu Li reminded, Chen, let's go. We also need to board the plane. Chen nodded, okay. On the plane, Xu Li began reporting Chen's schedule for the next few days, saying, recently, many ads and endorsements have come your way. I've rejected all of them for now. I think once the show, Together Departure 4, officially airs, your popularity will definitely rise another level, then we can select better endorsements or even top-tier ones. After you return this time, take these 3 days to rest well. In 3 days, we'll head to N City to film the 3rd episode of Let's Go Together 4. Chen obediently nodded, okay. Xu Li added, oh, by the way, tonight at 8 p.m., the 1st episode of Together Departure 4 will officially premiere. Don't forget to forward the official microblog post. I've sent the wording to your WeChat, just copy it and send it out. Chen responded, okay. Chen gazed out the airplane window, watching as it took off, slowly drifting farther away from the ground. Chen felt his heart grow emptier. It seemed like he was already starting to miss Big Brother. Chapter 174, the program officially begins. As soon as he stepped out of the airport, just like usual, Manager Wang had already sent Ching Wang to pick him up. With both hands on the steering wheel, Wang Qing said, Young Master 3, knowing you're back, Manager Wang has already ordered the kitchen to prepare a good meal for you. If we head home now, you should be able to catch dinner. Chen smiled and said, great, I've missed Chef Lin's cooking too. Just as he returned to Fu's house, the scent wafting from the kitchen could already be smelled. Chen dropped his backpack and headed straight for the kitchen, shouting, Chef Lin, I'm here. Manager Wang just happened to see this scene and hurriedly changed his expression, oh my, Young Master 3, don't run, what if you fall? Behind him, Wang Cheng looked at his figure in front and said, how does it feel like Young Master 3 is more lively after going out for a while? When Chen entered the kitchen, he was stunned by the additional entire row of refrigerators. Wang uncle, how come there are so many extra refrigerators? Manager Wang introduced them. The 2 refrigerators on the left contain the ice creams that Young Master 3 sent back. The 8 refrigerators on the right are all filled with items brought back from abroad by Young Master 2. Chen remembered that when he was at Ruishi milk plant, he indeed brought back quite a lot of ice cream. Older brother 2 bought something again, and he actually needed so many refrigerators. Chen opened one of the refrigerators and, seeing the fully stocked chocolates inside, was completely dumbfounded. This, so much. Chen opened another refrigerator and saw that it was also full of chocolates. The following few refrigerators, once all opened, turned out to be entirely full of chocolates. Chen, looking at so many chocolates, stood there in a daze for a moment before asking, did older brother 2 buy this much because I like eating it? Manager Wang, seeing Chen's eager eyes, smiled kindly and said, yes, Young Master 2 has always loved you since he was little. Knowing you like to eat, naturally, he would buy more. Oh, Chen, remembering that he hadn't yet contacted older brother 2 after getting off the plane, said, I'll report my safe arrival to older brother 2. After saying that, he left the kitchen. Chef Lin, watching his retreating figure, said, Manager Wang, why did you lie to Young Master 3? Manager Wang said, what lie? Please speak carefully, don't say nonsense. Chef Lin pointed at those refrigerators in the kitchen and said, these chocolates were clearly because Young Master 2 mistakenly thought Young Master 3 proposed to him, so he bought them as souvenirs. It was later discovered that Young Master 2 himself made a mistake. When Manager Wang received a call from Young Master 2, he was told that he had bought a bunch of souvenirs that needed storage. Manager Wang almost thought he had received a scam call. Manager Wang gave him a sidelong glance and said, even you have figured out that Young Master 2 likes Young Master 3. While flipping the dishes in the pot, Chef Lin said, except for Master and Mistress who have always believed their brotherhood is pure affection, others should more or less be able to perceive something, right? Manager Wang said, since you have noticed, you can imagine how much Young Master 2 likes Young Master 3. If they smoothly become a couple, wouldn't you think Young Master 2 would be happy and give everyone rewards? At that time, doubling the bonus would be the least reward. Chef Lin's eyes lit up, and he quickly nodded and said, that makes sense. You're still the best, Manager Wang. Manager Wang maintained a composed demeanor and calmly said, besides, I am not exactly lying. Although these chocolates were originally intended as souvenirs, they would serve as wedding souvenirs for young Master 3's ceremony. Saying they were specifically bought for him isn't wrong, right? Chef Lin nodded and said, that's correct. These chocolates were specially bought for young Master 3 by young Master 2. Even this dish of plum ribs in this wok was specifically instructed by young Master 2 for young Master 3. Manager Wang said, isn't that somewhat exaggerated? Chef Lin said, not at all. Won't Fu family pay for the ribs? Isn't some part of the Fu family fortune belonging to young Master 2? Since he paid for it, rounding up the costs makes it clear that young Master 2 specifically ordered this dish for young Master 3. Is there a problem with that? Manager Wang said, no problem. And this corn pancake was also specifically instructed by young Master 2. Chef Lin, and that bean sprout dish too. That honey steak too. And the red wine beef too. In the living room. After Chen sent a message to Fu Chinshuan, he hasn't replied yet, probably still on the plane. During dinner, Chen felt Chef Lin acted strangely. For every dish served, there was a key introduction added, young Master 3, this is the dish that young Master 2 specifically instructed me to make for you, such and such dish. Chen found this rather strange. If his second brother didn't even have time to reply to his messages, how did he manage to find time to send messages to Chef Lin? At 8 o'clock in the evening, the main episode of Come On 4 officially aired. Xu Li, worried that Chen might forget, specially called to remind him not to forget to post on Weibo. After Chen finished posting on Weibo, he took the radish dried by Chef Lin specially prepared for him, hugged a pillow, and sat in the living room to watch the first episode of the program. Come On 4 would record a total of 5 episodes, but after editing, each recorded episode would be split into 2 parts, upper and lower sections, meaning there would be a total of 10 episodes broadcasted as the main feature. This episode aired the footage from Shiming Village. Compared to the live recordings, which lasted more than 10 hours each session, the edited version only retained about 60 to 90 minutes per episode, extracting the best moments while discarding unnecessary content. Surprisingly, the first person to appear at the beginning of the episode was none other than Chen. The 2 camera-following PDs kept passing the buck back and forth, neither wanting to take on the task, until finally, with expressions resembling going off to die, one reluctantly woke Chen up from his bed. On screen, after Chen woke up, he didn't look angry. Instead, his face remained completely expressionless, even when later his foot bumped into the chair, and Chen calmly walked into the bathroom. Off-screen, Chen couldn't help glancing at his own foot. Was his reaction really that slow at the time? Later on, the scene showed Chen receiving the show's mission requirement to wake Chen Danwen up. If it weren't for the production team bringing this guy out again, Chen had almost forgotten about him. Furthermore, during an interview later on, Chen's remark of softly eating hard food pushed the live streaming chat room's enthusiasm to its peak. During the live broadcast, Chen's words, softly eating hard food, landed him trending on hot searches with criticisms. In less than a month, the comments section saw a complete reversal. Didn't Chen realize so early that Chen Danwen was softly eating hard food? Sorry, I cursed at Chen because of this segment. It was my fault. Me too. I regret it now so much that I wish I could go back in time and delete what I typed on the screen then. I didn't watch the live stream back then. Now I see just how tough Chen is, knowing that his public image wasn't good at the time, saying such a phrase would definitely invite criticism, yet he still said it. Chapter 175, Chen gets jealous. Although Chen Danwen's reputation is now quite bad, and his arrest was officially announced. At the beginning of the program's live broadcast, Chen Danwen's reputation was good, while Chen's public image was very poor. Back then, no matter what Chen said, he would be scolded, and even if he didn't speak, he would still get criticized. Despite this, he dared to speak openly during the live stream, showing his courage at that time. Before, people were misled, but now when they rewatch the first episode, they feel that everything Chen said back then about Chen Danwen was the truth, every word was foreshadowing. Unfortunately, at the time of the live stream, Chen's public favorability was still too low, and all comments were solely criticizing him. Later, the scene where Chen instructed a monkey to break corn became famous, causing the comment section to go wild. During the live broadcast of the recording of the show, viewers couldn't record the screen with their phones or computers, but some people used special methods to record it or filmed with another phone. This particular footage spread widely on the internet at the time. But those who hadn't watched the live stream and only saw snippets thought it might have been exaggerated. Until they saw the full uncut version released by the production team, many couldn't believe it. Is it really true? I always thought this was just exaggeration for publicity by the production team. It's real, we were shocked when we saw it then too. We even suspected the monkeys were plants by the production team. Monkeys, we're a national second-level protected species, who could afford to hire us? Honestly, after getting used to Duan Xingyu kowtowing to Chen like a dog, seeing Duan Xingyu now challenging everyone, including heaven itself, feels strange. Enjoy this phase while it lasts because soon enough, Mr. Stubborn will become a dangling attachment on his dad's leg. Newcomers may not understand who exactly is Duan Xingyu's father. Veteran fan, talking about Duan Xingyu's father brings up a long story, starting with a basket of fish. No, you must start from the bed over breaking corn, leading to Duan Xingyu shouting, "Dad," due to losing. The following plot developments completely took everyone by surprise. Everyone knew about Chen Danwen's arrest, but many did not know the specifics of what he did within the show. Unexpectedly, the program also aired these parts, even broadcasting when batches of black fans stormed into Ming Village to cause trouble. A large group of black fans came angrily as though they intended to skin Chen alive. Luckily, staff from the program and villagers from Ming Village intervened. Wow, I never expected Chen had faced such immense hatred. Little Apple fans feel guilty for not supporting Chen earlier and not protecting him better. A random passerby, I'm amazed by how stable Chen's emotions seem to be in this situation. If this happened to me, I might have collapsed right there. Really love Chen's mental state and emotional stability. Little Apples is the nickname for Chen's fans, as Chen's last name is An, which means safety. Fans wished for a smooth future for him after his tumultuous past, so they named themselves Little Apples. In the subsequent episodes, with Fu Chinshuan's authorization, he was edited into the show. Just as director Fan predicted, the unexpected appearance of the tycoon president elevated the ratings for the first episode significantly. Fu Chinshuan arrived in a luxury car. After stepping out, he leaned on the car door with one hand and gave a mischievous smile, saying, "Well, this is lively. Is this some kind of group outing?" The first episode ended here. Chen sat in the living room watching the video, noticing that most comments were expressing a desire to have children with Fu Chinshuan. He asked curiously, why do so many people want to have kids with Brother 2? Is he really that popular? Manager Wang placed a plate of fruit in front of him and said, young Master 2 has always been very popular. There were many girls confessing to him during school. Chen wondered aloud, why didn't I know? Then he realized, naturally he wouldn't know since at the time, he wasn't the real owner of this body. Manager Wang said, of course you didn't know. Young Master 2 didn't want you to know about those things. Chen looked up curiously and asked, why didn't he let me know? Probably so you could focus on your studies. Young Master 2 was not only handsome but also had a humorous personality. Back then, not only were there many girls who liked him, but also a lot of boys. When he went to university, I even saw a boy secretly following him. Chen was surprised, following him. Didn't Brother 2 notice? Manager Wang said, he did notice. But it took the guy about half a month of secretly following young Master 2 before he was discovered. Afterward, young Master 2 went and negotiated with him himself, though I don't know how it was handled. Chen bit into a piece of apple and silently remained speechless. Suddenly, Manager Wang covered his mouth and exclaimed, oh no, I shouldn't have said that. Chen bit another piece of apple, looking at him with his handsome dual pupils, and said, Uncle Wang, your acting isn't very good. Manager Wang awkwardly dropped his hand and said, is my acting that bad? Chen nodded. Manager Wang then said, since you figured that out, I'll tell you one more thing. That person who was following young Master 2 apparently already knew him. Chen paused in eating his apple and asked, how do you know? Manager Wang replied, I've watched young Master 2 grow up from when he was little, so I understand his nature quite well. If he didn't know the person, he wouldn't bother to deal with them personally. Chen nodded as if making some sense. After saying this, Manager Wang quietly left. Chef Lin, who had been hiding and watching, discreetly gave Manager Wang a thumbs up. Brilliant. Manager Wang adjusted his suit, carrying an air of hidden glory. Sitting on the couch munching on an apple, Chen suddenly lowered his head and said, this apple isn't sweet. Did Manager Wang buy a subpar one? After finishing his bath and wrapping himself in a towel and lying on the bed, Chen finally received a message from Fu Chinshuan. Anan, I've landed safely. The starry sky outside the airport is so beautiful. It's such a pity you're not here to see it with me. Chen glanced at it, flipped the phone over, and pulled the blanket over to sleep. Thinking for a moment, he picked up the phone and replied, oh. Then he flipped the phone back over again. On the other side, upon receiving the message, Fu Chinshuan looked at the short text with confusion, just one word. As soon as he landed, he received multiple messages from Chen, but now after replying, all he got was a lukewarm oh. He happened to glance at the big screen inside the car showing 10:53 p.m. Fu Chinshuan immediately understood, it must be too late, and Anan must be asleep already. Even while so tired, he still thought to reply to his message. Anan is really becoming more considerate. Let him sleep well, and I won't disturb him anymore. Chen waited for a long time for the phone screen to light up again, double-checked it several times, it truly had no new messages. Fuming, he kicked off the blanket and ran to Fu Chinshuan's room to grab his quilt and bring it to his own room to use. Grumbling unhappily, he covered himself with the quilt and went to sleep. When Brother 2 comes back, there will be no quilt to cover him. Let him freeze. Chapter 176, Onsai Waist Drum. The first episode aired, and Chen's reputation soared to even greater heights. His favor among the general public improved significantly compared to before. His Weibo originally had over 1.2 million fans, but within 3 days after the first episode ended, he gained another 1 million plus followers. The show's ratings were also excellent, surpassing even the ratings of the first episode of the first season. As is commonly known, in these types of reality shows, it's generally harder for ratings to increase as the seasons go on, surpassing a previous peak is very difficult. Yet, Let's Go Together Season 4 created this miracle. Of course, apart from Chen, the other guests also saw an increase in popularity. Not only that, many netizens also became aware of Shimming Village, a place renowned for its picturesque mountains and clear waters. The third episode's recording began. Everyone flew to the location a day in advance where they would be filming. Because of different work schedules, Chen arrived at Yunqing at around 5 in the afternoon. Just as Chen emerged from the elevator with a cup of bubble tea in hand, he happened to encounter Su Huachen and He Yanshu. He Yanshu was pressing Su Huachen against the wall in the corridor, his eyes slightly red. Su Huachen, however, wore an expressionless look, seeming unmoved by the situation. Chen watched this scene awkwardly, hesitating whether he should speak up or not. It seemed like the current atmosphere wasn't suitable for interruption. Chen thought to himself that perhaps he should find another way to walk. With one hand, He Yanshu grabbed Su Huachen's wrist and lifted it above his head, his gaze carrying a hint of madness as he asked, "Do you have to do this? Isn't it true that no matter what I do, you don't care?" To which Su Huachen showed no concern about being restrained, reaching out with the other hand to gently caress He Yanshu's face, replying in an exceedingly tender voice, "Yanshu, how could you think such things? Of course I care about you." But He Yanshu's charming, lotus-like eyes replied with self-mockery, "Is that so?" I. Footsteps approached from behind them. He Yanshu turned his head to look back at whoever was coming. And from Su Huachen's angle, he too noticed who had entered their field of view. Chen. Holding a cup of bubble tea, Chen looked somewhat embarrassed as he waved at them and said, "Sorry for interrupting you too." Then Chen quickly explained further, "I did consider taking another route, but then I realized it was too far away." In contrast to Chen's awkwardness, He Yanshu quickly put on a composed face, slightly curling the corner of his lips while greeting, "Long time no see, little Chen." Su Huachen still maintained a gentle demeanor and said, "Chen, I've missed you during this period. Tomorrow we can film the program together again." Their ability to switch expressions so quickly left Chen feeling as if it was faster than flipping a page in a book. He smiled and said, "You two carry on, I'm heading back to my room." Grasping his room card and preparing to leave, he checked the room number to discover that his room was right next to theirs. "Sorry," Chen swiped his card in front of them, looking at the two who had been staring at him all along, timidly asking, "If you're in a hurry, would you like to take this room instead?" Su Huachen covered her mouth and chuckled softly, saying, "Chen, you've become so funny lately. It's true we've had some disputes, but not exactly in the way you think." "Oh." Chen nodded, stating, "Well, I'll just go into my room and rest." In fact, he wasn't particularly curious, just feeling that the atmosphere seemed to indicate they might need the room more. Just as he was about to close the door, Chen thoughtfully reminded them, "Though the entire floor has been booked by the production team and the other guests haven't arrived yet, still be careful about those journalists who are everywhere and the crazy fans." Realizing how strange that sounded himself, Chen finally left a simple "good night" before closing the door. After returning to his room, Chen tilted his head, reflecting on the conversation just now, unsure whether he'd said something wrong but also not seeing any real issue. Taking a sip of bubble tea, he decided not to overthink and proceeded inside the room. Watching that tightly shut door, He Yanshu's long-shaped, lotus-like eyes tilted upwards as he said, "Seems like Chen is a bit different." Su Huachen replied gently, "I'm suddenly so looking forward to tomorrow's taping." The next morning at 8 o'clock, the program began recording. No guest stars were added to the third episode. The filming location for this episode was in Ansuan village in Yuncheng. Half a month. Finally, it's aired. Do you know how I've been through the last half month? Now this show is my dinner accompaniment, and I have already gone overboard analyzing every detail. Great. My source of happiness has returned. The car stopped at the entrance of the village, and Director Fan greeted everyone, "Long time no see, dear guests. Did you miss me?" Everyone chimed in cooperatively. Director Fan said, "This time, the place where we are recording has a bit of a connection with Chen. Both contain the character and it's called Ansuan village." Fang Kichin remarked, "What a forced connection." Director Fan said, "That doesn't matter. Follow me, I'll introduce to you all the history and culture of this village." Director Fan led everyone into the village. Compared to Shimming Village from the first episode, which was slightly backward, the economy here in Ansuan clearly seemed much better. There were no situations where only the elderly and children remained. I believe that whether or not one is familiar with music, they should all know about drums. This is the only instrument in ancient times that could be used on the battlefield. Everyone might know about large drums and such, but there's also another kind that has been listed as an intangible cultural heritage, the Onsai waist drum. Director Fan guided everyone through the village, introducing along the way the origin and history of the Onsai waist drum. He also elaborated on the connection between the Onsai waist drum and Ansuan village. After touring the entire village, he led everyone back to the starting point at the village entrance. Duan Xingyu couldn't help asking first, "Director, can you just come out and say it? Is this program about us performing the Onsai waist drum?" Director Fan replied, "It seems like you're quite sharp." And indeed, you guessed right. In 2 days, Ansuan will join nearby towns to hold a large-scale performance involving 1,000 people playing the Onsai waist drum. You all will need to participate. You have 2 days to learn how to perform the waist drum dance. The task is a bit heavy. Feng Qinyue, who had absolutely no dance foundation, spoke up, among those who will participate in a dance, I believe I am definitely excluded, since I am already at this age. Director Fan looked at him and said, Teacher Feng, considering your excellent physique maintained over 30 years of fitness, you'll surely be placed at the front. You'll be the brightest star. Feng Qinyue said, as expected, still ruthless. In contrast to Feng Qinyue, Duan Xingyu, who had a dance background, was fearless and asked, Director, dancing is my expertise. Just tell us what we need to do now. Should we start learning the waist drum dance from the teacher? But Director Fan smiled cunningly and said, Not yet. First, you all need to make a drum. Duan Xingyu asked, What does that mean? It wouldn't be the meaning I think, would it? Exactly the meaning you're thinking of. Director Fan smirked lewdly, saying, The drums for your dance need to be made by yourselves. My goodness. How about we beat him up? Fan must die. Chapter 177, Repeatedly Courting Death. Everyone was almost speechless with anger at Director Fan's erratic move. Learning the waist drum dance in 2 days was already a crazy requirement, and on top of that, they were asked to make their own waist drums. Feng Qinyue said, Director Fan, if you want my old life, just say it. Why be so indirect? He Yenju said, Is it because our show's ratings are too low? So we need to abuse the guests to improve them? Fan Kiching said, No, our first episode had very good ratings and even set a new record. Su Huachen said, The director might just simply want to give us a hard time. Duan Xingyu angrily said, Making our own waist drums? Why don't you just have us start with washing cattle hides? Director Fan slapped his thigh and said, You guessed right, it really starts with washing cattle hides. All the guests. Netizens. Shit, I can't help but curse now. Ha ha ha, mute the world and listen to the guests losing their cool. Quickly screenshot Duan Xingyu's facial expressions, it's hilarious. Director Fan, surprised. Unexpected. I know it's not polite to laugh now, but they're suffering so much. Ha ha ha. I generally wouldn't laugh at others in public, unless I truly can't hold back. I'm sweltering under this heat while listening to your nonsense. Duan Xingyu turned green with rage and shouted, Father, quickly call 2 dogs to bite him. When he turned his head, he realized that Chen, who was originally standing next to him, was nowhere to be seen. Lifting his gaze, he saw Chen sitting under a big tree. Surrounding the tree were tiled flower beds, and Chen sat there on the tiles, gently waving a small folding fan. On both sides of him sat 2 grandmas, inquiring about Chen's age and marital status. Chen fanned himself politely as he responded, and from the way those 2 grandmas looked at Chen, they clearly liked him as a potential grandson-in-law. They even handed Chen an apple. Chen waved the fan softly and said in a gentle tone, Letting dogs bite people is bad. As Chen opened his mouth to take a bite of the apple. Cannot eat, Director Fan stopped him immediately, saying, From today onwards, requirements will be strictly enforced. You cannot eat anything outside meal times. Chen. Duan Xingyu stoked the flames, Father, this rule is obviously targeting you. Fan Kiching said, Even I couldn't bear it. He Yenju slightly raised his eyebrows and asked, Need me to find you a proper tool? Feng Qinyue clenched his fists and said, I can pull favor. Su Huachen said, Then how can I help? Chen had already put half of the apple into his mouth when Director Fan forcibly pulled it out, leaving half-bitten teeth marks on it. Facing the angry group, Director Fan straightened his chest. In front of Chen, he took the bag from the assistant director, ostentatiously putting the apple inside and said, This apple I'll temporarily keep for you. First finish filming, then at lunchtime, I'll return this apple to you. After losing too much face in the first 2 episodes, after the premiere of the first episode, the audience saw how the difficult tasks like picking crops were effortlessly solved by Chen. And scenes where he was threatened by monkeys. He was mockingly called the most timid director ever, with the nickname, Fan Songxin, following his heart. So, he decided starting from this episode, to regain the dignity and authority of being a director. Starting from confiscating this apple of Chen's. Since Chen has such a good temperament, no matter what happens, he wouldn't have any major reactions, so naturally one should pick on the softer persimmon. But when Director Fan glanced at Chen, he found that Chen actually looked serious. He actually looked serious. The assistant director tried to persuade Director Fan, it doesn't matter for this one apple. Perhaps we can establish rules next time instead. Director Fan looked at Chen's expression, thinking if he backed down now, wouldn't that look even more timid? He firmly declared, how could that be possible? I am a man of principle, and once I speak, I will definitely not change. The assistant director shook his head, he had warned, but it was useless. Silently stepping away from Director Fan a few steps, preventing any accidental involvement later. Just at this moment, 5 or 6 dogs were walking around in a group. Chen looked at those dogs and loudly said, Go on, chase him. Director Fan smiled and said, You say go, and they go. Do you think these dogs are all from your house? He hadn't finished speaking when the pack of dogs actually rushed towards Director Fan. Before Director Fan could wipe the smile off his face, his legs reacted faster than his brain and started to run. He shouted while running, "Shit, and Chen, you really let them chase me?" And Chen innocently said, "Sweating in the hot weather is good for your health. I just asked the dogs to help warm you up." There was nothing much in this village, but there were plenty of dogs. At first, only 5 or 6 dogs chased Director Fan, but as they went along, more dogs joined until there were over a dozen, then 20 or more. The villagers saw their own dogs, one after another, chasing a man all over the village. Such a spectacular scene might not happen once in 100 years, but it was certainly something no one had ever seen before in their lives. Many people took out their phones and started taking photos to post on social media. Feng Qingyue couldn't help but comment, "This fan director has better stamina than me who's been working out for 30 years, I think he could keep running for a few more rounds without any problem." Duan Xingyu laughed while taking photo after photo, with an expression that was both smug and sly, "He he he. Star, control your facial expressions, your image is collapsing." Sigh, Director Fan, didn't you forget that our Chen doesn't only attract people, but also animals? Why did you provoke him? I somehow feel a little sympathy for Director Fan. Why must you snatch in Chen's apple like that? Maybe he wanted to create some laughter for the netizens. Look at how the live stream effect is fully maximized right now. In the end, Director Fan promised to compensate in Chen with 2 caddies of apples after trembling with fear in both legs, and that settled the matter. However, even such a small episode still couldn't spare them from washing cattle hides. Ansai waist drums originated from Ganbei province and are one of the national intangible cultural heritages. The drum surface is generally made using high-quality cowhide from cattle aged 5 years or older. Of course, the cowhides couldn't be used directly but had to be soaked in water mixed with appropriate amounts of alkali, salt, and lime. After soaking for 3 days, they had to be washed and scraped clean of any remaining cow hairs. Making waist drums inevitably involved some loud pounding, so the production team rented a yard ahead of time to avoid disturbing the villagers, making it available for everyone to use. The yard was large enough for making drums within. As soon as they walked near those big vats where the cowhides were being soaked, they were hit by the pungent smell. Holding their noses, everyone picked out a piece of cowhide. This smell wasn't pleasant for anyone else, let alone for Chen, who had an exceptionally sensitive sense of smell. Duan Xingyu noticed several times when Chen seemed about to throw up, his face visibly turning pale. Chapter 178, Kicked into the River. Duan Xingyu picked 2 leaves, crumpled them into balls and handed them to him, asking, "Chen, do you want to block your nose?" Chen took them and replied, "Sure." Chen, who was almost losing consciousness from the stench, slightly felt better after putting 2 small leaf balls on his nose. In an village, there is a river more than 10 meters wide. In the middle of the river, there are some small steps built for the convenience of villagers to wash clothes, etc. It can also serve as a water barrier. Each guest carried a piece of cowhide to the riverside for washing. Duan Xingyu saw an empty spot next to Chen and ran over like a golden retriever shouting, "Dad, I'm here." Just as he wanted to squat down and wash, someone beat him to it. Su Huaqing squatted down and said to the person standing nearby, "Xingyu, I apologize. I didn't know you wanted this spot, I'll change to another place." Duan Xingyu pushed Su Huaqing back with one hand, smilingly saying, "No need, I'll just go to the other side of Chen." As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Feng Keqing also trying to go over there. Duan Xingyu quickly ran over and occupied the other side of Chen. Feng Keqing looked at the scene helplessly and rolled her eyes, saying, "What do you even mean? Would I really compete with you?" Duan Xingyu retorted, "Didn't you snatch my strawberries?" Chen listened and nodded fiercely, agreeing with what Duan Xingyu said. Feng Keqing sighed, saying, "You two really live up to being father and son, both petty as needle holes." She gestured with her little finger for comparison. But Duan Xingyu didn't care about all that, squatting down on the other side of Chen, feeling much more reassured being close to his father. A row of people squatted by the river using brushes and knives to wash the cowhide. The extra dirt on the cowhide needed to be washed off, and the cow hair scraped clean with a knife. The quality of the cowhide would determine the sound quality of the waist drum. Duan Xingyu stuffed paper balls up his nose. Judging by his expression, he probably wanted to kill Director Fan. Although the smell of the cowhide was strong, even with noses blocked, everyone still felt uncomfortable. Su Huaqing gave each person a plum candy to ease the discomfort before returning to his own position. Chen carefully used a knife to scrape the cow hair, his complexion still not looking great, but having the plum candy in his mouth indeed helped ease the discomfort a bit. Su Huaqing secretly slipped him 2 more candies, saying, "These are the last 2, all for you." Chen's eyes curved slightly as he said, "Thank you." While washing, Su Huaqing idly chatted, "A few days ago, you and Duan Xingyu went to shoot advertisements, right?" Chen nodded, Curious, Su Huaqing asked, "I saw you and the one called Erding both trended on Weibo. It seemed like you two got along well." In response to Su Huaqing's question, Chen answered, "Erding is a pretty good guy, he's my friend." Su Huaqing joked, "Just friends?" 1 seat away, Feng Keqing heard the gossip radar sounding off and perked up her ears to listen. Although she knew they weren't that kind of friends, she still wanted to hear the words from the person's mouth. Similarly curious were the netizens in front of the screen. "Ahahaha, thank you Su Huaqing, finally, someone has asked the question I wanted to ask." When I saw their horse riding picture, who wouldn't have paired them? I prefer the video of Chen and Erding taming wild horses, there is so evident that it made me immediately fall in love. I really want to pair them up, they look so suitable together. Image.jpg, look at this photo. Chen stands in front of Erding like a small figure toy, so adorable. Sigh, Erding's image really fits those rugged man novels. Netizens in the comments section began chatting widely about Phoenix. While Duan Xingyu was broadcasting live and hearing their conversation, he grinned and quickly interrupted, of course, we're just friends. He Yenshu said, from what I see, their chemistry doesn't feel like they've just met, netizens say they seem like a couple. Duan Xingyu glared at him and said impatiently, netizens also say he Yenshu and I look like a couple. Are we? He Yenshu's devilishly handsome face showed a hint of laziness as he said, if you wish, it's not impossible. I could manage. Before he could finish his sentence, a wad of wet cow hair was thrown at He Yenshu's face with the reprimand, shut your mouth. Don't speak such ominous nonsense in the morning. Though He Yenshu dodged fast, the wad of cow hair didn't hit his face but instead landed on his body. That bewitching face, upon seeing the lump of fishy-smelling cow hair on his body, arched an eyebrow and did not get angry. Instead, he smiled. His eyebrows tilted upwards, and his alluring thin lips curled into a faint smile. He lightly flicked off the clump of cow hair that had fallen onto his leg with his fingers and said, I'm in a good mood, so I won't hold it against you. Duan Xingyu was ready for a confrontation, but hearing this, he turned his head and quietly asked Chen, Dad, I think he's up to something sinister. Chen nodded and replied, I think so too. Duan Xingyu pouted, inching his head closer to Chen's side in a pitiful manner as he said, Dad, protect me. If he bullies me, let the dog bite him. Chen reached out to pat Duan Xingyu's head, saying, all right, I'll protect you. Duan Xingyu felt the stickiness on top of his head, and when he touched it, he realized his hair had gotten covered with plenty of cow fat and cow hair. Sometimes paternal love could feel as weighty as a mountain. Chen also noticed it wasn't appropriate, saying, let me wash your hair for you. Duan Xingyu bent his head to scrub his hair while Chen helped clean it by his side. What a touching father and son picture. Ah. You're all watching them as a father-son duo? Uh-oh, I'm stuck in their Starry Sea pairing and can't seem to get out. I am a Starry Sea fan. My pairing cannot be broken. But I think Chen and Erding also make a great couple. The best couple is Chen and Mr. Fu. Chen Si Jing must be real. Sigh, every time this happens, there will be a heated argument among Chen CP fans. The problem is just that Chen has such strong chemistry with everyone, and he pairs perfectly with each one of them. No need to argue anymore. I declare Mr. Fu as the official consort, Duan Xingyu as the imperial concubine, and Erding as the beauty. Why is Mr. Fu declared as the official consort? It's clear that the Starry Sea pairing between Duan Xingyu and Chen went viral first. Erding has such a robust build, he could take down Chen single-handedly. How could he be the beauty? Ugh, what the upper commenter just said made my heart race with her comments. Oh, please elaborate on how exactly. Among all the CPs you ship with Chen, wouldn't he always be the submissive one? Isn't that the case? Meanwhile, fans argued fiercely over who should be Chen's official partner. At the same time, Chen and Duan Xingyu continued their heartwarming father-son scene. However, the next second, Chen saw Duan Xingyu suddenly splash into the river right before his eyes. To be precise, someone had kicked him into the water. Chapter 179, you deserve this today too. Chen raised his eyes and glanced at the devilishly handsome face of He Yenshu standing beside him. The latter was calmly pulling back his leg. He Yenshu's lips curved slightly as he said, I think it's too hot today, so I helped him cool down a bit. As soon as the words were out, Chen quickly stood up and picked He Yenshu up in a bridal carry. Before He Yenshu even reacted, Chen threw him straight into the river. A splash followed as He Yenshu disappeared completely underwater, soaked to the skin. Chen stood on the bank, tilting his head as he looked at He Yenshu emerging from the water. Smiling faintly, Chen declared with an innocent expression, I'm just helping you cool off. That soft smile showed no hint of the devious act he had just committed in tossing someone so effortlessly into the water. Holy crap, I didn't misread that, did Chen really perform a bridal carry? Chen's move just now was absolutely killing me. With such a cute face, doing such brutal things while saying the most innocent lines. I never expected Chen, who looks frail, to have such strength to lift He Yenshu directly. No matter how aggressive or not, the Starlight fandom thanks Teacher for avenging our Starlight. Little Apple, you're welcome, we're all one big family. Duan Xingyu, make sure you remain filial to your father for life. Why doesn't Chen seem different somehow? He used to be so lazy, but now he willingly picks people up, even if only to throw them into the river. Chen moved so swiftly that not only He Yenshu hadn't realized what happened, neither did the others react in time. Everyone was taken aback by this scene. No one would have guessed Chen, looking so pale and thin, could effortlessly pick up He Yenshu, a guy over 6 feet tall, and give him a proper bridal lift. Feng Qinyue even flexed his arms muttering to himself, could I possibly do that? Su Huachen looked over at Chen nearby. Something about Chen felt different during this recording session. The only person genuinely smiling was Duan Xingyu, that goofy dog lover, laughing hard at He Yanshu's current sorry state as he slapped water on the river surface. Even you have this day, it serves you right. Looking at those standing on the bank, He Yanshu flicked his wet hair back, revealing his devilishly attractive face. His sensual thin lips curved slightly as he said, since that's the case, why don't you come down here too? As he took a step forward to grab someone, he suddenly felt a weight settle on his waist, then the next moment, he found himself submerged underwater again. Duan Xingyu had anticipated He Yanshu's move, rushing forward and jumping onto his back. Wanna mess with my dad? Not happening. Unprepared for this maneuver, and already unstable in the river, He Yanshu lost his footing. Amidst the splashes, Duan Xingyu placed his hands firmly on He Yanshu's shoulders, riding him like a horse. Seeing he managed to press He Yanshu underwater, Duan Xingyu's entire face glowed with sinister joy as he proceeded to forcefully slap He Yanshu's behind, shouting loudly, "Yeehaw! Riding my giant turtle!" Audience. Fan Kaching's eyes turned increasingly lewd, her smile growing broader with every passing second. Ha ha ha. What kind of scene is this? Did I stumble upon something premium without payment? Talking nonsense might get me expelled, I should go. Family, let's analyze the position, shall we? I got more than I bargained for in the live stream today. Duan Xingyu, please tone it down a bit, let He Yanshu catch some breath, don't drown him. Wow, so much energy from the little yellow girl, huh? Does Duan Xingyu know what he's doing? This is embarrassing. With his dog-like brain, clearly has no clue, taking any chance he gets to exact revenge. After being pressed underwater for a few seconds, He Yanshu flipped quickly, pressing Duan Xingyu under. He Yanshu, usually laid back and calm, now flared with anger because of Duan Xingyu sitting on him. Today, Duan Xingyu, if I don't crush you, I'll take your last name. TCH, take my last name all you want, do you even know who I am? With that, they began wrestling fiercely in the water. Director Fan watched from the shore, confused, why, how are they fighting again? Why? The other directors at the previous gathering, what impressions did they have about this show? Constantly trending due to fights breaking out daily. Sure, everyone else fighting was fine, but wasn't He Yanshu always composed? The assistant director reminded, Director Fan, I think we should stop them a bit. If they keep fighting like this, we won't be able to broadcast it. Director Fan, having given up on the situation, said irritably, let them fight. What tricks could they possibly come up with? Worst case scenario, they'll end up trending again for embarrassing reasons. But the assistant director replied, it's not just about embarrassment anymore. Their clothes are almost flying off now, and if they keep fighting, we'll have to pixelate the screen. Director Fan looked at the two, and sure enough, their clothing was disheveled. One wearing a white shirt, the other in a white t-shirt, after jumping into the water, their outfits were nearly see-through, just like shooting a fancy flower market promotional photo shoot. The live stream chat became inundated with yellow comments as viewers' minds started wandering. Not only did this fight draw the attention of those watching the live stream, but also curious villagers slowly gathered around. Shit, Director Fan cursed involuntarily, quickly switching the camera angles, one aimed at the sky, the other at the ground, to avoid capturing He Yanshu and Duan Xingyu's chaotic state. Naturally, this angered the audience in the live stream who then flooded the chat with scathing criticism. Director Fan had no time for that, and immediately sent people into the water to separate the two locked in combat. With soaked clothes clinging to their bodies, half wet, half transparent, the crew brought over shawls to cover the two. Director Fan took a bottle of Tranquil Mind oral solution from the assistant director, downed it in one gulp, and then said, how old are you two? Acting so wild in the water, aren't you embarrassed? Now everyone in the live stream has seen your half-wet bodies. Aren't you even the least bit self-conscious? He Yanshu pulled at his shawl casually, flicked his damp hair away, and restored his usual nonchalant expression, saying, I don't care. My good physique can serve as a bonus treat for the fans. Duan Xingyu abruptly lifted his t-shirt and began, my physique is good too, I'm not afraid. However, he choked on his words halfway through. Ha! Fang Kaching couldn't help herself, pointing out, I've been telling you to work on your abs, but you didn't listen. Duan Xingyu glared at her, ears flushed red as he snapped, shut up, you, don't say anything. And Chen draped a towel over Duan Xingyu's head and consoled him, no worries, just practice harder next time. Next time, you'll definitely be able to give the fans some benefits too. Duan Xingyu asked dejectedly, is there really a need for that? Feng Qingyue suggested, starting tomorrow, I'll train with you. We'll start by running 10 kilometers early in the morning. Duan Xingyu protested, Teacher Feng, isn't that tantamount to murdering me directly? He Yanshu watched the scene unfold with his seductive eyes, a faint smirk curling at his lips. This moment was caught by Su Huachen's gaze, his eyes narrowing slightly with a hint of displeasure underneath. Chapter 180, Dragging the Production Team into Trouble. A farce unfolded, leaving Director Fan with a dark face, while netizens were entertained. After the two fighters changed into clean clothes, they had to return reluctantly to wash the leather. After 2 hours, everyone finally managed to wash the leather and hang it out to dry. Exhausted, in hot weather, everyone returned as if they had been drained of all energy. Just as they got back to the yard, they saw Director Fan lying on a rocking chair, with a big tree overhead providing natural shade, a fan blowing behind him, and chilled watermelon and cola at his side. Such a cozy little life he was enjoying, contrasting sharply with the guests who had just finished washing the leather and were now covered in its stench. It was utterly infuriating. The assistant director asked the staff to bring water for the guests. After drinking, he began to read out the next task. Duan Xingyu howled, "We've only been back to rest for less than 5 minutes. The assistant director said, "There's nothing we can do. The schedule is tight, and you still need to make drums and learn to dance." Everyone wore expressions showing complete indifference, thoroughly upset. As the assistant director was about to read the next task from the card, there came the sound of someone eating watermelon beside them. He pursed his lips, turned his head slightly, and silently kicked the other person, muttering softly, "If you're going to eat, why make so much noise?" Director Fan said, "I'm making noise on purpose, to tease them." Who made the live broadcast such a mess? Sure enough, they ended up trending again. Hashtag Duan Xingyu rides He Yan Shu in water. Hashtag Duan Xingyu fights He Yan Shu. Hashtag and Chen carries He Yan Shu in princess style. These 3 trending topics ranked 1st, 3rd, and 5th respectively. When it came to positive publicity, these embarrassing trending topics appeared more frequently than anyone else's. The assistant director sighed, "You shouldn't go too far." After saying this, he gestured towards them subtly. "Haven't you seen what the guests' expressions are like?" Director Fan looked around and found that all eyes were glaring at him, especially in Chen's, reminding him of the previous incident where he called a pack of dogs after himself. Director Fan then retracted his crossed legs and tried to suppress the smug look on his face. The assistant director continued to read the task. "Since everyone worked hard washing leather early in the morning, our next task will be to start making the drum body. To help everyone quickly master the method of making onsai waist drums, the production team has specially invited the most skilled craftsman from an village, Master Lu Chuanhe. Let's welcome him." With applause, a 70-something-year-old grandfather walked out from the room. Despite his age, he looked very healthy and spirited. Lu Chuanhe greeted everyone, saying, "Hello everyone, my name is Lu Chuanhe, I am the inheritor of onsai waist drum. I started learning how to make waist drums when I was 14, and now I have done this for exactly 58 years. Hearing that length of time, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Feng Qinyue said, "This time is longer than my lifetime. Being able to persist in doing one thing for so long, I really admire that." Nowadays, traditional crafts are becoming fewer and fewer, and everyone truly admires artisans who can persist in preserving traditional skills. They attentively listened to Lu Chuanhe talk about his connection to the onsai waist drum. Then Lu Chuanhe began teaching everyone how to make the onsai waist drum. The drum body of the onsai waist drum is crucial as it affects the sound quality. We usually use poplar or willow wood because these woods are lightweight and produce the best sound quality. To make the drum body, we first need to cut the wooden strips. Everyone listened attentively, Duan Xingyu taking notes on his phone as he could not remember everything. Seeing this, Fang Kichin whispered quietly, "Let me copy later." After listening to the theoretical knowledge, everyone started trying their hand. Only after attempting did everyone realize how different each craft could be. By the end of the morning, no one had even succeeded in making the drum panels. After lunch, everyone was very tired and wanted to rest. But the scheming production team showed up again. Director Fan smirked with a sly smile and said, "Everyone must be tired, take a good rest and have a nap. Otherwise, you won't have the energy to work in the afternoon." Duan Xingyu sat on the chair, shoulders slumped, and said, "Director, just spit it out already, what new bad idea do you have?" Director Fan said, "What bad ideas? You have a misunderstanding of me." "Huh?" Duan Xingyu turned his head and asked, "Father, do you believe him?" Chen replied, "No." Duan Xingyu said, "See, even such a kind-hearted person like Chen doesn't trust you. I'm not plotting anything bad. I just want to tell you all that this courtyard has 3 bedrooms. You all know that beds in the north are usually big communal ones. Of these 3 bedrooms, one is smaller and can only sleep 3 people, while the other 2 can sleep 5 and 7 people respectively." And Chen said, "There should be a catch, right?" Director Fan grinned and nodded, saying, "I thought the room for 2 could be assigned to Fang Kichin, the female guest. The remaining rooms for 5 and 7 will be given to you men." "But..." Director Fan raised his eyebrows, saying, "The room for 7 is next to the restroom. It's scorching hot summer, you get my drift. Hee hee. In many houses in the north, there isn't a toilet in each room, most toilets are outside, shared by the whole family." Everyone's faces began to show signs of uneasiness. Fang Kichin looked at them and said, "The production team is up to some antics, but this seems to have nothing to do with me. Who says it's irrelevant? You have to participate too." Director Fan said, "Let's play a word connection game. Whether you stay in the 5-bed room or the 7-bed room will be based on your performance." Duan Xingyu said, "Alright then, what game is it? Let's just end it quick so we can rest." Director Fan said, "We'll play a word connection game, starting with the first person who says a word, followed by everyone else connecting it with another word. Each must be continuous. If anyone takes more than 3 seconds to connect, they lose. Losers sleep in the 7-bed room, while the final winners sleep in the 5-bed room. Duan Xingyu asked, why? Why not just all 5 of us go to the 5-bed room together? Do we really need to arrange such a hassle? Director Fan bluntly said, for the sake of the show's effect and to have material. Su Huaqing said, Director, your meaning is that only one person can win, right? Director Fan said, exactly, sounds exciting, doesn't it? For losers will go to the 7-bed room which smells of the restroom, and the ultimate winner gets the luxury of sleeping alone in the 5-bed room. This idea of sleeping alone was quite enviable. After all, who knows if those seemingly glamorous TV stars don't privately fart, grind their teeth, snore, or disturb others' sleep. Feng Qinghua said, isn't this too cruel? Are we really doing the same thing tonight? Director Fan said, absolutely, the arrangement decided now will also be applied for the night. Feng Qinghua rubbing his forehead said, my insomnia is about to flare up. Duan Xingyu leaned against Chen, saying, I don't care, wherever father goes, I'll follow. Last time he wanted to share a room with Chen but didn't succeed, this time with Fu Er not around, he intended to cuddle with Chen at night. Chen, who had been quiet all along, sat there pondering, and then looked up, saying, Director, since you're talking about the show's effect, how about playing something bigger? Director Fan asked, what do you want to do now? Chen smiled and said, instead of comparing ourselves internally, let's compete against your director team. Chapter 181, You're quite naughty. As soon as Chen said this, everyone immediately agreed. Duan Xingyu was the first to stand up and say, alright, let's do it. Xingyu, don't rush. I haven't finished speaking yet, Chen pulled on Duan Xingyu's sleeve and said, don't be in a hurry, Xingyu. I haven't finished my sentence yet. Duan Xingyu's slightly curved puppy-like eyes said, I support whatever you say. Chen rubbed his forehead and then looked at everyone saying, I have a suggestion. I can't always be led around by the nose by the production team. In this game, we compete against them. We'll send out 6 people, they send out 6 too. The losing side sleeps in the 7-person room near the toilet. Su Huaqing gently said, I support your idea. He Yen Shu's alluring eyes slightly narrowed and he said, this is more interesting than the last one. Feng Qinghua nodded and said with perfect gentlemanly demeanor, I also think it's not bad. Duan Xingyu pointed at Director Fan and said, the director and the assistant director must participate, others you decide yourselves. Director Fan waved his hand and said, I haven't agreed to this contest yet. Chen smiled and said softly, it doesn't matter if you don't agree. If nothing else, we can just go sleep in the 5-person room. You wouldn't try hard to stop us, right? Director Fan frowned and said, Chen, how come your mind has become so cunning lately? Chen raised an eyebrow and said softly, nope, Director, you're misjudging me. Ha 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 ha, Director, please don't misjudge RNN. Exactly. Chen is obedient, soft, and cute, where could there be so many ulterior motives? Fan Director has dirty thoughts himself and sees dirt everywhere. Darling, play dead and defeat the production team. Woo woo, I'm beginning to look forward to it. In the end, whether for show effect or because Chen had indeed threatened him, Director Fan agreed anyway. Since it's going to be a showdown between guests and the production team, the rules of the game will change a bit. Originally, whoever failed to answer within 3 seconds lost, and the losing guest would sleep in the room beside the toilet. Now it will be best of 5 rounds, and the losing team will have the whole team sleep in the 7-person room next to the bathroom. Whoever goes first gets the advantageous lead. Thus, both sides sent a representative for rock paper scissors. The production team sent the deputy director, and the guest team sent Duan Xingyu. It might be better to say that he volunteered eagerly rather than being sent. Feng Qinghua asked, Xingyu, are you good at rock paper scissors? Duan Xingyu gave him a reassuring gesture and said, okay. Leave it to me, guaranteed to win. No, Feng teacher, quickly stop him. Don't let him go on. His past record in playing rock paper scissors shows repeated defeats, never a victory. Unskilled but addicted, this is exactly what he is. Letting him go on guarantees a loss. I can't even bear to see the final result. We star fans apologize in advance to other guests' fans here. If we lose, feel free to scold us properly, our star fans are innocent. The comment section was filled with cries from star fans, though clearly the other guests were unaware of Duan Xingyu's capabilities. Mainly because everyone felt that this kind of thing relies on 50% luck, whoever goes on is the same. But really, Duan Xingyu went on. Duan Xingyu was rolling up his sleeves in excitement and even wiped some sweat onto his pants, saying he needed steady hands. The deputy director had already glanced at the comments section before and knew about Duan Xingyu's bug-like presence. Thus, confidence brimming. Rock paper scissors. Both shouted simultaneously. Everyone anxiously came on stage to watch. Duan Xingyu played scissors while the deputy director threw rock. Star fans almost thought there could be a twist. Sigh, apparently overthought. Duan Xingyu puzzled, how did I lose? I scrambled the order of rock paper scissors already. Duan Xingyu had tried hard to rethink things. Every time before he played this game, it was always in the sequence of rock paper scissors. This time, he specifically started from the middle. He Yan Shu asked, don't tell me you've never won before. Duan Xingyu looked a little sheepish and then said, then, maybe in the next round, I should give rock paper scissors another try. He Yan Shu closed his eyes briefly, then grabbed Duan Xingyu's neck and dragged him back saying, go on, like you're sick or something. Su Huachen consoled, Xingyu, don't be discouraged, winning and losing are common events in warfare. This time, it's just that you were unlucky. Duan Xingyu asked, since you support me, shall I go again for the next round? Su Huachen said, no support. And Chen said, we can afford to lose. For the first round, your director's team should say the word first. The members of the director's group sat in a row, arranged in order as follows, Director Fan, Assistant Director, Xiao Jing, Xiao Luo, and the cameraman directors of 2 other individuals. On Chen's side, they were lined up according to age, from oldest to youngest, Feng Qinyue, He Yan Shu, Su Huachen, Duan Xingyu, Fang Keqiang, and Chen. Director Fan pointed at someone. Feng Qinyue said, hello. The assistant director said, hello, today. He Yan Shu hesitated for a moment, because he expected the third word to be, ah, so it would be, hello, ah. Guests lost the first round. Fang Keqiang said, this feels a little unfair. The assistant director replied, what's not fair? Adding a comma after, hello, like, hello, today, there's no problem with this dialogue. Feng Qinyue said, true. Let's continue. The director's team won the first round, so for the second round, it was still the director's team's turn to start. This time, everyone had grasped the pattern and responded quickly. However, the second round ended with another win for the director's team, mainly due to Feng Qinyue missing his cue. When responding, the director's team used an internet slang term that Feng Qinyue rarely encountered online and thus failed to respond correctly. Director Fan placed his hands on his hips and gloated, we only need to win one more round, and you guys will lose. The assistant director echoed, yeah, you're about to lose. Director Fan continued, if you played among yourselves, at most 4 people would end up sleeping by the toilet. But now, if you lose, everyone sleeps there. Assistant director chimed in, everyone sleeps. Why are you making things hard for yourselves? Making things hard for yourselves. The 2 directors seemed like they were performing crosstalk comedy, where each sentence from Director Fan was followed immediately by one from the assistant director, appearing perfectly synchronized. Even Feng Qinyue, who usually maintained composure, could no longer bear it. He said to Chen, next round, it starts from your side. You're younger and think faster. There's no way we can't beat them. Chen nodded and agreed, okay. Director Fan, smirking confidently, said, don't say we're bullying you. This time, we'll give you a head start, let you go first. Chen slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said, all right, but don't regret it. After speaking, Chen whispered something into Fang Keqiang's ear. Fang Keqiang's expression became intriguing, and she vigorously nodded, saying, good, I got it. Director Fan watched them whispering, feeling like he'd made a poor decision earlier. Words once spoken cannot be taken back. Chen began with the first word, you. Director Fan responded, hello. The third word was Fang Keqiang's turn. With a mischievous air, she arched an eyebrow at Director Fan and said, hello, flirtatious. Chapter 182, Chen's shocking statement. There was a sudden hush around them. Fang Keqiang's flashy expression, coupled with her flirtatious tone and that hint of vulgarity, was an almost perfect embodiment of promiscuity, flirtation, and vulgarity pushed to the extreme. She immediately dominated everyone around her, creating a full 5 seconds of absolute silence. Clang. Only when someone's dropped item hit the floor did it jolt everyone back from their stunned state. Duan Xingyu was the first to compliment her, Orange, I must say this is the first time I've truly felt your acting skill. Your facial expressions and tones were just perfectly spot on. Others nodded in agreement. Fang Keqiang, you've really gone all out for the win, Director Fan commented dryly, even giving her applause. Fang Keqiang flicked her hair and affected a prim demeanor as she said, just all right, mainly because Chen teaches well. Chen asked, I timed it accurately, 3 seconds are up already. Does this mean we've won? Director Fan responded reluctantly, yes, you have won. Everyone cheered. Seeing their joy, Director Fan remarked, Chen, that trick was rather underhanded. But Chen didn't take it seriously, replying, it doesn't matter if it's dirty or not. Winning is all that matters. Fan nodded and said, good, so you admitted that yourself. I never would have guessed this idea came from Chen, that seemingly innocent baby. From now on, I'll have to change my perception of him. Chen is no longer the sweet little angel I used to know, he's been corrupted by Duan Xingyu. Duan Xingyu, words should be spoken based on conscience. But Fang Keqiang played her role excellently too, otherwise, we wouldn't have won this round. Even so, the director team had the upper hand. They could still win one of the next 2 rounds easily. And surely, the director team won't make the same mistake twice. This is getting interesting, I'm beginning to look forward to their next round. Before the second round began, Chen gathered everyone again for a brief discussion. After hearing Chen's suggestion, everyone expressed their approval. Duan Xingyu said, we can give it a try. It might catch them off guard. The director team here was also confident, fully prepared for defense and emotional readiness just as netizens predicted. On Chen's side, positions were reorganized, with teacher Feng Qinhua leading the charge this time. Director Fan took it lightly upon seeing this arrangement. It was common sense that since Feng Qinhua struggled more with vocabulary, placing him first was quite standard. There sat Feng Qinhua, eyes locked intently on the directing crew ahead, his body trembling slightly, uncontrollably. He clenched his fists tightly, knuckles going white, anger surging like an impending volcanic eruption, making even his facial muscles twitch. With gritted teeth, he struggled hard not to lose control. His body tensed, voice strained and suppressed, he bellowed, "All right." Without any cosmetic enhancement, he instantly pulled everyone into a scene filled with pain and repression, a silent suffering that demanded no less than complete immersion. Through the brimming tears in teacher Feng Qinhua's eyes, one could almost tangibly feel his immense grievances. That was the power of a seasoned veteran actor. Director Fan was completely drawn in, his eyes turning red, while the staff behind him actually started dabbing their eyes with tissues. Fan reacted the fastest, snapping out of his initial daze, his face plastered with disbelief, wiping his tears while asking, "Teacher Feng, why do you also act like this?" To which Feng Qinhua excitedly stood up, breaking character immediately as he pointed and said, "Ha, you didn't follow up." Director Fan shouted in exasperation, "Teacher Feng, your Emperor of Film performances aren't meant for this kind of usage." Teacher Feng Qinhua returned to his gentlemanly and scholarly composure, gently coughing into his balled fist near his lips, saying, "Art knows no bounds of size, acting isn't constrained by occasion, only defined by the character's needs." And Chen gave Feng Qinhua a double thumbs up, saying, "Teacher Feng is simply amazing." Others joined in applauding and praising him. Feng Qinhua coughed lightly again, stating, stay humble, yet the corners of his mouth betrayed his rising delight. Wow, this is the real strength of a seasoned veteran actor. Earlier, I was completely swept away without realizing what happened. Indeed, looking at Teacher Feng's expression, it was as though he suffered a great wrong but couldn't find a way to vent or seek revenge, leaving him no choice but to bear humiliation silently, heartbreaking to watch. It seems our respectable Teacher Feng has fallen victim to corruption, starting to play it abstract now. Where did my mature and elegant Teacher Feng go? It's all Duan Xingyu's fault. Look at what he turned Chen and Teacher Feng into. And my precious beauty He Yenshu, look at her this morning fighting in the water till her clothes almost flew off, where's the grace anymore? Why do everyone say it's our star Duan who corrupted them? I disagree. I think it should be Chen's influence. Didn't you see it was always Chen giving the ideas? And Chen used to be so obedient, but now full of tricks, isn't that due to Duan Xingyu's influence? Actually, they are just revealing their true nature, triggered by certain situations. The comment section is filled with arguments about the collapse of the guests' personas, and whose fault it is. Most people blame Duan Xinyu, while a minority thinks Chen is responsible. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the game reached a 2:2 draw. The final round is crucial. To prevent any more mischief, the director team temporarily added rules. There will be no single words, instead, phrases are formed. The direction group starts by saying a 4-word phrase, then each side adds 4 words alternately. If a side doesn't respond within 3 seconds, they lose. Duan Xinyu, not willing to let go, asked, "Why do you get to start when we won the last round?" Director Fan replied, "We still won the second round, didn't we? It's our right to give up." Duan Xinyu said, "Oh come on, once given away, can you take it back? Have you no shame?" Director Fan shrugged and said, "I have no shame." Duan Xinyu. Seeing that he had finally succeeded in making Duan Xinyu speechless, Director Fan proudly twisted his waist. The assistant director pulled him gently and whispered, "Don't twist too much or you'll hurt your back." Director Fan said, "This round, we must win. We underestimated their trickery before. We shouldn't have given up that chance. However, things turn out alright now. We've seized the initiative, and there is no way we, the director group, will lose." The competition began. The guest team maintained their strategy, beginning from the oldest to the youngest. After some thought, Director Fan said, "This morning." Feng Qinhua pointed directly at He Yenshu beside him and casually said, "I saw him." The assistant director randomly pointed to Su Huachen next to He Yenshu and followed, in his room. He Yenshu steeled herself and continued, "Drunk outside." The director team then pointed first at He Yenshu, then Su Huachen and responded, "He held him." Next, it was Su Huachen's turn. And Chen and Feng Kaching encouraged him silently with their eyes. Feng Qinhua whispered as well, "For the honor of the team, go for it." Su Huachen carried on the sentence, "In the corridor." The director team said, argued loudly. Duan Xinyu added, "After a while." The director team said, "The two again." Feng Kaching opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but swallowed her initial response and altered her line to, continued arguing. The director team added, more aggressively. And Chen timidly said, "Then on to bed." The director team. Everyone looked at Chen. Chapter 183, Does this count as a confession? Upon hearing this, Feng Kaching struggled to hold back her laughter, likely having thought of something quite amusing. "Ha ha 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 ha. And Chen, you really have it in you. How dare you say such things? From the very beginning of the conversation, I had the feeling that there was an air of boldness around this whole scenario, honestly, ha 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 ha. And Chen now gives me vibes like he's living his last day in the entertainment circle, really fearless. And Chen, be honest, haven't you seen something, or else how could you come out and say this so easily? He Yan Shu and Su Huachen. Well, I think this pairing is fine, but personally, I prefer He Yan Shu paired with Duan Xingyu, the Star Galaxy CP. Everyone, look at the director's expression, it's killing me with laughter. Director, no way can I compete with them, they're shameless. Director Fan covered his forehead and said, and Chen, who taught you to play games this way? And Chen pursed her lips and replied, isn't winning all that matters? Fan sighed, this is live streaming. Should you even be saying these things aloud? And Chen grinned and said with twinkling eyes, isn't it just a game? Why take it so seriously? Fan felt like he wanted to argue but found no good place to start. And Chen pursued, but didn't we win? Fan responded, you did win. Fong Kecheng and Duan Xingyu immediately jumped up in celebration, pulling those around them to join in. We won, we won. This is amazing. We beat the production team. The enslaved are rising, tonight the director sleeps by the toilet. And they started improvising rap verses. Feng Qingyue said, my old arms and legs aren't strong enough to jump, don't pull me too hard or I'll fall. He Yan Shu was sitting cross-legged on a chair when someone pulled him up too. He was forcibly included in their celebration. Standing among the group, he smiled at everyone, occasionally nudged by someone else to celebrate. A gentle smile appeared on He Yan Shu's face. Much later, when He Yan Shu reflected upon the moment, he realized at least that instant his smile was sincere. The guest team, after winning the competition, let Fong Kecheng go sleep in the double room while the other 5 went to the 5-person room. Though crowded, it might slightly impact sleep quality but was definitely better than the 7 members of the directorial team sleeping near the toilet. On the other side, Director Fan stood within the 7-bedded dormitory with the rest of the directing crew. In such stifling heat and breathing in the unpleasant odor above, how could anyone possibly sleep? Initially, Fan wanted to lie down on the bed to rest for a bit, but the smell was so overpowering he couldn't fall asleep and even felt slightly nauseous. The assistant director handed him 2 small balls made from crushed leaves and suggested, use this to plug your nose. As Fan took it, plugging his nose while speaking, he said, I feel like after plugging my nose, using my mouth to breathe feels like I'm eating, well, you know. The assistant director chuckled, that analogy wasn't necessary. Fan became agitated, this time they were slippery and crafty, next time I will certainly win them over. The assistant director consoled, forget about that. Instead, enjoy something happy. Look, our program just made the trending topics again. Fan took the phone handed to him. Hashtag Feng Qingyue acting explodes hashtag. Hashtag He Yan Shu and Su Huachen get into bed hashtag. Hashtag and Chen spreading rumors online hashtag. When seeing the first trend topic, Fan thought it wasn't bad, a finally positive and uplifting topic. However, after glancing at the second and third ones, his face turned dark. It seemed once again it was embarrassing trends making the list. Sigh. Fine. All Fan could do was console himself, having heat beats having none. Next time, I must win. Back on the guest side, everyone had assigned their beds. All agreed and Chen deserved primary credit, thus allowing her first choice. She picked the one against the wall. Duan Xingyu naturally intended to sleep beside Chen. Around his position followed Su Huachen, He Yan Shu, Feng Qingyue respectively. Maybe because they got too caught up during the game earlier, none of them were very sleepy yet. Duan Xingyu and Su Huachen were browsing videos. Meanwhile, He Yan Shu simply lay down without doing much, but his eyes kept landing on Su Huachen's face. And Chen glanced at the chat box, finding no messages from Fu Chinshuan. With a tinge of disappointment, she opened Tomato Novel Network and decided to read some novels to pass the time. As Su Huachen continued scrolling, he accidentally came across a video featuring Chen and Erdang riding horses to tame Arabian stallions. Hearing sounds from behind, Duan Xingyu looked over, noticing Chen skillfully riding and controlling the horse. Not only did Chen show expertise in riding and horse handling but also exhibited skills in horse taming. This video segment was something Duan Xingyu had only heard about from others, he hadn't come across it himself and thus hadn't made an effort to look for it. Duan Xingyu was somewhat surprised, saying, and Chen, you're really good at horse riding? And Chen replied, it's okay. Su Huachen's voice was gentle as he said, this isn't just okay, this is super impressive. And Chen said, I learned a bit in the past. Su Huachen teased with a smile, it couldn't be that your senior taught you, right? And Chen replied affirmatively, He Yan Shu furrowed his brows slightly before showing a carefree smile on his face, asking, and Chen, I see that now you have fans pairing you up with Duan Xingyu, Erdang, and even Second Master Fu. So, who do you like among them? Duan Xingyu gave him a glare, saying, are you sick? Shouldn't you ask such questions? With your nosiness, you might as well team up with Fong Kecheng. Duan Xingyu knew, even if unreliable, asking such questions live on air was highly inappropriate. Fans may enthusiastically ship couples and want their favorite celebrities to get together, but if it actually happens, they are the first ones to oppose it. He Yanshu raised an eyebrow and smirked, what? Can't we talk about this? Su Huachen came in smoothly to ease the tension, saying, Yanshu isn't from the entertainment circle, so he might not understand these dynamics very well. And Chen, you don't have to answer this question if you don't want to. But Chen responded softly yet firmly, I can answer this, each of them is different. I like all of them. He Yanshu, with a charm like an opium flower, leaned a bit closer, supporting his head with one hand, and asked, you like all? That doesn't seem quite fair, does it? And Chen clarified, Xingyu is like my son, Erdang is a friend, and Fu Qinshuan is like my second older brother. And Chen felt there was no reason why she couldn't like each of them differently. Hearing this, Duan Xingyu happily nudged his head against Chen's neck, saying, still, Dad is the best. He Yanshu pressed further, asking, it seems you feel differently toward each of them. Which person do you feel closer to? And Chen immediately blurted out, second brother. He Yanshu quickly glanced at Su Huachen and then returned his gaze, smiling, I thought you'd hesitate a little more before answering. Duan Xingyu is right here, yet you didn't pause at all. And Chen questioned back in confusion, why should I hesitate? Second brother is one of a kind in my heart. Ah. Wasn't that a confession? Shouldn't we count that as a confession? Chapter 184 Sending Gold Beans. My goodness, can I really hear this on a live broadcast? And truly doesn't treat us like outsiders. It's more than just not treating us as outsiders, it's practically treating us like family. Okay, so does this mean Fu Ershao has been officially recognized as the main partner? By the look of things, Chan didn't seem to be confessing love, but these words sounded very much like a confession. Is he confessing or not? Definitely a confession. If this isn't one, what is? He Yanshu propped his face up with his elbow and casually asked Duan Xingyu, and Chan said that Fu Qinshuan is the most important person in his heart. Aren't you jealous? Duan Xingyu glanced at him as if he were looking at an idiot, are you seriously sick? Go get yourself treated. That Fu Ershao is the most important person in his heart isn't normal. What rank am I supposed to compare myself to him? Duan Xingyu likes Chan, but in the way a friend would, and he wasn't deluded enough to think he could match up against Fu Qinshuan. Chan and Fu Qinshuan have lived together for over 20 years. As Lin assistant mentioned, one could say Fu Qinshuan had single-handedly raised Chan. Though Fu may now have developed different feelings for Chan hasn't shown any reactions yet. Even without romantic love between them, there's a bond akin to familial ties no one else could rival. Duan Xingyu couldn't understand why He Yanshu had even asked such a question. Upon second thought, Chan's status as the third son of Mr. Fu had not been publicly announced. Few know about the sworn brotherhood relationship between Chan and Fu Qinshuan. It must have appeared to He Yanshu that he, Erdang, and Mr. Fu are all starting on the same line regarding Chan's regard. He Yanshu shrugged and said, all right. He didn't continue asking further questions, making it appear that his inquiry was purely casual gossip. This small interlude was dismissed by everyone easily. The most enthusiastic ones turned out to be the netizens watching the live broadcast who were still fiercely discussing whether Chan's words amounted to a confession or not. Morning work was somewhat tiring, and before long, everyone started drifting off to sleep. However, Su Huachen was unable to doze off. His gaze was distant, lost in some unspoken thoughts. Hearing movement nearby, it turned out Chan had kicked off his blanket while sleeping. A soft smile curved Su Huachen's lips, filled with warmth. He leaned forward slightly, passing over He Yanshu, carefully covering Chan back up with the light blanket and also ensuring Chan's hand was tucked inside. With the air conditioning running, skipping a blanket might easily lead to catching a chill. Just as Su Huachen planned to pull back, he caught He Yanshu awake and staring at him. Their eyes met. In a gentle voice, Su Huachen adjusted He Yanshu's blanket too, whispering quietly, you should rest too. The afternoon might not be easy. Livestream viewers who have been following closely went berserk after witnessing this scene. Su Huachen really is such a gentle-hearted person, I wish I could marry him. How could someone in this world be so kind and gentlemanlike? It's unimaginable what kind of woman deserves him. Marrying someone like Su Huachen, the man of my dreams. Meanwhile, Fu Qinshuan, who'd been busy all morning, rested against the back of his chair. Lin Yuan being absent meant even more workload for him, leaving absolutely no time to sneak into An's live stream. The secretary knocked and entered, bringing his lunch tray. Taking advantage of the meal break, Fu Qinshuan attempted to catch up on Chan's earlier live stream. Without Lin Yuan around, no one had recorded it specifically for him. There wouldn't be a playback of the live stream available. Well, his go-to entertainment for meals was gone. Switching to Weibo, he intended to complete tasks for their super topic when he first saw multiple hot search entries related to Chan. Opening them, he was amused by Chan's quick wit. An really is such a smart aleck. Seeing those comment sections full of praise directed at Chan gave Fu Qinshuan a sense of shared pride. After finishing reading the hot searches concerning Chan, upon logging out, he found another Chan-related topic climbing fast. Hashtag Chan live confession hashtag. Fu Qinshuan's fingers tightened slightly on his chopsticks, a faint frown appearing on his forehead. Confession? To whom? Who confessed to whom? Instantaneously, Fu Qinshuan's face darkened. His chiseled handsome features darkened with a stormy menace. He wanted to see which mutt dared steal his person. Clicking into the hot search, the video segment uploaded by a viewer came into view. Why hesitate? Big brother Chinshuan is one of a kind in my heart. At hearing these words, Fu Chinshuan's ears turned red in an instant. So when Chan's confession was toward him? After the misunderstanding of the last love confession event, Fu Chinshuan would no longer misinterpret Chan's words as a declaration of love towards him. But hearing it still made him happy. He was someone who could be chosen without any hesitation, making him a particularly unique existence. When he placed himself in the options, there would simply be no other options. Fu Chinshuan looked through the comments below and saw so many praises, which made him even happier. Wow, and Chan's statement is both soft and domineering. At Fu Chinshuan, your and Chan just confessed to you. It's unimaginable how delighted Mr. Fu would be if he heard this on sight. Today is a big day for fans of Qianchen Si Jing CP. Who's thrilled? I won't say, ha 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 ha. What's there to be happy about? Two men dating each other, it's just disgusting. And Chan is an entertainer, two men together, what a joke. They're just playing around for fans until now, if they were really together, I'd unfollow. Is the person upstairs from the Qing dynasty? The empire is long gone, and we now embrace relationship freedom. Most of the netizens praised them, while naturally, there were also some straight males or those who disliked homosexuals leaving resistant comments. But these were just the minority, and they were soon overwhelmed by other fans. With a good mood, Fu Chinshuan quickly switched to his main account and posted a Weibo, I feel good today and inexplicably want to give away money. Randomly draw 1,000 Enchan fans to give 10 grams of gold beans, limited to Enchan fans' participation. Once this Weibo was posted, it exploded with reactions. Ha, Mr. Fu, are you feeling inexplicably good or is it because of the trending topic? Mr. Fu, you truly don't need to be so loving. It's rare to see a lottery not for your own fans but for fans of another family. Gold beans, Mr. Fu, you really understand us so well. Who wouldn't like gold these days? 1,000 slots, such a large number. I think my chances are pretty good. Everyone don't forward this post. Mr. Fu didn't require forwards. Don't bring more competitors. God of wealth bless me, Guanyin Bodhisattva bless me. God of land bless me. Your humble follower is willing to trade 10 years of her ex-boyfriend's life for this win. Chapter 185, and Chen's blackmail. Fu Chinshuan's Weibo used to have only a few fans, but after he and Chen appeared on the reality show together, his followers increased by several 100,000. At this moment, a knock came from the door. Fu Chinshuan, without looking up, said, come in. Mr. Zhao, is there something? Mr. Fu, Lin Yuan's voice echoed as he said, I've returned to work. Fu Chinshuan looked up and saw Lin Yuan dressed in a suit, looking like a well-groomed white-collar worker, but with a slightly disheartened expression. Fu Chinshuan asked, didn't I give you a 5-day holiday? It's only been 4 days, why did you come back early? Lin Yuan adjusted his glasses and said, I want to work, so I'm back. Listening to his voice, it seemed a bit off. Fu Chinshuan raised his eyes and saw Lin Yuan's tearful, red eyes and asked, did the marriage snatching not succeed? Lin Yuan pouted a little and said somewhat aggrievedly, yes. Fu Chinshuan put down the iPad and said, didn't you tell her that you're my assistant now, earning millions annually, with a car and a house? Lin Yuan replied, she already knew that before. Fu Chinshuan walked over, patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder, and said, then she just doesn't love you anymore. Forget it, coming back is good, focus on your work. In the future, I'll introduce you to some nice girls. Lin Yuan said, no, I don't want anyone else, I only want her. Fu Chinshuan said, but she doesn't want you. Lin Yuan said, young Master San, if she doesn't want you, why don't you find someone else? Fu Chinshuan pulled out a video from the Weibo hot search list and played it for Lin Yuan to see, saying, between N and me, even if there isn't love, there's still familial affection. We are different. Watching it again still couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. Lin Yuan, with red-rimmed eyes, stared at him silently. Fu Chinshuan, seeing his current pitiful state, said, you look like this mess, how can you go to work? Just go home and rest. Lin Yuan, with a full face of grievance, said, no, my wife is already gone, I only have money left. I must strive to earn more. Fu Chinshuan said, in that case, should I give you a 20,000 yuan raise? Lin Yuan, suppressing his own sorrowful mood, with brightening eyes, said, that sounds good. Fu Chinshuan exited the hot search list and started signing into his CP Superfans group to do tasks. When he noticed the number of superfans in the group, he almost thought he had read it wrong. The CP Superfans group of Chinshuan similar scenery actually increased by more than 30,000 fans. Previously, when he participated in the reality show, his CP fans within an increased significantly, even surpassing Stars in the Sea. Later, as he no longer continued recording the show, their CP fanbase almost stopped growing. Especially later, with the emergence of Ertang and Chen, and he gained many breakout famous moments. This caused their CP Superfans group to also be established, increasing to more than 60,000 within a short period. Fu Chinshuan definitely didn't want his CP fans to be surpassed by another, contemplating whether he should buy some zombie fans. Unexpectedly, it grew on its own. He remembered something, looked up and asked, Lin Yuan, did you complete your CP Superfans group tasks today? Lin Yuan said, Mr. Fu, I've broken up, yet you still make me do this. Isn't that too ruthless? Fu Chinshuan said, it's precisely because you broke up that you need to do more, it helps enhance your psychological resilience. Reluctantly, Lin Yuan opened the Superfans group, and what hit him first was the horse-riding photo of Chen and Fu Chinshuan. Scrolling down further were various sweet photos and videos. Lin Yuan felt like his teeth were aching. While doing the task, he muttered, Heartless, take care that the Superfans group doesn't explode, your CP fans might all drop overnight. Fu Chinshuan asked, what did you say? Lin Yuan laughed and said, I said Mr. Fu and young Master San are a perfect match, young Master San must have feelings for you, just unaware of them. Fu Chinshuan asked, do you really think so? Lin Yuan nodded stiffly and said, Fu Chinshuan, pleased with being cajoled, said, recently, our company employees have worked hard, give everyone a 20% salary increase. Lin Yuan, what about me? Didn't I just give you an extra 20,000? Is the 20% bonus applicable to me? Yes, alright, right? Mr. Fu, I have another phone number, I will register for Weibo to help you with the tasks. Chen took a break for over an hour at noon, and their afternoon task remained working on the drum body. To split those blocks of wood into 1.5 centimeters thick curved wooden strips wasn't easy, and he spent quite some time yesterday just splitting the wood. In the afternoon, they needed to first use a wood plane to smooth out these strips of wood and make them glossy and flat. Finally, glue would be brushed on both sides of the strips and placed into the drum cavity mold for fixed adhesion. Everyone was working earnestly, as the feeling of watching an instrument being born under their hands gave everyone a strong sense of accomplishment. Director Fan had been live streaming their progress until the assistant director delivered him a piece of news. Fan asked, really? The assistant nodded, yeah. All of a sudden, several marketing accounts are posting about it. But with Chen's recent popularity, those videos are bound to go viral. Director Fan took the phone that the assistant handed over and began watching the video. Uncle Star 8 of Entertainment, everyone is cursing at Chen Danwen for clinging on to rich men, but in reality, Chen is the pioneer of this trade. He uses his benefactors' money to support other men. The post was extremely insulting, while the video analyzed how all the millions of yuan that Chen spent on Chen Danwen were sourced. Actually, there was no real evidence in the video, it was merely speculation. One argument suggested that it was clear Chen Danwen aimed to find herself a sugar daddy, but since Chen wasn't one, why didn't she choose him? 2. The almost gifted Shangsha Villa, where only a dozen villas exist. According to relevant sources, this villa complex was developed by Fu Corporation and never truly sold externally. All of these dozen villas were gifted by the Fu family to business partners who were exceptionally close. So many people guessed that Chen might have initially clung onto a businessman with deep ties to the Fu family, which also introduced him to Fu Chinshuan, known as the second master of the Fu family, and he managed to catch his attention as well. With the commercial connections of the Fu family, even if another benefactor's person got poached, they wouldn't dare say anything much. After such an analysis, it did indeed sound reasonable. Other marketing accounts posted content similar to this one. Seeing this content, Director Fan furrowed his brows and said, nonsense. The assistant director said, it indeed is nonsense, but many netizens believe it now. Already, a lot of messages criticizing Chen had appeared online, and the information spread very quickly. During this period, Chen performed quite well on the reality show, and after the matter involving Chen Danwen cleaned his name, many people forgot about his other scandals. Since the beginning of Chen's career, there have been many controversies. Besides accusations like chasing men aggressively and having an arrogant attitude, another controversy often criticized by many was being a third party, and clinging on to rich men. Chapter 186, Chen's Heartache. The fact that Chen was the third young master of the Fu family had never been publicly disclosed. Even in high society, there were very few people who knew this. Xu Li did know about this relationship. This matter seemed simple enough, just announcing Chen's identity as the third young master of the Fu family would solve it. But since the Fu family hadn't announced it themselves, Xu Li didn't dare to act on her own. After discussing with Director Fan, they decided to temporarily close Chen's live streaming window and consult him about handling the situation. There is an optimal public relations time for dealing with public opinion. Once missed, it becomes much harder to clarify things when the rumors have fermented significantly. Director Fan readily agreed. Xu Li and Chen went into the room together, where the cameras inside the room were also turned off to give them space. Chen took the phone passed to him by Xu Li, sat on the bed, and watched the video. He said, this is nonsense. Xu Li replied, of course, I know it's nonsense. We can deal with these people later, but we need to address the public opinion first. Chen looked up and asked, do you have a plan, Sister Xu Li? Xu Li said, there are currently two options. The best way, though, is to directly reveal your identity as the third young master of the Fu family. The rumors and public opinion will be discredited instantly. As for the second option, Chen said, then let's just make it public. Shu Li was taken aback and then asked, you agreed so easily. And Chen said, didn't you say this is the best solution? Shu Li said, I thought the Fu family wouldn't allow you to disclose your identity. Wouldn't allow it? And Chen tilted his head, pondering. He hadn't inherited all the memories of the previous host, some occasionally surfaced, and he didn't remember this clearly. Some scattered memories and dialogues came back to him. A messy hotel room filled with disarray, books, lamps, chairs thrown everywhere. Flower vase shards scattered around, water flowing along the edges of the broken vase into the floor tiles cracks. Fu Chinshuan, with one hand pulling at his tie, his face bearing a trace of anger, said, Chen Danwen obviously isn't a good person, she's merely playing with you. Haven't you noticed? The previous host picked up the ashtray from the coffee table and hurled it directly at Fu Chinshuan's head, yelling furiously, don't you dare talk about him. In my heart, he is 10,000 times better than you. My affairs don't concern you. Fu Chinshuan didn't dodge, and the ashtray hit his forehead, fresh red blood seeping out, slowly dripping down his cheek. On the sharply defined face, his expression darkened after a while before saying, fine, I won't meddle in your business. But you're not allowed to disclose your identity as the third young master of the Fu family either. Otherwise, don't blame me for fully suppressing him. You try. Do you think I won't dare? You can try me. The previous host's complexion grew pale after a moment, and then he said, if I don't say anything, then I won't. I believe even without this identity, Chen Danwen will definitely fall in love with me. Fu Chinshuan sneered sarcastically, is that so? Fu Chinshuan's firmness pricked at the eyes of the original host, causing a bit of agitation as he left. As he passed the corner, he kicked a flower vase placed near the entrance until it shattered. Turning back, the original host said to the person inside, you say that Chen Danwen isn't a good person. And what exactly are you? A piece of garbage that even fantasizes about his own younger brother. Fu Chinshuan's lips quivered slightly. He wanted to say something but didn't know how to begin. Seeing the painful expression on the other person's face made the original host inexplicably pleased, even smiling faintly, mocking, so you and Chen Danwen aren't comparable. Just thinking about your dirty thoughts makes me nauseous. Fu Chinshuan didn't refute it. Only after the door slammed shut did he stagger onto the sofa. At that moment, the color drained rapidly from his face, leaving him pale like paper. His trembling hands clenched tightly, trying hard to control his emotions. His face revealed indescribable pain. Even through fragmented memories, and Chen could still feel Fu Chinshuan's pain from back then. And Chen covered his head with one hand. Feeling short of breath in his chest, he murmured repeatedly, it's not true, it's not true. Those memory fragments earlier were all from the previous host's recollections, not his own feelings. Yet, seeing Fu Chinshuan's pained expression in that moment caused his heart to ache deeply. Seeing the sudden change in Chen's complexion, Shu Li worriedly asked, and Chen, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Shu Li saw the rapid changes in Chen's complexion and became increasingly concerned. I'll go get a doctor for you. Just as Shu Li turned around, her wrist was pulled by someone, and she looked down at her wrist being gripped. And Chen's face still had a hint of pallor as he said, no, it's not necessary. Speaking was still somewhat strenuous, but Chen clearly knew that calling a doctor would be useless in his current situation. And Chen said, I'm fine. Just let me rest for a moment. Are you sure there's nothing wrong? I'm fine. And Chen sat there for a while to recover, and Shu Li poured him a glass of water. And Chen held the cup and took 2 sips of water, feeling the pain brought on by the memory slowly receding. He took out his phone and called, saying, I'll give big brother Fu Chinshuan a call. Seeing this, Shu Li voluntarily said, then I'll wait outside for you. In a meeting room that could accommodate over 100 people, Fu Chinshuan sat at the head of the table as everyone discussed how to maximize the promotion of global mutation. Although Group had its own cinema chain, Fu Chinshuan wanted the film to premiere everywhere, not just in their company's cinemas but also in other companies' cinemas. This way, it would have the greatest promotional effect. This involved splitting the profits. At this moment, a cell phone rang, startling everyone who then quietly stuck their heads out to see what was happening. In such a serious meeting, they were curious to see which unlucky soul hadn't turned off their phone and was about to get scolded. Looking around left and right, they eventually saw their boss Fu, who always emphasized having a professional attitude, taking out his phone from his suit pocket. With a flick of his finger, he answered the call. Anan, what's wrong? Hearing the tender voice coming from the other end of the phone, Chen instantly felt his emotions faltering. His voice softened with a hint of nasal tone as he said, Big brother. Fu Chinshuan furrowed his brows slightly, made a hand gesture to pause the meeting, and walked out of the meeting room with the phone in hand, saying while walking, don't rush, take your time. Who upset you? Big brother will help you take revenge. The more Fu Chinshuan spoke like this, the more Chen's heart ached, and he pressed his lips together, saying, Big brother, you're wonderful. You're the best big brother in the world. Though hearing you say that makes me quite happy, Fu Chinshuan struggled to suppress his rising smile and said, wouldn't you rather tell me what happened first? From the sound of Chen's voice, Fu Chinshuan immediately knew something was off with Chen's emotions. Chapter 187, Fu Er Fa Bo Li Ting his wife. And Chen said, it's nothing, just that I remembered earlier about chasing Chen Danwen and doing quite a few wrong things, and even, scolding you. Fu Chinshuan was initially surprised, then smiled and said, good to know. Then treat me better from now on, alright? And Chen nodded and said, ergo, I still have to record a program in a while, so I won't chat with you for long. After your program is over tonight, remember to call me. Okay. Before hanging up, and Chen reminded again, ergo, don't work too hard. Fu Chinshuan said, I will. After hanging up the phone, Fu Chinshuan looked at the darkened phone screen and called Lin Yuan. Find out what's wrong with Chen. And Chen's state wasn't right, he wouldn't be emotionally fluctuating this much for no reason. He also used his own phone to check the trending topics and indeed found new updates about Chen. And Chen as the third party. Fu Chinshuan's expression turned unpleasant after seeing that negative trend topic. These marketing accounts really make up lies, not even a single picture, all talk. Looking at the comments below that criticized Chen, having secretly been part of the fan club support group for such a long time, Fu Chinshuan knew very well that water armies were involved here. Entering the bar area to review the situation, and Chen's fans remained relatively stable. There were big fans maintaining order there and consoling smaller fans. Let us wrap meat, if a person becomes popular, they are bound to encounter more issues. This clearly has a problem, multiple marketing accounts simultaneously posting almost identical video scripts with piles of water armies involved. Claiming Chen is the third party but without any images at all, it's evident they're framing her. The more times like this, the more we mustn't lose our composure. Small fan, then what should we do during these times? Let us wrap meat, the first task for the data team is to take down the black trend topic. Everyone who has time should participate in taking it down. New members who don't know how can join the fan club where someone will specifically teach them. Let us wrap meat, the content creation team needs to draft responses targeting those water army remarks, but without being overly aggressive since we don't have that many fans yet. And Chen has only recently become prominent, and some fans still don't fully understand him, thus their loyalty isn't strong enough to gain an advantage if we get into serious conflicts. Let us wrap meat, the editing team should cut together high-energy clips from Chen's past reality shows for the video team to release. Spend some money promoting the videos, funds can be approved by the finance team. We need to minimize the impact of the black trend topic as much as possible. Let us wrap meat, all available fans should report those malicious marketing accounts and water armies spreading videos. Remember, each account can only file 5 reports per hour, so don't exceed that limit or risk being banned for 24 hours. Accounts needed can be collected from the data team who are responsible for these operations. At this moment, the finance team sent out a message, we don't have much money left in the finance account anymore, there's barely over 1,000 yuan left, far from enough to invest in promotion. Setting up another crowdfunding campaign won't be timely. In the fan support club, there is a specialized finance management section that handles fundraising every time activities arise. Official activities or promotions for their idols usually come out of this crowdfunded fund, naturally all expenditures are made public within the supporter group. Let us wrap meat, start the crowdfunding channel immediately, but don't stop the ongoing work. Come on, let's protect the best in Chen. Come on, let's protect the best in Chen. Come on, let's protect the best in Chen. Members from various fan groups voiced support. Fu Chinshuan, reading these messages, had previously struggled to fully understand the psychology of these fans who pursued stars. Even though he himself mingled in the groups just to be among the first to know about Chen, now he perhaps understood somewhat. Glancing at that crowdfunding account number, he transferred money into it. Not long after, messages exploded in the group. Holy shit, some big shot named Anan is my wife just directly transferred 10 million, am I seeing this right? Which wealthy god reincarnated? That's so rich. With a big backer supporting us, everyone go all out, charge. At this moment, Lin Yuan came in, holding a set of documents that he handed over to Fu Chinshuan, saying, found out. Someone specially bought the black search trend against 3 Lord Fu. On the trend topic side, I've arranged for the PR department to remove it. These are the accounts involved in issuing the videos, a total of 13. Out of the 13, 11 have forwarded volumes exceeding 500, meeting the lawsuit criteria. I've had the blockchain evidence preserved, and legal counsel has been notified. We can sue at any time. Fu Chinshuan said coldly, of the 13, I want to sue all of them. Then I'll go and boost the traffic for the remaining 2 accounts, helping them reach the 500 retweet mark. Lin Yuan adjusted his glasses as he spoke, however, Mr. Fu, even though we can sue the marketing accounts, news of Lord 3 being a homewrecker has already spread. Many netizens often just enjoy the chaos and don't care about the truth unless compelling evidence is put before them. And Chen was deep in thought while sitting in the room. When Xu Li entered the room, she saw Chen sitting there quietly. Did you ask Mr. Fu? And Chen shook his head. Xu Li was surprised and asked, did he disagree? And Chen shook his head again, saying, I didn't bring it up. Why didn't you? Were you worried Mr. Fu would disagree? No. And Chen was certain that if he had spoken, Ergu would definitely agree, but he just couldn't bring himself to say it. If he hadn't remembered that part of the past, it wouldn't have mattered. But now, he did remember.
And Chen had never known that the original host of this body had once so disgraced Fu Chinshuan over the despicable man Chen Danwen. And this was only a small piece of the recovered memory. Were there more things buried in the recesses of his mind? He could imagine how devastated Fu Chinshuan must have been back then. How much more painful would it be if Fu Chinshuan heard those words himself? It was embarrassing, despite these incidents not being caused by him but rather by this body's previous self, and Chen felt somewhat ashamed to even mention it. And Chen looked at her and asked, "Xu Li Jia, didn't you say there's another method?" Xu Li said, "I can't quite understand what you're thinking, but since you've made the decision, I'll follow your lead." Xu Li's second method was a more traditional PR approach. Issue a statement first, followed by sending legal warning letters to those who fabricated rumors and slandered. The attitude needs to be strong to ensure fans and bystanders believe in Chen's innocence. However, one tough issue is that Chen's source of wealth is still unclear, leaving room for further attacks if the opponent still has more tricks up their sleeve. This incident might impact Chen's public image with common people, but it won't collapse entirely. As long as he performs well in future reality shows, he can win back some of those lost fans. But just as they were about to call the PR team, the PR group called instead. "Xu Li Jia, Mr. Fu posted on Weibo. Hurry and check."